I was the only martial genius in the entire sect who had the hope of becoming an emperor, but on the day of achieving great success in martial arts, I self-destructed my cultivation and became a waste person. It was all because in my previous life, I guarded the borders for thousands of years for the sake of the human race, but ended up being falsely accused by my junior sister and the son of the auspicious fate, saying that I was a spy from the demon clan who harmed my fellow disciples. In the end, not only was my divine body disabled and subjected to all kinds of punishments before dying a tragic death, but I was also considered a disgrace to the sect, leaving a stench for thousands of years. Now, I have returned to 500 years ago and been falsely accused of being a spy from the demon clan. That day, looking at my master and junior sister who wanted me to admit my mistakes and repent, I gritted my teeth and said with disgust, I was wrong for joining the Qingyun Holy Land instead of the demon sect. In this life, I will definitely become the most terrifying demon and torment them for eternity in the 10,000 souls banner. Junior sister Lu Yanyan exclaimed excitedly. Did you hear that? Senior brother admitted his mistake. With that, Lu Yanyan came to the bottom of the dragon pillar, ready to support me. Seeing this, I immediately dodged. Indifferently replied, get lost, don't block my way. Senior brother, you clearly. Yanyan still wanted to say something, but saw me limping towards the front of the hall, with no emotional fluctuations in my eyes. Seeing me approaching, the Lord of Qingyun and others tacitly agreed in their hearts that the other party must have come to apologize. The saint of Lianyue did not speak, looking at the Lord of Qingyun at the main seat, calmly said, Senior brother, since this rebel has already admitted his mistake, I believe he has repented in his heart. In the future, I will definitely discipline the Yin family. Although these words sound like an inquiry, the tone is firm and unquestionable. Hearing this, the Lord of Qingyun's face turned embarrassed for a moment, and he could only nod, because the strongest in the Holy Land now is not him, the Lord of Qingyun, but his junior sister, the Saint of Lianyue, plus the title of the Divine Body Master. He had to step back. In that case, please take care of the junior sister more. The nephew is a divine body that has not been seen in tens of thousands of years. It was not easy for junior brother Qingxiao to help him awaken, so he needs more guidance to avoid going astray. Upon hearing the words, Qingxiao, Lianyue's saint paused in his footsteps, his gaze shifting downwards. A hint of killing intent appeared in my eyes. I am not a disciple of the Lianyue lineage, but the sole true disciple of her Tao companion, Qingxiao Saint. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, Qingxiao Saint risked his life to help me unlock the Batian divine body, venturing deep into the 10,000 mountains in search of the legendary key to life and death. By the time he returned, his life was hanging by a thread. Before his death, Qingxiao Saint entrusted me, along with the key to life and death, to Lianyue Saint, hoping she could help me unlock the divine body. She did not disappoint, and I succeeded. However, Lianyue Saint never felt happy about the birth of the divine body. After that, she began to torture me relentlessly, forcing me to complete impossible tasks. Nevertheless, I persevered and became the top among the younger generation in the current Holy Land. The more so, the more lingering in Lianyue's heart about Qingxiao's death. Seeing me still standing motionless in front of the steps, the Qingyun saint on the high platform also frowned and said, Xiao nephew, do you have anything else to say? Ignoring the voices of the crowd, I stood quietly in front of the steps, looking towards Qingxiao Peak, murmuring, I was brought into the sect by my master at the age of 6. Practiced diligently for decades, and only now, shedding the old shackles, do I realize who I am? Enough. Lianyue seemed to realize something, waved his hand, and blasted a spiritual force that broke. I spat out a mouthful of blood, gritted my teeth, supported my body without falling, and then knelt towards the direction of Qingxiao Peak. Master Xianling is above. I know that I have brought shame to the Qingxiao lineage. Today, I will cut my hair and offer my head, willing to abolish all my cultivation, resign from the position of Qingxiao disciple, and return to being immortal. No, Lu Yanyan screamed, and Qingyun Shengzhu and others saw the situation, feeling that something big was not good, and prepared to rescue, but everything was too late. The spiritual energy in my sea of anger began to riot, and my body cracked inch by inch. Seeing the situation, the disciples were shocked. No one expected that the senior brother who was outstanding among the younger generation would be willing to give up his cultivation and become an ordinary person. They suddenly felt mixed emotions. Did they really misunderstand the senior brother? Senior brother. Lu Yanyan wanted to come forward to heal me, but I glared at her and sent her back. In the void, Lianyue did not care about this at all. As for repairing the sacred land of Dantian, it was just a matter of time. She sneered and said, Xiao Chen, do you think this will make me soft-hearted? He. Hearing this, I raised my head and smiled, reaching directly towards my heart with my right hand. and my breath dissipated at a visible speed. You're crazy. Lian Yue wanted to make a move, but it was already too late. Only that resolute voice echoed throughout the sacred land, ringing in everyone's ears. I still remember when Master Qingxiao sacrificed himself to enter the 10,000 mountains, just to help me awaken the divine body. Unable to repay this favor, today I dig out my heart and remove the source of the divine body, returning it to my mentor. From now on, the ties between me and the Qingyun sacred land are severed. With that said, a golden light burst forth from within me, shooting straight into the sky, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth and shrouding everything in a thick dark cloud. The origin power contained in the god body was constantly condensing in his heart, unable to be interrupted. See this scene. Lian Yu staggered and fell from the void, falling onto a chair, looking at the figure below, a scene from the past, surfacing before her eyes. Master, I've broken through the Wheel Sea realm. All the masters have said that I have the qualifications of a great emperor. I will definitely not fail your expectations and seize this era's heavenly destiny to lead the sacred ground to glory. Master, I defeated all the heavenly pride of the 12 Holy Lands today, and they all said that I'm the number one of the younger generation. Master, you'd rather believe that Yi Fan, who was initiated less than a month ago, than me, wouldn't you? Woo-woo, Shasta, pathos in heaven and earth. Everyone in the entire desolate domain felt a sense of desolation, and countless celestial pride looked in the direction of the green cloud sacred land in unison, with some people rejoicing and some people feeling sad. That divine body from the green cloud holy land has fallen. How is this possible? Come on man, check me. For a time, the news of the divine body's fall spread throughout the entire desolate domain, and the calm situation suddenly became dark. In front of the law enforcement hall, the Holy Lord of Qingyun looked at Xiao Chen, whose breath was close to death below, and his heart sank. Knowing that there was no hope of rescue, he waved his large sleeve and left the table indignantly. Before he left, his voice rang faintly. Senior Sister Lian Yu, I don't know if you're satisfied with this kind of result. With all of today's events, including Lian Yu, everyone did not expect that Xiao Chen would learn about his life in this way. Si Fu, Ruyan Lu stood dumbfounded, the pills in her hands falling to the ground, lost in thought. Yi Fan, who was also watching this scene, did not slow down for a long time. That big senior brother, who wanted to be strong and go toe-to-toe with himself in every way, had died in front of him like this. Buzz. Heaven and earth returned to silence. Xiao Dust stood up as if he was an old man on the verge of dying, with white hair and a stooped figure, and tremblingly took the life renewal pill that had been prepared in advance. Afterwards, the heart in his hand, which contained the power of the bastard god body's origin, was deposited into the green sky ring with the last ounce of spiritual energy. Without saying any words, he only left behind a forlorn back, slowly walking towards Qingxiao Peak, tap 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 dash, one step at a time, as if stepping on the hearts of the crowd. They gave way to a passage. Qingxiao Peak wasn't big. It was a small hill that stood next to the mountain gate. There was only one small courtyard on it, which once housed the two people, Xiao Dust and the master. I don't know how long it took to walk this distance. The steps were staggering. Squeak dash. The door to the small courtyard room opened automatically and the prohibition dissipated. Xiao Chuan's gaze swept over every part of the compound ground, and even though his vision had long been blurred, it was no different from what he remembered. He found a stone bench to sit down, and his hoarse voice rang out. Senior Sword Spirit, I can't walk anymore, so please trouble you to make a run for it. Buzz buzz. A long, green-fronted sword flew out of the house slowly. That was the item inherited by the successive generations of the Qingxiao Peak Master. The Emperor-ranked magic weapon Qingxiao Sword, which slowly landed in front of Xiao Chuan, emitting a burst of sad sounds. Come on. Xiao Dust closed his eyes and let out a light laugh. Buzz. The green sky sword seemed to understand what was going on as the white aura flashed and the silver threads drifted down. Elder, take this item. Xiao Chen handed out the green sky ring that contained the divine body origin and said with a slight smile, I will trouble Senior to find another successor for Senior in the future. Buzz. With these words from you, Senior, I am relieved. Time is running out. I should go. After saying that, he stood up again, picked up a wooden stick in the doorway, closed the door of the put room, and walked towards the mountain. Clank! A heavenly sword intent rose from the small courtyard, seemingly sending off Xiao Chen. This way. Although Xiao Dust walked slowly, every step down the mountain was extraordinarily solid. Every time he took a step out, the sentiment in his heart for the Qingyun Holy Land would fade a few points. In the meantime, Xiao Chuan's broken body was also quietly changing, and a strand of demonic qi spread out from all the limbs and bones, slowly flowing towards the location of his heart. Behind him, Ruyan Lu and the others followed spontaneously, silent, either guilty, gloating, or secretly plotting something. In the crowd, Yi Fan walked at the end, his eyes gloomy and terrifying as he communicated with the ring spirit with his mind. Teacher, that heaven-swallowing demon technique is still in the hands of this Shao Chun. Are we just going to let him go? After a moment of silence, that ring spirit returned. Now that he is a candle in the wind, he will surely perish once he utilizes the art of soul-searching. Do you mean you can only give up, Sensei? No, the ring spirit continued. Based on his current condition, the effect of that life renewal pill is only enough to last until he walks to the foot of the mountain. You shall rush to refine him into a corpse puppet before the clan elders collect his body, and you should be able to get your hands on the heaven-swallowing demonic technique that remains in his memory. Okay. As the words fell, Yi Fan looked at Lu Ruyan and pretended to cover his face. Senior sister, I'll go beg for mercy from master again. Her old man surely has a way. After saying that, he turned around and headed towards the Lian Yu residence. If rashly down the mountain he will certainly be suspected. This matter also needs to use the hand of Lian Yu to do. He wants to go down the mountain to collect the body for Shao Chen in a fair and square manner. I don't know. Although Shao Dust had lost all his cultivation and his divine source had been taken away, the power of his divine soul, which belonged to the spirit sea realm, was able to take in Yi Fan's every move. He didn't say anything. The corners of his mouth curved up and an arc in his eyes were horribly cold. The moment he stepped through the mountain gate, it was as if heaven and earth had been cut and separated out into two worlds, one black and one white. Behind him was an opulent, earthly temple of the immortal gate. In front of him was a barren, bumpy, ill-fated, mundane road. Not knowing how long he had been walking again, Shao Chen sought out a mountain rock and tilted his head back to look at the sky, a smile appearing on his pale face. Come to think of it, when he was young, he followed behind his master and came alone with a longing for the scenery of the upper mountains, now letting go of everything and walking alone. This time there was no one else around. Gradually, Shao Dust's vision began to trance, and in his dying moments he seemed to remember who he had remembered and who he had forgotten, and his body fell backward toward the mountain stream. Yi Fan, the feud between us has just begun. Hey! Abruptly, a sigh rang out. In a flash, the wind stopped, the maple leaves in the sky stopped in mid-air, and a bull-riding young man came down the mountain holding a white streamer. Jingle bells. On a mountain path, a bull-riding youth came holding a white streamer, plucked a maple leaf, pinched his hand, and wondered. This son was born with a divine body, the image of the purple star, should not have been so early to die, but it happened to die at the door of my medicine garden, to be counted on my fingers. Abruptly, the bull-riding teenager's voice lurched, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he looked horrified. Crap, old ox, come see this kid. Isn't he a bit similar to that stupid bird from Chaos? Moo moo moo. The old ox was in a great hurry, as if he had seen something taboo, and hastened to cover his eyes with his hoof. And this fate, actually TM's a person of reincarnation. Doesn't that mean that at some point in the future, Chaos, reincarnation, and the others have failed? Or maybe this kid is hardly both of them. Speaking of which, the bull-riding teenager's face revealed a thieving, lewd smile, as if he had sniffed out some shocking gossip. It's killing me. These two couples look like they're eating me up. Saying that, the bull-riding teenager casually took out an emperor-ranked elixir and knocked it down, and after thinking about it, he slapped his thigh and said, It's just, old ox, the dots are solid. Let's go back to the heavenly abyss and live for another epoch before we come out. Saying that, the bull-riding teenager's gaze seemed to pierce through Shao Dust to land on the Yin and Yang two-fish jade pendant on his chest, and he flexed his fingers to flick out a spiritual force that landed on it. One moment, it was as if the jade pendant had come to life, slowly integrating into his body, replacing the position of his heart. As the Yin and Yang, black and white chi continued to flow and began to repair the injuries in his body. Seeing this situation, the bull-riding teenager sighed as he held his forehead and said, Brat, you're also a reincarnated person. You don't even use what your parents left behind. Shame on you. I'll give you this medicinal garden uncle, and I'll slowly ask you for the interest later when I'm out of customs. Old bull. Moo. Let's go. When the words fell, one person and one cow transformed into a ghostly shadow and quickly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Puff dash. Heaven and earth returned to normal. The turbulent river swallowed Shao Chen's figure instantly and swept into the dark river, leading nowhere, rustling. Not long after, Yi Fan, who was holding the clan's token, scurried out of the woods and landed at the location where Shao Chen had stopped earlier. After looking around to no avail, his face sank and he suddenly realized something. Teacher, with the power of your divine soul, can you find out who came here just now? Yi Fan admitted that he was a little flustered at the moment. If the heaven-swallowing demon technique and that jade pendant were lost, then what had he been working for all this time? Not only that, But he also had the possibility that his image in front of the Lianyu sage would be tarnished due to the disappearance of Xiao Chen's corpse, and everything would be lost. The person who picked up Xiao Dust seems to have used a magic weapon to conceal his breath. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to find this person again for a while. And, upon hearing this, Yi Fan's heart sank and he said with some impatience, "Teacher, there's no harm in you saying it. This person is able to master this kind of secret method. The power behind it is far beyond what the current you can provoke. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. A little failure is a lot of work." Boo! Yi Fan was furious and slammed his fist on the tree trunk. Lowering his voice, "Think long and hard. It was so hard for me to force the Xiao Chen away. But you, teacher, are telling me that I still have to endure. Where exactly am I?" Yi Fan, inferior. Seeing Yi Fan complaining, Pil Sun, who was hosted in the ring, recalled all the things he had encountered during this period of time and silently shook her head in her heart with some disappointment. The stoic teenager who had risen from the dregs seemed to be drifting away. What? At the same time, inside the great hall of the Green Cloud, Qingyun Holy Lord and the others looked at Lianyu with dark faces and asked again, "Senior sister, do you mean that from the beginning to the end you only listened to the one-sided words of the two disciples under your sect and chose to penalize senior nephew Xiaochen without any investigation?" Lianyu did not speak and sat in her seat with her head lowered. Her eyes lost in thought as the image of Xiao Chuan taking the divine body origin from himself continued to surface in her mind. Vivid in her mind. "Ha! Senior sister Lianyu, if I had known that you were so biased, I should have been the one to lead senior brother Qing Zhao's disciple in the first place. Otherwise why would we have come to this point?" The Grand Elder's expression was cold, as if he was watching a joke. At first, they then felt that this matter was strange, but they also knew Lianyu's temperament well and were unwilling to inquire too much about the matters under her door. Also, during this period of time, Xiao Chen's cultivation refinement speed was simply too fast, and they wanted to take the opportunity to suppress it so that the disciples under their door would have a chance to catch up. But how could I have known it would turn out this way? At the bottom, the third elder waved his big sleeve and spoke in a yin and yang tone. "That Xiao Chen and that Lu Yi, two people are your disciples. Because of those two juniors some advocacy, you will not distinguish between innocents to inflict capital punishment. Senior brother really is admirable." "Enough!" Holy Lord Qing Yun impatiently bellowed. "What's the use of talking about this now? That Xiao Chen is dead. The most crucial thing right now is to find a suitable candidate to inherit the divine origin and face the upcoming golden age. Also, how's the communication going over at Sword Spirit Senior's side?" Upon hearing this, the sixth elder in charge of communication was a bit embarrassed. Elder Sword Spirit said that it would select its own divine body origin heir and that there was no need for us to worry about it. At those words, Lianyu seemed to have thought of something and came back to her senses, proposing to open her mouth. "Senior brother, why don't you let me communicate with Sword Spirit Senior, my little disciple?" Without waiting for Lianyu to finish, the sixth elder let out a cold snort and interrupted with a bristling mouth. "Elder Sword Spirit said that any disciple of your Lianyu lineage has no right to take part in the selection for the divine body origin. Violators, behead." "How is this?" Lianyu sat back in her seat lost in thought, her mind blank and her expression agonized. "Did I really do wrong?" The people present were speechless at the words. What kind of counterintuitive statement was this? "Master, not good." Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall, only to see Yi Fan rushing in covered in wounds. The Lianyu sage saw this and was distressed and wanted to go forward to assist him, but then he heard the angry rebuke from the Qingyun sage lord. "How dare you? This is the great hall of the sovereign. What's the point of yelling? Senior brother, Fan or he?" "Shut up." The holy lord of Qingyun didn't give Lianyu a good face this time, and said indifferently, "He can't die, so let him talk." At those words, Lianyu gave a start, always feeling that there was something familiar about those words. Isn't this exactly what he said to Xiao Chen today? Seeing that his master no longer spoke, Yi Fan knew that the bitter trick was useless and knelt in the center of the hall to report. Reporting back to the Holy Lord as well as all the elders. Disciples on their way to bring back the remains of their eldest senior brother were unexpectedly attacked by mysterious people. And then what? Speak quickly. The Holy Lord of Qingyun was already a bit impatient at this moment. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a Lianyu progenitor, he would have slapped him to death long ago. Yi Fan pretended to be startled and inwardly snorted, saying, "Old piker, if you have the guts to strike in front of my master." Gathering his emotions, he choked out a sob. "My disciple's cultivation is still shallow and I was unable to defeat the crowd, and by the time I woke up, eldest brother's corpse was long gone. Asshole." Boom! The Holy Lord of Qingyun stormed up at his words, his cultivation at the late stage of the Great Sage realm erupting with a roar, directly sending Yi Fan below flying out with a mouthful of fresh blood spraying out. The latter's face was full of incredulity. This softball Holy Lord dared to make a move against himself. Ryu, who had heard the commotion, also finally came back to her senses and questioned in a cold voice, "What do you mean by that? Senior brother? Ha. If it was in the past, the Holy Lord of Qingyun would have long since retreated when he saw this appearance of Lian Yu, but nowadays, he had long since suppressed it for a long time and directly disliked it back. What? Is senior sister trying to say again that the disciples of your Lian Yu lineage don't need me to discipline them?" Lian Yu still wanted to dislike her back, but the strong voice of the Holy Lord of Qingyun sounded once again. "Senior sister, remember that you have your previous status because that divine body of Xiao Chen is still around, and the senior brothers are giving you face. Could it be that you really think you're invincible when you reach the peak of great sage? You have to remember that I'm the Holy Lord of this Qingyun. I will report this matter to the old ancestor one by one. If you are not convinced, you can bring the disciples of the Lian Yui lineage with you to find another place." Ryuki was completely dumbfounded at his words. She knew deep down that Holy Lord Qingyun was right. Without the identity of Divine Body Master, she was at best an awesome point saint. What the crowd feared was just that she had a Divine Body disciple who was expected to claim the title of Emperor. Now that Xiao Chen had fallen, and the Divine Body origin was not related to their lineage, she had long since ceased to be the Lian Yu saint that everyone respected. Check. Ignoring the dazed Lian Yu, Holy Lord Qingyun angrily shouted, "No matter what, you have to check for me. Less than 3 months to go is the day when my Green Cloud Holy Land will recruit disciples. Categorically, we cannot allow Xiao Chen's corpse to be spread out. Once it is rumored, the face of my Qingyun Holy Land will be completely swept away, becoming the laughingstock of the cultivation world." Yes, the people didn't dare to delay and went out to try to find some clues. Just, the news that Xiao Chen, the holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land, had been slandered by his junior brother and sister, and had been forced to self-detonate his cultivation and die by his eccentric master, and that his corpse had been taken away from him, went viral. In less than a day, it spread throughout the entire desolate domain, causing countless cultivators to be outraged. 3 days later, the Devil's Frontier, the Heavenly Devil's Holy Land, Temple of the Holy Virgin. Qing Hongwan looked at the news in her hands that had been sent back from the desolate domain, her brows frowning slightly as her mind recalled the figure in the void sky mystic realm that had proudly stood out from the crowd, and she couldn't help but feel sorry for it. God's jealousy of a talented man who ended up in such a situation. I had thought that the human race would be able to produce a supreme demon like the chaos, reincarnation, and everlasting great emperors in this life. As the Imperial Father said, the human race, as a race, is best at killing each other. Autumn water. After a long time, Cheng Hongduan's eyes were even colder than before, and Xiao Shui stood by the side, only feeling shivering as his body was enveloped in killing intent. Puff dash. Her feet softened and she fell to her knees, saying with fear and trepidation, "Your Highness the Holy Maiden still commands. This person was once in favor with me in the void sky mystic realm. Unlike the way the other races treat the demons, good and evil are separated. Knowing that I'm a disciple of the demon clan, I still had to risk my life to save me. If not for him in order to save me, perhaps there would not be today's events." Speaking here, Cheng Hongduan shook her head with some regret. If he had followed me back to the heavenly demon Holy Land in the first place, how would he have ended up in such a situation? But, in the end, it was me who did him in. Pass my order down. P.S. The demon race is a racial power. In other words, the heavenly demon Holy Land are all her dads and a race. Effective immediately, any of our demon race disciples who can kill a Qingyin disciple will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones. And the higher the status of the person, the higher the bounty. If you can kill that Lian Yu old woman, you will be rewarded with a Saint King level artifact. If you kill the Qi Fan and that brute Lu Ruyan, you will be rewarded with a Saint Zun level magic weapon. In addition, whoever finds Xiao Dust's corpse will receive a half-emperor level magic weapon. This item is also effective for human cultivators. Xiao Shui, a half-imperial level magic weapon. What? Seemingly seeing the shock in Xiao Shui's heart, Cheng Hongduan's indifferent voice rang out. Is the life of this holy maiden not worth a half-emperor level magic weapon? Hearing this, Xiao Shui didn't dare to doubt and immediately responded. My subordinate will go and make arrangements. After Xiao Shui left, Qing Hongduan came outside the hall and looked towards the sunset in the sky. His tone was tinged with a hint of sentimentality as he said in remembrance, I, Cheng Hongduan, am not someone like the Qingyan Holy Land who kills donkeys and unloads mills. Since the world has treated you unfairly, then I will seek justice for you. In your next life, reincarnate as a member of my demon race. Time rushed by, and 3 days passed in a flash. Tick-tock tick-tock. Under a large tree, the morning dew dripped down the leaves into the slightly open mouth of the teenager below, like a trickle of water into a parched field. Silent for a long time, the sea of Qi actually began to move again, greedily absorbing the world's spiritual Qi. And I don't know how long it took. The teenager's eyelashes fluttered gently, his fingers hooked, and he subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth, his consciousness gradually waking up. Where am I? The teenager was no one else but the awakened Xiao Chen. Open your eyes. A skyscraping tree came right into his eyes, and he first froze, then rejoiced. I actually didn't die. After the surprise, Xiao Chuan's soul force probed out to check his injuries, but he was surprised to find that his yin and yang two-fish jade pendant, which he had been wearing since he was a child, had actually taken the place of the heart position, and yin and yang qi continuously flowed through his body. His meridians and qi points that had originally been broken were also slowly recovering, and he vaguely had the illusion of having a penetrating mind and realizing the great Tao. There really is a big secret on this jade pendant. No wonder in my last life that Yi Fan was so attached to this jade pendant of mine. I didn't expect that this item could save my life in a time of life and death. Hiss! What is it? Suddenly, Xiao Chuan inexplicably had an additional volume of Gongfu memories in his mind, and only after gazing for a long time did he slowly spit out 5 words. Yin-yang merging gong? Yin and yang, life and death, deep into your own path, water and milk. This is actually a dual cultivation technique. P.S. All the heroines in this article have nothing to do with the son of Qi Yin Yifan. No self-green plot. As the words fell, a blush fluttered to his cheeks. The old virgin. Previous life. He didn't choose to leave the sect after this incident, but kept thinking of proving himself with his actions, only to fall into Yifan's trap again and again and be framed by him. In order to make that old demoness, the Lian Yu sage, happy, he ended up going out of his way to give this jade pendant, which he had carried with him since he was a child, to Yi Fan. Now that I think about it, I was so stupid. Ha. No wonder that Yi Fan had so many confidants in his previous life. I thought that he was born with a lustful nature, but I didn't realize that it was because of this gong method. There's also that old demonic woman, Lian Yu, who is bent on hitting on the idea of that divine body essence of mine. It's a fool's errand. In this life, since he dared to do so, he naturally kept a backhand. Before taking out the divine body origin, Xiao Chuan purposely left a trace of his heart and soul on it. Whoever absorbed his divine body essence, that person would his heart and soul take over and subsequently live another life. As for the target, he had long ago informed the Green Sky Emperor sort of the candidate in his mind, and only needed to wait for the right time. Hiss dash. Retrieve your mind. Xiao Chuan struggled to get up to check the situation, but the pain of the broken tendons and veins still felt like countless needles piercing into his skin, and there was a feeling that life was worse than death. Ouch. 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 It's a feeling you don't want to experience a second time in your life. It was only after a few attempts that he finally propped up his upper body against the trunk of the tree, looking around at what appeared to be a medicinal garden around him and gazing at the canopy of the tree above his head in a daze. Then again, what exactly is this place? Wait. Abruptly, Xiao Dust seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Fix your eyes on it, only to see that on the branches above his head there was actually a peach that was round and full and emitted a strong breath of life. Next, his eyes widened. His breathing became rapid and heavy, and his throat rolled as he said with some disbelief, This is the legendary peach tree, one of the 4 innate spiritual roots. The peach tree, along with the Bodhi ancient tree, the enlightenment tea tree, and the Tong Tian Jianmu, they were honored as the 4 great innate spiritual plants by the cultivators of the heavenly Tsang realm. 3,000 years to germinate, 3,000 years to blossom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, until maturity takes a full 9,000 years. Even if you are just a mortal, swallowing a single peach can prolong your life for 10,000 years. It even has the counterintuitive effect of bringing white bones to life from the living dead. If he hadn't taken a petal of peach flesh preserved from the time of Emperor Qin Yun in his early years, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to tell for a while. I've heard from my master before that the peach tree last appeared 100,000 years ago, and someone once witnessed this object being taken captive by the everlasting emperor, planted on the resting soil, and moved to his own medicinal garden. So then, gulp. In the end, even Xiao Dust, who had lived 2 lifetimes, could not help but feel crazy about his current conjecture, and said word for word, can it be that this place is that medicinal garden of the everlasting emperor? Everlasting emperor, the longest-lived great emperor in the history of the heavenly Tsang realm, carrying the eternal indestructible body, immortal and indestructible. Some said that he was the first great emperor of the Dark Era, while others said that he was the last great emperor of the previous era. No one knew how many years he had lived, but it seemed that every era had traces of him. Oh my god, doesn't that mean that all of the spirit medicines here are 100,000-year-old imperial medicines? Spirit medicines are usually divided into 3 stages, 100 years into medicine, 1,000 years into spirit, and 10,000 years into form. The so-called 100 years into medicine means that after the spiritual medicine reaches 100 years of age, It can be harvested and used to refine some unusual pills below the 3rd grade. 1,000 years of spiritualization means that this year's elixir has already possessed a trace of spiritual intelligence, no different from a child, and can be used to refine Xianpin pills. 10,000 years of transformation. The elixir that has reached this age has already possessed the ability to transform into a human being, and is commonly used in the refining of holy pills. As for the 100,000-year-old elixir, that already belonged to the level of emperor medicines, and could be used to refine emperor pills, which could be encountered but not sought. Not to mention ordinary people, it would be a great blessing for ordinary great emperors to be able to find an imperial medicine. However, now the truth was in front of Xiao Chen's eyes. In this medicinal garden of the everlasting emperor, it was full of the so-called emperor medicines from the outside world. With such a medicinal garden at your back, even a pig should have ascended to the emperor realm, right? Xiao Dust couldn't help but lament. Just as he was thinking this, an ethereal voice sounded in his ears. Your analogy is very good. I like it. Who is it? Who are you? Xiao Dust was startled at the sound and somewhat nervously surveyed the surroundings. Finally his gaze landed on the peach tree behind him and he stammered. Elder is you? Well, there's some eye candy. The peach tree shook its leaves slightly, and a silhouette floated down, wearing a long green dress and a pair of bare white jade feet. Wherever she went, she was full of green color. Although Xiao Dust could not see the face, but that kind of sacred and impeccable thoughts filled the mind, and did not dare to have half of a different mind. After calming down, he then said, Late generation Xiao Chuan, I don't know how to address senior, Xiao Duan, surname Xiao. At the name, a not-so-fond memory rang in Peach's mind, and her voice went a little colder in reply. Just call me Sister Peach. Sister Peach? Xiao Dust was a bit messed up. The person in front of me is a peach tree incarnation, at least 100,000 years old, called Sister. Isn't it a bit hasty? What? Peach clasped her hands on her chest, squinted sideways at Xiao Chuan, and skimmed her lips. You're the only kid who isn't happy about it. Gladly. With pleasure. How could Xiao Dust dare to complain? This kind of existence was afraid that it was enough to be compared to a great emperor. In his previous life, he just lacked the background. Nowadays, having this kind of backer seemed not bad. That'll do. Saying that, a peach surfaced in Peach's hand and stuffed it into Xiao Chen's hand, patting the latter's shoulder and saying cheerfully, Come on, don't say that when sister didn't take care of you. Eat this peach. Look at your current thin cultivation. How are you going to pass on the family name for the old Xiao family in the future? This, Xiao Chuan stared at the peach against his face. The Tao rhythm on it was so thick that it was visible to the human eye. The aroma was so fragrant that the liquid in his mouth flowed horizontally. Take it. A generous favor is hard to refuse. Xiao Chuan took the peaches and bowed deeply, saying gratefully, Many thanks, Sister Peach. Eat it, eat it. Sister Peach waved her hand, signaling that there was no need for such courtesies, and opened her mouth to urge, Hurry up and eat it so that you can recover your cultivation and inherit the medicinal garden here. I've been in this medicinal garden for as long as 100,000 years, and it's not easy to catch an air, so don't let me down. Sister Peach, what did you just say? Xiao Chuan was startled, somewhat doubting if he had heard it wrong. Peachy was unimpressed and said, What else can I say? Of course it's for you to inherit this medicinal garden so that I can go out. So, is this medicinal garden actually a place of inheritance prepared by the everlasting emperor for the selection of his successor? Xiao Dust tried to ask. A place of inheritance? Peach muttered, thought for a moment, then nodded. That's right according to you. Here, however, is a record of all the feats and secret techniques that emperor he practiced throughout his life, including spirit weapons and so on. Sure enough, Xiao Chuan was delighted in his heart, not realizing that he had accidentally entered the inheritance land of the everlasting emperor. Could it be that after being reborn once, the qi changed with it? Xiao Duan. I am. See that stone monument there? Saying that, Peach spread her hands and pointed to the stone monument on the side, and said in an orderly and coaxing manner, This is the inheritance assessment stone monument here. If you want to inherit the mantle of the everlasting emperor, you only need to complete the examination tasks on the inheritance stone tablet. Well, interested? Peach had a look of anticipation on her face. Seeing this, Xiao Chen forced down the excitement in his heart and inquired, Sister Peach, is it true that as long as I complete the examination of the inheritance here, you will be able to go out? Nice. Peach nodded. Xiao Chen then asked, Then during this period, can I leave this secret realm and go out? Could be. After saying that, Peach's palm spread out and an ancient and simple nano ring flew out, quietly hovering in front of Xiao Chen, tugging at his breath. This is the eternal life ring. In the future, if you leave this place, you can use your divine sense to enter this place through this ring and complete the examination. The overall shape of the ring of longevity is very simple. A circle like a withered vine-like ring, plus a leaf embellishment. The leaf texture is like emerald. Verdant, bursting with vitality. Since that's the case, then Xiao Chen will definitely live up to Sister Peach's expectations. When the words fell, Xiao Chen no longer hesitated and used his spiritual energy to gently cut his fingertip and began to drip blood to recognize the owner. The ring of eternal life emitted a soft buzz sound. Recognition is successful. Subsequently, memories related to it surged into Xiao Chen's mind, and a flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes. The eternal life ring was not only an imperial soldier, but also the key to the secret realm of eternal life. However, there were still 3 more layers of prohibitions on it, and he would only be able to become a named disciple under the seat of the everlasting emperor and open the first layer of prohibitions if he passed the first round of examination. Right now, there was no difference between the eternal life ring and an ordinary nascent ring. After understanding everything, Xiao Chuan looked at the peaches in his hand and gulped, looking towards Peach, who understood and revealed a quirky smile. Just don't worry about absorbing it. With me as a veteran driver, just put your mind at ease. Old driver? Xiao Chen did not understand what this meant and did not think much about it. Picking up the peach and taking a big bite. Crunch. Hiss. So sweet. When the peach flesh entered his stomach, a spiritual energy so pure that it was beyond compare instantly wrapped his body. In the blink of an eye, those remaining injuries in his body then quickly recovered as normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the last mouthful of coiled peaches into the stomach, Xiao Chuan's whole body meridians have been repaired, and the whole person has recovered as the first time. No, it should be several times better than he was earlier, and his originally dispersed cultivation was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. Boom, boom. The bursts of spiritual energy produced by realm breakthroughs constantly resounded through the medicinal garden. That's steep. Peachy noticed a faint silver-white mark emerging from Xiao Chen's forehead, and her heart immediately set off shockwaves as she muttered, "Reincarnation seal? This kid can't really be the son of those two. The commotion is really something. I also don't know how many large cave heavens he condensed in his previous life." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen had already broken through several realms in a single breath, and his cultivation had already arrived at the peak of the cave heaven realm. It's a force to be reckoned with. Boom! A round of cave sky as magnificent as a great sun, emitting the aura of the Tao, appeared behind him with a roar, greedily devouring the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. Boom! 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 With 8 sounds in a row, the 9 caverns were like a group of shining stars, and with the addition of a devouring cyclone condensed by a heaven-swallowing devil technique. At this moment, the spiritual energy in Xiao Chen's body was piled up to a very terrifying point. The 9 caves? Hiss! Extreme number cave heaven. This kind of talent, whose hands did he lose in his last life? Can't it be that there is someone even more demonic in this side of heaven and earth? Peach was a little confused for a moment. The other side, Xiao Chen, who was sitting under the sky of the 9 great caves, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes contained a trace of terrifying spiritual rhythm, and his mouth murmured in a low voice, "In my previous life, I condensed the 9 great cave heavens, but I lost to you, and in this life, I won't lose again. Drive me." Buzz. As the words fell, spiritual energy surged within Xiao Chen's body, and the 9 cavernous heavens chimed in unison, their breaths pulling each other and converging. What's he doing? Peach, who has always been a well, immediately stood up and looked at the 10th cave that emerged in the void, almost dropping his jaw. Click dash. Zip, 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 zip. The void shattered, as if a pair of big hands probed out from that 10th cave sky. Hard to tear the space. Blue-white arcs of electricity kept falling. The momentum of the sound was extraordinary. The 10th cave, become, rumble. At the same time, a rolling thunder sounded as if it had penetrated space and time, reaching directly into the minds of the two of them. No good. Hearing the sound, Peach beauty eyes wide. Unusual sound of heavenly thunder cannot penetrate the space to hear. This movement is the only robbery thunder. Bad. This kid is originally a reincarnated person. So this calamity thunder shall not split him to death? To save or not to save? Ah! In the end, as if Peach had made some decision, she reached out her hand and a green stream of light flew out from the trunk of the peach tree and fell into her hand, throwing it towards Xiao Dust, her eyes full of unwillingness to give up, and said, "Brat, this thing is the heart of the peach tree that I have cultivated for 10,000 years before I have one. It can withstand 3 robberies of lightning. Don't you dare die. I'll lose money if I die." When the words fell, Peach was afraid of being locked together by the robbery thunder. His hands quickly pinched, and his small mouth blared. 10,000 miles of heaven and earth. The earth is boundless. Open. Next, the secret realm seemed to extend for tens of thousands of miles as Xiao Chuan's figure appeared in a clearing and the void above his head opened up as thunder exploded. Rumble. In an instant, The sky and the earth are different colors. The original clear blue sky is suddenly covered by a layer of thunderclouds. The scope of the wide range, covering 100 miles in a circle, 200 miles. The thunderclouds didn't stop until they had spread to a radius of 1,000 miles. Jesus! What is that thing? Countless living beings looked at the robber thunder that emitted a brilliant heavenly aura rolling through the clouds. An inexplicable fear rose in their hearts, not daring to look directly at it. In the meantime, chaotic star sea, Tianji Pavilion. A blind old man like a withered tree sitting on top of the lake under the tree. Underneath the swimming fish to and fro, as if no one. Beginning. The blind old man's eyes suddenly opened, and although his eye sockets were empty as if they were nothing, it seemed as if he could see the color of shock contained in his eyes. Whoa dash. The old man's movements did not stop, holding the Bodhi wooden bead in his right hand and grasping the heavenly chance destiny plate in his left hand, his mouth constantly murmuring the mnemonic of the troublesome secret FAI. Next, the old man's heart was clear, and his hollow eyes looked in the direction of the desolate domain. This is, in a glimpse, he saw a magnificent figure, standing above the river of time, like a 10,000-foot god, with his head overhanging the Hongmeng universe, his feet stepping on the void and chaos, and behind him, the 3,000 avenues all bowed down, and I was the only one. Snap, put, with just one glance, the old man spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. The Bodhi wooden bead in his hand broke and rolled down to the ground, and his breath fell to the bottom of the valley, like a wisp of green smoke that would dissipate at any time. Boom! The gate to the compound was opened. Master, old ancestor. Several middle-aged people immediately rushed in, holding the old man, looking anxious, seemingly waiting for his final instructions. The old man raised his head to the sky, as if he saw something. His finger gently pointed at the brow of the man in front of him, and a memory passed through, his voice trembling. Wasteland, the reincarnated man, everlasting life enlightenment, life noble unclimbable. Do not befriend them deliberately so as not to create suspicion. Just let nature take its course. Snap. As the words fell, the old man's hand fell helplessly, completely out of breath. Pass my order. Deliver the words of the old ancestor to every member of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, and at the same time, announce to the outside world that in this life, my Heavenly Chance Pavilion will also fight for it. Also, have Spirit come see me. I have something to tell her. Yes. Upon hearing this, a group of elders from the Tianji Pavilion quickly hid their sorrows and took large strides towards the outside of the courtyard. They all knew what the old ancestor had just said. This world's battle for the great Tao is in the wasteland. Rumble. Wasteland. Unknown land. The robberies above Xiao Chen's head were still coalescing, and countless forces had long surrounded the outside of the robberies, wanting to see why the person who was crossing the robberies was who he was. The sky is descending with robberies and thunder. Who is this who wishes to act against the heavens? In the camp of the Dragon Elephant Holy Land, a white-haired, jade-faced old man with a naked upper body and gnarled muscles, with his hands behind his back, raised his head to look at the robbing thunder in the sky, his brows furrowed. During this period of time the visions are frequent. The great world is approaching. I am afraid that there will be a great catastrophe accompanying it. If we can figure out who is in this room, it will be a good thing for me. The Dragon Elephant. Old Man 1, I think you're just confused about living, aren't you? Cultivators such as myself originally walk against the heavens. So what's this talk of a great catastrophe? Suddenly, on the other side of the sky, a line of people walked out of the void. Their body aura was clearly already at the Saint King realm. Humph. Seeing the visitor, Old Man 1 snorted coldly and disliked back nonchalantly. You, a junior from the Wuji Holy Land, are also qualified to speak to me? Call your old man out. You, Suyu sniffed. His face stiffened, and just as he wanted to get angry he was stopped by the woman beside him, who shook her head, signaling not to be impulsive, and then showed her face and laughed. Elder 1 is not to be blamed. My husband has always been obstinate in his speech. Please don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Old Man 1 cast a sidelong glance at the woman who spoke, then turned his head away and spat in a low voice. He, old monster Su, has found a good daughter-in-law. Better than that kid. Egu, my violent temper. Suyu listened to the small temper fled up at once, rolled up his sleeves, and confessed. Old Man 1, if my bloodline opens up, I don't see how you can block it. Roar. As he spoke, a dragon elephant shadow emerged behind Old Man 1, and his questioning realm cultivation instantly exploded. Crap. Feeling that change in breath, Suyu was furious for a moment and hurriedly changed his face to curry favor. Grandpa 1, seeing strange isn't it? My old man has been thinking of you. Why don't you come and sit in the humble abode someday? The Old Man 1 spat and said with a blank stare. How can that old monster expect me to be good? I'm afraid he doesn't want me to die, right? Master 1. This is your mistake. Buzz. Just as Suyu was about to say something else, the space between the two of them rippled once again, only to see the Holy Lord of Qingyun walk out together with Lian Yu and the others. It's Sacred Lord Su and Elder One. The head Holy Lord of Qingyun was just about to greet him, but Suyu raised his head to look at the sky and mouthed, "Oh, today's weather is really nice. Don't you think so, Grandpa Wan?" Old Man Wan, who was beside him, also skimmed to the side at the words, his hand attached to his ear. "What did you say? Getting old? My ears are not good." This, Qingyun Holy Lord and the others didn't know what to do when they saw this, and Lian Yu also seemed to realize what was going on, and her face was a bit unsettled. For a while, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Underneath the robocloud, Xiao Chuan sat in the void with his legs crossed and his eyes open as he looked at the robbing thunder above his head that had locked onto his aura. Not only was there no fear on his face, the corners of his mouth instead grinned as he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Rumor has it that a demon in ancient times was envied by heaven and earth when he made his breakthrough and descended a calamity thunderbolt that covered 300 miles. Now this 1,000 miles of my robbing thunder, is it a proof that this seat's natural talent is amazing? The 10 great caves, there is none in all ages. Ran. That's not all. Words fell. Shao dust body breath again soared. Behind the 10 great caverns issued a burst of roar. The surrounding space began to distort, as glass like the birth of silk cracks. Oh my god, what else does this little guy want? In the distance, Peach, who was hiding behind the peach tree, watched the movement on Xiao Chuan's body, and his entire body became bad. As innate beings, their greatest taboo was the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was as much a part of them as a mortal parent. At this moment, Xiao Chen's behavior of openly provoking the heavenly Tao, and then looking at her to come as completely like hitting a lantern in a thatched pit. Looking for death. Suck me. Just in the moment when Momoko was lost in thought, Xiao Chen's voice pulled her attention. Next moment, she saw the unforgettable scene of this life and covered her small mouth. A crazy thought flashed through Peach's mind and her face was full of dismay. This brat wouldn't want to use the power of the lightning of the calamity to prepare to forcefully transform the spiritual energy in his body into spirit crystals. Crazy. Crazy. All crazy. Emperor Sama is right. These days little kids are too rebellious. Spiritual power into crystals. This was a cultivation method that belonged to cultivators of the great imperial realm. Every time the spiritual power in the body is converted into a spiritual crystal, it means that the person has taken another step in the great emperor realm, which is also known as one step, one sky. The great emperor realm had a total of 9 levels, and when all of the spirit crystals in the body had been transformed into spirit crystals, the next realm could be opened. But looking at the hundreds of millions of years of history in the heavenly Tsang realm, there were only a few people who were able to do so. But right now, Xiao Chuan, a little kid of less than the saint realm, dared to try to transform spiritual energy into crystals? Huffing and puffing dash. The heavenly Tao seemed to have guessed Xiao Chuan's thoughts as well, and the power of the robbing thunder tilted down, aiming at the top of Xiao Chuan's head as it fell with a roar. Upon seeing this, Xiao Dust opened his eyes. His eyes were like torches, and his expression was delighted. Just in time. Swallow it. Boom. The 10 great caves are like a round of God's ring at the moment, and the black cyclone condensed by the heaven-swallowing devil technique is condensed in the center, and together they meet the falling robberies and devour the thunder. This gong fu breath. Can't it be that it's the gong method of that fellow heaven-swallowing? Boy. Momoko marveled, an unexplained thought rising in her mind. It always feels like if I'm added, maybe, this could really work. Peaches, I'm awesome. Puff dash. In just a single glance, the first calamity lightning was instantly devoured by the 10 great caves along with the heaven-swallowing devil technique, transforming into a trace of calamity lightning origin that was incorporated into Xiao Chen's body. Zip, zip, zip. The arcs of electricity jumping on Xiao Chen's body surface could still be vaguely seen, splitting and snapping. Hiss. This kid actually snatched something from the mouth of Tendo to eat. The moment Momoko felt the view of cultivation she had always had crumble. Emperor Ah, where on earth did you find this demon from? Ah Rowan. At the same moment, far away in the endless starry sky in an unknown place, the bull-riding teenager looked at the several divine spirit realm extraterrestrial heavenly demons in front of him and coldly sneezed. Boom boom boom. Next, it was as if the entire starfield had been annihilated by a force majeure, along with the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. The bull-riding teenager rubbed his nose, looked in a certain direction of the endless starry sky, and murmured, "Strange, how come that girl Xiao Tao suddenly misses me?" As the words fell, his pair of eyes looked as if they had crossed time and space and were covered with a layer of stars as his gaze caught sight of Xiao Chen, who was sitting in the skyjacking, his hand propped up on his chin as he spared a glance. 10 caves, breaking the polar numbers. It seems that he has already taken the first step, but that alone is not enough. Little one, I'm looking forward to your growth. Ha, said the teenager, suddenly retracting his gaze as if he had sensed something, and looked behind him at a certain starfield, urging, old ox, hurry up and retreat. That crazy bitch is at it again. Moo moo moo. At the sound, the old cow looked like it had heard some overwhelmingly horrifying news, and its tail was like a small motor, whirling out residual shadows, in the blink of an eye, disappearing in an instant without leaving a trace of breath. Rumble. In a short moment, 45 heavenly thunderbolts had already fallen from the robbing clouds, looking at the Qingyun Holy Lord and the others as they sked and smacked their lips, claiming wonder. 2 seniors. I see the sign. This heavenly tribulation is at least a 49 heavenly thunder. I'm afraid that this son's talent is enough to rival some ordinary emperor's sons. Hearing this, although Suyu's heart does not like this Qingyun Holy Land, but the 3 holy lands, belonging to the same Qingzhou, head up, no head down. There is no need to make the relationship too stiff. Shaking his head back. Well, much more than that. The so-called emperor's son, i.e., the great emperor's own son, they were the ultimate underpinnings of the great holy lands, and the cards reserved to deal with the great world to come. These people retained the purest great emperor bloodline in their bodies, and even if they didn't cultivate, when they were 18 years old, their body cultivation would reach the sage realm. This was the power of the emperor's blood. Oh, the Holy Lord of Qingyun was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but spit out in his heart. How does an ordinary heavenly pride compare to an emperor's son? Looking at the emperor's sons, which one of them wouldn't be a supreme demon carrying an innate supreme holy body, or even an immortal body? To them, the lightning was nothing more than a passing contraption. In other words, those who could be sealed down as emperor's sons to face the great world struggle were all unparalleled demons, and they were incomparably confident in their hearts. Sage Lord Bai hasn't forgotten that the heavenly Tao is silent at the moment, and although the aura has recovered, it's a far cry compared to the ancient and supreme periods where Emperor Z and the others were, and this person is definitely not the 4-9 heavenly thunder, but the 9-9 heavenly thunder. So, at least in my opinion, this son's accomplishments are by no means below those of an emperor's son, and perhaps the only one who can compare is an extreme Tao emperor's son. Listening to Suyu's analysis, old man Wan, who was not far away, nodded his head in acquiescence. But, suddenly, an ill-timed laugh rang out. Lian Yu, who was standing behind the Holy Lord of Qingyun, didn't hold back her laughter, which instantly caused a few people to be displeased. Crazy woman. The Holy Lord of Qingyun really wanted to find a place to drill in at the moment. It was too humiliating. Ha! Old man Wan is a cultivator of the previous generation. Suyu prides himself as a gentleman. It is not good to get angry with a woman, but Shurya as a woman cannot care so much. Sneering. I guess this is the Lian Yu sage who forced his own disciple to die. Lian Yu sniffed. Her face stagnated, endless grievances surged to her heart, and she just wanted to retort, but was stifled by Shurya's next words. I've heard a lot about you. Humph. Lian Yu knew that she couldn't say anything in a fight, and said in a cold voice, I also don't know what qualifications a few seniors have to say that this person crossing the tribulation can be compared to my Holy Land's imperial daughter. It's simply laughable. As Lian Yu had said, Emperor Qingyun was an extreme emperor whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the great emperor, and his own daughter was now sealed in the emperor's source, waiting for the great world to come. Oh, Shurya clasped her hands on her chest and gave a blank look. So what? I can still beat you to death. At this moment, Shurya completely lost her previous noblewoman temperament, brutal, a few points more terrifying than Suyu, a peak of the Saint King realm, heroic. You, senior sister Lian Yu, stop talking. Lian Yu was about to say something else, but was interrupted by the Holy Lord of Qingyun, who hurriedly apologized. Elder sure, I'll make amends to you on behalf of my senior sister. Xia didn't reply, skimming her head lazily. The relationship between the two great holy places was considered to be a complete stalemate. On the side, the Dragon Elephant Holy Land, which was originally on good terms with it, was also in a state of disintegration because its Saint Sun and Shao Dust were brothers. Today, being stirred up by Lian Yu like this, it was considered a complete breakup, thinking that it would be a state of being on the back of the belly in the future. The Holy Lord of Qingyun and the others were blue in the face and speechless in their hearts, secretly saying, how could Master Teacher have taken in such an epileptic woman in the first place? How much better it would have been if the one who died in the first place was senior sister Lian Yu and not senior brother Qing Shao. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation is still continuing. As Suyu said, not the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, but the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Huffing and puffing, the last 3 robberies came as scheduled. But at this moment, Shao Chen had lost his previous prowess and had long since exhausted himself. Whoosh! In the nick of time, the heart of the peach tree gifted by Peach Su flew out, directly absorbing the power of the robbing thunder, turning into a green stream of light and falling into his chi. Buzz. After the 10 great caves absorbed the last heavenly tribulation with great difficulty, they let out a weak humming sound, seeming to be somewhat exhausted, and slowly dissipated. Let's go! The other side. The exhausted Shao dust fell from the void. The robbing clouds began to dissipate, and Old Man Wan and the others were keenly aware of the commotion and stepped through the space to rush towards the center. A feeling of being bound to take the person who had crossed the threshold under his tutelage. Although Lian Yu was displeased, she didn't want this kind of heavenly pride to fall into someone else's hands, and muttered in her heart, "Since you want it, I'm not going to let you. With this disciple, I can safely prepare to break through the Sing King realm in the future." During these days, Lian Yu Peak had to do everything herself since there was no more Xiao Chuan to guide her disciples in their cultivation, including the cultivation of the Lu Ruyan duo as well. However, she never thought that her two disciples would be one more than the other, and they have not been subjected to the blank stares of the peak masters of the peaks. In the past, when Xiao Chen was still around, how could these people dare to fight with themselves like this, simply infuriating her? Thus, Lian Yu was now in dire need of a supreme demon who could replace Xiao Chen. Thinking of this, her eyes that looked towards the center of the thunderbolt erupted with bearish battle intent. "I'll take this disciple." Ran. By the time the crowd arrived at the center of the thunderbolt, Xiao Chen's figure was long gone. Peach has long been a step ahead of the others, and will pick up Xiao dust and place it under the peach tree to recuperate, not daring to approach it hastily. Now this kid is totally a walking humanoid robber thunder. The key is, really letting this kid get it done, and also letting it steal a trace of the origin of the robbery thunder, against the heavens. Peach a glance in Xiao Chen. His eyes fell straight on his Dantian Chi see above a strand of the origin of the robbery lightning, constantly and repeatedly crushed the spiritual energy in the sea of Chi, and slowly had a tendency to turn into a crystal. On the other hand, her peach tree heart was transformed into a round of visions rooted on the surface of the sea of Chi and began to take root, surrounded by the power of robberies and thunder, which was extraordinary. Aha! Under the tree. The burst of tearing pain coming from the Dantian caused Xiao Chuan's body to jolt. His teeth clenched tightly, and bean-sized beads of sweat strung from his cheeks into threads. The body that had been repaired with great difficulty even began to crumble apart again by inches, shocking to the eyes. Hey! Peach was a bit intolerant inside. Help a man to the end. Brat! It's almost over. So you'll have to hold out for me. I've lost a lot of money this time. In the future to find more heaven and earth spirit liquid to return you Peach sister. Sister is not difficult for you. Nothing to give me a drink of the ageless spring, the great Tao origin liquid those on the line. Buzz. As her words fell, a stream of pure life essence was injected into his body, constantly mending the injuries on his body. Repeat the past, tens of thousands of times. In the Chi C space, Xiao Chen's divine sense surfaced and sensed that the aura was restored, and he immediately understood and shouted, "This is the Sea of Labor's Chi. All obey me. Get off me." Boom. Steeply, the majestic spirit pressure exploded with his body as the center, setting off gusts of wind. Same time, above the Sea of Chi, the 9 great Gongfu visions that Xiao Chuan had comprehended in his previous life appeared in unison, like a god sitting in the void. Green sky, moon and bright sword, blue sea and heaving sky. Thousands of spirit swords floated in the void. The sound of swords shook the sky. The green ocean hung upside down in the sky, flowing straight down. Shasta. Swish. A peach tree of the thunderbolt coil grew rapidly from below the Sea of Chi, as if it had swallowed the 9 visions in one bite, leaving only one of its figures behind. What a domineering vision! Xiao Dust looked at the only vision above the Sea of Chi and sked in wonder. This one peach tree of the thunderbolt coiling tree was enough to match the 9 visions of his previous life, which were divine and incomparable. This is considered to be the first vision I've condensed after returning from rebirth, right? Ka-ching! As the words fell, the space on the other side of his chi-si ruptured as if by glass, but strangely Xiao Chen did not feel any discomfort. Next, he then saw the slit turn into a big black sun, hanging high on the other side of the Sea of Chi, vaguely dividing itself from the peach tree of the thunderjacking vision. It seems that this heaven-swallowing demon technique is even bigger than I thought it came from. Who dash? In the middle of his thoughts, his chi-si finally gradually regained its calm. Look around. The original ocean-like Sea of Chi was actually transformed into the form of pieces of spirit crystals, as if it was frozen, with a different kind of beauty. It's almost time to get out. Otherwise Peachy-san would be worried. Phew! Opening his eyes again, Xiao Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His divine sense looked inside his body and looked at the Sea of Chi that had turned into a crystalline form and smiled with satisfaction. Spiritual power into crystals. It was rumored to be a form of spiritual power that only appeared after a great Emperor Realm cultivator had mastered his spiritual power to a near-perfect degree. This was also a way for great Emperor Realm cultivators to measure their strength. If the spiritual energy of a cultivator of the same rank was a bucket of water, then his spiritual energy at this moment was a lake, far exceeding the same rank by hundreds of times. How does it feel, little one? Peach's voice rang out from the sidelines, a quirky grin on her face as she whispered. Feels good to make a scene, doesn't it? Aha! Xiao Chuan first nodded his head before making a deep bow towards Peach. Many thanks to Sister Peach for her help. There is no way to repay a great favor. With that, he raised his eyes and smiled heatedly. In the future, I'll be sure to find some great Tao origin liquid for you to gargle with. This time, if it wasn't for Peach's several offers of help, he would have already gone to the death gate to report for duty. Count on your brat having a conscience. Peach patted Xiao Chuan's shoulder in a good-natured manner. Her loss this time could be considered a huge drain. Not only did she consume a peach tree heart, but she also lost nearly 100,000 years of her lifespan, causing a small gap to appear in her nearly infinite lifespan. What about your cultivation? Did you break through the Saint Realm? Strangely enough, since Xiao Chen had condensed the 10 great cave temples, she was unable to see through the other party's aura anymore, as if it was clouded by a layer of mist. Xiao Dust did not care, clenched his fist and said frankly, early stage of Saint. Spiritual power has only completed 10% crystallization for the time being. Battle power, unknown. However, one shouldn't fall into a disadvantage when facing an ordinary peak great sage, and one would have to know the specifics only in actual combat. Aha! While Peach nodded, he was secretly shocked in his heart and didn't forget to remind. By the way, I noticed that ever since you condensed the 10 great cave heavens, the aura on your body seems to have been completely concealed. In other words, no one in this realm can detect your cultivation, except, of course, some special spirit pupils. Xiao Dust was slightly shocked upon hearing this. He did not expect the 10 great cave heaven to have such benefits. The 10 great cave heavens. I don't know much about it, so you can only explore it all on your own. What Peach said was true. In a group of innate spiritual roots, having only lived for 100,000 years, she was actually about the same as a young girl of the human race who had just matured. Adding to the fact that she had never left the secret realm, all she knew were the inherited memories in her mind. I see. For such a senior, Xiao Chen was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Okay. Peach patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. His heart was very satisfied with this junior in front of him, knowing how to repay kindness. This alone was enough. Although I know that you still have things to deal with in the outside world, but from the time you enter here, the outside world is actually only just after 3 days. If you are not in a hurry, Peach's words changed, pointing at the stone tablet once again. I suggest that before you break through to the sage realm, it would be best to raise your divine sense cultivation to the sage level as well, as this will help you greatly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dust nodded with deep thought. In his previous life, he had been stuck in the condensation realm due to his heart-nodding divine sense cultivation, and because of this, the half-emperor realm him had later lost to the questioning realm's Yifan. Thanks for the pointer, Peachy. After saying that, Xiao Chuan slowly walked to the stone tablet and sat down on his knees, closing his eyes and holding his breath as he tried to cultivate according to the contents on the stone tablet. Seeing this, Peach flew back to the tree trunk and sat down, her legs waving in the air, and in her hand, she took out an elixir from somewhere and knocked it down. Looking at Xiao Chen below, I also don't know how long it will take for this kid to comprehend the techniques on this stone tablet. The emperor once said that it took him 10,000 years to realize it, while the 2 great emperors, Chaos and Reincarnation, took 10 years. It's said that the blue is better than the blue. If Xiao Chuan is really their son, then how come 3 years is enough, right? However, the moment her words fell, the stone monument suddenly emitted a booming sound, and the entire Pill Garden mystic realm trembled with it. Whoosh! Abruptly, only to see the words on the stone tablet evolve into a wisp of golden light coalescing, and then transforming into a stream of light that went straight into his brow. Hiss! Peach got up in surprise, staring at Xiao Chen below, holding his head and exclaiming, I spent 100,000 years without sensing the gong method. This kid. With that, she began to break her fingers and count. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, less than 10 breaths in total. The truth. This kid Xiao Chen is definitely not the son of Chaos and Reincarnation. This kid is the son of the heavenly Tao. It must be so. I'm sure. The other side. Xiao Chuan did not know the slightest thing about Peach's words, and his entire body inexplicably appeared in the sky above the sea of consciousness, looking around blankly. This is my sea of consciousness? Whoosh! All that answered him was a running golden light that whizzed past his ears. What is that golden light? As the ray of golden light fell all the way to the uppermost part of the sea of consciousness, under his gaze, the golden light suddenly swelled and evolved into a large sun, while the brilliant light lit up the entire sea of consciousness. A string of mysterious inscriptions flew out from the center of the great sun and clung to the edge of his sea of consciousness. Seals? Or a divine soul secret method? Hiss. Without waiting for Xiao Chuan to think more, a wave of pain that tore his soul came. His head sank, and just as he was about to faint, Peach's voice came into his ears. Xiao Chuan, no matter what happens, watch carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't sleep through it. Although he didn't know the reason, he still gritted his teeth and stared dead-on at the sea of consciousness space that was covered with golden mysterious inscriptions. His eyes filled with doubts. What the hell is this inscription? Rumble. Suddenly, the space of the sea of consciousness began to vibrate, and a burst of Sanskrit sounds rang in his ears. The 4 nines of the Great Diffusion. Recluse one of them. Remind the 9 heavens and not destroy their souls. Boom! In a flash, a golden rune lit up on Xiao Chuan's brow. His hair was windless, and countless memory images surged into his mind, as if he was half awakened from a dream, and between his eyes, there was a streak of strange colors. Ryoko. Only then did he say word for word, somewhat dismayed. I didn't realize that the heavenly Tsang realm I'm in right now is only the lower world in the starry realm's great thousand worlds, and there's also the middle realm and the upper realm on top of that, even the divine realm. And the technique on this stone tablet is actually the Great Diffraction Divine King's best technique, the Great Diffraction Divine Technique. A hallowed Divine King level technique would have strayed here, so it seems that even as strong as a Divine King is not undefeatable. There is a long way to go in cultivation. Only at this moment did he realize that there were also stronger people above the great emperors, and that the emperor-ranked techniques were not exhaustive. Yi Fan shouldn't be the end of his life either. At this moment, the knot that had haunted him for years was resolved. In a split second, his mind is elevated. Boom! Immediately afterward, his sea of consciousness space also began to change, pulling his thoughts back. Fix your eyes on it. His entire sea of consciousness space was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the originally illusory projection of his divine sense became solid, as if his own body had descended. Divine sense cultivation also broke through at this moment. Boom! The space of divine consciousness vibrated. Concentration realm. Broken. Divine elemental realm. Broken. Divine sea realm. Broken. The realm of the bright gods. Broken. Xiao Chuan's divine sense cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the saint realm before he managed to stop and regain his composure. Same moment, layers of golden ripples swirled on the surface of his sea of consciousness, and countless starbursts floated from the depths of his sea of consciousness, coalescing at a single point and transforming into the appearance of a baby. This is a soul baby? The so-called soul baby is a soul body condensed by the power of the divine soul after the cultivation of the cultivator's divine consciousness breaks through to the saint realm, and can grow with the cultivator's growth of divine consciousness, until the time when it is completely identical to the likeness of the original. It can also condense an out-of-body incarnation, and through the soul baby cohesion out of the body incarnation not only with the original concentric, but also can share the cultivation of enlightenment. Cultivation realm a day by leaps and bounds. In his previous life, he clearly remembers that the Ji Fan was condensing an out-of-body incarnation to infiltrate into the holy places of the great sects, looting the secret methods of his sect and sharing his cultivation senses while hooking up with the redheads and incorporating them into his harem. To a great extent, it made up for his shortcomings as a mortal body and ranked him among the ranks of demons. Xiao Dust raised his eyebrows, already having an idea in his mind, and his gaze fell on the holy infant as he said with amusement, "Hatchetting the magpie's nest. Perhaps this method can be borrowed for a while." As the words fell, an invisible force pulled Xiao Chen's divine sense and once again re-entered the outside world. Open your eyes. A strong sense of suffocation came. Xiao Chuan greedily breathed in fresh air, and only after he felt better did he realize that he was lying in a wooden cage. You're awake. Upon noticing the former waking up, Peach slowly retracted the branch and placed him back on the ground, inquiring, "How's it going? Can there be any difference?" Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "No. Gnosis is quite a bit more elevated than before." Upon hearing this, Peach's face showed a touch of envy, but it quickly returned to normal as she pursed her lips and congratulated. "Congratulations, little one. You've passed the first round of the Emperor's examination." "I passed the test?" Xiao Dust was puzzled and then reacted, pointing his finger at the stone monument. Could it be that the first round of the Inheritance's examination is to comprehend this great diffusion divine skill? Exactly. Why it doesn't feel particularly hard. Ha! Momo-chan, why are you squeezing your fist? There's something to be said for that. It's a rule that you don't hit people in the face. Ouch. 10 breaths later, Xiao Dust had a large bag on his head, and was in pain. Who would have thought that Peach, who was an innate spiritual root, would not have comprehended this great diffusion divine skill in 100,000 years? It's really unjust. ignoring Xiao Chen's grim look like a little daughter-in-law who had been wronged. Peach's voice continued to ring out. Since you've comprehended the great diffusion divine skill and passed the first round of the examination, from now on, you'll be a named disciple under the Emperor's seat. A registered disciple? Xiaodust came back to his senses and was a bit stunned, not expecting the requirements for accepting a disciple to be so harsh. But after associating it with the other party's identity, he was then relieved. Then, Master, he has other named disciples? That's for sure. Peach pointed to herself divinely. Speaking of which, I'm considered half of your senior sister. So call me senior sister from now on, junior brother. However, you are indeed the first disciple to pass the examination in these tens of thousands of years. Isn't that surprising? Xiaodust showed his teeth and nodded with some small smugness. It is indeed a bit surprising that I would become a disciple of the everlasting emperor. Great emperor? Peach's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a meaningful smile as she snickered. An emperor? Not a great emperor. Could it be the realm above that great emperor? Xiao Chuan had previously speculated that an ordinary great emperor would only live for 100,000 years, while the everlasting emperor was carrying an everlasting body and had lived for at least 10 million years. His cultivation must have long since reached a godforsaken level. Peach seemed to have seen Xiao Chen's small mind, shook her head and guffawed, looking at the latter a little lost in thought. So beautiful. I can't tell you that much for now. If you really want to know, when you break through to the great emperor realm, you'll be considered a true disciple of the emperor. And then you'll be able to open the second layer of the everlasting ring's prohibition. There's everything you want to know there. I respectfully follow Senior Sister's teachings. Although Xiaodust had doubts in his heart, Senior Sister Peach neither said anything more. Everything would naturally be known when he broke through the great emperor realm. To dwell too much on it now is just adding to the trouble. That's nice, little brother. In that case, for the sake of you calling me Senior Sister, I'll show you a clear path. As the words fell, Peachy pointed her finger at a small wooden hut next to this medicinal garden and said, that hut contains some rare Dan formulas and lost alchemy techniques left behind by the emperor before he left. Not much use to me. If you're interested, you can seriously sink your teeth into going through it. It's very helpful for you to complete the second round of examination. By the way, you should properly organize the epiphanies you've gained during this period of time before making plans to leave. Xiao Chuan did not refuse and turned around towards the hut that Peach had pointed out, not forgetting to turn back and say, I'll be going then, Senior Sister. Aha. Looking at his distant back, Sister Peach waved goodbye, with a passing reminder on her lips. Don't forget to come here tomorrow to test the results. Aha. Squeak dash. Pushing open the stale door of the hut, Xiaodust snapped his ringing fingers and released a cleansing spell, and the air was instantly quite clear. La. He pulled out a random seat and sat down, taking down the book in the bookcase above his head, Basic Pharmacology of Pills, and nodded his head rather satisfied. Although complimented by the experience of cultivation in my previous life, now that I'm living again, I really do have some new feelings in my heart. This method of alchemy is quite new to me. Study it and perhaps you will find something new. Xiao Chuan remembered that in his previous life, in addition to a solid foundation in martial arts, Yi Fan's Dan Dao was also a masterpiece, thus pulling in a lot of power. However, he knew that the reason why Yi Fan was able to achieve such attainments in the path of Dan Dao, the reason behind it had nothing to do with that Pill Sun's remnant soul. The Pill clan was the number one Dan Dao power in the central state, and that Medicine Sun is the son of the last patriarch, only 100 years old. Is the Xian rank alchemist? If not 1,000 years ago the medicine tribe suffered a huge change. I am afraid that now as a party Dan Shang, the status of a Dan Dao saint was more honorable than that of a saint realm cultivator, and even one as strong as a half-emperor would have to make friends with them. The Dandi emperor had even not been born for 10,000 years. There are only 3 or 2 rumors in the world that the Eternal Life Emperor has long since broken through the Dan Emperor level, and that Emperor-level pills are at his fingertips, and that he has mastered the Dan Dao mastery, the method of void alchemy. Just now, I probed the outside world and realized that only 5 days had passed since the day of my death, and there are still more than 2 months to go before the grand ceremony. In that case, prepare a great gift for them properly. The words fell. Xiaodust turned over the hands of the Basic Pharmacology of Pills, seriously and carefully study up. The plan in his mind slowly spread out. Outside, the holy land of the green clouds, it was cloudy and the wind was howling. Countless disciples lowered their heads, not daring to make the slightest stop as they rushed towards the cave. Hey! On the martial arts field, there were a few scattered disciples of the Lian Yu lineage hiding under the eaves of the house, looking at the thunderclouds above their heads and whispering in broken voices. Have you guys noticed? It seems like ever since eldest senior brother died, our green cloud holy land doesn't seem to have a single day of good weather. Heaven's wrath. When eldest brother was first reported by the two of them, I thought it was strange. Normally eldest brother would have treated people gently. Back when the peers went to the Void Sky Mysteries, it was clearly the devil girl who kept pestering senior brother, and when it came to senior sister Lu Ruyan's mouth, it turned into senior brother hooking up with the devil girl, and that Yi Fan, without virtue or ability. What makes him a pro-disciple? Thanks to the fact that when he was first initiated, eldest senior brother even taught him the techniques to come. I didn't expect that he would be this kind of person with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. Upon hearing this, someone among the disciples couldn't help but be curious. Then why didn't you come out and make it clear at that time? Senior brother Zhang? Hearing this, senior brother Zhang's face sank as he shook his head. How long have you been in the Lianyu vein? 10 years soon. Master. No wonder. Senior Zhang nodded and explained. You are new disciples. It's normal for you to be unclear. In fact, the peak master has always disliked eldest senior brother, often chastising eldest senior brother for trivial matters, even if eldest senior brother was not at fault. The same is true. So what's the point of me saying no? Can't you guys see that the Holy Lord and the others actually acquiesced in the beginning? It's just that I didn't expect eldest senior brother to be so extreme this time around. It's just that he... What? Hearing this, the crowd of Lianyu disciples were all startled. They had thought that the truth of the matter was as Lu Ruyan and the others had said, that Xiao Chuan had been punished for hooking up with the demon race, but now that they thought about it, they did feel that it was fishy. Hey, actually, when my eldest brother died I had a feeling in my heart that I could finally relax. But now, without eldest brother's guidance, I haven't made a breakthrough for a long time. That's not true. In the past, when eldest brother was around, I could still go forward and ask some questions about cultivation, but now that only Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan are left, what use can they be? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the crowd was chatting vigorously, a figure in the sky swept past quickly with a sword, so fast that it blew down a piece of tree. Vaguely, the crowd also saw a few bloodstained figures standing on that flying sword, looking like they were about to die at any moment. Whoosh whoosh. That wasn't all. More and more flying swords swept past their heads, and on them were all injured disciples with miserable looks. Seeing this, several people exclaimed, I'm going. What in the world has happened here? How could so many fellow disciples be injured? Is it hard to believe that a sage war is about to begin? You guys, come and help. Suddenly, a sound of relief came from the trail. The crowd looked sideways, only to see several senior brothers and sisters assisting a few injured fellow disciples toward this place. Senior brother one, what's going on with you guys? Upon hearing this, that senior one brother was furious and spat fiercely, looking towards the several other courtyards at the highest part of the peak vein and said in annoyance, What a day! You've all seen the situation in the clan, right? The crowd even nodded their heads in curiosity. Is it hard to believe that this has something to do with the peak master? Ha ha ha. The corners of senior brother Wen's mouth tugged, and he sat on his butt on the green stone by the roadside, sneering, That's right, you guys haven't left the sect and don't know it yet, right? Know what? A few people handed a jug of water and looked at each other, shaking their heads. Our Chingyun Holy Land has been offered a bounty. What? A few people were startled and laughed dryly. Senior brother one, our Chingyun Holy Land is one of the 12 Holy Lands. Who dares to put a bounty on us in this vast desolate region? You're not kidding, are you? Don't tease us. But the next second, Senior Win's words caused the hearts of the crowd to go cold. Who told you that it was the forces of the desolate domain? What if I say it's the Heavenly Demon Holy Land? Heavenly Demon Holy Land. In an instant, everyone thought of something and their bodies couldn't stop shivering, especially the disciple surnamed Zhang, who had previously participated in the trip to the Void Sky Mysterious Realm. A silhouette emerged in his mind. The holy daughter of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land. Chang Hongduan. Finished. This is completely fucked. Rumble. The heavenly thunder fell violently on the distant mountain. The miserable white thunder reflected on the faces of all the people, losing their blood color, their hearts thumped, and a wave of remorse surged up to their hearts. Forget it. Senior brother Wen got up and patted the shoulders of the crowd, shrugging his shoulders and laughing. Don't blame being a senior brother for not reminding you. Just hide in the sect for this period of time. No, hide in the cave. Don't come out. Cave houses that are close to the Yifan should hurry up and move away. Maybe a few more days. Upon hearing this, the crowd was grateful and bowed to see them off. Many thanks to Senior Brother One for reminding me. Oh, right. Suddenly, Senior One, who had walked out a few steps, stopped again and turned around, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, a devious smile on his face as he reminded. Do you guys know what that Chang Hongduan bounty on Yifan and Lu Ruyan is? Gulp. Gulping, the crowd pricked up their ears and whispered. What is it? Save Zune level magic weapon. No limit to the forces. After saying that, Senior Wen left the stunned crowd behind and carried the injured towards the medical hall. When Senior Wen's figure was far away, several people glanced at each other, arched their hands to say goodbye, and left at a quick pace, each with something in their hearts. Dang! 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 Not long after a few people left, a series of 8 bells rang out. All the Qingyan disciples heard the sound and their hearts sank. The bell sounded 8 times, which meant that the Qingyan Holy Land was about to have an extinction, and all the disciples must be ready to fight at any time. Shit! On what grounds? On what grounds is this? Why should I, a disciple of Qingyang Peak, have to bear the burden of the things that he, Lian Yu Peak, has caused? In just 2 days, my Qingyang Peak has lost nearly 100 disciples, and among them, there are even 6 personal disciples and 10 inner disciples. Even the Divine Bridge realm has suffered 3 deaths. The injured disciples are even more numerous. Peak Master, if this goes on, what can I do about Qingyang Peak? Qingyang Peak's main hall. A group of elders knelt at the bottom of the hall, sobbing uncontrollably, and among the dead and injured disciples were their disciples. They were not Lian Yu, and every disciple was their heart. They hated the people of the heavenly demon Holy Land, but they hated Lian Yu even more. If it wasn't for this woman's cold-bloodedness and heartlessness and favoritism towards her disciples, their disciples wouldn't have suffered such a terrible disaster. According to all of you, what should I do? Qingyang Peak Master was sitting on the main seat, his entire face buried in the shadows. The armrests had already been crushed into pieces by him. Just now he received a voice transmission from a disciple under his door before he died. If he hadn't been unable to defeat that Lian Yu, he would have wanted to kill Lian Yu Peak at this moment and break that Lian Yu into pieces, so as to relieve his heart's hatred. Puff dash. I implore the Peak Master to report to the Sacred Lord and drive that Lian Yu lineage of teachers and disciples out of the sacred ground. I implore the Peak Master to report to the Sacred Lord and drive that Lian Yu lineage of teachers and disciples out of the sacred ground. A few moments. Quite a few disciples looked up at the sky at a passing figure and said with some doubt, "Isn't that the Qingyang Peak Master and the elders in them? Look at the direction. How everyone is heading towards the direction of Qingyang Peak, and that expression. It seems like there's a hint of killing energy hidden in their hearts. You guys look over there." Peak Master Danyang and the others went there too. The disciples vaguely smelled a hint of gossip, and countless divine thoughts exchanged what they knew with each other through the sound transmission stones. 1 hour later, outside the Green Cloud Great Hall, people were gathering. The Peak Masters, elders, and some of the disciples of the peaks could be vaguely seen kneeling in unison at the bottom of the main hall, speaking in unison. "Please, Holy Lord, do justice and drive that Lian Yu lineage out of the Holy Land." Hey! On the main seat of the Great Hall, the Qingyan Holy Lord held his forehead inside. He had thought that the matter of Shao Chun would end for the time being, but he had not expected that things would actually develop to such a state. The Green Cloud Vein had the least amount of losses compared to the other peaks. Among them, Qingyang Peak suffered the greatest loss. In just 2 days, 100 disciples fell, which there are also a lot of personal disciples, inner disciples, a tragic loss. I can understand your feelings, but the matter of hastily expelling the 3 Lian Yu masters and disciples is not something I can decide. This matter still needs to be referred to the elder ancestors before it can be done. After saying that, the Holy Lord of Qingyun was just about to get up and head towards the back of the mountain, but then 2 figures slowly fell down and arrived in front of the Qingyun Hall. Old Ancestor Qingyu. The person who came was no one else but the Supreme Elder of the Qingyun Holy Land. Old Ancestor Qingyu, at the early stage of the questioning realm, was Lian Yu's master ancestor. Seeing this, the Qingyang Peak Master and the others were all startled, and due to their status, they still could only kneel and bow. "We pay our respects to old Ancestor Qingyu." Ancestor? Hearing that the visitor was so famous, the disciples didn't dare to delay and followed with both knees kneeling down, respectfully saluting. "We pay our respects to old Ancestor Qingyu." Humph. But how do you know that the Qingyu old ancestor in front of the Great Hall did not buy it? Cold snort. The cane in his hand pestled the ground. A horrible spiritual pressure instantly shrouded all. Brutally unreasonable. "You're the ones who want to drive my good apprentice grandson's master and disciple out of the Holy Land?" Upon hearing this, Qingyang Peak Master lowered his head. Teeth clenched. Anger grew in his heart. But he could only pretend not to hear as he dared not speak out of anger due to his low strength. The rest of the crowd was no better. With their heads bowed, not daring to retort even though they were unwilling to do so in their hearts. This Qingyu old ancestor was an Ask Realm powerhouse 10,000 years ago. And they, who were not even in the same king realm, were like ants in the eyes of others. For a moment, the whole room was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. "I'll pretend this didn't happen if you don't talk." Old Ancestor Qingyu turned his head away and looked at Lian Yu at his side, dotingly saying, "Don't be afraid. Even if that Chang Dao Tian old bastard is stronger, he wouldn't dare to cross the desolate domain to come here." A mere bounty order is not enough to fear. Yes, Master Ancestor. Lian Yu nodded her head obediently like a little girl at the moment and looked in the direction where Qing Xiao Peak was located, laughing coldly in her heart. Xiao Chen, no matter how you lay it out, that divine body is still the property of a mortal child. Thinking of this, Lian Yu spoke once again. Senior Ancestor, you should have known about the news of my rebellious disciple colluding with the demon race earlier. Old Ancestor Qing Yu nodded indifferently, a hint of disdain showing on his face. Nothing more than a divine body. Do you really think you're the reincarnation of a great emperor? Rules are rules. Colluding with the demon race deserves death. Master Ancestor, you are right. This kind of disciple, death is not enough. But, Lian Yu's words turned around. Her face hung in resignation as she muttered. I don't know what that rebellious disciple said to Elder Emperor Sword, disallowing disciples of my lineage to participate in the selection of the divine body origin. To have that demonic holy maiden issue a bounty for my Holy Land disciples after her death is a crime that deserves death. Upon hearing this, everyone secretly spat in their hearts. There is no more poisonous woman's heart than this. The Holy Lord of Qingyan stood by the side and also secretly lamented. It was truly a lifetime's misfortune to show up with this kind of master. Unbridled, old Ancestor Qingyu was enraged at his words. Why is this kind of rebellious disciple still looking for us? Bai Yuan Feng, Elder Ancestor, disciple is here. Bai Yuan Feng was the Holy Lord of Qingyan's real name. Immediately announced this son's crimes to the world. And in addition, anyone from the desolate domain forces who dares to make a move against our sect's disciples will be killed without amnesty. Yes, I'll make the arrangements. After hearing this, the Holy Lord of Qingyan directly skipped off, not wanting to delay for a moment. As for you all, with that, old Ancestor Qingyu's gaze fell on the crowd below and he said in a cold voice, cultivation by cultivators is inherently against the heavens. It's not uncommon to get killed, so you can only blame yourself for not learning your craft. All stand down. If there is any further violation, it will be dealt with according to the clan rules. Yes. Qin Yang and the others responded and slowly got up, reluctantly leaving with all of their disciples. As for Emperor Sword's side, I'll go ahead and ask. As the words fell, that old man Qing Yu turned into a stream of light and flew towards that hut at Qing Xiao Peak under Lian Yu's expectant gaze. Seeing this, Qingyang Peak Master and the others all looked over, with the same expectation of something in their hearts. Next, Qing Yu's old-fashioned voice resounded over the Qingyan Holy Land. Late generation Qing Yu, I'd also like to invite Senior Emperor Sword to come out and have a chat. For a long time, there was no reply from the hut. Apart from the Lian Yu duo, Qing Yang and the others were secretly happy in their hearts. Right, that's it. Punching the old demoness in the face. Qing Yu seemed to have realized something as well. Her old face reddened and she spoke again with a stiff face. Senior, please still give face. This time, the Qing Xiao Emperor's Sword only returned a few words. Giving you face? I'm still not done with you guys about that kid. And you're still trying to get face from me? Get the fuck out of here. Senior, you have been too deceitful. Qing Yu's silver teeth clenched. Since breaking through the questioning realm 10,000 years ago, it was the first time a sword dared to talk to her like this. Deception? Then I'll show you what it means to be a bully today. Miso dash. Steeply, a greenish emerald sword awnings chopped out from the hut, and the sound of 10,000 swords roaring in unison was unceasing. If not for the people's death grip on their spirit swords, I'm afraid that they would have already flown away and danced with that sword light. No good. Qing Yu was appalled as she looked at the sword that chopped down towards her. She tried to hide, but there was nowhere to hide. For a moment, she, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, actually panicked a bit and lost her voice, shouting, Elder Emperor Sword. Qing Yu knows she's wrong. Boom! The sword chi didn't stop, and old man Qing Yu's figure flew directly backwards, smashing down a mountain. This sword is a warning. If there is a next time, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Old Ancestor Qin Yue didn't dare to stay, and after saying thank you senior for your mercy, he grabbed Lin Yue and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Qin Yang and the others were greatly pleased in their hearts and turned their heads to the disciples behind them. Don't go out of the sect during this period of time. With Elder Emperor Sword here, there's no need to worry about safety. It's just right to take advantage of this time to hone your sword intent, and strive to be able to receive recognition from Senior Emperor Sword at the grand ceremony. Right? Upon hearing this, each disciple blushed with excitement and loudly responded. Yes, they had all seen the strength of Emperor Sword just now. The sword cutting through the questioning realm without any pressure. It was too strong. After such a mess, the entire Holy Land regained its previous atmosphere and started practicing the sword Dao diligently in anticipation of the recruitment ceremony in March. Lunar Moon Peak Great Hall. Old Ancestor Qing Yu received the healing elixir handed over by Lian Yu with palpitations in his heart, shaking his head and sighing. Lian Yu, on the side of Elder Emperor Sword, there's nothing that old ancestor can do. However, Now that Xiao Chuan's collusion with the demon race's holy maiden has become a fact, I think that when the day of the grand ceremony begins, Elder Emperor Sword should loosen his tongue. To put it bluntly, she has wimped out. Aha! Lien Yu also understood old man Qin Yu's hardship and nodded without saying anything more. It's good that you figured it out. Old ancestor Qin Yu patted his shoulder and instructed, cultivate at ease during this period of time, and strive to break through the Saint King realm as soon as possible. Yes. As the words fell, old ancestor Qin Yu's figure disappeared. Existences like them were bound to not be able to detach themselves from the Emperor's source for a long time, and they must hurry back to the ancestral land to fall asleep and wait for the great world to descend. Greetings, old ancestor. Only after a moment did Lien Yu slowly raise her head and said smugly, Xiao Chuan, you're dead as dead can be. What else do you want to fight me with? That god body origin. Sooner or later, we'll be fanners. As the words fell, she also disappeared and returned to Linhua Peak, Qingxiao Peak, in a separate house. The green sky sword spirit transformed into a green-clothed silhouette and gently wiped the blade of the sword in his hand as he looked towards the place where Xiao Chuan had fallen into the mountain stream that day and lost his voice as he laughed. Bastard boy, that day when I was asked to shield you from the scrying, I thought you were at the end of your rope. I didn't expect that. Recalling the terrifying aura that appeared at the bottom of the mountain that day, the sword spirit's hand that wiped the sword trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into an excited smile. That kind of existence is definitely far above the master. Perhaps this kid really does have a chance of survival, above the great emperor. Just what kind of realm is that? Brat, don't make me wait too long. Ah Rowan. In the pill garden hut, Xiao Dust sneezed coldly, wiped his nose, closed the book, raised his eyes to the window, and muttered, who's thinking about me? There's no telling how happy they'll be the moment they see me. When he said this, the corners of his mouth were always hanging a light smile, evil and charming. Forget it, keep studying. Flame spirit grass. Likes heat, tolerates high temperature, hot in nature, has the effect of dispelling cold, fixing the energy and cultivating the kidneys, and is often used in refining fixed elemental pills and fire elemental pills. 100 Ruwashi Yuan fruit, she warm and cool, good at water, cold in nature. So hungry. Time passed and half a month rushed by. Under the peach tree, Xiao Chuan sat cross-legged on a futon, his hands fluttering, two minds at once, one hand controlling the Dan fire, one hand controlling the elixir into the furnace, and the Dan fire inside the furnace flourished with a huffing and puffing sound. During this period of time, apart from studying pharmacology in the Pill Garden Lodge, he spent the most time at the Dan furnace underneath the peach tree, practicing the method of alchemy. This is the unity of knowledge and action. This feeling of desire to seek knowledge and explore made him a little bit overwhelmed, and the realm of divine consciousness also faintly showed signs of breaking through to the middle stage of sainthood under the high intensity of the refinement. Huffing and puffing, the Dan fire in the furnace slowly went out, and the divine sense probed, only to see a 6th grade spirit repairing Dan quietly suspended in the furnace, and 3 green lines could still be faintly seen on its rounded Dan embryo. Dan stripe. The medicinal power contained in an elixir endowed with Dan lines is roughly double that of the same type, with 1 line being the least and 9 lines being the ultimate, infinitely close to a non-toxic elixir. Peach leaned on a tree branch and looked at the 3-stripe spirit mending pill in Xiao Chuan's hand. On the surface there was no sadness or joy, but in his heart, he was greatly shocked. This kid is truly a demon. It's only been less than half a month since he came into contact with alchemy, and he's already able to concoct a 6th grade elixir, and it even carries 3 Dan lines. It's truly appalling. The divine soul realm of the heavenly pale realm was categorized from low to high into gathering spirit, embracing spirit, spiritual yuan, spiritual sea, spiritual platform, concentrating spirit, divine yuan, divine sea, bright spirit, sacred realm, and imperial realm. The grade of pills is divided into 1 to 9, Xian pin, earth pin, heaven pin, saint pin, emperor pin, and similarly this realm division is also compared to the alchemist grade division. If he grows on, a generation of Dan emperors will only be a matter of time. On top of that, the proportion of spirit crystals in his body has also been raised to 13%, nowadays. Not to mention the unusual great saints. Even if that Saint King realm cultivator came, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. This kid should be happy in his heart right now, right? But in the next second, Xiao Chen's words thundered peaches outside. Only 3 stripes? Xiao Chuan sat cross-legged in front of the stone monument and looked at the 3-stripe spirit mending pill in his hand, which had taken 3 hours to refine, and directly stuffed it into his mouth, feeling the medicinal power surging through his body as he spoke to himself. With my current level of alchemy should be enough to rival an unusual 9th grade alchemist, but if I want to do that void alchemy, with my current cultivation of divine sense, there is still a considerable gap. Peachy, I hate geniuses. Just, in the middle of his thoughts, he looked at the Dan furnace and muttered, according to the previous time, a full 22 days have passed since I arrived here. I remember that in my previous life, before the start of Qing Yun's disciple acceptance ceremony, there was also an ancient secret realm that opened at the border of the 100,000 Great Mountains and the Great Yin Dynasty. And that Great Yin Dynasty is exactly where Yi Fan's family is located. I think he definitely won't miss this great opportunity. The soul refining streamer is a good thing, so why don't we give him this gift? What's happier than a family reunion? Peach sat on the top of the tree, shaking her head. During this period of time, she had also heard Xiao Duan recount what happened before she came in, and was deeply in agreement with her youngest senior brother's approach. Soul refiner? Ha! She suddenly remembered something, and after a good rummage in her nascent sack, she finally found a dusty-looking black streamer at the bottom. Junior brother, don't you want to refine the soul streamer? Aha! Does sister have one? How about you take a look at this? Peach tossed down the black streamer in her hand and trailed off. This seems to have been placed here with me by the Emperor a long time ago. From master to sister? Right. Peach recalled what the everlasting Emperor had said when he held it out to her and mimicked the tone. He said he didn't have a choice once, but now he wants to be a good person. No wonder. Xiao Chuan looked at the soul refining streamer in his hand and did not feel the slightest bit of resentment. This was obviously releasing the collected souls. And did master give them supernatural powers? Transcendence? Peach shook her head and smiled brightly. Just refine the dregs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was dumbfounded and silently gave his master a thumbs up. Junior. Beginning. Peach's voice rang out with a hint of unusual calmness in its tone. Xiao Chuan heard something, but still smiled and raised his eyes in response. Elder sister. What's wrong? Do you know what the Emperor most often says when he faces his enemies? What? Chopped up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's hand subconsciously clenched the soul refining streamer, and his eyes gradually became clear and cold as he responded. I see. Aha. The ancient secret realm that you previously entrusted me to find has been explored, and based on the formation fluctuations, it will probably open in less than 10 days. You can go over there and scavenge after you're done with things. Okay, not right. Halfway through his words, Xiao Dust's voice paused, because he suddenly remembered that ancient secret realm only allowed cultivators of the cave heaven realm and below to enter, and that he himself had already broken through to sainthood. So once he entered he would be obliterated by the rules. You don't have to worry about the cultivation ban, but don't forget, the Emperor is the longest-lived great emperor. What methods don't you have? And you have the 10 great cave heavens to mask your breath, so you don't need to worry at all. But just to be on the safe side, you keep this secret method. After saying that, Peach flexed his fingers and flicked out a spiritual light, which did not enter Xiao Chen's brow, and a technique called the Stealing Heaven technique was transmitted into his mind. Carefully digesting the memories of the technique in his mind, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Stealing the sky, stealing the earth, and stealing everyone in the world. This stealing saint has such a big mouth. Right. Peach let out a soft chuckle, a flash of remembrance in the bottom of her eyes, as if she remembered something funny, and commented, however, this kid called Stealing Saint is a bit of a talent, and he even comprehended a hint of space law with this kung fu in the first place, and ghostly found his way here. But there was an emperor present at the time, and not only did the latter not steal anything, he instead hitched a ride on this secret method. Awesome! Xiao Dust was slightly surprised in his heart after hearing this. There are 3,000 great roads. Time does not come out. Space is the king. Someone who can comprehend the laws of space. Even a trace of it is by no means an ordinary person anymore. Okay. It's about time. Elder sister. Peach is not good goodbye. Are not waiting for Xiao Dust to finish the words. A tree leaf directly shoot it flying. Do not know where to go. Looking at the medicine garden that had regained its quietness, there were tears flashing in the bottom of Peach's eyes. Sniffling, seemingly remembering something, smiling sweetly. It's still nice to have a young master. As the words fell, her figure disappeared, reintegrating into the peach tree and slumbering away. 2 days later, Great Yin Dynasty. Drunken Immortal Tower. Xiao Dust had already changed his appearance and was sitting in front of the dining table on the first floor, waiting for the dishes to be served, with the conversations of the parishioners constantly ringing in his ears. Have you guys heard about that desperate demoness abusing and killing hundreds of Qing Yin disciples in Qing Xiaoxiao City a few days ago to make sacrifices for that Xiao Chun? At those words, Xiao Chen's hand movements lurched and he couldn't help but perk up his ears. That's natural to hear. However, at a time like this, the Qingyan Holy Land itself is so self-conscious that it closes its mountains. Can't you see that the Yi family is all cowering under that great sage-level defense formation, not daring to come out? That's why, when the immortals fight, we mortals suffer. Who says otherwise? retract the divine sense. Xiao Chuan poured himself a cup of tea and his mouth was tinged with a smile. I didn't expect that in this short month. So many things have happened in this desolate domain. Bounty on a green cloud disciple. This sounds like it's not bad at all. It wasn't in vain that I saved her once in the secret realm. The holy maiden of the demon race. Chang Hongduan. He hadn't crossed paths with it too much in his previous life. Just like Yi Fan, whenever there was a crisis, there would always be someone to help. And the person beside him was this demonic holy maiden Chang Hongduan. As a result, in his previous life, he had been busy going back and forth between taking revenge on Yi Fan and repaying Chang Hongduan from time to time. He didn't feel bad about being nice to this woman. Recalling the dual cultivation technique that he had accidentally obtained from the Yin-Yan Jade pendant some time ago, his heart inexplicably throbbed. When this is over, why don't we go to the heavenly demon Holy Land and ask to be an elder? Growling dash. Just as he was thinking this, the street outside the restaurant suddenly resounded with the sound of a noisy carriage and a commotion from the crowd. Isn't that Ji family's young master Yi Tian? At a time like this he still actually dares to come out. He's really not afraid of death? Harm? Whatever. People have a brother who was a sage elder's personal disciple in the Holy Land of the Green Clouds, so maybe there's some kind of magic treasure on his body. Thinking of the beginning, that Yi Fan is nothing but a waste dude of the Yi family. Whoever thought that he would be enlightened in one day? Not only did he win the top spot of this imperial dynasty, but he also succeeded in worshipping in the Holy Land. Brother, be careful what you say. Trouble comes out of the mouth. At those words, the restaurant was once again quiet. In the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth that was hidden in the shadows hooked up into an arc. It's really true. If it's not an enemy, you can't get together. I haven't even come to the door yet, and you've actually come to the door of your own accord. It just so happens that my soul refining streamer is still short a few secondary souls. Jia. Outside the drunken immortal house, before Yi Tian even got off the carriage, the shopkeeper immediately greeted him. Yi Xiaoa, rare guest. Quick inside please. Junior, why don't you go prepare the best guest room for young Yi? Okay. That junior flung the rag in his hand, slung it over his shoulder, and ran to the back kitchen to make arrangements. Yi Tian ignored the shopkeeper's greeting, having long been accustomed to it, and came to the other carriage behind him, speaking softly. President Violet, let's go. Fix your eyes on it. There was also a woman sitting in the carriage with a veil covering her face and very good-looking eyebrows. She wore gorgeous gold jewelry on her head, and wore a long purple brocade dress with white dotted plum blossoms embroidered on the train, and used a white brocade belt to gird the ungrippable slender waist. Zixaner's expression under the veil did not fluctuate in the slightest. Her red lips lightly opened and said, Alan, help me out of the car. Yes, Alan. The maid who was waiting on the side of the carriage, immediately greeted him and squeezed Yi Tian aside, lifting his hand to lift the curtain. Miss, we're going this way. Aha. The duo walked straight past Yi Tian and headed towards the drunken immortal building. Click dash. The smile on Yi Tian's face that had his back to the crowd froze, his 5 fingers clasping the doorframe with a clicking sound, a shadow covering his face. Young master, why don't we just... The Yi family's butler stepped forward, staring at the duo's backs, and sorrowfully compared the neck-wiping motion. Idiot. Yi Tian slapped the back of Butler Sue's head and said with hatred, if you kill her, then won't my efforts be wasted? Ah yes. You're right, young master. That's natural. Yi Tian raised his head triumphantly, his afterglow sweeping over Zixaner's waist, a hint of greed flowing from the bottom of his eyes. Such a beauty. If I could have a kiss. Yi Tian looked at the drunken immortal building shopkeeper behind him and flipped out a bag of spirit stones in his palm, directly stuffing them into his hands and casting a you-know-what look. Weighing the weight of the spirit stone in his hand, the shopkeeper understood and put the spirit stone into his storage bag, shouting towards the back. Don't worry, Xiao Yi, I will definitely do it. So very good. Yi Tian patted the shopkeeper's shoulder and followed with large strides. This hypocritical scene was naturally seen by the maid, Alan, who looked at her own young lady and said with some grudges, Young lady, haven't you always hated this Yi Tian? Why even work with her? At those words, Zixaner had nothing to do in her heart inside. I don't want to either. But nowadays, in the great Yan dynasty, the Yi family is dominant. Even the royal family has to look at their faces, so what's the point of hating it anymore since I came here to run the chapter? If we reject it outright, when will we want to return to the purple family in a dignified manner in the future? Since the family refuses to help me, then I will master my own destiny. I don't want to be an offering to that what's-her-name Zjiuxiao, just because he's the main family's emperor's son and I'm just the daughter of the branch lineage's family head? I'm not willing. Zixaner's shell teeth clenched her red lips. Her good-looking fingers clenched the corner of her skirt. and her eyes were covered with a layer of light water mist. Alan was dumbfounded, silently feeling bad for his master. Alright, ZXINR could feel Alan's loyalty and said in relief. I also came prepared this time, so I'm sure he won't dare to do anything excessive. Alan understands. Alan nodded his head obediently. I don't know. The master-servant duo thought they were chatting covertly, but Xiao Dust in the corner heard them clearly, putting down the teacup in his hand, skimming his head, and resurveying the duo not far away. Knock knock. Suddenly, the yin-yang jade pendant on Xiao Chuan's chest reacted after a long time. The yin-yang jade pendant has actually reacted to this person? Next, his divine sense probed out, and the scenery between heaven and earth suddenly changed. All of them transformed into a flame made of spiritual energy, and depending on the attributes of the gong method, the color of the spiritual energy that each person transformed into varied. Instead, the spiritual flame that ZXINR had transformed into was a rich black color that was nearly identical to the yin qi in Xiao Chen's body. Only, in comparison, the yin qi in the former's body seemed to be more pure, without a trace of impurities, invariably pulling the yin and yang qi in his body. It wasn't just her. Even Alan had quite a bit of yin qi flowing through his body. At that exact moment, Peach's voice came out through the longevity ring and resounded in his mind. Junior brother, find a way to take these two little ninjas under your wing. An extreme sacred body and a Tai Shin body are of great use to you. I see. Xiao Chuan nodded his head at the words. No wonder the yin-yang jade pendant in my body reacted to them. I didn't realize that it was due to the physique. However, the purple nine heavens that person said in his mouth just now. I do have some familiar ears. Shasta. A feminine figure appeared in Xiao Chuan's mind and he muttered. The imperial son of the yin-yang holy land in central state. Zi Jiuxiao. I said, why is this person girly? So it's this yin-yang immortal body that's out of order. It looks like the false immortal body is not just empty talk. Yin and yang double one technique. Xiao Chuan had heard in his previous life that the yin-yang holy land secret technique was considered to be an extremely special dual cultivation technique, and that this dual cultivation was not another dual cultivation. This technique allows the party with slower cultivation to perceive the insights of the technique comprehended by the other party, and raise their cultivation to the same realm as the other person in a short period of time. Briefly, this is a compulsion raising technique, and the cost is the life of the other party. So it seems that this person's fate is actually a bit similar to mine. A vessel for the physical essence? Ha ha ha. What Xiao Chuan did not notice was that in the few moments of his pondering, ZXINR had similarly noticed him in the corner. The moment he raised his eyes, 4 eyes, Xiao Chuan's body became hot and dry as if he was not in control, and the two qi of yin and yang in his body were instantly out of balance, and a wave of evil desire immediately surged to his heart. The other side, Zishiner's situation wasn't much better. The desire originating from instinct spread uncontrollably. Her body was tingling, her inner legs clenched, and a warm current flowed through her body. It was very comfortable. Wanted to take possession of it. For a while, there was some ambiguity in the eyes between the two of them. President Purple, President Violet. You. Suddenly, Yi Tian's voice at the door ended abruptly. The ambiguous eyes of the two fell into his eyes in no uncertain terms, following ZXINR's line of sight. The moment he saw Xiao Chen's bountiful and handsome appearance, Yi Tian spat in anger as his fists clenched in his hands. Bastard! Dare to hit on my woman! You seek death! Come on, man! As the words fell, a large number of Yi family guards rushed up, surrounding Xiao Chuan's location, frightening the surrounding parishioners into avoiding them for fear of being hated by Yi Tian. Hearing the commotion, ZXINR retreated from that state, recalling the earlier scene, her face blushing with shame, wondering why she had that feeling. Lord Yi. She didn't want to invite right and wrong to Xiao Chuan and opened her mouth to change the subject. Let's just find a location to talk about cooperation first. President Violet. Cooperation is waived. Now I have other things to take care of. Yi Tian's voice was cold and completely devoid of that pleasing face, and his gaze was firmly fixed on the black streamer on Xiao Chen's waist, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Kid, I'll take this streamer of yours. Upon hearing this, many of the parishioners were casting curious gazes, looking up and down at Xiao Chen in the corner, with excitement, greed, and envy in their eyes. Oh, Xiaodus laughed lightly and took up the soul-refining streamer at his waist, placing it on the tabletop and gently pushing it just enough to slide it to the other side of the table. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Want this? You can come over and try. Gulp. The crowd present, including ZXINR, did not know why, but the moment Xiao Chen removed the soul-refining streamer and placed it on the tabletop, a chill ran straight up the backbone from the soles of his feet. Miss, why? Alan gulped and continued. I feel that this gentleman gives me a very dangerous feeling? Yes? ZXINR was an extreme insane body, and she instead felt at home and comfortable with the scene in cold chi. Dang, of course. On the other side, Yi Tian didn't take this seriously at all, stalking his neck and saying to the guards on the side, "Go up and bring it to me." Yes, that Yi family guard didn't dare to disobey Yi Tian's order, and fearfully stepped forward, boldly reaching out and grabbing the soul refining streamer. Whoa dash! Bear! Without waiting for the man to react, a bloodstained chain flew out from the soul refining streamer, piercing straight through the guard's brow, and the flesh and blood, along with the soul, were yanked into the soul refining space. It all happened so fast that the crowd couldn't react in any way, leaving only a puddle of blood. Ah! Kill! Kill! In the crowd. I don't know who shouted so. The ordinary people how to see this kind of scene, immediately scattered and fled. Do not dare to stay. Seeing that the situation was not good, that drunken immortal building shopkeeper ran behind Yi Tian and shouted, "Young Yi, this person's hand is so vicious. He must be an evil cultivator." Evil cultivator. Hearing the word evil cultivator, the people present were like enemies, pulling out their magic weapons and avoiding them for fear of getting into trouble. "Miss, is this gentleman really an evil cultivator?" Alan looked at Xiao Chen's face of a stranger like a jade, a male world without peer. His head shook like a rattledrum, not believing it. No way. This gentleman was born this good looking. What's going on, evil cultivator? Zxiner stumbled at her words, almost not being gagged by Alan's words, her jade finger tapping on the latter's forehead, scolding, you, Alan, when did you learn this? By following me around? Ehe. Alan spat out his tongue and said somewhat coyly, but that gentleman is really good looking. Looking good doesn't make a meal. Zxiner emphasized once again. The so-called evil cultivators that are the ones who commit great crimes and are even more detestable than the demonic cultivators and demonic clans. If this is true, you and I cannot sit around and wait for death. We must strike. Hear that? Alan nodded. Got it. Mississippi. What she didn't know was that Zxiner recognized the soul refining streamer on the tabletop at a glance. But her inner intuition told him that Xiao Chen was not an evil cultivator. Zxiner, when did you become such a woeful person? The other side. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the drunken immortal mansion shopkeeper and said, "Are you sure he's an evil cultivator?" 1,000 times over. A flash of greed flashed under the eyes of the drunken immortal house's shopkeeper, pointing his finger at the soul refining streamer on the tabletop, and said with a trembling voice, "If I'm not mistaken, this item is precisely that soul refining streamer." What? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Some of the cultivators present who were originally ready to leave stopped and stared viciously at Xiao Chen in the corner, their eyes filled with killing intent. Bold evil cultivator. Sensing the mood of the people around him, the butler felt that it was the right opportunity for him to show off his skills, angrily shouted to bolster his courage, and pointed his finger at Xiao Duan. "Do you know?" Not giving the opportunity, Xiao Chen did not raise his head and faintly spat out 2 words. Noisy. In a jiffy, the butler's words had just reached his mouth, and before he could say anything, his body directly turned into a bloody mist and exploded. Boo! Touching the warm, fishy, smelly needy mud on their faces, the group of Yi family guards could not hold back the nausea in their hearts and vomited, and their legs could not stop trembling. Some of the poorly minded cultivators present were even too late to open their mouths, and then their eyes turned white and they directly fainted. Rao Zishiner's stomach turned over when she saw this scene, and Alan was even so scared that his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, his gaze demented. "If you don't want to go, then all of you can stay." From the beginning to the end, Xiao Chen did not look squarely at Yi Tian and the others. His contemptuous voice was like a judgment issued to all. His tone was not to be disobeyed. Boo! The gate is closed. The entire drunken immortal building was shrouded by a layer of prohibitions, making it impossible to enter or exit. Whoa dash. Put, please, spare me. Spare me. Ah! Miss, I'm scared. Alan was so frightened that he closed his eyes, his hands tightly hugging Zishiner, and the sound of soul chains harvesting lives was constantly ringing in his ears, with all kinds of wailing going on and on. 1 second wonderland, 1 second hell. Puff. The drunken immortal house manager did not know when he came to kneel in front of Xiao Chuan. His figure slowly approached, his mouth shouting "Spare my life," but his hand was hidden in his sleeve, grasping the right moment to rise up. Without the protection of that soul-refining streamer, you are nothing more than a mortal. Go to hell. Ha ha ha. The palmist who thought he had one. His laughter suddenly stopped. The demonic knife he was so proud of, but it did not even pierce the clothing on Xiao Chen's surface. It wasn't until this moment that he completely realized how wrong he was. Boo! With the force of his 5 fingers, the latter's head exploded in response, and was casually thrown into the soul-refining streamer by Xiao Chuan. Just suddenly, He seemed to feel a stream of pure energy fly out from the body of the shopkeeper just now and fall into the center of his eyebrows. The power of merit. That was actually the power of merit just now? As the wisp of merit power entered his body, Xiao Chen felt that more and more merit power was converging towards him. Immediately, as if he thought of something, he snorted. They claim to be on the right path, but they are practicing some dirty deeds. It's ridiculous. But how can I say I'm a demon cultivator now? What's with this power of merit? Ha 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 ha. In the twinkling of an eye, his thoughts were interrupted by Yi Tian's sudden laughter. Look up. Yi Tian stood behind Zexaner unharmed. His body was blessed with golden light. The long sword in his hand was set on the latter's gooseneck, and a maniacal smile emitted from his mouth. You think you're invincible just because of a mere soul refining streamer? Let me tell you. Today I'll let you see what it means to be worse than death. Don't you like her? I'll enjoy it in front of you. Boo! Between Yi Tian's pupils contracting, Xiao Chen's figure had already arrived in front of him. Raising his hand and gently snapping his fingers, the latter's figure flew out backwards as if it was nestled into a shrimp shape. Without waiting to land, Yi Tian's head was grabbed by a large hand in a death grip, and in the blur of consciousness, Xiao Chen's emotionless fluctuating voice echoed in his ears. A body-protecting saint artifact? A saint-level flying sword? Is this the capital of your snarling and barking? It's pathetic. After saying that, Xiao Chen's right hand only slightly exerted force, catching dash. Under the stunned gazes of Zexiner, Alan, Yi Tian, and the others, the saint-level flying sword was like a tree branch as it let out a crunching sound and snapped into two halves, breaking a holy weapon with your bare hands. Zexiner looked at Xiao Chen, who was about the same size as herself in front of her, and her beautiful eyes were colorful, with a look of joy, fear, and excitement. The other person seemed to be the last straw in her life. Zexiner secretly made a decision in her heart to go against her ancestors. No, this can't be right. Yi Tian opened his bloated eyelids and looked at the saint-level longsword broken on the ground. His heart immediately sank to the bottom, struggling frantically, unwilling to believe this fact. Don't worry, soon, you'll be able to meet with your brother Yi Fan. As the words fell, Xiao Chen slapped Yi Tian's protective holy weapon as if he was swatting away a fly, and it shattered in response, collapsing into a deep pit like a dead dog, his eyes losing their luster. Previously possessing the hegemonic heavenly sacred body, he was originally known for his physical body, followed by the Tao of the sword, and after tempering his body with the lightning of the calamity, his physical body had long since reached an unimaginable level. Tearing a sage-level magic weapon with his bare hands was completely out of the question. Kill me. In the deep pit, Yi Tian's dying voice came out, and Xiao Chen glanced at it blandly, flexing his fingers to flick out a healing spiritual energy, hanging on to his last breath with a charmed smile. Wouldn't it be a shame to just let you die? Take it easy. Good show. It's just about to start. Boom. With that, he waved his hand and a fierce wind swept through, instantly lifting the entire drunken immortal building and raising it to the ground. The corpses piled up in the tavern were clearly reflected in everyone's eyes, and the blood under their feet was like streams converging together and condensing into pools of blood. Vom dash. Ahaha. Run. On the streets, the city folk who reacted were like waking up from a big dream, scared and panicked, rolling and crawling to escape. Miss, let's go too. Alan tugged on Zexaner's and prepared to run outside, but the latter stood motionless, her gaze always locked on Xiao Chen. Zexaner knew that the only chance she had to change her fate was right in front of her, and even if she died, she wouldn't give up. Instead of just backing off, she stepped forward and said, "This gentleman thanks you for saving his life just now." Xiao Chen twisted his head and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, suppressing the excitement in his heart that wanted to take her for himself, and answered, "You're not afraid of me?" Afraid? Alan, who was on the sidelines, grabbed the first reply, her eyes filled with tears, and what seemed to be between her legs was soaked and dripping. Xiao Chen frowned and skimmed his gaze, thinking, this woman has a bit too much water, right? If that's the case, why are you staying here if you're not going? Waiting for me to kill you? Xiao Chuan's voice was icy cold, and the moment his eyes met Zexaner's, a fluctuation surfaced underneath his eyes, and the latter keenly sensed what was going on and laughed lightly. And will the gentleman kill us? Ms. Alan stood aside at the moment, looking flustered and standing like a minion. Xiao Dus did not say anything and was constantly calculating something in his mind. Zexiner similarly did not open her mouth, her gaze staring at the teenager in front of her, recalling the image of Xiao Chuan pinching and breaking the sacred artifact with his bare hands just now, and was a bit distracted. Beautiful women love heroes, since ancient times, but look at Xiao Chen's age. I'm afraid it's not as old as she is. Such a heavenly pride. Why have I never heard anyone mention it? Could it be someone from central China? I wouldn't dare to move the Grand Lady of the Tang Dynasty Chamber of Commerce. You guys go. No, ZXINR said somewhat obstinately. Oh, Xiao Chen was a bit surprised and spoke again. Even if the purple family knows that you are with me, an evil cultivator, you will not leave. ZXINR was slightly disoriented at the words, but when she thought of the clansman who had gone out of his way to abandon himself just to beg for a chance to return to his own family, she completely died and said with certainty, I'm not going. I want to be your woman. What? Miss, you. Upon hearing this, Alan on one side was a bit shocked. How could a young lady who had always been a lady of the house say such words? Could it be that she was charmed by this handsome devil cultivator? While it's certainly cool, Alan, ZXINR looked at Alan and said softly, go away. If the Z family asks, you can just say that I'm dead. Ms. Alan knew that the young lady had really made up her mind and was also completely disappointed with the purple family. I'm not going. Alan grasped Zishiner's hand and said earnestly, wherever Miss goes, I'll go. Aha! This scene of sisterly love gave Xiao Duan a whole lot of confusion. He originally wanted to test ZXINR's determination. The wasteland domain is not compared to the central state, and that Yin Yang Holy Land is the topmost sect power in the central state, so he didn't want to casually dip into the muddy water of the Z family. However, if this ZXINR was truly obedient to herself, that might not be a bad thing. Okay, with a decision in his heart, Xiao Chen opened his mouth to interrupt the two, and with a black mist in his palm, a pitch-black seed emerged and landed in front of ZXINR's heel. P.S. See the comments someone scolded to the heroine seed soul is not confident performance. This do not know what to say good. Do not seed soul surely there will be people say, the hero this is born again back? Inexplicably believe that others are too lowered wisdom. I can only say that the mouths of the people are difficult to adjust. Like everyone to see more, do not like to scold me on the line. Do not leave a bad comment. Thank you. If you really want to come with me, swallow this and from now on, you're mine. This is, soul seed? Oh, seeing Alan accurately say it, Xiao Chen was a bit surprised. Then he condensed another soul seed and flew it in front of him and laughed. Since you know that this is a soul seed, I won't say any more. You guys have 10 breaths to think about it. Soul seed is a means for the demon race, or demon cultivators to enslave cultivators. After taking it, the soul seed would be integrated into the cultivator's soul, and life and death would only be at the caster's whim. Miss, do we really have to? Alan was a little worried after hearing this and wanted to persuade a few words, but ZXINR had already taken over the soul seed and inhaled it into her body. Kneeling down on one knee, ZXINR, pay respects to the master. Violet Sheener didn't want to live in fear every day. She only wanted to live, even as Xiao Chen's slave. You, seeing that there was no turning back, Alan clenched his teeth and didn't care. He directly swallowed the soul seed, his little face aggrieved. Very good. Xiao Chen also did not expect things to progress so smoothly, and with the relationship of ZXINR, some of his original plans could be put on the agenda. Suddenly, he seemed to have detected something and hooked his lips in a smile. The prey has taken the bait. Upon hearing this, ZXINR understood and arched her hand. Master, as long as you give the order, I can immediately mobilize the power of the Chamber of Commerce to fight against the Yi family at this moment. No need. I don't want the identity between you and me revealed just yet. Xiao Dust waved his hand and then threw out 2 shadow retention crystals and said, you have other things to do, so leave this place to me. This is my feud with them. You two just need to keep track of it for me. As you wish, slave girl. Alan, let's go. ZXINR did not ask much and understood without hesitation, grabbing Alan and disappearing into the distance, leaving the place to Xiao Chen. Boom boom boom. The duo had just left with their front feet, when in the distant street, there was a rush of footsteps. Go! Surround this man. A large number of Yi family guards rushed out and surrounded the grounds, and several figures arrived from afar, all with an aura around the Wheeling Sea realm. It was also mixed with this cave cultivator. It just so happens that this soul refining streamer of mine is still a few subsouls short of being able to promote the 10,000 soul streamer. You guys came just in time. Stay through. Whoa dash. As the words fell, Xiao Chen's palm flipped and the soul refining streamer, which was covered in demonic aura, did not enter the sea of clouds, and countless soul-locking chains shot out, imprisoning the void in a 10-mile radius. The blood-colored forbidden spell inscription was branded in the void, and it was difficult to escape. Rumble. Shasta. The sky above the great Yen dynasty turned into a bloody color. The river of blood hung upside down, and endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood emerged from beneath his feet, and the skeleton throne lifted Xiao Duan's figure up to confront the several silhouettes that flew in from afar. Xiao Dust raised his icy cold eyes and swept his fingers between the crowd, hooking them and smiling scornfully. Which one of you is going to die first? Soul refining streamer. This bureaucrat is actually an evil cultivator. Looking at this hellish scene in front of them, all the cultivators who had rushed here had their faces sunken, their eyes filled with fear, and their hearts beat a retreat. They were just thinking of a good karma of the Yi family, but did not expect the other side to provoke the person is actually an evil cultivator. And look at this situation. Is definitely a hard stump. If it can be solved at once, it's fine. If not, their entire family will suffer destruction in retaliation. The evil cultivators are a bunch of crazy. Yi family master. Forgive my Fong family for not being able to do anything about this matter. Farewell. Yi family master. Mr. Su will leave first. The people who figured it out all turned around without stopping, but it was easy to come in and hard to go out. Bear. The crowd had just flown not too far out when the sound of rustling chains came out of the red mist, and blood began to rain from the sky, a foul odor gradually spreading in the air. Pater. Big brother. What's going on here? Why is there no sound? Yi Lin stood on the side of Yi Long, looking at the surrounding blood mist that stretched for an unknown distance. His expression was tense. In the end, he was only in the late stage of the bone-forging realm, which had seen this kind of scene. Dead people don't have voices. Yi Long stood at the forefront of the Yi family, his voice bland, his eyes reddened as he stared at the unconscious Yi Tian behind Xiao Chen. Senior, although I don't know why my son is feuding with you, I hope you won't make decisions that you will regret. Yi Tian had a holy weapon on his body. This was something Yi Long was aware of. But right now, Yi Tian's life was hanging by a thread, while Xiao Chen instead looked like nothing was wrong, which proved that the young man in front of him, who looked less than half his age, was far stronger than he looked. However, the fact that the other party did not kill Yi Tian proved exactly that the other party knew the power behind their Yi family and had scruples in their hearts. Thus, Yi Long dared to say such a thing. Regret? Xiao Chen laughed coldly. His index finger pointed, and a soul-lock chain pierced through Yi Tian's shoulder on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and he opened his mouth playfully. With your Yi family's son who is a personal disciple in the Qingyan Holy Land? Not good enough. You. Yi Long was furious. He originally thought that the other party would stop knowing the background of the Yi family, but he didn't realize that he had missed the mark. Fellow Daoist Yi, don't try to theorize with these evil devils in crooked paths. Let's go straight on. Xiao Chen's voice was interrupted by a majestic voice. Looking up, only to see that the person who spoke was an old man with white hair, immortal style, and a white coat, and behind him were several young men and women dressed in cultivation robes. Isn't that Dean Wang of the Deer Hunting Taoist Academy? Alan had been living in the Great Yan dynasty for some time and recognized the visitor at a glance. Miss, do we need to remind this master? Aha! Zixaner was well aware of the power of Xiao Chen's strength and did not look worried as she transmitted her voice. Master, this person is the dean of the Great Yan dynasty's Deer by Deer Dao Academy, Wang Bo. The cultivation should be at the peak of the Wheeling Sea realm, but when Yi Fan returned some time ago, he had sought this person out, and his cultivation may have had a breakthrough. Upon hearing Zixaner's voice transmission, Xiao Chen looked towards Wang Bo and beckoned, his tone playful. Old fellow, want to save someone? You could have come up and tried. Don't be wild. Wang Bo didn't dare to stay in the fight. The Howren Zhengda Gong erupted with a roar, and a round of cave heaven shadow appeared behind him, drawing in a steady stream of heaven and earth spiritual chi. His white hair danced wildly as he stood in the void, his hand comparing to a sword pointing as he looked at Xiao Chen above the skeleton throne and shouted, Vast sword intent. Clang! A righteous sword intent was released with him at the center, and the blood mist dissipated into thin air the moment it came into contact with the vast golden light. The sword blades generated by thousands of golden lights roared in unison with a great sound. Not bad for a dean. This vast golden light has reached at least the level of the transformation realm. It's too strong. When the several Deer Hunting Dao Academy disciples saw this, they couldn't help but feel admiration, and their faces were filled with adoration. However, only Wang Bo knew that he was at the end of his rope after performing this move, and with a fishy sweetness welling up in his throat, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Fellow Daoist Yi, make a move. Yes, Yi Long didn't dare to have any retention. His refining bottom realm cultivation exploded, and his defensive holy weapon automatically protected his body. The palm of his hand flipped over and a saint-level longsword was offered up, the terrifying aura pressing down on the people present, their gazes forcing themselves to look at Xiao Chuan, panting sharply and lowly as they angrily bellowed out, Dean Wang, you and I will strike together to swat away the evil demons. Evil demon, don't die yet. Swish, the sacred sword stood in the lead, followed by countless light swords paving the way, and the vast sword intent condensed a giant sword blade to meet Xiao Dust's head. Boom! The strong wind blowing on his face messed up his hair, revealing a pair of dark as ink pupils. Staring at the attack that was about to fall, a hint of disdain flashing under his eyes, only to see his right palm slightly raised. A loud sound. The vast sword intent stopped at a position 3 inches away from his head. It was difficult to go down any further. How is this possible? Yi Long ignored Wang Bo's shock and seized the opportunity to shout, "Die for me!" Whoosh! The sound of breaking air penetrated through the entire battlefield, and the ruins of the floor along the way were lifted up as much as they could, with astonishing power. Tut! Again! There was another dull crash, and there was no figure of Xiao Duan flying out backwards in the smoke, and the hearts of the two men immediately sank to the bottom. Who dash? A breeze blew through the air, and the smoke cleared, revealing a black silhouette. No! This can't be right. Yi Long couldn't believe the scene that was happening in front of him. The other party had blocked Dean Wang's all-out release of vast sword intent with just a single finger, and his own saint-level longsword was firmly grasped in one of his hands, making it difficult to move. Oh my god! Alan's small hand covered her rosy lips and lost her voice. Master is so strong. In comparison, ZXINR's reaction was slightly normal. Her eyes noticed the faint evil smile at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, and her chest could not help but feel a deer in the headlights, her fingers wrapping around the corner of her skirt as she thought about what she wanted to do. Tonight, will the master let me serve his bed? What are you thinking about, miss? Suddenly, the recovered Alan put his face in front of ZXINR, scaring the latter. Reacting, ZXINR reached out and pinched at his waist. The pain Alan screamed. Ouch! Miss, what are you doing? It hurts. The moment Alan bent down and raised his head, he happened to see Xiao Chen suddenly move and licked his dry lips. It was hard to imagine that there was actually such a perfect person in this world. What? That's the end of it? Xiao Dust's sober gaze met the upper two, and his hand slightly exerted force as the heaven-swallowing devil technique was unleashed. Next, the connection between the saint-level longsword and Yi Long was severed, and the vast sword intent was forcefully swallowed by the heaven-swallowing devil technique and dissipated. Ah! He closed his eyes and groaned, feeling the vast sword intent floating above the sea of qi, a smug smile lifting up on his face. Put. On the other hand, Wang Bo, who suffered a backlash, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, crashed towards the ground, and his breath around him suddenly withered, and he was about to come to the end of the line. Dean Wang. Yi Long was shocked, lost his concentration and shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you? Why are you targeting my Yi family?" Xiao Chuan was speechless as he pressed his 5 fingers down on top of the sword, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Long across the street, taking a step out, and in the moment the latter blinked, the tip of the sword had already not entered his heart. Want to know? Ask your son later. Bear. Drawing his sword and shaking off the bloodstains, Xiao Chen flung out this manhwa sword, turning it into a stream of light that fell into the hands of ZXINR, who was observing the battle, and a low voice sounded at the same time. I've already eliminated the restrictions on this saint artifact, so take it and use it. Thank you, master. ZXINR bowed slightly towards Xiao Chen in the large formation, her hands encircling the sword, her face filled with loving happiness. Oh, miss, Alan wants it too. You give Alan a touch. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the soul seed had affected both of their souls. They had unconsciously viewed Xiao Chen as the most important person to each other. No give. ZXINR held the flying sword and turned away, slanting a glance at Alan behind her as she hummed. This is my master giving me a reward. Whoa! I don't care. Miss, let me touch it. Whoosh! Just as Alan was about to dominate, a stream of light flew again, the defensive holy weapon on Yi Long's body. Seeing this, Alan was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed and thanked. Thank you master for the reward. Alan can warm the bed for master tonight. Oh, Alan. Miss, I'm kidding. Don't you run. Xiao Chuan, who heard the commotion, held his forehead, but when he associated it with the bed warming that the other party had just said in his mouth, his lower body inexplicably burst into flames. He flexed his fingers and flicked out a meditation spell, frowning and sighing. Prolonged suppression is not a solution. It seems that there is a need to reconcile the yin and the yang. But before that, don't keep Mrs. Yi waiting. Families are still happy when they are whole and together. When the words fell, Xiao Chen left without looking back, and behind him, all kinds of screams and pleas for mercy constantly rang out from the large formation, and the blood aura filled the entire royal capital. P.S. Spend 2 days to get from Hiss, Green Cloud Holy Land, Lianyu Peak, Main Peak Alien Courtyard. Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged, snapped his eyes wide open, bloodshot eyes, his breath fluctuating terribly around his body, panting heavily as if he had gone through some kind of nightmare. Vanner, what's wrong with you? Hearing the commotion, Lian Yu ended her cultivation and gazed at Yi Fan with a frown, being able to feel that he didn't seem to be in a very good state at the moment. Mastermind, are you sure what you left for mom and dad and them works? At those words, Ryu frowned slightly in relief. The formation I set up before I left is called the 36 Koan Yuan formation. It can withstand attacks from Great Sage Realm cultivators. Even if a Saint King arrives in person, it will take some means to do so. Unless a Saint Exalted Realm powerhouse makes a move or your family walks out on their own, it will be difficult to harm the people of your Yi family. Vanille, why would you ask that all of a sudden? Is that what happened? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and recalled, just now, when I was cultivating, for some reason a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood suddenly appeared in my mind. I saw Dean Wang, Uncle Fong Wen and the others die at the hands of a mysterious person. And, Yi Fan didn't continue. He clenched his fist and pounded it on his thigh, slightly distracted. Since you are worried, why don't Master accompany you back to take a look? Lian Yu patted Yi Fan's shoulder with a gentle tone. Yi Fan shook his head. Master, it's not right. Nowadays, not only is there a crisis under the mountain, but the clan is also in a state of panic, so perhaps I'm overthinking things. Aha, Lian Yu nodded. Fanner, you're right. During this period of time, Lian Yu had felt more than once that a divine sense had swept over her. Lian Yu peak, thinking that someone from the sect had already had crooked thoughts about their master and disciple. Let the master worry. No harm done. Lian Yu waved her hand slightly and then took out a spirit talisman and smiled. Previously, when I was on my way out, I had left a sound transmission jade talisman at your home. This one is a subcharm. Use this to try and contact them. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was overjoyed and took the spirit talisman and bowed. Thank you, Master. It's not too late. Confirm it so that you can practice in peace. Aha. Immediately afterward, Yi Fan operated the spiritual energy in his body to communicate with the spiritual talisman and shouted with his divine sense. Father? Mother? Xiao Tian, can you guys hear me? There was a long silence, and no sound came from the other side of the transmission. Master, is there a problem with the sound transmission? Upon hearing this, Lian Yu pondered for a moment, thinking of all the possibilities, and finally shook her head. Impossible. This object was set up by my own hands. It's impossible to destroy it. As the words fell, Yi Fan's brows furrowed even deeper, and there was a bad feeling of apprehension in his heart. Master, I want to go back inside and be quiet. Aha. Let Ruyan accompany you for a walk around and take a break. If there's a reply from the spirit talisman side, I'll be the first to notify you. Good. I'm sorry to trouble you, Master. After saying that, Yi Fan no longer had the mind to cultivate, and quickly walked toward the outside of the house, not knowing where to go. After Yi Fan left, Lian Yu looked at the spirit talisman in her hand and muttered, I hope it's okay. Great Yan Dynasty. Blood-red skies loomed over the crowd, and people were on edge. Outside the gate of the Yi family, Xiao Chuan changed his outfit again and stood in the void, just like an exiled immortal. And behind him, Yi Tian had a demonic aura wrapped around his body. His hair was snow white, his eyes were blood red, and from time to time, he let out a beastly low roar and lost his mind. In the dark, countless pairs of eyes were casting their sights here, keeping an eye on the next movements. Oh my god, Master's move is completely murderous and heartless. Then I'm afraid that Yi Fan would be directly infuriated if he saw this, right? In an attic, Alan was lying on the windowsill, revealing half of his little head and a pair of eyes, staring at that back of Xiao Chen in the distance, unable to stop staring. After just now, the two women already knew Xiao Chen's true identity, and in their hearts, they would not feel the slightest bit of pity for what had happened to the Yi family. He who kills, man kills. Maybe. Beside the round wooden table, Zxiner poured herself a cup of tea and took a light sip, spreading her face and smiling. No matter what, we just need to do our own thing. Alan understands. Right. In front of the windowsill, Alan suddenly remembered something. Both eyes narrowed slightly, spat out her tongue, and playfully said, Is Miss going to join Alan in bedding her master at night? Do you want Alan to teach Miss? Well, originally talking and laughing, Zxiner's little face swished red after hearing this, and she pointed at Alan and stammered, Alan, how could you say such a thing? Shame on you. Alan, huh? It was Alan's turn to be embarrassed. She shrugged her nose, crossed her arms and chirped, This young lady is wrong. I learned all of this from being a lady's handmaiden. Only, Miss is a daughter body. Alan, this has not been the opportunity to practice. Listen to the great-grandmother, they said. This is very happy. Would you like to try it, Miss? We're not kids anymore if we try. Alan was still softening up, while Zxiner's brain had gone down long ago, and her mind was full of harmonious images, as if it was not bad. Who on earth are you? Why do you want to put my Yi family to death? Just as the master-servant duo was talking, a voice that could not be heard with any emotional fluctuations rang out in a clear and cold manner. Upon hearing this, Zxinr's lips curled into a smile as she muttered, "What a ruthless woman. It seems that we've all underestimated this Yi family's main mother." Ha ha ha. Above the large formation, Xiao Chen raised his eyes, his dark ink-like eyes staring at Yi mother Su Qing below, as if he had seen someone's figure, and said with a slight apology, "That what? You must be mistaken. Ma'am, Yi Fan and I are like brothers. His family is my family, how could I harm you? It's not?" Saying that, Xiao Chuan looked at Yi Tian behind him, who was pierced through his shoulder blades by the soul chain, and laughed. "I caught a devil on my way to the Yi family. After I heard that it was Yi Fan's cellular brother, I immediately sent it over. Would the ma'am like to confirm that?" Hearing this, Su Qing's good-looking brows were tightly furrowed together. Just as guessed, the person in front of her was indeed the mortal child's enemy. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "It seems that your excellency doesn't want to be kind?" Huffing and puffing, the lonely evening wind whistled on the ruins. Xiao Dust covered his face with both hands, his shoulders kept twitching, his voice went from low to high, and he gradually let out a wild laugh. "Mr. Xiao doesn't mean anything else, he just thinks that Yi Fan hasn't seen his family for a long time, he should be very homesick. So, I just want to refine all of his family into the 10,000 soul streamer to facilitate a reunion, no? Shouldn't that be a problem, ma'am?" Jia. Looking at Xiao Chen's almost maniacal smile, Su Qing's face turned as pale as paper as he shouted towards all the Yi family disciples behind him. "Everyone in the Yi family, prepare to die." Well, pooh. At those words, Xiao Chen covered his mouth as if he had heard a great joke, and casually slashed his sword across Yi Tian's throat behind him as his figure fell downward, accurately landed in front of Su Qing, blood staining her face as she trembled. "Tian, my Tian." Mother and son looked at each other. Yi Tian covered his neck in agony and reached out his hand to say something, but there was no sound, and he collapsed in Su Qing's arms in death. Looking at the flesh and blood that was born in his arms in the 10th month of pregnancy and died right in front of his eyes, Su Qing finally couldn't hold back. His eyes bloodshot, his hair dyed white, completely losing his mind, his mouth hissing continuously. "Why? What the hell for? You want to treat our Yi family like this?" In the void, Xiao Chen arrived in front of Su Qing in an instantaneous body, and a voice as if from hell resounded in her ears. "Ma'am, thank Yi Fan properly, otherwise how could you enjoy this kind of treatment?" As the words fell, Xiao Chen attached his hand on top of the formation and the heaven-swallowing devil technique was activated. The formation energy was absorbed as much as possible and could be broken with his hand. Immediately after, the shadow-retaining stone appeared in his hand, and he said with vigor, "Today, the Yi family of the Dian dynasty harbors demonic cultivators, and their crime is unpardonable. I also hope that all forces will punish the evil and promote the good, and join me in swatting away the evil." When these words came out, countless forces in the dark side, completely not expecting things to develop to this point, not being able to hesitate, someone immediately stepped forward and said, "I, the great Yin imperial family, would like to help you and swat away the evil demons. I, the Li family of the imperial city, would like to assist you in slaying the evil demons." Time to go back to one incense stick ago. In the great Yin royal palace, the Xia emperor was sitting high above the dragon chair. The hall was crowded with people. The discussion of the ministers was endless, and panic was written all over everyone's face. As quiet, the eunuch Li's duck voice rang out in the hall, and only then did the ministers quiet down and look at the Xia emperor above them. Silent. According to what the secretaries say, how should this matter be handled? Dead silence. The people looked at each other in disbelief and stammered for half a day, unable to say a word. Boo! The Xia emperor was furious and slapped his palm on the dragon chair. The aura of the wheeling sea realm erupted, pressurizing the ministers in the hall who didn't dare to raise their heads to meet their eyes, burying their heads and shivering. "Your Majesty, an audience with the third princess." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia blankly glanced at the group of ministers below and spat a bunch of rice buckets. He then waved his hand and said, "Declare." Tap 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 dash. Not long after, a red-clothed silk silhouette walked quickly. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old, with a slim figure, skin like snow, danfang eyes, a tear mole dotting them, and was born to be a beautiful woman. She carried the hem of her skirt with both hands, her feet stepped on cloud wisp boots, and behind her, her dark cloud-like hair swayed from side to side with her steps, soft and smooth. Seeing the visitor, the eyes of the group of ministers reddened, as if they had seen a savior, and cried out in unison, "We pay our respects to the 7th princess." 7th Princess Xia Ling Kite, known as the Wisdom Star and the 100 Treasure Bags, has helped the Dian dynasty open up countless frontiers and expand its territory over the years, and has made great achievements in battle. The world says, if not for the 7 princesses not being able to cultivate, This Dian dynasty will produce a supreme female emperor, and the promotion of the imperial dynasty will not be a problem. The Xia emperor, including the crown prince's princes, all loved this sister. 7. You're here. Prince Xia Yuan immediately greeted him, his face full of joy, as if he was certain in his heart that the other party already had a plan. Aha! Xia Ling Kite nodded slightly, without too much courtesy, and looked to the Xia emperor on the dragon chair. Father, there is already a good plan in my son's mind. Upon hearing this, the Xia emperor's dragon face was greatly pleased, and his tightly wrinkled brow unfolded as he laughed. Tell me about it. How should our great Yan dynasty respond this time? Xia Ling Kite paused and spoke his thoughts. According to what my son said, this person should not be someone who kills innocents indiscriminately. Oh, the Xia emperor recalled the earlier scene of blood rushing into the sky. A vicious chill rose from the soles of his feet, and, puzzled in his heart, he opened his mouth and said, "What makes you say that?" Xia Ling Kite was silent for a long time and spat out 2 words. Intuition. Wow. When these words came out, the ministers were in an uproar. The crowd did not expect that the 7th princess, who was always known for her resourcefulness, would say such a hasty word. Silence. The Xia emperor didn't say anything more, but only faintly said, "Then, according to what you said, Emperor's son, how should we deal with this person?" Submission. Ignoring the ugly expressions of the crowd that looked as if they had eaten dog shit, Xia Lingkue continued, "Since this person was able to defeat Yi Long, who possessed a saint weapon, in such a short period of time, the reason for this is only 2 points. One is that his cultivation is far beyond that of a saint, killing Yi Long in seconds. The second is that this person possesses the same means and is more skillful. But according to the information that my subordinates have poked around, there have only been 2 saintly auras in that big formation since the beginning, both of which were the fluctuations generated by that Yi Long when he activated his saintly artifacts." Hearing this, Xia Huang and the others were secretly pleased. Ever since the Jifan had achieved the top spot in the imperial competition and was taken away by the Lian Usage of the Qingyun Holy Land, the Yi family's status had been flourishing. In particular, the image of Yifan's return some days ago and the high-profile transfer of a sage-level magic weapon to the Yi family was vivid in the minds of the crowd. Before he left, he also expressed his intention to marry the 7th princess, and the tone was not like an inquiry, but a notice. This couldn't help but make Emperor Xia feel resentful. Yes. Suddenly, the Xia emperor on the dragon chair laughed out loud and stood up, the pain of a great revenge raised on his face. Karma. This Yifan has finally messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. Congratulations to father for eradicating a major heartache. Prince Xia Yuan took a step in time to stand out to congratulate him, and the group of ministers behind him immediately reacted to the fact that His Majesty the Emperor was angry with that person Yifan's arrogant gesture in front of the temple, and shouted after him, "Congratulations to your Majesty for eradicating a major heartache." Just, with a wave of his big sleeve, the Xia Emperor's gaze fell back onto Xia Ling Kite's body, a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, and he faintly said, "Does the Emperor's son have a countermeasure?" Xia Ling Kite seemed to be waiting for this sentence from the Xia Emperor, and recalling Xiao Chan's overwhelming figure in her mind, she actually blushed as if she were a little girl's gesture, and said in a small voice, "This person's purpose from the beginning was extremely simple, to take revenge on the Yi family. Right now and dress up the righteous cultivator will lead the Yi family. This move is mostly to kill and kill the heart, seeking an aim. Since that's the case, then why don't I, the great Yan dynasty, do a favor and help it build momentum and take a firm stand, so that it won't have to worry." Hiss. After listening to Xia Ling Kite's explanation, the group of ministers are all bright, the clouds in the mind to set aside, rather like a kind of mountains and water doubt no way, dark flowers and a village of open-minded. Wonderful. Father, Little Seven's plan is truly brilliant. Prince Xia Yuan also stood out, clearing his thoughts. As long as we help cover up the truth, even if that Qingyun Holy Land pursues us afterward, we also have something to say. Yes, extremely, the group of ministers responded. In that case, then according to what the 7th princess said, immediately send people to dissipate those, and anyone who leaks information. Kill. We are at your service. The words fell. The crown prince as well as his highness a group of military generals immediately ready to move. But behind him once again came the Xia emperor that cannot be disobeyed, the majestic voice. Wait, crown prince, make a trip to the ancestral land and ask the old ancestor to make a trip out of the gate. Now that Wang Bo is dead, why don't we take this opportunity to destroy the dear by dear Dao Academy together? My great Yan dynasty does not need such rebellious ministers. Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Xia Yuan's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. The dear exploitation Dao Academy had always been a heartbreak for their great Yan imperial family, and now was the perfect time to annihilate it in one fell swoop. My son leads the way. Not long after the crowd had left, Xiao Chen's voice spread to everyone's ears, and the ministers in the hall glanced at each other with great joy in their hearts. As Xia Ling Kite guessed, the other party's move was really to kill and kill. Father, please also respond quickly. Once my royal family takes a stand first, no one within this royal capital will dare to disobey, or to unify their voices, lest there be any catcalls in the future. Upon hearing this, the Xia Emperor could not help but look at Xia Ling Kite a few more times, wondering in his heart, this is really a cub born by himself, as resourceful as a demon. Without much thought, he immediately mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, and the voice that carried its own kingly aura resounded through the royal capital. I, the great Yin imperial family, would like to assist you in slaying the evil demons. The moment these words fell, the helmsmen of all the forces within the royal capital accounted for their intentions, and successively expressed their attitudes, fearing that they would be slowed down and be liquidated afterward. Puff. Father, my son is willing to lead the troops to swat away the evil demons. In the temple, Xia Ling Kite sank to her knees. Her tone was resolute, as if it was really for the sake of going forward to swing and kill the evil demons. Yoon. Although the Xia Emperor didn't know what he meant, he was not in a good position to break it up, and his gaze fell on the old man on his right. State Master, please also take the trouble to make a run for it. The microcosmic minister accepts the order. Although the State Master had gray hair, he looked very spirited, and slowly walked to Xia Ling Kite's body, stretching out his hand. Your Highness, please also hold on to it. Well, I'm sorry for the trouble. Sensei, this, Miss, Master is just too powerful. In the attic, Alan listened to the Dao voices ringing out from all around the royal capital, his small face filled with adoration, his small mouth lifting up in a faint arc as he pumped up. Alan will become a cultivator as resourceful as his master in the future. Let's just forget about this one. Master. Seeing Xiao Chen's arrival, Zxiner was the first to react and bowed slightly, while Alan also took the initiative to move a chair forward and stood behind her to pinch her shoulders. Master, you have worked hard. No harm done. Xiao Chuan picked up the tea that Zxiner had drunk and drank it in one go, and raised his hand to condense a picture in the void, which was precisely the scene of the forces led by the royal family, besieging the Yi family. Zxiner's cheeks flew up in a blush as she knelt down and bent over Xiao Chuan's side to squeeze his legs as she softly said, Master, what are your next plans? Intend to? Lowering his head, Xiao Chuan's gaze landed on a piece of snowy white, and a wicked smile appeared on his face as the evil flame surged within his body. After thinking about it, he pointed his fingertip on the brow of Zxiner's two daughters, and a Gongfu memory surged into his mind. This dual cultivation Gongfu, you guys familiarize yourselves with it, cultivate it, and it will greatly benefit you as well. At those words, the expression on Alan's face was much more natural. In her opinion, it was only natural for a maid to serve her master, but it seemed that Zxiner still needed some building up. Noticing Zxiner's embarrassment, Xiao Chen looked to Alan on one side and said, Tonight, Alan, you come to my room to serve the bed. Yes, master. Zxiner clenched her teeth and was just about to say something when the sound transmission stone in her arm suddenly remembered Xia Ling Kite's voice. Sister Xiner, can you let me meet Saint Xiao Chen? The sudden transmission made her a little disoriented and hurriedly explained. Master, it wasn't me who told her. I know. Xiao Dust waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be nervous as he gently raised his eyebrows and spoke. It's a bit interesting, let her come and see me. Yes. Boom. Bold Yi, how dare you collude with the demon clan? You deserve to die. The other side. The Yi clan's proud sage-level spell formation had already been shattered by the combined efforts of all the forces. The compound was littered with corpses and blood stained the drains in a shocking manner. The leader was the state master of the Dian dynasty, Xian Ming, the peak of the Wheeling Sea realm, looking down at Su Cheng, who had already transformed into a demon, with an icy cold expression, without a trace of pity, and with the words, Su Cheng knelt on the ground with Yi Tian in her arms. The light in her eyes had long since disappeared. Her hand holding Yi Tian trembled slightly, and her face revealed a feeling of determination as she faintly said, Wanting to make a mistake is not a good idea. It's just karma. If you want to kill or die, just come. The forces looked at each other and looked at the great Yin state master, waiting to speak. The devil is not worthy of death. Kill. Bear. Without any unnecessary nonsense. Su Qing was pierced through the heart by his sword, his breath withering away instantly. Wow. Soul-locking chains shot out from the 10,000 soul streamer and straightaway rolled up the two of them and dragged them into the soul-refining space. The hissing sounds of the resentful souls within them made everyone present unable to help but get chills and numbness in their scalps. Thank you all for your help today. In addition to the sacred order formation, as a reward, this Yi family material can be distributed by yourselves. As the words fell, The sacred order formation transformed into a stream of light that flew out from the ruins of the Yi family and flew towards the pavilion where Xiao Chen was, taking things from the void. Saintly means. Seeing this scene, the people who had regained their senses looked at each other. Their hearts were appalled while secretly rejoicing. Being able to obtain the shelter of such a saint was naturally excellent for the family. As for that Yi fan, the crowd was actually not afraid at all in their hearts. After all, the Great Yin dynasty belonged to the rule of the Qin Yuan imperial dynasty and was considered to have a neutral relationship with the Qing Yun Holy Land. However, back then, Yi Fan had rejected the solicitation of the Qin Yuan sacred sovereign in front of many forces at the imperial dynasty competition and chose the Qing Yun sacred land instead. The incident was already being held against him. Forgive him? The Qing Yun Holy Land wouldn't dare to rush into the Dian dynasty to start a holy war, so as not to be put in small shoes. According to what you all said, how should this Yi family's resources be distributed? The great Yin State Master stood in the void, squeezing out a smile on his pale face, looking at the hearts of the crowd trembling with fear, and hurriedly arched his hand. Naturally, I'm at the mercy of the State Master. Ah yes. We are all at the disposal of the Master of the State. So very good. The great Yin State Master stroked his beard with satisfaction and said with his hands in the air, according to what the old man said, it would be better to organize the Yi family's resources and hand them over to that lord for distribution. What do you all think? Hearing that, all the people in the heart are cursing a old fox. This is not where the distribution to others, completely as a way to send treasure is not. The point is, they knew in their hearts that they still had to act as if they didn't know, nodding their heads and saying, this is an excellent method. Then I'll trouble the State Master to make an extra trip afterward. The great Yin country master narrowed his eyes and smiled. No trouble, no trouble. Subsequently, the forces sent people down to scavenge, not daring to miss the slightest bit for fear of losing their lives due to a small loss. Dum. Outside the loft box, there was a plaintive knock on the door. Come in. Xiao Dust put down the tea in his hand and said softly. Squeak dash. The door of the room was pushed open from outside, and a stunning face was reflected in his eyes. My daughter, Xia Ling Kite, meet your lordship. Xia Ling Kite looked towards Xiao Chen and bowed. Respectfully, her heart could not help but thump in her mind as the shocking glimpse just now flashed through her mind. Bay teeth gently biting delicate red lips, beautiful eyes flooded with autumn water, face with inging expectancy. There is a different kind of charm. You are the seventh princess of the great Yin dynasty. Xia Ling Kite? Fang Kai Zxaner had already briefly introduced this talented woman with a mind like a demon's with him, and now that he took a look at it, it really did give people a feeling of stupidity. Your honor knows me? At those words, Xia Ling Kite raised her head somewhat out of character, and then felt it was inappropriate, hurriedly lowering her head, her fingers wrapped around her hair, somewhat twisted. Just realized. Xiao Chuan saw the other party's nervousness and flirted. I just didn't expect that the seventh princess, who is known to be as talented as a demon and indifferent in nature, would also have such a lovable side. If those young talents of the royal capital knew, wouldn't their minds be in turmoil? Your honor is joking. Xia Ling Kite listened and lowered her head even deeper, her small face scarlet, like it was ripe, rolling hot. Master, you shouldn't tease Sister Iris. Zixiner or the first time to see Xia Ling Kite reveal such a posture. The heart of emotion at the same time. A crisis quietly emerged. Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders and did not continue to speak, picking up the tea and taking a sip. But the latter was suspicious. Sister Xiner, what did you just call the adults? Master? Sister Shiner, what's going on? Xia Ling Kite was aware of Zxiner's true identity. Unlike most of those unfavored sub-vein descendants of the Universal Chapter, Zxiner was the daughter of the current president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, and her status was honored. At those words, a faint sadness surfaced at the corners of Zxiner's mouth, but it quickly faded, pulling Xia Ling Kite to sit down. This matter is a long story. Sit down first. Half an incense stick later. Alan lying on Zxiner's lap crying uncontrollably. Xia Ling Kite heartbreakingly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Xiao Chen silently looked out the window. His heart did not know what he was thinking. It's okay. Zxiner patted the shoulders of the two of them and broke into a smile. Now that I have followed my master, the Z family is a thing of the past for me, and there are only benefits to be found between me and them. Sooner or later the Universal Chamber of Commerce will fall into the hands of its master. That's a good point. I have exactly that intention. Xiao Chuan opened his mouth after a long time, and what Zxiner said was exactly the arrangement he had in mind for the follow-up. Hey! After receiving Xiao Chen's affirmative answer, the corner of Zxiner's mouth slightly raised a smile as she gripped Xia Ling Kite's hand tightly, her eyes full of smiles as she said, Sister Iris, come with us, take a look at the wider world. Perhaps the master can find a solution to your inability to cultivate. Cultivation. Hearing this, a trace of heart swept across Xiao Ling Kite's small face. Not being able to cultivate had always been a regret in her heart. She didn't want to be the imperial daughter who was a bit of a smartass waiting for her marriage in other people's mouths. She was just like Zxiner. Her heart was filled with ambition. If not, she would not be here today. Just, when she sneaked a look at the ancient and unperturbed Xiao Chen, a restless heart slowly sank back into silence and bitterly smiled. Forget it, Sister Shiner. Unable to cultivate. I will only be a burden to you. I'm still. Who says you can't practice? Suddenly, Xiao Chen's voice rang out, and Xiao Ling Kite was first briefly stunned, then turned from sadness to joy, excitedly wanting to go forward to confirm the answer. But the next second, her left foot tripped over her right foot, and her entire body swooped out and just happened to land in Xiao Chuan's arms, except that her posture was slightly strange and her head was buried in front of one of the majestic passes. You, Alan exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. His, Zixiner, on the other hand, was half on her side, her hands covering her face, revealing a pair of eyes full of inquiry and curiosity through her fingers. Blot to loneliness. Well, right, I'm sorry. Reacting, Xiao Ling Kite's small hand pulled back, hurriedly withdrew back a distance, head slightly glanced to the side, tone shy. That pair of pure appearance. Let Xiao Chen directly stood up. Big, my lord. I didn't mean it. Boo. In the attic box, Xiao Ling Kite bowed deeply, her head hit the desktop, her eyes filled with tears but she didn't say a word. Put. Xiao Chuan could not help but feel amused at the sight and asked kindly, doesn't it hurt? But how could I know that? Xiao Ling Kite raised her head, tears squeezing her eyes, her little mouth pouting, tearful eyes nodding her head, pouting. Ouch. This. Xiao Chuan held his forehead. His two fingers condensed a healing spell and gently pressed on the redness of her forehead. It was really hard to imagine that this dull young girl in front of him was the rumored seventh princess. It's okay, isn't it? Charing iris touched her forehead. It didn't hurt. And surprised. It's okay, yeah. Thank you, my lord. Glancing at Xiao Chen's stranger-like jade, Prince worldly face, she thought about what the other party had just said and muttered in a small voice. My lord, can it really help me to open my cultivation? Cough, clenching his right hand into a fist and coughing lightly twice. Xiao Chuan's mind resounded with the way he had just communicated what Senior Sister Peach had said through the longevity ring, and he awkwardly did not know how to speak. According to what Elder Sister Peach had said, the probability was that Xiao Ling Kite was the rumored nine-yang extinction vein, with a female body and a male body, and a misplaced yin and yang. After thinking about it, he began to repeat it according to what Sister Peach had said. Is it true that every 7 days at noon, your body burns like a blazing fire, scorching hot and unbearable? Xiao Ling Kite's eyes widened at the words, and her head was like a chicken pecking at rice as she kept nodding her head. Apart from that, do you occasionally still have an inexplicable fondness for women? With inexplicable favorites? Especially Xiner and Alan and the others. Am I right? Well, Alan Zixiner covered her mouth, her almond eyes glaring round, as if she had heard some extraordinary news. Aha! Xiao Ling Kite replied in a thin, mosquito-like voice. Kiter. Seeing that the other party looked disoriented, Zxiner turned her head to look at Xiao Chen and said, Master, is this the reason for the physique? He didn't deny it and explained. The seventh princess should be the rumored nine-yang absolute vein, nine-yang Jedi vein. The three women were stunned at the words, having never heard of it at all, and their inquisitive gazes looked at Xiao Chen in anticipation of an answer. The nine-yang Jedi vein is also known as the body of pure yang. I don't think you guys are unfamiliar with it, right? Aha. But generally the pure yang body only appears in male cultivators, and its manifestation is that as long as the yuan yang is kept intact, the speed of cultivation will rise by leaps and bounds in a single day, comparable to a sacred body. But if it appears on a female cultivator, it will evolve into the nine-yang extinction vein. A woman's sexuality is yin, while the power of pure yang is overbearing and rigid. If it is forcibly cultivated, the dantian will be torn apart by the two, and the pain will be excruciating. With that, he then looked at Zxiner and said, an Xiner is an extremely yin body. The yin chi in her body can exactly regulate the yang chi in your body, and vice versa. That's why you prefer women to men. Cracked. So it is. With her small hands resting on her fragrant cheeks, Alan paced back and forth. No wonder the seventh princess is so cold towards men. I thought that the rumors of the lily's goodness that were rumored before were true. I didn't realize there was actually a reason for that. Zxiner also nodded silently from the side, secretly relieved, and asked a question first, then Master, is there a way to solve this physique? Swish, swish. 3 gazes fell on Xiao Chen in unison as he took a long breath and said, there are 2 solutions to the problem. For 1, Use heavenly materials containing extreme yin attributes to suppress the pure yang power in her body and forcefully open her cultivation, so that when her cultivation breaks through to saint, she can slowly suppress the power of her physique. It's 2. Then you need to double cultivate with a cultivator who possesses a yin attribute physique / kung fu, both male and female. With the kung fu, the effect is twice as effective with half the effort, and you can obtain a remarkable cultivation level in a short period of time. Double tree. Alan's small brain stirred as he looked at Xiao Chuan and said, Master, aren't you the yin-yang physique? It's just the right time to double cultivate with Iris. Xia Ling Kite that had heard of these, her ears reddened and she somewhat dared not look directly at Xiao Chuan, and said in a jar, if your lordship doesn't mind, Kite can. Su was afraid that Xiao Chen would misunderstand that she was a prodigal woman. She hastily blushed again and pursed her lips and added, Iris is still the first time. Phew. He had to admit that when he saw Xia Ling Kite's charming demeanor that I felt sorry for. Xiao Chen only felt a huge dragon soaring and dancing up and down. In his previous life, he was so focused on revenge that he missed out on a lot. Living again, he really couldn't think of any reason to refuse such a special thing as Xia Ling Kite. Still, what's right is not wrong. Junior brother, promise her. Before he could take the next step, Peach's voice sounded again. You are originally a yin-yang body. If you can absorb the pure yang power from this 9-yang Jedi vein and combine it with that Yin extreme yin sacred body, you might be able to advance to a yin-yang sacred body, although it's no better than an immortal body. With the assistance of your dual cultivation technique, a breakthrough will come sooner or later. I know, Xiao Chen answered, then condensed a soul seed in his palm and looked at Xia Ling Kite and admonished. This object is called a soul seed. After swallowing it, your life and death will only be at my whim. Think about it before you. I do. Xia Ling Kite decisively took the soul seed, and she could vaguely feel the connection between her soul and Xiao Chen, and this feeling was very marvelous to her. Memorize this gong method, and I will help you start cultivating tonight. Great, Master. Are you serious? Xia Ling Kite never thought that she would one day become a cultivator as she wished. Her heart couldn't help but be restless. Aha! Xiao Chen nodded and sympathetically said, if you are not ready, Alan will serve you tonight. Master. Zixiner on the side couldn't wait any longer. There were more and more women around her master. Alan was her maid that she grew up with. The calculating heart was not yet obvious, but when she had just heard that Xia Ling Kite, who was known for her coolness, would not hesitate to put down her dignity to become her master's maid, she admitted that she panicked. What's wrong? Xiao Chuan could see Zixiner's small mind, but did not break it down as his aggressive gaze swept over her body and asked rhetorically, do you have anything you want to say? Zixiner, who had never been sized up like this, not only did she not get angry, her body instead seemed to have flipped some kind of switch. Her charming eyes were like spring water, and she daintily said, I can also serve my master's bed tonight. Xiao Chen did not answer immediately, but looked at the two of them and said, what about you guys? The two women glanced at each other, hid their mouths and snickered, not arguing any further, and said in unison, then let Miss/Sister Xiner serve her master first. Good. Agreeing to do so, Xiao Chuan glanced out the window. It was still early in the day. He had no choice but to suppress the evil fire once again, covering his nose and proposing, it's still early in the day, so why don't we go around and take a stroll? The three women snickered in the bottom of their hearts when they saw this. Their own master seemed to be inexplicably a bit innocent. Zixiner also needed a bit of psychological preparation, so the three women nodded in unison and took Xiao Chen's hand and walked towards the downstairs. Xiao Chuan changed back into a new appearance. For the time being, he did not want to expose the news that he was alive, and looked at the three stunning women on his side who were like flowers in jade, and who had fallen in love with the country. It's hard for a hero to pass by a beautiful woman, the ancients really don't deceive me. Just as he was descending the stairs, Senior Sister Peach's voice came from his mind. Junior brother, quickly project the image in. Senior Sister wants to see it too. No problem. Ever since Xiao Chuan left, the days of hard cultivation alone Peach could not go on for more than a day. And often he would be asked to transmit the outside world images back to the secret realm. What a hoot! Junior brother, you must hurry up and cultivate to the great emperor realm. Then I can leave the secret realm and come out to play. Xiao Chen let out a bitter smile in his heart. Senior sister, I will definitely work harder. There's no rush. Peach was afraid that Xiao Chen would be in a hurry and added, just progress gradually. When you finish absorbing the yin and yang qi in these three little ninjas' bodies, the late stage of sage is expected. If you accidentally get shot, Senior sister can still help you with the baby-o. At those words, Xiao Chen man went numb. What are you thinking about, master? It's fine. It's fine. Returning to his senses, Xiao Chen did not forget to remind, just address me as Gongzi later on to avoid being suspected. Yes, Or the Lord. The Lord has a good mind. Go eat first. Yeah, senior brother. Are we really not going to spread the news of this back to the sect? 100 Flowers Building. In the ground box, a fat and a thin two young cultivators are burying their heads and gorging themselves. The fat one is naive and looks very honest, and the thin one has a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and a pair of eyes are extremely witty. Hearing the fat cultivator's words, the skinny monkey cultivator hated the iron and said, "Fatty, isn't what you're saying fucking bullshit? If that matter is known to that eccentric ghost, the peak master, do you think we can still live? Didn't you see what happened to eldest brother? Boo, motherfucker." Saying that, the skinny monkey cultivator slapped his palm on the tabletop, spat, and exasperatedly said, "It's a pity that I, Chen Chuan, have mediocre qualifications, or else I would have said anything to avenge my eldest senior brother's death." Revenge. The fat cultivator remembered his gentle elder brother and turned his grief into appetite, picking up the suckling pig and gnawing on it. That's right. This kind of bullshit plans still go back for what? Maybe one day we'll be treated as the ghost of the wrongful death. Besides, with the cultivation of the two of us at the early stage of refining the internal organs, which one of us can't go to this lower dynasty? Why bother going back to that Lian Yue peak to suffer from that loser? Fatty, is that right? Chen Xuan looked towards Master Zhu, who had buried his head in his gnawing, wanting to get a satisfactory answer. Right. Xu Xiaofang nodded his head repeatedly and gave a thumbs up. It's still elder brother who has thought it through. That's right. Chen Xuan puffed out his chest, a bit smug, and instructed, "After we eat this meal we'll go next door to the Great Feather Dynasty to get out of the wind. This Yi family has 100 or so people up and down, all wiped out, none survived. With Yi Fan's vindictive character, I'm afraid that for some time afterward, the Great Yan Dynasty won't be peaceful." The two of them originally came to the Dian Dynasty because they heard that the demon clan was offering a bounty for Qin Yin disciples, and coincided with the clan's mission to travel outside in order to avoid the wind. Never would have thought that the two of them would have touched Yi Fan's old home. When they wanted to rush to leave today, it coincided with the outbreak of a bloody battle at the Drunken Immortal building at the entrance of the city, and a sage-level demonic cultivator infested the place, scaring the two of them to hastily shrink back. He waited until late at night before he dared to come out and find a place to fill his stomach. But then again, Chen Xuan recalled the scene he saw from afar in the afternoon and cocked his head and thought, "Fatty, have you ever felt that what that demonic cultivator said today is very much like what the peak master and the others said that day on the day of eldest brother's execution? Only, this time the identities are reversed. It's true. People do what people do. If it wasn't for the frequent emergence of demonic cultivators lately, I'd really like to go back to the sect to see Yi Fan's exasperated expression. It'd be wonderful." On the day of Xiao Chuan's execution, Chen Chuan and Master Zhu were trapped in their cave by some unknown person using a formation, and could only hear the commotion coming from the direction of the law enforcement hall from afar, unable to do anything about it. "Senior brother, do you think it could be that the eldest brother is not dead?" Coldly, Xu Xiaofang's words silenced the entire room. Halftime, Chen Chuan bitterly smiled and shook his head, recalling the scene of heaven and earth's pathos on that day. There would be no falsehood. The eldest senior brother has indeed died, but he will always live in my heart. Fatty. Xu Xiaofang's hand movements lurched at the words and raised his head to look at Chen Xuan, who continued, "Without eldest senior brother, it would be impossible for us to come out of the void sky mysterious realm alive. So, in the future, if we come across those lapdogs of Yi Fan, let's kill him. They're all a bunch of wolf-hearted things. Kill." Xu Xiaofang's expression was simple, but Chen Xuan, who was familiar with him, understood that it was enough and nodded. "Eat quickly. Be ready to get out of here later." Aha! One incense stick later, the two of them ate and drank their fill and were just about to get up and push the door to leave, but they heard a few familiar voices ringing out of the door, and the master and brothers looked at each other, both holding their breaths and waiting for an opportunity to move. "How are things going with the preparations you were told to make?" "Don't worry, senior brother Fong. That shadow-retaining crystal that recorded the slaughter of the Yi family has already been transmitted back to the clan. If we let the clan know that the Yi family colluded with the demon clan, I'm sure that Yi Fan will also suffer from being implicated. And even if there is that Lian Yu Peak Master's shelter, with that Xiao Chen's previous warning, it will be impossible to deal with it lightly." On the corridor, several young men dressed as gentlemen were slowly walking towards the box next to Chen Xuan. The leader was a slightly older youth, 26 or 27 years old. "Good job." The corners of the mouth of the senior brother surnamed Fong, who was in the lead, rose up, his tone light and provocative, reaching out and taking out a bag of spirit stones and stuffing it into the hand of the person who spoke and laughed. "Consider these spirit stones as your hard-earned fees for this period of time. There will be heavy thanks when it's done." Looking at the bulging bag of spirit stones, One of the mudbloods immediately complimented. Many thanks to senior brother Fong for the reward. Now that Xiao Chen is dead, if we bring down that Yi Fan again, in the future, the peak master position, senior brother Fong will surely be the favorite. Yeah. A few other mudbloods followed up and chimed in. Worthy of being senior brother Fong, when you first pretended to cooperate with Yi Fan in the secret realm and dragged Xiao Duan off his horse, and now you're repeating the same trick to get that Yi Fan to fall for it. It's really wonderful. Ha! Upon hearing this, senior brother Fong glared at the latter with a sideways glance, looked around, and reminded, the walls have ears, so don't say anything you shouldn't, lest we get caught in the act. Yes, we will be careful and prudent with our words. Go. Senior brother Fong nodded indifferently. During this period of time, there is a fear that something big will happen in the Great Yin Dynasty. After tonight, let's find a place to retreat for a period of time, and it won't be too late for us to return to the sect after the recruitment ceremony. Yes, the people naturally knew what the big deal was, and not wanting to be pricks, they responded in unison. Behind the door, Chen Chuan and his duo listened to the conversation between the several people, and hated them so much that they gnashed their back teeth. Fatty! Aha! Miso dash! Look at each other. Chen Chuan and Zhu Xiaofeng slowly drew the spirit swords on their waists, only waiting for a few people to pass by before they were ready to strike. Suddenly, one of the few people pointed at the entrance of the restaurant below and shouted, Senior brother Fong! Look at that! A great beauty of the world! Upon hearing this, the rest of the crowd looked over, only to see Xiao Chuan walking in at the entrance of the restaurant, surrounded by the three Xiaoling kite girls, which immediately attracted countless gazes. Suck it! That smells good. God damn it. What is this kid's origin? No cultivation at all to have such a stunning color. It's a waste. Senior brother Fong. Senior brother Fong? Oh, what's wrong? After shouting several times, that senior brother surnamed Fong only came to his senses, but his gaze never left the three women either. A few mudbloods saw this, so they still didn't know what senior brother Fong was thinking and rubbed their hands together, somewhat lewdly saying, Fong's senior brother. When I came, senior brother have inquired. I heard that this 100 Flowers building tonight not only to organize the 100 Flowers banquet, but also came to the 4 Flower Leader Disciple competition, or not also let a few senior brothers before the closure of. The lewd disciple who spoke licked his dry thick lips, his mind speaking for itself. Fong surnamed senior brother intentionally did not want to scare the snake, but thought of the Yi family has been destroyed. This Dian dynasty and is located in the border. I think there will not be a demon tribe infestation. The mind cannot help but lively up. Good. Then enjoy yourself before the retreat. Thanks to senior brother Fong's fulfillment, the senior brothers will also find a way to let senior brother get what he wants. Ha. After saying that, the curtain of the lobby below has been pulled open. Many dancers have already boarded the stage. The crowd is no longer ambiguous. Immediately went down to the lobby. Shit. In the room, Chen Chuan heard the footsteps of several people descending the stairs and slammed his fist on the door. Chagrined. Elder brother. What now? Chen Chuan's eyes turned. An idea came to his mind, and he gritted his teeth. Doesn't he, Fong Wen, want to be one with a woman? Then let's not let him get away with it. Go! Let's also go down to see this flower leader competition. After saying that, Chen Chuan took the lead and pushed the door down the stairs, while Zhu Xiaofeng was right behind him. In the lobby, Xiao Chuan, who had sought a place to sit down, suddenly detected a familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy, and looking toward the stairway, his gaze happened to land on Fong Wen and his party who were descending the stairs. Fong man? Kind of. It looks like we'll be able to collect some more interest tonight. That's. Just as he was thinking so, his afterglow suddenly noticed the duo of Chen Chuan who had come down right after him, and said with some surprise, It's Kawako and Fatty. Why are they here too? And sneaky. Could it be that their target is Fong Wen? Chen Chuan and Zhu Xiaofeng were considered to be Xiao Chen's few close friends in Lianyue Peak. Friendship is not a matter of knowing, at least from his perspective. In his previous life, after he experienced that incident, the duo later died not long afterward during a clan scouting mission down the mountain. Not long after his death, the ancient mysteries appeared. So much so, he mistakenly thought that the duo had accidentally died on their way to explore the secret realm, not realizing that the real reason was to avenge him. Now that he knew the truth, it was natural for him to not let the same thing happen again. Master? Seeing Xiao Chen standing still and staring blankly, Zixiner on the side shook her arm slightly and asked, What's wrong with you? It's okay. Xiao Chuan patted her hand, signaling to put her mind at ease, and then added, How is it? Have you found a good location yet? Aha. Xia Ling Kite pointed to Alan, who was not far ahead. and smiled. Sister Alan has already made arrangements. Miss, Master, Sister Xia. Shortly after the words were spoken, Alan's voice came from the crowd, a set of keys in his hand, waving them happily at the trio. Little sister, do you want to go to the heavenly box with a few of your brothers? Beginning. The voices of several of Fong Wen's muddy-legged disciples rang out from behind the people, and a pair of large hands grabbed towards Alan's slender wrists. Pop! Just as Xiao Chuan was about to use his divine sense to kill that person, Chen Chuan, who had arrived after, happened to appear, and as he counterclasped that salty pig's hand, the latter coldly said, "Could it be that this fellow Taoist is prepared to do something out of line in full view of the public?" Wow! As soon as these words came out, countless gazes were thrown over, some mocking, some disdainful, and even more uproarious. Brother Beefy, how dare you molest a woman in the 100 Flowers house? Awesome! The Flower Manor boss is still 10 breaths away from the battlefield. Brother, fend for yourself. Ha ha ha. In the crowd, Fong Wen frowned slightly, and as he retreated toward the back, he cursed in his heart. Stupid fool. The 100 Flowers building was the secular industry of the first-grade sect, the 100 Flowers sect. In various places, the disciples under the door are all female cultivators, and although the distribution is based on the red powder industry, the female disciples in the door are all selling their art and not their bodies. More often than not, it is used as a way of selecting young talents who are pleased with the idea, as a future marriage partner. From the elders and holy lords of all the great holy lands, down to some of the last-rate sects, all of them were characterized by their figures. So, the 100 Flowers sect was also jokingly referred to as the most unlikely sect to be overthrown in the desolate domain. However, the fundamental reason is that the 100 Flowers sect treats its disciples as if they were their own, and the disciples have a strong sense of belonging, and even after leaving the sect, they have always been concerned about the sect. None of your business. That Qingyan disciple's face was suffocatingly red as he listened to the sneers around him, shaking off Chen Chuan's hand and preparing to flee the scene. But in the next second, a silhouette stopped in front of him. Boom! Like an abyssal aura instantly enveloped him. He intuitively felt his scalp numb, his feet subconsciously backed up, reaching out to grab a few companions, but the latter had long since dodged away, leaving him alone. Puff! You, who are you? Me? The woman glanced indifferently at the man who had fallen to the ground. Her tone was cold. Not the slightest fluctuation of emotion could be heard. Hua Man Lu, the shopkeeper of this 100 Flower house. Do you know what happens when you oppress a female cultivator in my 100 Flowers house? That Qingyan disciple was wide-eyed, breathing heavily, his head shaking like a rattle drum, his forehead beaded with sweat, and a foul odor was coming from between his legs, obviously scared shitless. Seeing this, Hua Manlu covered her nose with her hand, her red lips turned away, her eyes full of dislike, and she looked to the side of the parishioners and laughed. You all might as well tell him the answer. I'll do it. On the seating area, a eunuch raised his hand, stood up, closed the fan in his hand, and said flirtatiously, that naturally means that his cultivation should be discarded and thrown out like a dead dog. Ha ha ha, that's a good point, Boss Flower, don't let a bedbug affect all of you. No. Upon hearing this, that Qingyan disciple completely couldn't tense up and couldn't care less at this moment, pulling out the Qingyan Holy Land token and yelling, you can't kill me, I am a disciple of the Green Cloud Sacred Lands Linue Peak. If you kill me, the Sacred Land side won't spare you. Stupid. At those words, Fong Wen, who had already retreated to the edge, spat in his mind and twisted around, ready to flee, but was stopped by a few guards, who pointed at the crowd and asked, you're in league with that Qingyan disciple just now, aren't you? Fong Wen didn't say anything, his hand touched to the spirit sword at his waist, and looked at the several people vigilantly, saying sternly, what do you want? Seeing this, a few guards snorted, not fearing in the slightest, and pointed at the front door of the restaurant. According to the rules, you can either leave immediately or be thrown out by the shopkeeper. Either way, take your pick. Is your 100 Flower sect picking a fight with the Qingyan Holy Land? Fong Wen was worthy of being a cunning old man, and in a few words, he brought the relationship between the two clans to the surface, and once the word got out, the impact could be big or small. For a while, the several guards were a bit at a loss for words. Even Hua Manlu was frowning as he stood in place. In normal times, this kind of person would be driven out, but right now, the Qingyan Holy Land was in a special situation. She was also in a bit of a bind if she was traced afterward. Tap 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 dash. Just as the crowd was at a loss, Xiao Chuan slowly walked out from the crowd with his steps, his gaze locking with Chen Chuan, who inexplicably felt some familiarity, and his feet subconsciously stepped aside to one side as a sign of respect. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, then gently took Alan's hand and said with concern, is everything okay? Alan looked at the hand that was held by her master. Her small face blushed and she lowered her head and timidly said, Master, Alan is fine. As she said that, she glanced contemptuously at the green cloud disciples on the ground and crooked her mouth. This person is only at the bone-forging realm. I can beat him to death with one hand. But, hearing this, Hua Manlu, who had been frozen in concentration, did not hold back her laughter, and laughed with a floral tremor, a smile and a knit with a natural self-contained charm. Holy shit! Junior brother, what kind of reverse weather luck are you having? I'm kind of wondering the same thing. To the sudden voice of Peach in his mind, Xiao Chuan was not surprised at all, and his gaze fell on Hua Manlu's petite body as his mind communicated. Senior sister, is this flower fuller the rumored innate charming bone? Being a half-emperor in his previous life, Xiao Chuan could still tell a thing or two about these special physiques. Nice. A man or woman with this kind of physique has a charming bone that is heavenly, and is an excellent candidate for practicing dual cultivation techniques. Just now if this woman hadn't messed up her mind and leaked her breath, otherwise it would have been difficult to detect. It seems that she should have a technique on her that is extremely good at hiding her aura. Xiao Dust nodded. He was almost in agreement with what Peach was thinking. TSK, Tisk. In the medicinal garden, Peach sat cross-legged on the top of a tree, holding the food that Xiao Chuan had bought earlier when he was shopping, and staggered as she looked at the mirror image in the void. First it was the extreme yin saint body Zxiner, then it was the Tai yin xian body Elon, the 9 yang extreme vein Xia Lingkite, and now there's an innate enchanting boneflower Manlu, plus that ancient secret realm you mentioned earlier. According to what the emperor said, the probability of this great Yin dynasty being a place where dragons are raised, it seems that Yi Fan is actually a son of luck. Son of luck? Xiao Dust nodded rather approvingly, describing it appropriately. In his previous life, although that Yi Fan had a calamity, but every time he could escape from death, and once more than once stronger, as if invisible by some kind of luck blessing in general. But then, in a whirlwind, he hooked his lips in a faint smile, his tone light as if he were stating a fact, and murmured, but now it's all mine. Between the words, Xiao Dust took a sudden step and his figure instantly disappeared. Buzz. Next, everyone only felt a ripple in the void before them. When Yin came back to his senses, Xiao Chen's figure had already arrived in front of Fangwen, a face hidden in the shadows, his eyes emitting a bizarre red aura. What the hell is going on here? Why is the man suddenly gone? Oh my god, could this be? In an instant, an unbelievable fact came to everyone's mind. Space Mobile. No, that gentleman just now. Could he be a saintly powerhouse? Only then did the crowd react to the fact that the seemingly uncultivated male in front of them was actually a saint. Puff. Fangwen was so shocked that he stumbled and fell backward, staring wide-eyed and grimacing. No, this is impossible. How can you be a saint? Where is that senior just now? Fangwen's movement instantly attracted the attention of many people, who looked sideways for his figure, and finally found the disappeared Xiao Chen at the entrance. Hua Manlu looked at the figure. A flash of curiosity flashed under his eyes as he murmured, when did the desolate domain produce a saint so young? Why have I never heard anyone say that before? Hua Manlu could clearly feel the aura of life in Xiao Chuan's body, which was so tender, but the latter seasoned aura that emanated from the depths of his soul gave her a sense of vicissitude. The more this thought, the more curious Hua Manlu's heart is. I don't know. Himself has been slowly sinking into it for a long time. Who on earth is this man? Moreover, the death of that Yi family also seems to be related to the person in front of me. Seductive eyes swept around the field. Hua Manlu's gaze fell back on Zxiner and Xia Ling Kite who were clustered together with Alan in the crowd, and with a glance, the corner of his mouth tugged, oddly saying, the daughter of the Chamber of Commerce of the Nations, the seventh princess of the Great Yin dynasty. Why are these two people following this person's side? Could it be that? Ahem. Hua Manlu covered his mouth and coughed lightly twice, shaking off those salacious and obscene thoughts, his tone slightly tinged with the slightest bit of sultriness. Then again, he's got a lot of women around him. Each and every one of them is a stunner. Among the crowd of onlookers, Chen Chuan elbowed Zhu Xiaofang beside him and asked in a whisper with his ear, I say fatty, have you ever felt that this senior is very much like a person? Yes? Zhu Xiaofang froze. Chen Chuan didn't care and continued to remind, take a closer look. Oh, although Zhu Xiaofang had misgivings in his heart, he still stared at Xiao Chen's back carefully for a long time, and a figure suddenly flashed in his mind, and his small soybean-sized eyes widened as he danced with his hands. It's the big. Well, before he finished speaking, Chen Chuan cursed idiot, and a pair of big hands covered him, and his hands were silenced. Shoo, fatty, why are you yelling so loud? Be quiet, do you hear me? Woo woo. Xu Xiaofang even nodded his head repeatedly, The flesh in the corners of his eyes was almost piled up together. Senior brother Chen. It can't really be. Cough. Who is that? Right? Xu Xiaofang asked with some uneasiness. What do you say? Blankly glancing at Zhu Xiaofang, Chen Chuan rubbed his hand on his chin and transmitted. I suspect that this person should be eldest brother's elder, or benefactor, came over here specifically to get revenge. Xu Xiaofang's small mouth pouted as she shook her head and replied. But senior brother Chen, eldest brother is an orphan brought back by Master Qin Peak, so where are the elders? Besides, with a master like the Peak Master around, it's simply impossible for eldest brother to find another famous master. In addition, senior brother Xiaochen was only at the peak of the Wheeling Sea realm before his death, so how could he have cultivated to the Sage realm in just 1 month's time? Even if you cultivate magic skills, it's impossible to be this fast, right? In the cultivation world, it was a rare thing for a cultivator to have several benefactors. After all, no one can be all-powerful. However, since the death of Sage Qing Xiao, Sage Lian Yu's desire to control Xiao Dust had almost reached a pathological state, which was the reason why Xiao Dust had so many flaws. As a half-emperor, he practiced 8 techniques but only learned the sword before finally losing to Yi Fan, who was a collection of 100 skills. You're right. The calm Chen Chuan raised his eyes to gaze at Xiao Chuan, who was pressing step by step in the doorway, and murmured in his heart, Who the hell are you? No, don't you come any closer. Fang Wen, who had been cornered, could no longer withstand the pressure in his heart and activated the Qingyun inner disciple token in his hand and yelled, I am an inner disciple of the Qingyun Lian Yu lineage. You can't make a move on me. If we die here, the aura on our disciple token will lock onto you, and it's useless even if you hide. Upon hearing this, the rest of the Qingyun disciples also pulled out their disciple tokens, and with the exception of Fang Wen, all of them were clear outer disciples. Xiao Chuan naturally knew the role of this Qingyun disciple token. After the death of the wearer, the token would lock onto the enemy target and could not be eliminated. If the locker passes within a certain range of the Green Cloud disciple's breath, it will be detected and the group will attack. This was also considered a universal means of protecting disciples in the holy places of the great sects. Ha! Xiao Chuan let out a dry smile and was about to make a move when Hua Manlu's voice resounded in his mind. Senior, if you insist on making a move, please don't let it die in my 100-flower house, and please don't make things difficult for my daughter. At those words, he looked towards Hua Manlu, who had strands of gravity in her beautiful eyes, and after some thought, she replied with a voice transmission, buy you a favor once, just this once. Hua Manlu was overjoyed upon hearing this and nodded slightly, saying gratefully, many thanks for senior's understanding. Boo! Seeing that Xiao Chen was hesitant to make a move, Fang Wen mistakenly thought that the other party was afraid of the prestige of the Qingyun Holy Land and cautiously walked towards the door position. Hey! Just as he stepped over the threshold and was about to leave, Xiao Chen's indifferent voice came from behind. Fang Man, you said this one time. Is your vanish faster, or is mine faster? At those words, Fang Wen froze in place. His feet were like lead, slowly craning his neck, staring at the figure, slowly overlapping with the remembered silhouette, his face full of fear, as if he had seen a ghost. That sound. In the crowd, Chen Chuan and Xu Xiaofang were both startled, their eyes clouded with a layer of watery mist. Boo! Too late to ask why. Her entire body popped out like a cannonball, leaving nothing but a backward jet of smoke in its place, blinking out of sight. What a fast recluse. Seeing this scene, Hua Manlu, who was watching the battle, could not help but be shocked. With her Divine Bridge realm cultivation, she couldn't even see through how the other party disappeared. With her Wheeling Sea realm cultivation, she thought that her status in the Qingyun Holy Land should not be low. She was somewhat glad that Xiao Chen did not make things difficult for her and agreed to let a few people leave. Go! Let's hurry up too. Seeing Fang Wen fleeing, the remaining few people were a bit uncertain and hurriedly summoned their flying swords to vanish into the night sky. Phew! After all the Green Cloud disciples had left, Hua Manlu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward. Many thanks to Senior for relieving the situation today. This side has already arranged the best seat for you. Please follow me. There's no rush. Glancing at Hua Manlu's plump waist, Xiao Chuan took out a spirit sword and gently wiped it, his face hidden under the shadows as the eerie red aura fluttered and the sound of the sword chirping stirred. The fun is just beginning. As the words fell, he raised his hand and made a gentle grab at the void. Just flew out not far. Several people intuition heart as if a pair of big hands pinch, face suffocated into a pig liver color, urging mana want to resist. Abruptly, several people's pupils dilated and their figures swelled uncontrollably. Boo! In the blink of an eye, a blood mist exploded one after another loudly above the imperial city. The smell of blood drifted with the wind, and the people present couldn't help but wrinkle their brows. Dead? Just die? The crowd looked at each other. Their hearts were about to be in their throats. and Chen Chuan and his duo were even dancing with excitement. Strong. It's too strong. This kind of tactic was unheard of even for those who came from the Holy Land. Just in time to try out the new feats. Whoosh! When the words fell, the crowd only felt a strong wind blowing on their faces. Xiao Dus seemed to be walking slowly in front of their eyes. His footsteps were fast and slow, and in the blink of an eye, he was already a kilometer away, transforming into a black shadow that merged into the night sky, rooted into the void, and disappeared under the moonlight. Ha! Even if you're a saint, so what? With this half of my lineage skill, no one will be able to defeat me. Under the night, Fangwen, who had just fled the imperial city, was still looking in the direction of the 100-flower house and snickering, but in the next second, a voice like a demon sounded behind him. Half a line of words? Fangwen, you really prepared a big surprise for me. After Xiao Chuan's research during this period of time, he realized that stealing Saint's so-called stealing the heavens skill was in fact precisely the second half of the Xingzi skill. He was worried about where to look for the other half of the technique, but he didn't expect that it was actually on this Fangwen. Two birds with one stone. No good. Fangwen didn't turn around. His feet were hiked up with the Xingzi technique, but Xiao Chen was even faster. His palm condensed a suction force, and his large hand pressed down on the top of his head. Soul-searching secret technique activated. One moment, the divine sense of the sage realm crushed Fangwen's consciousness, and countless memories flooded into Xiao Chen's mind. The corners of his mouth unable to suppress his excitement. So it is. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold, and the heaven-swallowing demon chi condensed into filaments at his fingertips, invading the latter's sea of consciousness. Soul control technique activated. Realize your last value. As the words fell, Fangwen's already dried-up hand touched the sound transmission stone at his waist, opened his mouth, and a hoarse voice rang out. Ancient secret realm infested. Devil ravaged and massacred my clan disciples. Look to the clan to avenge for us. Boom! When the words fell, Xiao Chuan threw the person with his soul into the soul-refining streamer, and then his fingertips condensed a demonic fire to burn the voice transmission stone. The dismal moonlight reflected on the side of his face as he gazed in the direction of the holy land of Qingyun, narrowing his eyes slightly, his eyes exuding an eerie coldness, and he would smile. Come on, Yefan. I'll wait here for you. Dang, dang, dang. Under the night, the green cloud holy land was brightly lit. And after a series of 7 bells rang, the inner disciples of the 9 peaks went to the Green Cloud Plaza in full gear, ready to stand by. Do you guys know what the big deal is that's happening? 7 bells ringing. The last time 7 bells rang was 100 years ago, when a pilgrimage realm elder from Green Range Peak fell, and the 8 peaks descended to exterminate a 3rd-grade clan. I don't know what big event has happened this time. It always feels like there are especially many things going on in the Qingyun Holy Land lately. Who knows? On the Green Cloud Square, 5,000 inner disciples were gathered, standing under the moonlight. Only, in the direction of Lianyu Peak, Yi Fan stood in the crowd with an expression as if he had died a mother, collapsing his face, like whoever owed him 25 or 80,000 spirit stones. Senior brother Yi, I'm sorry for your loss. Lu Ruyan was also the first to know the news of the Yi family's destruction. Feeling sorry for Yi Fan, the same heart for Xiao Chen's last trace of guilt also turned into nothing. Silver teeth clenched. Indignation. Thanks to that, I felt guilty for days before because of that person's death, but now that I look at it, you were right, senior brother Yi. He really did have an affair with that demon race's holy maiden. Death is not enough. Shaw Dust. Hearing this name, Yi Fan's palm clenched and a deep feeling of powerlessness came over him. At the beginning of their own design to frame Xiao Chen purpose is only to get that swallowing heavenly devil power as well as yin and yang jade pendant. Never thought. Not only lost a wife and soldiers. Teacher, do you think I did wrong? Pilsen sniffed for a while in silence, not knowing what to say. Halftime, he only said, just follow your heart, become an immortal and become an ancestor, or have children and grandchildren in your lap. How can this not be a kind of happiness? And then fell asleep. Peak chairmanship. Lianyu sat at the very edge of the seat, first glancing at the peak masters of the peaks who were chatting happily on her side. Her heart twitched slightly, then she indifferently glanced at Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan below, an untraceable flash of dislike in her eyes. Vaguely, her eyes saw a familiar figure in the crowd below, and when she looked again, everything went up in smoke again. Her silver teeth clenched. If Xiao Chen, that fellow, didn't die, how would these people dare to treat me like this? It's all because of those 2 idiots. Yi Fan. Thinking of this, her fists clenched, her nails embedded in her palms, vaguely painful, and her mind couldn't help but recall the scenes of the 2 professors over the course of time, her agitation drowning her. That Yi Fan had an empty brain of enlightenment but no cultivation qualifications. and every day she needed to spend a large amount of spirit stones to buy elixirs for him to help him cultivate. This immediately caused her to lose another 5 sage-level spells, and she couldn't make ends meet. To know, in the past, Xiaochuan cultivation she had never given a penny, even an ordinary magic treasure. On the contrary, the other party from time to time will take the magic treasure to surrender themselves after entering the secret realm. The discrepancy in it made Lian Yu's heart feel bad at the moment. The tool man is gone, and the eldest disciple Lu Ruian empty cultivation qualification. Enlightenment is like a 3-year-old child, no matter how to point and cannot understand the subtleties. So much so, that Lian Yu had so far delayed her closed-door breakthrough to the Saint King realm. In the previous dozens of years, although Lian Yu Peak was one of the newly promoted 9 peaks, with Xiao Chuan leading the way as the eldest disciple, the strength of the disciples was firmly in the top 3. Weekdays she has been close to break through the realm. Do not have to worry about the peak pulse trivia, cultivation over time naturally higher than the other peak masters a cut. Nowadays, up and down the peak vein, small and large chores require her personal attention. Originally vaguely close to touching the Holy King realm opportunity also disappeared, and then want to feel, and do not know how long it will take. But, in this month, the thing that annoyed her the most was that in the 9 Peaks Disciple competition some time ago, Lian Yu Peak, which used to be ranked in the top 3, had directly dropped to the bottom of the 9 peaks. More so, even the disciples of the Alchemy Peak have not been compared to her, and she, along with the entire peak vein, has been reduced to the laughingstock of the sect's peaks. Even the many peak masters who had originally been submissive to themselves had begun to give themselves looks at every turn, just like this. Right. At first, Lian Yu seemed to have thought of something, her mind recalling the scene of that day when she crossed the threshold. The person who crossed the threshold on that day must be recruited to my sect, so that the current situation can be alleviated. Silence. Right at this moment, the voice of the Grand Elder rang out, pulling everyone's attention back. Gentlemen. When the venue was quiet, Holy Lord Chongyun took a step out and stood on top of the void, the golden halo behind him rippling as he spoke aloud. Just now, I received a transmission from a disciple of the clan on a mission that there will be an ancient secret realm coming out of the Great Yin dynasty in the near future, and the situation is real. Wow! Upon hearing this, the eyes of the disciples of the 9 peaks all lit up, and their shouts resounded throughout the Holy Land. Quiet! The Grand Elder's timely cue continued to sound, and the Holy Lord of the Green Clouds continued. However, this time, our clan also lost a number of elite disciples. It also includes a disciple of the Wheeling Sea internal sect, and according to his last message back, it seems that he ended up encountering a demonic attack before he was born. This move by the demon race is really too deceitful. This time, in order to prevent the demon race from seizing the first opportunity in this secret realm, the various old ancestors of the Holy Land have discussed and decided that the 9 peak masters, including myself, will be traveling with you and the others. 1 is to end our clan's grudge with the demon clan, 2 is to avenge the death of thousands of disciples, and 3 is to escort you on your trip to the secret realm, and to raise the name of my Qing Yun. Raise my name of Chang Yun. Raise my name of Chang Yun. For a time, the shouts over Chang Yun Square shook the clouds and the group was excited. Except for Yi Fan. He looked at the Holy Lord of Qing Yun in the void, clenching his fist slowly, his teeth clenched. Why was not a word mentioned about the news of his Yi family being overthrown by the devil race? Even his always respected master, after learning of the Yi family's destruction, his expression was also cold and incomparable, and his indulgent love for him had long since disappeared. Damn it! What have I done wrong? God! To do this to me! Yi Fan's Dao heart that had been firm all along completely turned into nothingness at this moment. He looked at the concentric bracelet on his wrist that Bai Linger had given him before he left, gently stroked it, and said in a disoriented manner, now I can only hope that Linger and the girls will be fine. However, Woe is not alone. Under Yi Fan's astonished gaze, the concentric bracelet suddenly came with the sound of ice cracking. Tiny cracks instantly spread throughout the entire body of the bracelet, and at any moment, it could fall apart. No, no! Yi Fan's figure stumbled and fell back, and the sleeping Pilsen sensed the abnormalities of his divine soul fluctuations and hurriedly communicated. Yi Fan? What's wrong with you, Yevon? Linger. Something's happened to Linger. She's in trouble. Pilsen sniffed as her gaze fell on the concentric bracelet on Yi Fan's wrist. Her face puzzled as she said, aren't all of these demons coming for you? Why did you seek out the deer-hunting Taoist Academy? Could it be that? Is the Great Yin Dynasty making a move? TSK. At the end of his words, Pilsen let out a deep, feeble sigh. The memory went back to the image of Yi Fan rashly proposing that he wanted to take a concubine, the 7th Princess Xiaoling Kite, without listening to himself 5 days ago, and he muttered in his heart, is there a cycle of karma and retribution? It shouldn't be like this. Obviously at first I burned my lifespan as a price to make up the heavenly chances. And the result showed that this Yifan is the star of the purple violet and flourished for a while. How can it be that despite the ups and downs of life, you finally get what you want? Saying that, Pilsun undyingly deduced the heavenly chance again, and in the haze he once again saw the purple star belonging to Yifan. Its light dimmed, looking as if it would be extinguished at any time. How is this possible? At the beginning of the master had said, the cultivator's destiny is determined by heaven. Ordinary people want to change their destiny against the heavens is as difficult as heaven. Want to hastily tamper with the fate of others is even more contrary to the laws of heaven. Unless, what's that? Suddenly, Pilsun's words changed, and vaguely, he saw a large black sun next to Yifan's purple star, on which the yin and yang flowed, devouring everything. Any fatal star that came close to him was either directly devoured by it or submitted to it, and there were as many as 3 purple stars surrounding his body. But, just as Pilsun intends to get to the bottom of the matter and see what is going on, a great force of heaven and earth instantly stunned his divine soul, and his figure became more transparent by a few points, sinking into a deep slumber. In the void, Holy Lord Qingyun's speech had also reached its final critical closing. Because of the special nature of the secret realm, the Holy Land will only lead the refined Viscera realm, Wheeling Sea realm, and Cave Heaven realm disciples on this trip to Great Yin. This 9 peaks competition, the top 100 ranked in each realm will each board the immortal boat of their peak vein without fail. Yes, the disciples of the 9 peaks shouted out in unison. Some were happy and some were sad. In a short while, a total of 300 disciples from the 9 peaks, 20 elders from the pilgrim realm, and a total of 9 peak masters from the sage realm, all boarded the immortal boat. Depart! With a wave of the Holy Lord Qingyun's hand, the immortal boat led by the Qingyun immortal boat was the first to set off, with the remaining 7 immortal boats following closely behind. Lianyu peaked because there were only 3 disciples stepping over the line to be shortlisted, plus the 3 Lianyu masters and disciples, a total of 6. The number of people was too small, so all of them got on the green cloud immortal boat. Look around. Aside from the 6 people from Lianyu Peak, everyone's faces were filled with expectations, dreaming of being able to use this opportunity to go 100 feet further. Unknown. Ahead. It is the abyssal hell that Xiao Chen has prepared for them. Ahem. The subsequent 3 chapters of the drive was audited. Tomorrow morning unblocked. The author would like to make benefits for all of you, but unfortunately the conditions do not allow. How's everything going? 100 flowers building. Heavenly character box. Xiao Chuan sat at the round wooden table, lightly sipped a mouthful of wine from his cup, and looked to the left and right of the 2 women, Xia Ling Kite and Zxin Air, and asked. Upon hearing this, the 2 women looked at each other, their rosy lips faintly rising as they poured a glass of wine, and Zxiner was the first to reply. Everything is organized. I've already ordered people to pass on the news of the Great Yin Dynasty's ancient secret realm's imminent appearance through the channels of the Chamber of Commerce of the 10,000 Kingdoms. Also, on the side of the Shadow Retention Stone, I've also had a few thousand copies topologized and dispersed amongst the Great Yin Dynasty, so I'm sure that within 3 days, all of the great sects in the Heavenly Tsang realm will know about this. Great! After hearing Zxiner's reply, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one go as he said with an evil smile, this trip to the secret realm is where he will be buried. Right. In the middle of his thoughts, he suddenly remembered something else. Have you gotten in touch with Cheng Hongguan's side? Zixiner shook her head. Not for now. In addition, their demonic race's movements are so secretive that unusual scouts simply don't dare to take on this mission, only knowing that the last time that Cheng Hongguan appeared was in the vicinity of Qingshao City. Perhaps, she should still be in the vicinity of the Green Cloud territory, but I think she should be heading here after she learns that there is an ancient secret realm infested here. Fair enough, Xiao Dust nodded and continued. Don't worry about the demon race's side for the time being, there are still some days before the ancient mysterious realm comes out. Iris, saying that, his gaze looked towards Xia Ling Kite who was on the side. How are you disposing of the Dear by Dear Dao Academy's side? Upon hearing this, Xia Ling Kite's dark autumn water, choo-choo moving eyes returned to normal, her mind quickly sorting out the information that Crown Prince Xia Yuan had passed back to her, and she calmly opened her mouth. According to the news passed back from the Grand Imperial Brothers' side, the entire Dear by Dear Dao Academy's family disciples other than those who took a stand today have all been exterminated. As for the families they are in, the teacher has also led the great clans to launch an attack on those families that have befriended the Yi family. Before the morning sun rises tomorrow, all forces will be ambushed. In addition, the Imperial Brothers' side has captured a very important person that I think you, Master, will be interested in. Oh, lightly raising his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth quirked, Xiao Chen could not help but come to a trace of interest. His hand wrapped around Xia Ling Kite's willow waist, his warm spit ringing in her ears. Tell me about it. Cough. It was the first time for Xia Ling Kite to be treated like this. Not hating it, but rather having a strange feeling of comfort. A little embarrassed to say. It's Yifan's old flame from when he was at the Deer by Deer Dao Academy. Named by Linger. Cultivation realm is not high. Bone forging realm. With the original Yifan had experienced several life and death difficulties together. The relationship between the two is remarkable. Although there is no husband and wife name, but there has been a husband and wife. Kind of. With a turn of his eyes, a flash of light flashed under Xiao Chuan's eyes as he laughed. Where is this person in now? Don't worry, master. Xia Ling Kite guffawed. A smudge of soul nano ring appeared in her palm. Because I'm afraid of accidents. I've already asked my eldest brother to include this woman's soul along with her physical body in this ring. Nascent soul ring. A special kind of nascent soul ring made from soul-nourishing jade could only be used to contain souls and nourish residual souls. And the ring that Pil Sun was in was a kind of nascent soul ring. The means of construction was of a higher order. And it was a genuine Saint Zun level magic weapon that could not only contain the soul, but could also be used normally as a nascent sacrifice. Nice work. Xiao Chen took the nascent soul ring and hooked up Xia Ling Kite's delicate chin. His eyes fell on those thin red lips, and he ghostly kissed them, greedily demanding. Well, Xia Ling Kite felt the force coming from her lips. Her body was tingling. She couldn't use half of her strength, and her whole body went limp in Xiao Chen's arms. On the side, ZXINer was still in a daze. And on her side, Alan had already finished undressing and took the initiative to cater to it. His voice seductive. Master, let Alan serve you. Soon. The box was a mess. Go. Xiao Chen casually arranged the 36 coin yuan formation that he had previously brought back from the Yi family's ancestral land in the box, shielding all kinds of sounds. For a while, the box was filled with warbling, grass growing, and gasps. In the meantime, in the lobby of the 100 Flowers building, the 100 Flowers banquet that had just begun had not yet reached its climax, but it was still full of people, and it had not been affected by the previous hiccup in the slightest. One more song. Hua Manlu stood at the end of the crowd, sensed the movement of the upstairs box, looked at the spell array that isolated the room, a pair of fox eyes with a smile containing playful and demonic, the water covering the fog around the ground, charming ripples, the small corners of the mouth slightly cocked up, red lips slightly open, smiling and said, I didn't realize that this young senior is extraordinarily innocent. If, said Xiao Chen's face appeared in her mind. She always felt that she had seen it there and felt that it was a bit unreal. It seemed that this person did not show himself with his real face. It also made her heart, which had been silent for a long time, slowly stir. Like her, there is also Chen Chuan Zhu Xiaofeng sitting in the corner, and the two of them are drinking a little wine. Their faces are not as sad as before, and they are high on small peanuts. Senior brother Chen. What do you think, eldest brother? He's been through all this time. To have broken through to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. It's too powerful. Upon hearing this, Chen Chuan's hand with the peanuts gave a start and looked up at Zhu Xiaofeng, both eyes narrowing slightly as he mysteriously transmitted. Then what else is there to say? Eldest brother, naturally, has experienced pain that we don't know about. How else would one embark on the path of demonic cultivation? As soon as he thought of all the things here, Chen Chuan's mind made up countless images on its own, and he was moved to a mess, lying on the table and drinking mulled wine. Does this also prove that eldest brother has now become a demonic cultivator? Zhu Xiaofeng was finally voicing his greatest worry. Ha! Chen Chuan smiled disinterestedly. Fatty, at a time like this, do you think that the so-called distinction between the righteous and the demonic is still important? Zhu Xiaofeng subconsciously tried to nod his head, then shook his head and replied, some demonic cultivators are certainly detestable, but none of us in the Qingyun sacred ground are any good either. Only senior brother Chen, you and eldest brother are truly good to me. It's good that you can figure it out. Chen Chuan smiled gratefully and did not say anything more. His eyes fell on the stage directly in front of him. Since Xiao Chen's death, it was the first time they had lived this comfortably. Zhu Xiaofeng has no interest in female sex, or he has no good feelings for women like 100 Flower House. According to Chen Chuan's inquiries, he prefers the kind of women who are big and well-bred. That's a great taste in men. Hey, when really, a mountain pig can't eat fine chaff. Looking at Zhu Xiaofeng, who was hugging the elbow in the sauce and not letting go, Chen Chuan pinched his eyebrows, sighed, and beckoned towards Xiao Er. Junior, please bring my senior brother 10 more elbows in sauce. Okay. 1.5 hours later, the box was a mess. Clothes spilled everywhere, and there were signs of battle everywhere. Xiao Dust glanced at the messy room and held his forehead in disbelief that this was what he had tossed. Immediately, he got up and put on his clothes, and flexed his fingers to flick out a spiritual energy to arrange all the objects neatly and restore them as before. The heavenly box was large and well-equipped. And there was also an exclusive cultivation room. Coming to the cultivation room, he found a futon and sat on his knees. Close your eyes and look within yourself. Xiao Chuan found that the yin and yang qi in his body had become a few more points thicker. His cultivation level had also come to the late saint stage, and the degree of spiritual power transformation crystal had reached 15%. Progress is rapid. With his current cultivation, it was enough to rival an ordinary mid-saint king. Master. Suddenly, Zixin's voice rang in his ears. Opening his eyes, he looked towards Zixiner at the doorway of the cultivation room, a smile spreading across his face as he asked Su, "How was it? Have you made any breakthroughs in your cultivation?" Rubbing the vaguely aching belly, Zxiner's eyes seemed to have a grudge. Pouting. "Blame the master too much. Tossing people have forgotten to detect the cultivation." He. Xiao Chuan laughed dryly and looked at the two women walking behind him, saying slightly sheepishly, "You guys too?" Xiaoling Kite and Alan had their heads buried in their chests, a little embarrassed. "The answer is self-evident. Then you guys check it out while you're at it." "Good." A moment later, Zxiner let out a soft chirp. Her small mouth opened wide as she exclaimed, "Heavens, Master! My cultivation has actually broken through directly from the great perfection of refining viscera to the middle stage of the Wheel C realm. Master, you're wonderful." As the words fell, Zxiner emotionally pounced into Xiao Chen's arms, her pretty face filled with surprise. "You are the extreme yin saint body, paired with the Gong method dual cultivation. The effect is naturally." Halfway through his words, Xiao Chuan's voice ended abruptly, and his gaze looked at Zxiner, who was lying on his chest, and the latter's eyes gushed with autumn water, revealing a seductive posture of whispering shyness. "Wasn't that a good performance by the master? I used to listen to those ants complaining about my aunt and uncle's brother-in-law and them in private when I was in the purple family. Master, but..." Speaking at the back, Zxiner herself was a little embarrassed, her head buried in Xiao Chen's chest, her eyes closed as she deeply inhaled the male hormones that emanated. "Is there more to this?" Strange to say, Xiao Dust harked out. His previous life obviously know nothing about this aspect of things. The party is more and more comfortable in actual combat. Even midway through, he unlocked a couple novel gimmicks. Xiaolingkue also nodded at the side and said in a serious manner, "According to my mother as well as a few concubines, father also has this problem. The force is not enough." Sister Iris. "Stop it now." Zxiner heard her ears blushing and hurriedly interrupted. And Xiaoling Kite didn't care. Her gaze softly looked at Xiao Chen and lowered her head and whispered, "Master, I feel like just one more time and I should be able to start practicing." Xiao Dust sweated. Cultivation is fake. Satisfying a pet peeve is real, right? Puff dash. His other hand was encircled by Alan, who delicately said, "Master, Alan has also broken through the late stage of refining bowels." Great. Looking at Alan's brightly colored red lips, evil fire once again surged to the tip of Xiao Chen's heart, but was suddenly interrupted by Peach's voice in his mind. "Junior brother, aren't you done yet?" Well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen could only suppress the evil fire and looked at the three women and softly said, "Since I'm here, this 100 Flowers banquet is naturally something to enjoy. But let's do it in disguise so as not to attract attention." "Good. All at my master's command." Upon hearing this, the three women nodded their heads and said nothing as a light flashed from the nascent ring between their fingers, and in the blink of an eye, the three of them had changed into a new piece of clothing. In order to prevent being recognized, Zxiner and Xiaoling Kite also used a layer of muslin spells to conceal their appearance and obscure their divine sense probing. Alan, on the other hand, was dressed as a man. As for Xiao Chen, just like the transformation of a scholarly gentleman, white clothes, paper fan in the hand wrote a elegant word, a long-lost feeling. Standing in front of the bronze mirror, surveying this set of clothes on his body, Xiao Chen momentarily had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Thinking back to his previous life, he had dressed like this every time he went down the mountain, hiding from many people and doing some ridiculous things, and now he thought about it with some remembrance. Resuming his seat, Xiao Chen waved his hand to unlock the box's prohibition, and the performances of the dancers and kabuki girls clearly fell into the eyes of a few people, giving them a different flavor. The prohibition was lifted, and the first thing Hua Manlu noticed was the box where the few people were, the slightest hint of doubt flowing from the bottom of his eyes as he muttered, "It seems he doesn't want to draw attention to himself, but the more he does, the more curious I am about who you are." However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's mind was not at all focused on the 100 Flowers banquet, as he was concentrating on exchanging something with Peach through the longevity ring. "Sister, is it true what you said earlier about detecting a pure-blooded demon race in this 100 Flowers building?" In the medicine garden, Peach was enjoying the show, while replying, "It can't be wrong. That aura is definitely a pure-blooded demon race, right?" And this person seems to be very good at concealment. If you hadn't exposed your identity in the lobby earlier and that person had murderous intent towards you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to detect the other party. I think his trip should be related to you or to that Yi family. Pure-blooded demon race. Good at concealment. Combining all the key signs, Xiao Chuan could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth as a small white face appeared in his mind. Not good. If it's that person, I'm afraid I'll have to hide my identity for the time being for a while in these few days. Junior brother. Peachy saw Xiao Chuan looking distracted and said with concern, "What's wrong with you? It's hard to. You recognize this person?" Shrugging his shoulders, Xiao Chen tilted his head back powerlessly, and in his heart, he was vaguely a little glad that he had made the decision to have ZXANer's few people move separately from himself. Who is it? Peach couldn't help but be curious. After all, it was the first time she had seen her junior brother, who was a reincarnated person, show this expression, and she couldn't help but gossip at the same time as she was worried. Xiaodust also had no intention of hiding it. He was a person of reincarnation. This matter Peach had already known. Recalled, the son of the Shadow Demon Emperor, Yin Tianzi. Hiss. At those words, even Peach, who was used to seeing a lot of wind and rain, didn't hold back a breath of cool air and patted her chest. Your previous life. No. How did you get into trouble with this kind of person in this life? Peach didn't know any Yin Tianzi, but she did know about the Shadow Demon Emperor, Yin Seek, 100,000 years ago when she was born with the will to follow the everlasting emperor. This person was already an extreme emperor, comprehending one of the 12 supreme laws of darkness, and his strength was terrifyingly incomparable. If it wasn't for the then heavenly demon emperor pressing him down, this person might have been the previous generation's demon emperor. However, she believed that this person's natural talent should have already broken through the realm and ascended to the medium plane. Do whatever it takes to get what you want, is a tough guy. At these words, Xiao Chuan had bitter words to say. If it was said that in his previous life, why he and Sheng Hongduan never had a love affair, the probable reason was because of this person. Yin Tianzi, peak of the sage realm, 6-star heavenly pride, could fight across 6 minor realms, and with the half-imperial level magic weapon in his hand, he could powerfully rival questioning realm cultivators in a short period of time. Emperor too, no doubt. Messing with? Xiao Chuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, recalling the diary that the Eternal Emperor had left in the medicine garden. He came to a sudden realization and accused, "Senior sister, you don't know, but actually this Yin Tianzi is a licker. Lick the dog." Oh, on the peach tree, Peach trailed off with a long coda, her mind remembering the stories of the Blue Star characters that the everlasting emperor had told her when he was still in the medicine garden. There are 3 things not to learn. Not to learn from the boiling goat, not to learn from the double-faced turtle, and not to learn from the black little tiger. But if you get into one, your life is ruined. Oh my god, do you mean to say that this Yin Tianzi was aware of Qing Hongduan standing up for you? So he found his way to the great Yin dynasty? Xiaodust nodded and then shook his head as he said with a difficult expression on his face, "With my understanding of him, he should probably want to come to the great Yin dynasty to get rid of the Yi family so that he can claim credit from Qing Hongduan. As a result, the Yi family has already been gotten rid of by me, so I guess they should be annoyed by now. So it is, lick the dog, lick the dog, lick the dog until you end up with nothing." Naturally Peach said, listening to Xiaodust nodded frequently, word for word. So, did he lick the red dust of Qing in his previous life? No. After thinking about it, Xiao Duan perhaps felt that he said it too simply, and added, "The end is a bit like the dog-licking and treasure-delivering villain in the master's diary." Halfway through, he suddenly couldn't go on. When Xiao Chuan thought about it seriously, how come it seemed like he even scolded himself? The words were turned around and he waved his hand. In short, this person is considered my nemesis. If it wasn't for the fact that he died in the hands of Yifan in his last life, the first person I killed after breaking through to the half-emperor was him in addition to Yifan. Understood. At those words, Peach's voice all lowered a bit. Loving the house. Her little senior brother's enemy was her enemy. In order to keep Peach from worrying, Xiao Chen raised his head and said in relief, "Senior sister, you do not need to worry about this person. He is not considered a threat to me. If he didn't have a protective emperor artifact on him, I would have already shot to kill him at this moment." Protective imperial artifact? Peachy sniffed and cocked her head. "You also have this thing, junior brother." "Me too?" Xiaodust was bewildered. "Talked too soon." "Right. Isn't the eternal life ring I gave you a body-protecting imperial weapon?" "Yes." "Yeah. Why is it that you've never said anything about it, elder sister?" It was Peach's turn to be silent, and with a slap to the head and a laugh, he said, "Too much time has passed. I forgot." Xiao Chuan was silent and asked rhetorically, "Then did Master leave another magic weapon for me?" "Don't ask for more. Just one or two emperor soldiers. No. This time Peach replied dryly. Not a single piece. Our medicinal garden is so poor that we only have spirit medicines left. Okay. Xiao Chuan thought that it was also true that he had stayed in the pill garden for so long. And apart from 10,000-year-old spirit medicines, he did not even have a feat law, not to mention an emperor's soldier. It seems like you need to be hard to strike iron. Having lived a new life, his cards were still a bit short, and in his mind, he began to struggle to recall the news about this secret realm from his previous life. Kung Fu. After a few moments of pondering, it really allowed Xiao Dust to find some clues. In his previous life, he remembered that after Yifan returned from the secret realm, he had a small black tripod by his side, and had always claimed externally that this was an alchemy tripod. On weekdays, Yifan did use this cauldron to refine pills. However, a few hundred years later, during the life and death struggle between Yifan and the dragon race, he had seen Yifan use a black tripod to fend off the sneak attack launched by the dragon race's half-emperor and fall into a void rift. 3 months later, the latter appeared again intact, fighting to the death. Xiao Chen now thought that the reason why Yifan was able to survive should have something to do with that black tripods. As long as we have this tripod, in Heavenly Sun, it's simply not enough to fear. Right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled the large tripod under the peach tree, which seemed to be so similar in both form and shape compared to Yifan's black tripod. Senior sister, can I ask what the origin of that big tripod next to the stone monument is? You ask that. Ha! In the medicinal garden, Peach landed in front of the cauldron. Her big watery eyes curved into a crescent shape, and she said with a smile, your kid's eyesight is good. This is the Eternal Life Tripod. It was obtained by chance when the Emperor crossed over back then, and in addition to being able to refine pills and artifacts, this cauldron also harbored a fruit of the Tao of Eternal Life, which was eaten by the Emperor. However, according to the Emperor, there are 9 of these tripods, and each of the 9 is different. The 9 cauldrons. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's breath could not help but shorten, and the guesses in his heart were already pretty close. Exactly. Peach nodded. A turquoise aura flew out from her fingertips. The sound of the tripod stirred, and the layer of rust on the surface fell off, revealing its original appearance. The tripod is dark and of unknown material. The carvings on it look like a vine that connects to the center of the tripod. Peach gently caressed the body of the tripod. The corners of her mouth overflowed with a faint smile, like a spring breeze, and she softly said, the Emperor had wanted to collect this object when he was young, but after some deduction, he gave it up after saying, this object is not destined for him. Give it to someone who is. Why do you suddenly want to ask that? Junior brother, you don't think you're trying to collect the 9 cauldrons, right? Xiao Chuan shook his head, and a sly gaze like that of a fox appeared in his eyes as he smiled evilly and said, I might know a way to deal with that Yin Tianzi. Really? It's just a guess at this point, about 70% sure. With that Yin Tianzi's methods, he will definitely enter this ancient mysterious realm this time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we only need to use the secret realm's prohibitions in turn to make a move on him. And with my 10 great caverns, invincible at the same level, he's bound to be defeated. If he dares to use a half-emperor level artifact rashly, all we need to do is run with our lineage, and his fate is self-evident. Jia. A way to get the best of both worlds gradually became clear in Xiao Chen's mind. Peachy also found it feasible and praised. Junior brother, you are really too smart. Knock. Abrupt. The sound of the drums at the end of the performance pulled Xiao Dust's attention back. Boom. In a split second, the lights of the entire restaurant instantly went out. But not only did all the spectators not get angry, instead, they all revealed cannibalistic expressions with excitement in their eyes. Xayaner's 3 daughters, on the other hand, sat around Xiao Chen's side, their beautiful eyes not blinking as they stared closely at their surroundings. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Xiao Dust followed in anticipation. He had heard in his previous life that the 100 Flowers house was prevalent in songs and dances, and the 100 Flowers banquet was even better. Now I finally had the chance to see it for myself. Swish! Jingle bells. Suddenly, a light shone down from overhead and landed in the center of the stage, scattering pieces of flower petals overhead, and a burst of pleasant tinkling bells rang in the ears, as if someone was strolling barefoot. This is Peach Blossom? The crowd looked at the peach blossoms floating down in front of them and raised their eyes in anticipation of something, their mouths chanting, Peach Blossom Fairy. It's the Peach Blossom Fairy. Jingle bells. As the peach blossoms blew away, a delicate figure strolled in, stepping on wisps of silk. The visitor was wearing a peach-colored long dress, a delicate body, surplus a grip on the willow waist, as if a gentle pinch will be overflowing with water. Tight and charming. What a beautiful sister. Master, this person is the Peach Blossom Fairy. In the meantime, somewhere in a dimly lit box, A white-faced young man pushed away the young girl who was already unconscious in front of him. The latter's face was pale, her breath was gone, and all her yuan-yin was sucked dry, just like a withered body. Glancing faintly at the young girl's corpse, the white-faced youngster was unimpressed and twisted his head sorrowfully, landing his gaze on the peach blossom fairy who had just made her debut. Licking his dry lips, greed flared up in his ethereal violet eyes, somewhat intent on saying, "This would spirit body. It should be enough for me to have fun for a while, right?" For no reason that white-faced young man's face began to distort, the body tightly curled up, as if the repressed emotions for a long time to be released, the voice gradually from low and then to the sharp and piercing. Hiss ah, red dust. I'll see you soon. You belong to me, in Tianzi. No one can take you away. Ho ho ho. Sister Peach, did you notice? Beside the wine table, Xiao Chuan's hand that was lifting his wine cup gave a start as his gaze landed at the heavenly character number 5 box. His brows slightly furrowed as he seemed to have detected the disgusting aura of Yin Tianzi just now. It's that guy from earlier. There's no mistaking that scent. Squeak dash. Suddenly, the door to the heavenly character number 5 box opened, and Yin Tianzi stepped out from it, leaning on the railing, his gaze unapologetically staring at the peach blossom fairy that floated down. The little white boy is still the same as in his previous life. Yin Tianzi was no different from the appearance Xiao Chen remembered from his previous life. Dressed in a white coat with a white face and a jade crown, he had the look of a harmless, soft and easy to push down sickly male, with a warm smile on his face, killing those older women. Sooner or later, I'll kill you. Xiao Chen retracted his gaze and spat. In his previous life, this Yin Tianzi was jealous of his relationship with Qing Hongdust, and several times he secretly laid hands on him, wanting to peel off his human skin and refine it for his own use. His heart is punishable. Luckily, he was saved by Cheng Hongduan at every critical time, so he fled, he killed, and she saved, so much so that for a long time afterwards, Yin Tianzi became a nightmare in his cultivation career, surpassing Yifan several times and making it onto his must-kill list. Master? Master? What are you thinking? It's fine. Xiaoling Kite's voice pulled his thoughts back and changed the topic. I'm just a little curious as to what this peach blossom fairy is all about. Master, you actually don't know the peach blossom fairy. Upon hearing this, the 3 women all turned their heads to look at Xiao Chen, their eyes wide with some disbelief. What? Is that weird? Xiao Dust thought about it, and it was true that he had never heard of such a figure in his memory. It's hard not to. Xianer's willow leaf eyebrows gently raised, vaguely guessing what was going on. A smirk surfaced on her pretty cheeks and she lightly laughed. Is this the first time you've come to 100 Flowers House, Master? Xiao Dust pulled the corner of his mouth and helplessly said, sort of. The reason why he had brought the 3 women here was still because he had read in the diary left behind by his master that this 100 Flowers building was a good place to hook up and listen to music. Out of curiosity, he came. Ha! The 3 women chimed softly in unison, stole a glance at their own master heartily, and tried to suppress the upturned corners of their mouths as they opened their mouths in a trembling voice. I didn't realize my master was so innocent. Ahem. Being said so by the 3 women, Xiao Chuan was somewhat unconvinced and said, so what if it's the first time? But it's still not for the 3 of you to be ruled obediently. Snap, pop, pop. With that said, 3 crisp butt-slapping sounds rang out. Master, you're so bad. Seeing the 3 grudging gazes thrown at him, Xiao Dust then moved his gaze away in satisfaction and looked at the 4 stunningly beautiful women in the center of the stage below and changed the topic. Besides that peach blossom fairy, what is the origin of these remaining 3? Upon hearing this, Zxiner organized her emotions and introduced them one by one for Xiao Chun, from left to right. In order, Peach Blossom Fairy Zhu Yao, Green Bamboo Fairy Zhu Yu, Orchid Fairy Zhu Ro, Plum Blossom Fairy Zhu Mei. All 4 are the 4 personal disciples of the current 100 Flower Sect Patriarch Zhu Jiao. Among them, that big disciple Zhu Yao, carrying a wood spirit body, not only has excellent appearance, but is also a peak 6th grade alchemist who is about to break through the 7th grade, and her cultivation talent is also not bad, and now has reached the great circle of refining bowels. The second disciple, Zhu Yu, carries a formation spirit body, has a relatively lively personality, specializes in formations, and is likewise at the pinnacle of the 6th grade, with a slightly lesser cultivation than Zhu Yao, at the pinnacle of the refined viscera. Third apprentice brother Zhu Ro, carries a water spirit body, has a soft personality, is good at cultivating spiritual plants, and is a mid-6th grade spiritual planter with a cultivation level of peak refining bowels. Fourth disciple Zhu Mei, carrying a sword spirit body, resolute character, good at the sword way, 12 years old practice sword, 20 years to understand the green plum sword meaning, sword heart through, cultivation although only late refining bowels, but the strength is the strongest of the 4. The four of them are considered to be one of the most outstanding heavenly prides of the 100 Flowers sect's current generation. Many of the disciples from the forces below here are here for the four of them, wanting to show off their skills at this 100 Flowers banquet and capture the hearts of the four and marry them. No wonder. Muttering a sentence, Xiao Chen swept his gaze across the crowd below and then looked at the boxes on each floor, many of whom had walked up to the door with a confident look. Among them, he also saw quite a few disciples of first-rate sect forces arriving, clearly prepared. Master, Zxiner took Xiao Chen's arm and said with a smile, "Since you're here, won't you go and try? If Master is able to gain the goodwill of the 100 Flowers sect, it could be equivalent to obtaining the intelligence network of the majority of the sects in the desolate domain." Yes, Xia Lingkue also analyzed from the side. According to the news I poked around before, the 100 Flowers sect patriarch doesn't seem to want to allow the four disciples under the sect to join together in marriage, but due to the pressure exerted by the great elders within the sect, she had no choice but to arrange for the four girls to come to our great Yin dynasty's branch building. It's rumored that Hua Manlu is still related to that patriarch as a fellow sister, and I also noticed that the way that Hua Manlu looks at the master seems to be uncomplicated. Perhaps she has set her eyes on you. Wah dash. Alan was purely an atmosphere group, and went off on a quip about being awesome. After listening to the analysis of the two of them, Zxiner, Xiao Chen secretly nodded his head. He had already detected more than once that Hua Manlu's divine sense was observing himself intentionally or unintentionally between the party and now. That's for sure. In the medicinal garden, Peach said in that slightly proud tone, a young saint like Junior Senior Brother. Aside from those Emperor's sons, no one is even capable of it. This little ninny is probably treating you as a certain Emperor's son. Senior Brother. Then in Senior Sister's opinion, what should I do? He Peach let out a gangly laugh, squeezing a lewd smile out of the corner of his mouth. Then of course it's a trick to kill two birds with one stone. Ha ha ha. Elder sister and I were thinking the same thing. More than one fish. After doing a little thinking, Xiao Chuan lightly rubbed his nose with his right index finger and smiled brightly as he replied to the three women. Come all the way. In any case, it's natural to attend and see. If I can use the power of the 100 Flowers sect to create an intelligence organization that belongs to me, that would naturally be excellent. P.S. In order to prevent misunderstandings, to clarify, these four women will not join the harem for the time being. The acceptance is in order to establish an intelligence organization. Dang. Dying. The sound of a ringing gong came and the entire room went silent. Everyone held their breath and looked towards the stage. Hua Manlu stood in front of Zhu Yao's four daughters, his gaze looking around and finally landing on the box where Xiao Chen was, causing countless people to cast their gazes and murmur. Who's in that box? How come I've never seen it before? Is it the heir of some great power? I don't know. It looks like we have to be careful. With just one glance, Xiao Chen became the talk of the town before the 100 Flowers banquet began. Brat! I advise you not to be ungrateful. Xiao Dust did not want to take it to heart, but the sudden sound transmission made him laugh back in anger and faintly spit out a word. Get out! Unbridled! With a loud boom, a divine bridge realm pressure erupted from Yin Tianzi's body and attacked towards the box where Xiao Chen was, and the faces of everyone present changed. Why are we fighting again? Classy. Seeing this, Xiao Chuan was nonchalant and immediately released a wave of Pishan realm might to counter pressure back, shocking that self-righteous Yin Tianzi back a few steps. Yin Tianzi was furious. Since he came out of the world or the first time he was treated like this, if not here is the human race territory. He did not want to expose his identity by people chasing, otherwise it would have been out. Coincidence. Xiao Dust was thinking the same thing, but neither side wanted to bow down, and for a while, there was a stalemate, and the atmosphere was a bit stagnant. Two gentlemen, please still give my daughter a thin face. It was good that Hua Manlu spoke up in time to break the situation. Humph. Yin Tianzi collected his breath and glared viciously at Xiao Chen, vaguely guessing that he was the saint from earlier. He did not say much and turned around to go back to the box. Seeing that Yin Tianzi was defeated, Xiao Chen was naturally happy and also turned around to go back to the box. So handsome. In the corner, Chun Chuan and Zhu Xiaofeng, who were watching the whole process, were both excited, envious and somewhat emotional at the same time. I didn't expect that one day, eldest senior brother would also charge for a woman other than Peak Master Lu Ruyan for the sake of a redhead. Simply awesome. Everyone, this 100 Flowers banquet is different from the past, with a total of 3 rounds of testing. I hope you'll pardon me. After the short interlude, Hua Manlu's voice then sounded, and the crowd acted as if nothing had happened. Their attention all focused on the 4 fairies on the stage. Their eyes glazed over. 3 rounds of testing? At those words, the people present slowed down. You looked at me and I looked at you, wide-eyed and confused. In the past, the 100 Flowers banquet almost only had 2 rounds of assessment. which were the talent fight as well as the state of mind assessment. Talent fight. As the name suggests, from the many admirers, the more gifted are selected to move on to the next round. The heart test, on the other hand, is a test of the heartfeltness of the admirer, so as to avoid the occurrence of some fraudulent union. After all, the 100 Flowers sect was at least a first-rate sect, with a few accompanying resources, and there had been many sects that wanted to take this opportunity to make a fortune. The mindfulness test was born as a result. Boss Flower is polite not. This is a lifelong event, cannot be a child's play. Besides, if you can and the 4 fairies to form a good marriage, it is also not a beautiful thing. This brother is right. Good things come in small packages, but there's no harm in speaking up. Boss Flower. That's it. In a split second, the headwinds then all tilted to the side of Flower Manor. This Flower Manor is so prestigious. Xiao Dust secretly marveled, and while shocked, his heart became more and more curious about this person. Thank you all for your understanding. Hua Manlu slightly owed his thanks, then sidestepped and continued his introduction. These 4 nephews of mine usually like to study some reading material in addition to their cultivation. So, in addition to the talent fight as well as the state of mind test, there will be a new round of literature fights added to this examination. Man fight? At those words, many people in the crowd had a touch of joy on their faces. Originally, because of the appearance of Xiao Chuan's duo, the certainty in their hearts was a few points less, but the cultural competition examination had restored their confidence. Compared to geniuses like Xiao Chen and Yin Tianzi who were freely exposed to cultivation, most of them among them were of secular origin. He also attended private school at a young age and learned a lot of reading material. Advantage in me. Nice. Hua Manlu nodded with great satisfaction at the crowd's reaction and continued to speak. This time, the literary competition examination will be conducted by the 4 master nephews themselves, and as long as all of you answer the answer that matches what they have in mind, you will likely be favored. However, it needs to be declared in advance that this examination will be assessed by the 4 of them, and it is forbidden for those who are self-possessed to talk nonsense, and once it occurs, our sect will pursue it with all its might. Please behave yourselves. As the words fell, the representatives of all the forces began to move, wanting to be the first to eat crabs, and the entire restaurant suddenly became noisy. Xiao Dust and the others stayed put, and the rest of the boxes were in a similar situation. Me first. A moment later, someone in the lobby seating raised his hand and stood up, with a bit of arrogance between his brows, striding towards the high platform. In front of the stage, the 100 Flower housemaid in charge of registration asked politely, I wonder where this gentleman is from. This is an inherent part of the 100 Flowers banquet, and the man didn't ask too many questions and lightly said, Yun Jia, from the Yunlan sect, peak refining cultivation. I adore the Peach Blossom Fairy. Yunlan sect, a 5th grade sect. It's sort of better than the top and didn't cause too much of a stir. Okay. After registering, the maid made way for a passageway and bowed. I wish Prince Yun a prosperous victory. Thanks a lot. Yun Jia faintly replied back, then came straight to Zhu Yao and spoke softly in as comfortable a tone as possible. Greetings to the Peach Blossom Fairy. Mr. Yun is too polite. Zhu Yao placed her hands on one side and slightly squatted in response. Under her willow eyebrows was a pair of amorous Danfeng eyes, with a peach blossom tattoo adorning each side of the corner of her eyes, and her features were exquisite and small. Since Mr. Yunjia has chosen my daughter, then my daughter will talk about her assessment. As you all know, I have been studying pills for many years, and I am quite interested in the pharmacology of various pills. Therefore, the topic of this literary competition is pharmacology. I hope that my future husband is also a man who knows about pharmacology. Hearing this, Yunjia's face became embarrassed with the naked eye, dryly laughed twice, somewhat unconfessed. Although Mr. Yun is not versed in pharmacology, I would like to try it. I still hope that the Peach Blossom Fairy will not be stingy with her advice. Zhu Yao was not polite and opened the door. Then may I ask if Mr. Yun knows how the pharmacology of the water yuan grass is? What are its habits? Can it be used to refine pills? How many main medicines and how many side medicines are there in the potion formula? 5 questions in a row. Yun Jia stayed on the spot, stammered for half a day and did not say a reason, and finally bowed and said, I'm sorry to bother the fairy, and then hurried off the stage. I wonder if there are any other gentlemen present who would like to try. Silence. Deadly silence. It's not that no one dares to go. It's just that they're afraid that there will be harder questions to follow and they won't be able to get off the ground. It seems that this 100 Flowers banquet I am afraid that my little daughter will not have the chance to find a good man, so I will retreat first. After saying that, Zhu Yao turned around. Her ancient and waveless pretty face squeezed out a bad smile and made a wink towards the Zhuyu trio. However, the next second, a warm and spring-like voice came from within the box. I wonder if Miss Zhu Yao can let me have a try. Squeak dash. The door of Tianzi number 3 was pushed open in response. and the medicinal scent poured out, instantly filling the entire 100 Flowers building and gradually relaxing one's taut mind. Suck it, it smells so good. Smelling this aroma, Zhu Yao frowned slightly and said softly, "This is the aroma of the god concentrating incense, worthy of the peach blossom fairy. One sniff and you know." These words fell into the ears of Xiao Chuan on the side and awkwardly dropped a layer of chicken skin. Xiaoling Kite. 3 girls saw their master's appearance, turned around and snickered, fearing that they would be discovered in general. "You guys Xiao Chuan blankly glanced at the 3 women, shrugged his shoulders, pushed open the door of the box, and lazily said, "Count me in as well." Seeing that the person who opened his mouth was Xiao Chen, the person in box number 3 frowned and spat in his heart. Does this person think that he is omnipotent? But in front of Zhu Yao he still tried to make a modest gentleman appearance and feigned humility. "This Taoist friend. How about you?" Phew! Before he could finish his words, Xiao Dust leapt down in one step. A gust of wind whipped up in his ears, and vaguely, he could still hear the other party's mouth crumbling. "If you want to leave, just leave. What's the point of grumbling? Ha ha ha. For some reason, this grumpy brother is right up my alley. So do I. I somehow feel a little good inside." On the stage, the 4 Zhu Yao sisters glanced at each other, and in their hearts, they also felt that Xiao Chen was an interesting person, several times better than those moralistic hypocrites. Hua Manlu stood in the shadows, the corners of her mouth smiling, her hands clasping her chest and squeezing out a gully in the snow, surveying Xiao Chen in front of the stage, her beautiful eyes colorful. Perhaps it was jealousy. Not long after, someone in the crowd couldn't help but dislike them back. "Shay, this kind of person doesn't even know basic manners. So what if his cultivation is high? If he can be looked at by a few fairies, I'll directly eat this table on the spot." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Chuan on the stage turned back to the man who had spoken, a dangerous smile appearing on his face as he politely said, "I hope you do what you say you're going to do." Xiao Chuan's strength was obvious to everyone, and the few people who were originally sitting around that person quickly moved their chairs to make way for fear of being implicated by this idiot after cursing all the idiots. At the moment, the man was sitting on pins and needles in the crowd. Chagrined. Why can't he keep his mouth shut? This brother doesn't need to be alarmed. This matter started because of me. I will resolve it myself. The familiar voice sounded again, his tone full of confidence, as if everything would be solved as long as he was there. Immediately, the voice resounded again, with a few arrogant tones in its tone. "Fellow Daoist, in my Pill King Valley, Pill Chong Foam, refining viscera great perfection, 8th grade alchemist. I wonder if I can give my humble self a face and let this little cultivator off the hook. Pill King Valley, surname medicine?" The 3 simple words were like a heavy bomb, instantly igniting the scene, with countless people casting envious gazes. Even the man who was previously as scared as a minion followed the hardening up, holding his head high to meet Xiao Chuan's gaze without the slightest bit of fear. Interesting. With a look of watching the fun, Yin Tianzi moved a chair and plopped down on the railing, watching with great interest what happened next below. "Ha!" Xiao Chuan was also too lazy to pretend and let out a cold laugh as he squinted at Pilchangfeng and said disdainfully, "You've even said that you're a despicable person. Who am I to give you face? Pillman is less than 3 inches, a split family lineage, a bit of talent. Really consider yourself a direct descendant of Pill King Valley? Letting medicine Bingqiu come is more like it. How do you know Emperor?" Well, Pilchangfeng realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly covered his mouth, completely losing his temper. He wanted to ask something else, but when he met Xiao Chen's eyes, a chill came over him and he was too scared to squeak. "Roll." Yes. Pilchangfeng even knelt and crawled in a panic to escape, fearing that he would be retaliated against by Xiao Chen. The duo's conversation clearly fell into Yin Tianzi's ears, and his frown grew deeper and deeper as he said in some disbelief, "Why does he know that sick kid? Could it be that he is also the son of a certain great emperor? Why have I never heard of it?" One time, Yin Tianzi was in a dilemma. "Oh my god, Brother Grumpy. No, Mr. Maniac is so tough. I declare that from today onwards, that whatsoever desolate domain top 10 dukes are all a bunch of mundanes, and only I, Duke Maniac, am the most dangling." Seconded. Duke Maniac. "I'm watching you." "Me too." For a time, the entire 100 Flowers building had become Xiao Chen's home turf, and his popularity was momentarily unrivaled. Even the 4 fairies on the stage were somewhat dwarfed in front of him. Well, Xiao Chuan ignored the voices of the people around him and walked towards the stage with his head lowered, communicating with Peach Road through the eternal life ring without moving. "Senior sister, what was that guy's reaction?" "It worked." Peach's excited voice came from his mind. "I guess that after being bluffed by you like this Yin Tianzi won't dare to act rashly for the time being." "So very good." On the contrary, on the stage, after the small interlude just now, Zhu Yao's four people's gazes all landed on Xiao Chen, who was walking towards them, and their minds could not help but be in turmoil. Sister, why do I get the feeling that this man is more popular than us? Orchid Fairy Zhu Rou listened to the murmurs in her ears and pouted, looking at Xiao Chuan with a few moments of a small woman's grudge in her eyes, which, together with the cute appearance of a chaste neighbor girl, added a few points of a different flavor. I think you're afraid that you're not in love with someone else. Third sister, Green Bamboo Fairy Zhu Yu flirted on the side, but the eyebrows and eyes are containing a spring water, as if 10,000 feet of tenderness cannot be counted. A pair of slender white silk jade legs slanting side in the green silk long skirt. Beautiful. Second sister, what are you babbling about? Zhu Rou shyly lowered her head, wrapped her fingers around her hair, and buzzed. The other male is here for big sister. Not for me. It doesn't help to like it. At those words, Zhu Yu somehow had a slight loss in her heart as well. That's true. I don't mind. Oh. Suddenly, Zhu Yao's voice rang in the ears of the two of them, causing both women to tremble. Big sister. You, perhaps feeling a bit out of sorts? The second woman collected a few emotions and asked in a low voice. Are you serious? Sure. Zhu Yao nodded her head with a light smile, her eyes staring straight at Xiao Chen. She could feel the origin force within her body squirming because of the other party. It was a feeling she had never had before, and while her heart was stirred, she was inevitably more than a little curious. With that, she turned sideways to look at the three girls, arched her eyebrows, and revealed her heart in a low voice. In fact, to be honest, I still can't imagine a day without the three of you by my side, and instead of just getting by, I'd rather, how about we sisters pick a man of our choice together? This, Zhu Yu and Zhu Rou both lowered their heads shyly at the words and their ears turned red, causing the crowd under the stage who saw this scene to clench their back teeth and stare at Xiao Chen's back as they ghostly cried out, how my goddess was given to a piggish man. Damn it, one peach blossom fairy is fine, but how come all three fairies like the madman duke? No, dude, it's four. As soon as that person's words fell, he only saw the green plum fairy Zhumei drawing the green plum sword on her waist towards Xiao Chen under the gaze of the stunned crowd, her face devoid of any expression as she earnestly said, your kendo is strong. My Qingmei sword doesn't even have the courage to fight you. Xiao Chuan was a little unsure and glanced at the green plum sword in Zhumei's hand that was constantly resisting and emitting a trembling sound, and seemed to understand. In his previous life, his sword Dao had long stepped into the realm of human sword unity. Ordinary people might not be able to perceive it, but in the eyes of the Qingmei sword that possessed a sword spirit, he was a human body transformed by sword intent. Scary as hell. After roughly understanding, Xiao Chen looked at Qingmei again and snickered. And then, I only heard Zhumei say, I want to be your Dao couple. Is that okay? Put. When these words came out, the whole room in the seat did not know how many water splashes rose, tea splashing in all directions. Not bad for a big brother. That's awesome. If we don't make a move, we'll have enough to learn for years. Chen Chuan in the corner of the lower part of the whole person is high. From the ring to take out the paper began to write. Seems to be to see and hear down. Go back to the good speculation in general. Master, it's awesome. I didn't realize that in addition to the master's profound cultivation, his sword Dao is also superb. In the box, ZXANer's three girls were dumbfounded. They had thought that it was not bad for their own master to be able to raid a fairy, and now they actually took the initiative to fall back? When did the 100-flower sect flower fairy become so proactive? This little ninny. On the side of the stage, Hua Manlu held her forehead and smiled helplessly and bitterly. She never thought that the most chaotic of these four nephews was Zhu Mei, who usually seemed the least chaotic. Kensho, it's really hard to understand. Zhu Mei, oblivious to the reactions around her, continued to speak. So from today, I'm your fourth sister. Zhu Yao's trio couldn't hold it in any longer at the words. A flash forward to drag Zhu Mei back. One left and one right to frame towards the backstage. No, I don't want it. I want it with my nah. Before Zhu Mei could finish her words, her small mouth was blocked by Zhu Yu. Her limbs were straight. The word resistance was written all over her body. And for the first time, a look of longing appeared in her dead fish eye-like eyes. Excuse me. This gentleman is really sorry. My fourth sister doesn't know the rules. I hope you don't mind. Zhu Yao kept apologizing, her pretty face filled with nervousness. But Xiao Chen did not take it to heart and waved his hand with a faint smile. It's okay. After temporarily solving the hidden danger of Yin Tianzi, his mood was extraordinarily comfortable, and his eyes looked to the side in front of the maid in charge of registration, and laughed. Need an introduction, right? Yes, my lord. I'm from. Xiao Dust was instantly stuck. He didn't seem to belong to any power right now. Reporting his master's lineage? It seemed like he was just a named disciple again. Not that powerful, but if he didn't, it seemed like a bit of a loss of face. Staring Feeling the gazes behind him, Xiao Chuan only felt like an awn on his back, like a fish in his throat. Even Yin Tianzi cast his gaze over. At this moment, he had never felt so strongly that his competitive spirit was at work within him. The Hall of Eternal Life. Suddenly, Peach's voice rang in his head. I'm from the Hall of Eternal Life. Xiao Dust froze, and the words came out of his mouth. At those words, everyone in the room froze, bewildered. If the earlier Pill King Valley was known to them to be an emperor-level power that was enough to rival the Holy Land, then the Palace of Eternal Life was something they had never heard of. Chow! Just as the crowd was dumbfounded, high above the building, Yin Tianzi let out a furious curse and looked at Xiao Chun with a few more strands of fear in his eyes, obviously knowing something. It was only at this moment that his gaze noticed the longevity ring worn on Xiao Chen's right index finger, and his face was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Count me out this time. After putting down such a sentence, he took a step out, and when he reappeared, the person had already reached the position at the entrance of the 100 Flowers building, and gave Xiao Dust a sideways glance as he said in a cold voice, the mountains have a way of meeting, and we'll meet again soon. Whoosh! As the words fell, Yin Tianzi's figure blended into the darkness of the night, and no one knew where he had gone. Crap! In the middle of the day, a heaven-shaking cry erupted from the lobby of the restaurant, and everyone looked at Xiao Chun in disbelief, clutching their heads and shrieking in shock. Saints? That eunuch just now. Bah! Senior is actually a saint as well? No brother. Shouldn't the point of your concern be that saint ran away directly after hearing the name of the everlasting palace? So, is there any disciple of a great power who reveals a thing or two? In a split second, the crowd was filled with curiosity about the eternal life hall that Xiao Chun spoke of, which likewise included Xiao Chun himself. The other side. In the heavenly character number 2 box, a silver-haired girl slowly opened her eyes, her eyelashes slightly trembling, her red onyx-colored eyes flashing with a touch of excitement as she looked towards the portrait unfolding in the void in front of her, and below that portrait was also a xenon disc, pointing to a certain direction. Fix your eyes on it. The person in the portrait actually looked no different from Xiao Chen, and the direction xenon pointed to was exactly where Xiao Chen was below. The young girl's gaze looked through the restriction to Xiao Chuan in front of the stage below, and her mind recalled the grievances she had suffered during this period of time. Her eyes clouded over with a layer of water mist, and she pouted her small mouth as she said in an aggravated manner, Man of reincarnation, I've finally found you. The evergreens, can't it be that he's related to that everlasting emperor? Hiss. Hua Manlu thought that he had seen too much, but now he was also a bit puzzled, looking at the registered maid and passing on his voice. Don't think much about it, remember what he said and push on. Yes, the maid answered in her mind, and then rearranged her emotions. Her attitude was much more respectful than before, and nodded her head. Your Excellency. This way please. Thanks a lot. Xiao Chuan walked towards the stage while communicating with Peach in his mind. Senior sister. What's going on with that eternal life hall? Why would you ask me to report the name of this power? Could it be that this power is related to Master? 3 questions in a row. It wasn't that Xiao Chen was too impetuous. It was just that he had only realized after reliving his life that what he had experienced in his previous life seemed to be only the tip of the iceberg of this world. One is like a frog sitting on a well, knowing nothing. Pretty much what you're thinking. Junior brother. However, I can't tell you too much for now. As per Lord Emperor's orders, I've already sort of cheated for you this time. You won't get that chance again. Do you hear me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen did not want to make things difficult for senior sister Peach, so he could only withdraw his curiosity and responded, Senior sister, I understand. Then in the future, can I still use the name Everlasting Palace outside? No. This time has been exceptional, and there will be no more exceptions. It was the first time Xiao Dust had heard Peach speak in such a resolute tone, and he could only give up immediately. Sir, I don't know how to address you. In the middle of the meditation, he had already come to Zhu Yao's body without realizing it, and was awakened by the latter's voice, calming his heart and saying the name he had already thought of long ago. Morning Sky. Lord Chen. Aha, Xiao Chuan nodded slightly and spoke. I wonder why Miss Zhu Yao is taking the test this time. Naturally, it's the same as before. Secretly glancing at Xiao Chun with her afterglow, Zhu Yao continued, I wonder if Mr. Chen has any dabbling in alchemy and Dan medicine pharmacology? Zhu Yao had figured out that if Xiao Chen did not know how to do it, she would prepare some simple questions to ask. And anyway, the examiner was herself. It's good that she's happy. Slightly. Xiao Dust did not say too much. In that period of time in the Pill Garden, he relied on the divine sense of the Sage Realm, and in just half a month, he had memorized in his mind all of the more than 130,000 kinds of spirit medicines recorded by his master. However, according to what Senior Peach Sister said, The pharmacology that he had studied had been taught to her by listening to the emperor preaching under the tree all day long since the peach tree was born into consciousness. Therefore, what is written in the book is a full 100,000 years from now, and it is not certain that there will be new elixirs coming out in later generations. This, Zhu Yao was dumbfounded. What's a little knowledge? Understand? Still don't get it? How about just transmitting the answer to him? No way. A girl must be reserved. After struggling for a long time, she finally hardened her head and gritted her teeth. May I ask if Mr. Chen knows how the pharmacology of the yin-yang spirit grass works? What are its habits? Can it be used to refine pills? How many main medicines and how many side medicines does the potion formula have? After throwing out the questions in her mind, Xu Yao first took a long breath of relief, refreshed, but the next second, she regretted it. Yin-yang spirit grass was a main ingredient of the 9th grade pill Pure Yang pill, and it was only when Zhu Yao happened to see it on a scroll of Spirit Medicine 100 spectrum chart that she learned about it. Originally, she had prepared this specifically to make things difficult for these children of the world's families at the scene. After all, she did not believe that anyone would be able to study the Tao of alchemy to such an extent before the age of Azi. Or maybe she didn't believe that such a pride of heaven would participate in such a gimmicky party for her alone. Celestial pride is all about pride. She's the same. Zhu Yao, this time you really can't get married. Zhu Yao smiled helplessly and bitterly in her heart, as if she had already resigned herself to her fate. Big sis, is she okay? Zhu Yu and Zhu Rohard is for Zhu Yao pinched a sweat. A few women before the stage are collusion. Now the oldest 4 in advance mutiny. The eldest sister in said leakage. Simply to die. I don't know. The subtle change of expression on the 3 women's faces was rightly captured by the crowd of spectators below, who couldn't help but coax. Ha ha ha, brothers. Did you notice the expressions on the 3 fairies' faces? I have a feeling that this question seems to be difficult. It looks like the maniacal prince is going to end here. That's for sure. The yin-yang spirit grass is the main ingredient of a 9th grade pill, and I only saw it by chance once from my master's prescription. I bet Lord Maniac doesn't know about it. I feel the same way. That's not necessarily true. You can't talk too much. Do you all remember the table-gnawing male? The entire crowd froze for a moment when this comment was made. Eyes unconsciously began to search for the figure of the table-gnawing male. 30 breaths later, the crowd was finally in an edge position to see the table, not only half of the table as well as the unconscious man on the side. Hiss. What a miserable word. Just as the crowd was talking, Xiaodust's magnetic yet low voice came slowly and whispered slowly. Yin-yang spirit grass. Habit of heat, high temperature resistance, hot in nature, has the miraculous effect of dispelling coldness, enhancing yang yuan, and assisting in the cultivation of fire attribute techniques, and is commonly used in the refining of pure yang spirit pills, inflammatory flame pills, and yang yuan great replenishment pills. Among them, the main medicines of the pure yang spirit pill are yin yang spirit grass, water spirit spark, and gan yuan spirit fruit, and the secondary medicines are earth spirit water, yin gu spirit root, flower white fruit, and fire spirit grass. What? When they heard Xiaodust unflaggingly narrating each type of spirit medicine, the crowd was dumbfounded, their heads full of questions, and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Not big brother? You really do, don't you? Gulp. In the corner of the stage, Chen Chuan's mouth was so big that it could be stuffed with an egg, twisting his head to look at Zhu Xiaofang, gulping, organizing his emotions, and tilting his head to ask, Fatty, when did elder brother he learn alchemy? How come I've never heard of it? So do I. Zhu Xiaofang looked at the gushing Xiao Chun and immediately felt that the soy sauce elbow in his hand did not smell good anymore. Miss, didn't you say you know your master best? Aha. In the Tian Z number 1 box, Alan came up beside ZXINer and asked in a low voice, then when master used to be in the Qingyan Holy Land, besides Sword Dao, was he also good at refining pills? This, ZXINer frowned and thought for a long time, then shook her head with a bitter smile. I've never heard of it, but it's that Yi Fan who, besides having a solid foundation, also makes a good hand of Dan. Could it be that the master learned it from watching Yi Fan alchemize pills on weekdays? No way. Zixiner dismissed the idea at first, recalling that Yi Fan was only a mere 4th grade alchemist when he participated in the imperial competition. And as you all heard, the pure yang spirit pill is a 9th grade elixir. Besides, it's not like it's been a day or two since the master didn't get along with him. Sister Xiner has a point. Xiao Lingkite felt that ZXINer had a point with this statement, and a bright light flashed in her calm eyes as she guessed. I think it's because the master got some kind of strange encounter during the time he disappeared. Perhaps it has something to do with that Hall of Eternal Life. This meal analysis down. The 3 women's eyes are set off waves of shock. Shocked Xiao Lingkite wisdom at the same time, but also lamented Xiao Chen's encounter. After a moment, Zxiner took the hands of the two women, as if they were the backbone, and said in a serious tone, "In the future, we must not speculate about our master's affairs, and all this will be treated as if it never happened. All we need to do is to keep our master's secrets and clear all obstacles on the way. Everyone understands, right? Aha. Well, continue to see how Master captures the hearts of the four-flower fairy. I always feel that there are more surprises on Master that have not been unearthed. This person is truly amazing." On the side of the stage, Hua Manlu's pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at the white-clothed teenager on the field. Her red lips gently opened. Her face was in shock, and her mind had long since flown beyond the clouds. "Brothers, whoever has a master alchemist, can you come out and testify to the right and wrong, so that we can die?" Yes. Did someone come out and answer that? Zhu Yao was equally curious in her heart, as she had studied the Dan Dao for dozens of years, and it was the first time she had encountered a peerless demon like Xiao Chen. But cultivation itself was extraordinary, and she had mastered the supreme sword Dao, and now even the Dan Dao, which she was proud of, was above her own, and the slightest bit of unwillingness arose in her heart. "Please wait for a moment, Mr. Chen. Our clan's alchemist will be able to reply in a moment. It's okay. You guys can just handle it." After saying that, Xiao Chen simply closed his eyes and did not panic in the slightest, while on the contrary, the crowd under the stage was already anxious. Just in time, an old voice rang out from the entrance of the restaurant. "I can prove it for this gentleman." Swish! A gaze followed the sound. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. As the light knocking sound of a walking stick striking the ground came, a white-haired, robed old man appeared at the location of the main door, and at the old man's side stood a middle-aged man over 100 years of age, as well as Pil Changfeng, who had fled in vain a moment ago. "Oh my god, isn't that President Mu of our great Yin Dynasty Alchemist Guild?" In the crowd, there were quite a few cultivators who had participated in the alchemist examination who recognized the identity of the visitor at a glance and stood up in unison, giving an attention salute. However, some people also noticed Pil Changfeng behind the duo. "Ha, isn't that Medicine Changfeng who just ran away? I know. It's the talkie novel where you beat up the little ones and come to the old ones. So they're here to get revenge on me. The Madman Duke? Unlikely. If it's revenge, why would people vouch for the Madman Duke? Fair enough, I'll go." "Fatty, it's a big deal." That Pil Changfeng couldn't beat senior brother even started calling out. In the corner, Chen Chuan, who has been watching the show all night, is considered to have experienced several ups and downs, and he does not know how many times he has worried about Xiao Duan. On the contrary, Xu Xiaofeng had already gotten used to it, looked up at the three people at the door, lowered his head and continued to gnaw on the pork elbow, his mouth slurred. "Judging by the first-come first-served convention, I'm going to side with Shifu on this wave. No panic at all." Hey, Chen Chuan, who was being lectured, was a bit unconvinced, his little mouth tilted, his feet stepped on the bench, slammed the table, and exasperatedly said, "Am I not saving for a rainy day for my senior brother? Ah yes. Fatty, against you, senior brother Chen. I was wrong. President of the Alchemists Guild?" On the stage, Xiao Chuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze looking towards the duo at the doorway as his mind communicated with Zxiner and asked, "Xiner, what is the identity of these two?" Upon hearing the voice transmission, Zxiner immediately relayed the information she knew to Xiao Chun. Mu Songnan, Xian rank middle grade alchemist, under the tutelage of Pil King Valley. Originally, with Mu Sangnan's rank it wouldn't have been possible for him to come to this great Yin dynasty to serve as a branch president, or at least to be responsible for sitting in on a third-ranked imperial dynasty branch. There are rumors that he chose to come here because his beloved woman was snatched away by one of the elders of that Alchemist General Association, and he was disheartened. And that old man on Mu Sangnan's side should be his master if I'm not mistaken. Elder Greenwood, named Pil Jade, a saint-rank middle-grade alchemist. I didn't expect that Pil Changfeng to be involved with such a highly respected alchemist senior. Master, they won't give you a hard time for this, will they? Looking at the aging Elder Chang Mu, Xiao Chen spoke in a calm tone with a bit of arrogance as he replied softly, "There is no need to worry. Even if they really intend to make a move, just a half-saint that's halfway into the ground isn't enough at all. Just wait and see." Aha! After receiving Xiao Chen's response, Zxana's heart was also relieved and she had a rough understanding of her master's strength. President Mu came all the way here, so I'm sorry for being rude. Hua Manlu stepped out from nowhere, her face unabated with a smile, and she greeted them with a dignified manner. "Boss Flower is polite. Master and I just heard from Changfeng that a rare guest has come to 100 Flower House today, who has a few connections with my Pil King Valley, so we came over to take a look." Mu Songnan spoke with his mouth, but his gaze had already landed on Xiao Chuan's body, and under the four eyes, It was as if he had seen a flooding beast, and his feet sprouted a desire to retreat. Fortunately, the old man Xingmu on the side reached out in time and placed his hand against the back of Mu Tsangnan, and a stream of pure spiritual energy was integrated into his body, which made him feel a lot better. Demented child, do not be rude. Yes. Would Tsangnan sniffed and lowered his head in shame? What is called the mountain outside the mountain? People outside the people. He is today to learn. After such a mess. While Hua Manlu was shocked in his heart that Xiao Chen's divine sense was powerful, he also figured out that this old man Xingmu was the backbone of the group, and then asked, I wonder what your name is? Facing Hua Manlu's inquiry, old man Changmu did not lean on his old age and replied in a pale and powerful voice, I am old man Changmu, old man Aoki. Upon hearing this name, many of the people present were stunned, obviously not having heard of it, but there were also some disciples who came from great powers who had heard of this name. After revealing that the other party was a sacred rank alchemist, the crowd was wise enough to keep their mouths shut. Somehow, they always seem to have a bit too many big hands tonight. You can't afford to mess with any of them. One can only be a quiet spectator. On the other side, Hua Manlu's face changed slightly after learning of Elder Chengmu's identity, and he once again saluted. I hope that senior will not be offended if I was much offended earlier. No harm done. Old man Chengmu waved his hand slightly, squeezing out a benevolent smile on his wrinkled face, pursing his lips and saying, we came here unannounced. It should be that Bossflower doesn't want to get into trouble with us. Elder, what are you talking about? Quickly inside please. Knowing that the other party was not giving himself face again, but rather giving face to Xiao Chuan, Hua Manlu was not too courteous nor did he have the intention of climbing up the ladder, and guided the three of them towards the previous heavenly character box number 3. Bossflower doesn't have to go through the trouble. We can just find a spot down here. Upon hearing this, Pil Changfeng understood and walked over to a table and casually took out a bag of spirit stones. A few people didn't say anything and immediately took the spirit stones and stood aside to continue watching the fun. That's fine. If senior needs anything, just give your orders. Definitely. As soon as the words fell, Hua Manlu didn't be ambiguous and turned back to the stage, smiling, since Elder Changmu all but said that Duke Chen's answer was correct. Then, turning his gaze to Zhu Yao, he continued, then, Yaoer, do you have any more questions to ask? Zhu Yao, who had returned to her senses, stole a glance at Xiao Chuan, her cheeks colored with a faint blush as she softly said, Yaoer has no problems to speak of. In that case, do you have anything else to say, Mr. Chen? No. Xiao Dust shook his head slightly as he saw that his purpose had been achieved. Good. Hua Manlu's alluringly beautiful eyes curved slightly, and she smiled charmingly and softly. Then please follow me over here. Mr. Chen. Wait a minute. Mr. Chen. Xiao Dust was just about to turn around when a delicate voice called out to him, with a few moments of anxiety in his tone. Looking back, only to see the green bamboo fairy Zhuyu stepping out one after another. Unlike Zhu Yao's charming and attractive temperament, she exuded an air of arrogance that rejected others. There is a slight resemblance to that green bamboo temperament. Moon, what are you? Hua Manlu's head was big. She had previously guessed that a few little ninjas would cause trouble, which was why she thought of hurrying to bring Xiao Chuan behind the curtain. But she did not expect the remaining 3 women to be anxious first. The most crucial thing was that the first one to rush was still Zhuyu, who she usually felt was the most composed, which made her, as an aunt, really not know what to say. Auntie, when big sister is finished, then it's my turn. Zhuyu was dressed in a long green dress with a few green bamboo patterns embroidered at the hemline. Her pace was slow and heavy, her hair was tied up high, and her features were very hard, giving people an illusion of Englishness. Hey! Hua Manlu let out a helpless sigh, looked away, and smiled bitterly. All grown up. Let these things be as you wish. After a moment of silence, Zhuyu then gathered the courage to look at Xiao Chen and inquired, I wonder if Mr. Chen can participate in my daughter's examination? Xiao Chen was stunned when he heard this. He remembered that ZXINR had introduced that this Zhuyu was specialized in the array technique. This formation path, whether it is his past life or present life he has not dabbled in, thought about it and apologized. Sorry, Fairy Zhuyu, I have not dabbled in the art of formations, so I may. It's okay. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to finish, Zhuyu jumped the gun. Such a major event is naturally only possible if it is mutually satisfactory. And Duke Chen can also test me to see if my daughter is qualified. Shaw Dust. At those words, the crowd of lineage children below were all taut. Is there any justice in this? Well, reverse test, right, brothers? At first I thought I was here to fill in the blanks, but I didn't realize how much better it made me feel that everyone here was here to fill in the blanks. Thank you, Lord Maniac. Ha, I test you? Seeing Zhuyu nod her head, Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. The crowd of spectators on the stage were also dumbfounded. The world-beating green bamboo fairy just fell down? Song Nan, do you know what identity this little ninny on the stage has? Why are these juniors so agitated? The old man Shangmu listened to the noises in his ears, and a few more points of doubt were added to his old face. He hadn't been out in the world all these years, and he was a bit of a facehugger to this younger generation. Upon hearing this, Mu Tsingnan recalled, this woman's name is Zhu Yu, one of Zhu Jiao's 4 disciples, carrying a formation spirit body, a peak 6th grade formation master, deeply liked by that guy Fu Xian. He has always wanted to take this girl as a close disciple. Oh, after Wu Tsungnan's description, old man Xingmu sort of had some general impressions and stroked his beard. Since this little ninny can be looked upon by that little fellow Fu Xian, I think that the attainments of the Tao of formation should not be simple. No wonder so many young talents have moved for it. But, suddenly, Elder Chang Mu's gaze looked toward Xiao Chen's back, and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle dove's were hidden in his deep orbits as he spoke in a deep voice. In comparison, that youngster is really something big. I'm afraid that the power of his divine sense is not below me. What? Mu Tsungnan opened his mouth, somewhat jaw-dropped, unable to believe that his master would make such an assessment. Hard to believe, isn't it? Cthulhu, looking towards that white-clothed young man in the field, old man Chanmu turned his head towards Mu Tsangnan, a kind smile raised on his face as he blandly said, there is no need to think too much. People have their own destinies, just follow your heart. Disciple understands. A few simple words, but Mu Tsangnan had to spend his whole life to verify that Xiao Chen's existence was like a mystery. Demented, old man Xingmu didn't pay any attention to Mu Tsangnan, who was deep in thought, and turned to look at Medicine Changfeng and said, Changfeng, tell Grandpa what this Duke Chen is all about. Come on? Medicine Changfeng thought for a moment, remembering the voice he heard when he was leaving, and vaguely said, it seems to be some kind of everlasting palace. Clunk! The sound of a cane falling to the ground sounded suddenly. The pupil of the old man Changmu that was hidden under the white eyebrows suddenly shrunk. The hand holding the walking stick stopped in mid-air, shaking non-stop. His mouth opened wide, stammered for half a day and didn't say anything. Master? Master? What's wrong with you? Elder Changmu's reaction drew the attention of Mu Tsingnan, and after shaking him several times, the former only got over his shock. Pop! As soon as he grabbed the hands of Mu Tsingnan as well as Pil Changfeng, he said in a heavy tone, for today's matter, the two of you will act as if you heard nothing. Do you hear me? Feeling the force coming from their hands, the two nodded their heads in unison even though they didn't know what was happening. Master/grandfather, we know. Well, it was only after a long time that the old man Changmu slowly released the hands of the two men and straightened his own clothes, his figure sitting straight as his gaze looked towards Xiao Chen on the stage with only respect in his eyes. See this scene. The two also guessed that master/grandfather, his old man, must know something, or else he wouldn't be like this. Pil King Valley had a long heritage, with 3 emperors in one gate. It has existed since the ancient times, started by the then Qing Emperor, and developed through a mortal Yang Emperor and Yuan Mu Emperor. However, later on, the immortal Sun Emperor's lineage disagreed with the Yuan Mu Emperor's lineage and went their separate ways. The Xian Yang lineage traveled to the central state and became the current Pil clan. The Yuan Mu lineage, on the other hand, continued to stay in the Pil King Valley, holding on to the legacy, which was the current Pil King Valley, and most of the canonical books were preserved. With this thought, this uncle and uncle both realized the terror of the power behind Xiao Chen and did not dare to say much, sitting down in a regular manner and acting as ordinary spectators. Strange, this scene happened to be caught in the eyes of Hua Manlu, who was in the shadows. She did not expect that even a behemoth like the Pil King Valley would actually fear the forces behind Xiao Chen. This caused her heart to become more and more curious about Xiao Chen's identity as well, and her beautiful eyes stared at the figure on the field, slightly lost in thought. What's wrong, Duke Chen? Am I troubling you? Seeing Xiao Chen's delay in speaking, Zhu Yu was also a bit flustered. She did not expect that the first initiative in her cultivation career would actually be this awkward. Junior brother, promise her. But nonsense. Of course I know you won't, but I will. And is it any wonder you're going to put a woman who initiated for you through so many stairs? Truthfully, Xiao Chen actually did not care, but he could not refuse senior sister Peach's request and raised his eyes to Zhu Yu, smiling politely. No need. Since this is an examination, we should follow the rules. Fairy Zhu Yu can just come up with a question as much as she wants. Zhu Yu froze at the words and looked at the other 3 sisters. Tears were about to fall from her eyes. With this answer, had she already been considered rejected? After all, just now Xiao Chen was still saying that he didn't know how to do formations, but now he wants to test. I'll go. Madman Gengzi he is so gentle. Fellow Taoists, my eyes seem to be planting the spiritual rain technique. Duke Maniac. Treat people so gently that I would rather fail my own test and be rejected than let Fairy Chinju lose her temper. Oh my god, he's so gentle. I declare that from today onwards, I, Duke Maniac, am the head of the Desolate Domain's top 10 dukes, and that Xiao Chen, who is ranked first, is really far behind. Shaw Dust, feeling insulted too. Opposite Xiao Dust, Zhu Yu, after hearing the flurry of nonsense from the spectators under the stage, was touched in her heart that Xiao Dust had given herself a step down while at the same time having some grievances in her heart. Suck. She sucked in her nose, organized her emotions, and forced a smile. Then, as Prince Chen said, continue with me. I will announce the rules for the first round of testing. For this test, as long as Prince Chen can set up a 9th grade spell formation he will pass. Second sister/second sister. Zhu Yao and the three of them all vaguely felt that something was wrong and raised their voices to try to stop it, but it was too late. Snap. Abruptly, a feeble scholar in the arena with a pen and paper in his hands clapped his hands, tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, and sobbed uncontrollably. Him, a man who would rather fail than guard a woman's pride. She, a woman who takes the blame alone, knowing that the other's heart is not in her own. What kind of love/hate relationship has it taken to get to this point? I, G. Boda, originally just wanted to attend this 100 Flowers banquet to gather some talking material, but I didn't expect to come across such a singable image. Fellow Taoists, shouldn't we be supportive? After hearing this, some old sisters-in-law who had already guessed the moral had begun to hold their heads and cry, looking at the two figures on the stage and shouting, "Support! Support!" In the Tianzi number 1 box, the three girls of ZXIN Air had already cried into tears, hugging together and sobbing. This Shu Yu fairy loves her master too much. However, on top of the high platform, Xiaodus looked as if he had not heard the cries of the crowd at all as he turned around and walked out a few steps in the opposite direction. And as he stood on his feet, a voice with a slightly different tone rang out. A 9th grade spell formation. Would it be a little too simple? Never mind. Will do. Shasta. The whole room was silent. The crowd slightly opened their small mouths, their excited cheeks a little stiff, their eyes staring shockingly at Xiao Chen in the arena, and bursts of tedious murmurs sounded in their ears. Boom! A strong spiritual force burst out from Xiao Chuan's body, his eyes emitting white light. He used his finger instead of a pen and began to set up a formation on the void in front of him. In a split second, the entire restaurant was wildly windy, and in the void, residue was left behind where the spiritual energy had traveled. In just the blink of an eye, the formation was most of the way complete, at an appalling speed. See this scene. Zhu Yu stood dumbfounded, not yet realizing what had happened. And below the high platform, Mu Tsangnan and Xingmu Elder were so shocked that they stood up, their hair dancing wildly as they looked at the scene in front of them, their pupils quaking and their voices trembling. This is a void cloth formation. Void formation. The strong wind generated by the surge of spiritual energy pulled Zhu Yu's attention back, and as she looked at the formation in front of Xiao Chen that was emitting the pressure of the 9th grade, her beautiful eyes were filled with shocked scolding. Second sister/second sister? Behind them, Zhu Yao and the three of them also came up and assisted the disoriented Zhu Yu, saying with some concern, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Zhu Yu faintly shook her head. "That's good." With her tense expression slightly eased, Zhu Yao then looked towards Xiao Chen, whose robes were blowing hunter to hunter in the arena and whose hands were rapidly waving, and cautiously said, "Second sister, do you know what tactics this Duke Chen has performed?" Upon hearing this, Xu Mei Zhu Rou all leaned in, their pretty faces filled with curiosity. Zhu Yu stared. "If I'm not wrong, this should be the rumored void cloth formation." Void formation. Exactly. In the Tianzi number 1 box, ZXIN Air looked at Xiaoling Kite and also Alan in front of her and explained, "I also saw it on a volume of ancient books. Rumor has it that in ancient times, there was a clan named Formation that was good at traveling clouds and laying down formations, proficient in the Tao of Formation, like the favorites of the Tao of Formation, and all of them were masters of formation. This method of laying formations in the void is similar to the method of alchemy in the void pioneered by the Pill clan's Green Emperor back then, and it was also one of the Formation clan's greatest skills back then." The Formation clan? Xiaoling Kite let out a shocked deep and murmured, "I remember that the president of the current Formation Artist Guild seems to be surnamed Formation, called Formation, Array of $100,000. Aha, aha, that's the name, or Sister Sheener is awesome." Iris, you guessed correctly. This Formation by Qian is the descendant of the Formation clan, but it is rumored that the current Formation clan is actually the slave of the Formation clan's lineage back then. Back then, the Formation clan suffered heavy deaths and injuries at the Man-Demon battle, leaving behind only a scattered number of clansmen. Even the mastery of the void formation method has been lost as a result. I didn't expect that Master He would know this trick. In that case, I'm afraid that the Formation Clan side won't easily miss this opportunity. After saying that, a heavy look appeared on ZXANer's face, and Xiaoling Kite and Alan also glanced at each other worriedly, grieving for their own master. Second sister. What do you mean? Duke Chen is likely to be targeted by that Formation Clan because of this moment? Very likely. Upon hearing this, Juyu frowned and nodded as she continued to analyze in a deep voice. Rumor has it that the method of laying a formation in the void not only saves most of the materials consumed in laying the formation, but also allows for the use of heaven and earth's spiritual chi to maintain the operation of the large formation, greatly enhancing the power of the formation. 2 for the price of 1. This is a mastery that countless formation masters can only dream of, and once it's exposed, I'm afraid that not only the Formation Clan, but all forces will want to take it for themselves. At that moment, all 4 women fell into silence. Below the high platform, Mu Songnan looked at this scene, his eyes looking to the side at his master who had already reseated himself, somewhat puzzled. Master, aren't you worried? Worried? Elder Changmu snorted and picked up the teacup in front of him and blew on it, shaking his head and laughing lightly. Since he dared to expose it, it proves that the other party isn't worried about this at all. Besides, with that one here, no one can move him today. Who? Mu Songnan followed his master's gaze, only to see the door of the heavenly character number 2 box slowly push open, and a silver-haired girl walked out from it. Hiss. Next, Mu Songnan was like an exploding kitten, his body shivering slightly as he recalled the scene he had seen before his eyes earlier. That silver-haired girl's cultivation was clearly no more than the divine bridge realm, but the heavenly Tao aura that surrounded her body was as if the heavenly Tao's own sun had descended. TSK, Tisk. I didn't expect that in this world. Even that heavenly hall of wealth, which has been hidden in the sea of chaotic stars for tens of millions of years, has come out. A great world is about to begin. Tianji Pavilion. The words of the old man of the greenwood clearly fell into the ears of the Wood Songnan, eyelids wildly jumping. The world power crowd until 1 to 9 products. 9 products the most inferior, 1 product the highest. On top of that, there were emperor-level forces, which could be further categorized into 3, 6, 9 classes according to their depth. A traditional Holy Land like the Qingyun Holy Land had the least amount of depth, and the Qingyun Great Emperor was only a Great Empress at the 2nd level before he died at the end of his life. Emperor-level forces such as the Pill King Valley and the Pill Clan hovered in the middle of the pack, and when they merged in their heyday, they could rival the top Emperor-level forces. Further up, it was like the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, a superpower that had appeared in Extreme Tao Great Emperor and broken the shackles, with the most terrifying underpinnings. The Tianji Pavilion, on the other hand, was independent of all of these forces, a one-of-a-kind existence. Rumor has it that the Tianji Pavilion is a force outside of the heavens that accidentally descended here, never asking about the heavenly Tsong realm's cultivators, and since the cultivators' records, its heir has come out twice. The first time the heir to the Tianji Pavilion came out was 90 million years ago, for the Chaos Emperor. The two grew up together, and then the heavenly mandate descended, and the two ascended to the Emperor realm hand in hand, with the Emperor's names Chaos and Reincarnation, respectively. Later, the two of them jointly fought against the extraterrestrial heavenly devils, spilled blood on the Star Dome, fought dozens of devil emperors, stopped hundreds of millions of heavenly devil armies outside the heavenly Rift Valley, killed the extraterrestrial heavenly devils, and opened up the subsequent tens of millions of years of prosperity. After that, the two did not create a Tao lineage, but stayed in the heavenly pavilion, along with the underpinnings and companions that had followed them throughout their lives. And the second time a heavenly hall heir came out was 30 million years ago, for the Sword Emperor. However, that world of extraterritorial heavenly devils descended. Tianji Pavilion heir died in the final battle, sacrificed his life only for the Sword Emperor to cultivate the relentless Sword Road. The sword chopped the dome of the heavens, killing the billions of heavenly devils cannot raise their heads. After the great battle, the Sword Emperor was just like that chaotic reincarnation duo and entered the heavenly pavilion, leaving all of his heritage there. Some people had speculated that the person behind the heavenly pavilion of opportunities was that divine eternal life emperor, while others had speculated that the heavenly pavilion of opportunities hid away to the outside of the heavenly pale realm. Some people even said that there were one or even several other great emperors living within the Tianji pavilion, transcending the world. Other than the Tianji pavilion occasionally publishing some heaven's pride lists for each realm, it was almost rare to hear any information about them. In a nutshell, faced with such a behemoth, very few forces were willing to actively provoke their existence. The same, once the heir to the Tianji pavilion was born, that would also mean that the extraterrestrial heavenly devil would arrive, and all the cultivators in the heavenly Song realm would face the greatest catastrophe ever. The greatest generation is coming. I also don't know how far these two will grow in this life. Song Nan, Chang Feng, the two of you remember that some chances arrive when they arrive. There is no need to force them, just let nature take its course. Whether you are invincible in the world or you live in peace for 100 years, everything is in the destiny. Looking at the starry sky outside the house, the old man Chang Mu slowly stood up, his dry face skin slightly trembling, a brilliant light bursting out from those eyes, shaking his head and sighing. I didn't expect that this great world would actually start because of a holy body, time and fate. Go. Soon, there will be great chaos here, and I will not be able to preserve the two of you with my means. A prophecy. The old man Chang Mu slowly walked towards the door with his walking stick, and the two of them, Mu Song Nan, silently followed, their minds constantly digesting what they had seen and heard today. Boom! Shortly after the three left, the 100 Flowers building raised a skyrocketing blue-white spiritual light, illuminating the entire imperial city, and countless people raised their heads to look at it, not knowing what they were thinking in their hearts. Unlike the glorious King City night market, residential neighborhood, silent tonight, even the barking of the dogs has been silenced. Several houses and mansions are full of corpses, and the originally lively human households emanate a morose aura of cold winds and howling ghastly winds. The Deer Academy, Ordination Plaza, dozens of bloodstained figures stood in the moonlight, black shadows scurrying. At the head of the group was none other than the Grand Prince Xia Yuan as well as the great Yenstake Master and the others. The former wiped the blood stains from his face, swept a circle and said in a deep voice, "Did you get rid of everyone but those guys?" Tap tap. Upon hearing this, a general quickly stepped forward and said, reporting to the great prince, "Other than the 3 people who escaped through the dark passage, the rest have all been ambushed. The other 3, my subordinates have also sent people after them." Aha! Xia Yuan nodded and faintly said, "Take care of this place, go back and bring the generals to have a good meal, in addition to settling the dead brothers properly. Don't let them get cold feet." "Yes." Patting the general's shoulder, Xia Yuan didn't make any more stops and turned around in the direction of the royal city. Looking at the bright light rising in the distance, he looked to the great Yen Kingdom master on his side and said, "Master of the state, this is 9th grade formation. Looking at the location, it should be the 100 Flowers house that the 7th princess and the others went to. Does the Grand Prince want to go ahead and take a look?" At those words, Xia Yuan was a bit moved, but after thinking about it, he still shook his head and said, "Forget it. Just now, my father's side sent a message to say that in these few days, the great Yen dynasty is afraid that there will be a big event, so let me quickly go back to make a trip, so I won't go." Yes. The two disappeared into a stream of light, quickly disappeared under the moonlight, all the way toward the royal palace and, boom, hundreds of miles away from the royal city, in the dense forest, 3 silhouettes ran furiously all the way, looking anxious. Whoosh, whoosh. Behind them, several black shadows were in hot pursuit. Their speed was vaguely faster than the 3 of them, and they would catch up in less than 30 breaths. Puff. Beginning. The only woman of the 3 tripped over the vines at her feet and fell heavily onto the dead leaves below, making it difficult to get up again. "Senior sister White Dream, are you okay?" Seeing this, the younger man of the duo immediately turned back to help Bai Meng up, his face filled with concern and heartache visible to the naked eye. "Ahem, it's okay." The young girl named Bai Meng had a few similarities in appearance to Bai Linger. At this moment, she had a pale paper face, and under the reflection of the moonlight, she looked even more haggard. Her lips had long since lost their blood color, and her body's spiritual energy had also been deficient. She lifted her head with difficulty, trying hard to push the duo away, shaking her head and firmly saying, "Chu Shan, Mr. Fong, you guys go away and leave me alone. You must bring the news out, so that Brother Yifan avenge his sister's death, and avenge the brothers and sisters of the Deer by Deer Dao Academy. Senior sister Bai Meng, if you want to leave, let's go together. I'll carry you." Arguing a breath in his heart, Chu Shan made a gesture and was ready to carry Bai Meng on his back, but was stopped by a big hand. Teacher Fong. Teacher Fong's name was Fong Qingping, a stout man with a face that looked close to about 40 years old, with a warm smile on his face, along with a long yellow shirt. He had the air of a private school teacher. "Chu San." He only heard him call out softly, rubbed the heads of the two, shook his head with a faint smile, took out a talisman from his bosom, and frankly went to his death. "This is a concealment talisman. You two find a location to hide properly." "Teacher." At those words, where could the Chu Shan duo not understand the meaning of the words? Their eyes reddened and tears rolled down their cheeks, snapping, "Don't cry. With this calamity today, the teacher will take the first step." With that said, Teacher Fong took a few quick steps out in the opposite direction before pausing and slightly sidestepping his head, his voice calmly saying, "Chu Shan, take Bai Meng and hide him. If you see Yifan, tell him not to avenge us and to live." This is teacher's last wish. Whoosh! As the words fell, teacher Fang's body took off into the air, meeting up towards the few people who had chased after him, his mouth shouting, "Hurry up!" Boom! Next, under the dark night, several silhouettes instantly battled together, and the fluctuations from the attacks shook the mountains and forests, startling countless birds. Chu Shan left a tear of blood in the corner of his eye, picked up the already fainted by Meng, activated the concealment talisman, and hid in a pit at the back of the hillside. He closed his eyes, shielded his six senses from seeing or hearing what was happening in the outside world, and drifted off into a deep sleep. The border of the Green Cloud Holy Land's territory, Qingshao City. 3 hours had passed since the departure of the Holy Lord of the Green Clouds and the others, and the Green Cloud Immortal boat docked outside of the Green Sky City for a short rest. Yi Fan, I'm dying a horrible death. Yi Fan, I'm about to be married to my youngest sister. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Dead. Everyone's dead. Yi Fan, I want you to die. Vomit. In the cultivation room, Yi Fan opened his eyes violently. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were covered with blood. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his chest rose and fell violently, as if he had experienced a nightmare. No, not like this. Recalling the voice that rang in his mind just now, Yi Fan murmured as if he were crazy, holding his head, his voice somewhat obscure and hoarse. No, it's not me who wants to kill you. It's the devil race. It's that Xiao Chen. It has nothing to do with me. Don't you come to me. Don't you come to me again. Junior? What's wrong with you, Junior? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan, who was accompanying Yi Fan in his meditation and cultivation on one side, rushed forward to perform the meditation technique, and as soon as she took Yi Fan into her arms, she softly comforted him. Junior brother, it's okay, everything's okay. That Xiao Chen's death was all because he was to blame. It has nothing to do with you. Junior brother, you're just too kind. That's why you're like this. It's all right. Until this moment, Lu Ruyan had thought that Yi Fan was blaming himself for Xiao Chen's death, which had completely turned the sense of guilt in her heart into a full sense of justice. She was the eldest disciple of Linyue Peak. She was the eldest senior sister who should be in the limelight and needed. Her poor vanity was ruthlessly satisfied. Phew! Phew! Yi Fan's chest rose and fell violently, and after confirming that the concentric bracelet was still intact, he exhaled deeply and tried to calm his emotions. Thank you, senior sister. I'm much better. That's good. That's good. Feeling Yi Fan's emotions recovering, Lu Ruyan also slowly pushed the other party away, and just as she wanted to continue speaking, she saw Yi Fan looking at herself with a horrified face. Little master, you, Miso dash. Suddenly, the silver-colored sword blade flashed away. With a click, the necklace on Ruyan Lu's neck snapped, and Yi Fan's powerful sword chopped on a thin layer of protective formation. Die, die, die. I told you I didn't kill you guys. Why are you still pestering me? Seeing that the slash didn't work, Yi Fan's eyes were scarlet, staring at the way Lu Ruyan's face had already transformed into a dreamy, wrong soul, and drew his sword to chop down again. Little master. Lu Ruyan was completely dumbfounded. Why would her youngest brother, who she had always loved, pull a sword on her? In a trance, she was still a bit unresponsive. Bold rebel, are you going to kill your fellow disciples today? When his pupils suddenly shrunk, Lian Yu's violent shout rang out from outside the cultivation room, and the Sage Realm's spiritual power directly penetrated the formation outside the cultivation room, sending Yi Fan, who was ready to commit murder, flying out. Boom! The terrifying spiritual pressure instantly cleared Yi Fan's mind. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The sword blade in his hand panicked and threw it aside, kneeling down and shouting, Master, it's not what you think. Yi Fan was completely flustered. Now that Pil Sun's soul was sleeping, the Yi family had been destroyed, and the Dear by Dear Dao Academies by Linger and the others were deep in the mud. If he lost the Lian Yu sage's help at this point in time, all the things that had happened before would turn into flying dust and dissipate into thin air. He's not happy about it. When he thought of this, he hurriedly looked at Lu Ruyan, an aggrieved look on his face. Senior sister, I accidentally went off the rails just now, and this is, no. Lu Ruyan suddenly backed up with a loud cry, looking at the defense magic weapon that shattered and fell to the ground. A cold sweat rose up behind her, her face full of resistance, not daring to meet Yi Fan's eyes, panicking. You tried to kill me, Yi Fan, you actually tried to kill me, in vain. I listened to your nonsense earlier and helped you perjure yourself by accusing eldest senior brother of seducing the devil clan, and you actually did this to me. You're the devil. You're not even human. As soon as these words came out, the Holy Lord of Qingyun and the others who had heard the news stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with black lines, and Lian Yu's face was no better. her hand holding the scabbard shaking slightly. Previously, no matter what happened, she had always believed that her two disciples had never lied to her and that Xiao Chen deserved to die. And now, Ruyan Lu's words made her a joke. He personally forced the death of the great disciple of the sacred body under his door, favoring the two waste proxies. No, that's not possible. Why are you two lying to me? Why? Ka. In an instant, a hint of shattering appeared in Lian Yu's Dao heart, and spiderweb-like cracks suddenly came out in succession as the originally loose realm began to plummet. In the blink of an eye, it fell to the late stage of the great sage and is still falling. No good. Make a move. Qingyan Holy Lord Bai Yuanfeng noticed that Lian Yu's aura was out of place and pinched his hands together as a sea of spiritual energy surged into her body to maintain the realm. Up. Seeing this, the Grand Elder and the others didn't dare to delay and hurriedly urged their spiritual energy to help Lian Yu stabilize her realm. Feeling Lian Yu's ever-falling cultivation level, the crowd had mixed feelings in their hearts, and the memories in their minds could not help but be pulled away. Several people from the same source, Lian Yu is a junior sister, and their relationship has been good, each other together to cultivate, all the way not to say the same life and death, but also is considered to be the same suffering. After thousands of years of cultivation, he had gotten what he wanted, stepping into the Holy Realm and becoming an elder of the Holy Land. But since the death of Junior Master Qing Shao 30 years ago, everything has changed. Lian Yu became temperamental and headstrong, and from time to time, she would also make some out-of-the-ordinary moves, such as intentionally allowing Xiao Chun to complete some near-impossible tasks. A few people had always turned a blind eye to this, to the point where it led to this. Hey! Qingyan Holy Lord Bai Yuanfeng let out a long sigh, pointed a finger on Lian Yu's brow, and shouted sternly, "Senior sister, why don't you wake up quickly?" Buzz! The aura created a stirring with the air and let out a soft chirp. Phew! Lian Yu's figure bowed and deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The whole person seemed to have come back to his senses, his eyes gradually regaining clarity. The cultivation level that had been falling also stopped at this moment, stagnating at the peak of the Saint Realm, no different from the Grand Elder and the others, returning to a starting point. But the next second, Lian Yu looked like a child who had done something wrong as 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes, sobbing uncontrollably. "Senior brothers, please save Duaner. I was wrong. I really was. Please can you tell me if there is any way to save Dusty?" This senior brother. Hearing the Holy Lord Qing Yun and the others were in a trance, as if they recalled the image of Lian Yu's first day at the mountain gate, and sighed in their hearts. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have bothered. These words were also spoken to themselves. Xiao Chen's death was considered a knot in the heart for all of them, and it was difficult to smooth it out, so much so that the realm was slow to refine. Have to say, Xiao Chuan's actions that day had not only broken his own back, but had also cut off the future of all of them who were present that day. These days, there have been quite a few disciples who have retreated instead of advancing in their realm due to harboring heart demons during their breakthroughs, and at this rate, this generation of disciples in Qingyun will be completely wasted. After a long period of silence, the Holy Lord of Qingyun finally opened his mouth. There is a way to have it. Senior white brother, is everything you said true? Lian Yu stood up excitedly at the words and grabbed Qingyun Holy Lord's sleeve robe with a hint of light in her eyes. No! Hearing that the Holy Lord of Qingyun had a way to save Xiao Chen, Yi Fan, who had fallen to the side like a dead dog, was jealous and his eyes were bloodshot as he once again lost his mind and roared, "Can't save Xiao Chen. Because of him my Yi family is ruined. The life and death of the brothers and friends of the Dear by Dear Dao Academy is uncertain. Even the disciples of the peaks of the Qingyun are also dead and injured. Cannot be saved. Absolutely cannot be saved. Adversary, shut up." Boom! Without waiting for Yi Fan to continue, Lian Yu's palm condensed a raging spiritual energy and slapped down towards the other party without mercy. Put! A mouthful of blood splattered everywhere. Boo! Yi Fan's figure flew out backwards like a roller, ruthlessly smashing into the corner of the cultivation room, his breath hanging by a thread. Blood mixed with broken pieces of internal organs spat out, his eyes gradually becoming disoriented. That day Dusty suffered such pain. Today I'll let you have a taste of it as well. Lian Yu's tone was calmly oozing. Her voice faintly rang out, and the previous doting in her eyes had long since disappeared when she looked at Yi Fan, and the only thing she had was dislike and boredom. "Master, you, boo!" With another slap, Lian Yu's voice was bland as she skimmed. "From now on, you, Yi Fan, are no longer my Lian Yu's disciple, and you and I will no longer have a master-disciple relationship." Put! At the same time the last word fell, Yi Fan completely fainted. "Little master." Looking at the unconscious Yi Fan, Lu Ruyan lost her mind and stayed in place. Just less than half an hour. So many things happened. Sifu went off the deep end and nearly killed himself. Master learned the truth. Cancelled the identity of the master's brother pro-life. The masters want to save Xiao Dust to live another life. This one thing happened so suddenly that she couldn't even think about it. Xian Miao. Holy Lord Qingyun's voice faintly rang out. Next, a man and a woman, 2 Green Cloud Peak disciples appeared outside the cultivation room and respectfully said, "Disciples here. May I ask what the master wants?" The duo naturally noticed Yifan in the corner of the cultivation room and lowered their heads, quietly waiting for orders. "The 2 of you will put this Yifan in the Qingxiao city's prison, and wait until you return from this trip to the secret realm before making a decision." "Yes." Xian Miao looked at each other and walked towards the cultivation room, lifting Yifan on the ground with spiritual energy and flying all the way towards Qingxiao city below. Looking at Yifan's overly injured body, Lu Ruyan was ultimately a bit intolerant. "Master, little senior brother he." "Shut up, but I didn't want to." Lian Yu didn't even care about the past teacher-disciple relationship bellowed, a pair of icy cold eyes glaring at Lu Ruyan, and said word by word, "The crime of you collaborating with this person to deceive the clan is something that I haven't come to settle with you yet. So if you say any more, don't blame me for not remembering my feelings. Before the secret realm begins, if you can't break through the Wheeling Sea realm cultivation, go down the mountain on your own. I, Ryuki, don't need a wastrel who can only play mind games." Boo! The door to the cultivation room was reclosed, and before leaving, Lian Yu also imposed a seal that could only be broken by the Chakra Sea realm. Looking at the empty room, Lu Ruyan alone whispered to herself, "Disciple obeys." She did not know why, in the past, that 100 days of indulgence in their own indulgence of the master is no longer. She misses the ones that defiantly blocked in front of their own big brother. She regretted it, but it was too late. "Senior brother bye. What do you mean? As long as we have Dusty's sacred body origin in place, and then use the demon race's unspoken secret method to reshape Dusty's divine soul, we can allow Dusty to relive a new life with the memories of his pre-punishment days?" In a secret room that was isolated by multiple secret techniques, Lian Yu's face was piled with smiles as if Xiao Chen had already been resurrected in front of her. "Theoretically it is." The Holy Lord of Qingyun nodded his head, then turned his words around and said, "But I've only heard of this secret method. Moreover, I'm afraid that the demon race won't hand over this kind of secret method to us so easily." "Yes." The Grand Elder also chimed in, analyzing, "The demon race has been feuding with my human race for a long time, so I'm afraid it won't be to our liking. In addition, this kind of secret art is only owned by that Shadow Demon Sacred Clan and the Heavenly Demon Sacred Ground that are the top powers, which makes it even more difficult." Nonetheless, in response, Lian Yu was unimpressed, the corners of her good-looking lips squeezing out an evil smile as she said in a slightly teasing tone, "There is no need to worry about this point, senior brother." The crowd was puzzled and couldn't help but say, "Could it be that senior sister has thought of some good strategy?" Immediately, Lian Yu hooked her lips and smiled. "Have you all not forgotten that heavenly demon sacred maiden Cheng Hongguan abused and killed my Qingyun disciples here?" Qingyun Holy Lord and the others came to a sudden realization, instantly understanding the meaning of Lian Yu's words, clapping their hands and changing their disheveled colors. They said aloud, "In that case, what are we waiting for? Wait." A few people were just about to go out when they were called by Lian Yu with a puzzled face, but the latter was in no hurry and narrated the story. "That Cheng Hongguan has a mind like a demon. How could he still be waiting for us here? And what do you mean, senior sister?" Thinking that it was all because of Cheng Hongguan that she had misunderstood Xiao Chen, Lian Yu's face was as cold as frost as she snapped, "Set out immediately for the Great Yan Dynasty. I believe that this demoness will definitely not be absent from the secret realm this time. We just need to keep watch." Qingyun Holy Lord and the others were shocked by the chilling killing intent on Lian Yu's body and nodded their heads in cooperation. "Pass the word. Depart for the Great Yan Dynasty without fail." It was different from the atmosphere on the Green Cloud Immortal boat. 100 Flowers building, full of spectators face different, looking at the stage of the white boy, look or marvel, or dismay, or eyes overflowing. "God, I declare that in the future, I, the Madman Duke, will be renamed the Exiled Duke, which is simply perfect. Whether it is alchemy, or formation, or cultivation, it's completely crushing the cultivators of the same generation. Too strong, no comparison at all. I won't participate. Why don't I just let it all go to the exiled prince?" "If you don't participate, fellow Daoist, then I won't participate either." "Me too." Ignoring the uproar of the people under the stage, Xiao Chen regained control of his body, and his gaze looked towards Zhuyu who was dazed at the side and smiled smilingly. "I wonder, Fairy Zhuyu, has this passed the test for me?" Zhuyu looked at Xiao Chen's handsome face, and for a moment, she was a little lost in thought, forgetting what she wanted to say. Second sister. Seeing Zhuyu's delay in speaking, Zhu Yao Zhu Rou were all a bit anxious. Shumei even wanted to directly open her mouth to say yes for Zhuyu. Flustered. Oh ha. Returning to her senses, Shu Yu shyly nodded her head, calmed down her mood, restored the valiant temperament from earlier, and guffawed. Duke Chen naturally passed my daughter's test. That's good. Then originally, Xiao Chuan wanted to leave directly, but the Zhu Rou and Zhu Mei duo on the left and right sides had already pasted up, and their pair of almond eyes were filled with a tantalizing demeanor that made people want to get into the wrong place. Although he knew it in his heart, he still asked politely, I wonder what else the two fairies have to do. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rou's head was buried low and Zhu Mei raised her head and said with a straight face, my sister and I also like Gengzi very much. I don't know what the gentleman thinks. This, Xiao Chuan was momentarily speechless, looking back at the three women in the box and then at the four stunning beauties on the stage, smiling bitterly in his heart. Himself this day. It seems as if the number of women contacted is more than the previous life combined. Suddenly, Xiao Dust suddenly realized that he had missed something, and his eyes looked outside the Tianzi number 2 box, where a silver-haired girl was gripping the railing with both hands, puckering up her pink-red lips, puffing up like a puffer fish, and looking at herself with a look full of grudges. He couldn't help but lament. This person has such a strong aura of the heavenly Tao. Staring, the silver-haired girl seemed to have heard Xiao Chen's words and became even more angry. However, Xiao Chen seemed to have completely failed to notice the young girl's reaction, staring straight at the Tao rhythm emanating from the latter's body. From his perspective, the silver-haired girl looked as if she had merged with heaven and earth in a natural way. If not for his divine sense cultivation breaking through the saint realm, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to detect its presence at all. This was also the reason why ZXINR and the others didn't notice the silver-haired girl outside the door at all. Neither they, including the people present at the scene, had noticed the appearance of the young girl. He didn't remember such an existence in his last life, and subconsciously communicated with the eternal life ring to ask, Senior sister, do you know what kind of physique this person has? However, Xiao Chuan's words felt like they were sinking like a stone into the sea and did not receive a hint of feedback from Peach, so he could not help but wonder, Senior sister, can't we say this person's identity? Hey! Finally, Peach still couldn't resist Xiao Chen's soft words, and only said she is the wife of your master's arrangement before directly shutting down the connection with the longevity ring. What? The corners of Xiao Dust's mouth tugged as he looked at the silver-haired wife who had fallen from the sky, his head spinning. Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen? What are you thinking about? It's fine. Xiao Chuan waved his hand noncommittally and looked at the two girls as his Tao heart crumbled a little. There is no harm. But I still have important matters to deal with tonight, so I may not be able to participate in the next examination. Upon hearing this, the four women stood side by side in front of Xiao Chuan and smiled sweetly, as if it was the warm sun melting the mountain snow in the springtime, making one's heart warm with thoughtfulness. No harm done. If Duke Chen has something to do, he can prioritize it. Xiao Chen was just about to agree when Zhu Yao's voice sounded in his mind and transmitted, the four of us sisters know that there is a considerable gap between us and Mr. Chen. And your kind act today is already the best proof of that. Xiao Chuan scratched his head, glanced his head to the side, rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. So you guys have already seen it? Aha! The four women gently nodded their heads and said in unison. In any case, the four of us have long been secretly promised to Gengzi, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to fall in love with the two of us again in this life. Regardless of why His Excellency has helped the four daughters today, there is no way to repay this favor. If Your Excellency has any use for us in the future, feel free to command. Definitely. Xiao Chen nodded his head in response, then turned around and walked towards the stage. And before he left, a voice fell into his ears, and it was none other than Hua Manla's voice with a flirtatious tone. I hope that the next time we meet again, we will see the true face of the male. Ha! Xiao Chuan smiled and did not reply as ripples swept through the void in front of his body and he retreated handsomely under the shocked gazes of Zhu Yao's four as well as everyone present. Crap! Shasta! The entire 100 Flowers building was almost overturned by the shocking roar, and the doors of countless compartments opened one after another, trying to look for Xiao Duan's figure, their expressions filled with incredulity. So he's that saint from earlier. Heavens, is there really such a young saint in the world? He's the legendary emperor's son? The Hall of Eternal Life. It's hard to believe that the exiled Duke, Duke Eternal Life, he is actually the son of the Eternal Life Emperor. Yes. Rumor has it that the great Emperor of Eternal Life is proficient in 100 arts, whether it be alchemy, formations, talismans, all heavens and all wonders, known as the first all-talented great emperor in history. Nowadays, it seems that Duke Eternal Life he might even be the son of the Eternal Life Emperor. A shocking secret. For a while, everyone had different opinions on Xiao Chen's identity, and no one would let anyone in. Zhu Yao's four girls looked at Xiao Chen's disappearing position and were stunned, murmuring out of breath. So, The gap between us and him is actually so great? Yes. In vain. We party still think that we can catch up with his footsteps. I did not expect. This is nothing more than our yellow sorghum dream. Alright. Just as the four women were secretly saddened, Hua Manlu's voice came from the side of the stage and said in relief, cultivators each have their own place of chance. So why should you all be so presumptuous? Having decided, let us work toward the goal. Senior uncle. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the four women all gradually recovered, and they nodded heavily in response. Senior uncle is right. Cultivators are meant to walk against the heavens. If they give up because of the difficulties in front of them, then it's simply better not to cultivate at all. That's right. Zhu also seemed to have figured something out and began analyzing it head-on. Moreover, just now, Duke Chen deliberately revealed his cultivation in front of us must have wanted to see our determination. This is a test for us. If we can't even pass this hurdle, then how can we follow him? Sisters, don't you think so? Zhu Yao's trio nodded deeply convinced and convinced. Seeing this scene, the aside Hua Manlu turned around and covered her mouth, laughing so hard that her belly was sore, and after a while, she recovered her normal way. It's good that you guys can figure it out. I came to find you guys to say that according to accurate intelligence, there will be an ancient secret realm coming out of the Great Yin dynasty in the near future. Your master's father just sent a message to me, asking me to help you break through the Sea of Will realm within this period of time and enter the secret realm in search of opportunities. But the matter is ultimately up to you. What do you think? The four women looked around, nodded their heads in silent agreement, and said with a firm expression, Senior uncle, we're going. That's good. These days may be a bit bitter, so hang in there and follow me. When the words fell, Hua Manlu took the first step to leave. The ladies looked at each other with some concern. All of them had heard of their own senior uncle's reputation, and they couldn't help but be terrified in their hearts. But for the sake of strength, the four women clenched their teeth and still quickly followed and disappeared. Banquet hall of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Chen sat alone above the main seat, while the three of them, ZXINer, sat on the right side, not saying a word as if they were waiting for someone to arrive. Buzz. Next, the space below the hall twisted and bubbled with white aura, from which the silver-haired girl slowly walked out, a few moments of sulking on her pretty face. Space sacred body? After saying this, Xiao Chuan silently shook his head in his heart again. It should be an immortal body or even a divine body on top of this. The three women below were also paying attention to the abnormality, their beautiful eyes wide, their small mouths slightly open, an inexplicable tension rising in their hearts. The silver-haired girl came on aggressively, glaring at the three girls as if declaring her sovereignty, before looking at Xiao Chen, her eyes grudging and aggravated, on the verge of dripping with water, as she pouted. Why are you avoiding me? Xiao Chen was somewhat at a loss for words regarding this Dao couple that his master had inexplicably designated and asked himself, have I been avoiding her? No, right? He mentally muttered. Cultivation was fine, but the area of dealing with women really wasn't something he was good at. I don't know. When Chang Hongduan knows that he is still alive, how chaotic that scene will be. Do you resent me? Just as Xiao Dus was thinking so, the silver-haired girl's voice came again, with a more aggrieved tone, which could give Xiao Dus an anxious look. Crap. The three women on the side also secretly said that it was not good to see this, although they did not know the relationship between the young girl and their own master. But the woman's intuition told them that if they did not deal with it properly, their own days in the future might not be very good. There. Knowing that his own master wasn't very good at dealing with women, Xiaoling Kite's eyes rolled and immediately transmitted. Master, you said that you were just thinking about what to call her, so you forgot to answer for a moment. Aha! Xiao Chen cast a grateful look at Xiaoling Kite and hurriedly spoke in a gentle tone. No, I was thinking about what to call you so that I could explain to you. Well, yes, is it? The silver-haired girl who was surrounded by Xiao Chuan's gentle voice. Her face instantly flushed red, her head lowered, her eyes fluttering about, her expression a little flustered. She stammered for half a day and whispered in a low voice. Xin Ling, Pavilion Master Grandfather, they all call me Linger. You can also call me Linger. Sen Lucian. Xiao Chuan mumbled in his heart, then looked at Xin Ling and slowly said, Linger, you said that I was hiding from you just now, but I have been in the Dian dynasty for the past few days and have not detected your presence. Hearing Xiao Chuan say this, Xin Ling's brain was a bit short-circuited, her little head was dizzy, her big watery eyes flicked around, a bit vain, and she murmured in a low voice, because people were divining with the celestial chance technique, and as a result, they ran to many places but couldn't find you. And finally calculated that you would appear at the 100 Flower House. So I came miles. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Chen seemed to realize something important and looked at Xin Ling with some disbelief. Tianji technique. You are a Tianji pavilion successor? Nah. Yeah, Miles. Xin Ling nodded truthfully, unable to see any heart, as if she had incomparable trust in the Xiao Chen in front of her. Oh my god. Hearing Xin Ling's acknowledgement, the three of them, Xin all stood up excitedly, in front of a status like the other parties. They did not even have the qualifications to sit down, and the admiration in their eyes grew as they looked at Xiao Chen. They naturally knew the story of the Heaven's Chance transmitter. Every generation of Heavenly Chance successor coming into existence also meant that the extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil was about to descend, and the person chosen by it was the one who should respond to the great calamity. So it seems that their master is actually the one who is due for this great world. The one who should be robbed? How did I become the one who should be robbed for good reason? In Xiao Chuan's memories of his previous life, even in the end, when he ascended to the rank of half-emperor and Heaven's mandate descended, he had never heard of a heavenly demon descending into the world. Could it be that I died too early in my previous life and had no access to this layer of secrets at all? Taking back his cluttered thoughts, Xiao Chen got up and came to Xin Ling's front, and under the other party's expectant gaze, he coughed lightly and raised his hand to gently rub the other party's head and praised. It's been a hard time. Puff. Xin Ling slammed headfirst into Xiao Chuan's arms and snuggled in, her face full of happiness. Grandpa Pavilion Master is right. Brother Xiao Chuan, you are so nice. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen grabbed Xin Ling's shoulder and looked at each other with all four eyes, saying with some disbelief, "You can see through my true appearance? Aha!" Xin Ling reached out her small hand to gently point at the tip of Xiao Chuan's nose, and in the next second, the camouflage on his face automatically faded away, restoring his original appearance. Brother Xiao Chen still looks better like this. After doing everything, Xin Ling pressed back into Xiao Chuan's embrace again, expressing her unspoken fondness for him. What a marvelous secret method. Xiao Chuan felt a slight emotion in his heart, letting Xin Ling hug him. He could feel the other party's pure heart and had no second thoughts about him. Growling dash. Suddenly, Xin Ling's stomach rumbled. Although Xiao Chuan still had many questions he wanted to ask, he had no choice but to put his mind away and look to the side at Alan and smiled. It just so happens that we didn't eat much earlier, and Linger is also hungry. Alan, go and have the underlings make tonight's evening meal all together. Yes. Alan led the order to turn around and quickly walked towards the back kitchen, while the two girls, Xin looked at each other and smiled, nodding slightly as they walked towards Xiao Chen, spreading their smiles. Master, why don't you let me take Sister Linger to sit in the boudoir, and we'll also happen to familiarize ourselves. Aha! Xiao Chen felt justified and looked down at Xin Ling, who was rubbing her small belly, and smiled faintly. Linger, how about Xin and the others take you around now, and I'll accompany you later? Upon hearing this, Xin Ling raised her head and sniffed her nose on the two women and pouted. They have Brother Xiao Chen's scent on them. Humph. 3 fishy little wildcats. Spirit too. Hearing this, Xiao Chuan cannot help but old face red. The two women are even more shy to bury their heads deep. For some reason the heart has a kind of back virtue of the open feeling. After all, theoretically speaking, they were only Xiao Chen's slaves, while the Xin Ling in front of her was the rightful owner of this harem. Right now, it's a little exciting that the main man hasn't even practiced yet, but the three of them are already cheating. Ahem. Xiao Chen did not know what the two women had in mind, clenched his fist to cover his mouth and coughed lightly, and said with a straight face, Linger, let's talk about this later. Right now, my brother still has important matters to deal with. Yes, Mother-in-Chief. Xin saved the day in time. A sentence of Master Mother directly pulled Xin Ling's attention over. A pretty face completely unable to hide things. The corner of her mouth overflowed with a smile, angling up her small head and said, What did you guys just call me? Master Mother. Xiaoling Kite is also in the side in time to cooperate with Xin, which makes Xin Ling a small vanity instantly get satisfied. Happy smile open road. Okay then, since Brother Xiao Chen has asked me to go with you, let's just go around. It's the first time I've left the Sea of Chaotic Stars and come to the Heavenly Song realm. Upon hearing this, Xin and Xiaolingkui were both puzzled and inquired, Is this the first time that the Lord Mother has come to the Heavenly Song realm? Aha! In the past, Linger stayed asleep in the Emperor's source and could only wake up once in 100,000 years, and Grandpa Old Pavilion Master never let me go out to play. Xin Ling nodded her little brain and looked around at the room's decorations, her pair of red eyes full of curiosity and desire to know. Thinking of the boundless sea of chaotic stars, the three people's eyes are flashed a touch of heartache. The two women pulled Xin Ling's hand out of the banquet hall, as a guide, as if the other party as their little sister love. What is it? This is the mortal willow. This is the water wheel. This is the dining hall. Looking at the backs of the three women, Xiao Chen smiled and felt that this kind of day was quite good. Then he reached out and a jade-colored nascent soul ring appeared in his hand, and a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next, it's just the last step. Yi Fan, the surprise I've prepared for you is coming soon. Tick, tick. In a dim and damp dungeon, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. The injuries on his body had recovered most of the time, and the sound of water drops kept echoing in his ears. You're awake. An indifferent voice rang out. Yi Fan craned his neck to look. Xianyin Xianmiao and the two of them were standing outside the dungeon with their hands wrapped around each other and a gloomy face, their eyes staring straight at themselves. Ha! Pulling the corners of his mouth, Yi Fan struggled to squeeze out a few words from his dry throat. I don't know what the two senior brothers and sisters. What are their orders? Why did you use us in the first place? Xianyin's tone was cold. No emotion could be seen on her 5 distinct faces, and her mind recalled that during the trip to the Void Sky Mystic Realm, Yi Fan had asked himself to use a shadow-retaining stone to capture the image of Xiao Chuan and Qing Hongqian spending time with each other, and the 5 fingers resting on her arms vaguely flared up. Utilization? Yi Fan snorted. His shoulders shook, and the corners of his mouth that was hidden in the shadows rose up like a devil's smile as he laughed hideously. If the two of you had not wanted to use me to suppress Xiao Chen's sharpness in the first place, how would you have agreed to my unreasonable request? Things have come to a head. Senior brother Xianyin. Senior sister Xianmiao is trying to exalt herself as an outsider again? Before it's too late. You. Shameless. Xianmiao couldn't bear it anymore as she sniffed, grasping a green-fronted longsword in her palm. She made a gesture and was ready to strike, but she was stopped by Xianyin who was on the sidelines. Senior. Xianmiao was in a big hurry, and doubt was written all over his good-looking face. Don't be impulsive. Xianyin shook her head before her gaze fell on Yi Fan and she said in a cold voice, Tell me, your request. Ho ho. Yi Fan's pale face raised a winning smile as he sneered with a cold laugh. Sneering? Sure enough. I still like to chat with smart people like senior brother Xianyin. Cut the crap. Xianyin was well aware of Yi Fan's heavy heart and had no intention of talking nonsense with him, saying bluntly, Tell me your conditions. Knowing that the other party didn't want to take care of him, Yi Fan collected his smile and said word for word, Let me leave this place. No way. Xianmiao grabbed the opportunity to speak before looking at her senior brother, Xianyin, and said, Eldest senior brother, we can't afford to be wrong any longer. At those words, Xianyin but shook her head, a flash of ruthlessness under her eyes, stubbornly said, Xianmiao, now that the seat of the Saint's son is vacant, if I let my master know this news at this juncture, I'm afraid that I will have no hope of succeeding the Saint's son in this life. I've been cultivating for 100 years, and if it wasn't for that guy Xiao Chun who came out of nowhere, this holy son position would have been mine long ago. I'm not happy about it. The apostle acceptance ceremony in 2 months' time is the closest I'll ever get to being the holy son of the green clouds, and no matter what, I don't want to miss it this time. Senior brother. Xianmiao was moved. She and Xianyin had grown up together since childhood and knew that the other party's countless days and nights of diligent learning and practicing were all for the sake of that sacred son position. The depth of her opponent's obsession was something she had never expected. Hey! Finally, Xianmiao let out a long sigh, retrieved his long sword, turned around and walked towards the outside of the dungeon without saying anything, leaving behind only the Xianyin duo. Say it. Xianyin knew that there was no turning back after coming this far, and coldly said, What conditions? Let me go. Upon hearing this, Xianyin frowned and reminded, Yi Fan, have you thought this through? If you escape this time, there will be no more place for you in the Qingyun Holy Land. Tolerance? I don't know what came to his mind. Yi Fan let out a self-deprecating laugh, his mind recalling the scene when he first met Sage Lian Yu in the dynasty battle, and laughed bitterly. Ha ha ha. Now that things have come to this point, Xianyin, do you think that I still have a way to retreat? Xianyin didn't answer. The answer was self-evident. Even if Yi Fan didn't escape this time, when he went back, he would be punished lightly, or he would go on the cliff of life and death, and from then on, he would be completely reduced to a fringe disciple, and die of old age in the holy land of the green clouds. I promise. Thinking of this, Xianyin already had an answer in her heart. Her palm flipped over and a bottle of elixir surfaced, staring into Yi Fan's eyes. Before that, you need to make a heavenly Tao oath. Otherwise I don't feel at ease. Okay. Deeply aware of his image in the hearts of the crowd, Yi Fan raised his hand and swore to heaven. I, Yi Fan, make an oath to the heavenly Tao that if I reveal the matter of the Xianyin Xianmiao duo, it will be difficult for me to refine my cultivation by half a point in this life, and I will not be allowed to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation for all eternity. Tough enough. Xianyin threw out the pills, turned around and left a sentence. Tonight at 3 o'clock, I will meet you outside, and then directly disappeared in the dungeon. Gulp. Yi Fan monkeyed around and took out the pills. swallowing them raw, sitting on the straw with his legs crossed, enduring the pain of the ruptured dantian to regulate his injuries, and gritting his teeth. Linger, I will definitely come to save you. Wait for me. The words fell. The dungeon regained dead silence. Only the sound of rainwater soaking through the walls and dripping continuously resounded. The other side. Great Yen Dynasty. Universal Chamber of Commerce Secret Room. Xiao Chen looked at the corpse lying in the formation in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. With a click, the nascent soul ring shattered and a soul body flew out. It was Bai Linger. I thought I was dead? Where is this? Bai Linger looked at her own corpse on the platform. Trepidation and uneasiness swept through her mind. You are indeed dead. Xiao Dust's voice rang out, and no emotions could be heard. You are. You. Before the words were finished, when Bai Linger's gaze landed on Xiao Chuan, her entire body was like falling into an ice cave, and a vicious chill ran straight to the top of her skull. The monstrous resentment on the latter's body was so clear from her perspective that the sea of blood originally under her feet was churning. The withered bones were stacked into mountains, and countless wronged souls were letting out heart-rending wails. Who the hell are you? Bai Linger wanted to escape, but she was surrounded by formations specially laid by Xiao Chen, and there was nowhere to escape. Oh, instead of asking who I am, why don't you think about why the Dear by Dear Dao Academy was destroyed? No, it can't be. Speaking of this, Bai Linger's face suddenly distorted as if she was a stern ghost, her eyes scarlet as she hissed and killed towards Xiao Chen. Roll. One word falls. Boom. A spiritual pressure poured out like a landslide in tsunami with Xiao Chuan as the center, and in an instant, Bai Linger's weak soul was like a piece of paper as it heavily smashed on top of the spell formation. Next moment, a shadow-retaining crystal flew in front of Bai Linger and operated on its own, projecting a picture out of thin air, and the sound came along with it. Today, all of you, the disciples of the Dear Evading Dao Academy, will be annihilated. With the fall of a voice with a majestic breath and a majestic voice, miserable cries ensued, and a figure in the picture that Bai Linger had once been familiar with fell, and even her soul was hooked away by a mysterious chain, and she did not enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Bai Linger looked at the scene of the image, and she was jealous, and although Xiao Chen didn't say anything, the pleasure in his eyes couldn't be hidden, and it was incomparably soothing. Why are you doing this? We have no grievances with you. Why are you driving us to extinction? Madman! You madman! I'll kill you! Bai Linger slapped the shadow-retaining crystal away and hysterically rushed forward, wanting to crush Xiao Duan into pieces to avenge the Academy's disciples and teachers. Wow! Just when she thought she was about to succeed, countless chains poked out from the void and bound her firmly. Looking at the blood-stained soul chains, Bai Linger was in pain, wanting to cry but not having a single tear. In response, Xiao Chen did not care at all and ignored the murderous eyes of the other party. His eyes filled with madness as he laughed. Why? Did you ever feel no resentment when your beloved brother Yi Fan slandered me as a demonic spy in front of millions of Qingyan disciples? Were you all upset when you took the rewards I obtained for Lian Yu Peak? You're Xiao Chen. Hearing this, where could Bai Linger not guess Xiao Chen's identity? She kept shaking her head, wanting to defend herself, but everything seemed so pale. Innocent? You're in no position to talk about this in front of my eyes. I'm merely recovering some interest. As the words fell, the 10,000 soul streamer appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. His voice returned to calmness, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which, if he ignored this situation, would definitely make people feel as if they were in the spring breeze. Under the gaze of Bai Linger's horrified face, only Xiao Chen hooked his finger and a soul-locking chain landed in front of her brow, and the latter's indifferent voice rang out. Take a deep breath. Soon you will be able to see Yi Fan again, and if he can die by the hand of his most beloved, I think it would be a blessing for him. Jia. No, Bai Linger still wanted to resist. But in the next second, with a bared sound, the soul-locking chain penetrated her brow, her eyes lost their concentration, and her 3 souls were dragged into the 10,000 soul streamer one after another, leaving the 7 souls outside. Yi Fan, cherish the gift I gave you. As the words fell, Xiao Chen's palm spread out and a soul seed ignited, falling into Bai Linger's residual soul, dove in and merged into the corpse on the platform with the remaining 7 souls. Click. After 3 breaths, Bai Linger opened her eyes and sat up. Looked around, her eyes fell on Xiao Chen, and her voice was somewhat mechanical. Master. Seeing this, Xiao Dust was overjoyed and the corners of his mouth grinned as a maniacal laughter resounded through the ground. Yi Fan, it's time for everything to end. Dinner's ready. At night, in the banquet hall in the backyard of the Chamber of Commerce of all nations, Alan personally served the food, set up a whole table, and greeted all the people on the table to start the meal. Smells good. Xianling had already washed her little hands early and sat on Xiao Chen's right side, her big watery eyes staring at the colorful and fragrant delicacies, and her saliva was about to fall off. Tianji Pavilion was located in the sea of chaotic stars, isolated from the world, not to mention, even the most basic food hall does not have. Every time Xin Ling recovery can only swallow some spirit pills to fill up the hunger, or absorb the spirit stone, replenish the spiritual energy to replenish the physical strength. Occasionally, she could drink a cup of enlightenment tea prepared by the old pavilion master's grandfather, and that was already the happiest thing for her. He. Alan smiled smugly at his words and looked at Xin Ling. Linger, these are specially prepared by me in the kitchen. Try them and see if you like them? Love it. Without thinking, Xin Ling held up her hands and returned. In this short period of half an hour, the relationship between the four had already gone further, and Xin Ling even took the initiative to address each other by each other's names. However, Xin Ling did not directly move her chopsticks and turned her head to look at Xiao Chen with an expectant expression. The latter understood and dotingly rubbed her head and softly said, "Everyone eat while it's hot. It's all our own. No need to be so preachy." Yes, the four women answered in unison, talking and laughing. Xiao Chuan saw the scene of happiness and family reunion. His heart warmed, his mouth smiled, and he carried the bowl and was about to do it, but he saw 4 pairs of chopsticks handing over at the same time. The moment she raised her eyes, the 4 women's voices sounded at the same time. Master/brother Xiao Chen. Ah, ha ha ha. Xiao Chuan was first stunned, then laughed out loud, and came to the table. All of them were chucked into the bowl, and joyful laughter resounded in the banquet hall, and the crowd seemed to have endless words to say, and there was a lot of laughter. It's night. The crowd stayed up all night, and the nightingale cries were incessant and melodious. The next day, Universal Chamber of Commerce, Alchemy Room, huffing and puffing, early in the morning, the flames in the alchemy furnace were already blazing. Xiao Chuan sat cross-legged on the futon, and all kinds of spirit medicines in his hands were quickly ejected into the furnace, with a skillful technique, all in one go. Up! When his breath reached perfection, Xiao Chuan opened his eyes and let out a loud shout as the spiritual energy in his body transformed into black Dan fire and injected into the void, condensing a black fire Dan furnace. Whoosh! 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 Next, Dan furnace has long been prepared and the spiritual liquid flew out, fell into the black fire Dan furnace, repeatedly refined and purified. Snap dash. Just by doing this step alone, Xiao Chuan was somewhat exhausted, and bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his cheeks, and before they landed on the ground, they were dried up again by the scorching hot Dan fire. Go! With a wave of his hand, dozens of more spiritual medicines flew up from the medicine cabinet on the right side, wrapped in the power of his divine soul, automatically eliminating the dross and leaving behind the best parts, which were thrown into the Dan furnace. Next, only to see that the spiritual medicine wrapped by the power of the divine soul, in the blink of an eye, was refined into a crystal clear, colorful medicinal liquid. By this point in the refining, Xiao Chuan's hands were already trembling slightly. Multitasking was far more difficult than he had imagined, and it was as if his head was going to explode in the next second. Spare the Saint Realm divine sense could not support a few rounds. Looking at the side with the Pa Tao Alan and also Xin Airface panicked, murmured in a small voice, "Alan, how many times has this been the master's attempt at void alchemy?" At that, Alan broke his fingers and muttered, "If memory serves, it should be the 31st time." 31? Purple Sheener heard this number of times, heart slightly shocked. She does not understand alchemy, not to mention what the void alchemy, but she understands her own master's talent. It seems that this void alchemy method is far more difficult than what we laymen have imagined. Yeah, when Alan remembered the process of Xiao Chuan's refining, his heart couldn't help but clench together, feeling nervous for Xiao Chuan. By the way, where are the spirit girls? Still not awake? Thinking back to last night's madness, Xianer's face was rolling, and even now her body still had a feeling that it was about to fall apart, and her legs were slightly trembling. If she hadn't gotten used to waking up early to run the Chamber of Commerce on weekdays, I'm afraid that she would still be asleep on the couch right now, sleeping sweetly and beautifully. But it's worth mentioning, in just 2 short dual cultivation sessions, her cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the Wheel C realm. This cultivation speed was simply beyond her imagination. She had never heard of such a heaven-defying and miraculous dual cultivation technique, and while her heart was shocked, her heart also surged with endless gratitude towards Xiao Chen, whom, Iris and Sister Linger and the others are still resting. After all, they should be the ones who were the most tired last night. Last night, after returning, Xia Ling Kite had shown a look of panic, partly because of Xiao Chen's incomparable talent, and secondly because of the identity of the person who should be robbed. As the only one of the 4 women without cultivation, a sense of crisis grew quietly. So, in order to be able to cultivate as early as possible, Xiaoling Kite had put her life on the line last night, and finally, when she was about to faint from exhaustion, the pure yang force in her body cleared to the point where it was balanced with the yuan yin force. As for Xinling, on the other hand, it was completely out of curiosity, coupled with the cultivation far exceeded the women. A moment of play, and Xiaodust wore until the dawn, before drifting off to sleep. Give me the melt. Just as Zxiner froze, a flash of viciousness suddenly flashed across the bottom of Xiao Chen's eyes, and he shouted out as his hands continued to pinch. Next, as if threatened, the several clusters of pure medicinal liquid gathered towards the center of the furnace and blended together. The volume starts to compress continuously. Seeing this, Xiao Chuan's heart was delighted as he closed his eyes to feel the changes within the Dan furnace, and the power of his divine soul probed out from within his body, precisely controlling the elixir to take shape. The black flame is now like a pair of big warm hands, constantly wrapping and rotating around the soon-to-be finalized elixir. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passes by. Master Dao, I've made it. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Chuan violently opened his bloodshot eyes and clearly saw an elixir emitting a faint spiritual rhythm deep within the Dan furnace. His heart was ecstatic and his divine soul fluctuated steeply. Immediately, his face changed drastically, and without any hesitation, he turned around and grabbed the two girls as broken curses rang out. Fuck me. Words fell. Bang sound. Rolling black smoke directly swallowed the entire alchemy room. Woohoo! In the main room of the backyard, Xin Ling woke up violently, sat down straight, and after noticing that it was just a fried Dan, drifted off to sleep again. Backyard. Ahem. Xiaodust coughed and walked out from the black smoke. His face was scorched by the explosion. His hair was messy and curled into a ball, but the corner of his mouth was unable to suppress a smile. It's done. I've mastered the method of void alchemy. Although, what I refined was only a first-order elixir, but it's still a good progress. When he finished, he patted the soot from his body, and with a snap of his index finger, a cleansing spell swept over him, and his entire body was refreshed again. This method of void alchemy really consumes the power of the divine soul. 30 times at most would be the limit. This time, it almost emptied my divine senses. It seems that this thing really isn't as simple as imagined. Xiao Chen muttered while Zxiner attentively fed a few pills that restored the power of divine sense on the side and softly said, Master, why don't we stop here for today? The Alchemist Guild over there happens to be holding an alchemist examination at noon. Don't you still have to go and participate? Blah blah blah. Pop. With both palms clapping, Xiao Chuan then remembered that there was such a thing. Xiner is fortunate to have you guys to remind her. Walk. There's no time to lose. Let's set off right now. Nah. Everything is at the master's disposal. P.S. I'm begging for all kinds of gifts, and I'm begging for a rush. I appreciate it. Yo, buns for sale. Freshly baked big buns, tofu, shitsu tofu, white and tender, heavenly after eating, very sweet. Cookies, hot, steaming hot pancakes, early in the morning. Both sides of the streets of the great Yanqing city's morning market were filled with all sorts of vendors and stores, bustling with activity. Xiaodust and his group of 3 left the door, passing through the morning market to buy quite a few things along the way, and walked all the way towards where the Alchemist's Guild was located. The Alchemist Guild was different from most clan powers. This was a force spontaneously formed by many alchemists with a long history, and it had evolved into the current system after an unknown number of years. However, wherever there are cultivators in towns, there is bound to be an Alchemist Guild, which is responsible for a series of issues such as great assessment for alchemists, buying and selling of elixirs and medicines, and receiving bounty missions. The existence of the Alchemist's Guild was recognized and respected by all forces. Xiao Chuan's teacher was from the Eternal Life Emperor, so he said that he could not let his teacher's legacy fall by the wayside, and naturally, he could not miss this alchemist examination. Looking at the colorful travelers on the streets around him, he asked as he walked, Xin, from last night to this time, has there been any changes in this great Yin dynasty? Reporting back to Master. According to last night's scouts, the Qingyan Holy Land had already arrived at Qingshao City at the stroke of midnight, and is expected to arrive at the royal city limits by this evening. In addition, various forces have entered the King City one after another and lurked. Do we need the slave girl to order them to be found? No need. Xiao Chuan gently waved his hand and said softly, the forces from all sides are gathered and mixed up. It won't take long for them to show up on their own. We don't have to risk it. Xiaodust swept his gaze over the stalls on both sides of the morning market, and in just a few blinks of an eye, he saw dozens of disciples from large and small sects. The slave girl understands. Zxiner nodded slightly. Right. Standing on his feet, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered something and turned sideways to look at the two of them, the corners of his mouth rising as he smiled. Just call me Gungzi in the future. Just call yourselves that. Master, slave girl or whatever. It always feels weird. After saying that, Xiao Chen did not explain much and lifted his leg towards the Alchemist Guild building. Upon hearing this, a flash of light flashed across the bottom of the eyes of the two ZXINR girls, and their pretty faces smiled sweetly as they sweetly responded. Yes, sir. Tap tap tap. As the words fell, the two women trotted forward to follow, one of them holding Xiao Chuan's arm as they talked and laughed. A quarter of an hour later. Master, we're here. At the news, Xiao Chen raised his eyes. From a distance, into his eyes was a huge pavilion about 20 meters high, the sky towering vermilion temple columns. A huge plaque on the dragon flew on the 5 big words written Alchemist Guild. Guild Pavilion sitting in the west towards the east. A total of 3 floors of the pavilion. The lowest layer of red lacquer color, clear vermilion wood. The middle layer of slightly lighter color, with 4 sides of the sky platform, surrounded by flying eaves against the building. The tone is elegant. The uppermost floor is a spire-like closure, with 3 arched gallery fan windows of stone masonry alabaster on the left, right, and above and below, like petals embedded in the surroundings, with carved beams. Perhaps it was because of the alchemist examination being held. The gate of the Alchemist Guild was full of people, with many disciples in alchemist apprentice attire waiting in line. So grand. It's the first time Alan has come to the Alchemist Guild. Let's go. Xiao Chen looked at the 2 girls and beckoned, signaling, let's go in and take a look as well. 3 of you please stay. In a split second, a young man wearing the exclusive white and green robes of an alchemist walked up towards the 3 of them head-on, with a friendly smile, and a badge with a pattern of 3 green stars on his chest. This also meant that this person's alchemy level was probably stuck at a 3rd grade alchemist. When he neared, this person's gaze lingered on Alan and ZXINR for a moment longer, politely moving his eyes away and looking at Xiao Chen. My name is Su Jishan, 3rd grade alchemist. May I ask if the 3 of you are also here for the alchemist examination? Aha. Xiao slightly tapped his chin and his tone was flat. Su Jishan didn't care. His hand compared to the long queue on the left side, and his tone was sincere. Then please follow me to this side of the queue, and only after completing the examination and registration will you be allowed to enter for the test. Duke. ZXINR glanced at the long queue. Her heart was not willing to bear it, but Xiao Chen turned around and cast a reassuring look. Then under the gaze of the crowd, she slowly came to the front of the queue and looked at the apprentice who was in the 2nd place in the queue, handing out a bag of spirit stones, and softly said, here's 100 spirit stones. I'll take this position of yours. The apprentice sniffed and glanced at ZXINR and Alan behind Xiao Chuan, and a wry, disdainful smile flashed across his face as he pushed Xiao Chuan's hand away and greedily said, 100 spirit stones to buy my position. No way. That's it. Fellow Daoist, if you don't have that strength, don't puff up your face and look down on anyone with 100 spirit stones. Yes. In the team, many people watched the fun and followed the coaxing, with the look of a dead pig in the water. Yes? Xiao Chen sneered as countless tiny and imperceptible heaven-swallowing demon chi spread from his feet, following his breath into the sea of consciousness of those who had opened their mouths earlier to raise a ruckus. Slowly breathing. Interesting. This person even knows the demonic soul technique. Under the shadow of a house, In Tianzi was hiding in the darkness, sparing Xiao Chen from noticing it, and the corners of his mouth rose, as if he had discovered an unimaginable and shocking secret. 200, 500, gur dash. As the words fell, a gulp sounded throughout the group in unison. Even Su Jishan and his companions who were standing at the door were staring wide-eyed and their breathing became rapid. For them, 500 spirit stones was already an astronomical amount. Senior brother Su, is this person not a disciple of some great power? Su Jishan heard a beat, the heart secretly thankful that he just did not do anything out of line. Otherwise by this kind of people on the mind, afraid to sleep or not sleeping peacefully. Thinking of this, Su Jishan kindly reminded the senior brother beside him. Senior brother Lu, you heard all of the president's orders last night, right? Keep a low profile if you can during this time. Don't just take advantage of some of these bargains. Be careful of having a life to take and no money to spend. I honor the teachings of senior brother. Aha. It's good that you understand. Ending the conversation, the duo's gazes fell on Xiao Chen with inexplicable expressions. At this time, because of the movement of Xiao Chuan and his duo had already attracted a lot of people to watch, and the alchemy apprentice who was sitting on the ground also realized that he might have kicked the iron plate, and it was difficult for him to get off the ground. 800, 900, Xiao dust continued to bid upwards, and the quantity had already come to 1,200 spirit stones. 1,500 spirit stones. Why don't your excellency sell Z Mao a face and obediently go to the back of the line? Woody, a bright voice rang out from the back of the crowd, and the crowd scattered to both sides, making way for a passageway, and their gazes were directed towards the visitor. All are curious about the identity of the visitor. Tap tap tap. With the sound of footsteps approaching, a youth wearing a purple open-necked Chinese shirt, with his chest exposed along with 8 firm abdominal muscles, and his trademark purple hair standing back like a purple flame slowly stepped out. His entire body was more than 2 meters tall, and the corner of his mouth always carried a trace of an untamed smile. Amazing purple? Oh my god. Isn't that the grand young master of the Universal Chamber of Commerce? Even such forces have come? In the crowd, there were quite a few power disciples who recognized the identity of the visitor, and their faces revealed shocked expressions in unison. Although the Chamber of Commerce of the Nations is a first-rate force, it is also second only to the Emperor-level forces that batch of the best. The clan has even asked the realm of the strongest sitting in the town, is expected to break through the half-imperial. With this in mind, many people present had attentive smiles on their faces as they complimented. I've long heard of the mighty name of the violet amazing young master, and now that I've seen it, it's truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Ha ha ha. The compliments were very flattering to Violet Amazing, and he laughed as if no one else was there. Miss, why is this man here too? Should we tell the Duke about him? In the crowd, Alan recognized at a glance that the person coming was none other than the youngest master of the Purple family, Purple Xaner's own brother, Purple Amazing, peak of the cave heaven realm, carrying a mutated purple flame spiritual body, and specializing in fire attribute feats. Xaner stared at her eyebrows. The small hand hidden on her sleeve was saved tightly. The fingertips were embedded in her palm. Drilling pain. The images of the past were vivid in her mind. I'll pass the word. Good. Only, just as Xaner wanted to open her mouth, Xiao Chen's indifferent tone resounded in her ears. The latter raised his eyebrows, scratched his ears, and pulled out 2,000 spirit stones, dropping them at Ziyan's feet, his voice gradually becoming somewhat impatient. Here are 2,000 spirit stones. Can you roll away? It's really loud. You. The smile on Ziyan's face instantly froze, and his hair began to twist like a flame, and he was just about to have a fit when he was stopped by the middle-aged man behind him, reminding him, young master, don't forget the master's instructions before he left. If we let the second young master and the others get a hold of us here, it will be bad for you. Upon hearing this, Ziyan regained his composure, squeezing out a cannibalistic smile on his stiff face. His teeth clenched tightly as he said, I don't know your excellency's division. So why are you being aggressive towards a small apprentice? Xiao Chen did not raise his head and said in a flat tone, what are you? Your excellency, do you really think that my Universal Chamber of Commerce is easy to bully? This time, Ziyan could no longer hold back, and even the middle-aged man behind him frowned, staring at Xiao Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. Hiss. Seeing this, Su Zhishan stumbled on his feet. Without thinking, he pushed aside the crowd and ran towards the backyard hall. The development of this situation was completely beyond his expectation, and it was not something that he could intervene at all. Just as the atmosphere was tense with swords, a sword sound rang out. Clang! Oh, Xiao Chuan slightly raised his eyebrows and gave a light oh and shrugged his shoulders without any concern. A saint-rank longsword was suspended in the palm of his right hand. A stern sword intent hovered and rose from under his feet. The sword chi blew his hair, revealing the pair of pitch-black eyes underneath, and a low voice slowly resounded. Why don't we try whether your protector is faster or the sword in my hand? Want to bet? A holy weapon. Seeing the sword in Xiao Chen's hand, everyone present was startled. A disciple who could carry a holy weapon with him could see that the power behind him was extraordinary, and this person's status was by no means idle. Purple Amazing obviously realized this, but pride forced him to want to say yes. Don't mess around. Suddenly, the voice in his head made him calm down again, and he looked at Xiao Chen, his back teeth clenched, making a clicking sound, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Don't let me run into you in the secret realm, or else. Fuck off. Brat. Don't be a fucking laborer. Purple Amazing's ruthless words were put halfway. A voice that was even more arrogant of him rang out. Xiao Dust inexplicably felt somewhat familiar. How did this guy get here? Boom. Before Ziyan could detect the visitor's aura, his figure fell out heavily like a cannonball. Along with the middle-aged man, the dark protector of the Tao was shocked at the sight and rubbed his eyes twice, looking at the sickly male at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild with a vicious chill. The person who came was none other than Yin Tianzi. Sage Realm. How could there be such a young Saint Realm in this world? It's hard to believe that. Just as that Tao protector was pondering, Yin Tianzi turned back indifferently, a pair of bubble-like eyes locking onto him across the distant void, his voice cold. How dare a small rodent spy on my father? When the words fell, the Taoist protector secretly said not good, and in the next second, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, seemingly about to be engulfed, and the terrifying suction force made it difficult for him to break free. Spell it out. With a clench of his teeth, a long sword appeared in the palm of that Taoist protector, and with his eyes closed, he swung the sword towards his left hand. Bare! Blood splattered everywhere. His left hand was instantly engulfed by the black shadow and disappeared without a trace, and his figure took this opportunity to escape, not caring to check his injuries. That protector escaped. The laws of shadow in the greatest form. Xiao Chuan could tell at a glance that what Yin Tianzi had used just now was precisely the shadow law among the upper laws, and with a slight frown, he was already thinking in his heart about whether or not to dispose of the other party as soon as possible. Previous life, Xiao Chuan had cultivated to the level of a half-emperor, and what he was best at was the law of the sword, which was likewise one of the 36 upper laws, where a sword breaks all laws. According to what senior sister Peach said, that shadow demon emperor had naturally left the method of sensing the laws of darkness to be passed down to Yin Tianzi, and if he were to leave it unchecked, I'm afraid that it would result in a big mistake. However, if he were to give up the opportunity to comprehend the laws of darkness, Xiao Chen felt a blood loss in his heart. Sunkenness. Yin Tianzi had already walked up to him, like an old friend who hadn't seen him for a long time, and opened his mouth familiarly, saying to himself, with your attainments in the Tao of the sword you still haven't looked at my law of shadow? If I'm not mistaken, your sword Tao laws have already reached the peak of greatness, right? It's not bad to come out of that power. It's still scary. Xiaodust did not give him a good face and drew his sword and raised his eyes, revealing 2 rows of white and neat teeth. The corners of his mouth grinned as he coldly said, what? Wanna try it? Add dash. Upon hearing this, Yin Tianzi pressed down on Xiao Chen's palm to press the sword blade back into the scabbard. Both hands crossed and waved their hands, his expression feigning panic as he said, Don't. If we hurt these disciples of the forces present, both of us will not fare well, don't you think so? Besides, I just helped you deal with that little guy from the purple family, so we're at least on the same side, aren't we? Xiao Chen frowned. He had already guessed that Yin Tianzi had discovered the secret that he could use the demon clan's techniques, and the thirst for the dark laws in his heart increased a few more points. Whatever. Whimper. Retracting the sword blade, Xiao Chuan pocketed all the spirit stones, along with the share of the purple amazing, and did not continue to pay attention to Yin Tianzi, turning his head and casting a sidelong glance at the man from earlier, who was scared out of his wits and hurriedly gave up his position. Can I check in now? Xiao Chuan took out the spirit stone and placed it in front of the female disciple in charge of registration, and only then did that disciple come back from her shock and stuttered. Can, this fairy, immediately register one for me as well. Yin Tianzi looked like he was familiar with himself and naturally lined up behind Xiao Chuan, taking another 10 spirit stones out of Xiao Chuan's spirit stone pouch. In response, the rest of the group looked at the unconscious purple amazing in the corner and pretended not to see anything. Without complaint, may I ask if this is the first time you 2 gentlemen are taking the alchemist examination? Aha! Xiaodust did not make things difficult for a stranger and nodded in response. Me too. Yin Tianzi didn't care. He was just here today to join in the fun and happened to meet Xiao Chen. Okay. Halftime. It was only then that the female disciple took out the 2 alchemist badges that she had made and carefully said, here, 2 gentlemen, please also keep it. This is your future alchemist badge. You only need to activate it with your essence blood. Many thanks. After receiving the badge, Xiao Chuan said his thanks before leading Zixiner and the girls towards the inside of the alchemist guild building. On the side, Yin Tianzi was unimpressed and casually threw it into the storage space, following Xiao Chen towards the hall to watch the fun. Pure loco man. Phew. Seeing the 2 ancestors walk through the gate, the crowd's hanging hearts finally relaxed, exhaling deeply and secretly exchanging information with each other, wanting to find out news about the 2. Duke Chen, please don't be offended if the old man has missed his welcome. No harm done. I'm only here for an examination today. You should still care about those 2 outside the door first. Song Nan, why don't you hurry up and take care of it? Yes, master. Just as the crowd dropped their hearts, a loud noise rang out from inside the building. The crowd then saw President Mu Tsangnan walk out from it, and after making a round, he looked towards the fainted purple amazing duo in the corner with a somewhat difficult expression, and arched his hand into the void. I also hope the Taoist friend of the purple family will take the eldest young man away, lest there be any more trouble. Hey! Next, a sigh resounded in the void as a sage with a broken arm walked out of the void, his face a little pale, and he gave a one-handed salute, saying gratefully, many thanks for your compassion, fellow Taoist wood. Farewell. As the words fell, the broken arm sage waved his big sleeve, rolling up the unconscious purple amazing duo on the ground and disappearing without a trace. Recalling the appearance of the saint saluting towards him just now, Mu Tsangnan had some dark pleasure in his heart, and with his hands behind his back, his waist was straightened a bit as he looked towards the crowd. Those who want to test continue. If this happens again, you will deal with it on your own. Yes. P.S. Begging for gifts. Begging for hypes. Mr. Chen, this is the testing ground. If there's anything you need, just ask, and our guild will definitely try to fulfill it. Then I'll leave you gentlemen alone. Behind the Alchemist Guild's pavilion, there was a huge square. The ground was paved with green stone slabs, and all around were placed various furnaces required for alchemy as well as all kinds of materials. There were also quite a number of disciples already waiting on the field. Chen Chuan and the others were among them, and the first time they noticed the later Xiao Chuan trio, and after silently nodding their heads in greeting, Xiao Chuan politely said towards Mu Tsingnan who was leading the way behind him, "Thanks a lot." Afterward, he led the two women towards the testing plaza, and the latter turned around and returned to the attic with some uneasiness after taking a look. "I'll go. Wasn't that person just now the president of our Alchemist Guild? It's still true. I didn't expect that the president he would actually personally send someone in for the examination, and I don't know what forces this person comes from." As Xiao Chuan entered, many alchemists cast curious gazes and sized up the other party. "You guys wait for me outside the field. The test shouldn't take long." Aha! Upon hearing this, Zxiner and the two of them would understand, taking hands and casually finding an unoccupied corner to sit down. Their gazes couldn't help but scan the crowd present. Xiaodus stood in front of a randomly found unoccupied Dan furnace and similarly began to survey the surrounding examiners of all shapes and sizes. Xin Dan sect, 8 Treasures sect, Zhengyang sect. I didn't expect that even the disciples of these alchemy forces would come. It seems that a saint-rank alchemist's prestige is really great. For this examination, Xiaodus did not know if it was the old man Chang Mu's intention to use the name of the alchemist test to also organize a competition. The reward for the first place was a holy ranked Dan formula, and with his reputation as a holy ranked middle-grade alchemist, there were quite a few people who came to admire him. Moreover, the holy order Dan formula had a price, since the old man of the greenwood can be taken out as a reward issued, which also proves that this elixir should be the existence of the world's only one. Otherwise it will be hunted down by the forces of all sides. This could not help but make Xiao Chen a little more interested. It's just that I don't know if this Dan formula is self-researched, or whether it was obtained by chance from an ancient secret realm. If it's the former, then this old man Qingmu might have stepped out on his own path in the Dan Dao. This old thing's Dan Dao attainments are truly astonishing. Just as Xiao Chen was still thinking about it, Yin Tianzi's sorrowful voice sounded from the side. "Turn your head and look." He was currently standing on the empty seat to the right of Xiao Chuan, looking towards the old man Chang Mu who was slowly walking towards the front of the square, and a look like a hawk dove keeping a close eye on its prey flashed in his eyes. TSK, TSK, Tisk. If not for this person's early years of delving into the Dan Dao delayed cultivation, otherwise the future is at least a Dan Dao half-emperor. This circumference of the Dan Yun, if you can swallow it, directly comprehend the law field is not impossible. Shut up. Yin Tianzi did not continue to speak and stared at Xiao Chun for a long time before shrugging and spreading his hands helplessly. "Don't be angry. I'm just being honest. If you can't lay your hands on me, why don't you teach me that heaven-swallowing demon technique? As payment, how about I take an emperor's soldier and exchange it with you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan was shocked that Yin Tianzi carried an imperial soldier, but at the same time, he was also certain in his heart that the value of the heaven-swallowing demonic technique was definitely not comparable to an imperial soldier. He stepped forward, a smile on his face, and laughed softly. "Want it? Sure. Want can." Yin Tianzi's face was joyful and his tone was tinged with a bit of excitement as he said, "Are you serious?" But the next second, his smile froze on his face, only to hear Xiao Chen slowly say, "If you want this heaven-swallowing demon technique, then trade it for the Shadow Demon Emperor's Darkness Law inheritance." Xiao Chuan had thought that Yin Tianzi would reject it outright, but he did not expect the latter's face to show a look of entanglement, as if he was really thinking about whether the deal was cost-effective. Could be. A moment later, Yin Tianzi looked like he had made some major decision, and his eyes were unprecedentedly serious, causing Xiao Chen to momentarily fail to feel the depth of the other party. "Don't promise, senior sister?" Listening to the voice that suddenly sprang out of his mind, a smile spread across the corners of Xiao Chuan's lips as he hurriedly replied, "Senior sister, what is this for? Could it be that a supreme law is still no match for the heaven-swallowing demon technique in my hands?" No. In the medicinal garden, Peach's figure leapt down from the peach tree, casually picking an elixir and stuffing it into his mouth as he explained. "In terms of power, the heaven-swallowing devil technique is inferior to the dark laws, and in terms of potential, the former is even better, and the two are actually from the same source, much the same. Back then, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor and the shadow demon emperor were twin brothers. The two of them were also known as the Shadow Demon Clan Supreme Duo, carrying the shadow immortal body, with an unbelievable level of enlightenment. with one person holding the laws of darkness in his hands to annihilate everything, and one person carrying the heaven-swallowing demon Kung Fu to devour everything, which can be said to be complementary to each other. Even the heavenly demon Emperor Qing Daoyuan, who carried the heavenly demon Dao body back then, would have had trouble defending against the combined attacks of the two of them. The strength of the duo is evident, but everything changed later, when the two of them, Yin Sun and Yin Tian, befriended Qing Daoyuan's sister, later known as the evilest demon emperor, during one of their adventures. Later on, the heavenly demon emperor even designed for the heaven-swallowing demon emperor Yin Tian to withdraw from the shadow demon clan for the sake of the evilest demon emperor, and as a result, the two brothers turned against each other, and to meet was to kill each other. Saying that, Peach's words changed as she thought of something and said with some amusement, perhaps this is also the reason why Yin Tianzi wanted to pursue the daughter of the heavenly demon emperor, Cheng Hongduan, so badly. If your old man lets his sister steal my brother, I'll let my son steal your daughter. That's roughly what happened. I didn't realize that there were such bizarre things in that ancient era. The incomparable heavenly demon emperor actually gave up using his own sister to build a nest to fish for the great fish that is the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. And the key is that it was successful. So, Xiao Chuan nodded his head as if he had realized something. His heart was enlightened, and he cited one example and said, if I were to impart the heaven-swallowing demonic technique to Yin Tianzi, who has already grasped the great completion of the laws of darkness and shadow, the latter's strength would definitely skyrocket. And even if I get the dark law's inheritance, I still need to slowly sense it, with a microscopic effect. Exactly. Peaches nodded. Well, at this time, Yin Tianzi's voice also happened to ring out, and turning back to his senses, Xiao Chen skimmed his lips and turned around to say with cold sarcasm, Taoist friend, are you not joking? What do you mean? Yin Tianzi's face darkened as he stared at Xiao Chen's back, seemingly thinking about something. Can't understand human language? No give or take. It's none of my business if my own uncle doesn't love my own nephew? Xiao Chen was not willing to miss a single opportunity that could disgust Yin Tianzi, such as now. You, after realizing that he had been tricked, Yin Tianzi was furious and pointed at Xiao Chen's back as he was about to curse, when Elder Chang Mu's voice rang out on the field, interrupting him. This alchemy examination to ensure fairness, the Alchemist Guild will not provide any pills materials, so those who are unprepared can leave the field early. What? As the words fell, many of the alchemists present showed dissatisfaction, but the person in front of them in the position of an alchemist was not something they dared to be reckless about at all. Humph. Seeing that the crowd was displeased, Elder Chang Mu coldly snorted and, as an alchemist, walking in the world, how can one talk about participating in an examination when they don't even have pills that are commonly refined? Leave the table. The crowd was dumbfounded, with no words to refute this Dan Dao giant's questioning. After a few breaths, most of the alchemists present left the table, and the faces of most of the remaining alchemists did not look good. Sighing darkly, what made Xiao Chuan somewhat surprised was that, on the contrary, Yin Tianzi, who had come to join in the fun, was still standing on the field, unmoving. But thinking about the other party's identity, the bottom line is naturally self-evident. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Chuan did not move and glanced at the black nano-ring between Yin Tianzi's fingers, and a touch of greed flashed under his eyes. Teacher! Ha! Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind him, and a numbness in his scalp and a vicious chill spread around his body. Next, he laughed. The low voice faded to hoarseness, then to suppressed excitement, staring at the visitor with murderous intent. After so many days, I'm finally waiting for you. Ye Fan. Yi. At the sound of the voice, a trace of delight appeared on Mu Tsongnan's face, but then he realized something and promptly changed his words. Little Fan, why have you suddenly returned? Ye Fan? Hearing the commotion, Chen Chuan and the others all looked sideways and saw the identity of the outsiders at a glance, and the voice of Mu Tsangnan in his ears then sounded. Did Sage Lian Yu of Qingyun not return with you? Hearing the word Lian Yu, Yi Fan's face stiffened, but he was able to cover it up and smiled. I was out on a mission, so I found a teleportation array and came straight back. Master and the others are still in the rear, and are expected to arrive at the royal capital by this evening. So it is. Without doubting what Yi Fan said, Mu Tsongnan nodded, and then looked a bit worried. Xiao Fan, I'm really sorry about the Yi family. Teacher, this has nothing to do with you, so why should you blame yourself? Besides, how is all this not karma? Right, teacher, where's the Deer Academy? Why haven't I found the Deer Evading Dao Academy? Has it been relocated? Dean Wang is really a pain in the ass too, relocating without telling me. Although Yifan still maintained a smile on his face, the bloodshot under his eyes and the darkened circles under his eyes deeply betrayed him. He had burned a lot of his longevity during the period to be able to return to the Great Yin dynasty as soon as possible to catch up, and he had long been at the end of his strength. Would Sungnan also concede that these days the other side is not living well? The heart slightly sigh, honestly said, the dear exploitation Dao Academy, last night, was destroyed, along with the Qin clan, Fong clan, and several other clans. No, this can't be right. Yifan stumbled on his feet and almost fell. Fortunately, Mu Sungnan stabilized his figure in time. A would attribute spiritual power containing a meditative effect was integrated into his body, and he patted his shoulder to pacify him. Yifan, you have a long road ahead of you. Look forward. But teacher, Yifan was already disheartened at this moment. His eyes were gray, and his entire essence seemed to be drained away. Closing his eyes and tilting his head, he said sadly, is there any point in continuing to walk when it's long since empty behind you? Cultivation. And for what exactly? Would Sungnan was silent. His mind could not help but think of many things, looking at Yifan in front of him as if he saw himself again at the beginning. 5 years ago, he had witnessed with his own eyes how Yifan had shown extraordinary talent step by step from a wasted dude, growing against the odds to become the young #1 heavenly pride under the imperial dynasty's refined bottom realm. In his opinion, Yifan's mental toughness is far from ordinary cultivators, plus that solid foundation of the road, plus time will surely achieve some hegemony. Just a shame. Youthful frivolity, committed countless heavenly pride will make a mistake, made too many enemies, once the building toppled. Regret. It's like being yourself in the beginning. As for, rumor has it that Yifan vilified that Shao Dust collusion with the devil, forced to kill and die. He did not care. The cultivator is against the sky, hand and said that the innocence, only to ask for a clear conscience only. Middle of the field. It seems this man is known to you. Yin Tianzi stood on the side, keenly observing the change in Xiao Chen's aura around him, and when he looked at the plain Yifan, a killing intent surged in his heart for no reason. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Xiao Dust and seriously inquired, is this fellow your enemy? How about I help you get rid of it? Xiao Chen did not reply, and Yin Tianzi held his chin in his hand as he continued, I don't know why. Seeing this face makes me feel fired up. Ho! Xiao Chen snorted at Yin Tianzi's words and reminded him in a cold voice, as long as you are not afraid that you will never be able to obtain the heaven-swallowing demonic technique, you can try. Yin Tianzi was really bluffed by Xiao Chen. In reality, the reason why he was so passive was ultimately limited by his natural talent, in accordance with the instructions left behind by the Shadow Demon Great Emperor before he cracked and left. If he wanted to comprehend the laws of darkness, he would have to acquire the heaven-swallowing devil technique, and the two would complement each other to have a chance. No words. Glancing faintly, Xiao Chuan withdrew his gaze, somewhat curious about Yin Tianzi's reaction to seeing Yifan just now, and silently communicated with Peach. Senior sister, based on what you said earlier, this Yifan is the son of this realm's Qi, and both Yin Tianzi and I belong to the villain category? Aha! The word Qi is nebulous, yet real. That's why the two of you instinctively gave birth to resistance when you saw this Yifan. So you're destined to be enemies. But, as the words turned, Peach looked at the haggard-looking Xiao Chen at the entrance and said in an odd tone, this person was clearly still a purple-violet image before, but now he is dark and irrelevant, and there is a hidden image of his Qi being deprived. Instead, it's you, Junior brother. Me? Xiao Chuan was puzzled in his heart. The cultivation world had always had the term Qi luck, but such subtleties could only be glimpsed by cultivators who had mastered the art of heavenly chance deduction. In his previous life, he was as strong as a half-emperor, but he had only a half-understanding of this aspect. Nice. When I deduced it just now, I found that your current fate star is covered by a chaos, and some of the fate stars that should be dim have been relighted due to you, and are gaining momentum. It looks like all this retaliation you've been doing for a while has been very fruitful. Junior brother, they say that heaven's orders are hard to fulfill, and it doesn't look like that's true. Things happen. However, this person's destiny involves many things, one honor and one loss. Because of your appearance, those who were originally involved with Yifan's Qi will also transfer their hatred to you as a result, and with each other's destinies, it's either you or me. In the future, if you appear to be in such a situation as Yin Tianzi, don't hold back anything, just cut off the roots. Those who possess a destiny such as yours, life and death and misfortune may be at the drop of a hat. Senior brother will keep this in mind. Responded. What Peach said deeply taught Xiao Chen a lesson. His thoughts slowly retracted. A cold light flared up under his eyes. On one side Yin Tianzi sensed this aura and shuddered, subconsciously moving some distance to one side. Next, Xiao Chen's finger hidden under his sleeve robe gently ticked. On the other side, in the corner of the testing ground, a figure slowly stepped out. It was the Bai-Linger demon puppet that Xiao Chen had previously prepared, with a stagnant expression, just like a walking corpse walking towards Yifan's location. Bai Linger? Nope. Spirit. Mu Tsingnan was the first to realize that there was something wrong with Bai Linger in front of him, and was about to make a move when he was stopped by Yi Fan, who took an arrow step forward and swept Bai Linger into his arms. Bear. Under the intimate movements of the two, a sword blade pierced through Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan. Would Tsingnan saw this and was in a hurry, wanting to go forward, but saw two lines of tears sliding down from the corner of Bai Linger's eyes, and paused in place, silent. On the contrary, Yi Fan, he was still holding Bai Linger tightly, gently holding her back. His mouth was filled with a happy smile, and his mouth kept saying something. Linger, don't cry. Do you know how worried I am about you? I miss you so much these days. Don't leave me, okay? Snap. Perhaps Yi Fan had exerted too much force, and a shadow-retaining crystal fell from Bai Linger's hands to the ground, glowing with white light and projecting a picture. The contents of the image were no different from the one Bai Linger had watched in the secret room. All sorts of agonizing wails and reluctant pleas for help come out of the frame, chattering in the ears of the crowd. Rumble. At that moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and a falling thunderstorm appeared under the originally clear sky, which was so loud that it seemed as if it was going to tear the sky apart. God's wrath. The same thought was born in the hearts of all of them at the same time, looking at the thunderclouds above their heads in a daze. I'm the one who's sorry. Watching the picture of his former friends fall one by one, a deep powerlessness surged up in Yi Fan's heart. His body was unsteady, and he heavily knelt down on the ground. Looking at the person in front of him, thousands of helplessness surged in his heart. If he could do it all over again, he didn't want to pursue any supreme realm, but only wanted to have a full house of family and friends, and his parents in peace. It's too late for everything. His realm began to dissipate, like a flood. Yi Fan. Would Tsingnan saw the situation and wanted to save, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Fan was already a mortal flesh. His appearance instantly aged 10 years, his life was in danger, and his pupils began to lax. P.S. Reliving a life? The fate of the opposite, that is to say, the male protagonist is the protagonist of this life. Yi Fan and other protagonist group into the villain. So Yi Fan is just a stepping stone. The story does not end. Boom! In a trance, the light on Yi Fan's side receded, and he was in a darkness. The piercing coldness penetrated into his bones, and whimpering sounds rose in all directions. Yi Fan, you pay for my life. You gave me back my life. Swish! In a split second, the sky and earth turned into a bloody color. His vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, Yi Fan's hands were covered in blood. A human face emerged below the sea of blood, and countless withered bones climbed out. Grasping his limbs and falling downward, he did not resist, and sank down and closed his eyes. If I could do it all over again. At the last moment when his consciousness dissipated, Yi Fan seemed to see that most innocent self, holding up the sword in his hand and shouting, I want to cultivate. I want to protect the people I cherish. Turns out what I wanted was always around. P.S. Yi Fan chapter ended. The follow-up to open the Qing Yin chapter. The follow-up outline finishing. The pace will accelerate. Please continue to support. P.S. Begging for hypes? Begging for gifts? Hey! Under the roof. Mu Tsingnan looked at Yi Fan, who had completely lost his vitality. Shaking his head and sighing, he had seen countless heavenly prides halfway through this journey. Unexpectedly, this teenager, who was once his most favored, ended up collapsing in front of his eyes. Pity! Countless people present also recognized Yi Fan's identity, and when they thought that the once heavenly pride who was like the sun and needed to look up to them fell before them, the sense of impact was not to be described as nothing. Only sporadic. A few people look still flat. Chen Chuan and Zhu Xiaofang's eyes do not have the slightest pity. Cold and terrible. As if it has long been commonplace. Xiao Dust's gaze calmly watched as Yi Fan's breath died down a little bit, and there was no shock or joy in his eyes. Just like the way Yi Fan looked at himself at the beginning. The loser never looks back when he becomes a king or a loser. Next, Xiao Chuan's thin lips slightly opened and faintly spat out a single word, fall. Rumble. Thunderclouds rolled over, and a heavenly thunderbolt fell from the dome of the sky. What? Different from ordinary thunder. The crowd found that this thunder in the sky actually also contains a trace of heavenly atmosphere. Look horrified. Scalp numb. Do not dare to delay to rush to avoid, for fear of being implicated. On the contrary, Xiao Chen was still standing still, and doubts flashed across the bottom of Yin Tianzi's eyes. But feeling the increasingly terrifying heavenly thunder overhead, he clenched his teeth and dodged towards the distance. On the podium, Elder Changmu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Chuan's back, as if he saw a future heavenly emperor, noble and unclimbable, and sighed one after another. It's just that, old man. I'm not meant to be. If, boom, before the words were finished, the robbing thunder fell fiercely, the flying stones exploded, and the terrifying power of the thunder blasted the bones of Yifan and the two of them into pieces. The tragic white thunder reflected on the faces of all the people, and the two souls were rolled into the soul-refining space along with the robbing thunder. Everything is so quiet. Buzz. A flash of light suddenly flashed through the deep black charcoal-colored pit. Look closely. It was the very same nano ring that Yifan had been wearing between his fingers. Whoosh! Xiao Chen reached out his hand and a suction force appeared in his palm, taking the nascent ring into his palm. And it was only after seeing this scene that many people were shocked to realize that the person who had made the move was actually him. The man who killed the Yi family? For a while, the answer to the question called out in the minds of Mu Tsangnan and the others. You're Xiao Chen. The moment Xiao Chuan's hand touched the nano ring, Pil Sun, who felt its soul aura, jolted up, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of the former's mouth. You really aren't dead. It seems that the value of this item is far greater than I thought. No wonder Yifan has been able to rise to prominence in these few short years. Tell me, Pil Sun, what do you know? Pil Sun was shocked when she heard Xiao Chen precisely call out her name and asked with a gaze. How do you know my name? And why aren't you dead? Did you set all this up? Bear. What responded to Pil Sun was a cluster of terrifying thunder-ons, and killing intent rose in Xiao Chen's eyes as he coldly droned. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Submit, or die. Ho-ho. After a long period of silence, Pil Sun's voice was hoarse and he was about to say something when a flash of impatience flashed across Xiao Chen's eyes and he said in a deep voice, Die. When the two words fell, Xiao Chen's palm was surging with robberies of lightning, and the overflowing arcs of lightning were like sharp claws, lifting the floor along the way, and the sound of electricity was unceasing. In the blink of an eye, the scene was a mess. Shit. Not far away from the crowd, Yin Tianzi looked puzzled, and the fear of Xiao Chen's strength in his heart increased by a few points. Crazy. That group of people from the Hall of Eternal Life really are all crazy. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already been labeled as a lunatic in Yin Tianzi's heart. He had also crossed the heavenly tribulation, and more than once. In the ancient times, the heavenly Tao was far less silent than it is now, and was very active, and even some heaven-defying cultivators would attract the jealousy of the heavenly tribulation and send down heavenly thunder when they broke through their realms. However, it was the first time that he had seen someone like Xiao Chen, who dared to absorb the power of the robbing thunder. It was unthinkable that anyone would actually take that thing that all people were clamoring for and use it for themselves. The point is, Xiao Chen succeeded. Puff dash. Looking at Xiao Chen in the field who looked like a thunder god descending, envy, jealousy, a variety of emotions surged into Yin Tianzi's heart. His complex expression was very unpleasant. There were several others present who had the same reaction as him. Wow. In the corner, a scruffy young cultivator with a withered yellow face and a thin physique opened his black and white eyes and stared at Xiao Duan's back. A piece of tortoise shell appeared in his palm, and the ancient coins inside it rattled non-stop, wanting to probe for something. Boo! Aha! But in the next second, the tortoise armor in his hand exploded. The ancient coins scattered all over the place. His chest felt like he had eaten a hammer blow, and a muffled grunt came out of his mouth as blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and his mouth flooded with mutterings. Ghost Sheetsies, this is that godly man descending, so overbearing, can't mess with it, can't mess with it. Upon hearing the shattering voice, Yin Tianzi and the others cast their gazes. When the crowd saw the magic weapon behind the young cultivator that was stretched taut by the white sandcloth and shaped like a shovel, they were first surprised, and then a touch of distaste was revealed in the eyes of all of them, as if this person's identity was very unpopular. Thief 1. Yin Tianzi obviously recognized the scruffy cultivator, and his expression was a bit unsightly. I didn't expect that even you guys have come out of the world. What? Thief 1 was not polite at all when he heard this and disliked back. Just your damn shadow demon clan can come out of the world, ah? Don't think that you're great just because you've broken through to sainthood. Come and beat me to death if you can. Let's see if it's Shireen Heavenly Will that's powerful or this shovel of mine that digs fast. Don't let the Yin family's ancestral land be missing an ancestor one day without you realizing it. The shadow demons. Hearing the two of them talk, the surrounding crowd of cultivators were all scared and backed away, fearing that they would accidentally be implicated. Even Mu Tsingnan was somewhat disheveled at the moment. 1, 2, 3. These top forces. They cannot afford to mess with one of them. And after looking at the master teacher on the high platform who turned a blind eye, he simply did not bother. Anyway, before the great event of the opening of the ancient secret realm and the gathering of all the major powers, whether it is the demon race, the human race, the devil race, or the Buddhist sect, they all uphold an unwritten agreement. Disorderly conduct is prohibited. All grudges will wait until we enter the secret realm. Yin Tianzi knew that he couldn't speak to Thief 1, and was somewhat annoyed. If he really wanted to fight, he did take him as Thief 1 had said, and there was no way to take him at all. And all of this was also thanks to the shovel magic weapon behind Thief One's back, stealing the sky shovel. A genuine imperial artifact that contains spatial laws within it. Not to mention unusual formations. Even an imperial rank formation might not be able to trap the other party. In addition, the stealing emperor's lineage's techniques were extremely powerful in preserving life. If he couldn't kill him with a single blow, he wouldn't know which day his ancestral grave would be dug up when he turned back. As a result, the stealing emperor lineage had also become an emperor-level inheritance force that everyone in the entire Heavenly Song realm was clamoring for, with few befriending forces and a single lineage. But the legacy had never been broken. Each of these thief emperors has one thing in common: fear of death and very vindictive. Honest character, but vindictive. On top of that, each and every one of the thief emperor's heirs was a demon who was proficient in the laws of space. In particular, the heaven-stealing emperor himself, by virtue of his extreme great emperor cultivation, had forcibly opened a spatial channel and left the Heavenly Song realm, going nowhere. The world said that the heaven-stealing emperor might not be the strongest emperor, but he was definitely the most meticulous emperor under the everlasting emperor, bar none. When the heaven-stealing great emperor was young, he had used the name of the everlasting great emperor for no small amount of time to go around wooing people. Since when did stealing become something you can freely brag about? Just when Een Tianzi was a bit overwhelmed, a woman with the figure of a luo dress and a veil on her face slowly stepped out, and her clear and cold snorting laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Chen, who had just finished dealing with Yi Fan, was also attracted by the sound and put away the black ancient nascent sacred ring. Sideways glance. But when he saw the visitor, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an ice arc, and a trace of imperceptible killing intent swept across the bottom of his eyes as he laughed coldly in his heart. It looks like one and all are catching up to the door. Oh my god, isn't that the new generation of the Holy Maiden of the Yaohe Holy Land? The 9th greatest beauty on the fairy list. Fairy Yao Xin. Guys, no loss. I finally saw my goddess. As Yao Xin appeared on the scene, all the cultivators only felt that the cloudy rain over their hearts dispersed, and their moods were so good that each of them showed the color of a womanizer. Tisk, Junior brother, your desolate domain in this life is really full of talents. In his mind, Peach's voice rang out, and his eyes kept sweeping over the people in the field, with the illusion of searching for treasure, one by one. That Een Tianzi, not to mention the Shadow Saint body, that little ninny who just walked in, the Yao Guang immortal body, and that thief one, the space god body. You'd know it by the name, Thief Heaven's closed disciple. That feminine woman in the upper right corner drop, if I'm not wrong, should be the Rakshasa body, and that burly man behind her, the barbarian hegemony body. That fox woman in the fourth from the front row on your left, the nine-tailed demon fox bloodline, and that scholar in front of the stage, the innate sword body. All of them are first class, peerless physiques and bloodlines. Shall not. I'm sure many of them you should have met in your last life. Aha, Xiao Dust nodded secretly, looking around the circle. After making eye signals with Chen Xuan and Xu Xiaofang in the corner, he suddenly realized that quite a few of the people in the arena were all famous Supreme Celestial Pride from the previous generation. As for that Yao Xin, in the previous life, this person is Yi Fan's forbidden domain, the right arm, carrying Yao Guang immortal body, strengthening Yi Fan's that harem, not to be underestimated. According to the original timeline, these two will meet in the secret realm this time, accidentally entering a scaly dragon cave. Although the force will be able to kill the evil scaly dragon, but the two are also affected by the scaly dragon obscene poison. After some watering down, karma was formed. After the two met again is in that Qingyun ceremony, Yi Fan in that drug Sun's help, won the literary contest leader. Get Yao Xin good feeling. After that, the two of them met more and more often, and Yi Fan gradually emerged and became famous. In order to fundamentally change the problem of Yi Fan's lack of qualifications, that Lian Yu even took advantage of an accident. Hard half of his body's divine body origin was forcibly transplanted into its body, and since then the cultivation of a day by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, because of the loss of his divine body origin, his cultivation plummeted and slowly faded out of sight. However, now that Yi Fan was dead, the past life had gone, the future had come, and many kinds of things would not happen again. Thoughts slowly retracted. Xiao Chuan murmured in a low voice that only he could hear. Senior sister, now that Yi Fan has been destroyed, there will only be the Qingyun Holy Land left. When this is over, then we will retrieve the chance from our previous life, and Qingyun can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. Nice. Peach nodded with satisfaction as she smiled. With your previous life's heritage, it's only a matter of time before you break through the Emperor realm in this life. But speaking of which, if you can absorb the Yuanine power of this Yaoguang immortal body, You might be able to push this yin-yang spiritual body of yours to the sacred body level in one fell swoop. Don't. Xiao Dust shook his head decisively. Even if he had lived a new life and this woman had not yet had an affair with Yifan, for him, since the events of his previous life had already happened, then he could not let go of it. I see. Peach did not say anything more. Respecting Xiao Chen's decision, and vaguely guessing something in her heart, she changed her words and said, in that case, let's take advantage of this opportunity to directly devour its immortal body origin and incorporate it into his own body, combined with the heaven-swallowing demon technique to fuse the two physique origins. Maybe. Speaking at the back, Peach did not continue, and a figure appeared in his mind that had a few similarities to Xiao Chen's appearance, and he murmured in his heart, chaos body ah. I wonder how far that guy's chaotic body has come. None of your business. In the crowd, Thief One's shouting and cursing rang out, not giving Yao Xian a good face at all, arching his fire and saying, my old man didn't steal your Yaoqi ancestors' bellyband back then. It's been 100,000 years. Why get angry? You. Yao Xian's good-looking face almost crooked her mouth in anger, her onion jade finger pointing at Thief One, unable to say a word in half a day. Kind of. Xiao Chen, who was watching the show from the side, stared at the figure of Thief One and communicated with Peachy to ask, Senior sister, aren't they all saying that the disciples of the Thief Emperor's lineage are greedy and afraid of death? Why do I get the feeling this kid is an alien? Peach was silent, a flash of remembrance appearing on his face as he slowly spoke. That's the reason why this brat was sealed up by that fellow stealing heaven, for the sake of fearing that the stolen Sky Clan will break its inheritance in his hands. But then again, this spatial god body of his isn't far off from that little girl Xian Ling's void god body. Little senior brother, no matter what, you have to trick this little guy. Nope, abducted to our side. It's really unexpected back then that little guy actually managed to pick up such a good seedling. In the medicine garden, Peach sat up from the peach tree, staring at that little guy from the heaven-stealing vein, Thief One, rubbing his little hands together excitedly. So Xian Ling, that little nymph, is actually a void god body, and mastered the laws of space? Suddenly, Xiao Chen then realized that the senior sister originally from yesterday has been peeping at himself. That last night's incident. Ahem. He swished his old face, feigned a cough, and said with a straight face, in this way, we have two divine bodies on our side, plus me, barely two demigod bodies. Exactly. Peach said seriously, since you will be chosen by the heavenly Tao of this world to answer the calamity in this life, there may have been some variables happening in the underworld that we are unaware of. Therefore, not only do you have to do it for revenge, but you also have to form a group of forces of your own to do it, even as strong as an emperor. I know. Nodding his head slightly, Xiao Chen could not help but recall his previous life. Because of the knot in his heart, he was always alone, acting alone, living a life that wasn't bad, nor was it good. It was just that once in a while he needed a person to listen to him, and Cheng Hongduan became the man. Right. Vaguely, that branded in his mind's voice and face appeared in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up, recalling the previous life Cheng Hongduan taught her Gongfu, closed his eyes and stared. His mouth recited silently, and carefully felt its breath. A moment later, Xiao Chuan slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his nose, and sighed. Can it be that this traction technique is not useful at all? But then he laughed bitterly and shook his head, waving his hand and reassuring himself. It's not like I've been caught by her once or twice in my last life. Why would I still believe that? Having said that, Xiao Chuan's words did not contain any intention of reproach, and as he was about to collect his mind, an indifferent voice that rejected others suddenly resounded in his mind. Who are you? How was it possible to find me with the pulling technique? I'm obviously only. Suddenly, the voice on the spirit guide's end paused. At the entrance of the Alchemist Guild's gate, a red-clothed silhouette walked head-on, instantly attracting the gazes of countless bystanders. She has a thin veil covering her face, charming eyes like a demon, plump hips and willow waist, wearing a long red dress squeezing out her proud peaks, surrounded by silverware embellishments, barely a pair of jade feet with muscles as white as snow, not stained with dust, and a pair of red rope bells tied around the ankles, emitting a pleasant tinkling sound. Jingle bells. The moment of looking back / looking up, the two of them smiled at each other and messed up their fangirls. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. P.S. Slip on your knees and ask for gifts. Requests for hypes. Thanksgiving. You've been making a lot of noise lately. Yes? You're not so bad. Yes? On the test square, Cheng Hongduan and Xiao Dust stood side by side. The two of them were talking and laughing, and although their faces were disguised, the aura that emanated from their bodies made people's eyes light up. And who is that? I actually know that person from earlier. I'm afraid it's another absolute heavenly pride. This kind of appearance and temperament is no better than Fairy Yao Xian, Who says otherwise? We've really had our fill today. Soon, a number of people in the crowd then noticed Ching Hongwan's arrival and began to whisper. Yin Tianzi and the others also noticed the red-clothed girl beside Xiao Chuan and cast sizing gazes, with Yin Tianzi and Thief 1 having the most intense reactions. There was much doubt in the former's eyes as he vaguely felt that the young girl beside Xiao Chen appeared to have seen her before, and fell into deep contemplation, and more excitement for the latter. Thief 1 saw Xiao Chen, skipping the crowd, lifted his steps and quickly walked over, and when he looked at the longevity ring on his finger, without saying anything, he flung himself down on one knee and arched his hand. Senior Thief 1, greetings to Senior Uncle, Uncle Sherfu. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. An identity about Xiao Chen cries out. Existences familiar with the Stealing Sky clan knew that Stealing One was the personal disciple of the Stealing Sky Emperor, who often claimed that he was the disciple of the Eternal Life Emperor. While Thief 1 was now addressing Xiao Chuan as Senior Uncle, the crowd could not help but have a bold guess in their hearts. Even Chang Hongwan, who was on the side, had her beautiful eyes wide open, her pretty jade hand covering her slightly open cherry mouth, her face full of disbelief. A month gone, that Xingyan Saint's son at the time had actually become a disciple of the Eternal Life Emperor? This opportunity for well-being is not to be confused with luck. It's simply a flood of good fortune. Shasta. The gazes of the people present looking at Xiao Dust were somewhat fiery. There were those who admired him, there were those who contained a bearish will to fight, and there were also those who spied on his treasures. Sure enough, when Yin Tianzi saw this scene, his heart was even more certain of Xiao Chen's identity, a hard stalwart, a bit of a zinger, and he kept thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Make the first move? Or do you bow down? Or do we leave each other alone? Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Chen had long since placed him on the must-kill list from the very beginning. And the other side, under the promenade at the edge of the plaza, Alan covered his mouth, looked at his own son, and said with some surprise, Miss, is he really a disciple of the everlasting emperor? My son? 8 or 9. Zxiner nodded her head rather proudly and added, and even if it's not, Gongzi is still up. With the approval of that heaven stealer's heir, this identity has been solidified. Besides, Alan, have you forgotten the technique that Gongzi used this morning when he made the elixir? Alan shook his head. That's the Eternal Emperor's famous technique. Besides the Dan Emperor who created this method, who else in the world could do it? So, worthy of a male, really too good. Alan was happy like a heartless brat, while Zxiner's gaze slowly became deep, staring at Chang Hongwan's back, feeling an unprecedented pressure. The woman in front of me was dangerous in every sense of the word. Just right. Ching Hongwan also felt the gaze cast by Zxiner behind her and slightly sidestepped. 4 eyes. Compared to Zxiner's nervousness, Ching Hongchen's eyes were more subdued, her gaze scrutinizing and sizing up the other party as if she was the mistress. Pursing her lips, you get up first. Xiao Chuan's voice interrupted the first exchange of words between the two women and reclaimed their cluttered thoughts as if nothing had happened. Ha. I'll listen to everything Uncle Sherfu says. For some reason, in front of Xiao Chuan, Thief 1 appeared to be very obedient and respectfully stood at the original Yin Tianzi's position, and the latter frowned when he saw this. That is my position. Next, Thief 1 resumed his gangly demeanor just now and said somewhat rascally, what you say is yours? It's mine if I'm standing here now. You. Yin Tianzi was completely a bit tense. It was even if he was disliked by Xiao Dust on a normal day, he couldn't fight and admitted it, but now that he had to be threatened by this thief himself, he couldn't bear it anymore. Want to do it? Yin Tianzi had just made a move when Xiao Chen's voice rang out coldly. Why don't I come and have a fight with you? Yin Tianzi was silent, not in fear, but in consideration of the possibility of his victory. Brother Yin, cowering is not like you. My slave would also like to see the strength of a vagina friend. Why don't you open the way for us, or let us have a plan in mind? No? Seeing this, that barbarian strongman, 9-tailed fox woman, Rakshasa woman, were all casting expectant gazes, opening their mouths to arch their fires, not suspecting anything at all, and it was as if those pairs of eyes were somewhat impatient. Roll! Yin Tianzi shouted angrily, then glared at Xiao Chen again, his voice lowered as he said, sooner or later, you and I will have a battle, but not now. There is a meeting in the landscape. Let's meet in the secret realm. Swish, waved his big sleeve. Yin Tianzi glared back at the smiling tiger. A few people, even the mood to participate in the test is gone. Not out of a few steps, the figure did not enter the shadows under the feet disappeared. Looking in the direction of Yin Tianzi's departure, Thief 1 played with the ancient coin in his hand and snickered. Senior uncle, this sickly child is not stupid. Knowing they were being used as a gun, they rushed off. Right. Stealing a said remembered what? From the pocket from Go a storage ring? Giggled, this is my filial piety to your things. Inside I scavenge everywhere. Not. Find the treasure. You take it. If it's not enough, I'll go dig it up for you again. Xiao Chuan looked at the dead storage ring in his hand and was dumbfounded. But looking at Thief One's naive and smiling face, he was unable to bear it. Take it. Peach's voice rang out. That's just the way the boy is. Lest he think you don't like it and turn around and run off to dig the Emperor's tomb. And this? Aha. Peach nodded faintly, and more than once. Okay then. After understanding Peach's plight, Xiao Chen looked at Thief One with a touch more amiability in his eyes. Since the other party had called him senior uncle, he had to prepare a meeting gift as well. The soul streamer? It's not right. It's not right. We still need to make a good impression on our own nephew for the first meeting, but after thinking about it, he didn't have anything to show for it. There. In this instant, a good idea flashed through Xiao Dust's mind. Spreading out his palm to reveal a disc, he said rather proudly, Thief One, there's nothing to give for the first time we meet. This array disc engraved with the 36 Koen Yuan formation is yours. In the future, for safety, you can dig the grave again. No, putting this formation down while digging will also serve as a warning. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present were dark and gloomy, on the verge of dripping with water. Put. On the side, Cheng Hongguan was not able to hold back her laughter, and sidestepped, with tears spilling from the corner of her eyes, and said with a smiling face, you guys really aren't a family, you don't enter a family door. Humph. Indeed. As soon as Cheng Hongguan's words fell, that Yaoshan sacred maiden's petulant humming voice then covered it, her tone light and her words full of disdain as she coldly drank. Originally, I thought that the disciple of the Eternal Life Emperor would be some kind of highly regarded and admired person, but I didn't expect him to be a colluding, snakes and rats villain. So it seems that the everlasting Emperor is no more than senior brother. Kill this person. In the medicine garden, the Peach that heard this could no longer endure the anger in her heart, and when the words fell, Xiao Chen's figure had long since disappeared. The crowd was too late to react, and the only thing in their ears was a solemn sound. He who insults my master dies. Clank. Suddenly, 10,000 swords roared in unison. Boom! The stern sword chi filled the entire test square, forming a strong wind that attacked. The crowd changed color and hastily activated their protective spells to resist. Oh my god! When did eldest senior brother's sword Dao reach such a state? Similar to Chunchuan Zhu Xiaofang and other cultivators whose cultivation is less than the Wheeling Sea realm, they were directly lifted off on the spot, not knowing where they were, and the venue instantly left only the few people that Peach named earlier. Hey! On the platform, the old man Qing Mu sighed, grabbed Mu Tsangnan and disappeared into the distance, smiling bitterly in his heart. Could it be that the old man's formula is so unpopular with the young people? Sinning. Outside the royal capital, the Yin Tianzi, who had long been unknown how far away from the location, his body violently trembled, horrifiedly looking back in the direction of the royal capital, his eyes gloomy, looking at his waist constantly emitting the sword sound of the sword, sullenly said, 10,000 swords roar together. The sword Dao is complete. You've come out farther than I thought you would. As the words fell, Yin Tianzi clenched his teeth, reversed his direction, and resumed his journey towards the royal capital, curious in his heart as to what had happened since he left. In the meantime, the barbaric strong man and other people present in the feeling that reached the perfect state of the law of the sword. The heart cursed a damn, looking at the sword gas surging in all directions, eyelids straight twitching, look horrified. To have comprehended the laws of the sword Dao to perfection at such a young age. Is this person a demon? If they didn't have protective spells, the girl standing in the center of the sword chi would have long been blown away, not even qualified to face it straight on. While they were afraid, an inexplicable joy rose in their hearts from the aftermath of the robbery. The Yao Qi Holy Land had kicked the bucket this time. A great emperor could not be insulted. Moreover, Xiao Chuan was a supreme demon with such a natural talent, and could never be messed with as a last resort. Or perhaps the entire force would be annihilated as a result. Die. Just as the crowd was thinking in this manner, Xiao Chen's bellowing voice once again exploded, and in the space of a few breaths, the silhouette had already arrived behind Yao Xian with a sword, and along with it, there was also a sword on that chopped through everything. Bear looked at the oncoming chop down the sword. Yao Xian pupils suddenly shrink, could not produce the slightest resistance under the feet of a stagger, fell hard to the ground. Endless remorse surged to the heart. Head buried low, hissed and said, old ancestor save me. In the nick of time, a voice containing monstrous Dao rhythms in the void seemed to have crossed space and time and suddenly exploded. Junior, don't be reckless. Boom. Shasta. Xiao Dust's attack was dispersed and he was too late to defend himself. His figure was like a kite with broken strings, smashing into the rocks on the side, setting off a large amount of smoke and dust, and he did not know what the situation was like. Uncle Sherfu, Pulling out the heaven-stealing shovel, Thief 1 immediately rushed into the smoke to look for Shao Dust, with the appearance of being ready to run away with Shao Dust at any time. Hiss! It's an asking realm powerhouse striking. Looking at the old crone figure in the void, everyone's heart sank. Even this kind of strong person has intervened. I'm afraid that today can't be good. What happened to the good old alchemist examination? Elder Yao Yi. Seeing the visitor, Yao Xin looked overjoyed, glancing at the smoke behind her, and hurriedly flew through the air towards where old ancestor Yao Yi was. Ha! Cheng Hongduan stood in place, her body shrouded by a curtain of light, looking into the void, a pair of beautiful eyes flushed with coldness, her hands clasping her chest as she contemptuously sneered. Beat the little one, then come the old one. Old thing, you've been a bit too deceitful. Hearing this, a wave of anger surfaced on that Yao Yi old ancestor's dry face, self-conscious that her face was somewhat untenable, as she loudly rebuked, Bold Junior, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Unbridled. Boom! Without any further ado, that Yao Yi old ancestor didn't care about Cheng Hongduan's identity, and with a wave of his big hand, another attack fell. Cheng Hongchen ignored it and stood there, not dodging or avoiding, letting the attack fall, her voice cold. Since you want to rely on your old age, then I'll fulfill you. Dark Wing. Boom! When the words fell, the void behind Cheng Hongduan opened up, and a black-robed silhouette stepped out from it, only lightly striking with his hand. He slapped that Yao Yi old ancestor's attack away, and stood behind Cheng Hongduan and respectfully said, I wonder what the holy maiden wants. Raising her slender jade finger, Cheng Hongduan pointed at a certain location in the void and said in a cold voice, Go, beat this old woman down for me. Yes. Whoosh! As the words fell, the black-robed silhouette disappeared. Next, that Yao Yi old ancestor suddenly realized that his body was enveloped by a layer of death mist, and not daring to be arrogant, he grabbed aside Yao Xin and dashed away, wanting to leave. However, she was fast, and the black-robed Darkwing was even faster. Isn't it too late to escape? Go! A word fell, only to see the Darkwing figure floating in the void. 5 fingers condensed between the flickering black aura. Big hand blasted down, crazy devouring everything around. Devouring laws. You're from the heavenly demon Holy Land. Darkwing sneered. What's the need for nonsense when you're about to die? Looking at the large hand that was about to fall, a touch of fear surged on Yao Yi's aged face. This casual palm alone was enough to seriously injure her. Yao Xin. You go first. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Elder Yao Yi's right palm tore open a spatial passage and backhandedly pushed Yao Xin inside. Elder Ancestor. Yao Xin looked at the figure rushing out towards the black hand through the slowly closing spatial channel, chagrined in her heart, tears wetting her eyes, but to no avail. Snort! Yao Yi old ancestor knew that there was no way back, bit his tongue and began to desperately burn his lifespan. His cultivation at the early stage of the questioning period reached its peak, and the immortal light around his body blossomed, wanting to make a final stubborn resistance. Ha! A mantis is not a good idea. It looks like you're ready for this. Then go to hell. Not only did Darkwing not stop when he saw this, but he instead exploded all of his cultivation at the late questioning realm, and the monstrous demonic flames covered the sky, wanting to kill Yao Yi with a single palm strike. The miserable white aura looked so small under that big black palm that swallowed everything. Boom! Almost without any suspense, the Yao Yi old ancestor's walking body was as withered as a wither as it flew straight backward, slamming hard into the ground and smashing down a piece of mountain. Gulp! Seeing this scene, the nine-tailed fox girl, the Mangdaolian strongman, and a host of other cultivators all gulped, their expressions complex, and their hearts even more mixed. A questioning realm powerhouse was just slapped away, his life and death unknown. In the dark, those who secretly peeped at this scene of the many forces is also into a dead silence. The crowd never thought that the Darkwing strength is horrible as such. Cough cough cough. The mountain rocks rolled, and the coughing of the Yao Yi old ancestor came from below. The hunched figure slowly stood up, drenched in blood, his body shaky and ready to fall at any moment. Not dead? Darkwing was a bit surprised and raised his hand to coalesce another strike. Seeing that it was about to fall, that Yao Xian's figure blocked in front of Yao Yi's old ancestor, and said with tears in his voice, Senior Yao Xian, I implore all seniors to step in and suppress the evil demons. Silence, a long silence. No, how could this happen? Aren't our human race and the demon race enemies in life and death? Why are you? Yao Xian still wanted to continue, but was stopped by Yao Yi old ancestor. The former hurriedly took out a healing elixir and served it to him. After the latter's face got a little better, he squeezed out a smile on his withered skinned face and shook his head slightly. Silly boy. It's no use. Go away. Old ancestor. Blame me. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have. Boring. Darkwing didn't want to listen to these bitter scenes and raised his hand to prepare to swing the final blow, but a sudden burst of Buddha's name rang out in the void. Amitabha. Monk, let's spare the people where we can. Do we really want to drive them to extinction? As the flooding sound fell, a Buddha stepped out of the void with big bare feet, surrounded by the power of merit and virtue, and the sound of Brahma resounded throughout the entire king's capital, and the aura it emitted was not weaker than Darkwing's by a few points. Sumeru Monk. Darkwing recognized the identity of the outsider at a glance. His complexion could not help but be grave. If he really wanted to start a fight, his feats were incompatible. He might not be a match for this old monk. Senpai, leave the rest to me. Upon hearing Xiao Chuan's voice transmission, Darkwing retracted his attack and sized up the man below who was favored by the sacred maiden with amusement. Snickering, can you do it, little one? I just happened to obtain some opportunities today, and since this bald ass wants to seek death, it's just the right time to try. As the words fell, Xiao Chuan's memories of the bloodstained demon technique surfaced in his mind, and with his left hand holding the nano ring with 10 million extreme spirit stones that Stealer One had taken to himself just now, and his right hand clutched a peach, he slowly ascended into the air. Patting the sandy soil on his body, he spat a mouthful of blood foam towards the distant Sumeru Buddha and grinned, revealing 2 rows of bloodstained teeth as he laughed grimly. Since you want to play, then I'll have some fun with you today. I'll take that body of yours with the power of merit. Big talk. These words fell into the ears of Sumeru Buddha. Anger surfaced on his round face and he coldly grunted. Junior, do you really think that your everlasting palace is invincible? Yes? Then let's try it. Xiao Chen's voice was suppressed to the extreme. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared on his handsome face hidden under the dark shadow, and his forehead veins rippled as he bellowed. Drive me. Next. Buzz a trembling sound, terrified as the great sun as bright as the 10 holes in the sky came out, which emanated a horrible Dao rhyme pressure. Countless ordinary cultivators could not raise their heads, did not dare to look directly. The sound shook the heavens. What? 10 great caves. Seeing this scene, the 9-tailed fox lady and the others were all lost in thought, self-conscious of their shape and shame, and let out a laugh. So the frogs at the bottom of the well are actually me and others. The other side. The many forces that were secretly observing rose up in shock, unable to believe the scene they were watching in front of them. Their fists clenched as if they were seeing a heavenly emperor come out. A myriad of complex emotions crept up. Qing Hongguan Zixiner and the others were similarly filled with disbelief, their beautiful eyes wide, their chests heaving and lifting in a nice-looking arc, lightly biting their thin lips, a face of excitement. Uncle Sherfu Bull Beep, Steeler stood in the smoke, disguised as a fanboy who lost his voice and growled in support. 10 great caves? How is this possible? Sumeru's face was cloudy, his thoughts were alarmed, and his heart vaguely regretted his move to go out today. He had intended to take this opportunity to proclaim a wave of Sumeru Temple's fame, spreading his faith to the wasteland region and harvesting a number of believers, but he had not expected to run into Xiao Dust, a hardened opponent. Open! Just as Sumeru was pondering, Xiao Chen let out another loud cry from his mouth. As the words fell, he was surrounded by demonic chi. His aura was like a rainbow, and his heaven-swallowing demon technique was in operation. This breath, in the void, Darkwing instantly realized something, and a look of envy could not help but appear on his face. Not far away, Qing Hongduan similarly revealed a look of surprise, but soon thought of something and said with a bad smile, no wonder he was avoiding me that day. It turns out that the one who was recognized by that wisp of residual soul of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was actually him. There was a crack in the void. Looking up, the crowd only saw the void between the 10 great caverns was hard torn open a mouth. A round of black cyclone as if the eye of the abyss began to madly devour the aura between heaven and earth. In an instant, Xiao Chuan's cultivation level skyrocketed to the great completion of the Sage Realm, and as if it was a matter of water, without any bottlenecks, he directly came to the Great Sage Realm. The breath is still skyrocketing. This son is a demon. He must not be kept. As Sumeru Buddha looked at Xiao Chun above the royal capital, who was like a demon lord descending into the world, his heart foreboded ill and wanted to interrupt the other party. Darkwing, stop this bald ass. Yes. In fact, there was no need for Qing Hongguan to command. Darkwing would also take the initiative to intercept him, and at this moment, his curiosity towards Xiao Dust had completely reached the extreme. He also wanted to see just how far Xiao Chen could go. Immediately, he laughed out loud, gloatingly looking at Sumeru Buddha, sneering and speaking, Monk Sumeru, didn't you hear my holy maiden say wait? Darkwing, the poor monk advises you to hurry up and get out of the way, or don't blame me for not being polite. At this time, Xiao Chen's aura had already come to the peak of the Great Sage, just one step away from entering the Great Perfection Realm. At such a speed, He had never heard of such a demon even after 10,000 years of Sumeru's cultivation. He couldn't wait any longer. Sumeru, take it easy. The more anxious Sumeru Buddha was, the happier Darkwing was, casually stopping the flying attacks and laughing out sarcastically. Could it be that you're afraid? Immovable King Sutra. Sumeru knew that the other party was delaying himself. Did not take care of the body of the Gong method operation. The body surged out of the sky of Buddha light. Behind him to condense angry eyes Vajra silhouette, eyes bursting golden light, raised his hand and slapped down with a palm. Shit. Seeing this situation, the savage strong man and the others all cursed in their hearts. In order to get rid of Xiao Chen, this Sumeru Buddha was already completely unprepared to care about their deaths. A little life is important. The crowd didn't dare to delay and fled. Shall we go, miss? Alan looked at the scattered crowd and reminded with some worry. The latter heard the words and without the slightest panic appearing on her pretty face, she gazed deeply at Xiao Chen's back and firmly said, no go. Alan didn't ask why, and accompanied Zishiner as she stood in place, waiting quietly. You two soul servants are somewhat interesting. Right at this moment, Qing Hongwan walked in a graceful manner and saw the soul seeds within the two of them at a glance, and could not help but wonder how Xiao Chen had conquered the two soul servants to be so loyal. What for? Alan glared vigilantly at Qing Hongwan, who didn't care as his cool voice resounded again. Follow me if you don't want to add to his troubles. This is no time to show loyalty. Once we make our move later, the afterglow of the questioning realm will be able to shock the two of you to death. And you don't want to see brother Xiao Chen get hurt because of you, do you? The two women were speechless. Cheng Hongduan also did not give the two women the opportunity to refuse. A wave of the small hand. The surrounding space began to distort, and then when they opened their eyes, the three of them had already come to a high altitude of 10,000 meters away, and the space under their feet was condensed, giving a sense of illusion as if it were virtual or real. Void Sky Treasure Mirror. ZXINer recognized the magic treasure used by Qing Hongduan at a glance and said in surprise, "It was really you who obtained this treasure during the trip to the Void Sky Mystic Realm back then." Qing Hongduan nodded indubitably, turning to look at Xiao Chen's figure. The corners of her mouth always carried a shallow smile, which was very different from the image of the heart-sealing and love-absorbing devil which that was rumored to have sealed her heart and had no interest in men in the outside world. This caused jealousy to inexplicably rise in ZXINer's heart, but she knew that the situation was tense at the moment and did not dare to be distracted, her gaze always focusing on Xiao Chen, who was under the shroud of the Buddha's light. Suck dash. Between one exhale and one inhale, the 10 million extreme spirit stones piled up in Xiao Chuan's hands were transformed into spiritual energy and integrated into the Qi Sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sea of Qi in his body was also under constant extrusion. The degree of crystallization had heated up to 25%, and his cultivation had come to great sage perfection at the same time, and he was only a foot short of the Sing King realm. Dang! 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 Xiao Chen's heartbeat that shook like a flood bell rang in the ears of everyone in the royal capital, constantly reminding the crowd that they could not move their eyes. If this son doesn't die, my disciples will never be able to get ahead in this life. How is it not a sadness to share an era with such a demon? While the crowd lamented Xiao Chen's demonic natural talent, they were also completely stunned by this unprecedented breakthrough speed and looked at their own disciple with more than a hint of pity in their eyes. Being stared at by their own elders in such a way. Many of the clan's celestial pride only felt aggrieved in their hearts and had a very bad taste, looking at the back of that dictator of the ages and silently shaking their heads. The other side. At the location of the purple family, a furious scolding voice resounded from within the great hall. Asshole! It's not enough for you to be a bully in the imperial capital. What did I tell you before I left? The secret realm this time is so involved that even 10 lives would not be enough to compensate you. You really want my purple family's million-year foundation to be buried in your hands, don't you? Purple Amazing knelt in the center of the hall, head buried low, feeling the terrifying aura coming from outside, not daring to talk back, obediently lying there to be lectured. The outside gave him far less security than 1,000,000% of what he felt in here. The previous image of Xiao Chuan calling out to a questioning realm powerhouse was vivid in his mind, and he could not help but recall the scene where he and Xiao Chuan confronted each other, which was truly heart-stopping. He was even a little thankful that Yin Tianzi had made a timely move to slap him unconscious, or else he might have been in pieces by now. This world is still good people. No, it's a lot of good demons. Boom! Just as Zi Yan's thoughts were flying around, a terrifying pressure like an abyss suddenly descended, pressing him to prostrate himself on the ground. About to lose his breath, he turned his head with difficulty and looked beyond the great hall, wanting to find out what was going on. Next moment, the sight in front of him made his pupils quake, his body trembled, and he lost his mind and wailed like holding his head. Crazy, all fucking crazy. This person actually pulled the Saint King's calamity above the royal capital. Does this mean he wants everyone to be buried with him? Rumble. Perspective pulls away. Above the royal capital, the plunder cloud that stretched for tens of thousands of miles covered the sky and the sun, covering most of the great Yen dynasty's territory. At this moment, everyone only felt that they were being stared at by a pair of stairs, not daring to move, with cold sweat on their foreheads, cursing in their hearts, the sun is not a proper sun. Ah! Looking at the endless writhing clouds above his head, Xiaodus let out a long breath of relief and looked toward the Sumeru Buddha, who was not far away and separated from Dark Wing, and said with a joyful smile, "Let's see if you can walk out alive today." Upon hearing this, Sumeru Buddha's oily face chilled, and at this point, he was already in a dilemma. The bottom line is this: he had never expected that Xiao Chen had even grasped the power of the heavenly tribulation thunder, tampering with the will of the heavenly tribulation and selecting all of them as targets of the heavenly tribulation, and that once he struck out, he would surely be subjected to the heavenly tribulation baptism. Junior, I admit to underestimating you. Tough enough, yes? Xiao Chuan was unimpressed and raised his finger to the sky, and in the next second, the aura of the calamity lightning that had locked him dissipated, and the aura around him suddenly crossed over the half-step Saint King and leapt into the Saint King realm, and he coldly said, "But I don't think it's enough." Blood-burning demon technique open. Boom! As the words fell, his cultivation skyrocketed once again, and in the blink of an eye, his lifespan had burned for 20,000 years, and his cultivation had come to the early stage of the questioning period. Blood-burning demon technique? Crazy! How dare you use such a forbidden secret technique? Do you not want to die? Seeing how crazy Xiao Chen was, not only was Suya dumbfounded, but the forces watching the battle were also dumbfounded. One must know that an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator would only have a lifespan of 10,000 years, and with various life-extending pills and elixirs, it could be up to 15,000 years. Blood-burning devil technique, one of the most dangerous devil techniques recognized in the heavenly Tsong realm, the taboo of taboos. Even for the blood demon clan that developed the secret art, there were very few people who practiced it, let alone the human race. However, the facts were in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Chen just burned 20,000 years of lifespan in a dignified manner, and this kind of life-threatening fight was the first time they had seen it. Just because Yao Xin cursed the everlasting emperor? What is this if not madness? Only what the crowd doesn't know is that, at this moment in the medicine garden, Peach was standing on the trunk of a tree, holding 3 golden peaches in his arms, waving the flag. He shouted, "Junior brother, let go and fight for me. Give the emperor a hard time. If you win the fight, senior sister will reward you with a longevity peach. One will increase your life by 100,000 years. Shaw dust, it's done. P.S. 3 more 8,000 words to be presented. Kneeling for gifts. Begging for hypes. Thank you." Blood-burning demon technique. In the crowd, that Rakshasa woman got up excitedly, and the few people who retreated together with the brutal strong man couldn't help but look at the former and stare. Blood Maiden, is this the blood-burning demon technique of your blood demon clan? Blood Maiden, also known as Blood Yenluo, the holy daughter of the blood demon clan, carrying a Rakshasa body, late stage of the Pishang realm, was the youngest daughter of the previous generation of blood demon emperor, with an honorable status, but looking at the few people present, she was considered the most inconspicuous one. Not bad. Blood Yenluo nodded her head. Her beautiful eyes shook as she stared at the white-clothed young man in the void, and said in a trembling voice, observing his aura, "This person has burned at least 20,000 years of longevity just now, just to kill that bald ass." Sumeru Buddha? The barbarian strongman and the few others were shocked. Their minds stirred together and a sense of powerlessness surged through them. They were all great worldly prides that had been sealed away by various clans 100,000 years ago until now. And now that it was so hard to come out of the world, they just wanted to take this opportunity to announce their return to the world. Wan did not expect that after 100,000 years, although this era did not have the group of demons that stole the sky, but there was one more monster. Sadly, among the several people, the nine-tailed fox woman in turn was somewhat unconcerned, lying on her side on the spell, showing her concave and convex curves to the fullest. The slit Chongsam exposed a pair of long and straight jade legs to the outside, so that people couldn't help but have their blood spurt. The flirtatious voice lazily said, "Since we can't beat them, we might as well join." Hiss. The crowd was stunned by the nine-tailed fox girl's idea and said uncertainly, "Tushan Linya, what do you mean? Marry him." Tushan Linya spoke faintly, her tone flat, as if she had already made her decision. The barbaric strong man was angry and annoyed. It was an indisputable fact that his heart was pleased with Tushan Linya, but the Lang had love, but the concubine had no intention. And Tushan Linya did not have any good feelings for him. "Alright, barbarian dragon, don't feel bad. We expected this kind of thing a long time ago. That scholarly swordsman patted Barbarian's shoulder and comforted him softly. There's no shame in losing to this kind of monster. Even if stealing heaven and the others came, they'd have to admit defeat. The crowd nodded silently. They were originally the prides of the same era as stealing heaven and the others 100,000 years ago, and knowing that they were not destined for heaven, they had entered the Emperor's source early to be sealed away to this day. What's more, people similar to Blood Yen Luo and the like had been sealed away for several eras, only to seek a path to empire. Then Lu Zai, tell me, what should we do in this life? Remain sealed for the next life? The savage dragon walks as the ancient body cultivation together. Chi and blood like a dragon. Inhale like a dragon whistle. Exhale like an elephant song. He is the ancient period of the Dragon Elephant Emperor's personal disciple, carrying the savage hegemonic body, physical strength than the previous life at the same time carrying the hegemonic god body Shaochun. A few points more. No. Lu Zai caressed the heavenly sun sword in his hand, which was still emitting a faint tremor, and smiled in relief. If sword cultivators such as myself repeatedly avoid people and run away, our sword hearts will be clouded with dust. It's not something I want to monasticize. Fellow Daoist Tu Shan has a good point. Gazing at Xiao Chen, whose cultivation was rising in the void, he turned slightly and said frankly, if you can't beat them, join them. Is there anything more humiliating than us sealing up and avoiding the world? The crowd was silent, seemingly pondering the meaning of the words. Lu Zai also no longer opened his mouth. The road is at their feet. How to go all depends on themselves. Similarly silent was Yin Tianzi on top of the mountain in the distance. His palms clenched tightly as he gazed at the silhouette, and then at the unstoppable Shao Dust. The feeling of powerlessness once again surged, and he raised his head to the sky and let out a long whine. No! The other side. At the border area of the Great Yen Dynasty, the people on the green cloudy mortal boat all noticed the changes ahead of them and stepped out of the cultivation room, looking at the endless robberies clouds, dumbfounded. At the forefront of the immortal boat, Lian Yu suppressed the excitement in her heart, stared at the overhead calamity clouds without looking askance, and murmured in a low voice, Senior brother, do you feel that there's something familiar about this calamity cloud? Nature. Xinyan Holy Lord Bai Yuanfeng stared at his eyebrows, calming his heart, and only after a long time did he continue. If I didn't perceive it wrongly, this should be the Saint King's hijacking, but not long ago, that person clearly only had an aura of the cave heaven realm. How did he cross over so much? Lian Yu was not amused by these questions, and she clenched her hands into fists, almost in a hoarse voice, and snapped, as long as this person becomes a Taoist couple with me, then this life will definitely belong to me. Xing Yun, the holy lord of the green clouds was speechless, but in his heart, he held a hint of fantasy about what Lian Yu had said, how dazzling those scenes should be. His Bai Yuanfeng's name would remain in the green clouds forever, sought after by 10,000 people. Senior brother, it's not too late. Let's go. 100,000 years of life? In the void, Shao Dust was slightly startled, and the corner of his mouth surfaced with a touch of arrogant and wild smile. His loud laughter resounded through the sky and the earth, and he angrily shouted, Come and fight! Boom! Before the last syllable fell, he suddenly exerted force underneath his feet. The sound of sonic booms rang out, and with both palms exerting force, he swung the 3-foot green blade in his hand and chopped down towards the Sumeru Buddha head-on. Bared there was a loud bang. The black sword seemed like an abyss that ripped through space, cutting the void in front of Sumeru Buddha, who wanted to dodge, but his feet seemed to be nailed dead in place, unable to move. Your Highness the Holy Maiden, what exactly is this person's origin? Break through several realms in a row even. Just being in the Saint King realm alone possesses so much longevity. There is fear of a great secret on his body. Detached from the battlefield, Darkwing has come to the side of Chung Hongguan, looking at the battle ahead from afar, with appreciation and envy in his eyes. Darkwing, belonging. Qing Hongshan met Darkwing's eyes and admonished him word for word. He is my future husband, the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. There are some things that should be said and shouldn't be said. I think you should understand. Your Holy Highness. Darkwing was shocked. He did not expect Xiao Chen to have such a high status in the other party's heart. He did not dare to have any objections, but still faithfully reminded. Does the clan elder's side know about this? Upon hearing this, Qing Hongshan's eyes went a few points colder, and the ZXINR duo on the side closed their eyes in fear. The consequences of letting the two of them hear about this kind of secret information were unimaginable. Since when is it their turn to agree when I make decisions? A bunch of stubborn old things. The more Qing Hongshan said, the more angry he became. Darkwing lowered his head. How could he dare to speak? These words are only this little princess in front of him dared to say. Then he hardened his head and praised. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden is wise. Such a sword move. My subordinate simply cannot believe that Gonzi is actually a young cultivator who has not yet practiced cultivation for 100 years, and has already reached the same king realm at such an age. My subordinate believes that even if the clan elders and the others see the Gonzi, they will still say hello to him again and again. After hearing this, Ching Hongduan clasped her hands to her chest, skimmed her head, and lightly hummed. That's more like it. On one side, ZXANR and Alan buried their heads for fear of laughing out loud. It was the first time they had seen a questioning realm powerhouse kissing someone's ass. It was quite interesting. However, when he thought of the longevity burned by the purple family duke, his heart couldn't help but worry. Junior, don't be too arrogant. Meritless palm. Above the battlefield, Sumeru Buddha was furious. Cultivation nearly 10,000 years. He is still the first time to be treated so by a junior. The heart of a hard. No longer hide. Hands together sitting in the void. The body constantly have the sound of Buddha chanting sound. The power of merit behind him to condense a merit Buddha phantom. Palm as twisted flowers. A palm toward the black sword manes to meet up. The heaven-swallowing demon chi encountered that merit treasure chi as if it had met a natural enemy, and it was vaguely breaking apart. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Sumeru Buddha laughed loudly. The magic skill in his hand changed, and that Dharma phase of meritorious Buddha even gave birth to 3 heads and 6 arms. Glaring angrily at Xiao Dust, his 3 large hands slapped away in unison, and he shouted loudly under his breath, "Demoniac! Why don't you take your death quickly?" Snort! Xiao Dust sneered as the sword blade in his hand suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light, and a vast aura blossomed, enveloping the entire capital. If the previous him gave people the feeling of an absolute devil, then at this moment, he was like the fluttering gentleman in the painting who was independent of the world, with a scholarly spirit. So handsome. For a time, Cheng Hongduan, Tushan Linya, ZXINR and the others were all lost in thought, gazing at that peerless figure with affection. Ha! Sculpture! The Sumeru Buddha was unimpressed and snorted. The gap between the early and late stages of the questioning realm is not something that can be crossed by casually transforming a single sword intent. Yes? Xiao Dust smiled back without anger. Raising his hand, the perfection realm's sword Dao laws were released, and several more swords were chopped out. Next, inverted sky-hanging sword Mango erupted bright light. Rushed down. Want a potential chopped everything. Boo! 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 In just a single glance, the meritless palm exploded with a destructive force. The vast sword mantle also dissipated after shattering the 3rd palm print, and the explosion of the attack produced a gale that poured out in all directions, causing countless bricks and tiles to fly and trees to topple over. How is this possible? Sumeru Buddha's slightly narrowed bean eyes with a smile widened in disbelief, unable to believe that his killing move had been so easily neutralized by the other party. Boom! Not waiting for Sumeru Buddha to think more, a muffled sound suddenly came from the top of his head, and only then did he wake up as if from a dream, staring horrifiedly at the imminent fall of the robotic thunder, cursing angrily, "You little brute, I'm going to kill you," without flickering or avoiding. The Sumeru Buddha rushed towards Xiao Chen with the robber thunder, wanting to hurt the enemy 800 times and lose 1,000 times. Coincidence? Looking towards the Sumeru Buddha who was rushing towards him with the calamity lightning, Xiao Chen showed his teeth and smiled. The corners of his mouth curved into a bizarre arc as he laughed playfully. That's what I thought. As the words fell, Xiao Chen was seen in the crowd's astonished gazes, stretching out his index finger to condense a calamity thunder to strike into the calamity cloud above his head, taking the initiative to seduce the calamity thunder, shouting, "Heaven, let this thunderbolt come harder." Puff. Next, the heavenly Tao seemed to respond to his request, and in an instant, the thunderclouds rolled over, and dozens of robberies fell like rain, causing one's scalp to go numb. Crazy. The Sumeru Buddha was afraid. He did not expect Xiao Chuan to take the initiative to attract the lightning attack, and wanted to vanish, but he saw that Xiao Chuan had already arrived on top of his Dharma phase, and looked terrified. The fat oil on his face trembled, and he roared in shock, "Don't drag me with you if you want to die." "Ha, that's up to you." For the roar of the Sumeru Buddha, Xiao Chen ignored it and opened his hands as if to welcome the arrival of the robberies, and behind him, the 10 great caverns looked as if they were familiar with each other, and each of them devoured towards our robberies. Ha! The crowd had thought that Xiao Chen would use some kind of overwhelming secret method to fight against it when he attracted so many robberies, but they hadn't expected that he would directly use the cave heaven to harden against the robberies? No, brother, is this even possible? Not far away. Lu Zai was so angry that he almost threw away his heavenly sun sword, feeling that the cultivation cognition he had always had an unprecedented impact. The barbarian dragon, Tushan Linya and the others weren't much better, watching the happenings with lifeless eyes. Countless representatives of the forces in the dark is also directly shocked off the jaw, holding the forehead contemplation. Thoughts chaotic as a mess of stirring the ball of the line. The heart of the sour cannot be said. Not, Your Highness, can our heavenly demon Holy Land really keep such a demon? Glaring at Darkwing, Qing Hongwan's eyes were a bit grumpy. Her good-looking fingers clenched the corner of her coat, and she said indignantly in her heart, "Stinky Shao Dust. When did talent become so perverted? Ah ha ah. So angry. Want to bite, Lu. Miss, Gonzi. He won't dislike us, will he?" Alan's small face is full of apprehension. Zishiner is also flustered. Originally she also wanted to gift the purple family to the male after the purple family is completely in control. Now it seems, not enough to see shall we? Take down the purple family in central China as well and give it to His Excellency altogether? Zixiner felt that it was feasible and silently noted it down, going back and preparing to fight for the position of family head and encroach on the central state. But, speaking of the most urgent person, it had to be the Sumeru Buddha below the thunderbolt. The merit phantom on top of his head had been tattered under the thunderbolt's rounds of bombardment, and the scattered merit power had taken the opportunity to be absorbed by Shao Dust, making him suffer. Brat, the poor monk will fight you. Sumeru Buddha completely anxious. Although the power of merit can effectively resist the heavenly tribulation, but also cannot withstand this kind of consumption, and then so let Shao Dust swallow. His 10,000 years of heritage will be destroyed. Hybrid surplus, go! No longer hesitating, he took the power of merit back into his body, let out a loud whistle, and the hybrid surplus he wore on his body flew out, its surface steeply erupting with blinding Buddhist light, countless golden scriptures strung together, condensing in the void into the appearance of the surplus on his body, and shrouding it towards Shao Dust in preparation for forcible suppression. A Saint Zun-level magic weapon. Fellow fat Taoist has quite a few treasures. Staring at the flying robe, a touch of greed flashed under Shao Chen's eyes, and with a hefty smile, he rubbed his hands together and said, "How about it is to give me a few pieces? Yellow mouth. You're just a fool. Rush. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll find out later. Swallow the sky and devour the earth." As the words fell, Shao Chuan's eyes suddenly turned pitch black and his pupils turned blood-colored. His body's aura changed once again, demonic chi surged, and the black great sun silhouette above his sea of chi coalesced behind him. Rumble! A round of black sun dharma appeared in front of everyone's eyes, crazily devouring everything around it. Shasta. Heaven and earth lost their colors. Black and white were clearly distinguishable. The river began to back up. The rubble tumbled. The trees rose up underfoot. The mountain peaks snapped. And even the overhead robberies and thunder were all pulled and sucked into the black sun dharma. And there was no sound. My God! Is this the great tribulation of heaven and earth coming early? Run! Run! Seeing this, the many cultivators and people of the royal city below desperately fled in the opposite direction, fearing that they would be sucked into that big sun. Your Holy Highness, aren't we going? Looking at the scene of annihilation in front of him, Darkwing was somehow a little frightened in his heart, and the origin in his body was constantly urging him to stay away from the thing above his head. He was sure that if he was once sucked in, there was no way he could survive. Go! Qing Hongchen also had some palpitations, and did not dare to hesitate. Pulling Zixiner, the two quickly disappeared. Darkwing followed closely behind. Above the imperial city, the Xia Emperor sat on the dragon chair and looked at the group of ministers below, finally could not resist the pressure. The dragon robe was thrown, stood up and said in a deep voice, "All ministers listen to the order. Quickly take the children of all clans away from the royal city. If you encounter people in distress, you must not stand idly by. Once you find out, all 9 clans will be executed." Yes. When the ministers heard this, their faces were elated, and after answering, they rushed out of the palace, not daring to fly in the air, and quickly ran towards their ancestral home. Yuqi, my son is here. Emperor Xia pinched his brow and shook his head helplessly. Let the old ancestors and the others all come out. The imperial city formation won't last much longer. Yes. Xia Yuan bowed and withdrew from the great hall, looking askance at Shao Chun under the great black sun from afar, only feeling like a dream, and said with a calm heart, "To be able to serve such a man of great talent is indeed a fortunate thing. The search for those two must be urgent." As the words fell, Xia Yuan plummeted towards the ancestral land and flew quickly, fearing a delay. No! Seeing the hybrid robe and his own cut off the connection, Sumeru Buddha at this moment in the heart repressed to the extreme. He has never been so remorseful in his life, also absolutely did not expect, because of his own a trace of greed, incurred the disaster of killing. Who the hell are you? Sumeru Buddha no longer has the previous arrogance. Deeply shocked by the young man in front of him, the heart of the budging intention to retreat, opened his mouth. Today's matter, I will no longer intervene. We will leave this how? Fellow Daoist Sumeru. At those words, Yao Xian behind him and also Yao Yi old ancestor both panicked and hurriedly took out a sacred Zun level magic weapon from his nascent ring and shouted, as long as you are willing to help. Get out. Sumeru Buddha turned around and angrily rebuked the two of them. At the moment he was having trouble protecting himself. Where did he still have the heart to ask for any holy weapons? Xiaodust glanced at the three people below with cold eyes and said indifferently, "Today, you guys only have one death. Me so." Before the words fell, the sound of swords resounded from the great black sun behind him, and countless sword blades condensed from demonic chi fell rapidly. Sumeru Buddha didn't dare to block it and dodged away, leaving the Yao Xin duo behind him alone. No! No! Looking at the approaching sword blade, Yao Xin lost her voice and screamed. Not even having the courage to resist, Yao Yi Old Ancestor spelled out all the remaining spiritual energy to launch a defense. Good chance! Sumeru Buddha saw this opportunity and no longer hesitated. Dead Taoist friends do not die, poor monks. He wiped the bottom of his feet and hurriedly fled in the opposite direction. It's too late to leave now. It just so happens that my 10,000 soul streamer will soon be ready to be promoted to the saint rank. So why don't I take the two of you as my main souls? Wow! Xiao Chuan's indifferent voice echoed in the void. And the Sumeru Buddha did not escape far as countless soul-locking chains condensed from the heaven-swallowing demon chi shot out from the heaven-swallowing demon sun behind him, killing towards the three. Yao Xin run. Elder Ancestor. Seeing that the momentum was gone, Old Ancestor Yao Yi bit his tongue and a few drops of his heart blood flowed out. His longevity began to burn crazily, and his entire person was like a return to the peak. Don't look back. Run. Boo. Yao Xin was once again sent into the spatial passageway. And just as she was about to turn around and say something, a sound of flesh bursting rang out from behind her, and sticky blood slid down her face. Puff dash. In the afterglow, heaven and earth lost their colors, and a headless body slowly collapsed, and then was retrieved by a chain. His chest clogged, both eyes black, and he completely lost consciousness. The old man is dead. P.S. 2 big chapters of 5,000 words. Kneeling to urge for more. Kneeling to ask for a little bit of gift. Wow! The soul chain quickly tugged the corpse of old man Yao Yi along with his soul to retrieve it. Stars and black spots appeared above the void, as if festering, spreading rapidly, breaking open a large hole connecting the soul refining space. Yao Yi Old Ancestor's soul desperately trying to resist, bracing itself on the edge of the entrance, hissing, "Kill you! I will kill you!" Xiaodust looked at all this with cold eyes and raised his hand. A nascent ring flew out from Yao Ye's corpse and fell into his palm. Immediately, he no longer paid attention to Yao Ye's incompetent rage and dashed towards the direction of the Sumeru Buddha to chase after him. The blood-burning demon technique could not last much longer. Oh, to be Xiaodust away. The broken void below, the sound of countless grievous souls wailing, countless pairs of bloody hands from which probed. Dead pickpocket Yao Ye's soul body to the inside of the raw pole, her pupils wide, wanting to make a sound. The mouth but was a pair of hands covered, eyes wide open to watch the body bit by bit to be engulfed, until finally, it transformed into a resentful soul with no consciousness. This is, as Yao Yi was devoured by the demonic energy, Xiao Chuan's mind also inexplicably had some more memories, and the various secrets about the Yaoan Holy Land were unreservedly displayed as if they were counted. Ha! This is the first time this has happened. Since mastering the heaven-swallowing devil technique, it was the first time he had known that this technique had such a wonderful use. Looking in the direction where the Sumeru Buddha had fled, the tip of his eyebrow was lightly raised, the corner of his mouth was tilted, and his eyes became a few points deeper. In that case, then there's even less reason to let the dead bald-ass go. In his previous life, he hadn't been bothered by the group of vultures from the Buddha domain, especially that Buddha son who claimed to be the future body of the great sun ruler. Whoosh! He lived a new life. While the blood-burning demon technique could still last for half an incense stick of time, he had to ask for some interest back before he could do so. Thinking like this, he fiercely exerted force under his feet, and his figure transformed into a stream of light, quickly chasing up towards the Sumeru Buddha. Buzz! At the same time, right after the 10,000 soul streamer devoured Yao Yi's soul, its rank finally broke through the saint rank, sprinting all the way towards the Saint Zun level. Boom! 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 A series of 3 spiritual explosions. The breakthrough of the 10,000 soul streamer was as smooth as drinking water, as if it had previously been in this realm, and its body constantly flickered with red spiritual rhythms, as if it was cheering for its birth, full of spirituality. Cluck 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 cluck. The oozing laughter emitted by the artifact spirit resounded throughout the entire king's capital, causing people to shiver with a gloomy aura. What a terrifying magic weapon! Just promoted to the holy rank and was born with a spirit, breaking 3 levels in a row. This thing is really extraordinary. This 10,000 soul streamer. Look familiar? Looking at the void as if the childlike giggling laughter of the 10,000 soul streamer. Those forces in the dark are red in the eyes. Vaguely ancient forces, as if recognizing this object. Exclaimed. Rumor has it that the everlasting emperor had mediocre qualifications in his early years, but he was born with an eternal indestructible body, jumping outside of the six paths, not limited by the lifespan of heaven and earth, and immortal. Therefore, in order not to be discovered the secret in his body, the young eternal emperor would not stay in one place for too long from time to time. During this period of time, he had joined the Buddhist sect to learn the Tao and pose as a Buddhist son, joined a clan to serve as a handyman and relax, practiced forbidden methods in the evil sect and blood sacrifice to party, and also worshipped the Devil clan to learn the secret methods and founded the Blood Devil clan. Even that blood-burning demon technique is a peerless secret technique created by the Eternal Life Great Emperor by combining the demon clan's secret techniques, the evil sect's forbidden methods, plus the eternal indestructible body's endless lifespan. Being very cautious and ruthless, he has not been criticized as a sinister villain by strong people of the same period. It waited until after its breakthrough to Great Emperor, the reputation reversed, and gradually, many people forgot about his deeds before that. So, this 10,000 soul streamer was used by the Eternal Emperor when he worshipped the evil cult when he was young? Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and looked toward the 10,000 soul streamer in the void, their hearts faintly throbbing. It's a magic weapon with emperor-level potential. Who could not be impressed? Not far away, Blood Yenluo and his party also heard the crowd's divine soul transmissions and looked at the former in shock as they asked, Blood Yenluo, is that really true? Blood Yenluo gave a slight beat and said frankly, this is indeed the case. According to the autobiography of Lord Patriarch was originally nothing more than the most insignificant half-blooded demon of the demon race, suffering from persecution from both the human and demon races. What? Hearing this, Lu Zai and the others had a look of disbelief on their faces. The blood demon Patriarch, that great emperor-level powerhouse who was renowned in the ancient times in the historical records of the heavenly Tsang, was actually just a half-blooded demon before he met the everlasting emperor? Hybrid demon. As the name suggests, it is a kind of being between the human race and the demon race, with the bloodlines of both races in its body, often born by demon males after persecuting human females, and its existence is spurned by both races, not to mention cultivation. Just surviving to grow up is already a blessing. And then what happened? Tushan Linya lifted up her good-looking cheeks, her beautiful eyes flowing, her heart becoming more and more curious about the story behind, and the few people on the side also nodded their heads in agreement, their faces full of anticipation. Later, Blood Yenluo smiled bitterly, as if he himself was a bit in disbelief, murmuring, just about to jump off the cliff to end his life. Lord Patriarch met the everlasting emperor who had come to the demon race to delve into the secret arts, and was saved. For the thousands of years thereafter, Lord Beginning Ancestor has been following behind Emperor Everlasting as a follower. Attendant! The crowd once again exclaimed. If it was wild history it would be fine, but this was what was clearly recorded on the autobiographies of other people's patriarchs, so they couldn't be allowed to question it. Even a follower could achieve greatness. So just how strong was the Eternal Life Emperor back then? The crowd cannot help but rise this idea in their hearts. Looking at Xiao Chen's gaze gradually became fiery, as if they saw a road of prosperity is in front of them, very different from the others. Yin Tianzi's entire body sat helplessly on the ground, his back teeth clenched in death, his 5 fingers embedded in the ground, his expression tangled, his mind seeming to be making some important decision. Rumble, thunder rolled, and 2 figures quickly swept by underneath the robbing clouds. Fellow Daoist, I have no grudges against you, and now that old demoness Xiao Yi is dead, why don't you let me go and make a good karma? Sumeru Buddha's face darkened as he looked behind him at Xiao Chun, who was in hot pursuit. During this fleeing period he had already thrown several holy weapons to try to divert the other party's attention, but the latter chased after him as if he had identified him. However, the spiritual energy in his body had long been consumed in the previous great battle, and the speed of his escape gradually slowed down, and with a clench of his teeth, the fear of death in his heart overcame everything. Sumeru Buddha lowered his dignity and begged in a low voice, "Don't you want the power of merit? I can give them all to you. Please let me go this time. Okay? Send?" "Ha!" Xiao Chuan snorted. His voice was like a ghost, ghostly, and transmitted into Sumeru Buddha's ears, his tone carrying disdain and ridicule. "When people were in trouble, you tried to be the good guy. When there was danger, you knew to run away. And now that death is at hand, you say you know it's wrong? You think that's possible? Dead Baldy? Kill you, and you'll have everything you say." Wow! As soon as the words fell, a thick soul-locking chain blocked all of Sumeru Buddha's front path, and a small black streamer emanating a blood-red spiritual rhythm appeared out of thin air in front of his eyes. This aura is a Saint Exalted level 10,000 soul streamer. How is this possible? Sumeru Buddha was dumbfounded. He had thought that Yao Ye's death would be able to stall for a while for himself, but who would have thought that Xiao Chuan was a demon? And this 10,000 soul streamer was even more of a demon, devouring the souls of the strongest people of the questioning realm in such a short period of time, not to mention that he had directly advanced to the saint exalted level without even needing to cross the thunder tribulation. Quietly, a terrifying thought rose in the back of his mind. It's hard not to. Sumeru Buddha stopped and attached all the power of merit to the surface of his body, condensing it into a vestment, and somewhat undyingly, he looked back at Xiao Chen and said in a deep voice, "You're an emperor-ranked 10,000 soul streamer? None of your business." Xiao Dust raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth grinned, and he shrugged, his tone arrogant. "You still have the heart to think about this when you're dying. Damn." Hearing Xiao Chen's arrogant tone, Sumeru Buddha had never been so humiliated before and was so angry that his eyelids twitched. This time he had kicked the bucket. A barefoot man is not afraid to wear shoes. This Xiao Chen was completely a rash youth. Maybe he would really fall here today. Thinking about this, Sumeru Buddha couldn't help but shout angrily, "Junior, do you know that I am the 36 Buddhas of the Buddha domain? Do you really think that you've got me?" Seeing that the other party had no intention of letting himself go, Sumeru Buddha directly began to burn his longevity, preparing to make a final resistance, and the Life and Death Buddha Sutra within his body exploded. Buzz, Brahmacharya, a great Buddha phantom emerged behind him, and countless golden lights of merit and virtue spread continuously in all directions with the great Buddha phantom as the center, hardening the surrounding demonic chi to disperse, and dividing heaven and earth into two halves. This Sumeru Buddha is worthy of being one of the 36 Buddhas in the Buddhist domain. With this kind of strength, if it were an ordinary asker would have long since died and retraced his steps to reincarnation. If it weren't for this person's hand, I'm afraid we would still be kept in the dark by those old vultures from the Buddha domain. Too strong. Countless forces could not help but feel admiration when they saw the situation, and their faces were filled with admiration for Xiao Chen. However, only Sumeru Buddha knew that he had long been at the end of his strength, and in just a few moments, he had lost nearly 1,000 years of longevity, and a fishy sweetness welled up in his throat. Jia jia jia. Looking at the fear in the bottom of Sumeru Buddha's eyes, a hideous smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth and he shouted, "Today I want you to die on the third night, and the king of hell will not dare to keep you until the fifth night." Boom! After saying that, Xiao Chuan took a step out. The spiritual energy around his body skyrocketed. Strands of horrifying spiritual pressure were declared with a thunderous momentum, and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared under his feet. Blood sea float. Roar! Between the words, an angry roar resounded steeply from below the sea of blood. Growling dash. The black blood shadow roared up, and a blood-colored skeleton holding a huge axe violently swung the axe to meet the great Buddha Dharma phase behind Sumeru Buddha and ruthlessly slashed down. Whimper! The moment the two collided, ear-piercing sharp bursts exploded. Immediately after, a terrifying wave of air like a landslide and tsunami poured out towards the center of the explosion. Thousands of meters in a radius were immediately leveled, and countless demonic beasts directly died. Collect! Xiao Dust did not even blink as he waved his hand to manipulate the soul-refining streamer, greedily refining those demonic beast souls, through and through. Woo-woo! In an instant, the sound of grieving souls wailing resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth, just like a ghost city. Ahem! Below the Dharma phase, the Sumeru Buddha coughed violently a few times. His demeanor aged a lot more visible to the naked eye, and he looked at the scenery in front of him woodenly, his eyes lost in thought. That strike just now had nearly exhausted his lifespan, and he could no longer withstand the exertion. Sitting on his butt on the ground, the golden light of merit behind him dispersing a little bit. As the merit dissipated, his realm began to fall, and his face rapidly aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Already in a posture of death, he gasped sharply and lowly, and bellowed out angrily, "If you want me to die, you won't be able to get away with it either." Xiao Chuan ignored it, stroking his fingertips lightly over the sword and muttering, "Everything should end." Boo! In an instant, his figure catapulted out like a cannonball, and Sumeru Buddha was too late to make any reaction, his pupils reflecting the other party's figure. The silver sword blade flashed before his eyes. Put! Blood splattered in all directions, crimson blood dripping down the tip of the sword that penetrated his chest, clearly audible. Woo-woo! The heavens and earth blew a great wind, as if they were grieving, and a strong man had fallen, dead. When the crowd of the royal capital heard the commotion, they were a bit incredulous and were quite excited. But even if it's okay to break through the Saint King at the age of now that you've killed 2 questioning realm cultivators in a row, this is really, stammering for half a day, the people didn't think of any words to describe it, and they looked at their subordinates, ordering, "Go check for me, within today, I want to know more." Yes, Miss Gonzi, he really succeeded in asking against the odds. Yeah, to reverse the late stage of questioning with the cultivation of a Saint King, This kind of battle achievement can truly be said to have no predecessors and no successors. Monster. This kind of demon is simply a monster. Why do I still cultivate this sword Dao? Go home and farm. Worthy of being a senior uncle. Only a senior ancestor can teach such a demon. Swish. With a wave of the sword blade, bloodstains were flung onto the ground as Xiao Dust looked at the corpse of Sumeru Buddha below and smiled contemptuously. Buddha? It's just a joke. Zoe, kill him. Xiao Ro was the name that the Eternal Life Emperor had given to the spirit of the 10,000 soul streamer, which had previously been in a deep slumber due to an insufficient number of souls, and had finally awakened after absorbing Yao Ya's soul. Xiao Dust also followed the previous name. Yes, Master. In the void, a small lowly artifact spirit with a bright red skirt, double ponytails, and a weird red secret pattern tattooed on her right eye appeared in response, and with a wave of her 2 fingers, the soul-locking chain instantly disappeared into the heart of Sumeru Buddha's brow, and yanked his soul into the soul-refining streamer in a hard way. Whoosh! A cloud of heaven-swallowing demonic chi directly engulfed the corpse of Sumeru Buddha without leaving a trace. Do everything. As he did, he removed the various Dharma treasures from the Sumeru Buddha's body and sighed slightly. It's a pity about all that power of merit. If I can use them all for my use, I will be able to condense a temple of merit and virtue above the sea of chi, which is twice the effort for cultivation. Temple of Merit. As the name suggests, it is a special vision condensed by the cultivator using the power of merit in the body, which can greatly enhance the cultivator's enlightenment, chi and so on. Apart from a small number of literary cultivators, almost only the group of pseudo-Buddhas in the Buddhist domain would cultivate this method. Xiao Chuan did not care very much and said half-jokingly, I am a hallowed person who is due for a catastrophe, not to mention the Merit Divine Temple. It is not a problem for me to condense a merit golden body. Just a few steps out. His voice came to an abrupt end. His head was drowsy. His body's spiritual energy seemed to have been drained away at once, and his long black waterfall-like hair turned white in an instant. He went limp and fell straight down. No good. Duke. Qing Hongwan and the others who rushed to the scene happened to see the scene. Their hearts were in a great hurry, just wanting to rush forward, but a green silhouette was one step ahead of the latter, who steadily caught Xiao Duan. Who's that? Miss, is that Sister Linger? It doesn't seem to be. Oh no, it can't be an assassin hiding in the shadows. Seeing that the visitor was unrecognizable, Zxiner and Alan both panicked and prepared to save Xiao Chen. On the other hand, Cheng Hongwan, who was led by Dark Wing, rushed out like a cannonball, her shell teeth biting her thin lips as she lowered her voice. Hurry up! Faster! Darkwing looked at his own saint daughter's appearance, and sighed slightly in his heart. How come he came out for a trip and hitched the saint daughter out? In the future, if the clan elders knew about this matter, he was afraid that he would not be spared. Hey! With a sigh, Darkwing fully activated the spiritual energy in his body, and one step out was 10,000 meters away, with extremely fast speed. Miss, what do we do now? Gentlemen, I've come to give you a ride. Just when the 2 women were at a loss, an unexpected voice rang out from the void at their side, and the figure of Thief One appeared at their side. What are you doing here? When Zxiner and Alan saw that it was Thief One, their expressions were slightly shocked. The former had not been seen since Xiao Chuan's outbreak of the 10 great cave temples, and they did not expect to appear at this time. Because from the very beginning, Senior Uncle ordered me to quietly follow the 2 of you to protect you. Thief One held the heaven-stealing shovel and looked towards Cheng Hongwan, who had already flown far away, and dryly said, You 2, we can't afford to lag behind. Let's go. Spin. Only saw the thief a raised hand with the void gently digging. The void channel is open. The 2 women can't be shocked in time. The protection of the master eagerly they step into. The figure quickly disappeared. P.S. I changed it countless times for the sake of excellence, so I'm sorry for the slow update. Senior sister, what brings you here? On the other hand, Xiao Chen struggled to open his eyes and looked at the familiar face in front of him and could not help but open his mouth. Shoo! Peach's palm that contained wood attribute spiritual energy gently rested on top of Xiao Chuan's dantian, helping him to repair the damaged meridians around his body, and made a silencing gesture, softly saying, Stop talking, rest in peace, I'll take care of the rest here. Well, Peach's appearance caused Xiao Chen's hanging heart to drop, and after answering, he could no longer resist his pajamas and closed his eyes and huffed as he slept. Who are you? Give us back the mail. Just as Xiao Chen passed out, Cheng Hongwan and her duo arrived, followed by Zxiner and her duo. The 3 women were aggressive and looked like they were ready to go to war at any time. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. Darkwing stood at the side of the back of the cold sweat, just because of the rush has not come to explore, until now close to the side of the peach. He clearly felt the horror of the pressure emanating from its body. Unusual cultivators couldn't detect it at all. It was even better than those half-emperor elders of the Sky Demon clan. But right now, Qing Hongwan seemed to have been overwhelmed by anger, completely unable to listen, her beautiful eyes glaring roundly, and in her hands were the spells that had already been prepared. Heavenly Demon Sacred Body. Not bad. Seeing the situation, Peach was not slow and did not answer Qing Hongwan's question at first, looked the other party up and down for a few moments and laughed. It really does have a few shades of that little girl Qing Daoyuan and Shichiji back then. It's totally enough to be a daughter-in-law for little master. You, Qing Hongwan was shamed by Peach's sudden words. Her brain short-circuited for a moment, and she stammered for half a day before asking, "How do you know my father and also my mother? Then why did you say that Xiao Chuan was your junior brother just now? What is your relationship with the Eternal Life Emperor?" Secret. In the face of Qing Hongwan's question, Peach playfully spat out her tongue, not intending to clarify. Xiao Duan. Hearing that name, Darkwing was struck by lightning. Even if he was as sealed as he was, he had heard of quite a few deeds related to Xiao Chen during this period of time. But why had the person who was rumored to be supposed to be dead appeared here? Not only did he become a disciple of the everlasting emperor in one fell swoop, his cultivation had also broken through to the Saint King level in one fell swoop, which was truly unbelievable. You wouldn't be Master Peach, would you? Suddenly, Stealer 1, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up with curiosity in his eyes, recalling in his mind the story that his master had told him before he broke the boundary and left, and felt more and more that Peachy was the master's uncle that his master had spoken of. Peachy smiled bashfully and looked at Thief 1 and spoke. "It looks like that little fellow Thief Sky has talked to you quite a bit, but he's not my senior brother." Haha. Thief 1 scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Okay, let's leave it at that." Peach's words fell and turned around. The spatial passage connecting to the secret realm behind her opened up and lit up with starlight, and the rich medicinal fragrance within it overflowed out in all directions, causing everyone to smell it and feel like they were drifting away. My God, this is that everlasting pill garden that Master spoke of. When Thief 1 saw the scene within the secret territory through the spatial channel, his eyes went straight, and the word yearning was almost written on his head. Secret medicine of eternal life. All of these are longevity secret pills. Gulp. Darkwing licked his dry lips, his eyes on fire. Look around. The crowd could see countless spirit medicines emanating a strong Tao rhythm in that medicinal field, and some of them even possessed spiritual intelligence. Standing up from the ground and running around. Oh my God. Miss, am I reading this right? Alan's big watery eyes rounded, incredulously rubbing them twice, as if he had seen a heavenly treasure, his eyelashes blinking and blinking, which made Z Sheener cry and laugh a little. However, even as the first daughter of the largest chamber of commerce in the desolate domain, how had ZXINer ever seen so many secret pills for longevity? And her heart was not much less shocked than Alan's. Rustling, just as the crowd was still surprised, a peach tree branch spread out and slowly lifted the sleeping Xiaoduan, on top of which there was a peach that had just ripened not long ago, round and full. Seeing this, Thief 1 couldn't help but exclaim out in shock, "Peach, that's Peach." What? At the news, the crowd had sideways glances, raising their eyes to look in the direction of Stealing 1's finger, and in just a few minutes, they didn't know how many times they had already been shocked. Like, The Darkwing trio led by Thief 1 nodded frantically, while Violet Xaner and Qing Hongduan pursed their lips haughtily and nodded to express the thirst in their hearts. Meeting today is fate. You are also considered friends and confidants of junior brother, and two of the ancestors have also had fate with me. Take this peach and divide it among yourselves. It is up to you to decide how to distribute it. I will go ahead. As the words fell, the peaches slowly fell into Qing Hongduan's front, and the peach figure disappeared into the spatial channel, taking Xiao Chun into the medicinal garden and disappearing. Duke. ZXINer glanced at the back of the duo as they left, her eyes filled with worry. This girl, you don't need to worry about the injuries of senior uncle. With that senior around, senior uncle's depleted longevity will soon be restored. Nice. This little brother from the heaven-stealing vein has a good point. Darkwing comfortingly persuaded from the sidelines. If I'm not wrong, that senior in the party should be the innate spiritual root that came out 100,000 years ago. The peach tree. With her here, Lord Xiao Chan will soon awaken. Alright, ZXINer's hanging heart lowered, and on one side, Qing Hongduan placed the peaches in front of a few people, then spoke. How do you intend to deal with this peach? The crowd was silent. Thief 1 touched his nose and shook his head slightly. Rumor has it that this item can repair dark diseases in the body and increase lifespan by up to 10,000 years. But right now, my lifespan is abundant, so it is of little use to me. If fellow Taoist Cheng needs it, why don't you just take something of equal value and exchange it with me? Me too. Me too. Zishiner Alan nodded one after another. Since that's the case, Then my heavenly demon clan won't be polite with the three of you. This token is called the Heavenly Demon Order. In the future, if the three of you have any needs, you can present them to my Heavenly Demon clan with this item. Generation effective. As the words fell, 3 black streams of light flew out from the storage ring on Cheng Hongduan's fingertips, falling into the palms of the three respectively, transforming into a black token with the words Heavenly Devil printed on it. I won't wait. The thief looked towards the token in his hand without the slightest bit of politeness. I wonder if you could teach me the rumored traction skill. The traction technique? Cheng Hongduan lightly chanted, somewhat puzzled. Although this technique is only available to my heavenly demon race, its value is far less than this peach. Are you sure you only need this item? Aha! Thief 1 held his head with both hands, tilted his head up to the sky to move his neck, and said indifferently, I'm quite interested in this technique, and I can't think of anything else for the time being, so I'll just let it be. Good. Without further ado, Cheng Hongduan's palm flipped over, and a secret book of ancient feats appeared. Precisely the traction trick that Thief I wanted. Then I'm welcome. Receiving the technique, Thief 1 returned the token with his backhand and looked through it with great interest, with the words wonderful popping out of his mouth from time to time. What about the two of you? Zxiner and Alan glanced at each other when they heard this. A smile appeared on their pretty faces as they made up their minds and said, I wonder if Miss Qing can suitable cultivation techniques for our two sisters. Feats? Cheng Hongduan's eyes flickered as her heavenly demon eyes were activated, and she instantly understood. Murmuring, the two of you are both inattribute physiques, and there are quite a few techniques suitable for cultivation. But are you sure you want to cultivate my demon clan's techniques? If your human race knew about it, it would invite a lot of trouble. Have you thought this through? The two daughters nodded, their eyes firm as they said, well, since Alan and I are acting as your son's maidservants, it is only right that we should work together, even if we are reviled by 10,000 people, as long as we can help your son. Cheng Hongduan was impressed by the determination of the two of them, silent for a long time, finally found a suitable gong method for the two women in her mind. Her slender fingers flicked out 2 golden light didn't enter the two people's brow. Reminded, this technique is called the Xianin Devil Technique. After practicing this technique, the two of you will be able to rapidly cultivate with the help of inattributed objects. It's an extremely overbearing gong method in my demon race. When you cultivate it, don't let the gong method disturb your mind so that you don't go off the deep end. Thank you, Miss Qing, for mentioning it. Zxiner took the lead in bowing her hands in thanks, and Alan followed suit. And a smile appeared on Cheng Hongduan's absolutely beautiful face as she faintly said, it's not a problem. Since this matter is over, then we will go back first. Good. After writing down the location of this place, a few people successively cast a recluse method to leave, heading in the direction of the royal city, so as not to cause trouble in vain. Junior brother, you've finally woken up. A white horse passes through time. Xiao Chen did not know how long he had been asleep, and in a daze he heard the voice of senior sister Peach beside his ear. Open your eyes. Reflected in front of his eyes was Peach's face that was so finely sculpted that it was indescribable, and in her was holding a long-lived peach that emanated supreme Tao rhythms that made people salivate. Froze. His gaze discerned an abyss through the peaches, and his ears swished red. Senior sister. Looking at the face that was going to be close to the tip of his nose, Xiao Chuan's old face blushed as he turned his head to the side and reminded in a small voice, elder sister, you're leaning too close. Oh, Momoko reacted to this as well, and got up in a hurry, sheepishly smoothing the hair at her temples, tiptoeing gently and somewhat playfully. Those moist red lips made one's heart palpitate as one couldn't help but want to kiss them. Could it be peach-flavored? Cough cough. Peach was somewhat embarrassed by Xiao Chuan's stare and lightly coughed twice to alleviate the embarrassment before handing out the long life peach in his hand and vaguely saying, here, this is the reward you were promised earlier. Take it and eat it. Looking at the longevity peach in front of him, Xiao Chuan cursed in his heart how he could have any improper thoughts about his senior sister, and hurriedly sat up, shaking off those salacious and dirty thoughts. He was not polite, and after receiving the peaches and saying thank you, sister, he directly gorged himself on the sweet and crisp flavor. Suddenly, just as he was eating and his lifespan was rapidly recovering and skyrocketing, a strand of white hair drifted into his line of sight, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Senior sister, this lifespan of mine has been replenished. Why is my hair still white? Oh, that. The peach that was propped up on its chin to watch Xiao Chuan eat the peaches froze, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, and snapped. This is actually a side effect after using the blood-burning demon technique. It was specially left behind by the emperor back then when he created this technique. Xiao Duan, huh? And the reason? When Peach heard this, her eyes began to look around, and with a sideways glance, she plucked a peach leaf, not quite saying, The Eternal Life Emperor said that white hair was the most desired hair color for men in their world when they were young. Very cool. Xiao Chuan was dumbfounded, manipulating his spiritual energy to perform the water mirror technique. Looking at himself in the mirror with white hair draped over his shoulders, he always felt that something wasn't quite right. There was less of a trace of a sense of youthfulness, and more of a trace of a sense of being a young and old man. Very handsome indeed. After a long time, in order to not let senior sister Peach worry, Xiao Chuan touched his nose and spoke with some embarrassment. Right. Peach didn't seem to hear Xiao Duan's euphemistic tone and took it at face value. Seeing Peachy's actions, Xiao Dust held his forehead inside, and just as he was about to get up to change into clean robes, he realized that he had already been changed into them long ago, and instantly thought of something. Elder sister, the clothes on my body. Ahem. Peach's small face was solemn, coughed lightly twice, her small hands behind her back, and said in a serious manner, your clothes were changed by me by having the medicine spirits help you. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chuan looked at his own senior sister's scarlet ear tips and could only pretend not to know anything, feigning relief as he muttered, scared the hell out of me. I thought my senior sister had changed it for me. Peachy was unconvinced, pouted, turned around and crossed her arms. What's wrong with senior sister changing it? Can senior sister still eat you? Pissed off. After saying that, Peach also did not forget to make a face toward Xiao Dust, just walked out not a few steps and folded back, kicked in Xiao Dust's calf, arched her nose and frowned. Stinky senior brother, get out of here when you're cured. Your little pampered wives have been missing you for a long time. Elder sister. Xiao Dust just wanted to reach out and say something. The next second, the scene around him faded, the secret realm disappeared, the blue sky and white clouds, and broken earth. This, crying and laughing, but Xiao Dust at the moment cannot help. Coaxing girls has not been his force. When in the Qingyan Holy Land, Lu Ruyan angry. The thoughts interrupted. Xiao Chuan shook off those unclean thoughts and smacked his lips. How could I think of those disgusting things in a good way? Bad luck. I don't know how much time has passed, and how XINR and the others are doing. That day let's steal one to protect them. I think it should be no problem. Plus there is Chung Hongwan Inn. Should not see death to save. Speaking, hundreds of miles away in the great Yin King city, XINR's 4 daughters were sitting in the courtyard of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, looking at the delicacies in front of them, all of them with a grave and preoccupied look on their faces. Hey! XINR put down the chopsticks in her hands, got up and leaned against the pillar. Her perfect curves were perfectly wrapped by the close-fitting clothes, looked at the calm lake, her beautiful eyes flooded with autumn water, sighed and said with a worried frown, the Duke has left for 3 days. Why is there still no news? Yeah. Alan lost his usual appetite and also put down his chopsticks. His 2 small white and pink hands rested on his round and cute little face. His little mouth pouted and gave a soft anon. Suck dash. Opposite them, Xia Ling Kite, who was wearing a long, show-colored dress, even didn't eat her meal and sat cross-legged on a stone bench to cultivate. Ever since that day when she had learned that Xiao Chuan had lost his strength in the battle, she had been cultivating all the time, and in just 3 days, her cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the bone-forging realm. In addition to her own unbelievable qualifications and excellent enlightenment, she could not be separated from the large amount of resources provided by XINR behind her back as support. Suddenly, a sharp sound of dry rice interrupted the trio. In the line of sight of the 3 of them, Ling took a big bite and ate right away, not affecting her appetite in the slightest because of Xiao Chuan's absence, and her mouth slurred. Eat more, baby. You'll be able to see daddy when he comes out. Hey! The 3 of them held their foreheads. Since that day after the yin and yang reconciliation, Ling somehow always said that she was already pregnant, causing the 3 women to be both nervous and excited. Results: after some examination, the doctor just said with an odd expression on his face, this is accumulation of food, and it is not a happy pulse. And then he left with a curse on his face. It made the 3 women cry and laugh, and they were embarrassed for a while. Aftermath. It was only after the 3 of them inquired that they learned that Ling had not been born long ago since she was a child because she was sealed in the Emperor's source, and was a complete blank sheet of paper in this regard. The mind is still stuck in the toddler. Kiss and your pregnant period. So much for letting her go. Sister Linger. You. Forget it. Alan wanted to say something else, but was stopped by XINR, a gentle smile on her face as she softly said, it's fine. Just think of it as practicing in advance. Maybe someday Alan you'll have one too? Well, Alan blushed with a swish and lowered her head in shame, tangling her 2 hands in her silky hair and calling, Miss, you're joking again. Gongzi is already in the Saint King realm, not to mention being pregnant. With our cultivation we can't even withstand Gongzi's seeding. Alan, You. What are you saying about tigers and wolves? Zxiner wanted to ease the atmosphere, but she didn't want Alan to be even bolder. How could a girl's family say such misleading words so calmly? Ha! Alan was dumbfounded. Miss, what Alan said is the truth. Put. Xia Ling Kite, who had ended from her cultivation, looked at the bickering duo, hid her face and lightly laughed as she spoke with a smiling face. Speaking of which, the one of us who is most likely to be pregnant is none other than Sister Linger, Sister Iris. Suddenly, Xin Ling's action of eating gave a start. Her face was full of seriousness, and she put the other party's hand on the position of her belly. Her eyes were full of maternal love, and she softly said, "Ever feel the baby kick me?" Ha! Xia Lingkue was speechless. Just as she was frowning at how to muddle through, a familiar voice came from behind her. "What are you doing? Duke, Gonzi, you're finally back. Brother Xiao Chen." The four women were all excited to get up when that daydreaming figure appeared, and in the blink of an eye, they came to Xiao Chen's side and snuggled together. "Brother Xiao Chen, Xin Ling misses you so much." Xin Ling was lying in Xiao Chuan's arms. Her face was no longer naughty as before, and she was so soft that she couldn't wait to melt together with Xiao Chuan. "Gonzi, your injuries." Glancing at Xiao Chen's white hair as it was 3 days ago, a bad thought flashed through Zxin's heart. The corner of her mouth curved down, her eyes contained tears, and she made a move to cry out. Alan and the others also noticed this, their little faces filled with tension. "Don't worry." Picking up the tears from the corners of the eyes of the four women, Xiao Chuan wrapped the four women in his arms and said aloud, "Not only are all of my injuries repaired now, but I have also gained quite a bit of longevity. This is all thanks to senior sister. In that previous battle, although he had burned 20,000 years of longevity, the harvest afterwards was not small, and from the end until now, he hadn't even come to clean up the seized resources." After exchanging pleasantries with the ladies for a while, he used cultivation as an excuse to come back into the cultivation room and start organizing the nacreous rings of Yifan and the other two old monsters. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Chuan roughly sorted out 50 million extreme spirit stones, of which the Sumeru Buddha alone accounted for 40 million spirit stones, which could not help but make him a little staggered. In addition to the basic spirit stones, there were a total of 3 Saint King ranked magic weapons, 2 Saint Zun ranked magic weapons, and 4 secret books of feats. The Sutra of Life and Death? This Xiao Dust has the impression that it is the emperor-level technique that Sumeru Buddha used when he counterattacked at the time of his death, and the blood-burning devil technique has the same flavor, burning the longevity to condense the Dharma phase to attack. If not for the fact that he has the heaven-swallowing devil technique, I'm afraid that it is difficult to predict the life and death of the person. Good stuff. Writing down the techniques and storing them away, he picked up the other 3 techniques with a sidelong glance and mused. Soul-searching technique, Yaoqi immortal scripture, and merit myriad technique. Hiss. Looking at the 3 techniques in his hand, Xiao Dust was slightly startled. Both the soul-searching technique and the Yaoqi immortal scripture were both top-tier techniques that were renowned in the heavenly Song realm. Especially the Yaoqi immortal scripture. It was the holy maiden of Yaoqi's unspeakable dharma. It's still a hot potato. I don't know. How is that bitch Yao Xin? Thinking back to the image of Yao Xin vanishing that day, the corner of Xiao Chuan's mouth lifted and a playful smile appeared on his face as he laughed wickedly in a low voice. Now that Yifan is dead, I still have to borrow your essence blood to open the inheritance. Jia. In their previous lives, the two of them, Yao Xin and Yifan, had obtained half of the true immortal inheritance in that Jialong cave, which had been left by the ancestor of Yao Qi, or to be precise, by the owner of the Yao Qi immortal scripture. Millions of years ago, Yao Qi ancestor Yao Qi Emperor was a casual cultivator, under the chance had entered the ancient secret realm here, was chased and killed mistakenly into the Jialong cave. Life and death. The body of the Yao Guang immortal body activated to open the true immortal inheritance. Access to the first half of the inheritance Yao Qi immortal scriptures. Later, with the Yao Qi immortal scripture, Great Emperor Yao Qi broke through the Emperor realm all the way to create the Yao Qi Holy Land until he broke the boundary and ascended, and deposited the Yao Qi immortal scripture as well as the coordinates of the location of the Jialong cave as an untransmitted secret method of the Holy Land in the ancestral ground. Only holy women who have passed the examination may practice. As for Yao Yi, she was precisely the previous generation's holy maiden, and this information was also learned by Xiao Chuan from probing Yao Yi's memories. According to the time, there are less than 3 days before the secret realm opens. Just what kind of secret realm even has the existence of the inheritance of a true immortal after his fall? Right, this nagging ring. Saying that, Xiao Qin couldn't help but take a few glances at the black nano ring that he had gotten from Yifan, which was carved with a black dragon that was lifelike. However, after probing down a bit, He couldn't see its grade at all and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled as he tried to communicate with Peachy. "Senior sister, do you recognize what this object is?" There was silence, and Peach seemed to be still angry. "Hey!" Considering that senior sister Peach was probably still sulking, Xiao Chen made a gesture to prepare to take back the black nascent ring, but Peach's low and serious voice resounded in his mind at that moment. "Junior, where did you get this stuff?" Xiao Dust told everything he knew truthfully. It was only after a long time that Peach slowly spoke. "Junior brother, don't you find the material of this object familiar?" After staring for a moment, Xiao Chuan then reacted furiously and slapped his head. "Elder sister is talking about the eternal life tripod in the medicine garden?" "Exactly. According to my deduction, the material of this ring should be the same as the material used to forge the eternal life tripod. However, I'm even more curious as to what kind of god could have refined this object into an aqueous ring. It's simply ghostly. Even an emperor's refining has not reached this point. If I'm not wrong, this black dragon nascent ring should be where the clues to that little black tripod that you're talking about are located. I'll be your protector, so try to see if you can get it to recognize its owner by dropping blood." After Peach finished speaking, the longevity ring let out a chirp, and green spiritual energy wrapped Xiao Chen in a warm and soothing way. Aha! With senior sister Peach escorting him, Xiao Chuan's heart was also quite solid. In order to avoid accidents, the great diffusion divine skill operated on its own to protect his mind. His spiritual energy cut through his fingertips, frowning as he forced out a drop of essence blood onto the black dragon nascent ring, and quietly waited for the changes to take place. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, a full quarter of an hour had passed, and the surface of the black dragon nascent ring did not have any notable changes other than being more polished, and Xiao Chuan did not feel any connection between them. Again, somewhat unwillingly, he once again condensed 2 drops of essence blood. In the next second, the black dragon on its surface looked like it had come to life, twisting its head and swallowing the essence blood in one gulp. The position of its eyes began to light up with a red aura, and the entire nano ring began to constantly undulate and transform. Whoosh, with a swish, it tightly snapped onto the location of Xiao Chuan's middle finger, and the dragon's head raised its head, taking a bite at Xiao Chuan's finger. Xiao Chuan was alarmed at the sight and was about to make a move to interrupt, but was stopped by Peach's voice. "Junior brother, it's recognizing its master. Don't be impulsive." At those words, Xiao Chuan's movements in his hands froze, and he could only stare at the black dragon as it bit through his fingertips, and the bright red blood surged into the black dragon's body like running water, and dots of tiny threads of blood could still be seen vaguely. Instead, his own face became pale to the naked eye, his lips lost their blood color, and his losses were far beyond imagination. "Junior brother, hold on. This could be a chance too big to be true." Peachy was also heartbroken when she saw Xiao Chen in this state, and the origin force was continuously injected into his body through the longevity ring to maintain a balance. Roar! Suddenly, I don't know how long this situation has been maintained. The black dragon let go of Xiao Duan's fingers, tilted his head and let out a roar. Xiao Duan only felt his eyes flashing and a familiar feeling of vertigo came. "Shifu? Senior, what's wrong with you?" Peach's voice in his ears is getting lower and lower, and Xiao Dust's vision is gradually blurring. His consciousness is drowsy, and he slowly fails to notice the existence of his surroundings. Dang! Dang! Indifferently, a deep and long bell sound that seemed to span time rang in his ears, pulling Xiao Chen's attention back, and his consciousness gradually awakened. "Open your eyes." As far as the eye could see, there was chaos in all directions, with heaven and earth indistinguishable from each other, and a foggy haze. "Boy, you're awake. For no reason at all." A thick voice like a flood bell exploded in the space. "Who are you?" Xiao Dust was startled and raised his eyes to look, only to see that in the chaotic darkness, a pair of huge star-like eyes slowly opened, and the amber-colored vertical pupils were not angry, giving people a sense of oppression that could not be disobeyed. Two rough snorts sounded, and Xiao Dust felt as if the entire space was shaking as the day slowly receded, and in his field of vision, a huge black dragon, whose body was bound by 9 dragon locking chains, was clearly reflected in his eyes. It was born with 5 claws, covered with black scales, like obsidian emitting a faint golden halo, body length of nearly 10,000 feet. The end of the dragon chain, each connected to a do not know what kind of material refining made of the imprisoned dragon column, will be nailed to death in the void, unable to move. A pair of golden vertical pupils, although gleaming, but the breath of its body, as if the wind in the candle. Dying. Xiao Dust, as if he saw that day, suffered a lot of torture himself. A 5-clawed black dragon? Calming down, Xiao Chen began to analyze, but found that there was no record of such a dragon race in his mind and could not help but become suspicious. The height of a dragon's bloodline is determined by the number of claws, with 1-claw bloodline being the least and 5-claw bloodline being the highest. and the highest the dragons in this realm have is just 4 claws. Rumor has it that only the 10,000 dragons ancestor emperor who ascended and cracked tens of millions of years ago, whose true body is the strongest bloodline of the dragon race, the 5-clawed golden dragon. The strength is enough to squeeze into the top 10 amongst the great emperors of all generations. Ha! Suddenly, a majestic snort interrupted Xiao Chuan. I didn't expect that you, a brat born in the lower plane, would even know about the 5-clawed golden dragon? Nice. Much better than the last ring owner. The black dragon's voice was old-fashioned and his words were full of disdain for Yi Fan, which couldn't help but cause Xiao Chen to raise a hint of interest and laugh. You mean Yi Fan? Exactly. The black dragon nodded his head. A scrutinizing smile appeared on his mountain-like uneven dragon face as he slowly said, From the beginning I wasn't good at looking at that kid. His qualifications are stupid. His foundation is too poor. He's not destined to be a material for cultivation. But in that residual soul guidance, this kid breaks the limit again and again, constantly creating surprises, but didn't want to fall into your hands. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan's eyebrows narrowed slightly, his black and white pupils growing calmer as he said with a leathery smile, Senior, want to take revenge for him? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, as if he had heard some heavenly joke. The black dragon's laughter shook in the space, and then his eyes snapped open, and his sharp eyes looked straight at Xiao Dust as he faintly laughed. I've never known him, so what's the point of taking revenge? If I wanted to help him, he wouldn't have been killed by you some time ago. Senior is right. Xiao Chuan put away his vigilance and replaced it with a smiling face, humble and calm as he arched his hand and said, I don't know what Senior is looking for me today. If there is nothing else, can you let the late generation go? What? The black dragon huffed with a slight displeasure in his tone. Are you afraid that the old man will harm you? That's not true. Shaking his head, Xiao Dust pointed his finger upwards, pretending to be difficult as he sighed with a bitter smile. It's just that, my senior sister is still waiting outside for news of me, and the late generation does not want to make it worry. The black dragon was speechless, its golden vertical pupils staring at Xiao Chen as if it wanted to see through his heart, but it was covered by a mist in front of its eyes, unable to see the future. For a moment, he couldn't help but come to a moment of interest and said with his head held high, The elder sister you speak of is the little peach plant outside? Little peach? When Xiao Dust heard the former's title for senior sister, the corners of his mouth twitched and his heart thumped as he looked uncertainly at the black dragon on the captive dragon pillar, murmuring in his heart, This can't be some old monster. Boy, you're presuming to talk about the old man? Just as Xiao Chuan's thoughts were flying around, the dragon whistle that contained anger sounded, the dragon chain clicked, and the strong aura shook his divine sense at the peak of the sage realm almost collapsing as he vainly compensated. Senior, don't be offended. I was just wondering what era of powerhouse you are. Nothing else. Humph. The old man's name is Ao Xing, and as for the era, the old man still advises you to pry less, or else the strength of the man behind you won't be able to protect you. Saying that, Ao Xing's gaze faintly swept from the longevity ring, and Xiao Chen instantly understood, his heart setting off waves of shock, his mouth growing slightly with a comical expression. Elder, are you saying you recognize? Xiao Dust was just about to ask the other party something when the familiar loud laughter resounded once again, drowning out everything. Ha 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 ha, kid. This heaven and earth is far more mysterious than you can imagine. Wait until when you ascend that 10,000 races heaven's pride ranking and then come back to speak with me. Seniors. Senpai. With a mischievous click, Xiao Chuan woke up from the futon in the cultivation room and reached out to grab it, but he grabbed a piece of softness, and when he looked into his eyes, it was none other than Zxiner and the others who had rushed over. My lord, you are so bad. Alan glanced at Xiao Dust grudgingly. Her small hand gripped the corner of her skirt tightly. The deer bumped around, inexplicably feeling a little happy, pained and happy. Oh. Reacting to this, Xiao Chuan hastily withdrew his hand, nodded and coughed lightly as he pretended to be serious. Ah Lan, Gongzi, I was just testing your ability to respond to the enemy. Don't pay attention to it. Ha? Alan was confused and did not understand what Xiao Chen meant. The latter stood up and patted her shoulder in relief. I mean, Alan, you still need to cultivate more and strive to break through the Sea of Will realm as soon as possible. Aha! Alan understood this time and nodded curtly. Gongzi, are you really okay? Zxiner was a little worried to open. Xiao Chen stood firmly on his feet, and did not want to let the ladies worry. The fan flung, shook up, and laughed plastically. I was just having a dream just now. You guys don't need to worry. There are still some time before the secret realm starts, so you guys hurry up and cultivate. I'm going out. I'll be right back. Linger. As he passed by Xin Ling, Xiao Chuan dotingly rubbed the other party's head and instructed. I'm counting on you for the cultivation of Iris and the three of them. You have to be a good and competent sister and a good helper. Oh, sister. Sage. Hearing these two words, the two dull hairs on Xianling's head popped up and her eyes glowed, patting her not-so-wealthy chest with confidence. Just rest assured, brother Xiao Chen, leave sister Xianer and the girl's cultivation to me. Just go with confidence. While saying this, Xianling pushed Xiao Chuan out of the door, her pretty face full of stupidity, and the corner of Xiao Chuan's mouth lifted up a bad smile, a look of success in a treacherous plan. Squeak dash. Junior brother, you're so bad. You actually learned to puat Xianling cutie. It was only when the door to the cultivation room was closed that Peach's voice rang out from Xiao Chuan's mind and then asked, Senior brother, where did you go during the time when your consciousness just disappeared? After thinking about it, Xiao Chuan stared at his eyebrows and put on a grave expression that this matter was suspected to be significant, shaking his head and saying, Senior sister, this matter is of great importance, and you will definitely know about it in the future. Junior brother, just tell senior sister. Don't. Xiao Dust refused categorically. Young master, I won't listen. I won't listen. Senior sister, I still have to go find Qing Hongwan to draw up the next actions in the secret realm. I won't talk to you first. Down. Junior, elder sister, I'm sorry. After saying that, Xiao Chuan hung up the connection, a faint bad smile raised on his face, recalling the time when Sister Peach hid herself, his heart secretly pleased. Well, it's almost time to go. Let's see if she's still in the kingdom first. With that, Xiao Chen was about to use the traction skill to contact Qing Hongwan, but in the next second, the Black Dragon's voice sounded again in his mind. Boy, count on your understanding. For the sake of keeping my secret as well as having absorbed a large amount of your essence blood earlier, old me can tell you a piece of news about this secret realm. Well, any interest? Elder's words are true. Xiao Dust looked delighted. In his previous life, he had only heard about the existence of this secret realm from hearsay and could not take it as true. But now that there is such an old-timer who is willing to open his mouth, it is naturally very good. As the saying goes, if there is an old man in the family, there is a treasure. Humph. Ao Xing's cold snort sounded, his tone carrying a trifle of disdain as he said unhappily, Do I need to lie to you? A junior? Yes. Xiao Chuan nodded in agreement, his words slightly complimentary. Senior is a great power in the divine realm. Where would he be bothered with a lower realm brat like me? You think so? In the void space, Ao Xing, who was chained to the prisoner dragon pillar, couldn't say where it was strange for a moment, and snapped, Brat, you're not going to be framing the old man, are you? How could I? Shadas sardonically waved his hand and covered it up well, communicating as he stepped towards the outside. I wonder what exactly is the news that Senior is talking about. Want to know? Naturally. Humph. Since the old man has opened his mouth, I will have a good talk with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately perked up his ears and listened intently to every word that followed as the latter's mellow voice continued to ring out. This secret realm is called the Xian Tian Secret Realm, is one of the 9 states of the divine realm, Songzhou, where the Xian Tian divine dynasty is located. After going through that great war back then, a fragment of the broken, were accidentally strayed here. However, as I see it, this secret realm is more like it has been specifically detained by someone and forcibly bound to the heavenly Tao of this realm. I suppose it has something to do with the man behind you. Hiss. Hearing Ao Xing's description, Xiao Chen sucked in a mouthful of cool air, secretly sighing that the secret realm had come from such a great source, while his heart was also shocked at the strength of his master. That's binding the heavenly way. How much strength does one have to go through heaven and earth to do that? Ha! The black dragon Ao Xing seemed to have noticed the shock on Xiao Chuan's face and guessed what was in his mind, and said with some indignation, Kid, don't look like you've never seen the world. When your strength reaches the immortal monarch level, not to mention this one area of the lower plane heavenly Tao, how difficult would it be to create a world with your bare hands? You should know that after reaching the Godman realm, it's stranger. Ao Xing's voice came to an abrupt end, and Xiao Chuan stretched his neck out like a curious student, excitedly saying, Senior, but what? You go ahead and say it. Hee. Ao Xing lightly laughed twice. A touch of smugness visible to the naked eye appeared on the dragon's face. His head held high and said, Want to know? Think. Senior, I want to progress too much. While Xiao Dust spat out the other party's bad taste in his heart, he nodded his head hurriedly on the surface. There was nothing to lose by pretending to be a grandson in front of this kind of old monster. After all, it was an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years. Even if he had relived 2 lives combined, it was not enough for someone else's 0. However, the most crucial thing was that Xiao Chuan failed to sense hostility from Ao Xing, otherwise he would have long ago thrown the black dragon nascent ring into the latrine. Well, it's good to be enterprising. So be it. I won't make things difficult for you. as long as you're willing to worship me as your teacher. In the future, whatever you want to know, the old man will know everything and say everything. What do you think? Stardust was silent and did not answer at first. He guessed that the other party had no merit and must have some plans, but he did not expect that he was planning to plan for himself, and he was careless, although there were some stirrings in his heart. But he worshipped only the great Emperor Changqing in this life, and the friendship with the Qingxiao real person had long been broken with his rebirth. It's against the teacher's morals to say yes out of hand. Elder, I'm afraid. Junior brother, promise him. Xiao Chuan was about to refuse when Peach's voice rang in his mind, and wondering in his heart, he replied, Elder sister, can you hear me? Aha! Peach sat on the trunk of the tree, shaking those long white legs and winking playfully. Senior sister is an innate being cultivated by the emperor himself, so the district's soundproofing technique doesn't matter at all. Junior. Boom. Aoshing's voice penetrated through space and fell into the ears of Peach and Xiao Chen at the same time, his tone rather arrogant. If I had not let you come over, do you really think that my ancient swift chaos dragon clan is weaker than you, a little sapling? Ancient chaos dragon? Stardust was confused as he listened. The dragon clan, which he had never heard of, was tainted with the word chaos, which sounded as if it was very powerful. Only, the two don't seem to deal with each other very well. Fruity. In the next second, Peach came to energy, stood up with her small hands crossed, waiting for the void above her head, pouted, and said defiantly, Old man, you're just longer than I am empty for some time. What's the big deal? Is that so? Aoshing wasn't angry either, and disliked back in a flirtatious tone. Then it's impossible for you to surpass old man me in this lifetime. Hey! Now Peach was completely anxious, jumping up in place, so angry that she stomped her feet, her little pink face bulging and indignant. You wait, bullying us innate beings who have no one. Right, junior brother, let's not worship the master. Hey! Hearing the other party say that Xiao Chuan was not going to worship his master, Aoshing also became anxious and retorted. You, a peach tree that has only been enlightened for only 100,000 years, what can you teach him? The one behind you isn't here either, so who will teach him to cultivate? Do you know what's in that Xian Tian's secret realm? If such a good seedling is wasted, can you afford this kid? A few questions in a row. Peach was dumbfounded by the questions, head buried low, face full of aggression. Heart had to admit that his own seniority as an innate being was too shallow. Even her cultivation was obtained from natural growth, and she was simply unable to teach Xiao Chen anything more. Senior, that's enough. Suddenly, Xiao Chuan bellowed out, his gaze looking unhappily at the black dragon Aoshing as he said seriously, if Senior says any more, forgive me for not being able to accompany him. Sifu. Peachy's heart warmed at the words, sniffled, raised her snow-white neck, regained her pride, and spat out her tongue. Humph. Can't be helped. I have a senior brother to spoil. You don't. Slightly. In the void space, Aoshing gazed at Xiao Chuan closely through the endless void, the scales on his body emitting a sharp cutting sound that was creepy. Halftime. His dull voice rang out, faintly saying, Aren't you afraid I'll back out? Afraid, Xiao Chuan truthfully said. However, I am more afraid of breaking my senior sister's heart. Without my senior sister there would be no present for me. So what Senior said I can achieve little by little with my efforts. Even if I can't right now, one day in the future, I will finally understand everything and climb upwards alone until I surpass my predecessors and surpass everyone. Wow! As the words fell, the dragon chain began to shake and make noises, and Aoshing's huge body suddenly trembled. And just when Xiao Chen thought that the other party was furious and was ready to retaliate against him, a bright laughter broke his concerns. Ha ha ha, yes, well, a good one that transcends all beings. Junior. On the basis that you are so sentimental and trustworthy, and know how to repay your kindness, the old man will make a big bet on you. You don't need to worship me, but all the inheritance I know will be passed on to you, and I'm looking forward to the day you say will come. Upon hearing this, Stardust realized what he had just said, and his old face turned red with shame, so he could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into, and bowed stiffly. Since this is the case, please accept a bow from Senior, and in the future, I would like to honor Senior with the title of teacher. Well. Aoshing laughed 3 times. His words were full of excitement, and a golden light flew out from his eyebrows to fall into Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness through the black dragon nascent ring, and his voice sounded at the same time. This technique is called the Ancient Dragon Soul Technique. During this period of time you will be able to penetrate it well, and when you enter the secret realm, my master will personally assist you in opening the dragon vein. Swift Dragon Soul Technique. Before Xiao Chuan could say anything, Peach in the Pill Garden was the first to let out an exclamation of surprise. My goodness, old man, This is the unspoken mastery of your swift ancient chaos dragon clan. You're actually willing to pass it on to a human? The words fell. The air suddenly became heavy. Xiao Dust did not dare to breathe, waiting for the following. Hey, halftime. Ao Xing's deep sigh echoed in the ears of the two of them. His tone was deep, and his eyes seemed to carry an endless sadness in his heart. You're right, little girl, but now that all of my clan members have fallen, what is the use of leaving my skills empty? I only hope that someone can learn my clan's techniques and avenge the dead clan member for me. Teacher, why don't you get out of the trap here and take revenge yourself? Xiao Chen was puzzled. Revenge? Ao Xing shook his head in disbelief and snickered. Brat, do you think the old man doesn't want to take revenge himself? Naturally, I want to. Blood and sea hatred. If it is possible, I think no one can refuse. The thought of this, Xiao Dust understood. Guessed, could it be that you, teacher, have, bah, seemingly seeing through Xiao Chen's mind, Ao Xing blankly glanced at the other party without any good humor and said sternly, Brat, Master is an innate being, same as your senior sister, with infinite lifespan, has long since jumped out of the 6 paths of reincarnation, not limited by time, as long as you can survive that heavenly landmine calamity every 100,000 years, you are the existence of eternal life. Apart from being struck down by the more powerful, time to us is but a unit of measurement for us. So far Master has crossed the heavenly lightning tribulation 999 times, and his true spirit will not be destroyed, and his physical body will not be destroyed. In order to imprison me in this heaven and earth, that person consumed a full 1 trillion pounds of chaotic divine iron to create these 9 dragon locking chains as well as the 9 prisoner dragon pillars, allowing them to merge with this heaven and earth, trapping me here forever. Xiao Dust, after listening to a head too big, finally understand their own master is strong as that level of action but so cautious. This world is really hidden tigers and dragons. Even a teacher as strong as the one who had survived for 90 million years had a day when he was hardened and suppressed. The world is not a place for big intestines. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen did not ask for the name of the person who was imprisoned, and with a slight frown on his brow, he spoke in a low voice. Teacher, is there really no way to help you escape from here? Ha! Ao Xing smiled to himself. The color of reminiscence flashed in the dragon's eyes, ultimately unwilling to destroy Xiao Chen's such good intentions. Su Su said, there are naturally ways. Way 1. I just need to give up this physical body and remake the Tao birth. The price to be paid, however, is my cultivation for this nearly 1 epoch, billion years, starting all over again. That person probably also expected that I wouldn't give up my cultivation easily, so he tortured me in this way. And the things in this world that can withstand this huge divine sense of mine, apart from the rumored ones of the innate spiritual treasures, there are still a few scattered divine objects that can be condensed into a Tao fetus for storage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dust's heart sank. Such treasures as the innate spiritual treasure had been rumored to be born at the beginning of the birth of the Hongmeng universe by the Hongmeng heavenly Tao, and there were a total of 10 of them. Each piece possessed the ability to pass through the heavens and easily destroy a realm. The ones he was familiar with were the Chaos Bell, the Space-Time Realm, the Flying Sword of the Chopper, and the 36 pieces of Golden Lotus of the innate heaven, which were the 4 innate spiritual treasures. Among them, the Zanpakuto was precisely the chance he encountered in his previous life, although he has not obtained its recognition, but he also comprehended from it the Chop Law. In the ensuing period of years, he had gone through all sorts of difficulties and finally managed to fuse it with the laws of the Sword Tao, and the laws of the Sword Tao managed to break through to the Perfection Realm, increasing his strength greatly. It was hard to find an opponent in the same generation except for Yi Fan. In this life, if he could obtain the recognition of the Chopper Flying Blade, I'm afraid that the laws of the Sword Tao would directly reach the realm of the Law Domain, becoming the first cultivator in the Heavenly Song realm to ever condense the Law Domain at the Saint Realm cultivation level. Between thoughts, Xiao Chen's breathing became rapid, and his confidence increased greatly in his heart. Way 2. At that exact moment, Ao Xing's words roused him from his exuberant state and continued. Find a divine realm cultivator who carries the chaotic Tao body, and have him refine these 9 prisoner dragon pillars with the laws of chaos. At that time, the old man can also get out of this heaven and earth with the power of his flesh. But, speaking of this, Ao Xing's words turned, like a kindly old man, and said in a serious tone, the chaotic Tao body is hard to come across in billions of years, and it is difficult to find a place for such a physique in an epoch. So, brat, your good intentions are appreciated by the master, but the matter needs to be considered just a little longer. You needn't worry about it. Xiao Dust understood and nodded his head slightly in a gesture. I understand, teacher. Well, Ao Xing somehow had some inexplicable hard feelings in his heart, but as a human being, he could understand it and hid it well. Just as he was about to continue opening his mouth to explain the other points of note of the Xin Tian mysterious realm, Xiao Chen suddenly raised his head. His eyes were firm, and he resoundingly said, "Student, I will definitely keep this matter in mind and strive to help my teacher get out of trouble as soon as possible." Ao Xing, who has lived for billions of years, suddenly felt a sour nose, and couldn't remember how long a period of years he hadn't been cared for so much by anyone, and the words of relief just came to his lips, and Peach's voice, which was full of resentment, broke this beauty. "Where's the trouble in that, elder sister? Do you have another way?" "No," Peach answered categorically, but quickly added, "However, you yourself are a yin and yang body, and yin and yang chaos are originally one. You just need to keep utilizing the heaven-swallowing devil technique to devour other people's physiques and grow the physique's origin, and then utilize the power of chaos on that imprisoned dragon pillar. Perhaps, in time, you'll be able to condense a pseudo-chaotic Tao body. At that time, will the old man still worry about not being able to break away from the suppression? Physique levels: mortal, spiritual, king, royal, holy, immortal, divine, Taoist winky face, roar." Suddenly, the sound of a heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the void space. The dragon chain shook, and the scales penetrated by the imprisoned dragon pillar continued to ooze out blood, but Ao Xing did not feel the slightest pain in general, and he raised his head to the sky and roared, "Little girl, why didn't I think of that? Ha ha ha, this is a wonderful method." Peach inwardly wanted to spit out a few words, but when she thought about what had happened to the other party, she ultimately chose to remain silent and listen quietly. "Teacher, but is there a solution?" Xiao Chuan saw the opportunity and picked up the words. Ao Xing was not amused and laughed aloud. "Not bad, not bad. After this little girl's reminder, Master has remembered a suitable place for you. Teacher, please." After Xiao Dust replied, he obediently stood in place and waited to be informed. Ao Xing nodded his head in satisfaction and spoke all that he knew. As has been said previously, this Xian Heavenly Mysterious Realm was originally a territory under the banner of the Divine Realm's Sun Continent's Xian Heavenly Divine Dynasty. And as far as I know, there happens to be an arcane place in this frontier called the Yin-Yang Arcane Water Pool, which is a treasure of the 2E Divine Sect. Its mastery within the sect, the 2 glyphs Divine Skill, is even more complementary to that Yin and Yang Xian Shui Pool, and will be of great benefit to you in condensing the laws of Yin and Yang. Although Patriarch Taiji Divine Sovereign is only at the Divine Sovereign realm, the laws of Yin and Yang have been comprehended to the level of Dao entry. In that great battle, it even annihilated one of the enemy's divine elders. A battle record that defied the heavens, but it's a pity that more than 1 million people up and down the clan, none of them were lucky enough to be spared, and they died in there. If you enter the Xian Heaven Mysterious Realm this time, if you can pass it down, it will be considered a consolation to their spirits. The Great War, 1 million disciples of the whole clan generously died. Xiao Dust froze for a moment. He didn't dare to ask what this great battle was and if it had ended. He just nodded heavily and answered, "The student understands." Aha! The power of the divine soul transformed into a pair of large hands that gently patted Xiao Chuan's shoulders, and Ao Xing did not mention anything about the 2-element divine sect again, changing the topic and continuing to speak. "In addition to that, when you enter the secret realm you can use this black dragon ring to find the chaotic tripod you're looking for, and what's in the tripod will be of great use to you as well." "The chaos tripod?" Returning to his senses, Xiao Chuan slightly inclined his head as if speaking to Ao Xing. "Could it be that this tripod is related to chaos?" "Not exactly." Ao Xing's words broke Xiao Chen's fantasy and explained, "This tripod is considered an imitation." "Imitations?" Upon hearing this, not only Xiao Dust, Peach also came to be interested, sticking behind the peach tree and perking up her ears, conscientiously not missing a single detail. Exactly. Ao Xing didn't care. What he said wasn't considered a secret in the divine realm, so he didn't have the intention to hide it, and frankly said, "Have you realized from your cultivation so far that even though there are many more secrets in the cultivation world, many cultivators know about the 10 innate spiritual treasures of this universe, right?" Aha, the two nodded along. "Then why do you think that innate spiritual treasures rumored to have transcended the laws of the world would appear as if they were a household item in all corners of the Hongmeng universe?" "Teacher, you mean?" After Ao Xing's mouth, Xiao Chen and the two of them suddenly realized what was going on, and the slightest bit of shock flowed out of their eyes as the answer was right on their lips, crying out for an answer. "Nice, just as you guessed. The reason behind all of this is man-made, and there are traces of him in both the lower, middle, and upper realm worlds, as well as the major immortal realms and god realms. No one knows where he comes from, no one knows his gender, and no one knows what his purpose is. A god king once witnessed his figure near the market abyss, shrouded in dark flames, void and desolate. Thus he is also called ruined by the people of the divine realm. both those who come from the ruin abyss. Although Xiao Chuan and the two of them did not understand much, they were greatly shocked. But the next words of Ao Xing completely made the two of them explode in place. This person is attempting to replicate the 10 great innate spiritual treasures. What? The innate spiritual treasure is a metaphor for why? The two know very well. That is the symbol of the supremacy of the Hongmeng. To get the recognition of the innate spiritual treasure, also means to get the recognition of the Hongmeng heavenly Tao. The two are on different paths. However, now Ao Xing actually told them that someone wanted to replicate the 10 great innate spiritual treasures. How different was this move from replacing the Hongmeng heavenly Tao? Crazy. It's crazy. Your guesses are correct. This person does have the idea of replacing the Hongmeng heavenly Tao. It's just a pity that he failed and only 9 of the 10 greatest treasures were replicated. In the years that followed, the market seemed to disappear, and no one ever found him again. Every time I think of this matter, Ao Xing mind cannot help but emerge that figure. Cultivation of billions of years he or the first time he lost so completely. Lost his voice murmured. After all, it's normal for a madman to come out of the market abyss. If I'm not mistaken, that tripod beside the little girl should be the eternal life tripod. One of the 9 tripods, corresponding to the book of life among the 10 great spiritual treasures of the innate heaven. The book of life, in charge of life and death. Rumor has it that those who possess this spiritual treasure can change their lifespan at will, and determine their life and death. And I wonder what its effect is on this imitation of the tripod of eternal life. Little girl, will you answer a question for me? Upon hearing this, Peach thought for a moment and truthfully informed the other party about the eternal life cauldron. Everlasting fruit? Eternal indestructible body? Interesting. The more Ao Xing listens to it, the more crazy the look on his face. Only at his level, he knows how horrible the means of the market is. After a while, the other party only from that state retreated out, closed his eyes seemed to be in retrospect. Look of admiration. Said, this person's great strategy can be called the ancient and unique. The first person ever. This cauldron is not as overbearing as the book of life, but for some people, it is better than an innate spiritual treasure. The Hongmeng universe is boundless. I didn't expect that 2 black tripods would exist at the same time in a small lower realm. Boy, your luck is even better than what I deduced. Ha! Xiao Chuan laughed dryly twice, and after a short silence, he then piggybacked his head and said with a strained neck, teacher has taken the trouble. No harm done. At this moment, Ao Xing is exactly the time to be happy. On the deduction of the consumed mind does not care. Unlimited longevity is capricious. Laughs freely. This is all your own chance. It seems that after this trip, your strength should be able to rise to a new level. At that time, there's no need to burn your lifespan to be able to powerfully defeat a questioning realm cultivator. After the simple communication afterwards, Xiao Chuan's heart was growing more and more excited about the trip to the secret realm, sort of making up for the regret of being absent in his previous life. In addition, this time, based on the information that ZXINR had passed on to him at the dinner table just now, this world's secret realm was far more intense than the previous one. The news of the secret realm coming out spread by virtue of the various channels of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, and the speed was unbelievable. In less than a day, it was spread into the ears of all the major powers within the central state, and countless power prides rushed to the desolate domain, only wanting to get a piece of the pie in this secret realm. For example, the previous Sumeru Buddha had rushed here on hearing the news, but did not want to lose his life due to a moment of greed. And after that battle, there were quite a few people who had discovered that Xiao Chen and the Dukechen who had made a great show in the 100 Flowers building at night were actually the same person, completely blowing up the pot. The name of the exiled immortal son, Shi Wu Shuang, also spread at once, attracting countless young girls to fall in love with him. There is even a proverb that says, when you marry a man, you should marry an exiled immortal. On the second day, the Tianji Pavilion then updated the list of the top 10 dukes of the desolate domain, and the first place Xiao Duan was replaced with the exiled Duke Wushuan, who was in the limelight for a while. Many sects and the 10 great sacred grounds were searching for him in an attempt to recruit him. Fortunately, he was in a coma for the past few days to recuperate from his injuries and was not aware of these trivial matters. And ZXINR and Alan were also traveling in disguise that day, so no one paid attention to them, lest there be any extraneous problems. Xiao Chuan had specially changed to a new makeup for this trip, which was far different from before. It's getting late. According to my teacher, the heavenly Tao is impermanent and will change at any time with a person of great fortune like me. And now that the celestial pride of all parties has gathered, it would be more than worth it if the secret realm is allowed to open early. Close your eyes and run the traction technique. Feeling it carefully. Stand still. I'll be right over to you. Fortunately, not a moment later, Xiao Dust received a divine sense transmission from Qing Hongguan that was filled with resentment, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he secretly said not good. Ending the hall, He was still pondering on how to coax Ching Hongduan when a familiar and sickening voice came. Eldest brother, do we really have to go in and ask? How could this Universal Chamber of Commerce have information on Duke Wuxuan? Senior sister Xianyin. You also know that Sage Lian Yu has gone crazy trying to find Duke Wuxuan. If I can help him find Duke Wuxuan's whereabouts, with the other party's help, this time, the candidate for the Saint's son is not mine. Just help your senior brother. Xianyin, Xian Miao, why are the two of them here? And what did that bitch Lian Yu want with me? Rumble. Just as Xiao Chen was curious, the sky suddenly shook. The great empress began to shake violently. Cracks appeared in the houses. A deep trench appeared on the ground, and birds and beasts were startled. The mountain gods are shaken. Run! Run! On the streets, countless ordinary residents fled in all directions, their mouths constantly emitting cries of alarm. Xiao Chen no longer paid any attention to the Xianyin Xian Miao duo and headed towards the cultivation room where the four women were, and the Xianyin duo did not stop either, glancing at each other and heading in the opposite direction. Duke, are you guys okay? The four women glanced at each other and held Xiao Chuan's hand, handing over a reassuring look. Their tone was gentle and watery as they softly said, "It's fine. How about you, Gongzi? Didn't go to see Sister Red Dust?" "Yeah." Xiao slammed his thighs and was just about to turn around when he saw that not far from his line of sight, a red-clothed silhouette with a pouting cherry mouth and bulging cheeks, which was still somewhat cute, appeared. Red Dust, listen to me. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, a series of 3 drums sounded. The crowd looked up in unison, only to see in the direction of that sky, an air island emerged from the clouds, spreading unknown tens of thousands of miles. White towers towered into the sky. The grandeur is incomparable. Boy, it's time to come. The Xian Tian secret realm has opened. P.S. May Day holiday. Daily guaranteed 3 more. I wish you all a happy holiday. Please readers grandma more support. Kneeling for gifts. Xian Tian secret realm? The women vaguely heard what Xiao Chuan said in his mouth and stepped forward with small broken steps. Their delicate and good-looking pretty faces had different expressions. Some calm, some curious, and some grudging. Well, that little ninny Cheng Hongduan is still angry. Puff dash. With a tug of his suction palm, Xiao Chen directly swept Cheng Hongchen into his arms, his voice unprecedentedly deep, facing his emotions head-on as he slowly said, "I'm sorry for making you worry." Snap snap snap. Fine voice warm words into the ear. Ching Hongdan could not suppress the emotions in his heart. Voice choked. A pair of pink and white small hands kept patting Xiao Dust back, whimpering, "Next time don't be so desperate. How many more times are you going to make us worry?" Upon hearing this, the 4 of them, ZXINer, also stepped forward to Xiao Chen's side and passed over a worried look that I could see. Good. Xiao Chuan finally agreed and calmed down a few women. Only Xin Ling stood aside like a dominant mother, her demeanor as subdued as possible. "It's been hard on you too, Spirit." Xiao Chen raised his hand and rubbed Xin Ling's head. Although the other party is usually a child's temperament, but when it comes to the critical time, he is often the most calm and ruthless person. Gradually, Xiao Chen also finally understood the importance of why Xin Ling had appeared here. Having such a virtuous assistant can indeed help him better control his rear, so that he has no worries. He. Xin Ling's eyebrows arched. Her face surged with a few moments of joy, intimately rubbing against Xiao Chuan's broad palms, gently pressing against the other party's chest, her fingertips wreathing, murmuring softly. Xin Ling also wants brother Xiao Chen to protect himself and not get hurt again. Ha ha ha. First, he was stunned, and then Xiao Chen looked at the few people in front of him and laughed openly. Lifting his hand and waving it, the 3 soul seeds fell into his palm. With you guys around, what more could a man ask for? However, seeing the soul seeds stripped away, the 3 Xiaoling kite girls were in a hurry. Their hearts sank, tears overflowed, and they choked. "Gongzi, do you not want us?" "Ha?" Xiao Chen was somewhat caught off guard by the reaction of the 3 women and hurriedly added, "Kite, Xin and Alan, I have no intention of driving you away. It's just that this time, the secret realm is special, and carrying the soul seed will definitely affect your chances of seeking opportunities. So this is why I'm pulling out your soul seeds." Brother Xiao Chen is right. Xin Ling persuaded the 3 of them from the side, and Cheng Hongduan also spoke up in time to concur, explaining the advantages and disadvantages. Most of the inheritances in the secret realm have hidden mechanisms to tend to the advantages and avoid the disadvantages. If it is detected that the 3 of you have a soul seed planted in your bodies, the probability is that you will directly lose your qualifications for inheritance. After all, no power inheritance wants its chosen successor to become enslaved under someone else and therefore miss out on a good opportunity. Your Excellency, I, Xiaoling Kite /ZXANR/Alan, swear to the heavenly Tao that I shall never betray your Excellency for eternity. or else I shall die on the spot in vain and not enter the cycle of reincarnation in this life." After Chang Hongwan reminded the two of them, the three women also reacted quickly and made a gesture that they were ready to kneel down to show their loyalty to Xiao Chen, but were stopped by the other party. "Don't! I've taken your kindness to heart." Assisting the three women, Xiao Chen raised his hand and flicked his hand on each of their foreheads, admonishing, "You and I are one now. There is no need to be like this." One. Hearing the word, the four women blushed in unison, lowered their heads and clasped their fingers. Their ears reddened and their bodies twisted, as if they had misunderstood something. Ching Hongwan stood on one side with her hands clasped to her chest, always feeling that something had happened between a few people that she didn't know about. The heavenly demon eyes probed and looked. Her face instantly suffocated and turned red, and she raised her hand and slapped her hand on Xiao Chuan's arm, and said in shame and indignation, "Xiao Chen, you rascal!" Hiss. Xiao Dust grimaced at this sudden slap and guessed that the other party must have known something, skimmed his mouth and spoke in a hateful tone. "It's not my fault. You can come along if you want to. Why are you hitting me? You?" Cheng Hongwan's face turned even redder with anger. She was the holy daughter of the Heavenly Demon clan, the only first daughter of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, and was so powerful that even those clan elders did not dare to gossip about her. Thinking back to when he first met Xiao Chuan, the other party was still a stubbornly cerebral, somewhat innocently adorable, self-proclaimed first-rate nerd cultivator of the righteous path. Now, charging again, the other party actually dared to speak such salacious and vulgar words in front of her. It was really too much. "Xiao Chenyu, you're a stinking hooligan." Seeing that Chang Hongwan still wanted to make a move, Zxiner and the others hurriedly stopped in front of Xiao Duan and said with some heartache, "Sister Hongwan, don't be angry. If you want to hit us, hit us. It's us who took the initiative to hook up with Gongzi." "What?" Chang Hongwan was filled with incredulity, turning her head to look at Xin Ling, who looked quite normal, the doubt in her eyes seeming to ask, "What about you?" Xin Ling understood, straightened her snow-white swan neck, lifted her delicate and perfect chin, and with a few points of complacency mixed in her tone, she spoke, "I didn't hook up with brother Xiao Chen. I'm just exploring some dual cultivation theories with my future husband." "That makes sense, doesn't it, husband?" Compared to before, Ching Hongwan felt that this news was even more explosive. Her feet stumbled and she almost fell, but she still reacted in time to stand firm and viciously glared at Xiao Dust with an expression of settling scores. Facing Chang Hongwan's eyes, Xiao Chen pouted his lips and looked to the side as he muttered, "I also don't know who it was back then, in the void sky mysterious realm, who had a mouthful of sacred sun brother. Now that people aren't being saints, they're being disliked." "Gongzi, are you serious?" The three of them, Xia Ling Kite, looked as if they had smelled a hint of gossip, and their stunningly beautiful pretty faces wore a meaningful smile, the corners of their eyes narrowing slightly as they smiled playfully. You, what's the point of bringing that up after all this time?" Perhaps being stared at by the crowd of women and somewhat embarrassed, Ching Hongdan, who had always shown herself to be cold and arrogant, completely couldn't tense up and came to Xiao Chuan aggressively, with a wide-eyed, fierce look on her face. Bah! Taking advantage of his unguarded position, Xiao Chuan quickly pecked a bite on Ching Hongchen's small cherry mouth, then turned around as if nothing had happened, leaving behind the little witch who was still in a daze, and began to narrate about the dangers in the Xian Tian mysterious realm. That's probably all about the background of the Xian heavenly mysteries, so let's move on to the arrangements for this time. Xiao Chuan briefly recapitulated roughly what Ao Xing had told him earlier, glancing back at Cheng Hongchen, who was still dazed and wandering in the sky. He shook his head helplessly and pulled her to the side. Cheng Hongchen twisted her head to look at Xiao Chuan with a seductive gesture, causing her heart to thump and her voice to soften, as 5 streams of light appeared in her palms, and she narrated the story. "On this trip to the secret realm, the 5 of you will act together. There are a few locations in this aura that I have marked in advance. You only need to follow the marked route on it to go forward. Iris, you take the Saint weapon. If you encounter any danger, you guys can just directly use the Saint weapon to trigger the secret realm to return. After everything is done, we'll rendezvous at the Void Sky Tower." Ah ha ha! Although the women did not know how Xiao Chuan knew so many things, they still nodded their heads and said in a thin voice, "What about you?" Upon hearing this, the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth hooked into a smile, his face holding a hidden smile, and under the gazes of the ladies, he heatedly smiled as a murderous intent flashed under his eyes, saying with a smile that hit a knife, "Revenge, of course. Once I carried hatred. Today I will make them pay back one by one." Buzz. After a short period of silence, Cheng Hongwan was the first to react. The light of the nascent ring in his hand flickered, and an immortal boat appeared horizontally above the heads of the crowd, with demonic fury in the sky. Turning back, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Fine, then as you say, Let's split up and have a smaller target. But you also have to promise us that you won't try to be brave and get hurt this time, okay? Qing Hongduan knew that she had no right to interfere with Xiao Chen's determination to take revenge, but she also did not want Xiao Chen to be hurt again, and her tone was unprecedentedly gentle. The ladies also cast hopeful gazes, expecting Xiao Chen not to act impulsively. The words fell into his ears and warmed in Xiao Chuan's heart as he smiled slightly and joked to ease the atmosphere. Don't worry. I am a peerless male of the reverse fault questioning realm. After the ladies heard this and thought carefully about it, after the younger generation of the heavenly Song realm was able to rival Xiao Dust, there did not seem to be any candidates. They felt that there were so many points of truth. In that case, then, Qing Hongduan naturally understood the hatred that Xiao Chen was carrying and did not say anything more. She just wanted to get up and organize all the women to leave together. But her words stopped when she looked at Xin Ling. After a while, she seemed to have finally made enough preparations and softly called out, "Then Sister Linger, you will enter the secret realm with my heavenly demon clan." Yeah. Xin Ling smiled sweetly. The eyes that contained a smile seemed to hide a sophistication that far exceeded her looks. Keeping the big picture firmly in hand, taking her arm, the two women flew side by side towards the immortal boat overhead. My lord, we're leaving too. Xiner's three daughters gazed back at Xiao Chen with affection, their demeanor aggravated. It was clear that they had only met with Gongzi for a short while, so how could they be separated again? Well, be careful on your way. Xiao Dust waved his hand towards the departing backs of the crowd until the immortal boat disappeared before he slowly withdrew his gaze, killing intent surging in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "The final stage has already been set up for you. This time, let's settle all the old and new grudges." A word to the wise. Boom! Xiao Dust feet suddenly force. The ground raised a circle of smoke and dust. The next second, the ground chafed. His figure, like a cannonball, quickly flying in the opposite direction of the women, disappeared in the sky. The same scene was happening everywhere in the Dian dynasty. Because of that day's incident, many clans and forces either set up camps nearby outside the king's city or went to other towns and left their secret sentries in the king's city, for unnecessary trouble. Of course, apart from the majority of the forces that chose to wait peacefully for the secret realm to descend, there were also three top-tier forces that were constantly searching for Xiao Duan's traces. Among them were the Yaoqi Holy Land where old ancestor Yao Yi was from, as well as the many representatives of the 36 temples of the Buddhist domain, who had come only to take revenge. As for the last Qingyun Holy Land, it would be better not to mention it. Miss, the family head and young master are here. Come out quickly. Shortly after the crowd left, a grand and imposing immortal boat sailed in and slowly stopped in the sky above the Chamber of Commerce of all nations. The strong airflow directly lifted the roof tiles and made a mess. Follow the sound. A fat merchant wearing gold and silver hurriedly leapt down. This person was the president of this branch of the great Yin dynasty. Xu Biao, what's going on? Seeing that no one was in the backyard where Xin resided, Xu Biao was jolted and looked at the middle-aged man on the immortal boat above his head, trembling as he opened his mouth. My lord of the house, the misses and the girls don't seem to be. Asshole. The middle-aged man was furious. The breath of the sage realm was released, directly shaking Xu Biao to fly headlong into the wigwam by the pond, not daring to cry out in pain, immediately kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. Family master, please be gracious. During this period of time, the chapter has been left in the hands of the young lady, and my subordinate does not know exactly where the young lady has gone. Purple family head Purple Wanshone stood on the deck of the immortal boat, standing with his arms folded, giving a sense of oppression. Purple Yen stood behind him, and on his left side stood a young man of similar age, with the same standard purple hair. This person was precisely the Purple family's second youngest, Purple Xingchen, with an awe-inspiring body, dressed in a white coat, well-dressed, handsome face, elegant and easygoing temperament, and the corners of his mouth always contained a hint of a smile. Unlike the big and bold Purple Yin, Purple Xingchen had a Confucian temperament between his hands and feet, seeming to be a literary cultivator, with a misty talent around him, so that people couldn't afford to have a hint of hostility. The relationship with Xiner and the clan was considered to be treating each other like guests. Just when the atmosphere was no longer dull, the Purple Amazing Lu behind him opened his mouth with a harumph, his tone light and provocative, his words full of disdain for Xiner. Father, why don't we go first? Perhaps the little sister has long ago climbed into the high branches of no one in particular, leaving us behind and, herself. Shut up, Wanshong angrily rebuked. Just a look will scare Yen did not dare in nonsense. His side of the Lu steward is even lowering his head. 5 features wrinkled into a ball. The heart of the hate iron is not steel said. Could this Purple Amazing really be short of brains? Following him will end sooner or later. Looking at the tallest son, Wanshong threw his head back and sighed powerlessly. physically and mentally exhausted. How could he have given birth to such a simpleton when he was so wise in his own life? Luckily, the second youngest, Violet Starchin, who was on the side, opened his mouth in time to ease the atmosphere, arching his hand and proposing, "Father, I think the third sister, she's too talented and intelligent, must have sought out her companion and traveled to the secret realm in the first place. Why don't we go and check it out before we make our plans?" What you say, Star, is true. At once, Zi Wanxiong felt much more comfortable. A smile appeared on his serious face, and he wrapped his arm around Zi Xingchen's shoulders, looking behind him at the dozens of Zi family's main vein as well as collateral disciples, and said in a deep voice, "I declare, this trip to the secret realm will be led by Star himself. Anyone who dares to disobey orders will be dealt with by the family law." The voice thumped the ground, and a group of Purple family's children, in hindsight, glanced at the frustrated Purple Amazing and shouted stiffly, "We will listen to the order." Very good. Zi Wanxiong swept his eyes over the crowd of children and nodded his head in satisfaction before casting a sidelong glance at Zi Yan and reminded him in a warning tone, "Yenner, if you get into trouble this time like you did earlier, you'll be like Xi Yenner and run a separate household." Split up? Hearing these two words, Zi Yan panicked. "Father, listen to me. Depart." Zi Wanxiong simply ignored Zi Yan's explanation and turned towards the secret realm in the sky with a wave of his hand. "Rush to the secret realm with all your might. No mistakes." Whoosh! The immortal boat turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Under the twilight, countless silhouettes scurried across the sky, either on their swords or on immortal boats, one after another heading towards the Xiantian mysterious realm. Dang! 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 Whoosh! 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 Above the white clouds, an immortal boat and a silhouette broke through the sea of clouds and came out, incredibly fast, their figures fluttering, bringing up wisps of light smoke. As the Xiantian mysterious realm got closer and closer, it was as if the crowd could hear the sound of golden drums beating beside their ears constantly, and their hearts were shaken as it entered their ears. Look up! The entire Xiantian mysterious realm was enveloped by a layer of pale sheer and silky aura spells, refracting a faint light under the illumination of the young star. The halo of light refracted by the spell formation drenched the clouds at the top of the mountain, transforming into a piece of colorful auspicious clouds that were dazzling. "Kid, do you hear me? The sound of this drum beating is the time and space imprint left behind after that great battle back then. Even after millions of years have passed, the sound of this golden drum beating still resonates." Ao Xing's words resounded in Xiao Chen's mind, and in a trance, he seemed to have seen that ancient battle that shocked the world and made the gods cry, and he could not help but feel his heart surging and his blood boiling up. Xiantian secret realm. I'm coming. Damn it. This secret realm is so big, why isn't there even a resting platform? Time passed minute by minute. The Xiantian secret realm is bigger than everyone can imagine. All the cultivators have lost their previous curiosity and patience. Looking at the dome above the virtual sky, the word greed in their eyes showed to the fullest. The waterfall drops down from the 9 heavens and crashes into the clouds. In the mountains and forests, cranes and rushes fly in unison, with large trees in the sky and fairy mist, just like a picture of a fairyland outside the world. Xiantian, on top of the heavenly demon clan's immortal boat, Alan looked at the characters engraved on the stone monument at the entrance, froze and opened his mouth, surprised. "Miss, look, it's beautiful." On the deck of the immortal boat, Alan and Zishiner were lying on the railing enjoying the beauty of Xiantian, lamenting the beauty of the scenery while secretly sighing at the greatness of the world. Xiaoling Kite was in the cultivation room trying to break through the refining bowels realm. Xianling sat cross-legged on the deck futon and gently took out a show handkerchief to wipe the 3-foot blade, and Cheng Hongchen stood at the rudder's position and Darkwing was constantly exchanging something. Not far, on top of a leafy shuttle, Xiao Chen's appearance changed once again as he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, a head of striking silver hair being danced by the wind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stood up, standing with his hands on his back. His body was awe-inspiring, his sword brows and starry eyes, his eyes shooting cold stars, his 2 curved eyebrows as if they were brushed with paint, and he had a mighty wind that was hard to defeat. Next, only to see the sea of clouds tossing and turning where his gaze reached, a mass of black shadows surging, about to take advantage of the situation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more immortal boats emerged from the sea of clouds, and none of them were representatives of the major top powers, from the 36 temples of the Buddhist domain in the west, to the various schools of the World Academy of Books in the north, to the 3,000 demon domains in the south, and to the 24 holy places of the central continent. All sects and clans, all the top heavenly prides arrived one by one, pointing their swords at Xiantian. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoists, goodbye for 1,000 years. The person who spoke is a head with 2 horns, eyes like copper bells of the dragon people, looks at the age of 40, speaking voice full of gas. The breath emitted by the body has been to ask the realm. Hiss. When the crowd of loose cultivators saw this, their faces turned blue and they took the initiative to move their positions out of the way, not daring to stay longer for fear of angering the other party. I didn't expect this time the secret realm, even the dragon clan of the 10,000 demons supreme has come. Looks like we're completely out of luck. Not only that, countless clans also looked far away to see several other powerful demon clans on that demon immortal boat, such as the Water Unicorn as well as the Fire Phoenix clan, with confidence written all over their faces, determined to win. Bye. I didn't expect that even you guys have come out of the gate. It just so happens that I'm lacking a sword bone in my hand. Why don't you take your dragon bone and give it a try for old me? Aobi's front foot voice just fell. One side of the void opened. Out of a cloth shirt, feet on straw shoes, waist with a pot of purple gourd scruffy old man, eyebrows lightly raised, eyes full of disdain. Wow! When they saw him, many of the veteran forces of the Central State human race exclaimed in surprise. To them, the words Old Man Dirt symbolized the strongest person of the Emperorless era. This generation's Sword Mountain Lord, a half-imperial powerhouse, with the law of the Sword Tao already taking shape as a domain, the strongest few in the world. This, in the face of such an existence. Previously there was some jumpy Aobi suddenly quieted down, did not dare to meet this kind of existence head-on, and could only concede. Jia. Indifference. A sinister, devious villainous laugh rang out. Just when the crowd was curious about who dared to provoke the scruffy old man so much, they only saw that in the next second, the distant sky suddenly changed color, and thick black clouds rolled in as if a boulder was pressing down on the crowd's chest. Raggedy old man, talking to juniors is so impulsive. Why don't you let me accompany you through a few moves? Boom! As the words fell, the voice in the demonic cloud struck out brazenly, and a large hand condensed by demonic chi fell towards the scruffy old man with a great momentum. It's not polite to come and go, Elder Ian. How about trying this move of mine? The scruffy old man didn't lift his head, snorted coldly, his hand compared to a sword finger, gently waved it, his dry lips lightly opened. Sword 1, swinging sword Yanga. Clank. The sound of the sword suddenly exploded. The sword chi was like a musical finger plucking the strings of a zither. The sound of strings and music swirled endlessly. How dare you? That olding ghost hidden in the demonic clouds, faced with the incoming sword strokes. His eyelids jumped wildly as he gritted his teeth and droned. Demons are messing with the heavens. Roar. Steep. The demonic clouds looked like they had come to life, condensing into a monstrous demonic beast that hissed and lunged at the speeding sword blades, and the battlefield was instantly in chaos. Many forces didn't want to touch this mold and maneuvered their immortal boats backward. Xiao Chuan was unmoved, his gaze gazing above the sword move wielded by the scruffy old man, his heart secretly surprised. This scruffy old man deserves to be the lord of the Sword Mountain. Such a subtle sword move would be difficult for even me in my heyday in my previous life to parry. Within 3 moves, this old ghost of the shadow demon race will be defeated. Put. Fruity. With the old man's move, Sword 3, 10,000 swords returning to the father. That old ghosteen was not able to defeat. A mouthful of blood directly sprayed out. Blood spilled across the sky. Dirt old man. I didn't expect you to actually break through again. Put. Een old ghost covered his chest, and just as the words left his mouth, another large mouthful of blood was spat out. He was not lightly injured. I don't need you to care. Do I still have to inform you when I break through? Saying that, the scruffy old man raised the easy sword in his hand once again, and in the process, he was ready to chop out the final blow. Ba. Sword cultivator. Let the people be spared. Cultivation is not easy. How about letting the vagina friend off the hook? Brilliant Sanskrit sounds rang out from the void, and a human figure stepped out from the sky full of Buddha's light, reflecting the heavens and gilding everything with a layer of golden light. Compassionate Buddha. Buddha's light dispersed. The crowd was finally able to see the person who came. His heart was shocked, more and more unable to understand the situation in front of him. I didn't expect even this kind of Buddhist giant to show up. Senior brother. I'm afraid we'll have to make more preparations for our trip to the Holy Land of the Green Clouds. On top of the Green Cloud immortal boat, the Grand Elder quietly came behind the Green Cloud Sacred Lord and looked at the various forces with a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, the Holy Lord of Qingyan pursed his lips and frowned, nodding his head deeply as he said thoughtfully, "Second senior brother, hurry up and contact the various ancestors to briefly explain the situation here." "Okay, I'm on it." "Wait." The Holy Lord of Qingyan grabbed the Grand Elder who was about to turn his head and leave, his brows deeply furrowed together. "Elder brother, what's going on here?" The Holy Lord of the Green Clouds was silent. From the beginning until now, his mind had always been restless, intuiting that something big was always going to happen. from cultivation until now. Bai Yunfeng didn't know how many times he had survived a crisis with this intuition in his heart, and with a clench of his teeth, he turned his gaze on the Grand Elder and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, inform all the old ancestors that they must invite out the two sword spirits of Qing Yun and Qing Shao. Remember, even if it's a lie, you have to make the old ancestor and the others do this. I'll take all the consequences." The Grand Elder sniffed with a solemn expression, since this senior brother of his family has been practicing since, excluding the matter of Shao dust, he has never taken half a step wrong. "I see." As the words fell, the Grand Elder turned to leave, leaving the Holy Lord of Qing Yun alone to daze, lost in thought as he muttered. First the Yi family was destroyed, and then Yi Fan's body fell. Who exactly is behind this calculating our holy land of Qing Yun? Wait! The Holy Lord of Qing Yun violently realized something and turned his eyes to sweep over the people of Qing Yun. His heart suddenly thumped as he looked at the people in the surrounding area and asked, "Where's Lin Moon? Where did Ripple Moon go?" "Holy Lord, I just saw the Lian Yu Peak Master. She seemed to be heading in that direction." "Asshole." Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord of the Green Clouds became furious and shouted, almost in a roaring voice, "Look for it! Find it for me immediately!" In the meantime, on the other side, Xiao Chen, who was watching the battle, only felt his body instinctively feel a vicious chill, and subconsciously twisted his head to look in the direction of the induction. In a split second, 4 eyes, a monstrous killing intent immediately surged into Xiao Chen's heart, and the sword in his palm emitted a burst of buzzing, ready to fire. P.S. Still 3 more. Night update. Wish everyone happy May Day. Ask for a small gift. Ask for follow-up advice. Rain month direct kill. Or torture. Master, did you find out what happened to the man? As another familiar voice rang out, Xiao Chuan's dark eyes mapped out Lu Ruyan's silhouette, and a chilling killing intent haloed in his heart. Buzz dash. The sound of the sword trembled lightly. His hair danced without wind, and his robes tumbled. The moment the sword path in his hand climbed to its peak, hidden sharp and unstoppable, except for the scruffy old man present, no one could detect the changes in Xiao Chen's body, only thinking that the other party had a realization in his heart, coupled with the fact that his breath was concealed by the 10 great caves. The crowd did not care too much about it. Shake, shake, shake. Ha! Strangely, the scruffy old man who was confronting the compassionate Buddha noticed the shaking of the easy sword in his hand, and a flash of surprise flashed through his deep eyes that were covered by his scruffy broken hair. Sword caster. Compassionate Buddha's voice continued to ring out. This Xian heavenly mystic realm is about to open, so why add to the killing? Why don't we look at the old monk's face and make this matter a big deal and a small one? Sword caster? Ignoring the voice of the compassionate Buddha, the scruffy old man sidestepped, his gaze landing on Xiao Chun who was not far away. The surprise in the bottom of his eyes increased, the hand holding the hilt of his sword clenched, stupidly. Meanwhile, above the sea of clouds, a figure was aimlessly wandering among the great immortal boats. Did that man really disappear after that great battle? What about me? After some fruitless searching, Lian Yu's entire body was no longer as radiant as it used to be, with dark circles under her eyes and a haggard face. Ever since she had learned of Yi Fan's death, during this period of time, she had been searching for Xiao Chen's figure, and the uneasiness in her heart had grown stronger. It always felt like a pair of big hands of fate were creeping up on her, and she was almost on the verge of losing her breath. Much to her surprise, Lian Yu's feet were unsteady and she staggered backward a few steps, her heart as if a heavy hammer had hit her chest hard, and she grunted sullenly. The moment she raised her eyes met Xiao Chen's pair of pale, colorless, pitch-black eyes, and her heart inexplicably beat wildly as a long-lost throb spread out. For no reason, she was certain in her heart that the person in front of her was the one he had been trying to find. "Master, are you alright?" "Aha!" Lu Ruyan, who had just arrived, sensed the difference and just wanted to come forward to assist but was slapped away by Lian Yu who raised her hand, the latter's eyes carrying the slightest hint of indifference and the arrogance of refusing to let others in. Since that day, Lu Ruyan intentionally or unintentionally can always feel the usual to their favorite master changed. Her heart aggrieved, but then no one to talk about. Eldest brother was pushed away by her own hand and left her forever. Even her little senior brother, Yi Fan, whom she had always favored, had turned his sword on her after his cultivation had gone off the rails, and eventually died at the hands of the mysterious man. Now, she is alone. Her master does not love her, and her fellow masters and uncles avoid her like an evil spirit, unwilling to get involved with her. On several nights, she would always think of the eldest senior brother who had taken her sword practice when she was young. In the dream, they were so close that it was as if nothing had ever happened, and they became a couple, taught their children, and made a great story out of each other. It's just a shame. The dream woke up and everything was the same again. Slowly, she began to grow tired of this world, and secretly planned in her heart that after this trip to the secret realm she would plan to leave the Qingyan Holy Land and travel the world with the dream of her eldest brother at the beginning. Mastermind. After thinking about it, Lu Ruyan clenched her hand and finally made up her mind after half a day of agonizing, wanting to speak but realizing that Lian Yu's gaze was looking somewhere. Curious, she followed the line of sight. Next, her muddled eyes instantly regained clarity. Blurred, seemed to see that soulful figure. Senior brother, 2 words just to the mouth but suddenly back to God. Look again. The person in front of him turned back into Xiao Chen's current appearance. Gloomy, this Taoist friend, while on the side of the Lin Yue was stared at by Xiao Chuan's deep eyes, somewhat embarrassed. Did not notice anything wrong in the slightest? Don't turn around. Some shyness want to open. But the next second, clank. The space was like a huge stone suddenly thrown on the surface of a calm lake. A terrifying sword intent centered on the scruffy old man was suddenly released, sending up ripples. Ha! Xiao Chuan's hand, which was just about to make a move, instantly stopped, ignoring the strange gazes of the two of them and glancing at the scruffy old man not far away. Vaguely, he felt that the sword Dao in his body was actually competing with the other party's sword Dao with each other, and began to operate on its own. Boom! Unlike the old man Dirt's tough and long-lasting sword intent, Xiao Chuan's sword intent was rigid and overbearing with nothing to lose, and his skyrocketing sword intent shot straight up to the 9th heaven. It's overwhelming. This is the sword of murder. Shasta. Sword energy converged at his feet, spiraling upward, faster and faster, and the sword became more and more ferocious. Gradually, the sword chi condensed into a wall of astral wind, centered on Xiao Chuan, spreading in a circle towards the surroundings. Wherever it went the space was torn and the sea of clouds was cut. No good. Move. When the surrounding cultivators saw the situation, all of them had a big change in color. Fearing that they would not be able to avoid it, they hurriedly urged their aura and drove the flying swords under their feet to leave. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lian Yu's face showed a tangle of colors. According to the original intention, she would have liked to take this opportunity to lead the line with Xiao Chuan, traveling through the secret realm together, and hitching up a relationship. Master, let's go. Lu Ruyan looked at the approaching sword chi astral wind. Slender jade legs could not stop trembling all over. The whole person could not raise the slightest resistance heart. But the reason why Lian Yue hesitated to go, she was also unable to leave, stupidly stood in the same place. Bear, seeing the wind against the face, just in the nick of time, a recluse suddenly came, grabbed the two towards the distance to disappear. To be smooth, the light dispersed, the warring Lu Ruyan open eyes only to find that the person who saved their own, is actually looking for all the way to the Qingyun Xingzhu. Senior, why are you here? Seeing the visitor, Lian Yu did not notice the anger on the face of the Holy Lord of Qingyun in the slightest and pointed her finger in the direction of Xiao Chan and spoke excitedly. Senior brother, I'm telling you, I finally found the previous. Pop. Before the words fell, a crisp slap sounded. Lu Ruyan stood by the side at a loss for words, her small hand covering her mouth. She did not expect that the sacred lord's senior uncle, who had always been tolerant to his master, would punch Lian Yu in the face in front of the many forces of the heavenly Tsang realm. Don't even think about it. Oh my god, what did I just see? Isn't that the Holy Lord Bai Yuanfeng of the Green Cloud Holy Land? The other person should be the Lian Yu Great Sage, right? But looking at the breath, how did it fall to the Saint realm? Unsurprisingly, even though there was the competition between Xiao Chuan and the scruffy old man as a cover, any number of people noticed the commotion here and cast strange gazes. Not good. Shanin, hurry up and set up a formation. Yes, elder brother. Not far away. Along with the Qingyan Holy Lord followed the Xianin Xian Miao duo after hearing the surrounding movement, hurriedly stopped their footsteps, and immediately took out a sixth sense isolation spell formation to cover the duo, so as not to let the crowd hear. Nesting? That's interesting. Xiao Dust Afterglow naturally noticed the movement on the three people's side. The corner of his mouth hooked up an arc. A murderous scheme slowly spread in his heart. The human sword is united. The sword moves at will. Well. On the other side, the scruffy old man felt the sword intent on Xiao Chuan's body, and not only did he not get angry, but instead, he said 3 good words in a row, his eyes full of praise. Upon noticing that the other party had even wandered off at this point, the scruffy old man said with some dissatisfaction, Kid, how dare you wander off in a match with the old man? You're the first. Sword 1, swinging sword Yanga. Buzz. Swish. Chant. Accompanied by several sword chi that emitted different sword chirps like a musical rhythm exploding next to his ears. Xiao Chuan, who was out of his mind, instantly reacted and said in his heart, it's done, not daring to be arrogant. The other party used his finger as a sword. He also replied with his sword finger, muttering under his breath, Senior, This sword style of mine is unique to my life. There are a total of 3 styles. Please enlighten me. First stance. The smoke and rain rise up flat. As the words fell, the majestic sword chi lifted the hair hanging down from his forehead. His eyes were black and white. The 2 chi of yin and yang flowed around him, and a black and white landscaping painting was reflected in his eyes. He was like the person holding a paintbrush. The 3-foot sword blade in his hand was the brush, and every time he danced the sword, one more stroke was added to the painting in the void, slowly outlining a stunning landscape. Rustling. The wisps of sword intent were sometimes like the breeze, sometimes like rain, dotting out a heaven and earth, making people unconsciously sink into it, and a sense of sadness came over them. My God! To use the sword as a pen, to use intent as ink, to use the laws of yin and yang as the bones, to outline the heavens and earth with the Tao of the sword. What kind of realm of the Tao of the sword is this? To be able to fuse 2 upper-level laws so perfectly. Who exactly is this person? Why has this person been silent before? Looking at the sword move that formed a piece of heaven and earth, the forces present were all shocked and became more and more interested in Xiao Chen's identity, and likewise were curious about his life encounter. And what exactly was his experience to be able to create such a sad sword? Amit Ba. If such a demon comes out, there will be a great calamity in heaven and earth. Even the compassionate Buddha, who was far away, couldn't help but chant the Buddha's name when he saw this scene, rolling the Buddha beads in his hands in an attempt to obtain the blessing of Emperor Rolai Buddha. Old Ghosteen, who was recuperating on one side, was staring at Xiao Chuan's figure with a gloomy expression, killing intent hidden in his eyes. This kind of natural talent is truly demonic. Miss, Sister Linger, you guys, look. Your Excellency is actually able to fight a senior like the Lord of Sword Mountain. So powerful. Sword Mountain, the top power in the central state, was created by the Sword Emperor 30 million years ago in response to the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. There are only a handful of 7 heirs in each generation, each of which is frighteningly strong, with very few enemies at the same level of cultivators. Lu Zai was one of the Sword Mountain successors, one of the 7 sword masters, the Heavenly Sun Sword Master, and the youngest of the 7 successors of this generation. The scruffy old man was named Jin Wuchen. As the descendant of the Sword Emperor and the Lord of Sword Mountain, his strength had already reached the peak of the half-emperor, just one step away from ascending to the emperor realm, becoming the 2nd Sword Emperor ever in the Heavenly Tsong realm. Some people had said that Jin Wuchen's natural talent even surpassed that of the original Sword Emperor Jianqin, and if it wasn't for the fact that Heaven's fate had been slow to descend, I'm afraid that he would have already achieved the emperor realm. Puff! The sword style fell into Xiao Chuan's sword stance like rain hitting the surface of a lake, not setting off half a ripple and dissipating into a wisp of mist. Good boy. As Jin Wuduan watched his sword move being cracked so easily, his face was one of unprecedented excitement. Come and try this move. Sword 2 White Dragon. Roar. Sword out of the shocking dragon. Vast sword chi erupted from the easy sword, condensing into a long dragon of sword chi, emitting the sound of a heaven-shaking dragon's roar as it fought towards the sword move. Good coming. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's eyes surged with battle intent, and the sword moves in his hand changed once again, and the rain in the painting became even more ferocious, with each drop of rain resembling an endless sword chi, and swooping towards the sword dragon, soon to battle together. The contest between the two did not use the slightest cultivation, completely pure sword Dao competition. Each strike is the impact of their respective sword Dao comprehension. In a short moment, the 2 sword moves collided thousands of times, and the 2 sense of the sword path was climbing to an appalling level. Appalling as hell. Lu Zai. Who do you think would win if this person were to compete with that Duke Wuxuan? Not far away. Lu Zai and the others had gradually grown accustomed to traveling with each other after the past few days, and had drawn much closer to each other. Lu Zai mused. A sword Dao competition of this level was completely beyond his ability. His cultivation level today was only at the Pishang realm, and there was still a small distance from the Saint realm. The comprehension of the law of the sword is even more remote, or the next second, or 3 years, or 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. It's hard to say. Both of them are above me in their sword ways. I have no right to comment. Okay. However, this person's cultivation level is only at the Saint realm, so if the 2 of them were to fight with all their might, Duke Wuxuan would have a greater chance of winning. Aha! The Blood Yen Luo few nodded their heads, feeling that Lu Zai had a point, recalling that day's scene, which was far more shocking than today's, and shook their heads with bitter smiles. That person is simply a monster. At this moment, as more and more forces gathered around, many people also began to speculate about Xiao Dust's identity and who was stronger or weaker when compared to Duke Wuxuan. Half the time there's no result. Sister, is that him? Well, he's gotten stronger again. Yeah, he was always at the forefront and made it hard to look away. At the location of the 100 Flowers sect's immortal boat, Zhu Yao and the four of them had already emerged. Looking at the figure in the void, recognizing it at a glance, recalling in their minds what had happened to the other party during this period of time, and a slight sense of disparity rose in their hearts. The four women had thought that they would be able to shorten the distance between them after they had left the customs, but they had never imagined that while they were breaking through the Sea of Wheel realm, Xiao Chen had broken through two great realms in one leap and arrived at the Sacred King realm. That's an unheard of speed. Hey, falling flowers have a purpose, but running water has no mercy. On the porch outside the room on the second floor of the immortal boat, Hua Manlu leaned next to the doorframe and looked at the image, secretly shaking his head in his heart, saying that while the four women were speaking, how could they not be speaking to themselves? The scene shifted to the middle of the formation. Lian Yu's absolutely beautiful and pretty face sidestepped to one side, her pupils trembling, her face full of disbelief, her delicate hands covering her face, straightening her body to look at the Holy Lord of the Qingyuns, her eyes containing tears of humiliation, her voice choking. Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord of Qingyun did not give Lian Yu a good face and shouted in a stern voice, what do I mean? Do you know what you are doing? Lian Yu, do you still know who you are now? Facing that kind of attack, the disciple was right behind you, yet you didn't care. Do you think that Xiao Chen's death isn't painful enough for you? How long are you going to be a jerk like this? Do you have to have all three disciples die at your hands to be satisfied? Ha! Ruyan Lu had already been scared silly. Her eyes were dumbfounded and she stood in place not daring to squeak. Si Fu. As for Lian Yu, her entire body was already numb. Xingyun Holy Lord's words were like the last straw that crushed her to death. Her emotions were completely out of control, and she clasped her head with both hands and cried bitterly, like a child who had done something wrong, and kept on murmuring, I was wrong. I know it's wrong. I want to make up for the clan. I want to make up for the faults I once had. But senior brother, why I don't do anything right? Why? When Qin Shao traveled to the 100,000 mountains, if I could have broken through to Sage earlier, he wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have hated Xiao Chun. I shouldn't have targeted. It was me who killed him. And Fanner, I obviously just wanted him to wait for news in Qingshao City. I wanted to protect him. But why? Why did he still die in the Great Yan Dynasty? Senior brother, I don't understand. I can't figure it out. Woo woo. Listening to Lian Yu's confession, the Holy Lord of Qingyun closed his eyes and looked up to the sky, reflecting in his heart as to why things had turned out to be as they were today, and whether or not such a heavy price was more than they had expected. There are many questions that are too late to test, and there are no do-overs in life. Senior, uncle, what are you talking about? Suddenly, Ruyan Lu's voice rang out, raising her hand and slowly pointing to Xiao Chen outside the formation. Her face piled with smiles as she joyfully said, Isn't eldest brother still there? Junior brother, he's still in the alchemy room refining pills. I'm going to go back earlier. Upon hearing this, the duo's pupils quake and they remain silent for a long time, looking at Lu Ruyan's back, the last words she said ringing in their minds. Eldest senior brother likes to study the way of the sword. I want to seek out a sword for him. He'll definitely enjoy it. Definitely. Ruyan Lu was mad, out of mind. She didn't return to the green cloud immortal boat, and everyone didn't know where she had gone until the secret realm opened later, and Sage Lian Yu didn't find her whereabouts either. So far, 3 disciples under Lian Yu's door, 2 died and 1 disappeared. Unable to bear the blow, her eyes went black and she completely fainted. She dreamed a dream. She returned to the Lian Yue peak, corpses everywhere, a sea of blood. Her most beloved disciple drew his sword and stabbed her through the chest, a gentle smile on his face. Repeat the past and sink into it. P.S. This morning up shoulder pain. Go to the hospital to check. The doctor said it was frozen shoulder. Really too much pain. Had to 2 more 5,000 words update to send. Tomorrow have time to make up for all of you. Please sympathize. Sword 4 3,000 sword paths. Second stance. The great wind rises and the clouds fly. Wind up. Dang. Just as Jian Wuchen was preparing to use sword 3 to attack Xiao Chen's sword move, another bell sounded. And in the sky above the secret realm, a grandiose bell condensed in the void, constantly shaking from side to side and emitting a burst of bells. A wave of divine fluctuations will stop the dryness. Supreme greatness directly dissolved the rushing sword power. All the cave realm above the cultivators and the body of the spiritual power as much as the crazy fall. It wasn't until he was suppressed to the great circle of the cave realm that he managed to stop. This is... Jian Wuchen felt the changes in his body's cultivation level and secretly marveled in his heart. He had cultivated for more than 10,000 years and had experienced countless secret realms, but it was also the first time he had seen such an overbearing secret realm, which was able to suppress even his peak half-emperor strength. The power of the prohibitions contained in the secret realm far exceeded all the formations in the heavenly Tsang realm, and likewise this meant that, This Xian heavenly mysterious realm most likely came from other high-level dimensional worlds, as a descendant of the Sword Emperor, and the Sword Mountain was created back then to fight against the extraterrestrial heavenly demons. Jian Wuduan naturally knew that there were higher realms above the heavenly pale realm. This was not a little-known secret among the many emperor-level powers. Great! Doesn't that mean that even we can participate in this Xian heavenly mystic realm? For a while, the elder representatives of the various sect forces were all showing joyful colors. The value of the secret realm in front of them they had long since transmitted back to their sects in the first instance. I'm sure that in the next few days, there will definitely still be a lot of forces flocking to the city. Little friend, how about you and I consider today's sword Dao competition a draw? Jian Wuduan knew that the competition could not continue, and turned his head to look at Xiao Chen in the distance, his eyes full of appreciation, as if he had already treated the other party as a high mountain and flowing water like soulmate. A tie! At those words, before Xiao Chuan could speak, countless forces turned back to their senses and looked incredulously at the scruffy old man who was known to be undefeatable in the sword Dao, and their hearts set off shocking waves. This person's sword Dao is simply too strong to actually be able to make the Lord of Sword Mountain. Such an old senior. Recognize his attainments in the way of the sword. If we can make a good relationship with this kind of demon, in the future, we can ensure that the clan will be free of worries for 100,000 years. Why was this kind of heavenly pride so silent before? Ha ha ha. In a split second, just as the crowd was in high spirits and excitedly discussing the matter, a bright laugh exploded above the heads of the crowd. Who's talking? The crowd looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a white deer stepping on the void, instantly being 10,000 meters, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the crowd. The visitor is a middle-aged man wearing a black and white robe, holding a yin and yang array disc. A Taoist rhythm is natural, standing there as if one with heaven and earth. No one knows where it is located unless it is visible to the naked eye. Behind the middle-aged man, there were also two teenagers standing, a man and a woman, wearing plain-colored Taoist robes, similarly wrapped in a faint ray of Taoist charm that was hard to detect. What a terrifying Tao rhythm! What sect or faction are these people from? Why have I never heard of it? Me too. For a time, countless middle-generation cultivators shook their heads without a single one, their faces overflowing with shock. However, contrary to them, many veteran powerhouses such as Sword Wudu, Old Ghosteen, and Compassionate Buddha had grave expressions on their faces, their brows furrowed deeply as they secretly said, "There is a change in the great world." However, there were still quite a few people in the crowd who had read the books well, and with the memories in their minds, they began to recall and speak slowly. Rumor has it that there is an extraterrestrial force in the sea of chaotic stars called the Tianji Pavilion, proficient in divination, peering into the future together. No one knows its origins, and its strength is greater than that of an emperor-level power. They never participate in the strife of the heavenly pale realm, but once they enter the world, that's the same proof that a great world is coming, and that the entire heavenly pale realm will suffer an extinction. Tianji Pavilion. These three words were not unfamiliar to the heavenly Tsang realm cultivators. Countless were the devil cultivators, human cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, and demon cultivators, and they had heard no story more than the heavenly demon extermination since they had been cultivating. The two extraterrestrial heavenly demons descended, almost bringing a devastating blow to the heavenly pale realm. The memories from their childhood when the elders described them came to mind one by one, and the expressions on the faces of the people gradually changed from confusion to shock, and then from astonishment to being at a loss for words. The people all realized one thing: the extraterrestrial heavenly devil was coming, and the great calamity of the heavenly pale was coming, and they were all on edge. With your feet on the 7-star divine deer, your hand holding the heavenly chance compass, and your Yin-Yang Taoist robe, is your excellency not the master of the heavenly chance pavilion? Not far away, the Buddha of compassion walked, and behind him stood a group of Buddhas, both old and young, bowing politely towards the heavenly chance pavilion master. The great catastrophe was coming. The heavenly pavilion and the person who should respond to the catastrophe were the key. No one would choose to be an enemy of them at this time, unless that person had long been bribed by the heavenly devil and had become a traitor. So it's the compassionate Buddha lineage. The heavenly chance pavilion master recognized the identity of the visitor at a glance and responded with a smile. Back then, the compassionate Buddha emperor fought 3 emperor realm demon emperors alone, saving hundreds of millions of living beings in the Buddha domain, a feat of great merit that covered the world. It's really admirable, Your Excellency. Fallacious praise, to help the world hang and save people from suffering, this is all what we should do. The Buddha of compassion was not humble and replied reverently. In his previous life, if it was said that the 36 Buddhas of the Buddhist domain could have a true Buddha, then Xiao Duan felt that this compassionate Buddha belonged to a person who was truly a person of great mercy. A person who was willing to give up his own self for the sake of all living beings. However, living a new life, in Xiaodust's opinion this is all hypocrisy. The guilty should be killed is his life's creed, but such a person deserves his own respect. Hiss. Hearing the other party admit his identity, the forces all sucked in a breath of cold air, which meant that the great calamity had really come, and their hearts began to calculate their next plans. Fellow Daoist Tianqing, I wonder what I came here for today. Compared to the rest of the people, Jian Wuchen, as the Lord of Sword Mountain, was obviously a lot more calm in his mind, and opened his mouth flatly. But is it related to the Xian Tian secret realm this time? Sword Mountain because of the Sword Emperor. This layer of relationship in successive generations in Tianji Pavilion have dealings, and even every generation of Sword Lord will be through the Sword Mountain teleportation array to go to the Sea of Chaotic Stars to practice. The two of them are also considered to be old acquaintances. Tianji Pavilion Master's name was Tianqing, Half-Emperor Great Perfection Realm, mastering the power of the laws of destiny. His strength was enough to rank among the top 3 in the Heavenly Song Realm. Nice. The Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master nodded his head with a smile on his face that was as warm as the spring breeze. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. This time, my Heavenly Chance Pavilion is following the Emperor's decree from the Everlasting Emperor to come here and preside over the big picture of the Xian Heavenly Mysterious Realm. For those who disagree, shoot to kill. As the words fell, the cultivation of the Tianji Pavilion Master's Half-Emperor Great Perfection Realm exploded, and the veteran cultivators within the strong as Jian Wuchen all changed color, and there were even some young cultivators who fainted on the spot. They never expected the other party to be able to maintain all of their cultivation under the restrictions of this place, and after the shock, what was even more surprising was that the Tianji Pavilion was actually sent by the Everlasting Emperor. It's hard to believe that the Everlasting Emperor is still alive. If alive, what level of cultivation would the other party reach? For a moment, the crowd's minds thought of Duke Wuxuan, Xiaodust. If they could strike a good rapport with the other party, even if the Heavenly Devil descended in the end, there would be a glimmer of life left in them. Wait. Suddenly, in the crowd, I don't know who reacted to something, and Zhang Kai slowly said, since the great calamity is coming, what about the person who should respond to it? And where is the heir to the Celestial Pavilion? Yes, according to previous great catastrophes, the Heavenly Pale Realm will all be descended in response to the fate of a person who should respond to the catastrophe, joining hands with the heir to the Heavenly Pavilion to defend the enemy. Just why is there a delay in seeing the two of them in this life? Thinking of this, the crowd could not help but look at the Tianji Pavilion Master. The latter did not respond. A bland smile. This matter has not yet come to the time. When the time has come, you and so naturally know the person who should be robbed of the person who is. But, okay. The crowd was still about to ask, but they were interrupted by the chiding voice of the Tianji Pavilion Master. The time has come. Bai Zai, Ruoshui, open the secret passage. Yes, Pavilion Master. Upon hearing this, Bai Zai and Ruoshui slowly walked out, holding a token engraved with the word Xian Tian and running their spiritual energy. Boom! Immediately, the two golden energies were injected into the lubricated and thin spell formation with a stirring sound. The spell formation slowly opened a mouth, and the sea of clouds below solidified, flying into the air and arranging themselves into a long staircase, spreading downward and falling in front of Xiaodust and the others. In the meantime, the Tianji Pavilion Master flew above the platform at the very top of the heavenly ladder and said aloud, Gentlemen, the Xian Tian secret realm has been opened. Anyone who wants to enter the secret realm needs to pass the heavenly ladder test to obtain the corresponding Xian Tian order to enter. The heavenly ladder has a total of 999 steps. The first 100 steps are passable, and every 100 steps after that is a first class, with a total of 9 classes, corresponding to 1 to 9, 9 grades of different Xian Tian orders, with the 9th class being the least and the first class being the highest. Likewise, the different levels of Xian Heaven orders represent the level of authority you all have in the Xian Heaven Mystic Realm, and the areas of the Mystic Realm that are open for exploration are also very different. The climbing process does not allow you to make a move to obstruct others, and if it happens, shoot to kill. Please begin. Buzz. The words fell. Tianji Pavilion Master closed his eyes and sat on top of the high platform. No more words. The crowd below you look at me. I look at you. One by one began to move. In the crowd, Old Manhwa of the Dragon Elephant Holy Land was the first to step forward to warm up the crowd. Gentlemen, since Master Tianji Pavilion has already made the rules clear, who's going to hit the head? Ha ha ha. Old Manhwa, your Dragon Elephant Holy Land is best at body cultivation. How about you guys take the lead? Put your motherfucking ass on the line. Formation Xian. You motherfucker, why don't you let your formation clan come first? To hell with you. Not a moment later, The forces below directly argued and bickered. On the side of the Tianji Pavilion Master, Aizei and Ruoshui glanced at each other, and a flash of disgust flashed through the former's eyes. Both of them were not of the human race. White Zephyr is the ancient beast White Zephyr in disguise, extending the original name. As for Ruoshui, it is a wisp of spiritual wisdom naturally born from the weak water, which was nudged by the passing everlasting emperor during the ancient times, and now it has finally taken shape. Aizei looked down at the various human forces below, looked at Ruoshui to the side, and said with a slight bitterness, "Sister Ruoshui, why do you think the emperor is giving these human races a chance? Wouldn't it be better to just let Lord Imperial Sun and Sister Linger go in?" Upon hearing this, Ruoshui raised her hand and rubbed Aizei's head, softly soothingly saying, "One person's power is ultimately limited. Before Lord Empyrean and Sister Linger have completely grown up, these humans you speak of are the main force in the fight against the extraterrestrial heavenly demons." Senior Ruoshui has a good point. The Tianji Pavilion Master, who was sitting in a resting position, slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze swept over the people below who were fighting with red faces and necks before finally landing on Xiaodust, and he heartily praised him. This Emperor's son is a ray of hope that the Emperor has found in the vast river of time, and as long as he can be allowed to grow to the Emperor realm, the extraterrestrial heavenly demons can be destroyed in a matter of days. When the extraterrestrial heavenly demons are annihilated, we can be considered to have completed the atonement for our sins back then and return to the immortal realm, the immortal world. Chanting these two words under their breath, the two of them both had a look of reminiscence on their faces. They were originally immortal beasts of the immortal realm, who committed a monstrous crime and were relegated here by the everlasting emperor, and according to the order, they have been assisting the heavenly pavilion for generations, helping the heavenly Tsan realm to defend against the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, until the extraterrestrial heavenly devils are all destroyed. In the blink of an eye, millions of years had now passed, and their memories of the immortal realm were becoming more and more fuzzy, so much so that when they heard that there was a chance to return to the immortal realm, both of them experienced a brief moment of disorientation. Strong as chaos and also reincarnation have failed. Can he really? They've hoped and been disappointed too many times, but they still can't help but throb when they hear it again, where their home used to be. Since no one dares to break through this heavenly ladder, then my dragon clan will do it. Aobai had previously suffered a defeat at the hands of Jin Wuchen, and now desperately needed a chance to wash the shame from his body. His gaze fell towards the youngster with a brilliant head on his side, and he nodded his head. "Ao Tian, you take Menger and the girls to take the lead." Upon hearing this, the face of that teenage dragon clan named Ao Tian's face was joyful, and the battle intent under his eyes was raging. Obviously he couldn't wait to fight for the dragon clan's glory. Boom! Taking a step out, Ao Tian bowed and arched his hand, loudly responding, "My son will live up to my father's expectations." As the words fell, he looked behind him at his younger sister Ao Menger, who was only half as tall as himself, and stretched out his hand, rubbing its head, dotingly saying, "Does Meng Meng want to climb the heavenly ladder with her brother?" Ao Menger is a small cute child who looks only 7 or 8 years old. Her face is fleshy and very cute, blinking her big innocent eyes, reaching out her hand for a hug, and obediently said, "Mo is going." "That's good," also answered. Ao Tian turned his head to look at the rest of the few dragon peers again, his face obviously cold for a few minutes, without the gentleness from earlier, and ordered, "All the younger generation, follow me." Yes, the crowd was also accustomed to it and didn't dare to fall behind, following Ao Tian as they flew towards the heavenly ladder. There's something about that little wench. Just as Xiao Chen was still acting as an audience, Ao Xing's voice sounded in his mind, seemingly noticing the difference in Ao Menger. "Teacher, but what have you found?" "Aha!" Ao Xing didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, "I didn't expect that in the district's lower realms, I could actually encounter a 5-clawed golden dragon with a returning bloodline. Kid, your chi is really beyond words." 5-clawed golden dragon? Xiaodust was secretly startled. Exactly. If you can incorporate this little she-dragon into your concubine supplemented with that yin-yang dual cultivation technique, in less than 100 years, you will be able to advance to the questioning realm. 100 years? Xiao Chuan lightly recited this time, which he felt was too long, but he did not refute Ao Xing. Instead, he landed his gaze on Ao Menger and tried hard to recall the information related to his previous life. Just, a long time passed, he had no information about Ao Menger in his mind, but that Ao Tian, in his previous life, before he had broken through the questioning realm, he had heard that the dragon clan in the demon region had produced a 5-clawed golden dragon, whose name seemed to be Ao Tian. Then why the teacher and said that has 5 claws of the golden dragon bloodline is that Ao Menger? It is difficult to hiss, for no reason. A shocking guess surfaced in Xiaodust's mind, but before he could continue to look deeper, The uproar of the people around him came from his side. Gaze, only to see that above the heavenly ladder, the youngest Ao Menger only a few breaths, her figure leaped over dozens of steps, ascending 301. On the contrary, Ao Tian and the others below were slow to stay around the 200th step, and the highs and lows were immediately judged. This heavenly ladder doesn't seem to be that difficult. Taishian Holy Land, will give it a try. Since that's the case, then my Rakshasa sect naturally has no reason to miss it. Let's go. The Flat Heaven sect, will try too. I'm in. With Ao Tian and the others opening the stage, the people present all let go of their guts and swarmed up towards the heavenly ladder. Most of them were some unusual casual cultivators or middle-grade sect disciples. Even more, quite a few people directly collapsed in the first 100 steps and were teleported away by a beam of light out of thin air. Gradually, many people present guessed the true standard of the test, which was natural talent, and after figuring everything out, the upper-grade forces as well as those Holy Land disciples entered with arrogance under the gesture of the representatives of the gate. Soon, 3 hours passed. Looking at the entire heavenly ladder, Ao Menger was still in the first echelon, positioned at the 666th step, followed by Lu Zai, Barbarian Dragon, and the others, who had departed at a later time. Among them, Lu Zai, 643 steps, Tushan Linya, 622 steps, Blood Yen Luo, 613 steps, and the Barbarian Dragon, 608 steps. All looked completely exhausted as they lay down on the sides of the steps and rested with their eyes closed. However, what made Xiao Chen somewhat surprised was, Stealing the Sky actually did not know when to overtake Ao Menger, pushing straight to the 700th step, speed flying, no intention of stopping at all in one go. Seeing this scene, it was as if a head-on blow had struck the heads of all the heavenly prides, and it was only then that they realized that stealing heaven had been hiding his strength. Shit! Suddenly, the crowd realized another important question. If stealing heaven was so strong, what about Xiao Chen? Who was the peerless prince? What level of talent would he reach? Thinking of this, the crowd unanimously looked downward at Xiao Chen, with both the anticipation of the challenger and the nervousness of the challenged in their eyes. The time is almost right. During these 3 hours, Xiao Chen had rejected quite a few invitations and was waiting for an opportunity. It's time to close the net. This fellow Daoist, how about you and I go together? As expected, just as Xiao Chen was about to move, a silhouette drifted to him, and the person who came was Yao Xin, the holy maiden of Yao Pond, who took the initiative to issue an invitation. Previously, I had to change my identity. I didn't reveal it. I wrote on the top. I missed it. Xiao Dus smiled heartily at the sight and stood up, a warm smile on his face as he raised his hand and invited. I am happy to be invited by the fairy. Wow! When the words fell, both on the heavenly ladder stage, and the crowd of old generation powerhouses below all showed envious expressions, and secretly said in their hearts, immortal, blind ah. For a while, the crowd's emotions were ignited, and they headed toward the heavenly ladder, wanting to compete with the duo on the same stage. Coming! He's coming! Tap 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 dash. Heavy footsteps sounded, and the commotion of Xiao Chuan's duo appearing at the bottom of the steps instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the sounds of wailing and screaming were instantly silenced. The two stood there, as if they were a pair of golden boys and girls. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, very eye-catching. Fellow Daoist, you first or me first? Tap, tap, tap. Without waiting for Yao Xian to finish her words, Xiao Chen did not even look back and took dozens of steps in a row, barely expending any chi to quickly break through the 100 layers of steps, and his speed did not decrease as he pushed forward to the 200 layers. This? Yao Xian was dumbfounded. She is a big beautiful woman here. You actually said to leave. Do you know what is pity? Ah, stinking man. Stinking man. If it wasn't for the fact that your talent could rival the Duke Wushwang's, who would want to care about you? Having said that, Yao Xian did not dare to delay. Riveted, quickly followed up the first 200 steps, without the slightest delay. What speed! In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chuan had already arrived at the 200th floor, which was similarly where most of the cultivators stayed, and glanced back at Yao Xian, who had immediately caught up with him, and gave a thumbs up, feigning innocence of mind. Not bad, oh, keep it up. I'll wait for you up there. Yao Xian was just about to open her mouth when Xiao Chen once again walked towards the higher steps with that steady pace, his unhurried speed, and his calm and relaxed expression, causing all the people to uniformly cast envious gazes. Damn it! I've never been the only one to treat other cultivators like this. You're the first. I must make you fall hopelessly in love with me. After Yao Xian finished venting in her heart, she looked at the faraway Xiao Chen and had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow once again. On the other side, Xiao Chen had no knowledge of what Yao Xian had in mind, and in his heart, he kept communicating with senior sister Peach. Senior sister, is this really okay? So Yasin would really fall for such a trick? It wasn't that Xiao Chuan wasn't confident, it was really that this move seemed to her to be full of loopholes, and there was inexplicably a kind of instinctive nervousness. Of course, in the secret realm of the Pill Garden, Peach patted her chest with great certainty and said with a small, smug face, don't forget, senior sister, I've been following the Emperor for 100,000 years. This discernment of people is still there. This Yao Xian seems to be simple but her heart is extremely weak. Obeying her will not only not have any effect. Instead, she will also feel that senior brother you are a fool that can be pinned down at will. Only such a feeling of lust, if it is so, will make it die trying to conquer you. What? Saying that, Momoko's good-looking white jade legs hiked together, her hand resting on Xiang Xiang's chin, her 5 fingers alternately tapping her face, the corners of her good-looking mouth lifting up into a playful smile as she lightly snickered. Junior brother, do you think you can't? No? The simple 2 words seemed to have triggered some kind of switch in Xiao Chuan as a man, and with his neck sticking out, he said with some indignation, Senior sister, why can't I do it? Haven't you seen me and the spirit girls? Senior sister. Halfway through his words, Xiao Chen realized that something was not right there. His footsteps slowed down, the corners of his mouth lifted, his eyebrows furrowed into a Chuan character, and he still wanted to explain, but Peach's voice was the first to come. No, I didn't even see anything. No, absolutely nothing. Well, just no. Looking through the longevity ring at senior sister Peach, whose shell teeth were lightly biting her red lips in the secret realm, Xiao Chuan's footsteps lurched and stopped in place, his face somewhat embarrassed. Poof, you know you're wrong. It's too late to start waiting for me now. Yao Xin, who was originally following behind Xiao Chuan and slowly struggling a bit, mistakenly thought that the other party was waiting for him when she saw Xiao Chuan suddenly stop with a few moments of shame on his face. My lord, you are waiting for. Yao Xin approached, tidied up her hair, and raised her hand just to grab Xiao Chen. Next, with a whoosh sound, Xiao Chuan's entire body rushed out as if he were walking on a flat surface, bringing up a breeze that was cool and somewhat heartbreaking at the same time. Ha! Looking at Xiao Chen who inexplicably ran away again, Yao Xian raised her eyes to look at the heavenly ladder that stretched for more than 10,000 feet, her silver teeth tightly biting her thin lips, and her hands under her sleeve skirt clenched tightly, as if she was going to have a seizure at any time. Calm down. Yao Xian, you have to calm down. In order to avenge old ancestor Yao Yi, this is all you can do. Yao Xian continuously hinted to herself, dispelling the thought of wanting to give up, clenching her teeth and desperately chasing towards Xiao Chen, tears in her eyes, crying as she crawled. Boom! On the other hand, along with Xiao Chen's running, all the cultivators along the way were more or less affected, either by their progress or their Tao. People are more angry than people. No good. He's almost at the 400th step. In the crowd, I don't know who shouted, and all the cultivators from the 400 steps backward turned around in unison, looking intently at the end of the line of sight, not daring to breathe, holding their breath. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow sprang from the bottom of the steps, carrying a gust of wind that flashed before the eyes of the crowd in agony. So fast, worthy of being the emperor's chosen heir. On the platform, Tianji Pavilion Master slowly opened his eyes, watching the following all the way to the Shao Dust, recalling the old ancestor's death sentence. Life is too expensive to peak. The heart itchy, the hands of the Tianji compass subconsciously run. Tian Cheng, don't be impulsive. The White Zephyr duo who noticed this scene, their pupils shrunk, their hearts were both curious and worried, and their words of advice ultimately failed to be uttered. Kaching dash. Suddenly, without starting for long, the pointer of the heavenly chance compass began to beat madly, and cracks as thin as silk instantly spread throughout the entire compass, ready to fall apart at any moment. Get out! In the next second, a magnificent sound of the great Tao exploded in the Tianji Pavilion Master's mind. But, he violently opened his eyes, his pupils quake, as if he saw something unnameable, followed by a large mouth of blood sprayed out, his breath instantly low to the extreme, his face as pale as a haggard, cannot see a little blood. However, fortunately, the three had already set up an isolation array in advance, and the people in the outside world just didn't know what had happened here. Tiancheng kid, are you alright? Hey, kid, don't scare us. White Zephyr, strike. Yes. As the words fell, a strand of Baize's origin power directly struck into the heart of the Tianji Pavilion Master, and Ruoshui extended his index finger, condensing a drop of weak water at his fingertip and flexing his finger to flick it into his mouth. Cough cough cough. A few moments later, the Tianji Pavilion master violently coughed a few times. His face suddenly flushed, and the bruises spat out in front of his body were a constant reminder of the apprehension that he had just walked in front of the ghost gate. Recalling the voice in his head, he couldn't stop his hands from shaking and muttered in disbelief. It turns out, what the old ancestor saw before he died was actually this kind of great existence. Just a single look was enough to pillage all the curmudgeons peering in the long river of time. Tian Chang boy, are you alright? What the hell did you see? The returning Tianji Pavilion master was just about to say something when a familiar voice rang out in his mind. Little green, the sky is the limit. Got it? Silence. The Tianji Pavilion master finally said nothing. Looking at the two faintly shook his head. The latter understood and no longer pursued the question. His eyes fell on Xiao Chen, as if he wanted to see what. Sister Linger, were you just transmitting with Gonzi? On the heavenly demon immortal boat, Qing Hongguan and the others all noticed Xian Ling's abnormality just now, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Gonzi, is he sure of reaching the top? Yeah, we're nervous too. Upon hearing this, Xian Ling did not deny it and responded obediently, nodding her head with a smile. I believe in brother Xiao Chen. If he can't even reach the top, who else in the room can? Aha! Alan nodded her head and took Xian Ling's arm. Her eyebrows arched and a smile welled up as she smiled sweetly and said, Sister Ling's right. The male is the best. There. Xian Ling got up, grabbed her small hand, made a gesture of silence, spat out her tongue, and said somewhat playfully, Your Excellency has almost reached the 500th floor. It's about time we got started. Let's go and set off. Aha! P.S. Working overtime all night, left and right to change finally changed. 3 chapters of 7,500 words to send. I hope you can have a good holiday. Ask for some free gifts. Thanks. Mockingbird. At night, the cicadas chirped extra harshly, and the moon seemed especially eerie. The bright moon hangs high. The bright moonlight gilded the sea of clouds with a layer of silver, and the originally flowing secret realm spell formation also turned into a translucent silver white, glowing and moving. Suck whoop. Suck whoop. Unlike this tranquility, on the steps of the heavenly ladder, the sweat of countless cultivators struggling to wave their hands, and the sound of rapid and low gasps rose and fell. As time went on, the number of people on the heavenly ladder became less and less, with only less than 1,000 at the end, and none of them were the best of the best in this heavenly ladder examination. Stare. Although fatigue was written all over everyone's face, their gazes all coincidentally looked towards the very top of the heavenly ladder, harboring a hint of anticipation in their apprehension. Boom! Only to see that at the end of the heavenly ladder that stretched for 10,000 feet, a human figure took heavy steps and walked forward. The soles of his feet seemed to be filled with lead, and every time he took a step out, he would emit a dull ringing sound, and muttered under his breath, 889 steps. Boom! 890 steps. Boom! On the platform where the Tianji Pavilion master was located, there were quite a number of cultivators who had gathered to join in the fun and had not yet teleported away, staring at the results belonging to Xiao Dust on the canopy and could not hide their shock. At this very moment, on the contrary, Xiao Chuan's physical strength had reached the extreme. His body was covered by a layer of red blood qi, and before the sweat dripped down, it was vaporized by the boiling blood qi, and his body was surrounded by white water qi, giving people an extremely strong visual impact. Kid, hold on. In the middle of his mind, Ao Xing's voice kept coming. Never would I have thought that this heavenly ladder would have complementary effects with my clan's Swift Dragon Soul skill. Close your breath and concentrate. Feel the fluctuation of qi and blood in your body. The Swire Dragon Soul technique is a qi, soul, and body tri-cultivation technique, which emphasizes the essence, qi, and spirit merging into one. Previously, your fleshly body was empty of energy but had no substance. Now you can just take this opportunity to hone that absorbed peach origin power in your body and enhance your fleshly body cultivation. In this way, these 3 paths of yours are considered to be parallel and avoid worries. Also, before both your divine sense and physical body cultivation have broken through to saint exaltation, there is no need to rush to break through to the questioning realm in terms of spiritual cultivation for the time being, and I see that there should still be around 300 years left for the descent of heaven's mandate in this realm. Kid, you've got a long way to go. Student understands. Under the majestic spiritual pressure of the heavenly stairs, Xiao Chuan almost gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, his gaze consistently staring dead on as he stepped towards that 900th step. Hiss. He's deliberately using the heavenly ladder to hone his fleshly body cultivation. How dare you? Is this the difference between us and him? Feeling Xiao Chen's amazing willpower, Lu Zai and the others clenched their fists and looked at the black-shirted teenager's figure. Their complexion couldn't help but sweat and be touched. Suck whoop. 895. 896. 897. Every time he stepped onto a step, the qi and blood in Xiao Chuan's body climbed to a new level, and his physical body cultivation climbed, leaping to the divine bridge realm and igniting the heart fire in his body. Knock knock. Strong and rhythmic heartbeat is like a pre-war mobilization of heavy hammer. Thumping, straight to the blood boiling. Roar. Between one breath and one inhalation, between raising his hands and throwing his feet, the blood qi around him rose up like a fiery dragon, hanging above his head and emitting a heaven-shaking dragon's roar. No good. That dragon's roar seemed to be able to mobilize the power of qi and blood within a person's body, and many cultivators suddenly felt a hot stream surging up in their chests, their qi and blood surging, and it was too late to stop them. Put. Blood splattered out in all directions, staining the entire heavenly ladder red. Some of the cultivators even caused their qi and blood to be weak, and their feet stumbled, falling down a few steps before they managed to stabilize themselves, and their eyes were filled with resentment as they looked at Xiao Chen. Could this son be some kind of rare physique? How could his physical body cultivation break through so quickly? Old man Wan, this kid isn't your grandson, is he? Go 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 go. Don't discount the old man. If I could have such a grandson, would I bring it out for you to know? The crowd nodded their heads at the words and felt that it was very reasonable, staring at Xiao Chen as if sizing up a diamond in the rough, wanting to pull him under the door. A beauty trick? Or is it a takedown? Boom! In the midst of his thoughts, the scorching heat emanating from the power of qi and blood within Xiao Chuan's body blasted away the clothes on his body, revealing the solid muscles underneath that were as solid as knife sharpening. Wah dash! What solid muscles! Mr. Sword is so manly. Sword Prince, I like you. I want to be a Taoist couple with you. Please promise me. A group of young female cultivators shyly covered their scarlet little faces, and their eyes would still steal a few glances through their fingers from time to time, like a fishy kitten. The name of the Sword Prince was the temporary title that the crowd had prepared for Xiao Dust during that period of time just now, and all sorts of cheers went up and down, one above the other. Bunch of slutty hooves. At the same time, a pouting voice sounded from the back of the heavenly ladder at the same time, and it was none other than Yao Xin, who had just arrived at the 800th step, as well as Cheng Hongguan, who was at the 805th step. The two are indistinguishable in talent. Apart from Xin Ling, they were one of the few 10 female cultivators present. The other 7 familiar ones were Ao Menger from the Dragon Clan, 843 steps, Tushan Yeya from the Nine-Tailed Skyfox Clan, 794 steps, and Blood Yen Luo from the Blood Demon Clan, 765 steps. As for Xin and the others, they had collapsed early on between the 700 and 800 steps. Among them, Xin and Xiaoling Kite had comparable talents, with the former scoring 768 steps, the latter 765 steps, and Alan was relatively worse, stopping at 736 steps. Ha! Cheng Hongwan's temperament exploded at the slightest point. Sidestepping and looking coldly at Yao Xin behind her, she questioned in a cold voice, "Are you familiar with him?" Yao Xin wasn't one to be bullied either. Raising her snow-white chin in some defiance, the two of them focused their gazes together, clashing sparks, and asked back imperiously, "What? Are you Heavenly Demon Clan familiar with him again?" Cheng Hongwan just wanted to say that there was a relationship between herself and Xiao Chen, but thinking that this would expose his identity, the words that came to her mouth were suppressed and she snapped, "None of your business." Returned the original words. Yao Xin gave up her intention of continuing down the ladder, glared at Xiao Chen's back, took her own level 7 Xian heavenly order, and with an angry stomp of her foot, turned around and teleported away from the heavenly ladder. Humph! I'll see you in the secret realm. Let the horses come. After casting a glance at Yao Xian's departing figure, the corners of Cheng Hong Dust's mouth that was hidden in the shadows rose, and then glanced at Xiao Dust's back with a grudging glance, and after complaining about the blue-faced scourge in her heart, she also took the Xian heavenly order and left the heavenly staircase with a puff of anger. Hey! As the Yao Xin duo left, Tushan Linya let out a light sigh, glanced at Blood Yen Luo, and smiled helplessly and bitterly. "Yenner sister, let's go as well." "Well, the 7th level Xian Tian order is enough for us as well." Blood Yen Luo nodded slightly. No change of expression could be seen on her face as she looked towards the 800th step, which was close at hand but far away from the sky, and her sight traveled all the way up, passing through Stealing Sky, Ao Menger, Xin Ling, Jian Wuchen and others, before it finally landed on Xiao Chuan, releasing a smile. Geniuses. There are also gaps. Who says otherwise? Tushan Linya naturally understood Blood Yen Luo's meaning. A trace of unwillingness flashed in the bottom of her ancient eyes. Her showy fists clenched tightly as she muttered inwardly, "If I can obtain that treasure that the late emperor spoke of, and my bloodline is purified, I will be able to give birth to the 9th tail." and even advanced to the 10-tailed immortal fox that only exists in rumors. In terms of qualifications, I will never lose to them. Tushan Empress, Tushan Love. Legend has it that Tushan Love was only an insignificant white fox in the Tushan Fox clan of the Demon region, and was deeply abused by her fellow clansmen, but fortunately she was saved by the everlasting emperor who traveled around the world at that time, and stayed by her side. No one knows what Tushan Love went through during those years. All I know is that it will be 1,000 years later when Tushan Love returns to Tushan again. At that time, the Tushan Love has condensed 9 foxtails. The cultivation reached the half-emperor great perfection, transformed into a Tushan clan record since the only 9-tailed sky fox. Later on, she bloodied the clansmen who had humiliated her back then with thunderous means, forcibly seized the heavenly mandate, broke through the emperor realm, and led the Tushan Fox clan to leap to become the newest emperor-level power of the Demon clan. Legendary. It's just a shame that, like most human love, the flowers are falling and the water is running. Perhaps it was to make up for the infatuation of Tushan Love. Before he left, the Eternal Life Emperor had informed Tushan Emotion about the secret of the Xiantian secret realm, where there was a chance for their clan to break through this realm and ascend to the heavens. However, not long after the Eternal Life Emperor left, Tushan Emotion fell due to a sickness caused by longing, and his lifespan was less than 50,000 years before he fell, leaving behind only clues about that chance. After 30 million years, Tushan Linya, as the person whose bloodline of Skyfox was closest to that of the previous emperors in all generations, was given high hopes by the Tushan clan, and the clues naturally fell into her hands. That was the purpose of her trip. Returning to her senses, Tushan Linya gazed at the black-shirted maiden and murmured, "The word love is a word that can be sung, and can teach one to live and die. But, I, Tushan Linya, have only the great Tao in my heart, nothing else." Buzz. As the words fell, she turned around and disappeared into the teleportation glow, leaving the heavenly ladder and arriving at the platform to join Lu Zai and the others. Lu Zai's heavenly ladder ranking was the highest of the 4, 803 steps, ranking 74, barely squeezing into the top 20 of the younger generation present. The barbarian dragon was slightly lesser, at 752 ranks, ranking outside of 100. Surprisingly, the much-anticipated Bodhi Buddha, son of the Buddhist domain, the 4 dukes of the World Academy of Books, the 4 clans of divine beasts of the demon domain, and the Chilan auspiciousness, one by one, collapsed in front of the 870 floors. Even Ao Menger, who carried a 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline, had only managed to reach 867 steps, but according to Ao Xing's words, Ao Menger was still young, and if she could fully grasp the power of her bloodline, it would be enough to impact the 900th step. This kind of natural talent was also a first-class demon when placed in the divine realm. What do we do next? Alone? Or maybe team up and move together? I don't even care. Barbarian Dragon was the first to state his position. I cultivate the physical cultivation Tao, and being with you guys won't affect the distribution of chances. Me too. Blood Yin Luo also nodded her head in agreement. This Xiantian mysterious realm's origin is not trivial, and the dangers in it are self-evident. So I feel that it's better to act together or have a caretaker. Well said. Tushan Linya clasped her hands to her chest and spoke out the thoughts in her heart. In that case, why don't the 4 of us form a team, and the one who has the chance to take it will be able to do so. What does everyone think? No problem. Agreed. That's fine. As the proposer, Lu Zai naturally did not have an opinion, pointing at the entrance to the secret realm behind him, having raised his head to indicate Xiao Chen below, and smiled bitterly. With such an opponent around, we can't afford to sit back and wait for death anymore. Let's set off immediately without delay. Aha! The words fell. Lu Zai 4 people did not choose to stay like the others, turned around and walked toward the entrance of the secret realm, their silhouettes slowly submerged in that light door. Time passes by. More than 5 hours had passed since the start of the examination, and more people lost their patience and chose to leave after forming a squad. Boom! On the other side, Jian Wuchen finally took a step into the ranks of the 900 steps and sat on his butt on the steps. For the first time in his life, he was in such a sorry state and got an 8th level Xiantian order. Knowing that he himself had reached his limit, he did not choose to continue delaying and turned around to look at Xiao Chen, who was standing in front of the 899 steps, and said with a cheerful smile, "Little friend, the old man will not accompany you. In the future, if you have the opportunity to travel to the central state, don't forget to come to Sword Mountain to seek out old man for a sword discussion. In addition, there is a treasure for you. Farewell." A step ahead. Baby? When he heard the word treasure, Xiao Chen immediately became energized and opened his mouth. But before he could say anything, Jian Wuchen's figure had already disappeared into the teleportation light. Lu Zai had already transmitted his voice to Jian Wuchen before he left. so he didn't make any more stops and walked straight into the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, on the cultivation platform, apart from some elders waiting for the sect disciples, most of the people were also meeting up and leaving to explore the Xin Tian mysterious realm after completing the grouping with their chosen targets. On the contrary, Yao Xin, who should have left, was hesitant to leave, secretly competing with Qing Hongwan in an attempt to pull Xiao Chen along to explore the secret realm. The three girls, Zi Xiner, stood in the corner in order not to attract attention, waiting for Xin Ling to complete the last 3 steps of the challenge, aiming for 900 steps. Kid, it's about time. The real good stuff is still inside. When you finish quenching your body with the dragon blood of that black amazing Jiao, your physical body cultivation will be able to step into the Saint realm in one fell swoop. At that time, there will be no need to borrow the external power of that kung fu, and you'll have the power to fight in the face of the early stage of the questioning realm. Thank you, teacher, for mentioning it. Xiao Dust bowed his thanks. There is no hindrance. Ao Xing's voice continued to ring out, not mincing words of praise. This is all due to your own cultivation. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate so quickly, cultivating my clan's mastery to the introductory realm in just 6 hours. Even for my swift chaos clan, comprehending the subtleties of it would take 3 days. This kind of talent is the only thing I've seen in my life. Try the effect. Good, Xiao Chuan answered. Then his right palm wiped his hand and lightly pushed forward, then violently clenched and pulled back, and the astral wind condensed from qi and blood rose from beneath his feet and spiraled upwards. Suck dash. He inhaled and concentrated, adjusted his breathing, and operated the Taiku Dragon Soul technique, feeling the power of qi and blood, the power of divine sense, and the power of spirit, the 3 different kinds of power condensing at his dantian, and with full concentration, he coalesced his palms, and let out a loud shout. Go! With a falling sound, Xiao Chuan's punch was gently handed out, seemingly slowly, but with great momentum and skill that was close to the Tao, and in the moment the fist arrived at the very front, the fist was like a boulder that had smashed into a lake, and the entire space rippled. Ka-ching! Boom! In an instant, the space in front of Xiao Chuan was like a mirror completely shattered, and the huge impact was squeezed backward in a fan shape, and the momentum was so ferocious that a cultivator of the same rank was afraid that he would not even be able to receive a single blow. There, the gale dispersed, the people who stayed in the field all opened their eyes wide, and the shock in their hearts did not dissipate for a long time. Is he a sword cultivator or a body cultivator? Following the crowd's line of sight, where Xiao Chen's fist wind reached, the sea of clouds dissipated and moonlight poured onto the earth, stretching for an unknown number of miles. Tap. Without giving the crowd time to think, Xiao Chen took a step out and his divine sense fell into Xin Ling's mind behind him. Linger, we will see you at the Void Sky Tower. Aha! After receiving an affirmative reply, he instantly powered up his feet, and with a whoosh sound, his body transformed into a residual shadow and began to dart up the steps as if he were walking on the ground. So strong! Looking at the figure that looked like black lightning, the people present all exclaimed in shock, and the 3 white zephyrs staggeringly got up, staring with wide eyes, their dry throats rolling a bit, and said in self-inflicted shame, I'm afraid that this son's natural talent is enough to rival those sons of God emperors. How can we guide this kind of demon to cultivate? It's simply a misguided child. The Tianji Pavilion master didn't reply and bitterly shook his head. Him? That's him. Gazing at the figure that darted towards him, an illusion. Yao Xin was first shocked, and then ecstatic, the corner of his lips lifting up an evil smile of victory. I, Yao Xin, am indeed the true heaven's favorite. With this Duke's sword, I will have the capital to fight against Duke Wushuang and the Sacred Ground Ancestor, and my return to the position of Sacred Maiden is just around the corner. Come on, be a good boy and submit to my skirts and become my slave. She did not know that Xiao Chen also thought like this. The corner of his mouth could not stop rising. The murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense, but also well hidden, just waiting for the fish to take the initiative to take the bait. P.S. May Day holiday is coming to an end. Everyone homework written or not. We also do not stay up late to code words. Fast sudden death. Stupid. Cheng Hongwan stood not far away and saw the expression on Yao Xian's face clearly, knowing full well that the other party had already fallen into Xiao Chen's trap. With an expression of readiness to watch the show, Sister Red Dust, let's get ready to go. At that exact moment, Xin Ling's voice entered her ears from behind, and Cheng Hongwan raised her eyes to look at the heavenly ladder ranking. 920 steps, ranked second. Sister Linger, you're too good. Che. Seeing that the other party could actually know such a heavenly pride, Yao Xian's jealousy arose, clasping her hands on her chest and staring at Cheng Hongwan somewhat eerily, speaking so happily, I thought that you were second. That's still better than you. Cheng Hongwan wasn't one to be defeated. and immediately disliked him back. I just watched someone else about to finish the heavenly ladder, and if I didn't know, I would have thought that you were number one. Oh, however, in the piece of implicating the clan, you are indeed number one. My daughter is convinced. You, Yao Xin never thought that Qing Hongguan would use this method to hit back at herself. Her expression was furious and she didn't hold back a word for half a day. Buzz. It was also at this moment that the heavenly ladder shook, and on the leaderboard, Xiao Chuan's score was clearly stuck at 999 steps, passing all the tests, and a golden Xian heavenly order fell into his hands. Great! Yao Xin, who was still furious just now, changed her face and ignored Qing Hongguan's murderous gaze, replacing it with a smiling face and actively leaning over towards Xiao Chun, trying to act as bird-like as possible as she softly shouted, "Senior sword brother, senior sister has been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Duan, no. Who are you? But, upon hearing this, Yao Xin was stunned, but the two women behind her, Qing Hongguan, did not hold back their laughter, knowing that this was Xiao Chen standing up for himself, and their hearts were touched. Let's go, Sister Red Dust. Don't forget the mission, brother, Xiao Chen said. The goal of our trip is to get the chance of those several places. As for this person, a hint of killing intent flashed through Xin Ling's slightly narrowed red eyes, but it quickly converged again. Spreading her face, brother Xiao Chen still needs to utilize her to open a secret stash, and won't be able to bounce around for much longer. It's not too late. Let's go. When the words fell, Xin Ling turned around and left. As if she had never known Xiao Chuan, her demeanor was natural, and she could not see the slightest break in her demeanor. Okay. Unable to do so, in order to look after the overall situation, Qing Hongchen had no choice but to give up and turned around to follow Xin Ling towards the entrance of the secret realm, and the three of them, Xin immediately greeted them when they saw the situation and owed them a slight bow. Sister Red Dust, Sister Linger, you're here. Aha! Xin Ling laughed daintily, taking out 4 protective spells in her hands and handing them to the 4 of them, carefully instructing. This item is called the Xian Spirit Vestment, which I took out from the treasury of the Heavenly Chi Pavilion, and it can withstand 3 Saint Realm attacks. When he said this, Xin Ling did not conceal his voice, and it was clearly transmitted into the ears of the Tianji Pavilion Master as well as Bai Zhe. His brows slightly furrowed, his expression wrinkled together in an intriguing manner. This is really a daughter who has been married off, but the water has been thrown out. Xin Ling's voice continued. After we go in later, everyone should be more vigilant so that we won't be ambushed, and if we encounter any dangers, it will be enough to activate the Xian Heavenly Order to leave the secret realm. Go. Aha. The 4 Qing Hongduan people nodded heavily, accompanied by a light buzzing sound. Xin Ling changed into her Xianling vestments and took the lead in walking towards the light curtain of the secret realm, as Xiao Chen's voice resounded in the minds of the 5. Be safe. I have everything. No need to be brave. I'll see you in front of the Void Sky Tower. The crowd nodded without moving and successively disappeared into the teleportation-like door. Don't you go. It was only then that Yao Xin, who was an afterthought, reacted, her face suffocatingly red, only feeling a vague pain in her chest, looking at Xiao Chun with some grudges and pouting. Just now, senior sword brother called someone else still a mouthful of fairy, but now he's pretending he doesn't recognize them? Xiao Chuan had to admit that in terms of posture, Yao Xin definitely did not lose to Qing Hongguan and the others, and with this chaste appearance, it was hard not to let one's heart soften, but all he felt now was goosebumps and nausea. In her previous life, Yao Xin was not only known as the ice-clear and jade-clean Yao Xin fairy, but she was also ranked 9th in the list of the top 10 beauties published by the Heavenly Chance list, with a national color. Now that I look at it, what is the difference between this person and those red-pink girls in secular greenhouses? Ha! Forcibly resisting the urge to retch, Xiao Chuan slapped his head and pretended to return to his senses. So it's fairy Yao Xin of the Yaovu sacred ground. Long time no see. Long time no see. Earlier, the divine sense suffered from the shock of that heavenly ladder and was a bit confused for a while, so I hope that fairy will not be offended. Looking at Xiao Chen's busy and flustered appearance, Yao Xion's small mouth pouted as she pretended to be dissatisfied. I don't care, unless senior sword brother pairs up to accompany me to a place. This, leaving his gaze without a trace, Xiao Dust did not agree the first time, and after a little thought, he opened his mouth in a slightly difficult situation. Fairy, this isn't right. I have never explored the secret realm in company. Besides, there are places I want to go on this trip. I'm afraid. At those words, Yao Xian was confused and reached out to pull Xiao Chuan's arm, a solid touch coming from her, her eyes unconsciously glancing twice towards the other party's well-proportioned abs, causing her heart to instinctively beat faster and a deer in the headlights. Fairy, men and women are not related. Xiao Chuan disgustedly pulled his hand out in a hurry and turned his back with his face filled with disgust. It was obvious that he was very annoyed with Yao Xin. On the contrary, Yao Xin was frozen in place, the corners of her lips twitching with an aggrieved look. Junior, I don't think this Yao Xin will cheat and deceive even herself into it, right? Ha! In the pill garden space, Peach noticed Yao Xin's change in complexion and let out a light eep, her face full of incomprehension. Even Ao Xing interjected. Not exactly. This woman is lonely and independent on the surface, but inwardly she is a little girl. In essence, this person is very catechized, has an inner desire to be strong, wants to be protected, and knows exactly what he needs. But, ultimately, it's also attracted by Dusty's power. Dusty? Peach sniffed back and stammered. Tsk tisk tisk old man. I didn't expect you to be so carnal. So disgusting. Little guy. Are you looking for a fight? Slightly. You can't hit it. Ignoring the old and young who were quarreling in his divine sense, Xiao Chuan, while lamenting in his heart that his relationship with his teacher had improved, looked towards Yao Xin, who was still sulking, took a step back and arched his hand. In that case, then the fairy. Farewell. Coaxing? You're not worthy? As the words fell, Xiao Chen left without looking back and took out a piece of clothing to put on. He didn't want to be touched by that woman Yao Xin's skin again. His heart murmured. 3, 2, 1. Next. Wait. Yao Xin called out to Xiao Chen. Her heart seemed to have made some decision to go against her ancestor. Staring at the latter with slightly furrowed brows, her tone affirmative. I can swear to the heavenly Tao that as long as you help me pass the trial, I can share the inheritance with you. Sure enough, staring at Yao Xin's pair of eyes, although Xiao Chen was curious in his heart as to how the other party knew about the secret realm here, he knew deep down that now was not the time to dwell on it, handing out his hand with a trademark smile on his face. Happy cooperation. Yao Xin looked at the hand that was handed to her, the corners of her mouth gradually rising, her heart stealing joy as she said smugly, it's just like what Master said, as long as I make a slight move, all these men will be struck. Even this peerless sword prince needs to bow before me, as long as I have his help, that Jialong cave will be as easy as a slap in the face for me, and I can use it to acquire that remaining half of the Yao Qi inheritance and reclaim the position of the Holy Maiden. Happy cooperation. The two of them shook hands, each with something in mind. It's not too late. There are still other people in our clan who know about this secret realm, so we'll have to trouble senior sword brother to make a move at that time. Naturally, between words, they have arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, looked at each other, all made a pleased gesture, and then stepped into the transmission light door. Before their eyes were enveloped by white light, lost their direction, and their consciousness slowly blurred. Dang! The hour has come. Not long after the two of them went in, the 6 hours of examination time arrived. And the Tianji Pavilion Master stood up, waved his big sleeve, the heavenly ladder automatically dissipated, and rolled up those remaining cultivators and threw them into the teleportation light door. When everything was done, the Tianji Pavilion Master turned to look at Bai Zhe as well as Ruoshui and lightly smiled. Let's go, we also have a mission to accomplish. Well, go. Swish, the strong light stung his eyes, and only after he felt better did Xiao Chuan slowly open his eyes, and the first thing that came into his eyes was the view of a lofty mountain. The location where he teleported was a steep cliff, with mountains and forests at his feet, and a mountain range connected behind him, towering majestically, with the sound of water flowing from the waterfalls resounding on one side, with an imposing aura. At the foot of the mountain, green trees, flowers everywhere, waterfall-infused river pathway mountain range, water mist, like a fairyland. If old me remembers correctly, this should be the Skybreak Plains 10,000 miles to the west of the Xian Heavenly Divine Dynasty. In the void space, Ao Xing saw what Xiao Chuan saw clearly through the illusory void mirror surface, and his light tone was tinged with a few emotions, and his vertical pupils were flooded with memories. It's just that, with a turn of phrase, Ao Xing continued to speak. Never would I have thought that Duster, that master of yours, would have restored this place so well. This is no different from the Skybreak Plains I remember. The words paused slightly, and a moment later, Ao Xing put away his previous arrogance and shook his head and lost his smile. I have to admit, I'm afraid that Dust Child's master is no weaker than I was in my heyday. It's at least a God King realm powerhouse. No wonder. Back then, those human forces in the divine realm used to say that they must draw on those who have ascended, especially those such as Dust Child's your master who ascended all the way to the divine realm from the lower plane. The potential is unimaginable. Whether it's talent, battle prowess, or Tao heart, they are all unrivaled existences at the same level. There is still this kind of talk in the God realm? Having lived 2 lifetimes over again, this was the first time Xiao Dust had heard such talk, and for a moment, an inexplicable pride actually rose in his heart. Aha! Not only is this true of the God realm, but also the immortal realm. The person who spoke was Peach. Faintly analyzing, the higher the level of the world realm, it also means that the will of the heavenly Tao is more perfect. The will of heaven? It was not the first time Xiao Dust had heard the terminology. Qing Xiao had recounted it a few times when he first entered the Qingyun Holy Land when he discussed the Tao with him. Not bad. Peach nodded slightly. Each dimensional world has a heavenly Tao that possesses an independent consciousness, yet they are influenced by the Hongmeng heavenly Tao to maintain the normal operation of the world. So it is. Eyes flickering, Xiao Dust seemed to understand the example and said, "This seems to be somewhat similar to sect management. The Hongmeng heavenly Tao is like the Holy Land of Qingyun, while the many heavenly wills including the immortal realm and the heavenly Tsang realm are the great clans that are coordinated within the boundaries of Qingyun, and we cultivators are like the disciples of the clans." Good point. Peach continued, cultivation by cultivators is inherently against heaven, and the higher the level of the realm, the stronger the will of heaven is, and the less of a threat cultivators pose to heaven. Junior, do you know that any cultivator born in the immortal realm does not need to cross the 3 tribulations of the sacred realm to go all the way to the dust transformation realm, which is the ascension realm of the upper plane, the great emperor realm as you call it? This also means in disguise that immortal realm cultivators will cultivate faster than lower realm cultivators, while the lower realm is the slowest. But comparatively, the lower realm cultivators above the holy order are stronger. Among them, those extreme Tao great emperors of the lower plane who have endured a total of 4 heavenly tribulations are even capable of threatening the heavenly Tao with their strength. Suddenly, Peach's voice lurched, the corner of her mouth lifted up a weird arc, and she said with a smiling face, "As a matter of fact, there really are great emperors who have done this." Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dust was startled, and he was not to blame. From the beginning of cultivation, the heavenly Tao had been a taboo general existence for many cultivators, and even more so for the common people. It seems to come from the instinctive subconscious of the human heart that fears and reveres it. Senior sister, why have I never heard of this one you're talking about? No. Shaking her head slightly, Peach pursed her lips and opened her mouth to remind. Not only have you heard of this great emperor, you've personally seen him. I've seen. After a slight silence had passed, Xiao Dust seemed to sense the heaven-swallowing demon chi in his body stirring, and lost his voice in dismay as he thought of something in a trance. Senior sister, you mean the heaven-swallowing demon emperor? Yes, Peach didn't sell out and admitted directly, and recalled, back then, I was only at the beginning of my consciousness, and it was the emperor who brought me to watch that battle from afar, hidden in the void. I have to say, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor is a man of ambition. He wants to use the heaven-swallowing demon technique to devour the heavenly Tao of the heavenly Tsang realm and replace it himself. What's the result? When he said this, Xiao Chen felt redundant and shook his head and laughed bitterly twice. If he had succeeded, he would not have seen that skeleton in the void sky mysterious realm. The way of heaven cannot be dishonored. But this might be a good idea for another thread, if it's possible. Smiling, Peach did not say anything more when she saw Xiao Chuan guessing, and summarized, lower realm cultivators, anyone who achieves greatness, when placed in the upper realm is not a person of astonishing talent. This is the fundamental reason why the upper realm would hold the lower realm cultivators in such high esteem. Mighty is the root. Ao Xing also nodded his head and agreed. Tough circumstances, scarce resources, adversity creates stronger people. These types of cultivators tend to be more resilient and have a strong Tao, and a small investment often has a big return, which is why the major powers in the divine realm compete to be the first. Senior sword brother? What are you thinking? Suddenly, a meaty voice pulled Xiao Chen's attention back and he turned to look at Yao Xin. A fake smile appeared on his face as he blandly said, just now, I have already probed the surrounding area with my spirit stone and there is no trace of other cultivators. Fairy Yao Xin, feel free to lead the way. No rush. I am at least a companion with Senior Sword Brother. Yet Senior Brother is not even willing to tell Senior Sister the name of his division. It is too much for Yao Xin to be saddened. Yao Xin clumsily tried to wriggle her waist, but how spicy it was in Xiao Chuan's eyes. Resisting the urge to refine the other party into a demonic puppet, she frowned and said, what is the meaning of Fairy's words? Could it be that you're having fun with me? If it is not intended, then I bid farewell. After saying that, Xiao Chen's stern gaze swept past, and he turned around with a firm pace, quietly condensing a ball of fury chi in his palm, making a gesture that he was ready to perform the escape technique to fly away. Damn it! Seeing the uselessness of beauty, Yao Xin cursed in her heart, but on her face she stayed. Senior Sword Brother, please stay. Just now, Senior Sister just wanted to know more about Senior Brother, so that she wouldn't be the first to cooperate with Senior Brother in the event of subsequent encounters with danger. Is that not what Elder Brother says? Ha! Laughing coldly twice in his heart, Xiao Dust continued to maintain a thoughtful expression on his surface, and after dwelling on it for a long time, he made up his mind. My name is Xiao Chen, and my teacher is from the Qingyang Sword School. Xiao Chen? What a familiar name. Karma? No. That person is already dead, and that person's sword Dao is nothing compared to this one. It's completely incomparable. But, what kind of power is this Qingyang Sword sect? Why have you never heard of it? Throwing away those unrealistic thoughts in her heart, Yao Xian felt a ghost in her heart and prepared to swindle Xiao Chun with a pompous expression. So it's the senior brother of the Qingyang Sword sect. I've heard a lot about you. However, Xiao Chuan had anticipated this and said with his usual expression, Senior sister has praised me too much. My sword sect's disciples are scarce and not as good as the Holy Land, so for the sake of unnecessary trouble, disciples rarely reveal their master's lineage when they walk the world, and I hope that senior sister will keep it quiet. Likewise, I will swear to the heavenly Tao that I will not inform a second person of what I have seen and heard on this trip, much less attempt to trap and kill my senior sister. Thank you, senior brother, for your understanding. Looking at Xiao Chen's posture, Yao Xian believed that there were already 8 or 9, no longer concealing the news that he knew, and opened his mouth to say frankly, I'm not hiding it from senior brother Xiao. This time the two of us went to a place called Yaoshan Cave. It was discovered by the ancestor of my Yaoqi Holy Land, the Yaoqi Empress, when she mistakenly entered the secret realm here. Its inheritance is divided into 2, one of which is the secret method of my Holy Land, the Yaoqi Immortal Scripture, an immortal level technique that can only be practiced by women, and after refining to its peak, it can condense the moonlight, catalyze the Yao Guang origin, and enhance the physique. Back then, when the Yaohe Empress ascended, she was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao body, and was invincible in her time. According to what has been orally transmitted from the generations of Saint Masters, they guessed that the grade of that remaining inheritance might be higher, most likely above the immortal grade. Above the immortal level? Poof. Yao Xian was satisfied with Xiao Chen's reaction and was secretly pleased in her heart. Just now, you were still looking calm and collected. Now you are shocked by this fairy's news, aren't you? She complacently tightened her body. The smile on her face was brilliant, and she took the initiative to pull on Xiao Chuan's arm. The latter wanted to hide, but he was deadlocked, laughing playfully and opening his mouth. Well, senior brother Xiao, was he surprised by my news? After many attempts, Xiao Chuan finally pulled his hand out and replied in an awkward and unobtrusive manner. What senior sister has said has indeed caused Xiao to be a bit surprised. Only at this moment did Xiao Chen understand why Yifan was able to enter and exit the Yaoqi Holy Land at will in his previous life, and the inheritance in his body was the capital. An evil thought crept into his mind. Then, Yao Xian thought that Xiao Chen was shy, and riding on his victory, she took the initiative to stick up, attaching herself to his ear and exhaling, saying, how does senior brother Xiao plan to thank senior sister? Senior sister, and allow me to think about it. Looking at that tantalizingly delicate face, a wave of nausea flooded within Xiao Chuan and he skimmed his head, just taking a few steps forward when Ao Xing's slightly excited voice came. Kid, you've earned it this time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart rejoiced as he guessed something and hurriedly asked, Teacher, you know the master of that inheritance? Ao Xing opened the door. Rather than knowing each other, it is better to say that we have had a few encounters before. The Yao god in that little ninny's mouth is named Yao Ji, and it is heard that it is a pool of water at the beginning of the birth of the divine realm, which has lasted for 9 epochs, and was born after absorbing the essence of moonlight to contain the spirit, and was born to be raised by the earth. After its birth of spiritual wisdom, it was taken in as a close disciple by the sun and moon divine king to learn from his master, and its cultivation had already reached the divine monarch realm before it died in battle. That Yaoqi immortal scripture in her mouth is a Dao quality technique created by Yaoji when she was in the immortal realm. In that case, then I think the second inheritance she left behind might be her godhead. The godhead. It was the first time Xiao Chuan had heard this terminology and curiously said, Teacher, what is a godhead? In order to avoid the other party from being overly ambitious, Ao Xing just made a simple explanation, the same as the sage realm mastering the laws. To advance to the immortal realm, one needs to comprehend the laws to the level of the Dao, and coalesce a Dao of one's own, and to advance to the God realm, one needs to condense one's own Dao into a God grid. This divine lattice contains not only the great Dao that the cultivator has realized, but also the cultivation insights of the divine realm cultivator's entire life. Xiao Chuan instantly understood. His eyes flickered with a brilliant light as he suddenly realized. What you mean, teacher? Is that as long as I possess a divine grimoire I can create a divine realm powerhouse? The children are teachable. After receiving Ao Xing's affirmative answer, Xiao Chen smacked his lips and turned around, squeezing out a smile on his face as he softly said with a hint of apology in his tone, cultivating for 100 years. Apart from master, sister is still the first person to treat me so sincerely, and I, Xiao, am not an ungrateful person. If senior sister has any needs, just mention them, senior brother will surely fulfill them. Really? Hearing this, Yao Xian was overjoyed and waited for these words from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was not ambiguous and smiled brightly. 1,000 times true. Who doesn't know how to cheat? Great. Puff dash. Yao Xian excitedly pounced towards Xiao Chen. The latter wanted to hide, but he endured for the sake of that godly sigil. With senior brother Zhao's assistance, I feel relieved about this Holy Land's Holy Maiden selection. The selection of the Holy Maiden? Xiao Chuan pushed Yao Xian away in confusion and tilted his head in wonder. Frowning slightly, isn't the Holy Maiden of Yao Qi yourself? Well, upon hearing this, Yao Xian's face turned red in shame. Burying her head low, her small mouth muttered, "No, I've always been a reserve Holy Maiden. It's just that the old ancestor did it for the sake of face, and that's why the clan unanimously referred to me as a Holy Maiden to the outside world." Xiao Dust was speechless for a moment, but associating it with the Sumeru Buddha who had been killed by himself for the sake of a little face, his heart was completely relieved. It's so deserved. It's a dead giveaway. However, don't worry, senior brother Xiao, as long as you are willing to help me pass the Sacred Maiden selection and seize the position of Sacred Maiden, I am willing to give all of the 10,000-year-old lunar flower origin that the Sacred Lord has gifted to you, senior brother. Sorry. Without even thinking about it, Xiao Chen was ready to reject it. What Holy Maiden selection? What lunar origin? He simply did not intend to let Yao Xian live until that time. Junior brother, promise her that 10,000 years of lunar flower origin is a good thing. Absorb it, and your yin-yang spiritual body will be able to advance to an imperial body, or even a sacred body, in one fell swoop. It was too late to think. Xiao Chen's next words that came to his lips changed abruptly and blurted out, "I'm sorry, in my opinion, the position of the Holy Maiden of Yao Qi is not yours, senior sister." The sudden flattery caused Yao Xian, who had thought she had been rejected, to freeze, clenching her shell teeth and saying with some uncertainty, "Elder brother, are you telling the truth?" Naturally, Xiao Chuan nodded his head. His face was breezy and calm, and in his heart, he had already begun to think freely about what level of strength he would reach if he possessed the sacred body. In the meantime, a brand new revenge plan quietly surfaced in his mind. I trust senior brother Xiao. Looking at Xiao Chen's perfect side face, Yao Xian was a bit apoplectic and restrained the feelings in her heart. Letting go of the other party's hand and regaining her composure, she said, "Senior brother, wait a moment. Go." Before the words fell, Yao Xian's 2 fingers shot out a spiritual force into the Xian order, and in the next second, the map of the Xian mysterious realm was projected, and it could not help but make Xiao Dust's eyes light up, and his heart spat out. That's really, one thing leads to another. Who dash? At the top of the cliff, the wind was gusting, and the sky was getting dark, as if a rainstorm was coming. Rumble. Pale white thunderons dangled down in the sky, tearing the sky apart, terrifying as hell. The changes in the secret realm caused Ao Xing to let out another gasp of amazement, shaking his head in emotion. "Duster, this master of yours not only moved this Xian heavenly mystic realm to this heavenly song realm, but he also refined it into a heaven and earth. All that's left is to make up the heavenly Tao, and this is a true dimensional world. Its ambition is too great to be imagined." Humph. When she heard someone praising the emperor, Peach was happy and said smugly, "Now do you know how powerful my emperor is?" For the first time, Ao Xing did not retort, and the more he learned about this person, the more shocked he felt in his heart. Xiao Chuan how dared to speak. He could not interject at all, so he could only focus on Yao Xian, who was searching for the directions to the Jiaolong cave, only to see that Yao Xian followed the location on the map, looked around and compared them one by one, and after lasting for a while, she then pointed at the center of the map, a piece of lake that was connected to the 8th level area and the 7th level district level, and said with firm eyes, "Elder brother, we're going to the place right here, the Devil's Auger Lake." Hearing the name, Xiao Dust's heart sank. According to his memories from his previous life, that Jiaolong cave should be here in 9 out of 10 cases. However, what made his heart palpitate a little was that this demon skull lake was connected to 2 areas of level 7 and level 8, which meant that there might be demonic beasts of different levels in the lake in the 2 areas. Moreover, now that millions of years have passed, what realm would that augur be in if it was still alive? The Great Emperor? Immortal level? Or maybe God level? Ha. Just as Xiao Chen fell into deep thought, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. Gaze. Underneath the dark clouds, dozens or so of figures quickly swept by. In a flash, the silhouettes had arrived in front of the 2 of them, aggressive and obviously prepared. "Finally found you, Yasin." The person who spoke was a young girl who looked lively and cute with a double ponytail, and beside the young girl, in addition to a small number of Yao Qi disciples, there were also more than 10 sect disciples wearing different Taoist robes. It's you! Yao Xian recognized the person at a glance and shouted, Yao Fei Fei, you dare to openly defy the orders of the old ancestor to make a move against me. If the old ancestor and the girls find out, you won't be able to have a good time either. The other party was none other than one of her 4 competitors for this holy maiden selection. But, seeing that Yao Xian was still threatening herself at this time, Yao Fei Fei didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. On the verge of death, do you still expect a few old ancestors to help you? What do you mean? Yasum panicked, but Yao Fei Fei didn't intend to explain more, and with a wave of her small hand, she commanded towards the surrounding crowd, come on people, surround them and kill them on sight. Yes. Oh, facing the crowd of people wrapping around him, Xiao Dust looked as normal, not slowing down as he let out a light eep, his gaze stopping at the very end of the opponent's crowd. Next, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, his throat rolling, his low voice like a demon from the 9 hells, hoarse with the slightest hint of suppressed excitement, whispering, Xianin, Xian Miao, long time no see. P.S. Recently the state is not very good, writing is very slow, there are 2 more during the day to offer. Good night. You know me. Xianin frowned slightly as he looked towards the black-shirted teenager in the center of the crowd. Thinking of the familiarity this person had given him on the heavenly ladder, his heart tasted inexplicable, but after thinking for half a day, he did not have the figure of this person in his mind. Just after he thought that the other party had only had a few encounters with him, a figure suddenly surfaced in front of his eyes, and the 2 figures gradually rejoined, holding his head and muttering, no, this can't be right. Suck. Ah, senior brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing that the situation was not right, Xian Miao, who was on the side, rushed forward to assist Xianin, whose gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen and whose breathing became rapid. Si Fu. The mystery was incomprehensible. She found that since that day when Yifan fell, normally, why did the good-natured senior brother suddenly seem like he had touched something bad luck and was nervous? On the contrary, looking at Xiao Chen's magnificent back, the 2 of them had vastly different temperaments. Xian Miao couldn't help but compare the 2, and couldn't help but think of the glimpse outside the secret boundary. The other party was like an exiled immortal. Every move lingered. A faint blush flew across her pretty face. So it's you, the leader, Yao Fei Fei, also recognized Xiao Chuan's identity, her torso slightly tilted back, her hands clasping her chest, her twin ponytails resting behind her back, and her expression somewhat playful as she said, I doubt Yao Xian looking for a helper is who? I didn't expect it to be Duke Sword. I've heard a lot about you. Yao Fei Fei looked Xiao Chuan up and down for a few moments. The delight in her eyes was even greater and she was not afraid in the slightest. In her opinion everyone was in the cave realm, so what could be done with a higher talent? Although she did not know how Xiao Chen's final examination result would be, most of the people in her line with her were clan prides who had passed the 600th step, and they could not be seen to be worse than anyone else. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Yao Fei Fei did not believe that Xiao Chuan could defeat dozens of people from both of them together with the power of one person, not to mention that cultivators of their origins would not have any life-preserving cards on them. Lord Sword. Calling out, Yao Fei Fei took a step not to go forward and slightly sidestepped, her gaze passing through Xiao Chen and sneeringly glancing at Yao Xian at the back, gloatingly laughing. Yao Xian has promised you any reward. I, Yao Fei Fei, am willing to give double, as long as you are willing to join my side. Any conditions are not a problem. Even, it's not impossible to want a slave. Looking at Yao Fei Fei that playful with a few points of enchanting artifice, Xiao Dust mouth corner twitching, the memory of the previous life gradually surfaced. The holy land of Yaoqi has 4 peaks. Among them, the Yaoqi peak where Yao Xian was located was the one left by the original Yaoqi female emperor, the main vein, while the remaining 3 veins where Yao Fei Fei was located were the 3 disciples under the female emperor's door, the branch veins. The status is comparable. For millions of years, the 4 peaks had explicitly stipulated that no matter which line of disciples represented, as long as they could pass the Holy Maiden examination, then they would be the next generation of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. For this reason, each generation of the Holy Maiden would pull together a group of forces close to her, firstly, to choose allies for the Yaoan Holy Land, and secondly, to test the vision of all the candidates. The same. This was also a big gamble for some powers. If the boost was successful, then his clan would gain the friendship of an emperor-level power, fame and fortune. However, unlike the previous life, in this life, it wasn't Yao Xian who was supported by the Green Cloud Holy Land. Instead, it became Yao Fei Fei. Past life. The Holy Maiden examination of the Yao Qi Holy Land was after the Qing Yin disciple recruitment ceremony, and he had also met with Yao Fei Fei a few times. This person wanted to pull himself into the gang in the beginning, toppled Yi Fan Yao Xin duo and pushed her to the top. At first, he was young and inexperienced and refused to put the interests of the clan first in everything. Now that I think about it, this is not a bad idea. Yao Fei Fei, don't bully people too much. Throat rolling, Xiao Chen had not yet opened his mouth when Yao Xin, who was on the side, instantly exploded. Deception? I did? It was you, not me, who killed the old ancestor. And if you hadn't been so tongue-tied, would there have been no one behind you? All day long, relying on the name of Yao Guang immortal body. Those who don't know would think that you're that greenhouse girl. When enemies met, Yao Fei Fei disliked people without any mercy. Xiao Dust watched this scene with relish. Seeing Yao Xin suffer defeat was undoubtedly one of the great pleasures of his trip as well. Yao Xin knew that she couldn't speak to the other party. Her willow leaf eyebrows turned upside down, and she had a plan in mind. Crossing her arms in a brutal way, Yao Fei Fei, let me tell you, senior brother Xiao Chen will never betray me. You'll never try to poach senior brother Xiao Chen. For a while, the crowd that originated from the major clans in the desolate domain looked astonished and could not believe what their ears had heard, glancing at Xiao Chen as if they wanted to confirm the answer. Wait, Yao Xin, what did you just call him? Want to know? Yao Xin was satisfied with the expressions of the crowd. Her vanity was satisfied at this moment. A bad smile appeared on her face as she snickered. Then I'll prefer not to tell you guys. Are you bluffing us? Yao Fei Fei could see the foul play and her complexion held a few hints of sulkiness. Who in this desolate domain doesn't know that senior brother Xiao Chuan died by stripping away his god body origin, and there is absolutely no possibility of resurrection? Yao Xin, why are you making fun of someone who passed away? Xiao Chuan could not help but raise his eyes to look at Yao Fei Fei one more time after hearing this. Judging from the fluctuations in divine sense, the other party's reaction did not seem to be faked, and there was no need to do so. Couldn't help but be a little surprised, unbridled. At this time, Xianin, who had calmed down, also stood out, and when her gaze met Xiao Chen's dark eyes, the corners of her eyes twitched fiercely, and she hardened her head, drew her sword and drank. I'm like a brother to senior brother Xiao. How can I allow you to tarnish senior brother's reputation like this? Please join me in seeking justice for senior brother. Ravenous. The crowd looked at Xianin casting a look at a fool. One of them, a young cultivator with a cold and handsome face, holding his sword in his arms, did not give Xianin the slightest bit of face as he coldly opened his mouth. Xianin, we are here for senior sister Feier, you have no right to order us around. Yeah, even the companions who belonged to Xianyin's camp couldn't help but echo. Senior Xianin, forgive us for not being able to do anything. Senior brother is foolish. Senior brother Xianin should not make things difficult for me. It's okay to deal with a Yao Xin who has lost favor, but it's okay to deal with Xiao Chen, unless one is sick in the head. No one wanted to be stared at by such a baneful god on their cultivation path in the future. You guys, as a word of excuses rang in his ears, Xianin only felt a raw pain in his face, and his face was lost. Hey, Xian Miao awkwardly buried her head down and secretly sighed in her heart. What a disgrace. Bai Chen, what did you mean by what you just said? Xianin couldn't bear it. Her voice lowered and a cold light bloomed in her eyes. Poof. Bai Chen ignored Xianyin's murderous eyes and snorted coldly, completely not putting the other party in his eyes, hooking his lips and snorting. Want to make a move? Just by virtue of you're not worthy yet. Aside from Xiao Chuan, the only thing left in your Qingyan Holy Land is you bunch of crooked gourds and pear dates. You really think you're a Qingyan senior brother? If Xiao Chen had wanted it in the first place, it would have been his long ago, taking something that someone else doesn't want as a token. Xianin, that's all you've got in this life. This Bai Chen is interesting enough. Xiao Dust was greatly pleased at the words and his heart was relieved. The reason why his sword Dao was able to grow so fast in his previous life could not be separated from Bai Chen's endless challenges. The two are friends and competitors. Bai Chen's word for word was so clear that Xianin had no words to refute it at all. Just because Bai Chen came from the Dao Sword sect, which is the only sect in the wasteland domain that is not controlled by the 12 sacred grounds, and even though it is only a first-rate force, the entire sect is a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators, also known as the strongest in their class, have only one sword in their hearts. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Dao Sword sect and the Sword Emperor came from a silent and nameless clan, and the two specialized in swords, astonishing their talents for an era. Unlike the Sword Emperor, who had amazed an era, the ancestor of the Dao Sword sect, a great weapon, had spent 10,000 years only to sharpen a sword, named Sword Drawing Style. 30 million years ago, at the beginning of the descent of the heavenly demons, The ancestor of the Tao Sword sect used the body of a half-imperialist to kill the 3 Emperor Realm heavenly demons attacking the desolate realm against the odds, saving hundreds of millions of living beings. The sword that burned through 10,000 years, chopping from the past into the future, cut a rift in the heavens and earth, flattening the mountains and rivers, and thus the heaven-breaking plains came to be. After that battle, the ancestor of the Tao Sword sect fell, and was called by the ancestors of the desolate domain, the Tao Sword immortal. The Tao Sword sect came as a result. Yao Feifei didn't move and surveyed the change on Xianyin's face with interest. Senior sister Feier, didn't you say just now that as long as I was willing to join your team, you would be able to agree to one of my conditions? Just as Xianyin was in a dilemma, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Yao Xian thumped and wanted to say something but was glared back, and everyone present perked up their ears. Yao Feifei was also delighted and nodded lightly. That's natural. Very good. Hearing this, Xianyin realized that it was not good. And Xiao Chuan's playful laughter rang in her ears. As long as you and I take care of him. Afterwards, I will make Yao Xian withdraw from the Holy Maiden examination. Really? Yao Feifei looked towards Yao Xian for a definite answer, and the latter was just about to refuse when Xiao Chen's voice sounded in her mind. I am not good at martial arts fighting, so if I were to fight, I am afraid that I would not have the time to take care of your safety. But, there's nothing but, with that inheritance, is the Holy Lord's position still important to you? Once these words came out, Yao Xian instantly understood. Putting on a look of unwillingness to hold back on the surface, she gritted her teeth and said, I swear by the heavenly Tao, willingly withdrawing from the Holy Maiden examination. Upon hearing this, a brilliant light flashed before Yao Feifei's eyes, and she said with a smiling face, Very well, I agree to this matter. Yao Feifei, what did you say? Xianyin was completely taut. Say what? Men, kill them, Miso dash. Turning her head, Yao Feifei seems like a different person. No nonsense. Drew her sword and stabbed Xianyin and his party. The battle situation changed steeply. Offense and defense reversed. The balance of victory began to tilt. P.S. Heart, newcomers to writing books. Easy to card text. A day to write a lot and will keep deleting. 6,000 words. Word count tube enough. After this chapter, the plot gradually accelerate. Thank you for your support. Yao Feifei. Cold light suddenly flashed. Looking at the incoming sword, Xianyin drew her sword to resist while shouting, Do you really want to break the promise between us? Swish, swish. Yao Feifei turned a deaf ear as the powerful Yao Qi sword technique pulled out a sword flower in her hands, causing Xiao Duan, who was on the side, to wonder. This niece looks playful on the surface, but her sword technique is lethal in every move and quite ruthless. It's a tough one. Damn. Xianyin knew that there was no room for maneuver, and no longer stayed his hand. The 7 rounds of cave heaven hanging high behind him, and said in a cold voice, You were the one who was unkind in the first place, so don't blame me for being impolite. Look at the sword. Loud and clear. As the words fell, Xianyin's long green-fronted sword at her waist vibrated out, and when she raised her hand, she dissolved all the sword moves one by one. Ha! The first stance of the green cloud sword technique. Clear wind and rain. At the same time as the cold laughter fell, Xianyin's sword move in her hand changed again. A clear wind blew in the sky and the earth, and the sword chi condensed into raindrops, brushing towards Yao Feifei and chopping away. The Qingyan lineage was originally focused on the sword path, and the Qingyan sword technique was even a sword move left by the Qingyan emperor back then, with subtle and incomparable moves that could be used offensively or defensively. Crap! Yao Feifei was in a trance as she looked at the rain-like sword rain. The sword rain was a few points more powerful than normal with Xianyin's sword intent. If they were to carry it hard, they would surely suffer a heavy blow. What to do? Going to reveal the bottom card early? Whoosh! Just as Yao Feifei was pondering, an air-breaking sound resounded steeply behind her, and a black sword broke through the void and quietly hovered in front of her, emitting a burst of sword sounds, clearing the air? Coincidence. I know a little bit as well. Xiao Chuan's voice sounded abruptly, and in the next second, the black sword intent flowed slowly, and a Taiji Bagua diagram was condensed in the void, rotating slowly. Boom! Shasta! The people present only felt that their figures were being yanked hard, and the scenery around them began to fade away, replaced by an ink landscape. Lift your hand. Xiao Chuan's fingertips lightly tapped the falling sword rain, and the sword intent contained within it dissipated as if it had met a natural enemy. Tick, tick, tick dash. The raindrops fell with a crisp sound. No! How can you possibly dissolve my clear wind and rain? This was created by my holy land's great emperor Changyun. You're just a saint. How can you do this? Die for me. Die. Xianyin collapsed and kept releasing the sword intent in her body just to kill Xiao Chen. Who dash? However, no matter how Xianyin attacked, The monstrous sword intent would turn into nothingness the moment it approached Xiao Chen, absorbed by this heaven and earth, and disappear without a trace. It's over. Xiao Dust's red lips slightly opened. No, you can't kill me. I am the personal disciple of the Holy Lord of Qing Yun. If you kill me, you will be locked by the soul-pursuing seal in my body, and at that time, you won't be able to escape either. Xianyin kept threatening Xiao Chen. The latter did not pay any attention to it. His index finger gently hooked, and the wind in space began to flow, hovering around his fingertips, cheering and jumping. Xiao Dust lightly spat out a single word. Go. Who dash. Lightly, the small black dot on his fingertip flew out, and the moment his pupils suddenly shrunk, the black dot transformed into a black tornado at a speed visible to the naked eye, scraping towards Xianyin and the others. What a terrifying sword intent. Yao Feifei's eyelids jumped. Sensing that the situation was not right, she hurriedly transmitted her voice towards the few people in her camp. Retreat. Any later and it'll be too late. Yes. Bai Chen and the others glanced at each other, drew their swords and drew back, rejoining Yao Feifei's side, looking at the Xiao Duan in front of them, who stood stalwartly motionless under the black dragon scrolls, and breaking out into a cold sweat behind them. Senior brother Bai, are you sure about this move? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chen gazed at his brows and gritted his teeth. One strike and certain death. Hiss. Receiving the answer, Yao Feifei was shocked and at the same time skeptical in her heart. If he has such strength, why didn't he just kill us all? Bai Chen was speechless. It looks like this person's heart is even heavier than we thought. Saying that, Yao Feifei looked to Yao Xin, who was excited beyond words on one side, and cast a look at a fool. No wonder. I told you how it was possible for this idiot Yao Xin to pull in such strong support. So it turned out that he was being treated like a monkey. Aha, Bai Chen nodded his head, his calm eyes carrying a few moments of worry. Then do we need to inform that Yao Xin about this matter? What's the point of informing that idiot? Yao Feifei waved her hand indifferently, the corner of her mouth lifting up in a playful smile as she comfortably said, although I don't know what the purpose of this sword prince is, he has helped me remove the threat that is Yao Xin. Kind of did me a favor. I'm not the gang from the Green Cloud Sacred Ground. I, Yao Feifei, can't do such things as crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. Besides, this person always gives me a very familiar feeling. Gazing at Xiao Chen's back, Yao Feifei murmured, too much like, I feel the same way. Under the bucket hat, Bai Chen's cold face appeared faintly reminiscent of the color. The reflection of the figure in his eyes gradually overlapped with it, and then shook his head to release it. The past will pass away. Yeah, Yao Feifei nodded her head and said grimly, it's a pity. He's not him, and he won't be him. Bear. Boo. Someone finally could not resist the attack of the sword chi tornado. The whole person was sucked into it, in less than a second. As if there were millions of swords through the body was split into pieces and turned into a blood mist exploded. Vom dash. Killing is not a head point. The people present have never seen this kind of scene. The stomach flipped. Almost cannot stand. Shit. Xianyin was completely flustered. This space was created by Xiao Chen, and no matter how they fled, the sword chi dragon scrolls always followed behind them, engulfing one silhouette after another. Spell it out. Seeing this scene, Xianyin knew that running any further would be a waste of spiritual energy, and simply prepared for a head-on collision with the sword chi tornado. Senior brothers, follow me and start the formation together. As the words fell, a stream of light flew out from Xianyin's storage ring, a 9th grade array disc. He clenched his teeth and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood on the 8 array flags, and shouted with his hands strangling, 8-sided Linglong formation. Rise for me. Whoosh. Whoosh. Xianyin's voice just fell. 8 array flags disappeared into a golden stream of light, respectively inserted into the 8 directions around, echoing each other, generating a Linglong pagoda-style protective array. Help me. Upon hearing this, those disciples from the various peaks of Qingyun who had already run away, had their hearts crossed and quickly entered the formation, sitting on their knees in the 8 formation eyes, fully urging the spiritual energy in their bodies and injecting it into the formation. Boom, boom, boom. In a single breath, the inner and outer 8-story towers were built up, ready to meet the impact of the Sword Chi Dragon Scroll. This formation is a bit interesting, but not enough. Under the shadows, Xiao Chen's pair of eyes were distinctly black and white, and the corners of both sides of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a devilish smile as he lifted his hand to the void and softly said, burst. One word falls. In a split second, the heavens and earth were silent, and the sword chi tornado rapidly collapsed in a bizarre manner, reconsolidating into a small black ball that carried a chilling bloody aura. Those were the flesh and blood skeletons of the Green Cloud Holy Land and others. Run! The crowd gazed at the small black ball in Xiao Chen's hand. A chill ran straight from the soles of their feet to the sky. Their legs couldn't stop trembling, and they cursed in their hearts, is this a fucking attack that can be struck by the cave heaven realm? Don't dare hesitate. Yao Fei Fei's group pulled out their legs and ran. Yao Xin. You, out of the goodness of her heart. Yao Fei Fei still wanted to remind, but she saw that the other party's figure had already run out thousands of meters at a fast speed. Bump F** King Petri dish. I'm such a bitch. Cursed himself. Yao Fei Fei fingertips consume a recluse talisman. Instantaneous has come to 10,000 meters away. By Chin a few people do not dare to be ambiguous. Means endless. Can be said to be the 8 immortals across the sea. Only. The Xianin under that 8-sided Linglong formation was filled with gloom. Her hands choking slightly trembling as she roared stiffly. Don't think that you've got us beat. Burning cave heaven. Boom. As the words fell, the 7 rounds of cave heaven behind Xianin began to burn, and the spiritual energy in his body roared, the formation once again solidifying by a few points. Burn. Seeing this situation, the crowd behind them did not dare to delay, and all began to burn the cave, using all the remaining spiritual energy to maintain the spell formation. Is this a donkey inking? Xiao Dust looked at the lofty Linglong formation, flexed his finger and flicked it, and with a loud rumble, the black ball spun and shot out, whipping up a hurricane, destroying everything along the way, and fiercely crashed on top of the formation. Tut dash. Put. At the same time as the dull sound of metal clashing rang out, Shen Yin and the others' faces suddenly turned white, their internal qi and blood surged, and blood sprayed on top of the formation, which was shocking to the eyes. Ha! Looking at the intact formation, Shen Yin lifted her sleeve to wipe away the bloodstains remaining at the corner of her mouth, revealing 2 rows of bloodstained white teeth and forced a smile. Duke's sword. You are no more than. Yes? Ka-ching. The words had just reached their mouths when a sudden crisp cracking sound fell into everyone's ears, hearts sinking and faces embarrassed to the core. Click 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 dash. Shattered slits like ice cracks, spreading rapidly. Boo! Boo! Too late to save. The first layer of the formation instantly fell apart, followed by the second, the third layer. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the small black ball had arrived in front of Xian Yin's eyes, taking over everything in his eyes, engulfing his will as his heart sank to the bottom. Who the hell are you? At the brink of death, Xian Yin no longer had the heart to resist, and his gray eyes stared at Xiao Chen, expecting the other party to give him the answer he wanted. Me? A lazy voice faintly came out. Xiao Chuan's eyes mocked as his divine sense fell into the other party's mind, restoring the original voice line, which quietly resounded. Eldest senior brother. It's only been half a month. Don't you recognize me? Xiao Chen's voice was not loud, but it was like a bolt from the blue exploding in Xian Yin's head. He raised his eyes in horror and met Xiao Chuan's gaze, opening his mouth but not uttering half a sound. And in the haze, the disguise on the latter's face faded away, and a long-lost and familiar face appeared in front of Qin Yun and the others. You are Xiao Chuan. How's this? Obviously you've. This scene fell into Yao Fei Fei's eyes, but it was unusually bizarre. The Qingyan crowd one by one looked as if they had seen something unimaginable from Xiao Chun. Their expressions were terrified and their essence seemed to be drained. Bai Chen, you have the highest divine sense among us here. Do you know what exactly happened between them? Upon hearing this, Bai Chen frowned and shook his head. That person seemed to have sealed off that piece of heaven and earth with his divine sense, and it's hard for me to tell what exactly they said. Obviously I'm dead, right? Xiao Dust's voice was indifferent and not the slightest fluctuation of emotion could be heard. Senior brother Xiao. I'm sorry. Xian Miao looked at that familiar face. 2 lines of tears fell. Remorse welled up in her heart. I don't know how many late nights she repeatedly questioned herself. Would things have been different if she had stood up for Xiao Chan on the day of the punishment? However, some results are destined to remain unchanged. Senior brother, please, don't kill me. I'm innocent. At first if it wasn't Yi Fan compelling me, I wouldn't be blinded by lard for a moment. It's me who's sorry. Please, for the sake of the past, let me go once. Xianin completely lost his previous backbone, kneeling down on both knees as if he was a defeated dog that was wagging his tail and begging for his forgiveness. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not speak, many of the Qin Yin disciples thought that the other party was soft-hearted and knelt down to cry. Senior brother Xiao, we're innocent too. This was all Yi Fan's idea. He's the one who harmed you. It has nothing to do with us. Yi Fan? Ah. Chanting the name of this person, Xiao Dust closed his eyes. The look on his face gradually became sickly. Both eyes rolled over, revealing an incomparably crispy look, moaning, and his gloomy voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. I forgot about it until you guys told me. Yi Fan, ah, he's in my 10,000 soul streamer right now having a happy reunion with his family. You guys should have a great conversation with him. Jia Jia Jia. What? 3 simple words, but the crowd no longer had the courage to speak. and the doubts in their hearts strung together and lost their voices. So, you are the Saint King Realm demonic cultivator of the reverse felling questioning realm 3 days ago. No, I don't believe this is real. I must be dreaming. You're not Xiao Chen. You're the devil. Ah! I'm going to tell the Lian Yu saints about you becoming a demonic cultivator. They will definitely kill you. You won't be able to escape Xiao Chuan. The 2 Emperor's swords of Qing Yun and Qing Xiao are already on their way here. You kill us, you die too. Ha 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 ha. Xian Yin went crazy, his body's longevity burning uncontrollably, the surface of his body crumbling by inches, and his terrifying spiritual energy scurrying around below, ready to explode itself. Bear! Suddenly, an unexplained body-breaking sound rang out. Xian Yin's self-detonation was interrupted, and several sword tips penetrated his body at his chest, crimson blood dripping down. Xian Yin stiffened and twisted his neck, looking behind him at the several senior brothers who had killed him, his face full of astonishment. The latter, startled at the sight, stumbled and fell to the ground, his blood-stained hands clutching his head, his voice hoarse with hissing. I'm sorry, Senior, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You apologize to Senior Brother Xiao, please. Shen Miao watched everything coldly and closed her eyes, waiting for her fate. Pop 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 pop. Xiao Dus took in this scene of brotherly kindness and love, raised his hand and clapped his palm. The corner of his lips brought up a beautiful arc and smiled lightly. We're all in the same sect. Wouldn't it be a happy ending to be a senior brother to give you a ride? So be it. In order to thank you for all the news, Senior Brother, why don't we all go to my 10,000 soul streamer and be my guests? Elder Brother, what do you think? Xianing collapsed in a pool of blood, her breath low, looking at the cold gazes and recalling the isolated Xiao Chen that day. So this is what it's like to be a member of the crowd, with remorse pervading. Senior, right? No. Aha! Xiao Chen ignored Xin Yin's last voice. Repentance? He did not need to. If you don't say anything, then I'll take that as a yes from you. Elder Brother, please be on your way. As the words fell, the small black ball seemed to come to life again and began to expand, constantly squeezing the surrounding space until it submerged everyone's figures. Snap! The sound of ringing fingers fell. Everything was silent. A splash of fishbelly white engulfed all sight. The storm from the explosion hit. The earth tumbled. Trees snapped. Boom! Between heaven and earth, only bright white remained. P.S. 3 more. 3 more. Ask for a small gift. Buzz. The white light suddenly flashed. The tinnitus was incessant. Yao Feifei only felt dizzy. In front of her eyes was white, and she could vaguely see a silhouette, standing in the light, with her back to the beings. Next, boom! Aha! The gale was like a flood crossing the border. Yao Feifei as well as Bai Chen and others suddenly had a black eye. Their heads were heavy, their bodies were weightless, and they flew about uncontrollably, screaming in all directions. What's wrong? On the contrary, Yao Xin, who stood in place like a pin in the sea, was confused. She vaguely heard someone calling for help in the wind, but she could not see anything. The wind whistled in her ears and shivered. Woohoo! The wind is calming down. After feeling better, Yao Xin slowly opened her eyes and looked toward the surroundings. Where are the people? Do not look okay. This look Yao Xin realized that the mountains and rivers under their feet were flattened, revealing a hemispherical deep pit. Originally still in front of their own Yao Feifei and others are all disappeared. Nowhere to be found. Senior Brother Xiao, are you alright? Just as Yao Xin was curious, her afterglow suddenly noticed Xiao Chen, whose figure was shaking in the sky in the distance, and she ejaculated in her heart. Could it be that what he said about not being good at martial arts fighting is true? But, saying that, she glanced at the deep pit at her feet again and wondered. You tell me this is the kind of commotion that a cultivator who is not good at martial arts fighting can make. Spitting is spitting. Yao Xin did not dare to have half a bit of delay, hurriedly urged the spiritual energy in his body to fly toward Xiao Chen. The other side, Yao Feifei and the others leisurely woke up from a grassy area, looking at the azure sky and wondering what had happened. Right. With a jolt, Yao Feifei suddenly remembered and sat up, glancing up and down at her surroundings and said blankly, Then where is Xiao Chen? Fifi, you're awake. At that exact moment, Bai Chen came from the distance, still holding the mountain spring water he had just returned from, and came forward, handing the water over, concerned. Are you feeling alright? Well, no injuries. Immediately, she looked behind Bai Chen again, and after determining that no one was there, she queried, Where are they? Not with you? They? Upon hearing this, Bai Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know what means that person used, but he actually sent us separately to this hellish place. I looked just now, and it looks like we're at the edge of the secondary area now. It looks like the other party is not at ease with us either. Yao Feifei naturally saw the meaning of Xiao Chuan's move. but did not take it to heart and smiled lightly. But it's the same thing we thought it would be. It's better to have more secrets between cultivators. Bai Chen nodded, feeling that Yao Fei Fei had a point, and inquired, then what do we do next? Continue forward or wait for them to rendezvous together? After a moment of contemplation, Yao Fei Fei rejected the intention of waiting for the crowd to join her and shook her head. Even though there's help from Yao Xi inside of the girls, I'm not comfortable with the rest of them except for you. Senior brother Bai. It can't wait. The secrets of this Xian heavenly mystic realm are far more than we can imagine. Everything is focused on our own improvement first. It's not too late. Let's set off for the 7th level region. In the face of what Yao Fei Fei said, Bai Chen always had a hint of big brother tenderness on his face, and a halo flashed across his fingertips nano ring as a small immortal boat surfaced, nodding his head towards the former. Let's get going then. Aha! The two of them tacitly leapt onto the immortal boat and headed all the way towards the direction where the 7th level area was located. Level V area. In front of a huge stone door, dozens of small teams gathered together and were trying to open the door to explore a bit inside. Look closely. In the corner, the figures of Xianling's 5 people appeared among them, and all 5 of them had been disguised by Xianling's Tianji transfiguration technique. Big sister, what should we do now? In order not to attract attention, this trip to the secret realm they are externally to the age of the name, in which Xianling is the largest. Cheng Hongguan followed by the next, followed by Zi Shiner, Xia Ling Kite, Alan in that order. When Xianling heard this, a bad smile appeared on her quirky little face, and her red eyes stared at the strong man with a scar in the crowd as she transmitted her voice. If I'm not wrong, that scarred man should be from the barbarian clan, and his previous cultivation should be around the peak of the divine bridge, making him the strongest person present other than Red Dust and I. The rest of them are worthless. Not bad, Cheng Hongguan followed and added. According to the information provided to us by Xiao Dust, the secret realm here contains a 100,000-year-old ice and fire 2-year grass. This item will be of great benefit to Sister Ling Kite. Not only can you drastically improve your enlightenment and root bones, but you can also make Ling Kite Sister's pure yang body go to the next level, the best of both worlds. Great! Hearing this news, ZXANer was sincerely happy for Xia Ling Kite, excitedly saying, Kite her with it. You'll never have to worry about cultivation again. Aha! Xia Ling Kite nodded heavily, with tears in front of her eyes. She looked at the 4 of them and said gratefully, this is all thanks to the Gongzi and all of you sisters and sisters. Ling Kite has a guilty conscience. Xianling looked the youngest on the surface, but was the most stable on the inside, rubbing Xia Ling Kite's head and comforting. If you really want to thank your sister, then hurry up and give brother Xiaochen a big fat boy. Big sister will bring it to you. He. Well, Xia Ling Kite sniffed his head down for a moment, lowered his head, cheeks blushing, the top of his head was bubbling with hot air, his mouth aba. His appearance was adorable. Good. Only after a long time did Xia Ling Kite stammered and answered, I'll try my best. Ha. Hearing this, Xianling was satisfied and crossed his arms. Yang leaned back with a look on his face as if to say, this is all what I have fought for. Hey, those pussies over there. Just when Xianling and the others were chatting happily, a voice suddenly interrupted them, and the former's face went cold to the naked eye, and the silver hair behind her began to flutter. Seeing this, ZXINer and the others obediently hid behind Xianling. They knew that this was a precursor to the latter's impending rage, and silently prayed in their hearts that the other party wouldn't die too tragically. Hey, our boss is talking to you, don't you hear him? Turn and look, only to see that the crowd that was originally still scattered around had gathered together at some point, approaching towards Xianling and the girl step by step, with unintentional smiles on their faces. Says you guys, 5 mutes? Because Xianling had shielded all 4 of their auras. These people only thought that they were all a group of wheeling sea realm cultivators, and their eyes were filled with disdain. Forget it, senior. Tighten up. Don't scare the kids. Ha. As the words fell, a burst of laughter rose from the crowd, and the ugliness of human nature was on full display at this moment. Are you done laughing? Indifferently, Xianling's voice with laughter rang out, and the scarred man at the head of the group stopped laughing and looked down, his bearded face full of indolence. Little girl, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. We only need 30 people for the secret realm, and you guys just happen to have extra. But, for your pity's sake, tell you what, we'll let you participate as long as you take the lead and go into it first to explore. Well, good deal huh? Pathfinding? Xianling let out a light eep, a faint smile appearing on her harmless-looking face. Then that means that 5 people can also pass through this secret realm, right? Upon hearing this, the scarred man was taken aback by Xianling's arrogance and snorted with laughter, his eyes looking towards his little brother at his side. pointing his finger at the other party and sneering at him. Hear that? 5 people. They only need 5 people to get through. Ha ha ha. Xin Ling didn't care about the voices of the people around her and muttered to herself. Then I'm relieved. Have a good trip. Next, the black sword shadow swept by. Bear. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh rang out suddenly, warm blood splattering across the scarred man's face, and the laughter in his voice stalled abruptly. Looking at the headless body in front of him, the scarred man's body fell to the ground. Looking at the blood-stained black knife in Xin Ling's hand, scared out of his wits. Laugh. Why don't you smile? Is it the lack of laughter? Puff. Wrong. I'm wrong. Auntie, please let me go. I really know I'm wrong. Looking at Xin Ling's emotionless face, the scarred man finally realized that he had kicked the iron plate and hurriedly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Die. The only thing that came back to him was a simple word. Scarred man opened his mouth, just want to say something more. The tip of the sword directly through the body. Pupils lax, gradually lose color. The body shaped to the side to fall. Murder. Run. Run. Aha. For a while, the crowd panicked and scattered. Want to run? Cheng Hongduan snorted coldly, black mist surging in her eyes as she raised her hand and struck out into the void. And in the next second, 4 pillars of light rose out of thin air, enveloping everyone in them. Shit. After many unsuccessful attempts to break open the formation, the crowd broke into a rage, their thirst for life finally exceeding their fear of death, and they looked at the 5 Xin Ling people, glaring angrily at them. Brothers, fight them. They're all cultivators of the cave heaven will see realm. I don't believe that we still can't take down 5 pussies with so many people. Give it to me. Up. Once these words came out, the crowd that was still scared and uncertain because of death seemed like they were pumped with chicken blood, tearing their voices and rushing forward, preparing for the final fight to the death. In the face of the maddened crowd rushing towards them, the 5 women looked as normal, their gazes looking towards Xia Ling Kite, encouraging. Sister Ling Kite, come on. Aha. Xia Ling Kite nodded her head and walked out, as if she had made some decision. Her palms spread out, and a scaled-down version of the 10,000 soul streamer flew out, hanging above the heads of the crowd. That's the 10,000 soul streamer. They are evil cultivators. Run. Run. In less than 3 short breaths, the wind direction changes again. In the face of ordinary cultivators, they are no more miserable than people. Headpoint. 18 years later is a good man again. However, facing the evil cultivator with the 10,000 soul streamers, life is worse than death. Not to mention that this life is no longer qualified to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, which is definitely not what they want to see. But when it comes down to it, there's no use regretting it. Collect. Xia Ling Kite small hand wave. Control dozens of soul-locking chain toward the crowd to kill. Every swing, there will be a person by the chain pierced through the vitals. Movement numb, skillful like 100 years old evil cultivator. Well, not bad, not bad. Sister Ling Kite is very talented at being an evil cultivator. It seems that Brother Xiao Chen's this 10,000 soul substreamer must be Sister Ling Kite. So handsome. Alan also wants to be an evil cultivator. The scene shifts. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Xiao Chen was lying on a rocking chair on the deck of the immortal boat, his hands resting behind his head as he leisurely basked in the sun with a sense of contentment. Master, it seems that a few master mothers have killed quite a few cultivators over there. I can feel that the grade of the substreamers is rising, and the quality of these souls are all very good. The voice of the 10,000 soul streamer artifact spirit, Xiao Rou, slowly sounded in Xiao Chuan's mind, and cultivators who did not know of its own existence would definitely think that the other party was a cute auxiliary artifact spirit if they were to listen to it. Very good. It looks like they've already found the first inheritance. Xiao Chuan sat up and gazed out in the direction of the level 5 area, too many stories settling in his eyes, as if he was able to cross space and see the ladies. You're awake? On the 2nd floor of the immortal boat, Yao Xian pushed out the door and happened to see Xiao Chun, who had woken up with some surprise. Aha! It's just an overdraft of spiritual energy. Resting for a few moments will be enough. Nowadays, in terms of telling lies, Xiao Dust could already do it without changing his face, and his heart was like water. Everything still needs more practice. Okay. Yao Xian looked at Xiao Chen's graceful side profile and felt that what was said made sense. How far is it to that Devil's Auger Lake you mentioned? Soon. This time, the secret realm is open for a total of 1 month, and according to our current speed, we will be able to reach the vicinity of the Devil's Jiao Lake in less than 3 days. 3 days, Xiao Chuan mused, and in his heart, he could not help but feel the greatness of the divine realm, and when placed in the heavenly Tsang realm, 3 days would already be enough time to travel across the entire desolate domain. However, this was placed in the divine realm and was only a corner of the state under the banner of a party's divine dynasty. Demented. Ao Xing's voice roused him, urging him seriously. The divine realm is still too far away for you. At the moment, the most important thing for you is to find that black amazing demonic dragon Jiao. That is a super divine beast that is not inferior to a true dragon. A divine beast level augur? Xiao Dust could not help but be puzzled after hearing this. In his inherent impression, the demonic beast bloodline was divided into strict hierarchies, and the unusual augur could not raise its head in front of the true dragon. Today, on the heavenly ladder, when Ao Menger released the five-clawed golden dragon Shadow, the crowd of demons bowed their heads in unison was the best proof. The world also has snake, 100 years into a python, 1,000 years into a scaly, 10,000 years into a dragon proverb. Well, you didn't hear me wrong, Ao Xing frankly said. This beast is not a product of my Hongmeng universe. It was left behind by the extraterrestrial heavenly devil that attacked my Hongmeng universe back then. Its body shape resembles a Jiao but not a Jiao, resembles a dragon but not a dragon. Not only does it possess the brutality of a Jiao dragon, it also possesses the powerful bloodline of a true dragon, and it can be considered a party of exotic beasts. The spiritual attributes also fit you perfectly. When I met it back then, it was still just a dragon egg. Counting the difference between time and this realm's heaven and earth, millions of years have passed, and its true cultivation is now at least at the great emperor realm. Even though there are rules of this heaven and earth suppressing its cultivation, you still need to be careful as well. Also, I can feel the location of that chaotic cauldron getting closer and closer. Before that, you let this little ninny wait for you here for a day, and I'll take you over there to retrieve it. Well, disciple understands. With the contact, Xiao Chuan had already treated Ao Xing as a teacher who taught him, and naturally used the title disciple. Retrieve your mind. Xiao Chen looked at Yao Xian who was walking towards him and did not make any explanations, but only said indifferently, I am going to go out during this period of time, about a day's time, and you wait here for me with this transmission note. I'll be right back. As the words fell, Xiao Chen stopped explaining and his body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared, leaving only Yao Xian dumbfounded. Damn it! It pisses me off that people are like this. Why do they still refuse to believe in themselves? Piss me off. Having said that, Yao Xian still obediently took the transmitting note and maneuvered the immortal boat toward the forest below to hide, unaware that a pair of eyes in the dark had long been staring at her. This is it. Between the mountains, a black shadow quickly flew in, and when he fixed his eyes on it, this person was none other than Xiao Dust, and in order to facilitate his actions, this time, he had put on a new face again. Teacher, what should we do now? Xiao Chuan gazed at the mountain range beneath his feet and did not find anything wrong with it. At those words, Ao Xing woke up from the void space, and his powerful divine sense instantly covered the entire heaven and earth, stretching for an unknown number of miles, and everything was hidden from view. Gazing and observing for a moment, Ao Xing slowly opened his eyes. His large golden vertical pupils swept through the color of surprise. Frowning, this thing seems to have opened the spirit. What remains here is just a wisp of his breath. We fell for it. This, Xiao Dust did not expect that a few of his people would be teased by a tripod, and it was a bit hard to strain himself. No harm done. However, it was good that Ao Xing's next words caused Xiao Chen's hanging heart to relax again, as the latter slowly said, just now, under my divine sense probing, I detected the same information in these several places again. This object has not opened its spirit for a long time. It is still unable to fully manipulate itself, and it extremely consumes divine sense. Looking along these locations, I think I will soon be able to find the place where its true body is located. Good. Xiao Chuan knew very little about this aspect and nodded his head, humbly saying, everything will be arranged by the teacher. Aha! For Xiao Chuan as a disciple, Ao Xing was more and more satisfied the more he looked at him. Wild but not arrogant, ruthless with righteousness, courageous and resourceful. A character he liked. It's not too late. After collecting this chaotic cauldron, I'll also take you to a place that will surely benefit your fleshly body greatly. Xiao Dust's happiness overflowed and he even nodded his head unceasingly. Thank you, teacher, for taking the trouble. I'll go and find out that chaotic cauldron. Whoosh! With a flash of his body, Xiao Chuan unleashed the Xing Zi technique under his feet and disappeared in the blink of an eye. These past few days after he had continuously fumbled around, he had gradually grasped the connection between the heaven stealing technique and the next volume of the Xing Zi technique, fusing a new pace, taking the name of the treading heavenly skill. In the dark, Xiao Chuan feels that this gong method has 9 styles, and what he performed just now is the first style. As for the name, he hasn't conceptualized it yet. The word line is used as one of the 9 words. The gong methods that each cultivator had gained from their enlightenment were very different. For example, stealing sky skill and Xiao Dust's treading sky skill. However, all methods were united. The great Tao was different, and there were also commonalities between each other. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the treading heavenly determination steps executed by Xiao Chen, Ao Xing nodded his head in satisfaction and commented earnestly, "This pace is truly subtle and has already taken the shape of a Dao-grade Gongfu. As you continue to cultivate, Duster, the effects of this Gong method should still increase drastically, reaching perfection. Even crossing the star field is just rough for you. Teacher has praised me too much." Xiao Dust was not arrogant and said sincerely, "My disciple is merely dipping into the light of the lineage technique. Otherwise, with my experience, I would not have been able to create such a subtle technique." But, as the words turned, he said in disbelief, "I had previously heard teacher speak of the name of that Dao Pin technique, but I don't know what grade this Dao Pin actually is. I'm sorry to trouble you, Sensei, for your confusion." Ha 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 ha, laughing out loud 3 times. When it calmed down, Ao Xing then said with a slight apology, "Rather, it was the master who forgot about this matter. I didn't say anything earlier because I was worried that you would put your mind on your Gongfu and slacken on your cultivation because of this matter. Now it seems that it was me who was overthinking it." Xiao Dust nodded. He had been exposed to too many new things during this period of time, and sometimes he did slacken his cultivation because of these things. Ao Xing's voice rang out next. "In the immortal and divine realms, Gong methods are not as detailed as in the lower realms, and are only roughly categorized into the Dao entry level and the non-Dao entry level. 2 grades. In layman's terms, a Gong method that is sensed by virtue of the great Dao is a Dao entry level Gong method, which is what I often refer to as a Dao quality Gong method in my master's mouth. Other than that, the rest of the realm feats, that is, the un-Dao level feats, the Dao Pin technique is not limited by cultivation, but as the cultivator continues to grow, it is incredibly mysterious, and every move carries the terrifying power of the great Dao, and raising one's hand is a great killing weapon. Even when I was at my peak, there were only 3 Dao quality techniques in my hands. That doesn't sound like it would be too hard." Recalling his memories from when he had sensed the treading heavenly skill, Xiao Chen felt that it was not very difficult. Yes. Who can compare to your heaven-defying enlightenment, junior brother?" Upon hearing this, the peach in the medicinal garden rolled her eyes and wrapped her hands around her body, her tone a bit conspiratorial. Hey, Xiao Chen smiled sarcastically. Indeed, Ao Xing also nodded approvingly and complimented. "To be able to comprehend the beginnings of a Dao grade technique at your realm is truly unimaginable. Dao entry-level feats are just like ordinary feats. There are highs and lows, corresponding to the ranks of the great Dao laws. They can be divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme, for equal ranks, each of which can be further divided into beginner, middle, and high, 3 grades, according to the number of great Dao contained in the Gong method. And if a cultivator wants to comprehend the Dao quality Gongfu, he can only sense it after arriving at the immortal realm, through the Dao that he cultivated when he ascended all the way to the Dao prototype. However, if it's just a Dao fledgling, it's almost useless for sensing Dalian Gong methods. The only way to have a chance is to condense the great Dao to the realm of its original appearance. However, most immortal realm cultivators spend their entire lives struggling to cultivate the great Dao in their own bodies to the realm of perfection, and never even perceive the complete great Dao, let alone perceive a Dao technique. The Yaoqi immortal scripture that you obtained previously, gentlemen, is the middle-rank Dao quality technique that the Yao God perceived based on the middle-rank law, Yao Guang law, that she evolved when she broke through to a mortal monarch. However, due to its own special characteristics, this technique can explode in its hands with a power equal to that of an upper-stage primary Dao technique. With this technique, the Yao God's reputation resounded through the immortal and divine realms, and countless heavenly pride Dao lineages competed to be the first to come to the door to propose marriage. After listening to the narration, Xiao Chuan realized that it was not easy and asked curiously, "Then, teacher, what grade will this treading heavenly skill of mine be if I succeed in advancing to a Dao grade merit technique?" After a long moment of silence, Ao Xing shook his head and said, "The word skill of line is the only word skill related to stance in the 9-character proverbs, encompassing the 2 dimensions of time and space. This also means that the upper limit of this Gong method is extremely high, and likewise, the lower limit is extremely low." "I see." Xiao Dust rubbed his chin with his hand and muttered, "The upper limit is supreme intermediate Dao technique, and the lower limit is lower order lower Dao technique. Nice. If you, Dust Child, can incorporate the 3rd supreme law into it, then this technique will be the strongest technique since the opening of the Hongmeng universe." When he said this, Ao Xing was vaguely all a bit excited, and there was a hidden flame burning in his calm eyes, and his tone carried a few hints of anticipation. The supreme laws total 12. They are the law of time, the law of space, the law of chaos, the law of fate, the law of cause and effect, the law of death, the law of life, the law of darkness, the law of light, the law of force, the law of destructive, void, and the law of beginnings. Among them, It is perhaps the only one that can hook up with the two laws of space and time. After a moment of contemplation, the three of them said in unison, "Dark laws. With the strangeness of the laws of darkness, pairing it with the sky-treading decree is definitely the best choice. Jia jia jia." However, the old guy and I both noticed that Guy Yin Tianzi appeared on the heavenly stairs this time. Could Peachy queried. "He didn't come at all?" "Impossible." Xiao Chuan shook his head, recalling Yin Tianzi's figure in his mind as he squeezed out a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. With that his vindictive character, he would never allow me to grow up. I have a hunch. We should see each other soon. Are you serious, junior brother? Peach cocked her head in curiosity. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have left that big fish Yao Xian in place. Only by letting him protect Yao Xian can I feel at ease to come out and search for the chaotic cauldron. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Ao Xing and Peach's heart were all shocked. They boasted that they were all old and sophisticated guys, but in front of Xiao Chen, they always felt that they were a bit short of something. Evilness. This guy is really a born evil practitioner. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard from a location 100 miles away directly in front of Xiao Chuan, and the smoke and dust raised by the explosion of the attack covered all the surroundings, and divine sense was blocked. This smoke isn't right. It can even shield my divine sense. Duster, go over and take a look. It seems that someone is fighting with that chaotic cauldron. Ao Xing promptly told Xiao Dust about the situation in the smoke and dust. Good. Whoosh. Understanding. Xiao Dust immediately minimized his own breath and landed on the ground nearby, launching the treading heavenly skill under his feet. His figure flickered and quickly headed towards the center of the fight. Quickly, join hands to seal it. 10 square heaven sealing technique. In the smoke and dust, 10 black figures moved quickly, their hands strangling the same spells, their mouths chanting. Gazing at them, he saw that in the middle of them, a small black tripod was trapped in the formation, desperately struggling, trying to break through the formation by shattering it with its body. Dang! Dang! With every collision, the tripod body would emit a violent stirring sound, shaking several people's blood and chi, nearly causing their chi and blood to attack and fall into a berserk state. But as the sound of the tripod became more and more intense, the blood chi in the body of the crowd boiled more and more, and the figure expanded uncontrollably, and there was a momentary dilemma. Mud. If this keeps up, we'll all explode and die. Retreat. Unable to do anything, the 10 people had no choice but to stop the idea of continuing their attack, dodging and retreating towards the distance, pulling away to prevent the chaotic cauldron from going berserk. Boom! The crowd had just loosened their hands, and the chaos tripod quickly returned to its original size, which was about 3 meters tall, and the entire body of the tripod was covered with spiral-shaped bizarre patterns. These lines seemed to flow continuously as if they possessed life, and on the tripod body, a black and white chaotic Tao rhythm flowed, mysterious and deep. This tripod is so fierce. Xiao Dust, who was hiding in the shadows and observing the battle, secretly marveled in his heart. He noticed the 10 people who were in the middle of a fierce battle with the chaotic cauldron. Their cultivation levels all looked quite profound, and he feared that they had already surpassed the sage realm before entering the secret realm. In addition, from the point of view of the feats that they performed while fighting, it actually made Xiao Dust feel a sense of déjà vu. These people should be from the Yin Yang Holy Land. Right at this moment, Peach's voice rang out at just the right time, instantly waking up Xiao Chen. He came to a realization and slapped his forehead, saying excitedly, "It's really the scent of the kung fu on that dead sissy." However, because the commotion on Xiao Chen's side was too great, it caused those few people from the Yin Yang Holy Land to become alerted. They instantly sensed Xiao Dust's presence and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Good timing. Not only did Xiao Dust not retreat in the face of the speeding enemy, he instead let out a wild laugh. At this moment, he appeared unusually excited. "It's really not an enemy." Xiao Dust gritted his teeth and said, anger flickering in his eyes as he secretly thought in his heart, "Today is just the right day to settle the score with your Yin Yang sacred ground." Before the words left his mouth, he was seen to be as fast as electricity. In between rolling around, his speed was astonishingly fast. Suddenly, a red light flashed in his palm, and a black and red streamer that emitted a blood-red fury all over appeared in his hand. This black and red streamer was precisely the 10,000 soul streamer that was incomparably powerful after Xiao Chuan's breakthrough to the saint stage. Xiao Chuan lightly shouted out of his mouth, "Go!" Then with a forceful wave of the 10,000 soul streamer, the flag unfurled into the wind and hunted. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura surged out from the 10,000 soul streamer, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world into it. In the meantime, a cute voice came out from the 10,000 soul streamer, "Master, Xiao Rou understands." As Xiao Rou's words fell, her figure instantly flew out of the 10,000 soul streamer, transforming into a little girl in a red dress, landing above the heads of all the people, and with one small hand, Countless soul-locking chains flew out like densely packed spider webs. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth was enveloped in a layer of blood-red formations. Blood and water began to continuously surge up from beneath the ground, as if the gates of hell had been opened. Bare your teeth. Those originally vibrant trees at this moment also issued bared corrosion sound. In a flash will be turned into a wisp of white fog spread out. Stop. This is a holy rank soul refining formation. This person is actually a Saint Realm evil cultivator. Looking at the surrounding mountain of corpses and sea of blood, the crowd of Yin Yang Holy Land's footsteps lurched, their original angry expressions gradually being replaced by regret, and they quickly surrounded each other, ascending into the air to prevent them from being broken by each attack. There was a saying circulating throughout the cultivation world that it was better to mess with the group of nerds from the northern region than to mess with these evil cultivators. Grand Elder, what should we do now? The speaker is young. He has a small handful of goatee. His face is gloomy like water, looks like only 30 years old, but his real age is feared to have exceeded 3,000 years. On the contrary, the Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Holy Land was an aged old man of the Saint Zun realm, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles like ravines, gazing worriedly at the blood mist that filled the air beneath his feet as he said heavily, "A person who was able to refine such an evil treasure as the Saint-ranked 10,000 soul streamer will definitely not be a person who has a good heart and is compassionate. We have no choice but to fight to the death." Hearing this, the many disciples of the Yin Yang Holy Land all looked solemn, and after looking at each other, they inhaled deeply and shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky, "Swear to defend the glory of the Yin Yang Holy Land." As soon as the words fell, everyone's aura suddenly soared, and their eyes flashed with determination as they all revealed their unique techniques, determined to fight against Shao Dust with their backs to the wall. Yin Yang Xian Di formation. Started up. Yin Yang harmonization technique. Unfold. For a while, the people of the Yin Yang Holy Land each showed their abilities and used all their strengths. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth changed color, the wind and clouds rolled over, and the electricity flashed and thundered. Countless rays of light intertwined together, forming a huge light net that enveloped Shao Chen. Sculpture. Looking at the Yin Yang Xian diabolic formation above his head, Shao Dust's expression was bland and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a disdainful smile as his lips flicked out. "A sea of men won't work on me. Blood spirit ghost break. Out." Next, only to see him gently wave the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand, and instantly endless evil spirits crawled out from the sea of blood under his feet, hissing as they swooped down towards the crowd of the Yin Yang Holy Land. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided with each other, emitting a roar as if the void was about to be torn apart. However, under the dual support of the Saint Grade 10,000 soul streamer as well as the soul refining formation, the spiritual energy consumption of the crowd from the Yin Yang Holy Land gradually increased, and they slowly fell into a disadvantage. No! If this stalemate continues, you and I and the others will be refined here. Gentlemen, help me. The Grand Elder's face became more and more gloomy. He secretly clenched his teeth and shouted angrily, using himself as the eye of the formation. Sitting in the void, the remaining 9 people understood, and the 3 of them took the initiative to come forward to resist the attack. The remaining 6 people kept making seals with their hands and chanting under their breath, injecting all the little spiritual energy left into the Grand Elder. "Please, holy beast," the Grand Elder roared, his eyes black and white, injecting his entire body into the void, condensing a channel, with a terrifying aura faintly coming from behind. Roar! Immediately afterward, a heaven-shaking beast roar resounded from the back of the passageway. The soul-refining formation trembled violently, and the originally ferocious blood spirit ghost chakra was directly shattered and dissipated without a trace. Interesting. Shao Dust raised his eyes to the sky to look at the. In the light, a shadow slowly emerges. P.S. All update at 12 noon from now on. Hope you all catch up more. Roar! Behind the passageway, the shadow gradually solidified, and only then did Shao Chuan see its full appearance. A white tiger that exuded yin and yang qi all over its body. Its eyes were disdainful, its body hair as lubricated as ink, and when it opened its mouth and spat out, cold flames filled with an insidious aura swept in, instantly burning the remaining blood spirit ghost chakra around it. Ha ha ha. Your Yin Yang Holy Land's methods are no more than that. Shao Dust was unimpressed by the situation and snorted, his words full of disdain. He, Junior, don't you dare speak out of turn. White Tiger, kill him. The Grand Elder's words had just fallen. However, it was then that the unexpected happened. Rustling. In the air, countless black demonic flames rose, and that white tiger suddenly seemed to be affected by some mysterious power. Its body was little by little engulfed by the black flames, letting out an angry roar as it began to twist and distort. But, in the end, it even directly turned into a black mist that dissipated between heaven and earth. On the contrary, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with yin and yang energy, and the origin power of the yin-yang spiritual body had filled up a few more points. Yes, what's going on here? The crowd was shocked. The Grand Elder was also stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. At this moment, Xiao Chuan's mouth was aglow with an imperceptible smile, as he had long anticipated that this Yin-Yang Holy Land Grand Elder would summon the Yin-Yang White Tiger Sacred Beast spiritual body. As early as the beginning of the battle, he had released a large amount of heaven-swallowing demonic qi in the entire human soul refining formation, so that once the Yin-Yang White Tiger spirit manifested itself, he would directly devour its originating power and take possession of it. Who the hell are you? Ha! Xiao Dust laughed coldly and did not reply. He made a seal with both hands, and more heaven-swallowing demonic qi surged out, like a tidal wave towards the crowd. No good. Quick defense. The Grand Elder's face changed drastically and he hastily cast a formation to resist, but it was too late. Wah dash. In an instant, the elders screamed miserably, especially the ones who had previously transmitted their spiritual energy. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and they collapsed to the ground. It's over. Xiao Chuan approached the Grand Elder step by step, a hint of teasing and mockery flickering in his eyes, and the Grand Elder's face was filled with panic as he cried out in a trembling voice. You cannot kill me. Oh, the corner of Xiao Dust's mouth rose slightly as he asked rhetorically, why can't I? I am the Grand Elder of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. If you kill me, it will definitely trigger a war between the demon region and our central state. The Grand Elder attempted to use the prestige of the Yin-Yang Holy Land to intimidate Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun only let out a loud laugh after hearing this. How can a mere Yin-Yang Holy Land make me fear? Besides, what does the life and death of the central state and the demon region have to do with me? Xiao Chen's voice was cold and determined, revealing endless killing intent. This day in the coming year will be the anniversary of the death of you people. Go on your way in peace. Before the words left his mouth, Xiao Chuan utilized the strength of his entire body and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the Grand Elder. Just then, a loud noise came. The chaotic tripod suddenly broke through the void and appeared above the heads of the people of the Yin-Yang Holy Land without any warning, and its size was still expanding and getting bigger, carrying the might of a Tarzan pressing on an egg, and fiercely smashing towards the crowd below. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Chen quickly dispersed the spiritual energy condensed in his hands and observed what was happening in front of him with interest, muttering, I did not expect that this chaotic cauldron would actually help me at this time. Boom! With the fall of the chaotic tripod, the Yin-Yang Holy Land crowd let out a miserable scream. Coupled with their previous injuries, they directly drank the northwest, and their lives fell on the spot. At the same time, on the other side of the Xian-Tian mysterious realm, in the dense woods, a group of cultivators dressed in black and white Dao robes suddenly stopped in their tracks. Taiko-sama, what's wrong with you? The leader was a demonic young man with purple hair. His divine sense surveyed the shattered pieces of soul medallions in his nascent ring. A flash of sulkiness flashed through his purple pupils, and he pointedly said, the Great Elder and the others are dead. What? Hearing this, several other cultivators from the Yin-Yang Holy Land were stunned, opening their mouths and asking, the Grand Elder and the others are actually dead? How is this possible? The Grand Elder had already stepped into the Saint Exalted Realm before he came here, and he was accompanied by 9 Saint Realm Elders. How could this be? Could it be that he was backstabbed by those old guys? Someone made a guess, but it was quickly dismissed by others. It's unlikely, isn't it? If it's really those old monsters who moved, I'm afraid we won't be spared. For a while the crowd was talking, and the atmosphere became unusually tense and gloomy. When the Xian Heavenly Mysterious Realm was opened, there was not just one entrance where Xiao Chen was. As the forces of the central state such as Zi Jiuxiu entered from the western side of the Xian Heavenly Mysterious Realm, and there were quite a number of half-emperor level ancestors who were nearing the end of their lifespans. Not unlikely. Thinking of this, a trace of scorn flashed in Zi Jiuxiu's eyes. He had only just been unsealed from the Emperor's source not long ago, and was far from being a match for those old half-imperial monsters. Thinking for a moment, he said in a sharp voice, inform down and tell everyone to be careful. All actions are based on orders. Do not clash with other forces. Yes. After receiving the order, a disciple quickly took out a strangely shaped black and white incense candle and lit it, mumbling something under his breath to deliver the message. It's not a good place to stay. Let's go. Aha. Saying so, the group once again disappeared into the forest and quickly went away. Swish, swish. Not long after they left, on the top of a mountain not far from where they had stopped earlier, 3 figures were standing with their hands folded. One of them, clad in a black robe. His figure was completely covered and his gender could not be seen. On both sides of him, each stood an old man, one wearing a white robe and holding a duster, the other was dressed in gray and had a withered face. I didn't expect that someone would actually do it faster than us. This is going to be difficult. The white-robed old man laughed strangely. Just some mole crickets. The black-robed man spoke indifferently. But I'm curious. Besides our 3 clans, who else has made an enmity with this young purple family? The black-robed man's voice was neither male nor female, and it seemed to have been specially treated. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. The gray-clothed old man's gaze was grave as he said. However, this Joshua was the personal son of the Yin-Yang Emperor back then, so he must have an imperial weapon on his person to defend himself. With just the 3 of us, it might be hard to have a chance of winning. There's no harm. I have my own way to deal with him. The black-robed man was confident. A flash of viciousness flashed through the purple pupils hidden under the shadows, and the palms under his robes clicked. Then it's up to you, fellow Daoist, when the time comes. Seeing that the black-robed man was so confident, the 2 of them couldn't say anything more, their gazes gazing at every move of the Yin-Yang Holy Land and the others below, like a beast waiting for an opportunity, ready to reveal its sharp claws and teeth. The scene shifts. Whoosh! Xiao Dus looked at the corpses all over the ground and did not have half a bit of pity in his heart as he reached out his hand to move the treasures of the people from the Yin-Yang Holy Land into his nascent sacred ring. Snap! The ringing finger fell, and a black demonic flame appeared out of nowhere on the corpse, devouring it bit by bit without leaving a trace. Zoe, the rest is up to you. He. Xiao Rou guarantees to complete the mission, so don't worry, Master. Aha! After leaving the rest of the processing to Xiao Rou, Xiao Chuan turned towards the chaos cauldron and carefully scrutinized this mysterious treasure. The body of the cauldron shimmered with a strange light, as if it contained an endless amount of power. Buzz! The chaotic cauldron seemed to have sensed a familiar aura in Xiao Chun and emitted a slight tremor as if it was responding to the other party. What a subtle aura! Extending his hand, Xiao Chun gently touched the chaos tripod, and suddenly, he felt a powerful energy enter his body, closing his eyes as images continued to surface in his mind. A few moments later, he opened his eyes, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Junior brother, how is it? Seeing Xiao Chuan open his eyes, Peach hurriedly communicated with his divine sense, his eyes filled with curiosity. Dusty child, is there any harvest? Ao Xing inquired in a slightly excited tone. Aha! Xiao Chen took a deep breath and replied to the 2 of them. I have already understood the mystery of this chaotic cauldron. There is a strand of innate Hongmeng violet chi hidden in this tripod, which is the primordial power at the beginning of the birth of the universe. If I can harness this power, my yin-yang spiritual body might be able to directly metamorphose into a Hongmeng spiritual body, Xiao Chuan said with a slightly trembling voice. Gulp! When Ao Xing and Peach heard this, they both coincidentally swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard. Their faces were filled with horror, and they exclaimed in unison. Junior brother, you, what did you just say? Innate Hongmeng purple chi, Hongmeng spiritual body. The 2 of them stared wide-eyed and deadpan at Xiao Chen, as if they could not believe what they had just heard. Hongmeng spiritual body. The strongest physique in the ages was a legendary physique that overrode the 12 supreme Tao physiques and only existed in distant epochs. No one knows exactly what it is capable of, and no one has ever seen it. Only 3 or 2 rumors in the divine realm had claimed that the Hongmeng universe was actually the inner world of an amazing powerhouse, who was known as the Hongmeng Taoist. Whether the rumors are true or not is unknown. Who dash? Letting out a deep breath, Xiao Chen nodded heavily, his 5 fingers trembling slightly, obviously extremely excited inside as well, but he still managed to force himself to calm down and tried to calm down a bit as he slowly said, not bad. However, in order to unlock the power in the tripod, you still need to pass a test. He paused and then said, this test was left behind by the ruins back then. Only by passing this test will the chaotic cauldron recognize me and become its true master. The chaotic cauldron says that it can take me there, and as long as I complete the test, it will recognize me as its master. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with a determined light. That's great. When the Peach duo heard this, both of their faces showed excitement, and they couldn't wait to ask, then when will you set off, junior brother? Xiao Dus took a deep breath and collected all of the agitated breath within his body before he violently opened his eyes shining brightly as he replied without hesitation. Naturally, he will depart immediately. His voice was strong, full of determination and decisiveness. Chong 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 chong. In the medicinal garden, Peach was excited like a child and kept waving her fists, cheering Xiao Chen on. Her heart was filled with joy and she was sincerely happy for Xiao Chen. Never would I have thought that what that ruin left behind would be the innate Hongmeng violet chi. Why wouldn't he keep this kind of treasure for his own use? Xiao Chen secretly pondered. There's no need to think much. He's such an elusive existence. At this moment, Ao Xing's voice resounded in his mind, but in his heart, he was equally puzzled by Market's behavior. You're right, teacher. The immediate priority is to face the next test with all our strength. Once we miss it, We won't know how many years it will be when the Xian Heavenly Mystic Realm opens again. On this trip, there can only be success, not failure. At this moment, Xiao Dus did not have too much time to think about these issues, and with a heart full of anticipation and determination, he put the chaos tripod into his palm and followed its guiding direction, his figure gradually disappearing from sight, leaving behind only a barren battlefield. The other side. Go back in time to half an hour ago. Yao Xian controlled the immortal boat and landed on an open meadow in the forest. She was still sulking in her mind and completely unaware of the abnormalities around her. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow attacked Yao Xian from behind. She immediately reacted, and the butterfly belt-style spell in her hand flew out, entangling with the black shadow. The more Yao Xian fought, the more alarmed she was. This black shadow was powerful and had harsh moves. She was actually gradually at a disadvantage. But, just as Yao Xian was thinking of a way to deal with it, the black shadow took the opportunity to strike her in the chest with a palm, and Yao Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out backwards. Miso dash. She struggled to get up. The tip of a sword was already against her snow-white neck, and if she moved forward half a point, she would be killed. Fairy Yao Guang, I finally caught you. The black shadow appeared, a smug smile on his face. You're from the Shadow Demon Clan? Yao Xian recognized the gong method shown by the other party and was shocked as she asked angrily. I have no grudges with your Shadow Demon Clan. Why are you arresting me? He, Fairy Yao Guang is really smart, but go talk to our Imperial Sun Lord if you have anything to say. Snap. Saying that, the black shadow raised his hand and struck the back of Yao Xian's neck. The latter instantly lost consciousness and fainted heavily. The former quickly took Yao Xian and disappeared from the spot. Level V area. Beyond the secret land of ice and fire. Bear dash. As Xiaolang Kite continued to harvest, the surviving cultivators around them became fewer and fewer. Some tried to resist, but their attacks were useless against the soul-locking chains. Blood filled the air, and there was a lot of screaming. In the eyes of those cultivators, Xiaolang Kite was like the god of death as she mercilessly waved her soul chain, and wherever she went, life withered. Leave us alone. We were all compelled by that man. It's none of our business. The few remaining cultivators looked at this scene in horror and trembled as they opened their mouths to beg for mercy. But Xiaolang Kite wasn't moved in the slightest. There was only indifference and killing in her gaze. A quarter of an hour later, only corpses were left all over the field outside the secret boundary, and Xiaolang Kite stood in the middle of the pool of blood, the 10,000 soul streamer in her hand flickering with a strange light, as if she was showing off the victory she had just won. Her eyes were hollow and tired, as if she had lost her breath. A gust of wind blew by, carrying the strong smell of blood. She inhaled deeply and turned away, leaving a dead battlefield behind. Sister Ling Kite, are you okay? Ling Kite, are you okay? Iris? Seeing this, several women gathered around and opened their mouths in concern. I'm fine. It's just that the divine sense consumption is a bit severe. I'll be fine after a while. As if she had returned to her original appearance, Xiaoling Kite said with a smiling face, well, this is the first time you've been in actual combat since you've been practicing cultivation. You've done very well. Xin Ling acted like a knowing big sister, hand-feeding Xiaoling Kite a spirit-replenishing pill and praising her without mincing words. Yeah, Alan was also excited. Sister Ling Kite is fantastic. Nice job. The women also spoke up and gave their affirmation. Thank you all. Rumble. However, right at this moment, a mysterious force came from the depths of the secret realm, and the entire space began to tremble. The secret world is opening. Good. Everyone recover and get ready to go. The crowd looked at the entrance to the secret realm, only to see a strange light rise there, as if the passage to another world was about to open. P.S. Update is a little late. Sorry. Asking for a little gift for the weekend. The trees are swaying and the forest is rocky. Another quarter of an hour passed. Xiao Chuan came to a secluded forest. The further in he went, the denser the ice fog around him became, and when he traveled to the depths, his divine sense had been completely obscured, and the detection distance was no more than 1 meter. Even with Ao Xing's Divine King Realm divine sense, the range was only about 100 meters. Buzz. However, it was good that there had been a chaotic cauldron to lead the way, which prevented Xiao Chun from getting lost. In the ice fog, time seemed to be frozen. Xiao Chen could not feel the passage of time and wandered around aimlessly following the chaos tripod. Dusty, pay attention. Here we are. What? Xiao Chuan's lax spirit was pulled back by Ao Xing's words, and his gaze looked ahead, where there seemed to be a black shadow that was constantly releasing a terrifying cold aura. Buzz. The chaotic cauldron also stopped at this time and emitted a trembling sound, seemingly telling Xiao Chun that it had arrived. No more hesitation. He stepped forward. This is underworld Xianyin water? As he approached, Xiao Chen looked at the deep pool in front of him, and Aoshing's slightly surprised voice once again resounded in his head, with a few moments of gravity in his tone. Teacher, what is the underworld Xianin water? Xiao Dust was filled with doubt, only to see Aoshing explain with a grave face. The underworld Xianin water, real and even Yin water, which contains the fearful power of extreme Yin. Once an ordinary cultivator touches it, he will immediately suffer the backlash of this powerful force. If it's light, the meridians will freeze and damage, and it will be difficult to refine your cultivation in this life. And if it's heavy, you will die on the spot. However, with a twist of words, Aoshing continued, however, this item is a top-level cultivation treasure for you, Duster, as well as those of your red-pink friends. Speaking here, Aoshing's tone showed some self-satisfaction. Perhaps even that market had not expected that the one who was recognized by the Chaos Tripod would be a wizard with a yin and yang spiritual body like you. After a pause, he continued, in that case, it seems that your stay here may be extended slightly. If you can utilize this underworld Xianin water and cultivate it together with the ancient dragon soul technique, it might be able to help you break through the physical body realm first and step into the sacred realm. At that time, in a battle with that black flame demon dragon Zhao, your chances of winning will also increase by a lot. Disciple understands. Hearing this, Xiao Chuan's heart realized, and after nodding lightly, he immediately flew up in the air and arrived above the underworld Xianin water, sat with his legs coiled up and hovered above the water, his eyes closed tightly, his mind and spirit united, and began to transport the ancient dragon soul skill in his body to regulate his own breath. Wow! Tracked by Xiao Chuan's gungfu breath, the underworld Xianin water gradually rippled, and wisps of extreme force drilled into his body along his pores. The surface of his skin showed a layer of ethereal blue light, as if it was fused with the ethereal Xianin water underneath his body, flowing along his tendons and veins through his limbs and bones, and the surface of his body slowly condensed a layer of frost. Dusty, it's now! Use the 10,000 ancient dragon soul skill to absorb the extreme power contained within it and nourish the power of the dragon blood in your body, and this will increase the power of the dragon blood. Drink! Xiao Dust let out a violent shout, and the ancient dragon soul technique within his body began to operate frantically as he wolfed down and absorbed that extreme force in a refining manner. Roar! With every week of running, Xiao Chuan's aura would become 1 point stronger, and the chi and blood around his body became a few points thicker and heavier, coalescing a dragon-shaped silhouette behind him and letting out a gust of a low dragon's roar. In the same way, the pool of the underworld Xianin water is also reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rustling! After an unknown amount of time, when the last drop of the underworld Xianin water was absorbed by Xiao Chuan, he violently opened his eyes and a brilliant light shot out from it. On! The dragon-shaped silhouette also became more and more solid, raising the sky to emit a high dragon roar. Phew! Deeply exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Xiao Chuan felt the power filling his body, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he muttered, Sage Realm! I have finally reached it! Buzz! Seeing Xiao Dust waking up, the chaotic cauldron also happily flew towards him and circled around to express the joy in its heart. Rumble! Just as the one man and the tripod were happy, the ground began to shake violently and the earth cracked. Kaching dash! The original less than 2 meters wide, 10 meters deep pool collapsed. The ground cracked open an abyss, greedily devouring everything on the ground. What's going on? For a moment, all the cultivators within 1,000 miles away sensed the commotion and raised their heads to look in the direction where Xiao Chen was, only to see a layer of gloomy clouds shrouding above the abyss. With hidden thunder rolling, the temperature around them began to drop rapidly, and heavy snow began to fall from the sky. When things go wrong, they go wrong. That's the direction Xiao Chen left. By the looks of it, there should be a secret realm inheritance coming out. Yin Luo, bring this person with you and we'll go over to take a look as well. Yes, Lord Imperial Sun. Words fell. Yin Luo grabbed the Yao Xian on the ground, followed behind Yin Tianzi all the way toward the abyss where the rush. What's that? On the other side, Zi Zhouxiu and the others also stopped at the same time and looked at the vision in the distant sky. Frowning, Lord Emperor Sun, isn't that the direction where the Grand Elder and the others had their accident? Zi Zhouxiu stared at his brows, pondering something in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, his heart crossed, greed flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the crowd around him and said, I'm afraid that there is a great inheritance coming out here. Let's go and take a look as well. Yes, with the appearance of the chaotic abyss, more and more cultivators rushed towards the place where Xiao Chen was, wanting to get a piece of the pie. Woo-woo, in the middle of the abyss, the shadowy wind whistled. The condensed astral wind was like a blade, and a mysterious and ancient aura filled the air. Teacher, senior sister, can you scout the situation below? Xiao Chen stood at the edge of the cliff and gazed into the deep darkness. A strong curiosity surged in his heart, invisibly as if a pair of large hands were pushing him forward. No, the two spoke in unison. Senior brother. The underworld Xianin water of the party should only be a test left behind by that ruin. The true test may still be below this abyss. Your senior sister is right, Ao Xing nodded. However, according to my observation, I'm afraid that the astral wind in this abyss is already enough to be comparable to an unusual Saint Realm strike. If you were to take a few hits, even your Saint Realm flesh body would be enough to eat a pot. There's still a lot of care to be taken. The disciple keeps this in mind. Just as Xiao Chuan was pondering how to break the move, there were already dozens of figures rushing towards his location one after another in the distant sky, and their breaths were all at the cave realm perfection. Whoosh! Whoosh! This one is a dog, coming so fast. Xiao Chuan's gaze was cold as he looked toward the rapidly approaching figures. He knew deep down that these people had come for the treasures under the abyss and a fierce fight was inevitable. But it's fine, let these guys take the lead. He took a deep breath, found a spot, closed his eyes, and secretly adjusted his state to prepare for the upcoming challenge. A few moments later, more and more people arrived, and among them, there were quite a few acquaintances of Xiao Dust, their eyes staring greedily into the abyss, not hiding their purpose. Fellow Taoists, there are many dangers underneath this abyss. Why don't we join forces to explore? How about it? In the crowd, a man wearing a feathered crown, smiling and squinting, swinging a fan in his hand, with an elegant temperament and a scholarly appearance, exuding the air of a literati between his hands and feet. Ha ha ha. However, his words drew a chorus of derision. Stinking scholar, who are we to listen to you? Don't talk nonsense. Treasures have always been held by those who can. Cooperation is exempted. Let's just rely on our own abilities. Pop. With a fold of the fan in his hand, the squinting scholar slowly opened his eyes and looked at the noisy crowd in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He took a step out. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. You're right. Those who have the ability to act accordingly? Good. Then let me try the strength of fellow Taoist. As he spoke, the narrow-eyed scholar's body aura abruptly erupted, like waves lapping at the shore, sweeping towards the surroundings. The originally noisy crowd instantly quieted down, and everyone was shocked by the powerful aura it displayed. What a strong aura! Could this person be that one cultivator from the Northern Region's World Book Academy? Listening to the surrounding murmurs, the cultivator who spoke earlier saw his face change slightly, but then quickly regained his composure. Humph, just a bit of cultivation. Do you think you can intimidate us with that? The man sneered, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Brothers, together! Let this little white boy see the power of my Black Tiger Mountain 5 swordsmen. He waved his hand to signal the few people behind him to move forward, obviously wanting to scare the squinting scholar. But how could he know that the other party saw this and instead of retreating, he rushed over with a flash of his body. Boom! Boom! Fists and palms met, only to hear a few muffled sounds. That Black Tiger Mountain 5 swordsman like a broken kite flew out backwards and fell to the ground. The arena was in an uproar, and the gazes of the people looking at the squinting scholar were filled with scorn. That Black Tiger Mountain 5 swordsman although looks demented, but a behavior in the entry of the previous certainly has reached the Divine Bridge realm. The talent is not weak, otherwise it wouldn't have come to this level 5 area. The tart is as showy as ever. In the corner, Xiao Chuan, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, slowly opened his eyes and looked toward the white-shirted teenager across the abyss, shaking his head and smiling bitterly as his thoughts couldn't help but go back to his last life. The squinting scholar was named Zhuge Yu, a native of the Northern Domain, one of the top 10 families in the Northern Domain today, the young master of the Zhuge family, the body of a literary saint, with the cultivation of the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. Previous life. His first encounter with this Zhuge Yu had been 100 years later at the 100 Regions competition, and the other party had made such a flamboyant entrance. At that time, Xiao Chuan had already broken away from the Qingyan Holy Land and had become a human sacred realm dispersed cultivator who traveled in the demon region. During the long journey to the 100 Regions competition, when he was passing through a city, he happened to see a group of bandits bullying a little girl. Zhuge Yu happened to be passing by, and without saying a word, he stepped in to help. Because she was acting too flirty, she was taken by the young girl as an accomplice of the bandits. As a result, Zhuge Yu not only didn't get a word of gratitude, but instead suffered a resounding slap in the face. That crisp voice was still fresh in Xiao Duan's memory. He himself because he laughed too loudly. Was Zhuge Yu stared at, tripping everywhere, one after another. The two are considered not to fight, and gradually establish a special tacit understanding. Later, the two became good friends, had traveled together for a period of time. The other side of the open-minded character, witty and humorous way of speaking, can always bring him much joy. This experience had also become one of the few good memories in Xiao Chan's memories of his previous life. Who would have guessed that fate could be so marvelous? Today, they would actually meet again here, which caused Xiao Chen to inevitably become a little excited. However, this fellow doesn't remember me at all, so I have to think of a way to bring him together, or else it will be a big trouble to deal with. Xiao Dust muttered secretly. I'm not listening to your reasoning, but I have to make a move, right? In the distance, Zhuge Yu, who had defeated the 5 swordsmen of Black Tiger Mountain, had no intention of pursuing the attack, and with a wave of his small hand, he arrogantly said, I read spring and autumn. Yes. The 5 swordsmen of Black Tiger Mountain couldn't care less about the injuries on their bodies, wiped the bloodstains on their faces, and said in fear and trepidation, thank you for not killing me. We'll get out now. Roll. Zhuge Yu glanced at a few people in a sweeping manner and stopped paying attention. Okay, the little ones are rolling. After saying that, the 5 people didn't dare to have any stay, tumbling while leaving in the opposite direction. This scene fell into the eyes of the others and didn't feel surprised. In the cultivation world, the weak are the strong. In order to survive, let alone rolling around, they are willing to eat shit. Awesome. So your excellency is actually the young master of the Zhuge family of the northern region. My name is Morong Yun. Long time no see. In the crowd, a handsome young man dressed in white cupped his fists at Zhuge Yu and smiled. You are. Zhuge Yu looked at him. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he arched his hand in return. So it's the young lord of Burning Sky Villa. Disrespectful. Burning Sky Villa. He had naturally heard of it. One of the top forces in the northern domain. He still knew the principle of reaching out for the best. Brother Zhuge is polite. I've long heard that the Zhuge family is as cynical as they are hateful. Just now I saw Brother Zhuge's great power. It really made me admire him. Morong Yun asked with a smile. I'm just upset with a few people, so I'm just going to step in to teach them a lesson in passing. It's not a big deal. Zhuge Yu faintly waved his hand. Yes, extremely. Morong Yun nodded in agreement. To this Burning Sky young banker, Zhuge Yu had a good impression. Powerful and with a deep background. It would naturally be excellent if he could make friends, and nodded his head. Since you and I came out of the northern domain together, we are also destined to be together. How about traveling together on this trip? Upon hearing this, Morong Yun raised his eyebrows and readily agreed. Not to hide it from Brother Zhuge, I am also of the same intention. In that case, how about you and I form an alliance? Ha, please. In 3 words, the two quickly reached an alliance. As time goes on, more and more people are striking up partnerships to explore the abyss in pairs. What a hoot! Quite a few familiar faces here today. During this period of time, Xiao Chuan's gaze did not fail to spot some familiar figures from his previous life. As strong as the Bodhi Buddha son from his previous life, the 2 gentlemen from the World Academy of Books, Chaoga and Qingmei, the royal daughter of the Fire Phoenix clan, and many other heavenly prides were present. In addition, he also noticed Lu Zai and his group, who had hurriedly arrived, and the sneaky thief one as well as Yao Xian and the disfigured Yin Tianzi by her side in the corner. Everything is ready to go. After another period of silence, someone finally couldn't help it, and his voice was transmitted into everyone's ears through the spiritual power enchantment. Gentlemen, it's not a solution to keep on spending like this. The secret realm is only open for 30 days. Why don't we hurry up? In the crowd, someone soon snickered. Then how about you, Taoist friend, taking the lead? However, what no one expected was that the person who had previously opened his mouth just faintly spat out a single word. Good. Then I'll offer it up. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled, and Xiao Dust could not help but open his eyes, and after seeing that the other party's aura was that of a peak divine bridge realm, his mouth spat out in a small voice. Nobody? Are you serious? Next, under the crowd's face of anticipation, the cultivator slowly walked to the abyss and pulled out a treasure from his ring. Buzz. In full view of everyone, the cultivator was seen slowly taking out an iron ball blended with unknown materials from his nascent sacred ring. He placed the ball in the palm of his hand and recited an incantation under his breath. With the sound of his incantation, a strange light flickered on the iron ball and kept making the sound of iron clashing. Next, with a loud boom, a huge puppet appeared at the edge of the abyss, raising a large amount of smoke and dust, causing many people to glance sideways with a glint in their eyes. That's a puppet. Could it be that the clan has come out? Upon hearing this, many young cultivators were looking puzzled, looking at each other, not understanding the meaning of what the crowd was saying under their breath. You guys are talking about the puppet clan? In the crowd, a cultivator of the older generation seemed to have thought of something. The Golem clan? Nice. That is an ancient clan that was once known as the 3 great clans alongside the Rune clan, the Formation clan, and its ancestor was the renowned puppet emperor. Rumor has it that the puppet emperor was the original puppet of the original eternal life emperor, and the latter stripped it of its body before breaking through to the emperor realm and endowed it with the gold of the living spirit, causing it to give birth to a wisp of divine wisdom and open up its spiritual intelligence. Even later on, with this understanding of the puppet laws, he successfully crossed the tribulation and advanced to the great emperor realm, with a life level that was no different from that of the human race, and later on, he even started the puppet clan, which flourished for a while. However, those who are not of my race will have different hearts. As a result, the puppet clan is not treated well by the human race, and the demon race, on the contrary, recognizes it highly, so it's rare to be able to see the puppet clan's figure in the realm of the human race. Looking at the appearance of those people behind him, he should have arrived on the teleportation array with those few demons. Ah, the puppet clan. In the corner, Xiao Dust's gaze flowed as he surveyed the massive puppet, and his heart seemed to have something to pay attention to. Whimper. The puppet was several feet high, the body was made of unknown iron. The cultivation was probably in the saint realm or so. If it was close to get a hit, the same level of law cultivation was either dead or injured. Hiss. This person is actually able to refine a saint realm puppet. He's at least a saint rank puppeteer. What the hell is he about? What terrifying strength. The crowd marveled at the sight. Then look at the puppet clan cultivator. All around the body is covered by a black robe. The exposed hands have a similar tenon and mortise-like structure. The skin seems to be tree refining, but the soul breath is no different from the human race. It's very marvelous. No wonder this clan is not treated well by the human race. I think the problem should be here. Junior brother, your guess is right. In his mind, Peach's voice rang out, recalling, back then, the emperor had talked to me about this matter. The tone was very regretful. That puppet great emperor whose name is Prime, following the emperor for the longest time, the emperor with the intention to help. But it is a pity that by the limitations of heaven and earth, it is difficult to break through the extreme path to ascend to the immortal realm in one's life. This puppet clan has also ended up being inhuman, demonic, and subject to a lot of stares because of this. So it is. Xiao Chuan nodded as he heard that he had once heard that an existence similar to an artifact spirit that wanted to completely transform into a human being would experience far more difficulty than the demon race by 1,000,000 times. After all, an artifact spirit, by its very nature, needed a process of creating something from nothing in order to transform into a human. Fawn, I observe this person, should be that Prime's direct descendant. Its body is the Emperor's year for the Prime's lineage specifically sought for the 10,000 transformations of the greenwood. This realm has only this one plant. Other than the direct descendants of the Prime lineage, the ordinary puppet clans simply do not have the right to use this wood to craft their bodies. So, the words changed, and Peach spoke slowly with more than a little request in her tone. Junior brother, it's kind of like senior sister begging you. If you can, help this person out on the premise of trying not to affect you. If it doesn't work, life and death have their own destiny and riches, so let it go. Xiao Chuan opened his mouth and smiled. Senior sister, since this puppet clan has a destiny with Master Teacher and I am Master Teacher's disciple, it is only natural for me to help out a bit. If it wasn't for senior sister you saving me in the first place, wouldn't I be where I am today? With a smile in her eyes, Peach nodded heavily. All in good time. What a way for the living to lend a hand. Ao Xing opened his mouth at this time, breaking the atmosphere instead. I'm getting more and more curious about this eternal life emperor you guys are talking about. It's really a good tactic. Coming. With the fall of these brief words, only a coochie 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 was heard. Sound suddenly rang out. It turned out to be the puppet clan cultivator who was concentrating on maneuvering a huge and mighty machine puppet, slowly approaching over towards the bottomless, dark and deep abyss step by step. Whoosh whoosh. In the meantime, an overwhelmingly strong wind swept in like a sharp blade, carrying gusts of sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sounds, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Prime Dragon, be careful. A female cultivator of the demon race standing not far behind that puppet one race cultivator opened her mouth with a face full of worry and concern and warned. Hearing these words, Prime Dragon slowly turned his head and revealed an easy and confident smile at the demonic female cultivator and slightly nodded in response. Kai too, don't be too nervous La. Trust me, nothing will happen. Alright. Kai Dai lightly bit her lips and gently nodded her head, indicating that she understood, but her small hands, which were already clenched into fists, were clenched a little tighter, as if she was still unable to completely put her heart down. Prime Dragon turned back once more, his gaze locked onto the tall and imposing machine puppet in front of him before he whispered in a low and gentle tone. Ox, are you ready? Moo, let's get started then. Anyo seemed to be the puppet's name, and a glint of humanity lit up in the latter's eyes as he nodded slightly and raised his right hand, the formation inscribed on his palm operating on its own, raising a small protective spell formation. What a psychic puppet! The crowd was shocked in their hearts at this scene. Puppet making in the cultivation of the 100 arts. The difficulty is on the high side. Not only to be familiar with the formation, refinery together. If necessary, we'll also add some alchemy means in it. Although it is difficult, the desolate domain itself has a number of clans that have inherited it, but they are just not allowed to do so. It's really a rarity. The more Xiao Chuan looked at this puppetry together, the more interesting he found it, and his mind communicated with senior sister Peach and asked, "Senior sister, is there this puppetry together in the inheritance left behind by the master?" At that, Peach shrugged a bit smugly. That's natural. To say that this cultivation of the 100 arts, this one of which the emperor is most skillful in is this puppet one, and that Prime is the best proof of that. Of course, the emperor's alchemy of pills, the subtlety of formations, the refinement of talismans, and the metaphysics of weapon refining are all first-rate, one-of-a-kind existences in all the heavens. When you open the second layer of the everlasting ring's prohibition, all of these things will be there. The emperor realm. Xiao Chuan sniffed with some melancholy. According to the timeline of his last life, there were roughly 300 years until the heavenly mandate opened. He could not wait that long. Puppetry together? Well, at this time, Ao Xing's voice rang out leisurely. Speaking of this, in the early years I traveled to the god realm. I happened to get a copy from the hands of an old friend. Dusty, you take it to practice. It may be of some great use to you. After saying that, a strand of divine sense fell into Xiao Chen's mind, and a technique called the 100 refined puppet record slowly became clear in front of his eyes. Click and Z. On the other side, Bull was carefully poking his right arm, which covered the array. Out. Thunder. At first everything went well. The moment the 3 or 2 wind blades touched the formation, they just made a gusty collision sound. Is Ox still okay? Moo. Having said that, the Prime Dragon's complexion did not half relax, but instead became more grave, and the surrounding onlooker cultivators also seemed to feel the invisible pressure, frowning slightly, and could not help but follow the tension. Boom! Just as Anyo's body walked right above the abyss, a sudden gust of wind struck, and the wind blades, which were still relatively sparse, instantly became concentrated and shot towards Anyo in unison. No good. Ox. Retreat. Prime Dragon was shocked and hastily controlled the puppet to stabilize his body, but it was too late. The terrifying wind blades directly locked Anyo in place, constantly attacking the formation shields on its surface. And seeing this, countless divine senses were intertwined in the dark. Go! It is now. Almost at the same time, quite a few people, as if organized, took advantage of the gap in which Anu attracted the wind blades and flew towards the bottom of the abyss in unison. Damn! These guys! In the direction where the demon race was located, the few demon race cultivators who came along with Prime Dragon were all furious, gnashing their teeth in hatred towards that group of assholes. Leave them alone. Save Ox first. Glaring at those people, Prime Dragon and the others did everything they could to buy a chance for Ania to catch his breath. In the meantime, as more and more people plunged into the abyss, many began to become eager to try. Just as most of the cultivators were preparing to throw their lives away, a violent gale suddenly rose from the bottom of the abyss, and a terrified cry came from the ice fog below. Run! Run away! Immediately afterward, the crowd saw a figure quickly fleeing back like a swift wind. Unfortunately, they were ultimately a step too late. Boom! In the next instant, only a pair of huge, incomparable, pitch-black palms stretched out violently from the bottom of the deep abyss, just like the devil's sharp claws, mercilessly clutching those people from before and dragging them hard into the bottomless abyss. Ah! Help me! Somebody help me! The seized cultivators let out miserable screams, scarlet blood gushing out from their mouths, splattering on the ice mist and condensing into ice, as if blooming into a shocking flower of blood. What kind of monster is this? At the edge of the cliff, the people present witnessed this scene, staring at the bottomless dark abyss with wide eyes, despairing and fearful, their hearts beating a retreat. Though the treasure is good, you have to have the life to spend it. Gentlemen, I'm not blessed with this item, so good luck to you all, and farewell. So do I, farewell. Whoosh. For a while, countless figures left, but most of them were from small sects, similar to Shao Dust and the others who didn't leave one by one. However, with the demon race's previous experience this time, it seemed that no one was even more willing to take the lead and test the waters. The atmosphere was frozen to the freezing point. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh came, breaking the silence. Who is it? The crowd followed the sound and saw a huge immortal boat slowly coming towards where the abyss was. On top of that, the number of immortal boats in the void was also increasing and arriving one after another. The holy land of green clouds, the holy land of Yaoqi, chamber of commerce of all nations, the dragon race, the ones that should come together have finally come. Looking at the immortal boat that was directly in front of him, Xiao Dust did not sit in a coiled position and stood up. There was killing intent surging in his gaze and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. New feuds and old hatreds. It's going to be decided today. Boo! As the immortal boat approached, the Holy Lord of Qingyun, who was walking in front, was the first to step forward, clasped his fists at the crowd, and said with a smile, "Fellow travelers, how have you been?" On one side, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi similarly urged her immortal boat forward, clasped her hands and owed her body, and said in a gentle voice, "My little daughter, I've met all of you. I did not expect that this Yaohe Holy Land had still formed an alliance with the Qingyun Holy Land." Looking at the two immortal boats in the sky above, Xiaodust's face did not change too much as a contemptuous evil smile swept across the corner of his mouth. Ha! On the other side, as soon as Qingyun and his duo's words fell, someone in the crowd snorted coldly, "Bai Yuan Feng, Yao Qingdao, you guys have come at a really good time. Our men died, and here you are." The Holy Lord Qingyun's face remained unchanged. Still smiling brightly, he said, "On the way, I encountered something with Dao Friend Light Dance, so I came a bit late. Senior One is not to blame. However, this time we have come to discuss important matters with you all." "Hoof. Say what's up," someone said impatiently. Holy Lord Qingyun glanced at the person who had spoken, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes as he pretended to speak in a peaceful manner. "Holy Lord Taixian, this is not a good thing to say. Although there is a grudge between you and I, but right now it's not the time for you and I to settle things. How about you and I, the three clans, work together to take down this abyss? How about it?" The two clans, the Taichou Holy Land and the Qingyun Holy Land, have always been at odds, and this grudge can roughly be traced back to the time of the Qingyun Emperor. Although they were both emperor-level forces, in terms of overall strength, the Taichou Holy Land was a few points better. However, the Qingyun Holy Land and Yaoqi Holy Land had been on good terms for generations, and the unusual forces were unwilling to touch this mold. Oh, the Holy Lord of Taichou was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, with the same peak Great Saint cultivation as the Holy Lord of Chongyun, and he let out a light eep, narrowing his eyes slightly as he secretly pondered in his heart. Of course he wouldn't easily trust the Green Cloud Holy Land, but if he could use their power, it would also be easier to deal with either the demon race or the northern region human race. Thinking about lining for a moment, he finally nodded. "Okay, I can promise you. However, I have a few conditions." "Please speak," Holy Lord Qingyun said. "First, my Taichu disciples are only responsible for cooperating with the actions of the disciples of your two clans, not at your command. Second, all harvests must be distributed fairly. Third, whoever dares to betray will bear the consequences." Towards the end, the voice of the Holy Lord of the Taichu was icy cold, as if he had anticipated something and took a precautionary shot in advance. "Since that's the case, then why don't you count me, the Dragon Elephant Holy Land, as one as well?" The three master nephews don't have any opinions, do they? Upon hearing this, the Taichu Sacred Lord was naturally delighted. With the Dragon Elephant Sacred Ground standing in line, his pressure would be a lot less, and when it came down to it, the other party would by no means be an opponent. The Holy Lord of Qingyun hesitated for a moment, his face a bit ugly, but in the end, he nodded and responded, "Good, since Senior One is joining, we are naturally welcome. So, is it time to weed out the irrelevant next?" The words fell out of the picture. The Holy Lord of the Green Clouds did not hide his ambition as his gaze swept over the many loose cultivators one by one, as if he was giving some kind of order. Suddenly, the Holy Lord of Qingyun suddenly noticed Xiao Chen in the corner and his expression snapped. Those eyes. P.S. 4400 large chapter. Ha! In the corner, Xiaoda similarly detected the gaze of the Holy Lord of Qingyun, and his expression was as normal as he raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes that faced the Holy Lord of Qingyun's line of sight directly. Is he? Holy Lord Qingyun's heart jolted as a figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. That gaze, that temperament, was surprisingly the same as the sword cultivator that Lian Yu had been holding onto outside the secret boundary. It's just that this cultivation level, why is it only the peak of the Divine Bridge realm? Just as the Holy Lord of the Green Clouds was pondering, a questioning voice suddenly came from the crowd below. Holy Lord Qingyun, according to you, could it be that this secret realm is only intended to be monopolized by a few of your families? The speaker was no other than Zhuge Yu. His volume was low, but the indignation in his tone was palpable. Oh, the Holy Lord of Qingyun frowned slightly, staring at Zhuge Yu below him, feeling somewhat familiar, but unable to recall where he had seen him before. He stared at Xiao Chen, trying to see something in his expression. Who are you? The Holy Lord of the Green Clouds bellowed with a cold expression on his face. Why have I never heard of your name among the younger generation of the desolate domain? Lower your pennies, Chua. Before the words fell, he only saw Zhuge Yu flick his wrist, and the folding fan in his hand unfolded in response. With a landscape pattern painted on top of the fan, the corners of his mouth flicked up, revealing a faint smile. It doesn't matter who I am, does it? Between the words, there was a bit of uninhibitedness and spontaneity. Of course, the Holy Lord of the Green Clouds smiled skinlessly, like a cunning fox. In the world of cultivation, the strong are honored. If you have the strength, you can naturally stay here. What a strong man is honored. Jugayu let out a light laugh and replied, previously, when I came to this desolate domain to travel and learn about humanities, I heard that the Qingyan Holy Land is absurd to the extreme and barbaric. The sect elders force the god body to die, not to mention that they have been squeezing its residual value. At first I was a bit unconvinced. Would a hallowed imperial Dao inheritance do something so shameless? What I have heard today, I realize that the rumors of this desolate domain are not true. Your Qingyan Holy Land is truly rotten. Aren't you afraid of suffering karma? Zhugayu's voice was loud and clear, falling into the ears of everyone present, and many of the Qingyan disciples lowered their heads in shame after hearing this, their faces raw. You, wanton. Hearing the words karma and thinking of the deaths of Xianyin Xianmiao's 2 disciples, Qingyan Holy Lord's eyes snapped as he gritted his teeth and rebuked. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Afraid to die, Jugayu pretended to look scared. The corner of his lips tilted as he sneered. The Holy Lord of Qingyan even dared to kill the Holy Son of the Holy Land. What am I? A northern region cultivator? Worth? However, with so many cultivators present, it's hard to say who will clean up who. Mr. Zhuge is right. First come, first served. Why should we give up this opportunity here to your Green Cloud Holy Land? That's it. After a moment of silence, the many scattered cultivators present all erupted into a heaven-shaking roar. To be able to come to a level 5 area, their own talents were no longer too weak. Although the strength of the clan behind them was not as strong as a super giant like the Qingyan Holy Land, with Zhugayu as their backing, they also presumed to get a piece of the pie. Instantly, the scene became tense, as if the air had frozen, and everyone held their breath, quietly observing the development of the situation. In comparison, Yin Tianzi, Lu Zai and the others appeared to be much more subdued, their gazes seeming to be searching for someone in the field. Having lived a new life, it seems that this cynical character of his still hasn't changed half a bit. Xiao Dust secretly shook his head, unable to say whether it was good or bad. However, he knew that with the nature of the Holy Lord of Qingyun, who had suffered from Lian Yu's oppression in the Holy Land for a long time, and now that he had a chance to show himself with great difficulty, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity so easily. A great battle, inevitable. Zhuge, the northern region, the Holy Lord of Qingyun recited softly, and the smile on his face gradually became open-ended, just as Xiao Chuan had expected. And immediately afterward, he lowered his voice and said, I'm saying, where did you junior get the nerve? So it's the young master of the Zhuge family of the northern region. It does have the capital to be arrogant. But, although I can't kill you with my direct hands, but with these people behind you, if I want to kill them, can you stop them? Do it. There's no bullshit. Whoosh whoosh. As the words fell, the disciples of the Green Cloud Holy Land glanced at each other and without any hesitation, they all struck out and attacked the enemy on the opposite side. Cooperate with the Green Cloud disciples and leave them all here. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi was similarly unrelenting, commanding her disciples to kill, rumble, whimper. For a while, light flashed on the field, and various spells and weapons collided with each other, emitting loud sounds. Shit! The corner of Zhugayu's mouth twitched. He didn't think that he had still underestimated the shamelessness of the Qingyun Holy Land, and even more so, he didn't think that the Yaohe Holy Land would aid and abet the evil and be in the same boat as the Qingyun Holy Land. It's true that the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart, so good-looking, so hard on the hands. Without much time to think, Zhuge Yun turned his head toward Morong Yun and Prime Dragon and the others and shouted, You and I are now both grasshoppers in the same boat. If you don't want to give up, do it. As the words fell, Zhuge Yu gritted his teeth and waved the folding fan in his hand, and a powerful aura immediately radiated out. Young master, Wei, Morong Yun glared at the few attendants behind him, his wariness ignited. Damn! Others have bullied our burning sky villa's head. So what the hell? Beat me to death. Yes. A few attendants heard the meaning and stopped holding back, pulling out their skills to fight with the disciples of the Qingyun Holy Land. Fellow Daoist is right. I, Prime Dragon, have come to help you. Without any further ado, Prime Dragon once again harnessed on Nyo and charged into the crowd to fight with the disciples of the 2 Qingyun sects. Dragon, I'll help you. Seeing this, the colorful butterfly also no longer hesitate. A wave of the small hand, strands of butterfly powder as if alive, drilling into the noses of those Qingyun Yaoqi 2 sect cultivators, the body paralyzed, in the blink of an eye, dead and wounded countless. Hey, I really can't get over you little two. The few remaining cultivators of the demon race looked at each other and all smiled bitterly, but they also knew that the situation was unfavorable and laughed out loud. Since this Qinyan Holy Land wants to drive them to extinction, let's fight him. Redly fire. Go! Boom! As he spoke, the demonic cultivator with hair that looked like flames raised his hand and blasted out a strike, directly sending the sneak-attacking Qinyan disciple flying, spitting out blood, his body wrapped in flames and in pain. Ah-ha-ha! Help! Help! That Qinyan disciple was burned painfully by the red-haired demonic cultivator's redly fire, and his gaze looked towards the Bodhi seed not far away, his eyes filled with longing. Amitba! Bodhi slowly opened his eyes. Come! The golden swastika seal in his eyes flowed non-stop, full of Buddha nature. Hands together, recited a Buddha, murmured, if I don't go to hell as a monk, who will go to hell? Let the little monk relieve you. No, no, past life poem. With a murmur, Bodhi Z flipped his hand, and a golden palm condensed in the void, on which the two chi of life and death flowed, and slammed down towards the top of the head of that Qinyan disciple. Boom! When the smoke and dust cleared, there was nothing left in the same spot but a deep pit in the style of a palm. Amitba. Closing his hand, Bodhi Z recited the Buddha's name again. His pace seemed to be illusory. One step out and then came to 100 meters away, raising his hand to the fierce battle of the Qinyan disciples and another palm. Ashes and smoke. So strong. I'm afraid that this son's Buddhist cultivation has reached an unreachable point. Prime Dragon and the others were shocked at the sight. It was good that they were in the same camp this time. Otherwise the consequences were unimaginable. Boom! Boom! Zhuge looked at the white-robed figure on the battlefield, his eyelids jumping wildly as he inwardly spat, which is the reincarnation of the Holy Buddha. This is clearly the descent of an evil monk. Too fierce. The Buddhist realm has since been blacked out to his roster of travelers as well, for fear of being initiated that day. Boom! Could this son really be the future body of that Rulai Buddha emperor? In an inconspicuous corner of the battlefield, Yin Tianzi casually killed a Qinyan disciple and tossed him aside, looking at Bodhi Z with a bit of scorn in his eyes. Hey! But soon, a flash of cunning flashed in his eyes as his gaze swept across the field, hooking his lips in a bad smile. If we let Bodhi Z know that the Sumeru Buddha was killed by that person, a great battle will surely break out between the two, and at that time, Jia. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and before that, I need a favor. Saying that, his gaze fell on Xiao Duan, who was on the opposite side of the abyss. Only the opposite side of the abyss was visible. Xiao Chuan had one person and one sword, with a demonic aura behind him, like a demonic god rushing into the enemy formation where the Qingyun Yao Ji2 clans were located, and wherever he passed, the enemies fell down one after another. His swordsmanship was incomparably powerful, and each sword contained an endless amount of demonic energy. This is the Devil's Soul sword of the Sword Demon clan. Yin Tianzi looked at Xiao Chen in the distance with a few moments of appreciation in his eyes. I did not expect that someone from the Sword Demon clan would be able to master the complete 9 swords of the demonic soul in this life. Simply heavenly. 9 swords of the demon soul? Blood Yen Luo. You're saying that the sword stance this person is performing is a Sword Demon clan's mastery? Not far away. Also shocked by Xiao Chen's sword skill were Lu Zai and the others, with eyes like they had seen a ghost, unable to believe what Blood Yen Luo had said. Lu Zai looked at the Heavenly Sun sword in his hand, and the whole person seemed to be deflated as he said bitterly, "No! Are there so many sword cultivators in this world? First it was that Eternal Life Emperor's disciples Overlord Sword, then it was Lord Sword's Sorrowful Sword, and now there's a Demon Sword? Who would believe me when I say that I'm the #1 force in the Sword Dao, the heir to Sword Mountain?" At these words, the barbarian dragon several people were silent, not knowing how to persuade. In their place, I'm afraid that the heart of the Dao had already collapsed. Encountering people stronger than oneself one after another was tantamount to a devastating blow. However, Lu Zai did not seem to be as deeply struck as the crowd thought, and stared at the sword move released by Xiao Chun with amusement as he inquired, "Blood Yen Luo, what kind of sword technique is this Devil Soul 9 swords? Tell me about it." Upon hearing this, Blood Yen Luo didn't think too much about it, and while fending off the attacks, he used his divine sense to transmit his voice. When it comes to this Devil Soul 9 swords, we have to talk about the origin of this Sword Demon clan. Rumor has it that the Sword Demon clan was born from an evil thought that was chopped off by the Sword Emperor when he was certified as a great emperor 30 million years ago, and attached itself to the sword, using it to give birth. Later, this Devil Sword gave birth to a spiritual consciousness and sought out the Sword Emperor to compete in the Sword Dao, and the results speak for themselves. However, the Sword Emperor did not kill this evil thought, but instead spared the other party, but also did not enlighten the latter as the Eternal Emperor had enlightened the Puppet Clan, but instead allowed it to grow, but did not allow it to kill innocents indiscriminately. until later when the Sword Emperor broke the boundary and ascended. That devil sword also abided by the oath between them and dedicated himself to studying the way of the sword. And later on, he even broke through to the level of a half-emperor. It's just a pity that it's ultimately a masterless sword, making it difficult to break through to the emperor realm. In the end, that devil sword came to the devil region and opened up a land of sword nourishment, burying itself in the ground and urging the devil sword chi to nourish the sword embryo. And the sword demon clan came from that, and that devil soul 9 swords. It also evolved from the sword emperor's 3 styles. The sword chi overlaps layer by layer, and one sword is even better than another. Even the original demon sword could only perform up to the 8th sword before it crumbled because the weapon itself couldn't withstand the power. At its peak, the devil sword once killed 8 peak half-emperors with one sword, and its battle power was comparable to that of the original sword emperor. It's not the emperor realm, yet it seems to be the emperor realm, and the battle power is heaven-defying. Heavens, why have I never heard of these from Master Ancestor? Lu Zai blinked his eyes with a puzzled expression. I think this also has something to do with the agreement between the Demon Sword Senior and the Sword Emperor back then. Blood Yanluo was not surprised by Lu Zai's reaction and continued. Since it's an agreement, it's naturally mutual. Back then, after the Devil Sword agreed to the Sword Emperor's request, it also stated its own claim. What? Lu Zai perked up his ears for fear of making a mistake. Tushan Linyet and Barbarian Dragon were also curious. The Demon Sword Elder's claim is simple. It wants to survive in the world as itself, not as the Sword Emperor evil thought. So it is. The crowd came to a sudden realization, and their eyes could not help but look at Xiao Chun with a few more points of admiration in their eyes. Bear. On the contrary, Xiao Dust, completely unaware of the discussion of several people, recklessly felt the pleasure brought by the kill, entering a certain marvelous state, only to see the magic sword in his hand as if it were a spiritual snake, coming to life, constantly blocking the attacks around him, finding the right moment to seal his throat with a single sword. The more Xiao Chuan killed, the more excited he became, and the more skillful his sword technique became. This is an epiphany. Seeing this scene, both Lu Zai and the others, as well as Yin Tianzi and the others, all revealed envy, as the scene of epiphany could not be encountered. It was rare for an ordinary cultivator to get it once in a lifetime. How can this not be envied? Softly, clang came the sound of the sword. A bright light flashed before Xiao Chuan's eyes as he snapped his eyes open and softly shouted under his breath, "Break!" As his words fell, the sword in his hand emitted a burst of dazzling light, blending with the heavens and earth in a way that was undetectable to the naked eye. Swish! With just a flick of the hand, all of the surrounding Qingyun disciples were cut down in an instant. The realm of celestials. Impossible. He actually comprehended the true meaning of the sword Tao, the unity of the heavens, with just one epiphany. What kind of demon is this? I'm afraid the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor is no better than that? P.S. Requesting some free gifts. Damn. This person's sword Tao attainments have already vaguely surpassed that person's. Yin Tianzi's face was gloomy as he looked at Xiao Chuan in the distance, feeling a great sense of ill will in his heart. Things are drifting out of his control. Boo! Lu Zai swung his sword to repel a Qingyun disciple and turned his head to look at Xiao Chun, who was wrapped in the void by the roiling sword chi, and said with envy in his eyes, "This person's sword Tao is truly terrifying as it is, far stronger than the sword duke outside the secret land who had a human sword in one. I also don't know. With his enlightenment he can comprehend to how many swords." While the crowd marveled, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and muttered, "No, this is not the true celestial realm." He could feel that although his sword Tao realm had improved, it still hadn't reached perfection, and there always seemed to be a film between the realm of laws that was difficult to poke through, and far and near. But even so, the aura on Xiao Chen's body at this moment was still frighteningly strong, and there was a hidden tendency to exceed the Xin Tian mysterious realm's realm suppression. No one dared to go on, and the only thing in the eyes of the crowd was scorn. In the meantime, as the crowd struck out, the originally one-sided situation gradually became scorched, making it difficult to tell the winner from the loser. Staring at Xiao Chuan's increasingly powerful aura, the Holy Lord of Chang'an's face grew more and more gloomy as he drooped his face and looked towards the Holy Lord of Taichu on the opposite side of the abyss as well as the several other powers that had gathered around him, and said in a chilling voice, "Everyone, if you continue to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then I will not blame me, Qing Yun and Yao Qi, for turning the other cheek. Take it easy, Holy Lord Qing Yun." At this moment, the Taichu Sacred Lord, who had originally agreed to help with his mouth full, suddenly let out an inexplicable light laugh as his gaze fell on Xiao Chun, who was not far away, and a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. Hesitating for a moment, the Holy Lord of Taichu had already made a decision in his mind, turning his head to look at his own disciples behind him, beckoning and asking with a smile, "Did you guys hear what Holy Lord Qingyun said?" "Heard that. The many Taicho disciples replied in unison. Very well. With his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an inscrutable smile, then slowly spoke. In that case, then today, we'll settle the score. Kill me. Kill. As the words fell, a group of Taichu disciples had a ferocious look in their eyes, lifting their swords to kill directly into the battlefield. However, in the next second, a scene that no one expected happened. The Taichu disciples who had originally swung their swords and rushed towards Prime Dragon and the others suddenly switched sides on the battlefield and killed the defenseless Yaoqi disciples. And the situation changed once again. Shit, Tai Xian, you're shady. When Yao Light Dance saw her disciple being treated like fish and meat to be slaughtered, a heartfire surged up in her heart. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fury, and she snapped. Everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land, kill for me. As the words fell, Yao Qingdao had already lost her mind, and a peach blossom sword appeared in her palm, with a half-imperial aura flowing through it. It was clearly a half-imperial level artifact. Tai Xian, I want you to pay for your blood. Without saying a word, Yao Light Dance danced the long sword in her hand and directly killed towards the Taichu Sacred Lord. The Yaoqi Grand Elder and the others followed closely behind, and the great battle was about to start. Humph. Seeing this, the Holy Lord of the Great Beginning let out a cold humming sound from his nasal cavity. At the same time, a long spear glittering with silver-white light suddenly appeared in his palm, and it was clearly also a magic weapon that possessed the might of a half-step Great Emperor level. Only to see the Taichu Sacred Lord holding his spear in his hand, he said without any fear, Yao Lightning Dance, if you want to fight, then you can fight. Is it possible that I, Taichu Sacred Land, will still be afraid of you? You only allow you two sects, Xing and Yao, to be the first day of the year. Are you not going to allow us to be the 15th day of the year? It's ridiculous. All Taicho disciples, follow me in charge to kill the enemy. The Holy Lord of the Taichu roared. Kill, kill, kill. The many disciples of the Taicho sect seemed to have been prepared for battle long ago, and after hearing the order from the Taicho Sacred Lord, they immediately responded. Seeing the scene in front of them, Lu Zai and the rest of the crowd stopped in their tracks with stunned expressions on their faces, completely puzzled. Just now, these people were obviously still a group, ready to unite against them. But now how could they turn against each other and start killing each other in the blink of an eye? The many cultivators looked at each other and shook their heads, confused. Go. However, Lu Zai and the others were happy to see this kind of dog-eat-dog scene, and without much hesitation, they quickly retreated towards the back. Withdraw. Someone took the lead, and the rest of the cultivators followed suit, quickly withdrawing and moving away from the battlefield of the two Holy Lands, lest they be used as cannon fodder. However, all of them intentionally or unintentionally avoided where Xiao Chen was as they moved, fearing that they would hold a grudge if they disturbed the other party's Epiphany realm, and they behaved very carefully. No doubt about it. At the moment, on the side of the abyss they were in, Xiao Chen was the one with the dominant choice of words. The crowd guessed that perhaps the Holy Lord of the Taichu had realized this very thing when he was on the verge of turning back. Tut. Under the half-emperor level magic weapon, the two of them exchanged several moves in a row, and it was hard to distinguish between them, between the wind and clouds, only to see the two figures in the void flickering, sword light and sword shadow interlacing. Each move contains endless power, as if to tear the void apart. Boom! Boom! The roars produced by the battles one after another shook the crowd's heads and dazzled their eyes. The two have their own strengths. Tai Xian's gun is majestic, moves wide open, such as the Milky Way falling 9 days, and Yao Light Dance sword soft, moves unceasingly, like the winter night rain, killing people in the invisible. Hoa! Bijou 3000 swords, a meteor shot. The two of them shouted at the same time, their hands offering great killing moves. Boom! The moment the attacks collided, the sky was left with only a bright white, followed by a landslide and tsunami-like gust of wind that pressed the crowd to the point where they were about to run out of breath, and their feet were hard pushed out dozens of meters. Put. Luckily, this situation didn't last long as Taixian directly shook the early Great Saint Yao Qingdao to the point of spitting out blood and flying backwards with his peak Great Saint's base. Light Dance. Holy Lord. Yao Qi Grand Elder and other people see the situation in the heart of mixed feelings. Several times want to go out to support were people next to the Tai Chu and other people stopped. Self-care. Boom. Ahem. Yao Qingdao knocked down a mountain headfirst, raising a sky of sand and dust, and the sound of coughing up blood continuously came out from the rubble. However, on the contrary, Tai Xian's situation was equally not optimistic. Her small face was pale and bloodless. Even the hand holding the handle of the gun under her sleeve was shaking. Half-emperor level magic weapons would be difficult to fight for a long time even for them in their heyday. With this in mind, Taixian immediately decided to cut off the roots. His eyes were ruthless, his grip on the gun clenched, and he said, Yao Qingdao, go in peace. Tai Xian dare. At those words, the Holy Lord of Qingyun, who was in a stalemate with the Dragon Elephant Holy Land on the opposite side of the abyss, became completely anxious and hissed, "Ha ha 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 ha." Tai Xian was unmoved. The movement of the attack in his hands was unceasing. A trace of bloodthirsty red aura flashed in his eyes, and a burst of maniacal laughter came out of his mouth. Somewhat maniacal. Bai Yuan Feng. You hypocrite. You finally can't pretend anymore, can you? Back then, you killed my beloved. Today, I'll let you taste the hatred of taking my wife. Yao Qingdao, die for me. Broken star. After saying that, Tai Xian's eyes carried madness, and the silver spear in his hand erupted with radiant fire. He did not hesitate to burn his lifespan to catalyze his final strike, just to kill Yao Qingdao completely. No. At this moment, the Holy Lord of Qingyun was in a great hurry, and if it wasn't for the Great Elder and the others stopping him, he feared that he would have already crossed the abyss to go over to support him. Die. Die for me. In the dark, Yao Xian saw the scene and an annoying smile appeared on her disguised face. As long as Yao Qingdao died, the Yaoqi Holy Land, which had lost its backbone at that time, would definitely cross over the Holy Maiden examination and lift her, the possessor of the Yao Guang immortal body, up to the position of Holy Lord. Boom! Under the eyes of all the people, Tai Xian that destroys the heavenly strike blatantly smashed down. Not a bit of room to stay. Boom! The scorching heat set the air ablaze. The earth dried up. The trees dried up and turned into ashes blowing under the fierce winds of desolation. Go to hell! As Tai Xian let out another furious cry, the power of this move skyrocketed once more, its speed suddenly doubling as it cut a swath through the air. Whoosh! Just as the attack was about to hit Yao Qingdao, a white figure sped up like lightning and blocked in front of her. Holy Lord! Boo! Without any sign, the Yaoqi Grand Elder broke away from the three people's restraints, his figure blocking the path that the attack was bound to fall through, stopping it head-on with his weak body. Great Elder! The eyes of the Yaoqi Holy Land crowd reddened at the sight of the situation, and it was too late for them to mourn, as the roiling firelight directly engulfed them, buying a moment of respite for Yao Qingdao below. Tai Xian, I want you to have a good death. Yao Qingdao spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was wrapped in blood-red blood gas, and she similarly began to burn her lifespan. The peach blossom sword in her hand flew, and her good-looking face revealed a hideous color, her shell teeth biting her red lips tightly, and she said in a calendar ho, out of heaven, buzz buzz. After saying that, the long sword flew out, trembling continuously. Countless sword shadows flew out, condensing into a peach blossom fairy silhouette, dancing, and all of a sudden, the crowd only felt a fragrant wind coming. What's that? In a trance, Lu Zai and the others seemed to see peach blossoms blooming all over the place. A peach blossom fairy dancing under the peach tree with a long sword in her hand, her figure gradually becoming misty, and a sword was handed out in her hand, as if a sword from beyond the heavens had fallen. What a beautiful sword move. The crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp. There. Also just as the heavenly flying fairy was completed, a penetrating sound came from the body. In the midst of the firelight, the Grand Elder looked back downwards, seemingly unwilling to give up in his eyes, but in the next second, the gunblade penetrated his body, and the latter's figure completely turned into flying ash, disappearing into the firelight. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Break! With the completion of this strike, the entire space seemed to freeze. Boom! Put! After a loud bang, the two were like headless flies, completely out of strength. A mouthful of blood spilled horizontally into the air, and their figures were wrapped in the smoke and dust swirled up by the explosion, and they flew backwards together. Not good. Save the Holy Lord. The elders of both clans reacted, not caring about the aftershocks of the explosions, raised their protective formations, and against the risk of being swept into the abyss, plunged headlong into the smoke and dust. Boo! The two of them, the Holy Lord of the Taichu and Yao Light Dance, both flew out from the other side of the explosion and fell heavily to the ground. Their eyes rolled back in their heads and they fainted on the spot. The two sect elders hurriedly cast healing spells to stabilize their injuries. This is, what's going on? At this moment, in the distance, Xiao Chen woke up from his epiphany. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he frowned. His powerful aura made the crowd could not help but hold their breath and take the initiative to get out of the way. What a horrible aura! The crowd was astonished in their hearts, and their souls could not stop trembling when they felt the aura emitted by Xiao Chuan. That kind of power had far exceeded their cognition. Just as the crowd was shocked, Xiao Chen turned to face the crowd and said in a cold voice, "This farce ends here." His voice was not loud, but it carried a majesty that made it impossible to ignore. The crowd was silent. This fight was originally started because of interest. Now that both sides had suffered heavy losses, there was no point in fighting any longer. Do you have a problem with that? After saying that, Xiao Chen's gaze looked at the opposite side of the Qingyan sacred lord. His eyes lowered, and his tone seemed as if he would strike in the next second as long as the Qingyan sacred lord did not agree. On what grounds? Without waiting for the holy lord of the green clouds to nod, Lian Yu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. However, just as the words reached her mouth, Lian Yu noticed Xiao Chuan's eyes that were as dark as pitch were gazing at her, and a strong uneasiness surged in her heart as she secretly said, "Not good, the stupid bastard." In an instant, Bodhi Z and the others who were slightly closer to Lian Yu realized that an unprecedented crisis was about to descend, and the shadow of death loomed over everyone's head. Clang! Without any sign, Xiao Chuan raised his hand and gently slashed at the void, and in the next second, it was as if the void was violently torn open, and black sword ons erupted out, destroying the wind blades that flew below the abyss, and rushing straight towards Lian Yu and the others on the other side of the abyss. Asshole! Bodhi-san and Yin Tianzi both sensed the danger and dodged in a hurry, but the black light was like a maggot on the bone, chasing after them. Despicable! Seeing that dodging was fruitless, Bodhi-Z shouted angrily and used his full power to cast Buddhist techniques to resist. Old man Changyun, control this crazy dog of yours, or don't blame my Shadow Demon clan for taking action. Yin Tianzi had the heart to kill Lian Yu at this moment. Originally, with his recluse speed, he didn't have to worry about it at all, but Yao Xian's presence forced him to forcefully block the blow. If you dare to talk nonsense like this again, it won't be as simple as a banning spell, and you won't have to return to the Qingyun Holy Land. After leaving such a sentence towards Lian Yu, the Holy Lord of Changyan turned around to face the incoming Black Sword Mane, his heart's bitterness united to explode as he roared, "Open for me! Boo!" However, the power of the Black Sword awnings exceeded the crowd's imagination. Bodhi Z was hardened by the earthquake and retreated dozens of steps. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Yin Tianzi's situation was even worse. His body flew out backwards in an unsteady manner. Put! Looking at the Qingyun Holy Land and the others, they were spitting blood from their mouths and their faces were like frosted eggplants, falling into a row in unison, completely out of temper. From now on, I'm in charge here. Those who are not afraid of death, though, can come and try. P.S. 4,000 word chapter. What the hell are you? Ahem. After tumbling on the ground for a few rounds, Yin Tianzi finally stabilized his body, and just when he wanted to say something, the qi and blood in his chest surged, violently coughing out a pool of bruised blood. Yee! He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. He had completely underestimated the strength of the other party and was able to injure him with just a casual strike. This kind of strength was already on par with that Duke Wuxuan. Who the hell are you? Not only Yin Tianzi, the Bodhi Z on one side looked at the knife marks on the golden body of his hand. His complexion changed uncertainly. As for Yao Xin, not to mention, his back had long been soaked. If it wasn't for the Yin Tianzi in front of her, she was afraid that she would have been dead long ago. Vomit. On the contrary, the Qingyun Holy Land and the others were the most seriously injured. Their broken internal organs were vomited out along with their blood, and their body's spiritual energy was disorganized. So after taking a healing elixir, they began to urgently regulate themselves. So strong. Seeing this scene, those forces that were originally prepared to secretly strike were all shocked and could not think of any countermeasures in their hearts for a moment. Star, it's fortunate that you reminded me earlier, or else my Universal Chamber of Commerce will surely suffer heavy losses on this trip. This man is really something. At the Chamber of Commerce of the 10,000 Kingdoms, on top of the Purple family's immortal boat, Purple Wanxion looked towards the black-shirted teenager on the opposite side of the abyss, and a scornful look flashed in the bottom of his eyes. That's right, just now. Spare him. With his early Saint King's cultivation would be hard to resist, let alone that itself was a pot of medicine, and his strength might not be as good as the Qingyun Saint Lord who had exploded with all his might. Thinking of this, a hint of smugness rose in Zi Wanxiong's heart. This is all father's decision. Son is just a slight reminder. Zi Xingqian bowed slightly under the gaze of Zi Xiaoyan's envious and jealous eyes, and humbly said, I'm sure my father had anticipated this beforehand, and it was really just a test for me. Ha ha ha. Zi Wanxiong smiled with delight, smiled broadly and patted Zi Xingqian's shoulder. Very satisfied, Xingqian ah. Such as this trip back will be with the father to learn the way of management. For my father is old. This world is ultimately for you young people. No. Hearing this, Zi Yan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and grabbed Zi Wanxiong's arm, growling, Lord Father, you absolutely can't do this. I'm the Purple family's youngest. You can't, said. Purple Yan's voice lapsed, his eyes met on Purple Wanxiong's hateful eyes, to the mouth of the words all swallowed down, hands slowly loosened. The whole thing felt like it had been drained, and stood powerless to the side, accepting the reality of the situation. Father, Perhaps Purple Star's calm eyes rippled? Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he knelt down on one knee and said, "Thank you, Father, for your trust. Star will live up to your expectations." Good. At this moment, Xiao Chen slowly withdrew his hand, his eyes coldly scanning the crowd as his voice faintly said, "How much longer do you all want to hide?" Dead silence. A long silence. A delayed answer. For a moment, the atmosphere of the scene was a bit gloomy, and everyone was curious about Xiao Chen's next reaction. "It looks like it doesn't want to come out," Xiao Dust said. A black light once again flared in his hand. His sword pointed to the void, and he said in a condensed voice, "If you don't want to come out, you don't have to. Ha ha ha." Right at this moment, a sneering voice rang out in the void, seemingly provoking Xiao Chuan, and said disdainfully, "Junior, we recognize that your sword Dao is very strong, but, and are we all present vegetarians? Not to mention that half-imperial artifact like Feng. In terms of cultivation you're not a match for us either. If you want to pretend to be the boss, wait until your hair grows back." Ha 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 ha. As soon as the voice fell, a lot of uproarious voices resounded from all parts of the void, and in their eyes, Xiao Chen was no stronger than a junior. Apart from the sword Dao, there was simply no imperial artifact on their bodies as an underpinning, and if they really had to fight, these old monsters of the half-emperor realm did not think that they would lose to Xiao Chen. Yes? If I'm not mistaken, your reliance should be your half-emperor cultivation. Had. Sorry. Today, I'm killing you guys who rely on the old. As the words fell, a hint of disdain flashed under Xiao Chen's eyes. Half-emperor realm? Sorry, labor has also reached it. Chop. A word was gently spat out. Xiao Chuan's movements did not have any frills as he raised his hand and gently swung it downwards towards the void. His speed was slow and could not be any slower. What is this? From the perspective of Lu Zai and the others, Xiao Chuan did not seem to have released half of his spiritual energy all over his body, just like an ordinary person's casual strike. However, in the next second, a sudden change occurred. Thud dash a sound. The void in front of Xiao Chuan was cut open with a huge crack. The suction force generated by the spatial gap appeared to be Taotie-like, crazily tearing apart everything around it, and the surrounding spiritual chi was like a tidal wave crazily surging towards the crack. Even the wind blades in the abyss were swallowed up as much as they could, and in the blink of an eye, the entire aura near the abyss was sucked clean, creating a vacuum. A sword rips through space. How is this possible? The crowd stared dumbfounded at this scene, and waves of shock were set off in their hearts. They could not imagine that such a simple strike by Xiao Chen had such a terrifying power. Those half-emperor old monsters in the void were completely unable to sit still and their expressions were greatly alarmed. Simply because the void that was still quite calm just a moment ago was broken by Xiao Chen's sudden sword strike. The void where they and the others were also affected by the spatial turbulence opened up by Xiao Chuan, and there was no way to get out of it, so they could only let the suction force drag them little by little into the turbulence. In just one short breath, the two sides changed shape in attack and defense. Ha! Xiao Chuan stood quietly in place, his gaze as calm as the water of a deep pool, without any ripples. As he gazed at the struggling crowd behind that crack, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, sketching out a faint smile as he smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Why aren't you seniors speaking? Xiao Chen's tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was flirting. Then, he continued, are seniors not talkative? How about, let me help all the seniors to step up their efforts. Xiao Chuan's voice was not loud, but it traveled exceptionally clearly into everyone's ears. As for those half-emperor cultivators who were originally trapped behind the crack, their faces became very ugly when they heard this. One of the half-emperor cultivators could not hold back the anger in his heart and shouted, Junior, don't be wild. Do you really want to die with us? In the face of this half-emperor cultivator's angry rebuke, Xiao Chen not only did not show the slightest fear, but instead revealed an even more disdainful expression. Fish out of water? Jia jia jia. Xiao Dust kept on laughing back, trembling his shoulders and laughing madly. Jia, just by your group of old undead who are half in the ground. You are also worthy. Stay here for me. After saying the last sentence, Xiao Dust violently extended his right hand and gave a firm grip towards the crack, reciting words under his breath as countless mysterious runes flew out of his body and merged into the surrounding void. The void violently twisted up, and a terrifying and extreme energy fluctuation came out from it. Boom! In an instant, an incomparably powerful force gushed out from all directions, squeezing towards the center of the crack like a raging torrent. Boo! The strength of this force, so that the original chaos of space even began to slowly distort, collapse. Want to all the half-emperors strangled in the space turbulence. Junior brother, so strong. In the pale garden, Peach looked at Xiao Chen's back, her beautiful eyes blinking and blinking, suddenly remembering how she had looked when she had just rescued the other party some time ago, and a hint of a pleased smile flowed from the corner of her mouth. Nice. Ao Xing on the other side similarly gave his affirmation, his eyes filled with kindness as he complimented. This kind of battle power, talent, and enlightenment, even in the divine realm, is definitely in existence like a phoenix and a rare horn. I'm afraid that the moment it comes out it will be frantically fought over by all the major divine clans and ancient divine emperors. Counting up, this cheap teacher of mine. I'm kind of picking up a big bargain. Ha ha ha. Humph. Peachy sniffed, bobbed her head proudly, and beamed. That's not true. We don't look at who took in the disciple. Oh, asterisk. Oh. Ao Xing smiled faintly. This is something that he is almost listening to the cocoon scars, so he simply went with the peach. His eyes continued to watch the changes in the outside world, his eyes gazing into the abyss below, murmuring in a low voice. Isn't this the market abyss? Ruin. What the hell did you do that for? Could it be that the chaos bell of those 10 innate treasures is in? Not good. Stop him. As the scene turned, the faces of the crowd of half-emperor cultivators changed drastically as they looked at the continuously collapsing void cracks, and they all shot out in an attempt to stop Xiao Chen. However, it was already too late, only to see that terrifying energy like a volcano erupting as it rushed toward the group of half-emperor cultivators. Junior, you're looking for death. Rumble. Looking at the soon-to-be-healed void crack, the crowd of half-emperors could no longer maintain their calm. Unable to care about so much, the breath in their bodies began to skyrocket. The cave realm shackles instantly disappeared, and their cultivation level came back to the half-emperor realm. Break me. Just by snapping their fingers, the spatial turbulence that was originally like a flooding beast became insignificant in front of this group of half-emperor realm powerhouses. With a wave of his hand, he wiped it away gently. However, after doing this, none of the crowd's movements stopped, and a full 13 half-emperors immediately unleashed their strongest strikes towards Xiao Chen's location. Kid, die for me. With the lifting of the restriction on their cultivators, it also meant that they no longer had the opportunity to explore the secret realm, and in annoyance, they vented their hatred on Xiao Chen. Boom boom. In the space of a breath, the clear sky was covered by various types of feats, and Xiao Dus looked at the attacks that roamed the sky, but his face did not change in the slightest. A superhuman calmness was maintained from start to finish. Is this kid really emboldened, or is he just posturing? 10,000 miles away from here, on top of a mountain, the familiar trio reappeared. The black-robed man stared at the scene on the distant battlefield without saying a word. The gray-robed old man frowned, and only the white-robed old man was left to chatter. What an ignorance! Seeing this, Yin Tianzi also opened his eyes and snorted, grabbing aside Yao Xian without hesitation, dodging into the distance to hide, as if Xiao Chen was already a turtle in a jar and would surely die. Amit Ba. The young monk will recite the Sutra of Transcendence a few more times for the mage. Having said that, Bodhi Z's tone carried a bit of evil in it, clearly holding a grudge against the other party. Compared to them, the Holy Lord of Qing Yun appeared to be much more sensible. Looking towards the Grand Elder and the others, he hurriedly said, "Let's go." No. Right at this moment, Lian Yu did not know what had taken her by surprise and looked at Xiao Chuan's side face at this moment. Her expression fell into a trance and she wailed, holding her head, "Is it him? Is that my Dusty? No, no, Dusty is dead. I forced him to die. Ooh dash." As Lian Yu spoke, she knelt down in shame, with only remorse in her eyes, but Xiao Chen no longer cared, and Sheng Yun Holy Lord and the others felt even more disgusted. Leave her alone, let's go. This time, the Holy Lord of Qing Yun completely left Lian Yu behind, and with a wave of his large sleeve, he took away the surviving disciples as well as the remains of the disciples and flew towards the immortal boat. Hey, people don't know how to cherish when they're alive, and now you're in this state for whom? The Grand Elder sighed and didn't say anything more as he decided to leave. The rest of the several peak masters looked at that back and snickered in the bottom of their hearts, as if the eyes were saying, "You also have today?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crowd left, leaving the dazed Lian Yu alone, lost in thought. Come on, let's go too. On the opposite side of the abyss, Lu Zai and the others looked at an attack above their heads that emitted a terrifying aura, trembling with fear, pulling Barbarian Dragon and the others, scattering their legs and running. Not to mention dealing with it head-on, even a wisp of chi that leaked out would be enough to prey on them. Run away! Countless cultivators reacted from their shock and fled in all directions for fear of being affected. Kid! Now the crowd of half-emperors were furious. Xiao Dust's behavior was tantamount to killing in their eyes, and each of them were furious, looking like they couldn't wait. Let's show you the gap between you and me. Boom! A silhouette surfaced behind the person in the lead, raising his hand and condensing a finger with spirit aura. He blasted down towards Xiao Chen below, without the slightest room for maneuver. Go to hell! Boom! The black-robed trio looked up at the extremely fast-falling attack with slight scorn in their eyes, and the gray-robed old man said in a condensed voice, Should we save this kid? No need, the black-robed man said faintly. Why? Is such a demon just going to let him die? The white-robed old man was equally anxious. Don't worry, the people to save him are already here. What do you mean? The gray and white duo froze, somewhat confused. Literally. Farewell, gentlemen. As the three of them were speaking, a magnificent voice suddenly rang out. Clank. In the next moment, a rushing sword intent burst out steeply, and a pale figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen, and the two of them looked at each other with a heartfelt smile. It's the old man. In the distance, Lu Zai could not help but be shocked when he saw the person in front of Xiao Dust. The old man was none other than the lord of the Dirt Sword Mountain. Sword Wuchen. I say all of you, you've lived to a dog's age. Do you have the nerve to take a shot at a junior? It's you, Jian Wuchen. Do you really want to be our enemy today? The 13 half-emperors' faces were grave, and they were very jealous of Jian Wuchen, the strongest person under the so-called Great Emperor. They're all bullying my disciple. You guys. Sword come. Sword Wuchen gazed and laughed. Raising his hand, a long sword engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared in his hand. This sword was precisely the easy sword, one of the 7 swords. Apprentice? Tushan Linya and the others on Lu Zi's side were all confused, looking at the former and gossiping. When did you get such an additional senior uncle? Lu Zai. P.S. Vacation is coming soon. Please ask for gifts. Jian Wuchen. You said he's your disciple? What? Jian Wuchen's old face crossed and he coldly grunted. Do I have to inform you if I want to take on a disciple? The 13 half-emperors were silent at the words, but their hearts felt a little better. If a sword cultivator anywhere could have such a natural talent, then why did they still cultivate? The battle continues. It's not polite to come and go. Holding the easy sword in his hand, Jian Wuduan shouted and raised his hand towards the many half-emperors with a flick of his hand. A huge sword chi whistled out and ruthlessly collided with the attacks of the many half-emperors. Bang! An earth-shattering roar came from the sky, and the void rippled as if it was about to shatter. And those half-emperors' attacks, in front of this sword chi, were unexpectedly unbeatable and instantly dissipated into nothingness. How is this possible? When the crowd of half-emperors saw this, their faces all showed shock. How could the gap be so great when they were at the same half-emperor realm? You guys are done fighting. So it's my turn. Sword 7, no sword under heaven. Jian Wuchen twisted his neck. The sword flower in his hand flew. An invisible sword chi shot out, without any fancy gung fu effects. Plain and simple. Boom. Crap. Too late to react. The 13 half-emperors only felt as if there was a pair of large invisible hands forcibly pivoting their attacks, viciously tearing apart their last defense. Fight him. The crowd of half-emperor cultivators were instantly submerged by this energy and were powerless to resist, and could only be forced to use all their strength to resist. However, in just 1 or 2 breaths of time, 3 or 2 silhouettes screamed and flew out backwards, spitting blood and spilling blood into the air. When the crowd of old monsters saw this, they finally couldn't help but shout, Jian Wuchen, don't bully others too much. Jian Wuchen sniffed and looked over. The person who spoke was an old man dressed in fancy clothes with a dignified look, and said disdainfully, Old man Xie, what do you think if I am just bullying people too much? You bunch of greedy and fearful people. You don't think about enlightenment breakthroughs. You even hit on the idea of juniors. So today I will do the right thing for the heavens. Kenpachi, true self, one sword. The words fell. Jian Wuchen around the body of the sword intent crazy breathing. The breath soared. The surrounding space as if to the critical point. Unbearable to send out click 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 cracking sound. Brilliant 3000 Dao. I only have one sword. Terrifying sword intent condensed a shadow behind him. The shadow was the same as Jian Wuchen's appearance. And the magnificent Brahman sound vibrated from his mouth. And the sword aura pushed straight into the heavens. It was as if heaven and earth had been divided into a boundary. And the people only felt that they were in another part of the world. And it was difficult to breathe. Ding 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 ding. This is the sword Dao realm. So old ancestor crossed over into the realm of domains a long time ago. Below, Lu Zai and the others looked at the vibrating sword at their waist with envy in their hearts. While on the contrary, Xiao Chen appeared to be much calmer, looking at the trembling sword sheath in his hand and feeling more excitement. So strong, he's finally taken a step ahead of us. At the top of the mountain, the white-robed old man gazed at Jian Wuchen's back, his heart filled with emotion. This battle, by the looks of it, is no longer in doubt. The gray-robed old man on one side similarly lamented. I can't imagine that this guy would go this far for a disciple. Dead Emperor, if you met a precious disciple with such heaven-defying qualifications, you'd be afraid that you'd hate to directly pass your entire cultivation to the other party, right? Humph. At those words, the dead emperor's old face flushed red, whisked his sleeve and grunted coldly. Gun Ghost, don't talk to me about all this nonsense. It's not like the disciple is mine if he's any good. Ha ha ha. Dead Emperor, You're saying this the wrong way. The gun ghost in white robes hemmed and hawed, not seeing half of the majesty of a strong man on his pale face. Only lewdness remained as he rubbed his hands together and laughed. Although this sword old man is strong, I always felt that this person is not his disciple. Oh, hearing this, the dead emperor could not help but have a trace of interest on his face as he looked at Xiao Chuan's back and asked in return, "Then who do you think this person is?" "Old me thinks After a moment of silence, the gun ghost said in a bitchy manner, "This person might have some connection with the one who made a move with the sword old ghost outside of the secret land. Maybe the two are one." "What? You're saying the two of them are the same person?" The dead emperor asked himself and shook his head. "Impossible. These two have very different sword paths." "How old is he?" "Less than the age of a. How could he cultivate two sword paths to this level?" The sword emperor of that year didn't have such a demonic talent. The gun ghost froze, then thought of Xiao Chuan's age and laughed bitterly. "That's true. In the meantime, the other side. Jian Wuchen, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction?" In the void, the 13 half-emperors felt the increasingly stronger killing opportunities below, and their hearts were already vaguely beating the drum of retreat, ready to vanish at any time. "Me so." Jian Wuchen didn't reply and responded to them with only a sword. Boom! Daylight flashes. The crowd only felt a trance. Heaven and earth white, reflected in the eyes of the only that opened up the sword. Boo! A few moments later, all was calm again. In the void, only a few remaining figures were left staggering about, covered in blood, with shocking wounds everywhere, signaling the tragic scene that had just occurred. Xiao Dus looked at the tragic situation in front of him without any ripples in his heart. Cough cough cough. In the ruins, the remaining few figures coughing up blood stood up, their appearance miserable, their wounds revealing the blood-stained white bones below them, looking at Jian Wuchen with eyes filled with horror and resentment. "Jian Wuchen, how dare you? Today's revenge. We will definitely return it 100-fold. One of them gritted his teeth and said. Jian Wuchen looked at them indifferently, the long sword in his hand flashing with a cold light. "If you dare to come back, you are asking for death." His voice was cold and piercing, sending shivers down one's spine. Humph! The crowd looked deeply at Jian Wuchen, and without saying anything more, they took a healing pill and directly vanished, fearing that they would be found by that Tianji pavilion master. Jian Wuchen looked at the distant figure. His face showed a heavy expression, but he did not go up to chase after them. At their level, it was as hard as heaven to kill a half-emperor. Moreover, several people also have reserves that have not yet been offered. If they really want to fight, most likely it will also end up hurting the enemy 1,000 times and losing 800 times. Also, after consecutively executing the 8 of Swords, the spiritual energy in Jian Wuchen's body had also gone most of the way and it was not appropriate to fight again. Shit! In the dark, Xinyan Holy Lord, Yin Tianzi and the others were secretly clenching their fists. If they failed to kill Xiaochen this time, they would have no advantage in the subsequent quest. With this in mind, Yin Tianzi and that Bodhi Zi subconsciously glanced at each other, understood each other, and began to secretly communicate with the others, preparing to join forces. Many thanks to Senior for helping out today. A great favor is hard to thank. Xiao Dus looked at Jian Wuchen's figure, and a wave of admiration could not help but well up in his heart as he took out a sacred rank pill that he had white hoard from Sumeru Buddha from his nascent sacred ring and handed it over. "Shame to say," Jian Wuchen replied with his divine sense, and on the surface, the two of them continued to talk and laugh as if they were master and disciple. "It's just a shame that they weren't left behind. Elder, don't worry. Someone has already made a move." "You mean?" The words fell. The sky that had already regained its calm changed again. Black clouds were dense, spreading throughout the Xiantian secret realm. A pair of eyes slowly opened, accompanied by the voice that sounded like brilliant heavenly thunder. Boomed. "You are blatantly violating the rules. Do you think that I, Tianji Pavilion, am easy to talk to? Empyrean Aura, you're the Tianji Pavilion master? How is this possible?" A familiar voice resounded from the distant sky, a few moments of panic evident in its tone. "No, do you, Tianji Pavilion, want to break your original agreement and meddle in the affairs of my heavenly Tsang realm? Ho ho ho, even if I, Tianji Pavilion, break the agreement, what can you do to me? Not good." The few half-emperors who had fled earlier did not expect the Tianji Pavilion master to be so strong. Facing the Emperor Realm's Tianji Pavilion master, they knew they were no match and turned around to flee. Trying to escape? Too late. Die for me. Boom. After saying that, the sound of heavenly thunder boomed, and after 3 breaths, the sky and earth regained their calmness. The terrifying aura disappeared, and the sky began to clear up. But everything came so suddenly that the crowd has not come back to their senses for a long time. This Tianji Pavilion master's cultivation, could it really be a great emperor? Jian Wuduan and the others felt the lingering imperial aura in the heavens and earth. Their eyes were dumbfounded. They couldn't even think of how the Tianji Pavilion Master broke through to a great emperor before heaven's destiny had even opened. This heavenly pale realm. Surprisingly, there are still great emperors. Senior sister, what is going on? Xiao Dust was equally puzzled and sent a divine sense transmission to Peach to ask, is that Tianji Pavilion Master really a great emperor? He in her mind. Peach gave a playful smile and explained, Senior brother, originally, this matter was intended to be told to you after you broke through to half-emperor. But since I've stumbled upon this, I'll be brief with you. You know about the Sea of Chaos, right? Aha, Xiao Chuan nodded his head. The Sea of Chaotic Stars was not considered a secret in front of high-ranking cultivators, so he naturally knew about it. The Sea of Chaotic Stars was an extraterritorial battlefield that existed outside of the Heavenly Pale Realm, left after the great battle between the Chaos Emperor, the Reincarnation Emperor, and the extraterritorial heavenly demons back then. The Tianji Pavilion's main camp, on the other hand, was situated here, never interfering with the operation of the Heavenly Pale Realm. You know all that you know? Now elder sister will tell you something you don't know. Peach leaned against the trunk of the tree and slowly recalled. In addition to the Sea of Chaotic Stars being a battlefield left over from the Great War back then, there are also quite a few Emperor Realm extraterrestrial heavenly demons sealed on it, and it's been guarded by the Tianji Pavilion for generations. This is also the reason why the Heavenly Hall of Justice has been avoiding the world. Aside from the agreement with the Emperor, the other side of the coin is that they simply don't care about the life and death of the cultivators of the Heavenly Tsang realm, and each time they come out of the world it's just to look for someone to answer the apocalypse to fight against the extraterrestrial heavenly demons and reinforce the seals. Ha! Xiao Chuan was confused and said with some uncertainty, Senior sister, do you mean that the extraterrestrial heavenly demon has never been completely resolved, but has been sealed? Nice. Peach didn't beat around the bush and admitted it in one breath. It's pretty much the same as what you think. Beings like the extraterrestrial heavenly devils are different from the beings in this universe, and they don't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation after their deaths. So even strong emperors like the Emperor are still looking for a solution. The only way to do that is to keep killing and sealing it. It's just a shame. As the number of deaths increases, the speed of regeneration of the heavenly devil becomes faster and faster, and it is stronger and stronger at a time. Or else the wife of the Sword Emperor wouldn't have taken the initiative to offer sacrifices as a way of reinforcing the seal in the first place. At that, Ao Xing deep thought nodded. The large golden vertical pupil surged a touch of sadness, murmured, if at first can realize this point early, perhaps my people wouldn't have died in that great battle. Xiao Dust empathized and bowed his head in silence. In that case, what is the purpose of the sacrifices made by all the generations of our forefathers? And so on. In an instant, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered something. The reason why he was reborn, could it be related to this as well? When he died, did Jifan defeat the extraterrestrial heavenly demon? Or perhaps, did he protect the heavenly pale realm? The odds are no. Xiao Chen thought in this way. Otherwise how could he have been reborn? Could it be that at some point in the future, they, the Hongmeng universe, had already lost? Junior brother, don't lose heart. Just as Xiao Chen was pondering, Peach's voice once again sounded with confidence in her tone. It is not as if there is no turnaround in all of this. Turnaround? Not bad. Peach nodded and reached out to point at Xiao Chuan's heart, smiling playfully. This turnaround is you, young master. Me? Xiao Dust was a bit taut, although it was hard to admit it. The Yifan of his previous life was really strong in a sense. If he had failed back then, what were his own chances of winning? It was all unknown to him. Yes. Peach nodded and shook his head. You don't know, do you, that you were personally sent to the medicine garden by Lord Emperor? It was Master who saved me? Xiao Chuan tried hard to recall, yet his memories about the period when he fainted and then woke up were all blank. Emperor, full of confidence in you. Peachy danced with excitement and quipped, it's the first time I've seen the Emperor praising someone like this. I think, the Emperor must have seen a glimmer of hope in you. Junior brother. Xiao Dust had trouble calming his heart after hearing this. He did not expect that he would be blessed with such love from the Emperor. A wandering heart could not help but settle down, and secretly swore in his heart that he would not fail to live up to the Emperor's expectations. That's a good point about the little Peach. As long as you, Duster, refine that strand of Hongmeng Qi underneath this abyss, perhaps there really is a silver lining to exploring the world beyond this Hongmeng universe. Furthermore, it is not that there is no way to destroy the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Ao Xing gazed at Xiao Chuan with a frown and said firmly, Teacher, are you telling the truth? Xiao Dust was a bit surprised. Well, however, this method is still too early for you right now. When you raise all 3 paths to the Emperor realm, I will tell you about this method. Yes, Xiao Dust readily agreed. I will definitely cultivate to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. Hey go junior sister. Peachy waved her fists and said excitedly, senior sister believes in you. The scene flashes back to the outside world. Jian Wujian looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with the fondness of elders for their juniors, and opened his mouth to ask, what are your plans for the next step? I'm not hiding it from senior. Senior is prepared to sneak into this place to explore a bit, but I'm afraid it's hard to convince these rats since senior is so small in number, so I hope that senior will help me out. Xiao Dust's tone was sincere, and Jian Wuchen naturally knew that the other party was buying his favor, and without being courteous, he readily answered, taking a step forward and speaking aloud, everyone, since none of you want to give up this opportunity, why don't you listen to my words? Seeing that it was Jian Wuchen who opened his mouth, everyone's heart sank, helpless in their hearts but not in a position to refute the other party's face. Xingyan Holy Lord and the others squeezed out a smile on their faces and said, there is no harm in speaking up. Senior, that's good. Since everyone trusts me equals old man, it's only natural that I won't let everyone get cold feet. According to what I said, the cultivation world is respected by the strong. If you want resources, it's very simple. Those who can do more will do more. I won't be partial to any party, each according to their ability. However, if anyone dares to lay a black hand on them, then they will have to ask the forces behind you and others where they are located if they can withstand the old man's tossing. Quiet. When these words came out, the whole room was silent and a needle could be heard. They had already seen the image of Jian Wuchen picking off 13 half-emperors in one go just now, and in this era where great emperors were not present, the one in front of them was a well-deserved supreme. Who dares to disobey? P.S. Have a great weekend. Ha ha ha. Sword Master Senior is overstating it. With a titan of the immortal cultivation world like you stepping forward, we are more than happy. How could we possibly be dissatisfied? Holy Lord Qingyun's ability to see the wind and steer the ship remained the same, and he found a place to step down on his own. Yeah. Sage Lord Qingyun is right. We are willing to follow the arrangements of our seniors. The crowd chimed in, expressing their willingness to abide by the rules. Yin Tianzi and the others secretly glanced at each other and remained silent, but they did not know that they were completely taken in by Xiao Chuan, who sneered in his heart, the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. It's not certain who the deer will be. Jian Wuchen's words continued. Looking around the room, he looked at the many forces present and said in a deep voice, it's the same words as before. The entrance to this place lies here. If you want to go down and explore, to each his own. My father will not stand in the way. But if there is a crooked mind, boom. Saying that, Jian Wuchen casually chopped out a strike, and a violent wave of air instantly swept over the top of the abyss, and then dissipated with a bang as it neared the eyes of the crowd, their hair dancing wildly. Phew! At this moment, the last trace of fluke in the hearts of the crowd was completely put down, and they concentrated their attention under the abyss in front of them, and began to think of ways to deal with it. Sherfu! Right at this moment, Lu Zai leaned up furtively with a few people from Tushan Linya, wearing a pleasing smile on his face and squeezing his eyebrows. Master Ancestor, why are you here as well? Brat! Sword Woodwan sniffed and lifted his hand in a slap without any good humor, not giving Lu Zai the slightest bit of face, and said indisputably, when will you be able to put old me at ease? Ha. Master Ancestor, don't be angry. Didn't I see that this place is too dangerous, so I thought of calling you to come? Lu Zai hemmed and hawed, scratched his head, looked at Xiao Chuan to the side, and giggled. Who knew that Junior Master was also here? It's all about destiny. Do you think it's right? Junior Master. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuchen glared at him, his heart inexplicably tense, vaguely expecting Xiao Chen's reply, and then he heard the other party reply, that's a good point. Meeting is fate, and I didn't expect to meet Master Teacher and Master Nephew Lu here. These words, let Jian Wuchen hanging heart released heart, although he is the initiative to stand up for it, up the heart of the former talent, but did not expect the other party agreed to be so dry. He had a few more points of goodwill in his heart for Xiao Chuan and picked up the conversation. Your senior uncle is what I received when I was traveling outside, and he has not returned to Sword Mountain in order to home the Sword Dao all these years. The old man didn't expect you to meet again either. So it is. Lu Zai clapped his hands together. The doubts in his heart dissipated for the most part as he listened to the two of them and muttered, I said how I've never seen Uncle Sherfu before. I didn't realize it was like that. Immediately, he then looked at Xiao Dust and said excitedly, seriously senior uncle, I initially thought that you were made up by the senior ancestor to hoodwink everyone. But when I think of your swordsmanship, which is completely unrivaled by master ancestors, there is absolutely no need to lie. Wouldn't that be self-destructive? Ha. Lu Zai was still laughing, but he completely failed to notice Jian Wuchen's gloomy expression, and the three of them, Tushan Linya, stood by the side trembling like chaff. not daring to squeak. Hehehe, Xiao Dus laughed dryly twice, and in his heart, he labeled this master nephew that he had picked up for nothing as not too smart, and politely introduced himself. After talking for so long, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Ju. I don't know the names of a few people? Upon hearing this, Lu Zai stood on one side, and the three of them understood, and Tushan Linya took the first step out, looking at Xiao Chen's resolute face, and said in a contained voice, "My daughter's name is Tushan Linya, from the Tushan Fox clan, so I hope that Uncle Xiao will take care of her." Looking at Tushan Linya's stunningly beautiful face, it would be a lie for Xiao Chuan to say that his heart did not palpitate. He withdrew his gaze and waved his hand with a smile. "Miss Linya doesn't have to be polite. You and I are both of the same generation. We can address each other as equals." Tushan Linya was a bit shy when she heard this and stammered for half a day before finally opening her mouth. "I've met fellow Xiao." "Aha." Xiao Chuan nodded, but in the bottom of his heart, Peach's slightly playful voice resounded at this moment. "Junior brother, have you ever known that this Tushan Linya's ancestor once followed the emperor for a period of time?" I hadn't had time to take a closer look when we met in the Great Yin Imperial City earlier, and I hadn't felt anything yet. Now that I look at it like this, it's a bit similar to the person in the painting in the emperor's collection. I think that this Tushan Linya should be the descendant of the one at the beginning. "I see." Xiao Chuan nodded his head secretly. According to what senior sister Peach said, the other party should belong to the same side as him and be a friend who could befriend him. Bang bang. The barbarian dragon's body type was already stout, and when he got closer, that sense of oppression was even more real. With a height of 3 meters coupled with the barbarian bloodline, the power of wildness was full. "My name is Barbarian Dragon. If fellow Taoist Xiao Ju doesn't mind, you can call me Barbarian." I didn't expect to encounter the barbarian remnants here. It really is a great world with no wonder. This time, the one who opened his mouth was Ao Xing, speaking with a few moments of excitement in his tone. "Dusty. This barbarian is straightforward in nature, born with divine power, and contains a barbarian ancestor bloodline in his body. So if you cultivate it, it will be considered a great help for you to fight against the extraterrestrial heavenly demons in the future." Hearing his teacher say this, Xiao Chuan's eyes lit up. The great tribulation was approaching, and since he had become the one to answer the tribulation in this life, he should also be just like the Sword Emperor and the others. "Form a force of your own." He handed out his hand and smiled. "Barbarian, it's a pleasure to meet you. From now on we'll all be brothers." "Yes," the savage dragon replied in a brief and concise manner, but the emotions were so full that they penetrated straight to the heart. Blood Yen Luo smiled faintly, handed out her hand, and spoke bluntly, "Daughter Blood Yen Luo, Blood Demon Clan. Fellow Taoist calls me Yen Luo or Yenner. Miss Yenner, it's a pleasure to meet you." Xiao Dus nodded with a smile. This person in front of him was an old acquaintance. In his previous life, he had not dealt with this Blood Demon Clan's holy maiden, and there had been some unspeakable things between the two of them. "Senior uncle, since all of you juniors know each other and are here for the treasures underneath this abyss, naturally you have a lot to talk about. I'll leave this old man alone. Work out your own strategy." After saying that, Jian Wuchen ignored Lu Zai's grudging gaze and transformed into a recluse to meditate on his knees in an unoccupied corner, leaving the space for Xiao Chan and the others. "In that case, so let's talk about the quest." Tushan Linya's four looked at each other and said in unison, "That is exactly what we intend to do." "That's good," Xiao Chen responded, and his gaze fell above the abyss. "According to my observation, there are many crises in this abyss, and first of all, this first difficulty is this wind blade that is comparable to that emitted by a saint. Second is the ice mist beneath that wind blade, whose power is no weaker than the divine bridge realm. These first two difficulties are nothing. The main thing is that pair of mysterious big hands. The realm is inexplicable. It seems to be the coalescence of some kind of law. If we can't figure out its situation, I'm afraid we can't act rashly. Therefore, I suggest that we send someone to test the waters and find out what's going on inside before we make any plans. Are there any Saint Realm cultivators among you all besides me?" Tushan Linya raised her hand and nodded her head in agreement. "What fellow Taoist Xiao said is very true. Our Tushan clan is good at concealment and detection. It just so happens that I broke through to the Sage Realm not long before this, so I can accompany fellow Taoists to scout the way forward. Count me in." The barbarian dragon waved his hand. "My barbarian race cultivates all fleshly body techniques, with thick skin and flesh. I'm not afraid of danger." Blood Yen Luo smiled faintly. "Why don't you let me go with Barbarian Dragon? My blood clan Kung Fu and Barbarian clan Kung Fu complement each other, so we can take care of each other." Lu Zai sniffed with some embarrassment and scratched his head. "It seems like I'm the only one amongst us who's still stuck at the Divine Bridge realm. This is a bit embarrassing for me." "It's okay." Xiao Dus shook his head with a smile. Sword cultivators themselves were more powerful than ordinary cultivators of the same rank, and the breakthrough conditions were extremely harsh. Many sword cultivators tended to stay in a certain realm for a long time in order to pursue that realm of sword mind understanding. How about this? Xiao Chuan considered for a moment and slowly said, Miss Linya and Master Nephew Lu will be in a group with me, while Miss Yenner will be in a group with the barbarian. It'll be the three of us in the front, with the two of you, Miss Yenner and Barbarian, at the back. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, Barbarian Dragon and the others looked at each other and did not try to be brave, agreeing to Xiao Chen's proposal. Then it is so arranged. Before that, let's use this demon puppet to try out the specific dangers below the abyss. As the words fell, Xiao Chen waved his large sleeve and two demon puppets whose aura was approaching the Saint Realm appeared on one side. These were all treasures that Xiao Chen had plucked from the Sumeru Buddha. Well, I think this method is feasible. Blood Yen Luo nodded, and with a flash of red aura in her hand, she laughed. It just so happens that my blood demon clan is proficient in the blood puppet mystic technique, so I can give it a try as well. Then there is no time to lose. Xiao Dus looked at the blood puppet that had suddenly appeared with a calm expression. His heart had expected it and he opened his mouth to remind. The purpose of this time is to explore. Remember not to go deeper. Once you find an abnormality, return immediately. Understood. After saying that, the five of them swept towards the entrance of the abyss with a flash of their figures. According to the plan, Xiao Chen stood at the front. Lu Zai and Tushan Linya stood on both sides, while Blood Yen Luo and Barbarian Dragon were responsible for providing support at any time, lining up in a V formation. You see, someone's getting ready to strike. Quite a few cultivators had noticed Xiao Chuan and their movements and had stopped their hands and looked sideways, expecting to harvest some useful information. Is he? In Tianzi and Bodhi Zi stood in the crowd, in the company of Prime Dragon and the others, looking at Xiao Chen above the abyss and wondering in their hearts. They had thought that Xiao Chen and the others would wait for another period of time to strike. Never thought it would be so soon. Blood Yen Luo? I didn't expect her to hook up with a human cultivator. Are they saying that they are already sure? Yin Tianzi stared, recognizing Blood Yen Luo at a glance. His fists clenched under his sleeve robes. His heart was in the wrong place as he looked at the crowd and asked, do you know who the other three are besides that Blood Yen Luo? Amit Ba. Bodhi Zi chanted a Buddha's name and shook his head. The young monk has lived in the Buddhist realm for a long time and has never seen these people. Does the Prime Cultivator know about this? I do know two people. Prime Dragon's gaze gazed at Barbarian Dragon and Tushan Linya among the five and transmitted his voice. That fox demon is the holy daughter of the Tushan Fox clan, Tushan Linya. And like my clan, there is a great karmic connection between her and the everlasting emperor. And that burly man is named Barbarian Dragon, of the Barbarian clan. When I was in the demon race, I often heard of this person's name. And the blood of the barbarian ancestor in his body has awakened 30%, and his physical body is invincible at the same level, and he can harden and toughen a true dragon. Not bad. Ao Tian, who was in the crowd, also took a step and stood out, glancing deeply at Barbarian Dragon. His eyes filled with scorn. This person is very strong, and I'm afraid that his breath has already stepped into the Saint Realm. Only my little sister can entangle with him for a moment. Aw, Ao Menger softly blinked her big eyes with a face of innocence, not looking like she had any battle power at all. However, the people present didn't dare to ignore the potential of this pure-blooded five-clawed golden dragon and didn't say anything, only nodding their heads silently to indicate that they knew. That obscene sword cultivator. I do have some impression. In the crowd, a cockney voice suddenly rang out. Zi Joshio looked at Lu Zai's back, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Behind him, Zi Wanxiong and the others were clearly amongst them, so there must have been some unknown secrets happening. In looking at Zi Yan, it looked like he had been beaten up. His nose was bruised and swollen. This person is the heir to one of the 7 swords of that sword mountain, the Heavenly Sun Sword. The way of the sword is very overbearing. I'm afraid that you and I are not opponents at the same level, so all of you had better be careful. Heir to the Son of Heaven Sword? When these words came out, both Yin Tianzi and Bodhi Zi's eyes narrowed slightly. If they didn't know Zi Joshiao's true identity, I'm afraid that they would have already voiced out a sneer. The Heavenly Sun Sword ranked at the top of the 7 swords, and was created by the Sword Emperor back then with the help of a trace of the power of the Heavenly Tao, and it contained a trace of the power of the Heavenly Tao. Lu Zai can be recognized by this sword. His destiny must be extraordinary, favored by heaven. This kind of people's strength is the most contrary to the sky, depending on the sky to eat. Killing a saint across the border was as easy as drinking and eating. The gazes of the people who realized this unconsciously looked towards where Lu Zai was. Good noon everyone. Have you eaten yet? Lu Zai also sensed the movement over here at the first time and twisted his head around, greeting with a heartless smile. Upon hearing this, Yin Tianzi and the others were filled with black lines. never expecting that the Heavenly Sun Sword successor would be so unethical. Could the Heavenly Tao be blind? Ha ha ha. Xiao Dust sneered in his heart when he saw a few people get defeated and looked at Lu Zai to cast an affirmative look. Good job. This abyss is treacherous. These people are no better than us. It's naturally good to discuss them at this time. He. Lu Zai looked at Xiao Chuan and giggled twice. His eyes filled with curiosity. Senior uncle, you have a grudge against that dead eunuch from the Yin Holy Land? Upon hearing this, the three of them, Tu Shan Linya, also perked up their gossiping ears, only to hear Xiao Chen calmly say, immortality. Hiss. While the three were surprised, Lu Zai was excited and clenched his fist. That's great. Senior uncle. I've been looking at him with displeasure since I was in the Central State. This time, our uncle and nephew must severely thwart them. No problem. That's right up my alley. The words fell. Uncle and nephew looked at each other, and coincidentally laughed, GGG. In the meantime, a familiar voice, lightly falling into Xiao Dust's ears. P.S. The front also made up 2,000 words. Did not read. The readers can go back to look. Fellow Daoist, if you don't mind, could you let the two of us join? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart jolted as this voice was simply too familiar to him. He looked in the direction the voice came from and saw Zhuge Yu's figure. At this moment, Zhuge Yu was standing not far away with Morong Yun standing beside him. The two of them looked at Xiao Chen's location together, and both of them had a kind smile on their faces. This brat. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Chen could not help but feel a trace of bitterness welling up in his heart. After secretly pondering for a moment, he transmitted his voice and replied, it's fine, but you two have to come up with some decent bargaining chips before you can do so. Otherwise, exempt from negotiation. Xiao Dust was very clear in his heart that even though he had once known Zhuge Yu in his previous life, now that he was living again in his own life, all things were full of variables and unknowns. Therefore, he would never take that kind of illusory friendship as a bet. Only real benefits are the most important and fundamental thing. And to put it mildly, Xiao Chen had actually known for a long time that Zhuge Yu had a very special treasure hidden in his body, and if he could bring him to his side, then the chances of success for this trip to the abyss would be greatly increased by quite a bit. This, after hearing Xiao Chen's reply, the originally bright smile on Zhuge Yu's face instantly froze. Although he had expected that Xiao Chen might not easily agree to let the two of them join in before he opened his mouth, he just never expected the other party to be so decisive. But right now they had already attracted a lot of trouble because of their previous actions. No one was willing to travel with them, and with their strength it was difficult to eat this piece of fat meat. Cooperating with Xiao Dust was tantamount to the wisest choice. After all, the two sides had suffered kinda similarly on some level. Thinking back to all sorts of things equals, Zhuge Yu and Morong Yun looked at each other after a glance. Both of their eyes flashed an unusually determined look, only to see Zhuge Yu's lips lightly opened and reply to the other party with his divine sense. I have a treasure here named Mountain and River Pen, which was left by the sage of literature's enlightenment in the ancient times. With this pen, I can help you guys open up a separate space out of it to protect everyone from those astral winds. Sure enough, just as I suspected, this is something he did bring with him. Upon hearing this, the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth involuntarily curved upwards slightly, forming a small, imperceptible arc. How could he not be aware of the hefty reputation of the Mountain River Pen? And other through the later forging refined from the sacred weapon is very different. The predecessor of the river pen is the ancient saint of the daily use of an ordinary brush, but because of the long time by the nourishment of the culture of the fumigation, and only after you can slowly breeding metamorphosis into today's appearance, it can be said to be a natural, blessed with the innate spiritual treasure. Of course, there was absolutely no comparison with innate Hongmeng spiritual treasures like the Chaos Bell. However, even so, because the Mountain River Pen was deeply favored by the heavens, the power it contained was far beyond the scope of ordinary common holy weapons. After Zhuge Yu finished speaking, Morong Yun then spoke. I, Burning Sky Villa, have an imperial treasure named the Brahma Heavenly Bell, which was personally refined by my ancestor, the Brahma Heavenly Emperor, through the vicissitudes of ages. It contains endless mysteries and power. Legend has it that by ringing the Brahma Bell, it can shock all things in heaven and earth, causing enemies to lose their nerve. And I happen to hold in my hands a replica of a piece that has been passed down from generation to generation by the old ancestors of my clan, the Burning Sky Treasure Mirror. Although it's an imitation, its power is no less than that of a Saint Zun-level magic weapon. In particular, the law of burning sky inscribed on this mirror is not only capable of dispelling the cold and withstanding it, but it can also drastically increase your chi and blood power. With it, I believe dealing with that layer of ice fog below shouldn't be a problem. The Burning Sky Mirror? It's a good treasure. 2. Burning Sky Treasure Mirror? Upon hearing this name, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He was well aware of the value of this treasure, and if he had these two on board, then the first two hurdles would be solved. And the only thing left at the moment was that last big black hand. Dusty. Aoshing's voice sounded in Xiao Chen's mind in time, as if he had guessed what was troubling his mind at the moment, and slowly spoke. Do you still remember the ruins that I mentioned to you previously? Remember. Xiao Dust nodded and responded. Teacher, you once said that this person was none other than the creator of the 9 cauldrons, including the chaotic cauldron. Not bad. Aoshing nodded slightly and continued. In addition, I had been paying attention to the abyss here before, and I actually accidentally realized that this place has a few similarities with the market abyss of the divine realm. Aoshing analyzed the surroundings while carefully observing them. It's just that the annihilation gale that was supposed to be filled with the power of the laws of void was replaced with ordinary astral winds, and the frosty mist that contained the power of the laws of Taiyin was turned into an ice mist that was made from the convergence of ordinary ice laws. If I'm not wrong, said Aoshing, pausing slightly, as if thinking about something. That giant hand of destruction that was supposed to be intertwined by the power of 12 supreme laws is now reduced to a single chaos law. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to deal with it. Aoshing turned his gaze towards Xiao Chen and said in a calm tone. True enough. The taut strings in Xiao Chuan's heart relaxed slightly after hearing this, just as he had expected. That last large black hand was indeed condensed from the power of the laws. However, a new problem surfaced immediately afterward. For the current him, not to mention the laws of chaos, even the inferior power of the laws of yin and yang he had yet to comprehend, but he himself thoughtlessly substituted the laws of chaos to the simple side. There is no need to worry. Aoshing's low and magnetic voice that seemed to be able to bring an endless sense of peace of mind came out leisurely, like a clear spring flowing through Xiao Duan's heart, instantly soothing the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart. Teacher, do you really have a solution? Xiao Dust asked eagerly. Brat, have you forgotten what Master's original body is? Aoshing's voice contained a hint of pride that was hard to hide, but Peach, who was standing in the medicinal garden, couldn't help but speak with a look of gravity. Old man, don't you want to die? Hearing these words, Xiao Chuan could not help but freeze, a puzzled look appearing on his face. Senior sister, what is going on here? Could this cause any danger to the teacher? Better let him tell you himself. Peach looked away, seemingly reluctant to talk much about the subject. Unable to do anything else, Xiao Chuan had no choice but to turn his gaze to Aoshing and shook his head vigorously, saying sincerely, Teacher, you should stop hiding the truth from me. Please tell me the truth. Aoshing was stared at tightly by Xiao Chen's sincere and determined eyes, and finally lost the battle, and sighed a long sigh before slowly speaking. Alas, for the teacher's condition nowadays, I'm sure you've seen it all. To be honest, his tone was unbelievably heavy, as if he was weighing down 1,000 pounds, making people gasp for air. I'm afraid I can't hold out much longer. Aoshing's words revealed deep exhaustion and helplessness. There are only 2 paths before me today. One is to fight to the death with this terrifying prisoner dragon pillar, but the hope of success is slim. The other is to give up one's fleshly body that one has worked so hard to cultivate for many years, and choose to start all over again. However, for so many years, my origin power has long since been devoured by the prisoner dragon pillar, and if I choose to be reborn in nirvana, then my origin power will also be greatly damaged. In other words, even if I succeed in nirvana this time, my bloodline may become nothing like the lowest class of black dragons in the dragon race. For a moment, all 3 fell into a deep silence. Xiao Chuan even clenched his teeth tightly, and a gust of drilling pain came from his clenched palms, but it was nowhere near as painful as the pain in his heart. It's all right, child. Aoshing's voice remained as calm as water, as if he was telling a distant story, slowly saying, during this time with you all, the old man has also realized a truth. That would be to be happy in time. He smiled slightly, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Everything in the past has already dissipated like clouds of smoke. Always indulging in memories may not be a good thing. If I had been more decisive and resolutely cut down my cultivation, I might have gotten out of the predicament a long time ago. How would I have ended up in such a situation? But the blessing and the curse. How could I have met you if I hadn't gone through all these ups and downs? At this point in time, I have already figured out many things. Instead of living in such a meticulous and fearful manner, it would be better to fight. With the experience and insight I've accumulated over the years, what is there to worry and fear? So yeah, you little guy, just go in peace. Even if I can only emit a faint ray of light at the end of my life, I will let those smug old men know that old Aoshing is not dead yet. One day, I will return to the divine realm to avenge the extermination of my clan back then. At those words, Xiao Chen was no longer able to say any more words of refusal. After all, if he could help his teacher regain his life, it would be a kind of spiritual comfort and relief for him, right? Thus, he smiled and responded, I understand, teacher. Immediately afterward, Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the 2 people in front of him and said in a calm tone, since the two of you are so sincere, then regarding this matter, I may be able to give it a little consideration. Only, this matter is not something that I alone can decide, and I still need to confer with the others before I can give a reply. Zhuge Yu and Morong Yun glanced at each other, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. We will definitely do our best to assist you, Daoist, in completing this operation, Zhuge Yu said solemnly. Xiao Dust nodded his head slightly, and a decision was already made in his heart. After briefly negotiating with Lu Zai's four, the latter readily agreed. Senior uncle, this mountain river pan and that heaven-burning treasure mirror are both supreme treasures known in the heavenly Song realm. With them on board, the certainty of this trip can be fought a bit more. Since you all are fine with it, then I will agree to them on this matter. Xiao Dust whirled around and replied to Zhuge Yu and the two of them. Both of you, happy cooperation. As for the rewards, how about we distribute them after the deed is done? When Zhuge Yu and Morong Yun heard this, their faces were both delighted and they immediately replied. No problem, happy cooperation. Well, since we have formed an alliance, then the two of you will come over directly, and we will be able to guide you, so that you won't be targeted by that big black hand after a long time. Yes, Zhuge Yu and his duo nodded their heads heavily. Late is late. They didn't dare to delay for a moment. Their body's spiritual energy erupted, and under the stupefied gazes of the crowd, they directly flew out of the cliff and flew towards Xiao Chen's several people. What are they doing? Self-inflicted death? Ha 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 ha. It couldn't be because you were abandoned by us and couldn't think for a moment to seek death, could it? In the crowd, many cultivators who detested Zhuge Yu's previous approach couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw the duo being so reckless. Their faces filled with mockery. However, in the next second, a sudden change occurred. Just see Zhuge Yu two people step out. The former hand light flashed. A black and white color of the brush appeared. It's one chi flow. Mouth vibration said, mountain and river pen. One stroke to set the mountains and rivers. The words fell. Zhuge Yu holding the mountain river pen against the wind blade shot gently in the air. The void instantly swept up a layer of ripples. In an instant, the wind blade is like an invisible force stopped, and then it is difficult to move forward by inches. That is, the crowd was shocked at the sight. Their mouths grew, their eyes angry with a hint of greed. Drink! Morong Yun was also not willing to show weakness. Shouted, pinched his hands, and the burning sky treasure mirror appeared in front of his chest. Its surface flickering with mysterious runes. Equals, burning heavenly treasure mirror, burn the sky and boil the sea. He let out a low gulp, and the precious mirror shot out a fiery light, colliding with the incoming cold wind and making a click sound. Giggle. In the blink of an eye, the incoming ice mist was vaporized by the burning sky treasure light, sending up rolling white smoke that completely concealed the duo's figures. So strong. The crowd watched the scene dumbfounded as waves of shock were set off in their hearts. No one had expected that Zhuge Yu and Morong Yun would possess such powerful magic treasures. Fellow Daoist, we're here. Zhuge Yu and his duo managed to cross over the abyss to come not far in front of Xiao Chuan's five, and a trace of appreciation flashed in the latter's eyes as he softly said, let's go. We don't have much time. After saying that, he took the first step and grabbed the two of them and swept towards the bottom of the abyss, with Lu Zai and the others following closely behind. Swish swish swish. Seemingly sensing the threat of Xiao Chuan and the others, the originally scattered wind blades began to concentrate towards the location of the 7 people shot. Xiao Chuan saw this and glanced at it faintly. Zhuge Yu when it came to him. Gentlemen, let me do it. Mountain and river pen. 2 strokes to settle the world. Boom. Words fell. 7 people feet at the same time rose a gossip array disc, on which the yin and yang 2 air flow. In the crowd around the formation of a thin layer of shield, the wind blade fell on it, as if it lost the original power, and its fusion into one. What a subtle maneuver. It was not the first time Xiao Chuan had seen it, so the surprise in his heart was not as strong as that of Lu Zai and the others, and the latter could not help but praise. Worthy of being from the Zhuge Wensheng family, Dao Yuifeng is powerful. He. You all fallaciously praised. Falling back to his original orientation, Zhuge Yu let out a giggle. For some reason, getting together with Lu Zai and the others inexplicably gave him a sense of relief in his heart. We might be able to make a good fuss this time. P.S. 4,000-word chapter. Begging for gifts. The scene flashes back to half an incense burner ago. The Holy Lord of Qingyan joined forces with the 3 Holy Lands, the Dragon Elephant Holy Land and the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, to form an alliance, with the Heavenly Sword Holy Land being responsible for fending off the wind blades and the Dragon Elephant Holy Land being responsible for opening up the ice mist. As for the Green Cloud Holy Land, it was responsible for that last great hand of darkness. Holy Lord Qingyun, are you sure about this trip? There was a move in the Green Cloud Sword technique called One Sword Breaks 10,000 Laws, which was the famous technique of the original Green Cloud Emperor. which could counteract the erosion of the power of laws in a short period of time, and was just suitable for dealing with that last big black hand. Naturally, it's no problem. The Holy Lord of Qin had a smile on his face, but his heart was cloudy and uncertain, his gaze looking from time to time at Lian Yu, who was alone and looked like a walking corpse, as if he was thinking about something. Just because the entire Qin Holy Land can perform this move, only a few hands of the number. Most of them are still the old generation of strong. The younger generation is in addition to the original Shao Dust, no one to comprehend. Among his peers, he, the Grand Elder, and Lian Yu were the only three who had acquired the knack of breaking all laws with one sword. Now that the Grand Elder had returned to the Holy Land to ask the old ancestor and the two Emperor Swords to make a move, the only one left who could perform this move right now besides him was Lian Yu. He alone could not completely withstand the sudden attack of the large black hand. Hey! The Holy Lord of Qin sighed and slowly walked towards Lian Yu. Currently, he had no other way but to let Lian Yu make a move. Senior Sister Seely Moon, HM? Hearing the familiar voice, a trace of clarity finally returned to Lian Yu's dull eyes, her eyes instantly cold, and with a miso dash sound, she drew her sword and pointed it at the Holy Lord of Qin in question. Bai Yuan Feng, what else do you want? If you want to continue to come and taunt me, don't blame me for being rude. I don't need you to mind my business. Holy Lord Qin was silent, looking at Lian Yu who had gone a little crazy in front of him. His heart tasted inexplicable. There was disappointment, helplessness, and finally compromise in his eyes. He slowly shook his head and said, I didn't come here this time to persuade you, and it's not for you to go back to the clan. HM? Hearing this, a wary look appeared on Lian Yu's somewhat disheveled face as she said in a deep voice, don't beat around the bush. Just tell us straight. Good. I'm looking for you this time because I want to cooperate in exploring the abyss. Holy Lord Qin opened the door. Cooperation? Lian Yu laughed coldly. Others might not be clear about the Holy Lord of Qin's character, but this senior sister of hers must be clear about it, and without even thinking about it, she directly rejected it. No way in hell. Besides, I'm not the least bit interested in what you guys think. I just want to know who he is. Ever since she had met Xiao Chen outside, she had always felt that the other party and herself must have met somewhere. And that familiarity definitely could not fool anyone. A bold guess was hidden in her mind, but she didn't dare to say it. She was afraid that it would all come to naught and be nothing more than a joyous occasion. For the treasures beneath that abyss, Lian Yu couldn't mention the slightest bit of interest, let alone being born to die for that unimportant thing. Holy Lord Qin was speechless for a moment. He knew Lian Yu's character. She was bent on doing things, and once she made a decision, 10 oxen couldn't pull her back. Look over there. You guys, they don't want to die? Preparing 5 people to dive into the abyss? Is this considered to be an artist or a newborn? In my opinion, it won't take more than 30 breaths at most before they will return in defeat. 30 breaths is too much. I'll bet 10. At that exact moment, the sudden noise of the crowd around them attracted the duo's attention. Follow the sound. One could only see Xiao Chuan's 5 people flying out right at the edge of the abyss and began to slowly and continuously try the strength of the wind blades, emitting bursts of roaring sounds. It's him. Seeing Xiao Chen, Lian Yu's eyes instantly lit up, and the Holy Lord of Qin on the side also sensed an opportunity, and with a turn of his eyes, he thought of something and proposed once again. Elder sister, right now you want to think about it? This time Lian Yu didn't rush back and seemed to be thinking about something. Her face couldn't be seen to change much as she said in a cold voice, tell me about your plans. Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord of the Green Clouds looked overjoyed and hurriedly told the entire scenario that the 3 clans had previously planned, without hiding anything. Senior Sister Lian Yu, what do you think of this method? After recounting all the plans, the Qingyun Holy Lord habitually inquired about Lian Yu, but the latter said with cold eyes, don't call me Senior Sister. I'm no longer a member of the Qingyun Holy Land. Senior Sister, you know, this was not my intention. The Holy Lord of Qingyun sniffed with a difficult expression. He admitted that he had previously been a bit more straightforward in his heart, but everything was also not his intention. He was merely trying to persuade Lian Yu to wake up. These words, you'd better save them for the old ancestor. Lian Yu was unmoved. From the moment Holy Lord Qin opened his mouth, he was destined to not be able to turn back. Sister, wait, why did they go too? Just as the Holy Lord of the Green Clouds was about to continue saying something, his voice was once again interrupted, and the look on his face gradually changed from anger to doubt gradually. It's actually them. This is bad. Looking at the Zhugeyu duo who flew towards Xiao Chen, the heart of the Holy Lord of Qin sank. Originally the probability of Xiao Chen and the others passing was only 50%, but now it had directly increased to 70%. This is bad. Who are they? Ryuki asked, frowning. At this moment, in her opinion, Xiao Chen should only belong to her alone, and she wanted to get rid of everyone around him. Holy Lord Qingyan pinched his brow and held back his patience as he explained. They are Zhuge Yu of the Zhuge Wen Sage family and Morong Yun of the Burning Sky Villa. Originally, with their strength, they were not enough to be feared. However, if they join forces with Xiao Chen, our probability of arriving down below ahead of them will not be great. Burning Sky Villa and Zhuge Wen Shang. Lian Yu's face changed slightly. These two forces are both famous existences in the northern domain, not weaker than their 12 Holy Lands in the slightest. We can't let them have their way. Lian Yu gripped the long sword in her hand tightly and stared at Xiao Chen's back, revealing a look of determination. At the same time, Xiao Chen also felt an aura that made him extremely nauseous. Without probing, he knew who the owner of this aura was, and his face hidden in the shadows squeezed out a cold smile as he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Come on, all of you. This is the place I have prepared for you to bury your bones." Jia Jia Jia. HM? On one side, the Holy Lord of Qingyun had not yet reacted. But when he saw that Lian Yu was already eager to dive down into the abyss, he immediately reacted as well and nodded his head. It's not too late. We must keep up with them. We can't let them get the jump on us. Senior Sister Lian Yu, this operation is of great importance. We need your strength. Lian Yu hesitated for a moment and turned her head to reply. Hurry up and get going. It's past due. Understood. The Holy Lord of Qingyun looked at Lian Yu's back and had a feeling of returning to the past. His heart was bitter, but there was nothing he could do about it. As the words fell, the two of them flickered and chased towards Xiao Chen and the others. Boom! Boom! Well, fellow Daoist Zhuge, are you still holding out? As they approached the ice mist, Xiao Chuan and his group felt the intensity of the wind blade attacks around them more and more, and sparks continued to shoot out from the shield congealed by the mountain and river pen, giving the illusion that it would collapse at any moment. I'm fine. Everyone doesn't need to worry, Zhuge Yu said with forced composure. But his originally fair face looked a bit pale and powerless at this moment. In fact, with his current cave heaven great perfection realm and strength, even with the mountain river pen's boost, he gradually felt a bit tired and overwhelmed. He clenched his teeth and softly drank. Cave heaven, open, boom. With a roar, the 9 great caverns came out in unison, like a round of bright stars hanging behind Zhuge Yu, greedily devouring the surrounding aura. 9 cave days. Lu Zai and the others witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. The view of Zhuge Yu in their hearts changed slightly again. Perhaps this was the other party's true strength. Mountain and river pen. 3 strokes to paint the rivers and mountains. Patter. Before the words fell, the scenery around the crowd changed again. The original gradually gray light suddenly brightened. As the mountain and river pen in Zhuge Yu's hand moved, they were slowly surrounded by an ink and water landscape picture. Swish swish. No matter how the attack fell, once it was close to the landscape diagram it would have ink dots incorporated into it, which was similar to the 3 styles that Xiao Chuan had previously performed. However, only Xiao Chen himself knew clearly that those 3 sword moves of his were realized from this mountain and river pen. Fellow Daoist Zhuge, this is a powerful tactic of yours, Blood Yen Luo seriously complimented from the side. Where? Fellow Daoist Yen Luo has praised me too much. Hearing Blood Yen Luo praise himself, Zhuge Yu's face reawakened to a chipper look and feigned a lighthearted demeanor as he said, this little matter is not enough to worry about. It's up to you guys to do the rest. Due to the addition of the Zhuge Yu duo, the work of the 7 was adjusted accordingly. Lu Zai's 4 were responsible for dealing with unexpected situations, and Xiao Chen's 3 were responsible for each of the 3 barriers in front of them. Alright, Xiao Chuan patted Zhuge Yu's shoulder and handed out an elixir from his nascent ring and smiled. Eat this nourishing spirit elixir. There's more for you to be busy with later. With that, Xiao Chen turned his head to look at Morong Yun on one side and reminded, fellow Daoist Morong, it is close to the ice mist, so it is up to you next. Fellow Daoist Morong. Cheers. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Yu put away his frivolous smile and threw an encouraging look at Morong Yun before receiving the nourishing spirit pill and began to rest on his knees. Just rest assured. Gentlemen, Morong Yun answered and came to Xiao Chen's side at the very front, and the two of them exchanged glances as they looked at the ice mist that was about to close in on them, both revealing a look of gravity. Burning sky treasure mirror. Out. Buzz. The moment the words fell, a crystal red precious mirror whose entire body was cast by amazing star iron, flickering with starry light like jumping sparks, burn the sky and boil the sea. With a command, Morong Yun continuously pinched his hands, and the translucent mirror suddenly erupted with golden light, pushing straight into the ice fog in front of him. There, in just a breath, the ice mist was instantly vaporized and dried up, leaving a passageway, and Xiao Dust immediately shouted when he saw this. Now, go! Seeing the right moment, in addition to Zhuge Yu, Xiao Chuan 5 people immediately no longer hesitate. The spiritual chi into the foot formation. Whoosh sound. the crowd into a stream of light, head into the ice fog. The passageway was soon once again covered by the ice fog. No good. Let them get the jump on us. Let's go too. Seeing this situation, the Qingyan Holy Lord and the others at the edge of the cliff were somewhat unable to sit still, and Lian Yu even ignored the reminders of the crowd and directly flew towards the bottom of the abyss in the air. Shit, Bai Yuan Feng. Has this Lian Yu gone crazy? It's too late to make further plans. Let's go as well. In contrast, the Dragon Elephant Saint Lord was much smoother, leading 10 disciples as well as Saint Sun Wan Qianjun, leaping down to follow. Let's go as well. Knowing that it was futile to say anything, the Holy Lord of Qingyan brought along a few outstanding disciples and followed along. You guys? Hey. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. And with a wave of his hand, he looked at the few disciples behind him and said, those who aren't afraid of death should follow, and those who are afraid of death should disperse earlier, and gather at the holy ground. Go! Hoo. The scene in the ice fog is different from what the outside world sees. The 4 directions are vast, and the cold wind keeps whistling in the ears. Xiao Chuan and his group hurried forward through the ice fog when suddenly, a huge frost whirlwind appeared in front of them, like a giant dragon, roaring and lunging towards them. The shards of frost within it seemed as if they were going to tear everything apart, terrifying to the extreme. The light of the burning sky treasure mirror was being eaten away little by little, unable to play any role, and the crowd was leaning towards the center of the whirlwind little by little. No! After a short moment of hesitation, Xiao Chuan already had a decision in his mind and hurriedly shouted, you guys hurry up and harness the formation to the other side. I'll stop it. The sword rises to the wind and clouds. With his long sword in hand, he took the lead and fought his way forward, trying to cleave through the whirlwind. Boom! However, the power of the whirlwind was exceptionally strong, and Xiao Chuan's sword strokes had almost no effect, and were directly dispersed by the strong wind. Seeing that the whirlwind was getting closer and closer, he couldn't think too much. The sword stance in his hand changed again. Demon Soul 9 swords. First sword. The second sword. The third sword. Loud and clear. 3 swords chopped out in a row. The sword lights intertwining together to form a solid line of defense. Hard humping up towards the whirlwind. Boom! The 2 attacks collided together, making earth-shattering sounds. At this moment, the wind seems to have stopped. Hurry! Seeing this, Lu Zai and the others nodded their heads in unison, maneuvering the formation to quickly bypass the whirlwind and continue to head deeper into the abyss. Who dash? The wind is calming down. Zhuge Yu looked at the frost whirlwind that was getting farther and farther behind him and exhaled deeply. Great! We made it through. Seriously, just now I almost thought we were going to end up here. It's so dangerous. It's fortunate that we found fellow Taoist Xiao Dui to accompany us this time, or else just that frost whirlwind just now would have been enough to wipe us out. Yeah, I'm afraid that frost whirlwind just now would have to die even if a Saint Exalted Realm came. However, just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped them. Alert! Shasta! The crowd looked in one direction in unison, only to see that in the originally pitch-black ice fog, a black shadow that seemed to be about to engulf everything was rapidly enlarging in front of their eyes, and they could vaguely see that it was in the shape of a palm. Dusty, it's coming! Hearing Aoshing's solemn voice in his mind, Xiao Chen immediately shouted, everyone close their eyes and their 6 senses, leave the rest to me. Aha! As things stand now, although there are 10,000 doubts in the hearts of the people, the only thing they can do at the moment is to believe in Xiao Chuan, close their eyes, close their 6 senses, and heaven and earth are instantly quiet. Just as the crowd closed their eyes, a soul silhouette flew out, and it was Aoshing, with a pale face like an old man in his flowery years, who lifted his hand and rubbed Xiao Chen's head with a kind smile on his face. Teachers, Xiao Dust choked a little. My child, the master looks forward to meeting you again. After leaving only this sentence, Aoshing turned his head to look at the black shadow of the large hand in the darkness, and the aura around him began to climb, and with every step he took, the creases on his face would be less. 10 steps out, he has been restored to his youthful appearance. Spirited, sword eyebrow starry eyes, thick eyebrows, features like a knife like tough, a black robe hunting, visible when the mighty, ha, the right palm of the sun, moon and stars, the left palm of the yin and yang 8 trigrams, several epochs of heavenly pride, only I, chaos, can extinguish all paths. Old undead of the god realm, labor is still alive. Wash your necks and die. Aoshing's words seemed to penetrate through space and time, dimensions, realms, and all the way up to the 9 heavens of the divine realm, resounding throughout the entire universe, as countless people raised their heads to look in the same direction, with inexplicable expressions on their faces. Anon, it was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound of a dragon's roar, and it was slow to come back to its senses. P.S. 4,600 word chapter. The master looks forward to meeting you again. After leaving only this sentence, Aoshing turned his head to look at the black shadow of the large hand in the darkness, and the aura around him began to climb, and with every step he took, the creases on his face would be less. 10 steps out, he has been restored to his youthful appearance. Spirited, sword eyebrow, starry eyes, thick eyebrows, features like a knife, like tough, a black robe hunting, visible when the mighty, ha 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 ha, the right palm of the sun, moon and stars, the left palm of the yin and yang 8 trigrams, several epochs of heavenly pride, only I, chaos, can extinguish all paths. Old undead of the god realm, labor is still alive, wash your necks and die. Aoshing's words seem to penetrate through space and time, dimensions, realms, and all the way up to the 9 heavens of the divine realm, resounding throughout the entire universe, as countless people raise their heads to look in the same direction, with inexplicable expressions on their faces. Anon, accompanied by a heaven-shaking sound of a dragon's roar, it is slow to return to its senses. 9 heavens, those countless ancient existences and supreme god kings, have opened their eyes, with surprise, dismay, and monstrous killing intent in their eyes. For a time, the god realm, which had been calm for a long time, suddenly became surging with dark currents, and countless forces sent out their men, bound to find out the source of the divine thoughts. Rumble. At the same time, the sky above the abyss suddenly cracked open a huge mouth, from which endless darkness gushed out. Thunderclouds rolled and dragons roared and trembled, resonating throughout the entire Xian heaven mysterious realm. Anon, what is the situation? The Holy Lord of Qing Yun and the others were startled at the sound of his voice and were so dismayed that they looked toward their feet as an aura with supreme majesty gushed out. Boom! Under the horrified gazes of the Holy Lord of Qing Yun and the others, a black dragon silhouette shot up from the bottom of the abyss, and the pressure it emanated was suffocating and impossible to resist. Just for a moment, several people's figures were like rootless fallen leaves, being smacked out by that powerful breath, blood spilling horizontally from their mouths, both eyes fainting, losing consciousness on the spot, and smashing into the open space on both sides of the abyss. Help! The Holy Lord of Qing Yun and the others coincidentally were jerked flying by the shadow of the ancient Chaos Dragon to where the Yaohe Holy Land was, and were saved in the process. As for the representatives of the Dragon Elephant Holy Land and the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, they were saved by the remaining disciples at the cliffside. Roar! The ancient Chaos Dragon's shadow did not dissipate in this way, hovering over the Xian Tian secret realm, seems to be looking for a gap to break the boundary and out, constantly emitting the sound of the dragon's roar. What a terrifying aura! This might far exceeds that of a great emperor. Could it be that it is the owner of the abyss here? At this moment, throughout the Xian Tian mysterious realm, except for a small number of half-emperors that were as strong as Jianwuchen, countless cultivators were all prostrate on the ground, not daring to or unable to look directly at the shadow that Aoshing had transformed into. What a magnificent existence is this! Even in my prime, I would never be a match for this person. I'm afraid that its strength has long crossed into that realm. Why would such a great person be implicated with the young lord? In that case, the future of the young lord is unimaginable. 10,000 miles away, Bai Zhe, Ruoshui, Tianji Pavilion Master. 3 people appeared in unison, looking at the dark road in the void of the great figure. The heart is excited. There is this kind of existence to mention. Since this young master's future, do not dare to speculate. Tian Cheng, what now? What else can we do? The Tianji Pavilion Master spread his hands and smiled helplessly. If it wasn't for the young lord's sake, how would we have the part to speak here? Well said. Bai Zhe and Ruoshui nodded their heads in unison. In the face of this kind of existence, even if they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth in the Xian Tian mysterious realm, it would be difficult to fight against it, so there was no other way but to let it go. The Tianji Pavilion Master took a step out, and his divine sense replied through the void. Senior, don't panic. Senior will open the passageway. Open. As the words fell, a colorful Xian heavenly order appeared in Tian Cheng's palm, and he flexed his fingers to gently point it. Buzz. One could only see a layer of halo swirling up where the fingertip came into contact with the surface of the Xian Tian order. Next, in full view of everyone, the sky that was originally covered in black clouds suddenly opened a mouth that led straight to the starry realm of the heavenly pale realm, with its vastness of stars. That's beyond the stars? On top of the mountain, the gray-robed Death Emperor fought to raise his neck, his afterglow staring at the light behind the passageway, his eyes flickering with this fervor. Emperor Realm. No, this person is truly a supreme powerhouse above the great emperors, and the great emperors have not been the end of cultivation since the beginning, regardless of the dead emperor. All the half-imperial cultivators including the black-robed man and sword Wujuanshan only felt that the qi and blood in their chests were rolling over, and that passionate blood that belonged to their youth was filling up their silent hearts a little bit. We pay our respects to elder. We pay our respects to elder. At this moment, all the cultivators in the heavenly song realm prostrated themselves in unison, their eyes flashing with fervor. Roar! The ancient chaos dragon silhouette roared up to the sky, and then under the gaze of a hot gaze, it plunged headlong into the starry sky channel and disappeared. Gone. As Ao Xing's silhouette left, the terrifying pressure gradually dispersed, and the crowd, as if awakening from a dream, looked at the location where the passageway had healed, the shock in their hearts lingering. With such a supreme power coming out, the heavenly song realm will definitely be exposed to the star realm. We still need to make preparations early, the heavenly chance pavilion master said. I'll trouble you two for this trip. Leave it to us. White Zephyr and Ruoshue nodded without any nonsense, and with a flash of their figures, they disappeared without a trace. On top of the mountain, the black-robed man's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, the shadow of the Taiku Chaos Dragon that had just flown out of the heavenly song realm, after exploding with its last trace of afterglow, also finally turned into a bit of light and dissipated into the starry sky. Teachers, beneath the abyss, Xiao Dus stood on top of the pitch-black earth, looking at the dragon egg covered in black scales in his arms. His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down, little master." Peachy's heart tightened as she looked at Xiao Chen's saddened appearance and softly advised, "Don't be too sad. During this period of time you can place Elder Ao under my peach tree. With the nourishment of the morning dew plus the nourishment of the longevity medicine, it won't take long for the time to regain nirvana and live again for another life. If you can successfully absorb that Hongmeng violet chi this time, you might be able to increase your speed a few more times. So at the moment you still need to focus on the Hongmeng violet chi." Aha! Xiao Chuan nodded heavily and handed out the dragon egg, saying softly, "Senior sister, please." "No problem." In response to the voice, Peach waved her hand to open a space gap and picked up the dragon egg that Ao Xing had transformed into, gently placing it under the peach tree, which seemed to have sensed the change in the surroundings as well, and after gently trembling, it restored its serenity and quietly absorbed the heaven and earth's spiritual chi. "There's no time to delay. There is a meeting in the landscape, so you and I will part here." As the words fell, Xiao Chen's gaze swept a glance at the unconscious 6 people on his side, flexed his fingers and flicked out a recovery spiritual force, gently awakening the crowd before his figure flickered away, leaving no message behind. "Where is this?" In a daze, Lu Zai was the first to wake up from his stupor, patting his somewhat groggy head and looking at the bottom of the dimly lit, cold windy abyss, his eyes filled with doubt. "Right, where's Uncle Shifu and the others?" Realizing this, Lu Zai hurriedly got up and looked around. "Who dash? Okay. After seeing that all the people were by his side, yes, Lu Zai then took a long breath of relief and laughed. "Thanks to the senior uncle. If it weren't for you, where is fellow Daoist Xiao Ju?" Before the words were finished, Zhuge Yu's voice rang out abruptly. Lu Zai's voice lurched, his hand slapped his thigh, and he panicked. "Yes, where is my senior uncle?" He looked around, trying to find traces of Xiao Chen, but found nothing, and his eyes were filled with panic. There was no trace of a 7th person among those present, except for the 5 Tushan Linya. This, Zhuge Yu also fell silent, realizing that something was wrong. "Brother Lu, fellow Daoist Zhuge, what happened?" Barbarian Bull then woke up from his stupor and looked at the restrained-looking duo, feeling very confused and completely at a loss as to what had happened. Senior uncle, he is gone." Lu Zai shook his head, his voice filled with a hint of trepidation. The brute bull's mountain-like body stood up violently when he heard this news, and he gripped Lu Zai's shoulders tightly as he said in a trembling voice, "Brother Lu, you were just talking about Daoist Xiao? How did he disappear?" "I don't know." Lu Zai's head was hanging low, and self-blame and remorse were written all over his face. "Not yet." On the side, Tushan Linya and Blood Yen Luo also woke up one after another. When they were unconscious they heard the conversation between the two of them, and spoke out to comfort them. The final moment is when fellow Daoist Xiao Decision is in charge of controlling the whole situation, and since we've safely arrived at the bottom of the abyssal floor now, I'm sure that he won't be in any danger either. Maybe he just didn't land in the same place as us, or he might have his own business to attend to, Tushan Linya said softly, her tone revealing a hint of firmness, and she seemed to be trying to convince herself of this explanation as well. "Well, I think Linya's sister has a good point. Fellow Daoist Xiao is highly powerful, and since we managed to reach the bottom of the abyssal floor, it proves that the trip was successful, so I'm sure he must have encountered a hardship that he couldn't confess to us, and that's why he left in a hurry." Blood Yen Luo echoed, her beautiful face similarly revealing her trust in Xiao Chun. However, despite the comfort of Tushan Linya and Blood Yen Luo, the guilt in Lu Zai's heart still couldn't dissipate, and he let out a long sigh. Let's hope so. Gentlemen. Zhuge Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Look over here. You guys. What? The crowd turned their heads and looked in the direction of Zhuge Yu's finger, only to see that not far behind them, the end of a large road connected these 9 forks in different directions, leading to nowhere. This should be the final test here, right? What to do? Gentlemen? Split or? The 7 were silent for a moment. Lu Zai was the first to break the silence and opened his mouth to propose. If my generation of cultivators keeps cowering, how can we talk about cultivation? What happened today? I don't want it to happen again. I want to try it alone. Die without regret. After saying that, Lu Zai took a step out and walked directly towards the path in the very center. Fellow Daoist Lu was right. Today, with the help of fellow Daoist Xiao Decision, we have come here. If it's always like this, then what's the point of cultivating? My daughter will also take a step ahead. I'll see you at the last level. Looking at Lu Zai's back, Tushan Linya followed closely behind, heading towards the 8th pathway. Ha ha ha, towels. Since Miss Tushan is so resolute, then I can't be weaker than others. Zhuge Yu laughed cheerfully and turned towards the barbarian dragon trio and bowed. Fellow barbarian, fellow blood fellow, and brother Morong, farewell. Zhuge Yu chose the first trail and left without looking back. Then let's go too. The 3 of them, Blood Yen Luo, looked at each other and let out a helpless bitter smile as they ran to the remaining trails respectively. Boom! Boom! Junior brother, be careful. These are Yin beasts transformed by Yin Qi, although their strength is not strong, but the Yin Qi contained within their bodies, if they were to accidentally inhale it, even you would never feel good. However, the Yin core in its body is greatly beneficial to your cultivation. Kill as many as you can. No need to force it. Thanks for the reminder. Senior sister. At the end of the 9th pathway, Xiao Chen, a man with a sword and a tripod, stood on top of a verdant square, and an ancient formation could be vaguely seen standing above the altar on the opposite side of him, and in the surroundings of the altar, the Yin beasts densely occupied half of the square. Their ghostly green eyes were like ghostly flames as they eerily stared at Xiao Dust, emitting bursts of low beastly roars. The aura emanating from each Yin beast was around the Saint Realm, and even more were on the verge of touching that great Saint Realm. Their aura was frighteningly strong. Not good. I don't know how things are going on their side. No one will pick the same channel as me, right? While speaking, Xiao Chen carefully observed the formation at the back of the Yin beast through his divine sense and looked at the chaotic cauldron at the side to communicate. Little ding. Is this the entrance to the interior of the relic? Buzz. The chaotic cauldron circled around Xiao Dust, and the body of the cauldron continuously emitted a chirping sound in response to the other party. That can't be helped. Only kill. Good luck with a couple of them. As the words fell, Xiao Chuan took a step forward, and the sword intent under his feet rose in a spiral, condensing on top of the sword blade in his hand, and a strange rune appeared and landed in front of him. It's been a while since I've tried that one. Suck dash. He took a deep breath. His left thumb rested against the scabbard. His right hand gripped the hilt. His body slowly lowered. His dark pupil eyes hid in the shadows. A red aura flickered, and his raspy voice resounded in the wind. 9-character sword technique. First stance. Chopping technique. Draw the sword and chop. Miso. As Xiao Chuan's words fell, the long sword in his hand instantly came out of its sheath. A flash of piercing sword light sliced through, tearing through the air like lightning, and wherever the sword chi passed through, the thick lapis lazuli boards were instantly lifted up by the raging sword wind. P.S. 4,000 words big chapter. Begging for gifts. Roar. In the face of the incoming terrifying sword, the crowd of Yin beasts were fearless and ran towards Xiao Chen without any regard for the consequences. Bear. Ouch. Unsurprisingly, wherever the sword light went, the numerous Yin beasts fell to the ground with a scream, and after struggling for 2 seconds, their flesh broke up as if it were a phantom, leaving behind only a grayish-white opaque crystal core. Collect. Xiao Dust collected the scattered Yin cores while his feet moved without stopping, holding his sword and waving it as he rushed towards the formation altar. Roar. Roar. However, just as he was a few steps away from the altar, a powerful force suddenly emerged from the formation. Xiao Chuan's heart flinched as he sensed the approaching danger, and he immediately performed a stance to dodge. What's going on? Xiao Chen secretly frowned as he realized that no matter how much he dodged, that force was always locked onto him like a shadow. This formation is not right. Roar. Just as he was puzzled, the formation steeply rose with ghostly blue flames, and a low roar came from below the altar, with a power far beyond the sage realm. Giggle. Not having the time to react, Xiao Dust could only do some simple movements to resist. His figure was directly lifted out by that breath and landed on the ground, staggering a few steps back to the original place. Sinner. Xiao Chuan clenched his fist and swung it, breaking into a curse at the same time as Peach's anxious voice rang out. Junior brother, be careful. That's the Yin Beast King. Boom. The moment Peach's words fell, a monster of huge size, shaped like a green demon wolf, with hair like steel needles appeared in front of his eyes. Roar! The Een Beast King raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle, and the rest of the Een beasts around him crouched to the ground, bowing their heads in submission. Immediately, that Een Beast King stared at Xiao Chun with those ghostly blue eyes again, his body pressed down. His mouth kept emitting the sound of showing his teeth, and he kept pacing back and forth, seemingly looking for an opportunity to strike a blow at him to seal his throat. Roar! Suddenly, the Nether Beast King moved. It pounced on Xiao Chuan like lightning, its sharp claws whistling with a powerful wind. So fast, Xiao Chuan was slightly startled in his heart and dodged sideways. The long sword in his hand chopped out in a smooth manner and collided with the claws of the Een Beast King with a crisp impact sound. Whimper! The two sides were going back and forth. Their figures were constantly rolling around, their attacks colliding with sparks, and it was hard to distinguish between them. Ha! The Een Beast King let out a huff and attacked even more ferociously, but Xiao Chuan not only didn't retreat, but instead met him with his sword. Boom! Under the stalemate, Xiao Dust looked at the Een Beast King, who kept testing himself and could not help but sneer. A bit interesting. I didn't think that you, this sinful beast, would have evolved a trace of spiritual intelligence and still know how to test me. Great sage perfection. Just a hair's breadth away from being promoted to King Beast. I have to say, you're strong, but it's a pity that you met me this time. As he spoke, a trace of demonic chi surged out from Xiao Chuan's limbs and bones as the heaven-swallowing demonic sun vision hung above his head, and an indescribably dangerous aura spread out. Roar! The Een Beast King sensed that it was not good, and his claws lashed out in an attempt to push Xiao Chuan away and pull a safe distance. However, Xiao Chen did not give the opportunity at all, trying to run. No way! As the words fell, he only raised his hand, waved his second finger lightly, and his lips lightly opened. Go! Immediately after, the heaven-swallowing devil sun vision was like it had come to life, maneuvering strands of heaven-swallowing devil chi to condense into silk threads that intertwined and flew down towards the Een Beast, splitting its head. Roar! In an instant, the Een Beast King seemed to sense the dangerous aura emanating from the heaven-swallowing demon silk. His figure took a few steps back, and he spat out a greenish-black flame up to the sky. Boom! The two attacks came in an instant, and smoke from the explosions filled the air. Roar! The Een Beast King stared at the smoke warily, fearing an accident. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, ding! Just as it was about to let its guard down, a dense purple bright light suddenly lit up in the smoke. Roar! Realizing that something was wrong, the Een Beast King hurriedly turned around and yelled towards the surrounding Een beasts, reminding them to hurry up and flee. However, Xiao Chen's attack seemed to be a bit faster. Whoosh whoosh! Between the contraction of the Een Beast King's pupils, Xiao Chuan's attack had already arrived silently, and the sound of air breaking was unceasing. Look closely. That a little bit of purple light is all from the devouring demon chi condensed purple silver needle. As if the rain poured down, the Een beasts want to escape, but it is already too late. Bear 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 bear. Roar! In an instant, the wails of the Een beasts were endless. The moment the heaven-swallowing silver needle penetrated into the Een beast's flesh, it was like a seed taking root and spreading along the meridians. And in just a breath, it spread all over the body. It's over. On the other side of the smoke, Xiao Dust's emotionless voice echoed above the square, and immediately afterward, a softly ringing finger sound fell. Pop, puff dash. Under the gaze of the panicked eyes of the Een Beast King, one by one, the former clansmen seemed to have been drained by something and turned into a dry corpse that fell to the ground. Woo! The Een Beast King whimpered and arched his brain hole over the corpse of his fellow clan member in an attempt to awaken the other. Tap 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 dash. It's useless. Just die of it. Xiao Chuan stepped out slowly from the smoke with a steady pace. His face looked shockless and joyless, as if he was talking about a very normal thing. Roar! The Een Beast King was completely enraged. The hairs that were like steel needles stood up at the roots, and the Een cold air spewed out from its nostrils. The ground began to freeze, and the air seemed to be solidified as it continued to spread towards where Xiao Chuan was. Ha! Destroy me! Xiao Dust coldly snorted disdainfully at the sight and raised his leg and landed with a kick as the heaven-swallowing demonic flame gushed out along the ground. Giggle! In a few breaths of effort, the original icy cold aura that was like a maggot in the hawk was vaporized and dried up by the demonic flames. Roar! Another low growl. However, unlike before, this time, there was clearly more than a trace of fear in the Een Beast King's voice, and looking at the ground under its feet, which was constantly going up and down with chrysalises, it retreated backward with some trepidation. Boom! Right at this moment, the ground behind the Een Beast King collapsed, and together with the remaining corpses of those Een beasts, they were swallowed up by the demonic flames, turning into a lava inferno. Xiao Dust's bad, filthy voice sounded ghostly. Fong, If you had just let me leave like that, you and I would have been happy. It's come to this. You want to escape. Would it be a little too late? Bury it here. At this moment, Xiao Qian opened his hands like a monarch in that flame and shouted, "Stand up!" A fall. The surrounding lava began to constantly tumble. Issued a boing 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 sound of bubbles. A mass of black shadows want to climb out from under the lava. Boom! In the next second, the lava poured in, and countless black shadows scurried out from underneath the lava, straight at the Beast King. Fix your eyes on it. The black shadows were all transformed from that originally dead beast, with only a set of withered bones left, and some sort of scarlet soul flame pulsating, having been completely manipulated by Xiao Dust. Boo! The Beast King couldn't dodge in time, and was viciously pounced on by the Beast skeleton, letting the other party struggle. The Beast skeleton looked like it had lost its mind, biting the Beast King to death, and continuously spewing out roaring flames from its mouth, enveloping it. In the sea of fire, the shadowy Beast King struggled painfully, but more and more shadowy beast skeletons revived, using life for injury, hard to pull it toward the lava, until it was swallowed a little. The surface of the lava gradually cooled, and everything returned to calm, except for the devastation on the ground, as if nothing had happened. It's finally done. Looking at the cores all over the ground, Xiaodust faintly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although this battle had wasted quite a bit of his spiritual energy, it was also quite rewarding. All in all, no loss. Boom! When Xiao Chuan had put away all the cores, the formation that had been silent for a long time suddenly shone brightly, and a huge portal projected out and slowly opened towards him. Buzz! The chaotic cauldron that had disappeared from the beginning of the great battle reappeared and came behind Xiao Chuan, seemingly urging him to hurry up and enter the door of light, and the latter let out a bitter smile when he saw this. All right, I know. I'm leaving, don't rush. Ding! You're not going to screw me over, are you? Xiao Dust arrived in front of the portal and looked up and down with some apprehension in his heart, but the chaotic cauldron did not give him a chance to consider it at all, and taking advantage of his lack of preparedness, an impact toppled him into the portal, and his figure instantly disappeared. In the meantime, outside the ice and fire mysteries, a teleportation array was lit up, and 5 figures slowly walked out from the array, precisely Xianling and the others who had disappeared for a long time. Iris, how's it going? That ice and fire grass, did you get your hands on it? Yeah, did you make it, Sister Iris? Just after returning to their senses, the crowd greeted them, coming together to Xia Ling Kite's side, their 4 pretty faces filled with anticipation. Perhaps a little embarrassed by the crowd staring at her, Xia Ling Kite timidly responded, "Well, living up to your sister's expectations? I passed the final examination of the secret realm." "Really? That's great." Seeing the other party nodding, Xianling's 4 people were all heartily happy for Xia Ling Kite's sister, and one of them curiously said, "Then how did you finally pass the barrier, Sister Kite?" "Alan, I only made it to the penultimate level before I was beaten out by that guarding golem. Oh, I also only made it as far as this level before my spiritual energy dried up and I finally gave up." Xianr on the side also nodded in agreement. "I was undefeated at the last level." When Sheng Hongduan said this, there was still some hidden unwillingness in her eyes. Me too. Xianling, like Cheng Hongduan, had only made it to the last level. Actually, hearing the crowd's clearance scores, Xiaoling Kite was a bit embarrassed and stammered, "My situation is the same as what Gongzi said. The secret guardian spirit of that last level just saw me and let me pass." "What?" At those words, the women were all shocked, their heads filled with question marks. On the other side, Xiao Chuan, who had passed through the teleportation portal, finally regained his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes, which were reflected in his eyes as a cave covered with mists and surrounded by a weird and creepy atmosphere. Suddenly, he realized that there was an ancient temple in front of him, with powerful energy fluctuations emanating from it. The moment you raise your eyes, Xiao Chuan saw a huge idol that was holding a large purple cauldron that released a strange halo of light within it, and just as he tried to get closer, the idol unexpectedly came to life. "No good. This idol wants to kill me. It's not over." Xiao Chuan angrily rebuked and his figure hurriedly retreated backward, while at the same time, he operated his spiritual energy and prepared to deal with the divine statue's attack. Boom! A secretive red light flashed in the eyes of the idol, and an earth-shattering rattle sounded from its joints as a powerful force emanated from it. Saint Exalted Realm. "No, buddy." The moment he felt the aura of the god statue, Xiao Chuan's mind went blank. He had not yet had time to recover the spiritual energy he had consumed from the previous great battle, not to mention that his current cultivation level was only the cave realm great circle. Unlike the beasts that were born and bred in the outside world, This idol was left by that ruin from the teacher's mouth, and its strength was by no means comparable to that of those ordinary Saint Zuns in the heavenly Pale Realm. If he only relied on his own strength now, I fear that it would be difficult to fight against it. Z-buzz. Suddenly, the god statue let out a mechanical roar, and the violet light treasure tripod on top of its head made a vigorous leap towards where Xiao Chuan was, and the prime hand aimed to slap down on top of his head. Fuck! Xiao Chuan wanted to dodge, but his feet felt like they were trapped out by a puddle of mud, sinking deep into it, unable to pull himself out. Even supplemented by the treading heaven skill was of no help, and he could only remain by the palm falling from the top of his head. I'll fight you. 9 swords of the demonic soul. The 9th sword. Xiaodust clenched his teeth and exerted all his strength, mobilizing all his magic power and injecting it into the long sword in his hand, which shone brightly under the infusion of magic power. Chop! As soon as the word fell, the devil sword rose up in the air and slashed out at the palm of the idol. Boo! The tip of the sword clashed with the giant palm of the god statue, emitting an earth-shattering roar, and the raging sword intent and the power of the god statue agitated each other, forming a violent shockwave. In just an instant, an invisible and powerful gravity came crashing down as if it were a Tarzan tipping over. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed down, forming a huge pit, and Xiaodust stood in the center of the pit, only to feel a surge of chi and blood in his chest, his eyes filled with blood, and a trace of blood uncontrollably overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He spat a mouthful of blood foam, his left hand strongly supporting his body, his right hand fingertipped spiritual energy continuously, gritting his teeth and holding on for dear life to prevent those big hands from falling down. His voice was low at first, and then gradually elevated, finally turning into a deafening roar. Get the fuck out of here! Xiaodust's roar echoed in the cave, and for an instant without reason, he abruptly felt an unfamiliar force surging in his heart where the yin and yang jade pendant was located. The next moment, a shocking scene occurred, only to see that the sword body, which had already been dull and lightless, steeply glowed with light, unexpectedly breaking free from the suppression of the idol and bursting out with a majestic spiritual pressure like that of an abyss. Berla! Spiritual energy was at the tip of the sword, condensing into a spiral of spiritual light, driving the sword to lash out with a thunderous force. Whimper! A crisp cracking sound rang out from the idol's palm, and immediately afterward, the sword was as powerful as if it had entered a no-man's land. Subsequently, the cracks on the idol's palm spread out instantly, quickly covering the entire huge palm like a spider's web. It's done! Roar! It was too late to be surprised, and the idol that sensed something was wrong let out a wail that tore at his heart, and his palm lit up a formation that directly flicked Xiao Chuan's demonic sword away, making a gesture that he was ready to pull away. Run your fucking ass off! Seeing this situation, Xiao Chuan could not let it leave so easily, and hurriedly mobilized this force in his body that did not belong to him, but unexpectedly found that this force seemed to belong to him originally, as if it was driven by his arm. Where the hell did this power come from? Why does it give me a familiar feeling? Does it mean that? Before Xiao Chen could think about it, the god statue attacked again. Looking at the incoming palm, Xiao Chuan's gaze condensed as the scattered spiritual energy within his body gathered together and his cultivation level violently climbed to the questioning realm as he gently lifted his hand and pointed out with a finger. Ling Tian finger. Xiao Chuan let out a light drink from his mouth as his eyes became incomparably sharp, as if they were able to penetrate the void. As his words fell, the aura in his body gushed out like a volcano erupting, and all of it converged on top of his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, a dazzling beam of light coalesced and took shape on his fingertips, as bright and dazzling as a round of blazing sun. Go! Immediately afterward, Xiao Chuan did not hesitate to shoot this beam of light containing endless power towards the core of the idol's chest, only to see that white beam of light cut through the air with a swiftness that brought up a sharp whistling sound. Swish dash! In an instant, the entire cave was enveloped by this radiant white aura, leaving nothing but white before his eyes, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. After a few moments, the light gradually dissipated and the surroundings regained their clarity. At this time, a rustling sound entered Xiao Chen's ears. He fixed his eyes and found that a huge hole had appeared in the chest of the idol, and the originally solid and incomparable idol had now become fragmented, without its previous momentum. Rumble, accompanied by a dull thud, the idol staggered a few steps, and that huge body finally could no longer withstand the powerful force and collapsed. Countless pieces of debris splashed around like torrential rain. Smoke and dust rolled and filled the air, and the entire cave trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Seeing this situation, Xiao Chuan did not dare to have the slightest delay as he flickered and took advantage of the opportunity to leap and quickly move away from this dangerous place. At the same time, it was as if the aura on his body had been pulled by some kind of tug, receding as quickly as a tidal wave. A dash! At this moment, Xiao Chuan felt as if his body had been emptied as he fell to the ground. His limbs were a little weak, his chest rose and fell violently, and he panted heavily. Still, when he saw the pile of idle remains, a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. Ah, is it finally over this time? After confirming that the idol was truly dead, Xiao Chen spread his hands out and his entire body fell backward, lying on his back on the ground, his chest heaving violently. After these two bitter fights, he was completely exhausted and sleepy. Dang! Just when Xiao Chen was about to close his eyes to rest, the echo of metal hitting his head rang out abruptly. The intense pain made him instantly awake. A Bao sitting up, looking at the chaos tripod that reappeared in front of him. Anger rose from his heart, and he cursed. No! Ding, you're sick! Xiao Chen cursed while rubbing his head, and in his heart, he already hated to smash the small tripod to pieces. Buzz buzz. However, the small tripod buzzed at that moment, as if responding to his scolding. You mean you found the Hongmeng purple chi? Xiao Dust took an arrow step closer and grabbed the two ears of the chaos tripod and kept shaking them. The color of fervor in his eyes surged out, and he kept shaking them and said, You say it, right, where's that purple tripod? Where did the purple cauldron go? Buzz off. The chaotic cauldron vibrated violently, as if expressing its anger and dissatisfaction, and continuously emitted sharp chirping sounds in an attempt to attract Xiao Chen's attention. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen had already fallen into a state of madness and completely ignored the reminder of the chaotic cauldron. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hands were desperately rummaging through the pile of debris to find the whereabouts of the purple cauldron. Every piece of debris in every corner was not spared, as if only finding the purple tripod could bring him back to his senses. However, the search was fruitless. There was no sign of the purple cauldron at all in the pile of wreckage except for the broken tiles and debris. Xiao Dust became more and more anxious and his movements became more and more rough. Dang! Right at this moment, the chaotic tripod was finally unable to tolerate Xiao Dust's behavior and came head to head with Xiao Dust's head. The latter's eyes went black and his feet staggered as he stumbled and fell down onto the wreckage, as if the entire world had begun to rotate. Ouch ouch ouch! Xiao Chuan reached out and covered his head, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. The pain was so intense that it almost cracked, while a wave of dizziness came in like a tidal wave, making it impossible for him to stand up. In a trance, he saw the chaos cauldron silently suspended in the air, the strange light flickering on its surface, as if something was about to call out. Pffffffffff. Xiao Chuan shook his head violently and shook his body, trying to see what was in the chaotic cauldron. Clunk! Suddenly, the top cover of the small tripod opened automatically, and a mysterious and magnificent aura came out from it, wrapping Xiao Chuan's consciousness and dropping it into an infinite space. Where is this? Sister? Elder sister? Can you hear me? Dead silence. Xiao Chuan could not hear anything but his own voice, looking around, chaotic and indistinguishable. His heart was puzzled. Could this be where the Hongmeng purple chi is located? Ding! Suddenly, a purple light lit up in the chaos, and the light flickered before his eyes. Looking carefully at it with fixed eyes, it was a crystal clear purple orb, within which a wisp of purple mist flowed, quietly suspended in the air. The orb exudes a rich Taoist rhythm. Just a little closer. Let Xiao Chuan feel spiritually invigorated. The thoughts are clear. Originally those obscure and difficult to understand have the illusion of enlightenment. Could it be the Hongmeng purple chi that teacher spoke of? Buzz. Before Xiao Chen could think about it in detail, the chaotic cauldron appeared out of thin air at his side and once again emitted a buzzing sound, seemingly urging him to hurry up and take in the Hongmeng bead. Look at me. At that moment, Xiao Chuan no longer hesitated. His body shape leaped up and raised his hand towards the purple bead to grab it, seeing that it was about to succeed. The next second, the Hongmeng bead suddenly turned into a stream of light to disappear, and stayed in a position 100 meters away from Xiao Chuan again. Seeing the orbs that flew away, Xiao Chuan held his forehead and smiled bitterly without words. What kind of inexplicable test is this again? Hey! Xiao Dust let out a fake sigh, and then, with the treading heavenly skill in motion, the entire person disappeared in place. Aha! As if the Hongmeng bead had consciousness, it swayed from side to side as if it was searching for Xiao Chen's figure. Hey! Gird your loins. Suddenly, the space behind the Hongmeng bead rippled, and a pair of large hands stretched out of thin air and violently grabbed towards it, accompanied by that obscene laughter. Collect! The Hongmeng bead sensed that something was wrong and immediately tried to escape, but Xiao Chen's hand seemed to be even faster and directly sealed it with spiritual power, sealing all retreats. Shoo! Done! Xiao Chen looked at the Hongmeng bead in his palm and smiled with satisfaction. Then he turned his head towards the chaotic cauldron and raised the Hongmeng bead in his hand and inquired, Little cauldron, how should I use this thing? Whoosh! The chaotic tripod flew in front of Xiao Chuan, and the tripod's body was affixed to the surface of the Hongmeng bead. emitting a slight trembling sound, and after a few moments, the Hongmeng bead, which was originally more than just agitated, gradually calmed down and hovered between his palms. What does this mean? Xiao Dust was a bit uncertain. Buzz buzz. You mean, let me just swallow it? Buzz. The chaotic tripod bobbed up and down twice as a sign of affirmation. Gulp. After getting an affirmative reply from the chaotic cauldron, Xiao Chuan didn't hold back a mouthful of saliva and stared seriously at the Hongmeng bead for half a day. Worrying, this thing won't burst me, right? Snap. The chaotic cauldron was too lazy to ink, gently flicking Xiao Chuan's right hand, and the Hongmeng bead automated into a stream of light drilling into his dantian, all the way to the location of the Sea of Qi. Well, the moment the Hongmeng bead entered his body, Xiao Chen felt as if his body had a warm current flowing down his meridians. At once, he felt that his entire body's meridians were smooth, as if there was an infinite amount of power surging through his body. The first moment Xiao Chuan noticed the changes within his body, he hurriedly held his breath and sat with his legs crossed in the void, leaving a wisp of consciousness to automatically defend himself. He began to control his divine sense to look into the Hongmeng purple Qi in the Sea of Qi. What's it doing? Just see the Hongmeng violet gas first in his body slipped around. Here east look, there west look. The original invincible devouring heavenly devil day vision seems to have met a natural enemy in general. Constantly convergence of breath, shrinking into a small black ball, squeezed in the corner of the Sea of Qi. Do not dare to send out half a bit of movement. Even the lightning peach tree is also convergence of that sharp power of the lightning, the leaves close together, for fear of blocking the path of the Hongmeng beads. No, this is also too wimpy? As soon as Xiao Chuan's words fell, the Hongmeng bead emitted a pleasant soft chant as if a child had found a home, as if it had been given life. It rose up into the air and lightly circled around the sea of air above it before disappearing headfirst into the highest part of the dome. Boom! In this very instant, the originally calm and harmonious Qi Sea unexpectedly underwent a shocking change. Only a loud boom could be heard as a huge thunderstorm exploded in the Sea of Qi, as if it was going to tear through the entire space. The wind began to blow violently, and the originally intangible and qualitative air currents became visible at this moment, and they danced in the Sea of Qi like agile elves. Clouds also gradually have a shape, or as flowing ribbons, or as rolling waves. The Sea of Qi is just like a small world is evolving. Xiao Chuan was shocked by this sudden turn of events, and he tried to stabilize his mind as he stared wide-eyed, observing the situation within the Sea of Qi with full concentration. However, with the integration of the Hongmeng beads, the energy in the Sea of Qi became more and more furious, and all kinds of strange scenes kept emerging like a tidal wave, with the stars and rivers high in the sky, the mountains and seas panning out, and the trees clumping together. The Sea of Qi belonging to him seemed to have transformed into a star in a sea of stars, and there were constantly mountains and rocks rising up from underneath the Sea of Qi condensed with spiritual energy, either mountains, rivers, or plains, in 1,000 different ways. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen secretly speculated in his heart, could it be that this Hongmeng bead is mimicking the scenario when the heavens and earth were in the beginning of chaos and wants to forcefully evolve my Qi Sea into a small world? The moment this thought arose, it both amazed and excited him. If it did, then he would gain power and opportunity like never before. But at the same time, he will face more unknowns, a whole new cultivation system, a whole new direction. It was all unfamiliar to him. Try to see if you can communicate with the Hongmeng bead put. At this critical moment, Xiao Chuan did not dare to be the slightest bit lax as he concentrated all of his spirit and attempted to establish a connection with the Hongmeng bead in order to better control this powerful force. The Hongmeng bead seemed to have a will of its own and was not completely under his control, busying itself with something. It didn't seem to mean me any harm, so I had to let it be. Communicating to no avail, Xiao Chuan could only console himself a bit, quietly nestled in a corner of his Qi Sea, closely watching the evolution of his Qi Sea world. But the further down he looked, the deeper the shock in his heart, vaguely being pulled into a marvelous realm. Rumble, the center of the Qi Sea world, as if the robbing thunder peach tree was treated as the center of the whole world. The body constantly pulls up. From the original 10 zhang in the blink of an eye skyrocketed to more than 1,000 zhang, spreading for 10,000 miles of the crown of the tree lifted up a piece of the sky. The Hongmeng bead, on the other hand, is quietly hovering in the center of the sea of spiritual energy, emitting a faint purple light, and everywhere it reaches seems to have been transformed into a solid body, and is no longer a fictional scene of spiritual energy. Buzz. In the sky above the sea of spiritual energy, Xiao Chuan sat cross-legged below the Hongmeng bead, his eyes tightly closed, and his body's gong methods kept running, pulling the wisps of Hongmeng purple Qi toward him. Open. Suddenly, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of an opportunity, and violently opened his eyes, The Hongmeng purple chi in his eyes was dazzling, and his originally dark eyes once again transformed into the appearance of the two fish of yin and yang, flowing slowly, and the two seemed to contain endless mysteries, implicated in each other. Suck. More than a few moments passed between one breath and the next. In the following days, Xiao Chen had been immersed in a marvelous state of cultivation, striving to comprehend the mysteries of the Hongmeng purple chi, and a trace of purple rhythm gradually appeared in the yin and yang chi in his body. Nowadays, although his Hongmeng body was only at the saint body tier, the strength of his body was far from the original hegemonic heavenly god body, and the realm of the physical body had quietly come to the perfection of the saint realm. In addition to this, as the Chi-Si world continued to evolve, Xiao Chuan's divine sense also invisibly broke through to the peak of the great sage, only one step away from the realm of perfection. Similarly, Xiao Chen's cultivation had managed to skyrocket all the way from the early stage of the Saint King realm to Saint Zun perfection, and as long as he wanted to, he could cross over and impact the realm of questioning at any time. Now, Xiao Chen is just sitting there. It is like a treasure tree of enlightenment, and there are Taoist rhythms operating on their own when he raises his hands and throws his feet. Rumble. In the air above the sea of Qi world, Xiao Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, purple light blossoming in his eyes, and everywhere within reach of his gaze was enveloped by a layer of purple haze, as if everything had been brought to a standstill. Ha ha ha, after rehearsing 600 times, Master Dao, I've finally made it. This Hongmeng divine eye, I've finally refined it. Above the sea of spiritual energy, Xiao Chuan let out a long breath of relief and stood up. Xiao Chuan moved his muscles and bones, making crackling sounds. He looked into the distance as if he could see through the endless void. The divine sense of the great sage realm spread out from those purple eyes, enveloping the entire Qihai world. In the blink of an eye, every blade of grass, every flower, every leaf, every stone and every piece of water in the Qi-Si world was clearly branded in his mind, and a look of delight appeared on his face. Ah! Xiao Chuan carefully felt the surging power in his body. Since he was reborn, he had never felt this comfortable, as if every orifice and meridian in his body had been revitalized and contained infinite power. I don't know how much time has passed, so I can't let senior sister wait for too long, Xiao Chuan muttered to himself. Then he took a step out and his figure instantly disappeared. Next moment, temple. In front of the wreckage of the god statue, Xiao Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. The majestic aura retreated back into the world of his Qi-Si like a landslide and a tsunami. A silhouette suddenly slammed into his arms. The fragrant and clear scent entered his nose, and a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Junior brother, you're finally awake. Peach's voice carried a few tremors in it, and Xiao Chuan immediately realized what was going on and spoke softly. Senior sister, why have you come out? You still say that. This time, Peachy's tone took on a bit of sulkiness as she crossed her arms and grunted. Do you know how long you've been practicing? Junior brother? How long? Xiao Dust's heart thumped. 3 years. Peach's soulful eyes carried a thin mist of water as she spoke in a contained voice. Ever since you entered that mysterious state. Junior brother, 3 whole years have passed. I was worried about you, so I had no choice but to come out of the secret realm. What? Xiao Chuan's voice choked and his heart was filled with self-blame and remorse. He had actually made his senior sister worry for so long. He walked to Peach and hugged her tightly, saying in a warm voice, Elder sister, I'm sorry for making you worry. In the future, I will not let this happen again. Xiao Chen had always known that before he had opened the second layer of the everlasting ring's prohibition. The price that his senior sister paid every time she tried to break open the secret realm was the damage to the origin. Although the peach is an innate being, the pain of damaging the origin is very difficult for a person to bear, not to mention bearing it continuously for such a long time. Peachy's pretty face slightly reddened when she heard this and gently pushed Xiao Chuan away, stroking the sideburns around her ears as she said, Junior brother, it's good that you're safe and sound. Quickly tell us about the results of your cultivation over the past 3 years? Senior sister can't wait to get out of that broken secret realm. Humph. In these 3 years, Peach had tried countless times to use the connection between the longevity ring and Xiao Chen to communicate with the other party, but it was as if a stone had been pushed into the sea, and there was no news. If she had not been able to clearly feel Xiao Chen's breathing, I am afraid that she would have already struck out at that chaotic cauldron, and would she have waited until now? Buzz. The chaotic cauldron on the side seemed to have sensed the killing intent that Peach had emitted towards it, and fearfully hid behind Xiao Chuan, not daring to meet Peach squarely in the eyes. Good. Xiao Chuan wore a spring-like smile on his face as he gently nodded his head and trayed out all the results of his cultivation during this period of time without hiding anything. After a long time, Peach finally reacted from what Xiao Chun had said and said with some disbelief, Junior brother, are you saying that the Hongmeng Pearl evolved your Qi-Si into a small world? Yes. No wonder. Peach's hand propped up her chin. Her eyes flickered, sometimes surprised, sometimes sad. And she muttered, "Previously, I tried countless ways to get in touch with you, but none of them came to fruition. Now that I think about it, it should be that self-made world within you that has isolated my divine sense." After saying that, Peach fell into a moment of silence again, as if she wanted to say something, and with a tangled face, she hesitated to speak, wanting to say something. "Sister." Xiao Chuan sensed senior sister Peach's difficulty and took Peach's hand and said softly, "Senior sister, if you have anything to say, just say it." Well, Peach saw Xiao Chuan pulling her hand. Although she was shy in her heart, she did not reject it, took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Chuan and said in a serious tone, "Junior brother, do you know what kind of realm you need to reach in order to condense the world within your body?" Xiao Dust shook his head. Also, Peach nodded and slowly said, "You weren't exposed to this in your previous life, so it's normal that you don't know about it. If an ordinary cultivator wants to condense the world within his body, his cultivation level must at least reach the Immortal Emperor realm." Immortal Monarch realm? Not bad. After thinking about it, Peach didn't hide it this time and told the whole story, detailing what he knew. "Now that you have broken through to Saint Exaltation Perfection, today I will talk to you about the realm above this great emperor. Above the great emperor extreme realm is the Immortal Yuan realm. The Immortal Yuan realm is the process of transforming the spiritual power in a cultivator's body to immortal power. And after reaching this realm, the cultivator can break through the boundary and ascend, traveling in the starry sky. Above the Immortal Yuan is the Immortal Realm. At this time the spiritual power in the body of the cultivator has been completely transformed into immortal power, is considered to be truly detached from the level of the mortals, and since then no longer suffer from old age, sickness and death. However, Immortal Realm cultivators will need to cross the Thunder Tribulation once every 100,000 years, a total of 9 times, which is also categorized as the 9 Tribulation Realm, with 9 being perfection. And after successfully crossing 9 Thunder Tribulations, they are in the Immortal Monarch realm. At this time, most of the cultivators to evolve the laws of the Great Tao. Each will be comprehended to the level of the Great Tao. For a realm, a total of 9 realms, according to the comprehension of the Great Tao grade is different. Immortal Monarchs are also divided into 5 classes. You'll know the details later. After the Immortal Monarch, there is the Immortal King, who can control a star field, create a force, and become an immortal as an ancestor. And then there is the Immortal Dignitary. And nowadays, in the 4-pole Immortal Realm, there are a total of 16 Immortal Dignitaries, who are responsible for coordinating a star field. In the Immortal world can be said to be 1 person under 10,000 people. Only 4 for the Immortal Emperor can be suppressed. A thought can be decided tens of thousands of such as the Heavenly Pale Realm of the survival of the lower realms of the world. As for the Immortal Emperors, there are 4 in total. Namely the Luoxue Female Emperor of the Eastern Immortal Realm, the Weitua Immortal Emperor of the Shiluan Immortal Realm, the Tsunhai Immortal Emperor of the 10,000 Demons Immortal Realm, and the Changcheng Immortal Emperor of the Northern Underworld Immortal Realm. Eternal Life Immortal Emperor? Hearing this, Xiao Chen could not help but be startled and could not help but be curious. Senior sister, is it hard for this Immortal Emperor of Eternal Life to be the senior sister? Giggle. Upon hearing this, Peach smiled wistfully, a sly look on his face, and said with a bad joke, "Junior brother, guess what? It can't be true, can it?" Seeing this expression on Peach's face, Xiao Chuan was shocked in his heart, but when he thought about his master's realm, achieving an immortal emperor seemed to be a reasonable thing to do. Just when Xiao Chen was secretly rejoicing, Peach's voice sounded again, causing his restless heart to cool down big time. "But, it's useless for you to guess. Junior brother, Lord Emperor has said that if you use his old man's name to pretend and act as a bully outside, he will kill you himself." Xiao Chuan couldn't help but freeze when he heard this, a surprised look appearing on his face. Seeing Xiao Chuan's embarrassed face, Peach couldn't help but laugh out loud, spitting out her tongue and hiding her mouth as she giggled lightly. "It's all true. Oh, senior sister won't lie to you. I naturally trust what senior sister says." Xiao Dust scratched his head and spread his hands helplessly. According to the rumored character of the senior sister, he was bound to do what he said. However, with my current strength, I believe that it won't be long before I can definitely stand in front of my master, Xiao Chuan said in a firm tone, a confident light flickering in his eyes as if he had already seen his future self. "Well, with your potential, junior brother, when the Hongmeng body is fully awakened, it will only be a matter of time before you cultivate to the Immortal Emperor realm." However, halfway through speaking, Peach's voice lurched and said with some embarrassment, "Junior brother, your current growth has completely exceeded my and everyone else's imagination. And to be honest, I don't know what to do with your future path. All that senior sister can do is to appropriately give you some help that she can. The road to cultivation is long. It is important not to rush. Do you understand?" Xiao Chuan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. He looked at Peach and asked, "Senior sister, then what should we do next?" Saying that, his gaze landed on top of that temple in the distance, signaling, "That temple, have you examined it, senior sister?" "Aha." Peach nodded, frowning slightly and said, "I checked it, and there's nothing out of the ordinary, but perhaps it's because I'm an outsider that I can't trigger the hidden rewards in it. Since it's already past the time for the secret realm to go out, junior brother, you might as well go ahead and try it out. You might find something different." "Aha. That's what I thought. Is senior sister still holding out?" "Aha." Peach nodded her head. "Let's go then." Xiao Chuan did not avoid it and pulled Peach along towards the outside of the temple. The temple as a whole is in the shape of a tower with 9 floors. The higher up the tower the smaller it gets. Xiao Dust came to the front door and reached out to push it open, and the two of them took a step into it. An ancient and mysterious aura came over them, making one feel solemn and dignified. The temple was dimly lit and the walls were carved with strange symbols and patterns. The duo strolled in from side to side, scrutinizing everything around them. But the deeper they went, the deeper the space became, and the more the aura of chaos filled the air. And through the lengthy passageway, the two of them came to a vast plaza covered in mists and gray. Ding! Suddenly, a light flickered in the darkness, and the originally gloomy shrouded mist slowly dispersed, revealing its true form, a mural carved from unknown materials. "Senior sister, what's engraved on this is 9 Hongmeng innate spiritual treasures." "Well, that should be right. Some of them I've never even seen, and only have bits and pieces of them in my inherited memories." There. Suddenly, Xiao Chuan noticed a blank space right in the center of the mural, as if it had been deliberately dug over, making it impossible to see its true appearance, and curiously said, "It can't be the rumored 10th Hongmeng spiritual treasure that no one has ever seen before, can it?" "Quite possibly." Momoko couldn't help but get a hint of interest at that, her eyes fixed on the blank spot, trying to find some clues from it. Just a shame. After staring for a long time, Peach did not find any useful information from the mural. Little master. Just at the moment when Peach turned around, the blank space of that mural suddenly lit up with a starry light. Whoosh! It was too late to react, and the light shot straight to Xiao Chuan's brow. No good. Peach was in a hurry to see this and wanted to step in, but the light had already slowly dissipated with that one stroke. And on the contrary, Xiao Chuan had no other discomforts except for some dizziness in his head at the beginning. "Junior brother, are you alright?" Peach looked at Xiao Chen, who was wrapped in light. An inexplicable uneasiness surged to her heart, and tears rolled under her eyes, feeling that they would come out of her eyes in the next second. "Senior sister, I'm fine, don't worry." In the light, Xiao Chen's body was tingling and felt very comfortable, as if his soul had been baptized by the light and had become more pure and transparent. The great diffusion divine skill also operated on its own at this moment. The divine consciousness space continuously drew on this power. The strength of the soul continued to rise, and in just an instant, the great sage realm consummation broke. Divine consciousness is still on the rise. If he wasn't worried about senior sister Peach worrying about himself, he was afraid that he would already be in a deep sleep. At the beginning of the Hongmeng, 9 treasures were born, named the Chaos Bell, the Chopper, the Book of Life, and the Book of Death. Just as Xiao Dust wandered out of the sky, a thick and powerful voice suddenly sounded beside his ears, seemingly in the pouring out, but also seemed to say a bland story. "Who is this talking? Ruins? Still." Coaxing dash. As the voice continued to echo, a picture scroll haloed with history unfolded in front of his eyes, and he saw the human race at the beginning of the chaos worshipping a flood bell and kneeling down to pray for blessings. Have also seen a flying knife personally bury an era. Everything is so clear and vivid. What the hell? After a long time, the light that enveloped Xiao Dust dispersed, and he stood up again, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes, a little unsure. Could it be that what is buried in this divine temple is a story about the 9 Hongmeng spiritual treasures? Xiao Dust thought in his heart and decided to come back later to explore some more when he had time. However, just when thinking about how to explain, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Boom! That aura was like a mountain pressing down on the two, making them almost unable to breathe. Peach's face changed drastically as she felt a wave of unprecedented fear. Is it an enemy or a friend? Xiao Dust looked into the darkness and asked in a low voice while secretly on guard. Rustling. Right at this moment, light and shadow trance in the darkness. A figure slowly walked out of the darkness. If hidden, the whole body was covered by a black robe. It was impossible to see the face, and a terrifying might was emanating from his body. "It's the idea void." Peach reacted at the first opportunity and transmitted a voice towards Xiao Chuan. "Junior brother, do not act rashly. This is just a shadow of an intention left by a certain great power in the long river of time. As long as we don't actively provoke him, we should be fine." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dust sweated. This kind of existence could turn himself into flying dust just by its breath. He didn't have the strength even if he wanted to act presumptuously. Senior sister, according to you, what should we do now? Looking at the approaching silhouette, Xiao Chen's head was already buried to the point where it could not be lowered any further, and he vaguely felt that the other party seemed to be rushing towards him, panicking a batch. To be honest, I also do not know, but in short, first a gift. Peach now also belongs to the sick and anxious. The heart wailed if Ao Xing and the other side think will certainly be able to guess the identity of the other side. Also not as passive as himself. Yes, Xiao Chuan believed it and without any hesitation. He cupped his fists and saluted. Senior Xiao Chuan. Sees senior. Late Peachy sees senior. Ha! In the darkness, the shadow flickered for a moment, with a trace of humanity on it, and laughed dryly towards the two of them. Somewhat oozing. An innate peach tree. A half-assed Hongmeng body. Somewhat interesting. However, this is not a place for you to come. Since we have obtained the inheritance, let's leave here and come back to this place when we break through the mortal transformation realm. Elder, Xiao Dust was just about to open his mouth, but before he had time to raise his head, his feet were wrapped in a mass of darkness, and he fell deeply into it, completely losing his consciousness. As the two left, the cave was shrouded in mist in the darkness, and the outline of the temple gradually blurred, eventually disappearing from view as if it had never appeared. P.S. Back to normal update. Hard. Ask for some gifts. Happy weekend. Boo. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Dust only felt a flash of light in front of him, and with a boom sound, he fell heavily to the ground. Ugh. Where is this? Xiao Chuan rubbed his butt and got up to look around, realizing that he was currently in a dense forest when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Kid, don't move. Xiao Chuan turned to look in bewilderment, only to see that an old man was leading 4 or 5 sect disciples wearing the same attire standing behind him with a furious look on their faces. The old man at the head wore a gray robe, with crane hair, lewd eyes, and an unsuspecting face, and his cultivation was probably around the Wheeling Sea realm, while the remaining few sect disciples only had a pitiful bone-forging realm. What is it? Xiao Dust frowned, his eyes somewhat dangerous. Humph. The old man snorted coldly and glanced at Xiao Chuan, seeing that the other party was only a young man in his early 20s. The vigilance in his heart dropped most of the way, and he said in a chaste manner, Kid, do you know that this is the trial ground of my bastard blade sect? What do you call it when you rashly show up to disturb my sect's disciples' trials? If you can't tell me the truth, I'll not blame me for being impolite. The bastard sword sect? Xiao Chuan murmured as his divine sense was released and roughly swept out. Realizing that he was indeed not far from a mountain gate at this moment, he withdrew his gaze and inquired, I just happened to get lost here, nothing more. Having just finished absorbing the Hongmeng purple chi, Xiao Chuan was now in a pretty good mood and did not want to kill in vain and spoil his good mood. Yes? That old man's lewd face revealed a grin of sinister dove, completely revealing his nature, and beckoned towards a few disciples at his side, who nodded, understood, and stepped forward to encircle Xiao Duan. Kid, hand over anything of value you have on you, and if the third elder is in a good mood, he may even consider letting you off the hook. This is not pretending anymore? Xiao Dust collected the smile at the corner of his mouth, and the look on his face grew colder and colder. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, a few disciples looked like they had heard some kind of joke and said in a brash manner, Kid, have you figured out the current situation? Be a good boy and tie your hands, lest we suffer more skin. Yes? Xiao Dust's tone was not heavy or light as he slowly moved his muscles and bones. A chilling cold light flashed in his eyes. What do you want? Several disciples were startled by that look in Xiao Chen's eyes and unconsciously took a few steps back. Whoosh! Xiao Dust didn't reply. In the next second, he was seen flickering like a ghost in front of a disciple, stretching out his fingers to tightly strangle his neck. Get off me! Get off me! The disciple was horrified. His eyes were wide and he struggled desperately, but he realized that his attacks were unable to even break Xiao Chen's protective spiritual force, and his gaze looked at the several fellow disciples around him. However, at this moment, several people were so frightened by the aura on Xiao Chen's body that they could not move. Let go of him. Seeing this, the old man was enraged and rebuked loudly as he reached out and grabbed a hand. A long black blade appeared and swung it towards Xiao Chen to slash violently. We're in. Kill. Seeing this, the other disciples surrounded and attacked. Looking for death, Xiao Chuan sidestepped and easily dodged the blow, followed by flying up and kicking the old man in the abdomen, the tremendous force directly sending the old man flying out. Elder. The crowd looked at the elder who flew out backwards. Their hearts were horrified, and the weapons in their hands were clenched tighter as they chopped towards Xiao Chen haphazardly. Boo! Boo! However, Xiao Chuan's figure was exceptionally flexible, as if he was a ghost weaving freely through the crowd. and each of his strikes was merciless. After just a few moments, the crowd was sprawled out on the ground. Xiao Chuan clapped his hands and gazed at the old man with expressionless indifference as he stepped on the latter's chest and said in a condensed voice, "I said you answer. Can you do it?" "Yes, yes, yes. Elder, feel free to ask whatever you want. I will definitely know everything." The old man had been completely scared out of his wits at this moment. Not caring about the injuries on his body, he got up and fell to his knees, even nodding his head repeatedly, like a lost dog. Yeah. Those few bullying Blade Sect disciples similarly knelt down neatly in a row, their heads pounding the ground as if they didn't want to die, and opened their mouths to beg for forgiveness. "Elder, us too. We will definitely know what we are talking about. Please don't kill us." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes only coldly swept over the crowd and did not answer positively, but instead said, "How long has passed since the end of the Great Yin Dynasty's secret realm?" The reason why Xiao Chuan had to ask was because most of the secret realm's time flow was different from the outside world. The longer the secret realm existed, the higher the grade of the inheritance within it, and the more obvious the time contrast was. And as the Xian Tian secret realm was originally a corner of the divine realm, the flow of time naturally did not need to be mentioned. The Great Yin Dynasty? Upon hearing this, the old man froze, and then violently remembered something. A flash of shock appeared in his eyes, and his gaze looked towards Xiao Chen, as if he was confirming something, and shivered. "Did you just come out of that secret place, HM?" Xiaodust obviously realized that something was wrong. A cold aura erupted in his eyes and he said sternly, "Answer the question properly if you are told to. Don't ask something that is not there." Yes. The old man hurriedly withdrew his gaze, not daring to speak further, and turned his head. "The Great Yin Dynasty has already been destroyed in that great battle." "What did you say?" Xiao Chuan's complexion tightened and his gaze was fixed on the bastard Blade Sect's old man at his feet, and because of his emotional fluctuations, the force under his feet made it a little heavier. Cough. "Elder." Gently, the old man's body. "Rubbish." Xiao Chuan kicked him away. His gaze turned to the bastard Blade Sect disciple at the side, and he coldly shouted, "You say it." "Okay, senpai. The situation is like this. 1 month ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in the sky above the Great Yin Dynasty, and at that time, countless sects, including our bastard Blade Sect, had rushed to that secret realm to explore it. It's just a pity that our bastard Blade Sect is only a 7th grade sect, and we have no dignity to speak of in front of that group of holy lands. We were all stopped outside the secret realm. Ran." Speaking of this, the male disciple's eyes flashed a sneer. He dashed 2 strange laughs, his face showing a touch of smugness. Said, 3 days later, right after those holy land representatives came out, they seemed to have a big battle over someone. Speaking of this, the male disciple could not help but look at Xiao Chuan one more time and continued. "After that, with the representatives of the Sword Mountain as the leader, the Blood Fiend race, Barbarian race, and Heavenly Fiend race fought a huge battle against the second party forces dominated by the Holy Land of the Blue Clouds, the 36 Buddhist temples of the Western region, and the Shadow Fiend race. In the end, both sides of the semi-imperial level powerhouses all out. The Qing Dynasty Holy Land even invited out 2 imperial swords. The situation is tragic. The Dayan Dynasty was directly razed to the ground. Tens of millions of people died, and the Xia Emperor lineage is unknown. If it wasn't for the Tianji Pavilion stepping in until the end, I'm afraid that the casualties of this battle would have reached an incalculable point. Boom! Xinyan Holy Land, I want you all to die." As the words fell, a berserk aura erupted from Xiao Chuan's body, and the aura belonging to the Saint Realm pressed down on several people from the bastard Blade Sect, who stared at the black-shirted teenager in front of them with frightened expressions and shivered. You are a saint. Saint Realm powerhouse. Boo! Without answering the crowd's question, Xiao Chen's figure rose up from the ground, and with the treading heaven skill activated underneath his feet, his figure directly disappeared into the void and vanished into thin air. Fortunately, when the few people from the bastard Blade Sect saw Xiao Chuan leave, they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, and plopped down on their knees and just wanted to adjust their injuries. But in the next second, a sense of suffocation surged over the hearts of all of them, and with their hands around their necks, they rolled their eyes, and they never got up again. Qingzhou. At this moment, the Green Cloud Holy Land coincided with the once-in-a-decade disciple acceptance ceremony being held, and under the mountain gate, there was a sea of disciples coming to enroll, and there was an endless stream of various types of immortal boats overhead. None of them were the affiliated sects of the Holy Lands and the frontiers under their command that had come to congratulate them, so it was quite lively. In the meantime, above the Green Cloud Square, Bai Yuan Feng, as the Holy Lord of the Green Cloud, was seated in the main seat, while Lian Yu and the other Peak Master Elders sat on the right side, and the representatives of the guests were seated on the left side in unison. Among them, Yao Qi Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Holy Land sat closest, and the three Holy Lands also had the best relationship. As for the Dragon Elephant Holy Land, it was with a representative of a subordinate clan, sitting in the corner of the banquet table. It was really hard to attract attention. Look at Lian Yu, a person sitting at the end, low head drinking wine, hair disheveled, has long lost the charm of the past, the face aged somehow. Holy Lord, is it time? The Grand Elder looked at the hour and whispered into the ear of Holy Lord Qing Yun, who was talking happily with Holy Lord Yao Qi, and whispered a reminder. Yes? The Holy Lord of Qing Yun returned to his senses and softly chanted, a faint smile always hanging on his face, his entire person glowing with radiance and poise. In that case, then I'll leave everything to you, Great Elder. The Holy Lord of Qing Yun waved his hand in a big way, looking very bold. Yes. Seeing this, the Grand Elder let out a slight sigh in his heart and helplessly stood up. His feet flashed with spiritual light, and his spiritually enhanced majestic voice resounded throughout the entire Holy Land up to the foot of the mountain. This Qing Yun festival examination officially begins. As the words fell, the white-robed Grand Elder flashed and appeared on the high platform in front of the square. He looked around, his eyes glancing at the crowd of disciples under the mountain gate, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Immediately, the Grand Elder said aloud, "Today is my Green Cloud Holy Land's disciple acceptance ceremony. Anyone under the age of 18 and with a cultivation of the bone-forging realm can participate in the examination. Those who pass will become disciples of my Green Cloud Holy Land." Wow! Before the words fell, there was a clamor under the stage. Numerous young sons and daughters were eager to try, expecting to pass the examination and step into this Holy Land in their hearts. Too strong. This is the depth of the Qing Yun Holy Land. A random elder is a saint realm level existence. Have you heard? Not long ago in that Xian heavenly mysterious realm, the Qing Yun Holy Land became famous in one battle. Two great imperial swords came out, and even the Sword Mountain's lord who was the #1 person in the world had difficulty in resisting them. This is the true Holy Land of cultivation for us. But, in the crowd, a not-so-harmonious voice suddenly came from the crowd, stubbornly saying, didn't rumors circulate in the cultivation world before that the Qing Yun Holy Land had forced the contemporary Saint Sun to die alive? Would such a sect really treat its disciples wholeheartedly? When these words came out, everyone looked at the short, tattered little beggar in the corner, with a hint of disdain in their eyes, and snickered. I thought it was that family's son who dared to talk like that. Haven't you heard that that man killed himself because he colluded with the demon clan to brutalize his fellow disciples? Such a man is not worthy of death. So it is. Upon hearing this, many disciples who did not know the truth reacted and supported. This gentleman is right. Being a human race colluding with the demon race to maim fellow disciples is damnation. It is. That's it. No. The beggar firmly shook his head, clutching a sword talisman in his hand, and seriously said, Big Brother Saint Sun is not that kind of person. He is very nice. He must have been aggravated to be like that. You've never even met Big Brother Saint Sun. You're lying. You, being glared at by the little beggar like this. The previous family's son was dumbfounded. He indeed did not recognize the once Xiao Chen. What he just said was also taught by his uncle who was the outer gate elder of the Holy Land before he came to enroll. I thought that this can easily suppress each other, but did not expect this little beggar so head iron. A moment of speechless. On the Green Cloud Square, when the forces saw this situation, their faces all showed an awkward look, and although they knew it in their hearts, they couldn't say anything. Furthermore, the hidden strength of the Green Cloud Holy Land was now far beyond their imagination, and it was now imperative to naturally flatter. Pop. In the area of the first grade sect, the patriarch of the Qingyang sect clapped his hands together. His gaze seemed to penetrate the distance and lock onto the little beggar, questioning in a cold voice, Yellow-mouthed child. No insolence. Today is the day of the great recruitment ceremony of the Qing Yun Holy Land. What are your intentions in uttering such words? The Qingyang sect, a subordinate sect of the Qing Yun Sacred Land, was of the same origin. They are best represented at such moments. The little beggar just wanted to say something. That Qingyang patriarch's eyes condensed, and the strong man immediately felt an infinite pressure. His chest clogged, as if he was about to lose his breath. Fellow Daoist, childish talk is so unnecessary, isn't it? In the direction of the Wuji Holy Land, a gentle female voice sounded softly, and the person who spoke was none other than the Saint King Realm female cultivator who had appeared on the day when Xiao Duan recovered from the lightning tribulation, the hairy wife of the Wuji Holy Lord, the boundless Saint King. Poof. The Qingyang patriarch was not afraid of the other party since he had the backing of the Qing Yun Holy Land, and said forcefully, what does the Holy King mean? Because he can talk nonsense even though he is young? Then the late generation is slightly younger than the boundless Saint King, isn't it? Asshole. This boundless Saint King was still as grumpy as usual. the aura of the Saint King realm exploded, and the boundless Saint Lord sat on the sidelines in silence, seemingly allowing it. Senior, the Qingyang Patriarch, who only had a sage realm cultivation, was about to gasp for air from the pressure. His face reddened and his eyes turned to the Grand Elder on the side for help. Hey, Senior Saint King, this is my Qingyang Holy Land after all, please stop. The Grand Elder sighed and spoke out to stop the boundless Saint King, who snorted coldly at the words and whisked his sleeve to sit back down again without a bit of good face. All right, silence. Things settled down. The Grand Elder raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, and then looked at the crowd of disciples below and said, there are a total of 3 levels in this examination. The first level, ascending the ladder of clouds. This ladder towers into the clouds and reaches the top of the mountain, with many tests on the way, and only those who have both courage and battle prowess can reach the top. This second level is a test of enlightenment. You only need to pass the test of the Tao Heartstone. Both are passes. The main test of your wisdom and enlightenment. As for this third level, it is the actual battle duel. The last 100 people left behind will have the final actual battle duel to determine the top 10. Who will become the core disciples of my Green Cloud Holy Land? Now, the test begins. Yeah, I will take first place this time. As the words of the Grand Elder fell, the atmosphere in front of the Mountain Gate Plaza instantly became tense, and all the disciples filed in and crossed the mountain gate, stepping onto the ladder of ascending clouds to begin their journey to the examination. No, I can't give up. There is still my sister at home waiting for me to return. This test is my only chance to learn the truth about what happened in the first place. That little beggar dragged his somewhat injured body to the front of the ladder of ascending clouds, a flash of determination in his eyes, just wanting to step out. His body was held up. The majestic spiritual power threw that big hand into his body. His injuries were continuously repaired. Just as he was curious, a gentle voice rang in his ears. Kid, if you reach the top, how about I give you a great chance? You are. Turn your head and look. The little beggar only saw an extremely beautiful looking woman looking at him with a smile. Who are you? Fairy sister? Cluck cluck cluck. My name is Yi Yao. I'm an elder of the Qingyang Holy Land, responsible for the examination of you disciples. Yi Yao lightly laughed twice and said, you have to work hard, little guy. After saying that, she gently patted the little beggar's shoulder and her figure drifted away. This scene fell in the eyes of the Holy Lord of Qingyang above. The taste in his heart is inexplicable. Only because Yi Yao was originally the Holy Land for Xiao Chen's appointed future Tao couple, the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. The relationship between the two people, although it cannot be said that they are not mutual, but it is considered to be as respectful as a guest. After Xiao Chen's death, Yi Yao also gave up her identity as a prodisciple in a fit of anger due to excessive grief and blaming her master, Third Elder, for secluding herself, and chose to go to the outer sect and become an elder. Hey, on top of the high platform, the Third Elder sighed, looking at the disciple who was once as close to him as father and daughter, now going against his own path. It was hard to describe the sadness in his heart. Uncle Pei, I believe that it won't be long before Yao Yao. She will definitely understand your good intentions. Bai Yuanfeng knew that he was at a disadvantage, so he could only persuade from the sidelines. Humph, you don't need to worry about this. The Third Elder waved his big sleeve and sat sideways, unwilling to take care of the crowd. Seeing this, the Second Elder shook his head slightly, his voice falling into Bai Yuanfeng's ears as he said softly, let him go. When time passes, senior brother, he will naturally understand. Bai Yuanfeng nodded slightly inside. It's the only thing that can be done now. Uncle Qian, let's watch the examination. Aha, I'm going to make it. Under the mountain gate, the little beggar felt that spiritual energy in his body and the injuries he had already recovered from, and looked at the ladder of ascending clouds in front of him. He took a deep breath and climbed upwards step by step. Boom! Taking one step, his original cultivation of only the 9th level of body tempering broke through at this moment, successfully stepping into the bone-forging realm, and gritting his teeth towards the advancement of the mountaintop. A clinical breakthrough. When the crowd on the high platform saw the little beggar break through the bone-forging realm, their faces couldn't help but show a look of amazement. In the history of the Heavenly Song realm, anyone who can make a breakthrough on the verge of a breakthrough is not a person with great wisdom and great perseverance. And Xiao Chen at the time was step by step like this, and under the strong pressure of Lian Yu, he made breakthroughs again and again and stepped into the position of the Holy Sun. If I could have protected my senior brother in the first place, it would have been especially so. On top of the steps, Yi Yao looked at this scene. The person in front of her seemed to overlap with the silhouette in her memory. Grief came from her heart. The whole person was once again enveloped by a cloud of gloom. 6 gods were lost. Sha 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 sha. Suddenly, in the void, a familiar invisible fluctuation surged into her body, wrapping her up and dispelling the gloom. as if a pair of big warm hands wrapped her up, and the taut heartstrings slowly stretched out at this moment. This feeling, Yi Yao raised her head violently and looked in a certain direction in the void, murmuring in a low voice, "Is it you, senior brother?" In the meantime, in the void, Xiao Chuan's figure was perfectly integrated with heaven and earth with the help of the laws of the Hongmeng, so not to mention saints, even great emperors and even the heavenly Tao would have difficulty detecting his presence. Senior Sister Yi, looking down at the Qianyin shadow below, Xiao Dust's heart throbbed as his memory flashed back to his previous life, past life. Xiao Chuan did not choose to leave the Qingyan Holy Land, and after that, he stayed in the Holy Land for another aeon, and in between that time, the only person who treated him sincerely was Senior Sister Yi Yao, but at that time, he had already been completely controlled by Lian Yu's words and techniques, and was so focused on proving himself that he ignored the feelings of the people around him. It wasn't until Yi Fan returned from his travels in the central state with serious injuries and his cultivation was in tatters that Lian Yu, in order to revive him, went out of her way to set a trap for him to fall into, wanting to forcibly strip his body of its divine body origin. If it wasn't for Yi Yao's desperate attempt to save him and help him escape at the last moment, I'm afraid that he would have collapsed in the secret room of Lian Yue Peak that year, and would have been drained of his origin by the Lian Yue, and would have died of exhaustion. And that little beggar was also one of the 2 orphans he had saved in his previous life when he had carried out a mission for a clan, named Bai Yu. In his previous life, he also proved his talent through this same examination, and ended up worshipping in the Lian Yu Peak lineage, learning the way of the sword, just to repay that favor back then. In the beginning, it was with the cooperation of the 2 of them that he had escaped Xingzhou in a teleportation spell and fled all the way to the demon region. After that, Yi Yao was sent to the cliff of life and death, confined for life, and no one ever saw her again. As for Bai Yu, she was directly removed from the capital punishment, and died tragically on the Qingyun torture platform. This favor, he had to repay, but now is not the time. Before that, I still have to have some fun with this Qingyun Holy Land. If I let him die so easily, it's hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Xiao Dust's words fell. His body dissipated into the mountain forest below, and through the Hongmeng purple qi, he transformed into a young man, only 17 years old. "Oh, let me have a good time with you guys." As the words fell out, Xiao Dust controlled his cultivation at the peak of the bone-forging realm and headed all the way towards the ladder of ascending clouds, attempting to blend in and make a big mess in this recruitment competition. At that time, there were already a group of disciples on the cloud ascending ladder who were about to ascend to the top by exercising their stances. "Ha ha ha, second senior brother. It looks like this time, my Tan family's children will be ascending to the top before you." On the seat, the 6th elder stroked his beard in satisfaction, and at the moment, it was none other than his Tan family's people who were in the first place on the cloud ascension ladder. "Humph." The 2nd elder snorted coldly at his words. "Old 6, it's still too early to talk about victory at this time. I see that old 3's descendant is not far off from your family's Tan Ming, then it's not for second senior brother to worry about. Tomorrow I will have my own way to win." Oh, hearing this, the 2nd elder's eyes couldn't help but stare, his heart unconvinced. As elders of the Green Cloud Holy Land, it was inevitable that the several great clans to which they belonged would fight. After all, this examination was equally related to the distribution of resources to their clans. Throughout the years, except for that time by Xiaochen, almost all of the first place in the freshman examination had been bagged by them. "Brother Pei, I'll go ahead." As the words fell, on the ladder of ascending clouds, Tan Ming's feet accelerated, his breath instantly climbing to the late bone forging stage, his speed surpassing Pei Yuan in front of him at once, all the way towards the very top. "Brother Qian, aha!" When Pei Yuan and Qian Fong saw this, their hearts fluttered and their feet suddenly accelerated as they chased after them. He Tan Ming skimmed his head and glanced at the duo, the corners of his mouth hooked in a smile as he sneered. "Only accelerating now? It's already too late." "Chaos Hua Bu." Tan Ming laughed out loud and launched his feet in pace, his figure instantly shadowed out like a flower petal falling to the ground. "Ha ha ha, first place is mine." As he looked at the top near at hand, Tan Ming could vaguely see his great-grandfather's appreciative smile in front of his eyes when a sudden change occurred. "Drink!" Only to see that at the very bottom of the cloud ascending ladder, Xiao Dust was as fast as electricity, and his mouth bellowed out a loud and powerful sound, and many people were all affected by this, and their feet were unsteady, and their bodies stumbled and fell backward, including Tan Ming. 3 people were likewise included. On the contrary, the disciples who were in the middle and lower levels of the ladder of ascending clouds did not receive too much of a ripple effect, and stood steadily in their original positions. That was close. Halfway up the mountainside, Bai Yu, who was previously in a state of disorientation, was awakened by Xiao Chuan's shout. and curiously looked downward at the rapidly approaching silhouettes below, a flash of trance flashing through her eyes. It's Big Brother. No. Soon. Baiyu reacted and shook her head, lost in thought. No, he's not Big Brother. Big Brother is dead, but he's strong too. Climbing ladder below. Just a few breaths of effort. Xiao Dust has already ascended a third, and the speed is getting faster and faster, just like the year himself. No way. Who the hell are you? On the seating area, the representatives of a group of forces stood up and looked at Xiao Chen below, as if their memories were being pulled back to that day. The same day, when a disciple brought back by the Saint Son of the Green Heavens took the #1 spot in the beginning with lightning speed. Is that you? At the top of the cloud ascending ladder, Yi Yao's hands clenched tightly, her gaze staring down at Xiao Chen, who was constantly approaching her, as if she had seen that tender teenager again. In a trance, she then realized that, as it turned out, she had already fallen in love with him, lingering from the first time they met. Bold, the sixth elder fiercely stood up and stared downward at Xiao Chuan with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to discern his disguise, and questioned in a stern voice, "Who the hell are you that you dare to fool around at the examination site of my Qingyun sacred ground?" Nonsense? Xiao Chuan's voice was neither humble nor supercilious as he calmly said, "Did the Grand Elder ever say during the examination that he could not make a move? Besides, I just yelled randomly. What kind of nonsense is that? Could it be that the Elder is violently killing his own disciples?" You, Xiao Chuan's 3 words choked the sixth elder, who couldn't speak for a moment, and bellowed, "Kid, you're teaching me things, old six." The Grand Elder stopped in front of that Saint Realm aura with a flash, glaring angrily at the latter and saying in a cold voice, "No nonsense. Today is the day that my Holy Land selects its disciples. How can you be so inappropriate?" Yes, the second elder chimed in. "My Qingyun Holy Land, one of the 12 Holy Lands in the desolate domain. If I can't even tolerate a junior, how can I talk about teaching my disciples?" Sixth senior brother, "I think you'd better sit back down. Second senior brother is right." The third elder similarly spoke in agreement, laughing coldly. "Sixth senior brother, you're impulsive." Humph. Sixth elder saw the situation. It is not good to do anything more. Turned around and a voice transmission fell into Tan Ming's ears. "Quickly give me the summit, or else the family law will be disposed of." Yes. On the cloud ascending ladder, Tan Ming wiped the blood that had recoiled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were deep, glancing at Xiao Chun who was immediately catching up behind him, resentment rising from his heart. He didn't dare to delay and continued to rush towards the front. "Brother Tam, take it easy." Just as he was about to charge to the top again, 2 voices filled with playfulness rang out as the duo of Pei Yuan and Qian Fong came to the sides of his body at some unknown time, and the spiritual energy in their bodies suddenly erupted, directly pressing Tan Ming's body in the center, unable to move. Ha! Xiao Dust sneered in his heart when he saw this. A dog biting a dog is exactly what I want to see. Boom! Thinking of this, his feet once again exerted force, landing on his toes. His figure was like a ghost, crossing the mountainside, all the way upwards, and when he passed by Baiyu's ear, he didn't forget to remind him, "Just stay true to your heart, chaos is slow." Many thanks for the reminder. Baiyu was first stunned when he heard this, then he bowed deeply towards Xiao Chen's back. "This kid's footwork is so marvelous. I actually didn't detect a single fluctuation of spiritual energy from this, which means that this son relies on all of his own skills. Terrifying, just too terrifying." At a young age, he was able to refine his footwork to the realm of returning to the basics. This kind of talent, even the Xiao Dust back then would be hard to compare to. Hey, who says otherwise? On the seats, while the representatives of a group of forces saw Xiao Chen's wonderful performance and slurped, they could not help but feel bitter in their hearts, lamenting that destiny had made things difficult for them. Why is there no such disciple leader in his own clan? Envious of the Green Cloud Holy Land's luck. Ha ha ha, a good return to basics. If this son is cultivated, he will definitely add another feather to my Qingyun's cap in this great world in the future. Qingyun Holy Lord saw the performance of Xiao Dust, said 3 times in a row good, eyes full of fervor. Now the clan is waiting to be rebuilt. The young new force is insufficient. If there is the joining of Xiao Dust will be snowed in the previous shame. A higher level. This disciple, he was bound to get. Thinking of this, his gaze could not help but fall on Lian Yu in a corner, who had a flash of light in her eyes, but then fell silent, as if she was afraid of something. Seeing this scene, the heart hanging in the heart of the Holy Lord of the Green Clouds relaxed. Without Lian Yu's contention, the certainty was a few more points, and then opened his mouth and reminded in a sideways manner. "This son is good, mind like a demon, good at applying the rules within reason. Bai Mao is very fond of it. I think it has a destiny with my Qingyun sword Dao. In the future it only needs to be cultivated a little bit. It might as well be a diamond in the rough. Holy Lord is wise. The second and third elders were the first to concur. For such a disciple, worshipping the Qingyun lineage was indeed the best choice. Holy Lord, I don't think it's right. The discordant voice of the sixth elder rang out in time, and Bai Yuanfeng's face darkened with the naked eye. But the other party was an elder of his own division, so he had to respect it and said in a deep voice, I wonder what the sixth elder has to say. The sixth elder ignored the reminder in Bai Yuanfeng's tone and said to himself, this son can master the steps of the realm of transformation at such a young age. I would never believe it. Why don't we let the old man go ahead and probe to see if there's any possibility of the son being taken over? Upon hearing this, many people present had a shocked look on their faces, never expecting this Qingyun Holy Land sixth elder to be so ruthless. Randomly searching the soul was undoubtedly exposing all of one's secrets to others for a cultivator, and the damage that soul searching brings to the soul is irreversible. This is like making a joke of one's own future. For a moment, the eyes of the crowd looking at the sixth elder changed, and in their hearts, they sort of understood the real reason why Xiao Chen had preferred to die rather than compromise in the first place. Ran. Just as the crowd was suffering, a voice that was cold and full of killing intent rang out quietly. Uncle Tam, if you do it to him, I want you to die. P.S. It's Monday. I wish all the seniors can all study well and punch the duck. Seely Moon. You, Uncle Tan. I respect you as a senior uncle. Speak kindly and don't ask for death. On the side of the stage, Lian Yu sipped mulled wine with her head down by herself, never glancing at the sixth elder from the beginning to the end. Her eyes were melancholic. Her hand holding the wine cup was slightly shaking, and the corner of her mouth was tinged with a trace of a morbid smile. You, seeing Lian Yu with such an attitude, the sixth elder was furious, refuting his face in front of so many forces. How could he not be angry? Sixth senior brother, be at ease. Fortunately, the fifth elder spoke out in time to stop it, turning his head to look at Bai Yuanfeng. Sacred Lord, this matter is of great importance and needs to be considered in the long run. Although there is no need to do what sixth senior brother said, the tests to detect bone age and divine soul completion are essential. I hope the Holy Lord understands. This is also for the sake of the Holy Land's future. Old man. The fifth elder's name is Feng Qing, with a naive face and gray hair, just like a wise man. His words have no faults, so that people can't find any cracks. At those words, Bai Yuanfeng was silent for a while. He was naturally clear about the pros and cons of it. Although he was optimistic about Xiao Chun, he could not offend the two great elders because of it. After weighing the pros and cons, he opened his mouth and said, in that case, it would be good to send someone to observe secretly for a while before making a decision. Also good. The fifth elder smiled and nodded in agreement. I'm okay with that. The sixth elder knew that Bai Yuanfeng was giving him a step down, so he did not continue to argue and honestly sat back down. At this moment, the great elder, who had been silent all along, spoke up. If this son is truly gifted, I, the Green Cloud Holy Land, will definitely do my best to cultivate him. But if there is a fraud in it, a flash of sternness flashed in the eyes of the grand elder. Humph. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. The resolution was set, and the crowd fell silent. The representatives of the various forces were now staring intently at Xiao Chen, who was about to ascend to the top, and there was a fervor in his eyes. It would naturally be excellent if such a heavenly pride could be used for them. If you can't. At the thought of this, a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashed through the eyes of the crowd. That era where the young generation couldn't raise their heads by being pressured by one person from the Qingyun Holy Land. They never wanted to experience it again. It's better to be broken than to be broken. This son could belong to any power present, except for the Green Cloud Holy Land. On the other hand, Bai Yunfei was oblivious to this. At the moment, he was still immersed in the fantasy of taking Xiao Dust as his disciple, and knew nothing about what was happening around him. Boom! 100 meters from the top of the cloud ascension ladder, Tan Ming tried with all his might to break free from Pei Yuan and the block ahead, but to no avail. The two seemed determined to want to keep him here. Shit! Don't you two want to compete for the top spot? Tan Ming looked at Xiao Chen, who was getting closer and closer, and became irritated. His forehead veins rippled and he looked like he was about to go off the deep end at any moment. Ha! Not interested. Whoever takes first place is fine, but I just don't like you. How about it? Not convinced to hit me? Pei Yuan had a disinterested attitude, his face full of disdain. Brother Pei is right. Anyone can, but not you, Tan Ming. Qian Fong also opened his mouth to provoke from the side, contempt in his gaze. You guys. Tan Ming clenched his teeth at the words, and with a burning rage in his eyes, he droned lowly. In that case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Overlord technique. As the words fell, the power of qi and blood erupted within Tan Ming's body. His body was wrapped in blood-red spiritual power, and the steps under his feet faintly emitted a bursting sound as his aura climbed upward. No good. Pei Yuan and his duo immediately sensed something bad. The Overlord skill was a mastery created by the Qingxiao sage based on Xiao Chen's Overlord heavenly god body back then, and it was almost unlikely that an ordinary person would want to cultivate it. There is a great demand for the power of qi in blood. This is Overlord technique. On the seating area, the third elder stood up, staring at the layer of blood qi on Tan Ming's body, glaring fiercely at the sixth elder on one side, his eyes narrowing slightly as he questioned, "Sixth senior brother, who asked you to pass on the bastard skill of Master Qingxiao's nephews to your family's disciples? Nice. My brother would also like to know who gave you permission to pass on this Overlord skill to the uninitiated clan disciples?" The person who spoke was the fourth elder, with muscles like gnarls. Upon hearing this, many of the peak master elders were looking sideways at the sixth elder, hoping to get an explanation. According to the rules of the Sacred Ground sect, the sect's merit law should never be taught to the sons and daughters of one's own family before permission is granted, and once detected, the crime can be punished. Moreover, the hegemony skills technique was not of a low grade, it was a saint-grade technique. If combined with some tough physiques, the effects of the feats could even be comparable to Saint King level feats, and were by no means extraordinary. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, the sixth elder was full of concern and had a breezy face. Silence. Just when the crowd was indignant, a dull sound rang out with a boom-dash sound, and an old silhouette slowly walked out from the direction of the back hall. Elder Ancestor. Seeing the visitor, everyone was stunned, and Bai Yuanfeng and the others hurriedly rose to greet him, giving the main seat to the newly arrived Old Ancestor, not daring to say anything more. "Old Ancestor, what brings you here?" The person who came was named Old Man Qingfeng, the peak of the questioning realm, and his strength was far beyond that of the original Qingyue, and the crowd never expected that the person behind the sixth elder would be this one. "Humph." Old Ancestor Qingfeng snorted coldly at his words, glanced at Bai Yuanfeng, and said in a cold voice, "What? Now that I'm attending a recruitment ceremony, do I have to give notice to these juniors like you? Don't dare." Bai Yuanfeng hurriedly whispered. Upon hearing this, Old Ancestor Qingfeng didn't dare to thin out Bai Yuanfeng's face as a holy lord in front of the crowd, and turned to look at Tan Ming at the bottom of the cloud ascension ladder, saying softly, "I think that Tan Clan Jr. is not bad. There's blood, and carrying the Overlord spiritual body, and that Overlord skill also has the same wonder." The old man's heart was born to love talent, which is why I agreed with Tianer to pass this method to this junior in advance. Now do you all have anything else to ask? The crowd was silent, disheartened, but they had no choice but to shake their heads and sit back in their seats, re-observing the situation on the ladder of ascending clouds. The ladder of ascending clouds has a total of 10,000 steps. On weekdays, it is only counted as an ordinary step, and it is not a big assessment of the disciples in the door, and every time the day of the assessment arrives, a special formation will be open to assist the assessment. For disciples who were only at the bone-forging realm, the difficulty was not too small, but again, the quenching effect is quite good. Anyone who ascends the mountainside, that is counted as passing the first round of examination. The summit is only those heavenly pride in order to show their potential in front of the elders of the Holy Land. Get out! On the ladder of ascending clouds, Tan Ming was like a rampaging lion at the moment. Not only did he not go, but instead he turned around and rushed towards Pei Yuan and the two of them, wanting to drive the two of them down the current steps and give up on this round of examination. Shit! Tan Ming, who had executed the Overlord skill, now his physical strength had reached 1,000 pounds, and his fist fell like 1,000 pounds, hitting Pei Yuan and his duo as they retreated. Adding the pressure from the ladder of ascending clouds, his legs were vaguely numb. Can't dwell on it. Strike together, Pei Yuan shouted, and together with Qian Feng, they executed their gong methods to defend against Tan Ming's attacks. Sure enough, they still crossed paths. Guess which side that guy will join? The battle between the three drew the attention of the surrounding disciples, and everyone was speculating whether or not Xiao Chen would make a move. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already ascended to the top of the cloud ladder. He raised his head and looked over, just in time to see a scene of Tan Ming using his hegemony skill and Pei Yuan's duo blasting each other. Overlord knack. Xiao Chen's eyes slightly condensed, his mind flew far away, and he stared. This gong method you use is not enough. Fellow Daoist, why don't you join the two of us? Together. Words fell, his feet accelerated again. Pei Yuan two people saw a happy, just wanted to voice, but saw a slap straight toward them, pupils suddenly shrinking between. Their shape has been airborne. To the halfway down the mountainside fell to. Fuck off. Good dogs don't get in the way. What the hell? Seeing this scene, the crowd on the elevated stage were somewhat puzzled and did not understand what Xiao Chen had in mind. No? Is this dude such a tiger? How dare you sneak up on Pei Yuan and the others? Doesn't he know that those two are also from the elder family? TSK, TSK, I see. This kid is either crazy or he's deliberately coming to cause trouble. Even if he passes the test in the end, I guess his life in the sect won't be easy. On the spectator's seat, a group of young Qingyan disciples revealed looks of surprise. After all, to them, the faces of these people were not unfamiliar. They were all the pride of a group of elder families, although not yet formally worshipped in the Holy Land, but has long been active in the eyes of the disciples. Are not worshipped in the Holy Land can join the inner door of the teenage pride. It was by no means comparable to ordinary disciples like them. For a while, the eyes of the crowd looked at Xiao Chen with a few more moments of pity, a few more moments of schadenfreude. You guys are kind of fun. It's quite easy to see the form, knowing that they're unbeatable and wanting to join my side on the verge. On the cloud ascending ladder, Tan Ming looked down on Xiao Chen, who was rushing below, with a lofty stance, and spoke in a compassionate-like tone. Kneel down. Serve me as Lord. In the future, no one will dare to make a move against you in this holy land. On the high platform, many forces heard, faces showing a look of contempt, empty brute strength but no brain, which makes the face of the sixth elder a little ugly. Cursed a stupid, hastily transmitted sound. Bastard. Hurry up and do it. At those words, Tan Ming was still a bit uncertain. Looked down, only to see Xiao Chuan ignoring it, a few steps and arrived in front of Tan Ming. Not saying anything, his dark eyes were cold and terrifying. Tan Ming was scared by his eyes and took 2 steps back. Damn it! Reacting to this, Tan Ming stormed out in fury and blasted out a fist, but saw Xiao Chuan just faintly stretch out a hand, and the former's mouth smiled coldly when he saw this. Kid, there's a degree to which you have to pretend. Die for me. When Pei Yuan and his duo saw Xiao Chen being so arrogant, they laughed coldly in their hearts. Conceited fellow, this strike would be difficult for the two of us to withstand, and this son will be seriously injured even if he does not die. This Tan Ming is also considered to have erased a strong enemy for us. Ha ha ha. This son really doesn't put my Tan family in his eyes. A mere peak of the bone-forging realm. Does he really think he's invincible at the same level? The sixth elder didn't avoid the gazes of the crowd in the slightest, a teasing smile on his face, as if he was assured of victory, his heart full of confidence in Tan Ming. Hey! On the seat, the representatives of the forces also shook their heads and sighed when they heard this. Although this son's enlightenment is good, his own cultivation is ultimately no more than the peak of the bone-forging realm, while Tan Ming, who has executed the overlord skill, has a strength that is comparable to the early stage of the refined bowels realm. There is a large realm separating the two, and the highs and lows are immediately obvious. This son's heart still needs to be honed. This little guy, it's going to be okay. Yi Yao clenched the hem of her skirt and pinched the spirit talisman in her hand. She was already prepared to rescue Xiao Chen at any time. After all, in their opinion, fighting across the border was as difficult as heaven, not to mention the difficulty of being separated by a large realm between the two. However, just as the crowd all thought that Xiao Chen would be defeated in this way, a mournful and miserable scream suddenly sounded. What's happening? The crowd followed the sound and looked, only to see that the expected image of Xiao Dust being sent flying did not happen. Instead, Tan Ming's attack was easily grabbed by Xiao Dust, and his entire arm twisted away in an odd position. How is this possible? The sixth elder stood up with his hands on the table, looking at the scene in front of him, shaking his head non-stop, with what appeared to be a hint of scorn in the bottom of his eyes. This little guy. In the direction of the Wuji Holy Land, the boundless Saint King slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Chuan with a few moments of admiration in his eyes as he murmured. By virtue of his stance being instantly powerful, he surprisingly overpowered that Tan Ming, who had executed the overlord skill, with a peak bone forging cultivation level. It seems that this little fellow was even more outstanding than we imagined. It's difficult to do. Speaking here, the boundless Saint King's voice lurched, his eyes flickering as he seemed to be considering something in his heart. After a few breaths, the boundless Saint King guffawed and looked at the middle-aged woman at his side, slowly saying, Aunt Liang, this time, I'm troubling you to make a trip. No harm done. The elder named Aunt Liang understood and slowly got up, gradually disappearing into the crowd. The same situation also happened in several other directions. Qingyan Holy Lord and others saw this. Their complexion was condensed, although they had expected it, but they did not expect these old foxes to start so fast. Ancestor, do we need? Bai Yuanfeng looked at the shadowy departing figure. His eyes sank, and his tone couldn't help but chill. One must know that before this, he had clearly expressed his desire to take Xiao Chen as a disciple in front of everyone, and for these people to dare to do so was simply slapping him in the face. It doesn't matter. Old Ancestor Qingfeng stared tightly at Xiao Chen's departing back as if he wanted to discover some clues from it as he said in a deep voice. This brat is definitely hiding a huge secret on his body, so if you can, try to find a way to keep him as well. My big day is coming and I'm in need of a brand new body right now. Bai Yuanfeng fell into silence after hearing this, and upon seeing him in this state, a trace of disgust spread across the latter's face as he coldly grunted and said, "Don't forget why we pushed for you at that time to become this holy lord simply because you were more obedient. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Bai Yuanfeng's heart was a bit intolerant. He slowly closed his eyes, and after a long period of silence, he finally nodded and said, "Please rest assured, old ancestor, we will definitely do everything we can to allow you, old ancestor, to continue your life for another lifetime." Very good. A smile of satisfaction appeared on the face of old man Qingfeng, and his eyes became more and more satisfied as he looked at Xiao Chen below, but he did not notice in the slightest that in the corner, Lien Yu's eyes that were as cold as ice. "This is what you're forcing me to do. You seek death." Meanwhile, on the cloud ascending ladder, Tan Ming tried to break free from Xiao Chuan's control, but realized that his power was useless in front of Xiao Chuan, and he had no choice but to send a threatening voice. "Kid, my great ancestor is the sixth elder of this holy land. If you don't want to die, then, aha dash." Just as Tan Ming was in the middle of his sentence, a huge force once again came from his arm. Next, the crowd only heard click a crunch. Tan Ming's right hand directly in full view of the public was twisted into a twist. Face twisted, snot and tears. Hiss. Pei Yuan and his duo looked at the miserable state of Tan Ming. Their brows could not help but condense, and they retreated a few steps backward in a vain manner, sucking in a few mouthfuls of cool air from their chests as they looked at Xiao Chen's back with a few scruples in their eyes. This man is a ruthless character. I also hope that we don't encounter this person in the third round of the competition afterward, or else you and I will just have to admit defeat. Pei Yuanmu nodded his head. The other party had subdued Tan Ming with just one move, so he thought that his physical strength was likewise beyond imagination, and said in a deep voice, "This is simply a monster. Little brother is strong." At the 6,000 steps of the cloud ascending ladder, Bai Yu raised his eyes to look at the black-shirted back, his eyes full of envy, his thin fists clenched tightly, and in his heart, he had already taken Xiao Duan as his target. What is wrong with me? Yi Yao covered her heart. There was always a feeling of déjà vu, thumping non-stop, unbridled. At the top of the cloud ascending ladder, the Grand Elder finally spoke out, but did not release his spiritual power, but simply drank. Examination time. Strikes are prohibited. Yes? Xiao Dust turned his head to look at the Grand Elder when he heard this, and his face could not be seen to be the slightest bit flustered. Is there any truth in what I have said? Don't let go yet. Oh, Xiao Dust indifferently loosened his hand and snorted. Did you hear what your lord said? Don't come out and pretend if you don't have some strength. Waste. After saying that, Xiao Chen ignored the man-eating eyes of the Grand Elder and the others, turned around and lifted his steps as he prepared to walk upwards, a sneer if any always hanging at the corner of his mouth as he silently recited in his heart, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fruity. Just as Xiao Chen walked out not more than a few steps, a sudden change occurred, only to see that behind him, Tan Ming, who had already gotten high on a great restorative pill and recovered some of his damage, suddenly became infuriated, and a sage-level magic weapon surfaced in his hand as he unleashed a killing move towards Xiao Chen's back. "Kid, die for me." Ha 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 ha. Tan Ming laughed out loud under his breath, as if he had already seen the image of Xiao Chen dying in front of his eyes, a maniacal smile squeezing out from the corners of his mouth. Asshole. The Qingfeng elder ancestor shot up. His aura surrounding him skyrocketed, his eyes full of horrifying killing intent, glaring angrily at the sixth elder on the sidelines, who glanced at him, only to feel his liver and guts cracking, so frightened that he couldn't speak. At this moment, the sixth elder only wanted to curse his mother in his heart, but there was a hint of luck in his heart. If Tan Ming could succeed in killing him, then the spot to worship under the Qingfeng ancestor would always be his Tan family's. He didn't believe that the old ancestor would abandon him, his loyal dog, for the sake of a junior. Contrary to that, the Holy Lord of Qingyun, who was standing on one side, was secretly pleased in his heart. If Xiao Chuan died because of this, he would not have to be restricted by old man Qingfeng, and he could also eliminate the scourge that was Tan Ming in the process at that time, taking this opportunity to further weaken the Tan family's position in the Qingyun Holy Land. Such a situation was also pleasing to the second and third elders. Almost immediately, the Green Cloud Holy Land side all seemed to have decided that Xiao Chuan was bound to die, and instead of being nervous, an intriguing smile appeared on their faces. Shit, this Qingyun sacred ground is really all a bunch of blood-sucking bats that kill without blinking an eye. The boundless Saint King was furious, but this was the Qingyun sacred ground, so even if she wanted to make a move to save someone, she would have to weigh her options. Let's just pray that this brat is blessed with a great life and cannot die under this strike. Ha ha ha, this stupid thing is finished. Below Pei Yuan and Xian Fong saw Tan Ming storming off, their hearts bursting with joy. No matter what the outcome was, both of them would lose their eligibility to take the next test, clearing up a lot of obstacles on their way forward. Great! In that case, that person will definitely die, and that Tan Ming will be kicked out of this examination for violating the rules of the examination. So everyone will be happy. Not only Pei Yuan and the two of them, along with many of the rest of the top-tier seedlings below them were quick to react and were ecstatic. Little brother, run! Bai Yu shouted anxiously. No! At the top of the ascending cloud ladder, Yi Yao lost her voice and cried out, wanting to make a move, but it was too late, closing her eyes in agony, unable to bear to see the same scene happen again. Lian Yu struggled to get up, but with her current strength at the early stage of the Sage Realm, she was simply unable to break free from the formation set up by Old Man Qingfeng, and sat in the same spot, unable to make a single sound. In the nick of time, many people had closed their eyes, unwilling to look at that scene. However, a moment later, the picture that the crowd expected did not appear, and only a light sentence could be heard ringing in their ears. Just Bai Yu, you are also worthy of using the Overlord technique? I'd say the King's Bastard is more like it. Xiao Chen's voice echoed coldly in the ears of the crowd. Next, a dull metallic collision sounded, only to see that the attack that had originally pushed straight into Xiao Chuan's vitals was stopped by a layer of faint halo, making it difficult to advance any further. How is this possible? Looking at the layer of light curtain on the surface of Xiao Dust's body, Tan Ming's face became unsightly to the extreme as he pulled back and shook his head, somewhat unbelievably meeting Xiao Dust's eyes as he muttered, "No! How did you get a Saint Realm magic weapon? Are you not a pariah like them? No! I don't believe it! Fuck you!" Tan Ming went completely insane, ignoring the sixth elder's reminder in his mind. He once again swung his Saint Realm longsword to slash down towards Xiao Chun, his entire being completely dumbfounded by anger. Oh, not self-serving. As the words fell, the corner of Xiao Dust's mouth lifted slightly, and a powerful aura surged up from his body. Boom! In an instant, his breath began to skyrocket, instantly breaking through to the middle stage of the refined bottom realm. The fluctuations produced by the breakthrough made the entire cloud ascension ladder tremble, and the air around him seemed to be torn apart. A clinical breakthrough? No! You were originally a refined bottom realm cultivator. Tan Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt the pressure of the refined viscera realm coming from Xiao Chen's body. An infinite fear was born in his heart. How is this possible? Pei Yuan and the others saw this and their hearts sank to the bottom along with them. On the seating area, the second elder and the others stood up, their eyes widening as they looked downward at Xiao Chuan, the light in their eyes shining brightly. Such a young refined bottom realm if you can worship in our sect, then in the future golden age, our Green Cloud sect will definitely take its place. I implore Old Ancestor to step in and accept him as a personal disciple, to be taught by you personally, to guard our Green Cloud sect. The second elder and the others didn't know what was going on in the Qingfeng Old Ancestor's mind. They were filled with visions of the future golden great world. On the other hand, Old Ancestor Qingfeng's descriptively withered palms gripped the armrests of the seat with a death grip, the wood shavings in his hands having been crushed to pieces, and a touch of fervor surged from his deeply concave, cloudy eyes. The gaze was appalling as if it wanted to swallow a person in one gulp. In stark contrast to this, Xiao Chen looked at these people with an indifferent face, as if everything that was happening around him had nothing to do with him. Looking at the Holy Lord of Qing Yun on the side, his face was as pale as if he had just been brushed with a layer of white paint, with no blood color to speak of. His eyes were filled with complex emotions of jealousy, unwillingness, and deep regret. Xiao Chuan's outstanding performance made it harder and harder for him to endure inwardly, as all this glory and achievement should have belonged to him, and as long as he worshipped under him, he would be able to ignore everyone's gazes, just like Lian Yu did back then. What about the Holy Lord? What about the old man? It was all supposed to be his. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. Listening to the hoarse and ear-piercing laughter of old man Qingfeng in his ears, a wave of unexplained irritation surged through Bai Yuanfeng's heart. At this moment, it was as if there were countless voices echoing incessantly in his mind. Kill him, kill him, kill him. These voices were like demonic sounds penetrating his ears, constantly eroding his sanity and causing his mind to gradually fall into chaos. After a moment of silence, Old Ancestor Qingfeng's gaze suddenly became sharp as he gazed into the distance, an untamed smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said in a cold voice, "This son, I'm determined to win." Yes, Bai Yuanfeng answered in a low voice before turning around and silently walking towards the back of the great hall. No one noticed that the moment he turned around, a grim to the core smile surfaced on his face. A smile that revealed a determination and ruthlessness that sent shivers down one's spine. Such a heavenly pride, if it falls into the side of the Qing Yun Holy Land. Thinking of this, the boundless Saint King's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze locking with the heavenly sword Saint Lord not far away. and the two instantly reached an alliance. This son shall contend. Well, in the corner, Lian Yu struggled, took out a token from her nascent sack, on which was engraved a cold. She bit the tip of her tongue and dripped a drop of blood on top of the token. Next, the surface of the token lit up with a faint glow, seemingly transmitting something. On the other hand, far away in the northern domain, North Sea State, Cold Frost City, one of the 10 great families, the Cold family, main hall, family master. Something big is wrong. Big deal. The housekeeper, Fu Bo, ran in a panic from outside the main hall, looking with a panicked expression towards the Han family's head, Han Wushuang, who was deliberating on the main hall, holding a dusty token in his hand, with tears rolling vaguely in the corners of his eyes. What's the panic? Cold Wushuang retracted his gaze and frowned slightly. In his impression, since his childhood, Uncle Fu had been working as the housekeeper of the Cold family in several positions, not only to take care of the younger generation of the Cold family, but also to deal with the Cold family's affairs inside and outside. Big and small, he has always been known for his composure, and in this situation he thinks that something important must be going on. Head of house. Uncle Fu wanted to speak but stopped. Han Wushuang understood and looked at the guests on both sides, cupped his fists and said, "I'm sorry, you too. At the moment there are some family matters that still need to be dealt with. Why don't you and I get together some other day? Next time, Mr. Cold will definitely come to the door to make amends and apologize." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the two guests both whisked their sleeves and laughed, rising to their feet to return the greeting with fists. Brother Cold is polite. Seeing how Uncle Fu is like this, I think it must be a big deal. So it would be wrong of the two of us brothers to intrude any further. Brother Gu has a good point. Brother Cold, we will leave first. Good. Cold Wushuang didn't say anything more and looked to the maid on the side and instructed, "Send the two family heads one step. Family Master Gu, Family Master Lin. This way please." Aha. After saying that, the two of them walked all the way towards the outer courtyard under the guidance of the maid. Fu Bar, say it. After the two left, Mr. and Mrs. Cold Wushuang looked at Uncle Fu, their eyes calm, as if they were mentally prepared. Master of the house, Mother-in-Chief. Fu Bo cried out softly, then spread out his palm to reveal the token inside that was stained with the slightest trace of blood, raised his hand, tearful eyes to Miss She is still alive. What? Gaze. Cold Wushuang's body trembled as he excitedly took the token and carefully scrutinized the bloodstains on it, confirming that there was no mistake, and then burst into old tears. After so many years, there is finally news of Yuer. Quickly tell me, where is Miss She now? Cold Wushuang asked eagerly. Uncle Fu wiped away his tears and said with a slow breath, "The token shows that Miss is now in the vicinity of the desolate domains Qingyun Holy Land. Just now, the token suddenly issued a warning, so I think Miss is in danger. However, judging from the token signs, the young lady's breath is smooth, so perhaps she should have been forcibly imprisoned by the people of the Green Cloud Holy Land. Bold, this Qingyun Holy Land dares to imprison my Han Wushuang's precious daughter." As the words fell, Han Wushuang's cultivation at the peak of the Saint Exalted Realm erupted with a roar, and he immediately ordered to, "Uncle Fu, order someone to prepare the immortal boat. I'm going to make a trip to the Holy Land of the Green Clouds in person." "Yes, Family Master. I will go and organize it now." "Well, it has to be fast." "Understood." After saying that, Uncle Fu waved his sleeve and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, bowed and bid farewell before quickly leaving to organize affairs. Right now, their lady was in danger, and everything was naturally the faster the better. "Sagittarius, we've finally found Yuer. Don't worry ma'am, I will definitely bring Yuer back." Aha! At this moment, within the Green Cloud Holy Land, Xiao Chuan displayed a shocking strength that attracted the attention of various forces. Boom boom! Xiao Chuan knocked Tan Ming off the cloud ascending ladder with a punch and crashed hard towards the mountainside position. The former slowly withdrew his hand, collected his breath and looked at the paralyzed Tan Ming as he calmly said, "A waste. How dare you call yourself an overlord? You?" Tan Ming's blood churned after hearing this. His eyes went black, and he completely fainted. Seeing this, he calmly turned around, his eyes looking at the two remaining Pei Yuan, and said indifferently, "You are his friends. Do you want to come and try as well?" Pei Yuan and Qian Fang glanced at each other, both seeing fear in each other's eyes, and hurriedly shook their heads. "No, no, no, we have nothing to do with him." Ha! Seeing this, Xiao Dust did not care and continued to climb towards the top of the mountain. Yi Yao looked at Xiao Chuan's departing figure. A trace of color flashed in her eyes as she murmured in a low voice, "What exactly is this person's origin? P.S. Please give me some gifts." There were no words along the way. Xiao Dust successfully ascended to the top, and no one dared to stop him again. The Temple of the Green Cloud. Climbing up the ladder of ascending clouds, Xiao Dust arrived in front of a hall. Looking at the name on the plaque, his expression was a bit dazed for a moment. In front of the hall, in addition to Yi Yao Yao, there were also 2 disciples standing in front of the hall. When they saw Xiao Dust arriving, they immediately greeted him, with a smile on their faces. This senior brother, congratulations on becoming the first place winner of the first round of examinations in this recruitment ceremony. As a reward, this boundary-breaking pill will be gifted to you by the clan. If you believe in us, you can find a futon to sit on at this moment and wait for the rest of the people to complete their examinations and begin the second round of examinations. Xiao Chuan took the handed-over realm-breaking pill and stuffed it into his mouth in one bite and chewed it like candy, then directly ignored the several disciples and came to the rest area on one side and casually found a futon to sit on and began to close his eyes and rest his mind. Elder Yi. Seeing this, the 2 Qin Yun disciples looked at each other with some embarrassment on their faces, not knowing what to say. Elder Yi, are you alright? Want to take a break? Hearing the voices of the 2 disciples in her ears, Yi Yao finally came back to her senses and hurriedly responded, there's no harm in it, just let him go. Yes. Seeing that Yi Yao had no opinion, the 2 disciples had no choice but to call it quits and continued back to the cloud ascending ladder, preparing to receive the next wave of disciples. As for Yi Yao, she was gazing at the side face in fascination, her eyes slightly trembling, as if there was water mist surging, her red lips lightly biting, murmuring, is it you, Junior? I didn't realize that this former confidant of yours had guessed it was you at a glance. Love is deeply rooted. On the futon, Peach's voice resounded in Xiao Chen's mind. His tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, his heart touched and he sighed. Still recognized? Hey, many things are all the word of fate. If there is fate, this life will not be responsible for her. If there is no fate, why should we ever meet each other? Let bygones be bygones. After saying that, Xiao Chen's eyes reclosed as if he had fallen asleep, waiting for the examination to end. Boy, is that you? Suddenly, a youthful voice resounded in Xiao Chen's mind, and upon hearing the familiar voice, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he replied along with this divine sense fluctuation. Worthy of being the Green Sky Emperor's sword senior, this is all recognized by you. It was not that the Qingxiao Emperor's sword recognized Xiao Dust, but rather, it was the break that he had intentionally revealed, and coupled with the agreement he had made with the other party when he had previously descended from the mountain. It was inevitable that the former would associate it with him. Ha! The Qingxiao sword laughed bitterly and said somewhat in a bad mood. How many cultivators under the sky can understand the dead center of the overlord technique so well? Other than Qingxiao, it's only you, kid. It's hard for the old man not to guess. Is that so? Xiao Dust laughed out loud. Not even he himself had noticed a bit. This point do not need to care. This magic skill in addition to the original Qingxiao and I, absolutely no fourth person knows where the dead center is. Even if it is those above the juniors cannot see what the name to. But then again, your kid's realm. What's going on? Why can't even I see through it anymore? The sword spirit of the green sky sword was currently sitting in front of the bed in the wooden house, looking at Xiao Chuan in the mirror, and a trace of eccentricity flashed in its eyes. To be honest, if Xiao Chuan hadn't hit Tan Ming's dead center with a single blow, he wouldn't have been able to recognize the other party. In the face of the Qingxiao Emperor's sword, Xiao Chen seemed to still be in a child's mindset as he cheerfully laughed and said, Senior, you might as well guess. Forget it. The Green Sky Emperor's sword didn't seem to have that kind of interest and just reminded, right now, no one knows your identity except me. So before the second round of the examination begins, you brat just try to be as peaceful as you can for me. When the second round of examinations begins, I will descend my will to choose you as an heir. When the examination is over, come to the hut. I will personally escort you, and after you have reabsorbed the origin power of the overwhelming heavenly divine body, I will find an opportunity to send you down the mountain. Qing Yun is beyond help. The Qingxiao Emperor's sword seemed to know some of the inner workings of the Qing Yuns, and his words were full of inescapability, which could not help but cause Xiao Dust to furrow his brows, and with some uncertainty, he could not help but follow up with a question. Elder Emperor's sword, what do you mean by that? The Qingxiao Emperor's sword seemed to have long anticipated that he would ask this question, and after a moment of silence, he sighed long and slowly said, this matter is a long story. You are now separated from Qing Yun, so you don't need to know about these matters anymore. When it's done, you just head to the central state. With your sword Dao talent it's not hard to join Sword Mountain, and with their heritage, there might still be a chance of survival in the future. At those words, Xiao Chen's heart instantly lifted, and he wanted to continue to ask again, but the Qingxiao Emperor's sword had already snuffed out its previous connection with him and fell back into dead silence. It seems that this Qing Yun Holy Land still has secrets that I hadn't discovered in my previous life. The way things are going is really getting interesting. After saying that, Xiao Chuan reclosed his eyes and his divine sense twisted into a thin thread as he kept probing in the direction of the main peak of the green cloud. For some reason, he had a vague feeling in his heart that the thing hidden behind the green sky emperor's sword was down here. Ha! Junior brother, did you feel it too? Suddenly, Peach and Xiao Chen both failed to hold back a soft eep, as his divine sense extended deeper and deeper into Qing Yun Peak. An aura that made the two of them feel nauseous and scornful from the depths of their soul's origin suddenly appeared. Hiss! The aura seemed to have sensed Xiao Chuan's divine sense and actually followed his divine sense upstream, coming straight to his sea of consciousness. How is this possible? Xiao Chuan's face changed greatly when he felt that aura approaching, and he wanted to sever the connection with that divine sense, but he found that his divine sense was like being stuck in a quagmire, making it difficult to move. Seeing that the aura was getting closer and closer, Xiao Chuan's forehead oozed fine beads of sweat and his heart cried out that it was not good. The moment that breath was about to rush into the sea of consciousness, a golden light flew out of his body and transformed into a giant sword, blocking the front of his sea of consciousness. Aha! The moment that breath touched the golden light, it let out a sharp chirp and then receded like a tidal wave. Who dash? Xiao Chuan let out a long breath, and his heart secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, when he left the gate previously, he had cultivated the Great Diffusion Divine skill to the third layer and condensed this strand of Great Diffusion Divine Light. Otherwise, consequences would be unimaginable. Senior sister, do you know what that wisp of black gas was just now? Sister? Sister? What's wrong with you? Seeing that Peach was slow to speak, Xiao Chen could not help but feel a bit worried, and his voice tone lowered a few degrees. Junior brother. After a long period of silence, Peach's hand propped up his chin and said with a grave expression, that thing in the square. I seem to know where it came from. Really? Sister. Peach nodded and said in a deep voice. Before the Emperor even left the Heavenly Pale Realm, he had recounted to me about the matter of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons. Extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Hearing these 4 words, Xiao Chen could not help but feel his scalp tingle, and his heart still palpitated when he recalled the scene just now. Nice. Listening to what the Emperor said, the extraterrestrial heavenly devils have been around for a long time, and seem to come from another universe. And the living beings of this universe were all infested with a nameless evil aura, turning into evil devils with no will. The wisp of aura we felt earlier should be the extraterrestrial evil chi that the Emperor was talking about. This creature is ferocious in nature and swallows everything. If it wasn't for the fact that the Great Diffusion Divine Light can isolate all evil spirits, I'm afraid that in the future you, senior brother, will be infested by that extraterrestrial evil aura day and night until you're completely devoured by it and transformed into an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Why is there an aura of extraterrestrial evil at the bottom of this Qing Yun Holy Land? It's hard to believe that. Xiao Chuan could not help but frown at the thought, guessing in his heart that this was related to the information concealed by the Qing Shao Emperor sword, and questioned, Senior sister, could it be that Senior has not said how to crack this extraterrestrial evil chi? Naturally, there is. Peach nodded and laughed. If not, why would the Emperor set comprehending the Great Diffusion Divine skill as the first level of the test? Among other things, there is another spell in your hand that can break this move. What? Xiao Chuan's eyes widened in curiosity, only to hear Peach slowly spit out 4 words. Heaven-swallowing devil technique. It's actually it. Well, I once heard the Emperor mention the heaven-swallowing demon emperor more than once, and his words were full of regret, saying that if the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had succeeded in devouring this side of the heavenly Tao, by virtue of the heaven-swallowing demon technique that had reached its perfection, he could have completely wiped out all of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, and eliminated the future troubles forever. It's just a shame. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor failed and was revolted by the heavenly Tao, and before he died, he found the last crack in the gong method to perfect it, and then he desperately pulled the 9 great emperor realm extraterrestrial heavenly demons into the seal, leaving only a trace of his residual thoughts outside to search for the next heir. I think that for you to be chosen by it in the first place, junior brother, it must be that the heaven-swallowing remnant saw a glimmer of hope in you, and that's why this complete heaven-swallowing demonic technique was passed on to you, but never thought that in the end was taken by that Yifan. Perhaps, sometime in the future, we have. At the end of the sentence, both of them were silent, with the answer already in their hearts. So, is this the reason why I was chosen to be the one to answer the calamity? Xiao Chuan laughed bitterly, inexplicably feeling somewhat absurd while feeling a somewhat heavy burden on his shoulders. Maybe, Peachy didn't know how to comfort Xiao Chuan, and could only console him. Senior brother, don't worry. In this life there is me and old man Ao, as well as Linger and those girls. Besides, the Emperor will definitely not stand idly by at a critical time. Don't worry. Big deal. Let's be senior brothers and sisters again in the next life. Senior sister. Thank you. After Peach's mouth, Xiao Chuan's mood did improve quite a bit, and he lost his smile and said, "It's strange to say that I would still be afraid of death when I was originally someone who had died once. Now that Yi Fan is dead, my long-cherished wish has gone 2 or 3. How do you figure my life has been worth it?" Woo woo. Saying that, Peach suddenly pretended to cry and wail, grunting, "Why didn't senior brother recognize me in my previous life? To make us meet only in this life? That's not fair. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled happily and was just about to say something when his consciousness was pulled back to the outside world. Dang! The bell rings for the end of the assessment. Is the test over already? Xiao Chuan slowly opened his eyes, into the eyes of the futon surrounded by a lot of people. At that time no one dared to casually approach within 3 feet of where Xiao Chuan was, far away. For that, he didn't care. Sweep around. Xiao Dust found quite a few familiar people. Besides Pei Yuan and that Qian Fong, he also found a few more outstanding juniors from his previous life when he was in the Holy Land, and he lamented in his heart that things were different. Tan Ming was unsurprisingly eliminated outright and taken away by the Tan family themselves. Tap 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 dash. Alright, gentlemen. Just as the crowd was chatting feverishly, 2 disciples in charge came walking. Yi Yao walked in the center. Her complexion looked to have recovered. Her clear eyes swept over the crowd. Unusually calm. This is the spiritual residue of the meditation spell. Elder sister she. With Xiao Chuan's current cultivation level and eyesight from his previous life, he could see the change in Yi Yao's body with a glance and complex emotions. I'm sure everyone is curious about the content of the second round of assessment. Yi Yao's crisp voice rang out. It's very simple. Later on I will open a teleportation array to teleport you all to the sword mound. If you all can get the sword Dao inheritance inside, then you can become the inner disciple recruited by the Qingyan sect this time. Sure enough, the crowd clamored, their eyes filled with anticipation. Of course, what shocked them was naturally not because they could become inner disciples of the Qingyan Holy Land, but rather the divine body origin that Xiao Chen had left behind in the Holy Land in the first place. This was also the reason why this recruitment ceremony was still so hot. So it is. Xiao Dust's heart stirred as he remembered that there was no such link in his previous life, and this should have been deliberately arranged by the Emperor Sword Senior for his arrival. At this moment, Yi Yao looked at Xiao Chuan and a trace of complex emotion flashed through her beautiful eyes. She said softly, "Xiao Chuan, you are the first to pass the first round of the examination. I hope that you will also have an outstanding performance in the next examinations." Xiao Chuan nodded slightly. He sensed Yi Yao's goodwill, but his heart told him that he had to forget about this relationship between the two for the time being. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Understood. Since that's the case, then the second round of the enlightenment test officially begins. The words fell. Yi Yao palm appeared a formation disc, on which codified a dense pattern of formation. With her spiritual energy into it, a burst of light flashes. The teleportation array from the feet of all the people lit up. Open. Swish. Swish. With Yi Yao's order, the figures of Xiao Chen and the others disappeared one by one and were teleported into the sword mound. After an instant, only Xiao Chen was left in the room. The moment their gazes met, a faint smile appeared on the latter's face, and Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Everything was in the air. Take care along the way. Next, Xiao Chen only felt the sky spinning in front of him. His body lost its direction and fell into a darkness. P.S. Update. About 4 or 5 more to go. Muslin up. Hiss. In a moment of dizziness, Xiao Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were on a barren sandy slope with a blood-red sky that reflected the earth. Clank. Clang. As he looked around, he only saw countless swords stuck in the ground, emitting gusts of sword sounds that constantly reverberated on the sandy slope. This is the sword mound. What a strong sword intent. Xiao Chuan could not help but feel an overpowering sword intent just by standing there, which made his hairs stand on end. Kid, how does this sword Dao of mine compare to that of yours? Suddenly, the voice of the Qingxiao Emperor's sword once again resounded in Xiao Chuan's mind, and the latter gave a start as he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Elder Emperor's sword. This is the Emperor's sword Dao that you are using. How can I compare my sword Dao, which is even stronger, if it is a few points weaker from the root? Ha ha ha. The Qingxiao Emperor's sword sniffed and laughed like a beating drum, shaking Xiao Chen's head. He couldn't help but lament in his heart that even though his strength was now comparable to that of a half-emperor, he was still powerless in front of such a senior who could truly exert the strength of the emperor realm. It was no wonder that the Qingxiao Emperor's sword had not cared about his cultivation level at this moment before. The only sword that slaughters the sword Dao Emperor. 1 sword is not enough. Then 2 swords, 3 swords, 4 swords, until death. Kid, see that sword on top of the sword mound? Close the sound. Xiao Dust raised his eyes to look above the sandy slope, and at the very top, there was a long green-colored sword inserted, which emanated an incomparably stern sword intent. as if it was the master of this piece of heaven and earth. That's green sky sword. Xiao Dust gazed at the sword, and a look of awe passed through his eyes. Nice. That is exactly what I am. The voice of the green heavenly emperor's sword resounded in Xiao Chuan's mind. It is likewise the core of this sword mound, as long as you are able to pluck it up. In addition to your divine body origin, you can additionally obtain my inheritance. Gulp. Xiao Chuan took a deep breath after hearing this. Right now his sword Dao had already regained the peak of his previous life, and then after the quenching of the Hongmeng purple qi, in 3 years' time, his sword Dao had already comprehended the sword Dao domain, but despite this, there was still a considerable gap between it and the Emperor Realm's sword Dao. If he could comprehend the inheritance in the Green Sky Emperor's sword and incorporate more experiences, he would make the sword Dao domain even more perfect. At that time, even if they were not able to defeat the Emperor Realm, they would still have the power to fight. However, right now, the extraterrestrial heavenly demon that was hidden under the Green Cloud Holy Land was Xiao Chen's greatest worry. Perhaps, this had something to do with the inexplicable disappearance of the Qing Shao Emperor's sword in his previous life. In his previous life, he had a defective heart, and his sword heart was not the same as in the past, and the Qingshao Emperor's sword did not come into contact with him after that, so he thought that he was disappointed in his heart. With this thought, Xiao Chen nodded and said, since Senior has said so, then Junior will not be polite. Go on. I've also got some interesting opponents coming your way this time. As the words fell, the sound and shadow of the Qingshao Emperor's sword disappeared once again, leaving only Xiao Dust behind. In the meantime, at the Green Cloud Holy Land Square, the crowd looked at the image projected above the square and couldn't help but analyze it. I heard that this time, your sect has made changes to the Enlightenment examination this time, and I wonder if it's true or not. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuanfeng's tea-serving motion lurched, the corner of his mouth pulling out a smile of embarrassment, and as he was about to speak, an unrivaled sword intent suddenly erupted from the direction of Qingshao Peak. This is... The representatives of a group of forces stopped the movements in their hands and raised their eyes to look in the direction of the Green Sky Peak, and a grand voice that sounded like a flood bell rang in their ears. The purpose of this examination is not only to select disciples for the Green Cloud Sacred Ground, but also to find the next successor for the body origin. Anyone who wishes to participate in this examination can try, regardless of power. Boom! The moment the words fell, an identical formation once again rose in the center of the square, just as if it was the same as the one used by Xiao Chuan and the others before. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the forces were finally unable to hold back their temperament and raised their eyes to Bai Yuanfeng, forcing their eyes to say, Sacred Lord Qing Yun, is it true that the Emperor's Sword Elder's piercing eyes are real? Sovereign Xian Yan, since Senior Emperor's Sword opened his mouth, how could it be false? The Heavenly Sword Sage Lord was watching from the sidelines, grabbing the first step and arching his fire. The Heavenly Sword Sage Lord is right. It's the old man who has a rat's eye. The Xianyan sect master was a small red-haired old man at the peak of the Saint Zun realm, and at this moment, that old face of his was just smiling like a chrysanthemum. Seeing the Heavenly Sword Sage Lord speak before himself, Bai Yuanfeng's face darkened, his fists hidden under the table clenched tightly, and he said with a forced smile on the surface, Fellow Daoist Heavenly Sword has a good point. Since Elder Emperor Sword has already spoken, we have no right to decide on this matter, so all of you can just make yourselves at home. Ha ha ha, gentlemen, why don't you gather the disciples and act quickly? When the disciples of the various sects heard this, they were eager to give it a try. For a time, the entire square was abuzz with people. Master, what should we do? On the side of the boundless Saint King, a female disciple wearing a silver robe with a heroic face and delicate features attached to her ear asked softly, could this be a trap for the Green Cloud Holy Land? Upon hearing this, the boundless Saint King frowned slightly and was first silent, then shook his head and said softly, I once heard my ancestors say that the Green Sky Emperor's sword is a sword of justice. Its sword spirit is also a person with a heart for the world, or else that Xiao Chen wouldn't have given it something as important as that before he died. With that, the boundless Saint King sidled up to gently caress his disciple's head and softly said, Evening Harvest, bring a few disciples who have comprehended the sword intent over there. Aye, Master. Su Evening Cheng answered and got up, then prepared to go forward to gather the disciples. Right. Hearing her master call out to her, Su Evening Cheng was a bit puzzled. Master, what else is going on? After going in, if you are unable to comprehend the sword intent, you will find an opportunity to contact this person to see if you can pull this person into my Wuji Holy Land. As for the conditions, speaking of this, the boundless Saint King's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze burningly staring at Xiao Chuan and the projected water, a look of determination on his face as he firmly said, pull him into my Wuji Holy Land at all costs, even if it means giving his body to him. Hearing that her own master's father had gone out of his way to ask himself to give his body in order to pull Xiao Chuan into worshipping the Holy Land, a hint of displeasure appeared on Su Evening Qing's face. In terms of her talent and cultivation, she was now at the divine bridge completion. Within 10 years will be able to break through the saint realm, and she is now only 400 years old. In the cultivators still belongs to the younger generation. To ask her and a little kid to be a Taoist couple, this is really, it's so humiliating. If this were to be known by one's senior siblings, wouldn't one become a joke in the Wuji Holy Land? After thinking about it, she said with some speechlessness, Master, however, the boundless Saint King didn't give it a chance to retort at all, and without looking back, he said, Evening Harvest, do you understand what Master means? Mastermind, do you understand? The boundless Saint King emphasized again. Upon hearing this, Su Evening Qing completely died and had to nod her head. Disciple understands. The disciple takes his leave. After arching her hand in farewell, Su Evening Qing gritted her teeth and sought out a few sword cultivators from the disciples who had come to join her towards the teleportation spell formation in the center of the square. In the same vein were the Yao Qi Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and the rest of the dozens of first-rate sects present, who successively sent their sword cultivation disciples inside to take part in the examination. Kai! Swish! 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 Teleportation rays lit up one after another, and a figure quickly disappeared. Jia. Since they found me, they will all stay here today. On the main seat of the high platform, the Qingfo mold ancestor, who had been reticent to speak, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with an evil sinister aura. His eyes grotesquely stared at the disciple in the picture, and he Jia laughed strangely. In the center of his palm there is a clearly visible sword marks, blood dripping, black as ink, emitting a zzz sound. Phew! Underneath the sandy slope of the sword mound, Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and there were already quite a few disciples on the left and right sides who were walking towards those precious swords in an attempt to sense the inheritance of the Tao of the sword within them. There were only a scattering of 10 or so people still walking towards the top of the sword mound. After observing for a few moments, he realized that on the way of this climb, apart from encountering the sword intent attacks that the sword mound contained, from time to time, he would also be pulled into its unique environment by the sword blades on the side. It's about time. Let's go. Xiao Chuan fixed his mind and took a step towards the top of the sword mound, and with every step, he could feel the overpowering sword intent getting stronger and stronger, as if it was a huge mountain pressing down on his body. His movement quickly drew the attention of many disciples, and Bai Yu and the others all had a hint of anticipation in their eyes. He's starting. Rumble. The moment the words of the crowd fell, in an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the electricity flashed and thundered. Woo-woo. Above the sword mound, a gale suddenly blew. Invisible, Xiao Chuan could feel a powerful sword intent squeezing toward himself. Boo! Next, his sword intent surged out from his body with a roar. The majestic sword intent was like a sea of ocean. In just an instant, the two strands of sword intent swelled and erupted into a shocking wave of air, almost lifting the crowd out of the room. Astonishment written all over each face. How is this possible? How could he have comprehended sword intent so quickly? How old is he? For the crowd's surprise, Xiao Chen turned a deaf ear. He quietly stood in place. He closed his eyes and felt the sword intent around him. The heaven-swallowing devil sun in the Qi-Si world of his body quietly operated. Wisps of sword intent surged towards his body. This is Kendo affinity? In the void of space, the Qingxiao Emperor's sword looked at the scene below. A flash of suspicion flashed across his eyes as he murmured, when did this kid have such deep attainments in the Tao of the sword? These sword intentions actually took the initiative to seek out this kid. It's not too shameless, right? Whoosh, whoosh, beneath the sandy slope of the sword mound. As soon as the figures of Su Evening Qing and the others appeared, they heard the person in their ear exclaim out in shock. Quickly look, isn't that kid? That beside him is sword intent. I'll go. No way. He's only been in here for how long? How could he have comprehended sword intent? What? He has already comprehended the sword intent? Upon hearing this, Su Evening Qing was startled and stared with wide eyes, and after reconfirming that the person above her was Xiao Chen, her grip on the sword tightened and a hint of entanglement appeared above her face. I cultivate so far more than 400 years, 7 years old practicing sword. After more than 100 years before comprehending the Qingxia sword meaning, Master praised me already as the sword road wizard. But the good times are not long. In the past, there was the holy son of Qingyun who comprehended sword intent at the age of 28 and crushed his peers. And then there was this nameless person who comprehended sword intent in half a moment. Could it be that this holy land of green clouds not be able to restrain me? The more Su Evening Qing said, the more furious she became in her heart. And in the same situation as her were those fellow sword cultivators on her side. their breathing obviously aggravated by a few points. Outside, the heavenly sword sacred lord looked at the image in the mirror, his eyes bursting with light, his fists clicking as he tried to suppress his inner excitement and lowered his voice. This son's sword Dao talent is truly astonishing. No matter what, we must pull him into my heavenly sword holy land. Second elder, the old man is here. A blind old man with white hair answered at his side. Pass the order to have the grand elder notify the old ancestor and the others to prepare to come over and snatch them. Holy Lord is wise. As the words fell, the second elder seemed as if he had never come, and his figure fluttered out of sight. At this moment, the only one who was still calm was the Yaoqi Holy Land. Yao Light Dance was sitting on the seat, gently shaking the wine cup in her hand, her tone regretful. It's a pity that my Yaoqi has always not accepted male disciples. Otherwise, if this is a diamond in the rough, we will have to fight for it. Turning back, we can let Fair walk around more with this person, which is not a bad thing. However, at the moment, there is still no answer as to who the winner will be, so I'm afraid we'll have a good show later. Not far away, the boundless Saint King's brows were tightly frowned. The current situation had just exceeded her expectations. Previously, the peerless Saint Land could still compete. After all, the heavily sword 3 Saint Lands belonged to the same side. As today's sword Saint Land came down, this fight would only become more confusing. Let's see if evening can convince him. Hey, stare, in the sword mound. Suddenly, Xiao Dust's heart stirred as if he had captured something subtle and snapped his eyes open, heading in a direction. There, he saw a worn longsword, its blade covered in cracks, but exuding a unique charm. Xiao Chuan reached out and gripped the hilt of the sword, and in an instant, an ancient and mysterious power was transmitted into his body. A picture emerged in his mind, all about the past of this sword. Dusty Heart, so that's your name. Clank. In an instant, a powerful force surged to his heart. Xiao Chuan felt as if he had become one with the sword. As he pulled it out with force, the green light flashed, and the layer of rust on the surface of the dusty heart automatically detached itself, revealing the greenish-white sword body underneath, and the sword aura rushed to the sky. From this day forward, you are my sword. Kendo Dusty Heart. P.S. The weekend is over. Your righteous father has no small gift. Hungry. Clang. Steeply, the dusty heart erupted a shocking sword sound. The aftermath of the sound stirred, as if in response to Xiao Dust. What a psychic sword soldier. This sword is only one step away from giving birth to a spirit. As long as it drips in essence blood it will be able to, transforming the mortal into an immortal and achieving a holy realm spiritual treasure. This son is truly a demon. Then again, Kendo Dust Heart, that name seems to have been heard somewhere. That said, I've heard of it before. On the Green Cloud Square, the forces looked at the green-bladed sword blade in the mirror, seemingly recalling something, yet it was difficult to recall it for a moment, shaking their heads repeatedly. This sword is the property of my master ancestor, the Qingfeng Half-Emperor. Suddenly, Qingyang Peak Master's voice rang out from the right side of the square, waking up the crowd. Qingfeng Half-Emperor. So it's him. Upon hearing this, a look of realization appeared on the faces of all of them, and a stalwart-faced chivalrous man vaguely appeared in front of their eyes, which was mesmerizing. I didn't expect it to actually be Senior Qingfeng. Regarding the rumors of the Qingfeng Half-Emperor, Saint King Boundless had also heard of them. Legend has it that it was a generation of legends in the Qingyun Holy Land, with a mediocre background and mediocre qualifications, but only love for the sword path, practicing the sword path for thousands of years and finally realizing the meaning of the sword, and stepping into the threshold of the sword cultivation. In the years that followed, the Qingfeng Half-Emperor was in no man's land, his cultivation growing by leaps and bounds, and the sword path in his hands became more and more exquisite. Perhaps Qingfeng's appearance had surprised the crowd too much. Without waiting for them to react, he had already achieved the peak of questioning, asking for the top of this world. This is also one of the few times in the history of the Qingyun Holy Land that a peak master surpassed the cultivation of a holy master. Qingyang Peak also jumped to become the first of the 7 peaks under its influence, affecting countless people. It's just a pity that the heroes are late and can't resist the erosion of the years after all. After returning from an outing, the Qingfeng Half-Emperor was seriously injured, and the Dusty Heart Sword also lost its spirituality due to the excessive consumption of its origin, and in the end, he was unable to break through the death barrier, and sat down on top of Qingyang Peak. Thereafter, the Dusty Heart Sword was also taken away by the Qingshao Emperor's sword and inserted into the sword mound to contain its spirituality. Generations of Qingyang Peak disciples had tried to pull it out, but failed. It's a sad sight to see today. God's will. Qingyang Peak Master shook his head inside. The Dusty Heart Sword that he had painstakingly pursued for most of his life. He did not expect it to be taken away by Xiao Dust just like this. It would be a lie to say that he was not heartbroken. Master, are you alright? Qinglinger sat on the side of Qingyang Fengzhu, her eyes filled with heartache. Don't worry, Qingyang Peak Master gently stroked his disciple's head and smiled. Master isn't so bad as to bother with a junior. Besides, the spirit sword has a spirit and will choose its own master. I think this son must be the one who best fits his heart. This son's talent you have also seen. In the future if he worships in my Green Cloud Holy Land, Linger you can also move around with it more. Nowadays there are no female disciples in the generation except you. As the saying goes, close to the water is the first place to get the moon. You don't need your master to teach you this truth, do you? Upon hearing this, Qinglinger lowered her head for a while in silence. Her face seemed to be torn. And seeing this, the Qingyang Peak Master shook his head slightly and said with some heartache, Are you still thinking about that child Xiaochun? Senior. Qinglinger's eyes were dark. Liking Xiaochun had always been a secret in her heart, and she had wanted to express her feelings to him after her trip to the Void Sky secret realm. But the sky does not meet people's wishes. That day she temporarily received the master's mission arrangements, but when she returned from the mountain only to know the sad news of Xiaochun's death, the grief she was in a coma for 3 days. Hey! Seemingly unable to bear to see his own disciple like this, Peak Master Qingyang waved his hand and comforted. This matter lies with me. Since you don't want to, then forget about it. Master doesn't force it. Aha! In the meantime, below the sandy slope, many knowledgeable sword cultivators could see Dusty Heart's state at the moment and were envious. Senior sister, his sword Dao talent is so strong. I'm afraid that even the Xiao Duan from back then would find it difficult to match it. Yes? Su Evening Qing murmured softly as she listened to the praise of her senior sister on her side. Her complexion somewhat moved as she lifted her eyes anew to look at Xiao Chen on top of the sandy slope, who was dressed in a black power suit and had a straight posture, just like an unshakable mountain. His face was sharply defined as if it was cut by a knife. His eyebrows revealed a sense of perseverance and boldness, and his eyes were deep and bright, as if they were the brightest stars in the night sky, glittering. Sha. Standing in the wind, Xiao Chen's hair fluttered with the wind, wanton and open, and he carried an invisible pressure between his hands and feet. Ha! Xiao Dust held the dusty heart in his hand and turned to look back with sharp eyes. The rest of the people saw this and subconsciously took a few steps back, but then immediately realized that something was wrong and their hearts were shocked. This person's Dao heart has never been seen in his life. Su Evening Qing had to recognize Xiao Chen's excellence at this moment and looked at the few disciples behind her and said, Everything will be acted according to what Master said. Set off. Yes. Seeing Xiao Duan behaving like this, the crowd of boundless Holy Land sword cultivators were all energized, their eyes raging with battle intent as they swarmed in unison in the direction of the sandy slope, their speed extremely fast. Not far away, a group of people from the Yaoqi Holy Land were clustered around a young girl's side, and all of them looked nervous as they asked in a low voice, Your Highness, what should we do now? The woman who was called Her Highness the Holy Maiden was none other than Yao Fei. At this moment, she was silent, her pair of beautiful eyes moving, and was staring at Xiao Chen above her in a daze, murmuring in a low voice, Why does this person give me a feeling that is so familiar? Fei? The senior sister beside her, Yao Lan, saw that she was somewhat lost in thought and called out softly. However, Yao Fei didn't seem to notice and remained immersed in her thoughts. Fifi, what are you thinking? Elder sister raised her volume again, and this time, she finally caught Yao Fei's attention. She snapped back to her senses and looked at her senior sister, saying somewhat blankly, Oh, nothing, senior sister. Seeing this, senior sister smiled and comforted. You've been too paranoid lately. The Holy Lord said that Yao Xian had died in the Xin Tian mysterious realm, so you should stop imagining things. Now, you only need to be the Holy Maiden in peace. Until you break through the Holy Realm, it will be the time to succeed the Holy Lord. I understand. Senior sister, Yao Fei nodded in understanding. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, then looked at the surrounding Yaoqi disciples. Her gaze became firm and steady, and she said in a deep voice, Yaoqi disciples, listen to the order. As far as possible, look for a suitable sword intent to absorb. As for that Qingxiao sword inheritance, take what you can get. Depart. Yes. At this moment, on top of the sandy slope, Su Evening Qing and her group had already arrived near Xiao Chen, who only glanced at them faintly and turned around to walk towards higher ground. Seeing the other party ignoring himself, Su Evening Qing was furious, and instantly disregarded the situation, stomped his feet, and followed up with reckless temper, seemingly wanting to compete. Senior sister Seeing this, the rest of the boundless Holy Land disciples let out a long sigh of helplessness, then said, Let's senior sister go. Let's try the difficulty of this sword mound first. It'll have to do. After saying that, several people released their own sword intent to merge with the sword intent in the sword mound, closing their eyes to quietly feel the Tao rhythm in it, and their speed was so fast that it far exceeded that of Pei Yuan and the others. Senior sister, you lead them to seek out a place to sense. I want to walk upwards. Good. Yao Lan saw what was in Yao Fei Fei's mind and did not say anything more. Turning to look at the disciples behind her, she commanded, everyone leave for me. Although the sword mound was a sandy slope, it was not low in height, around 300 meters. Looking down from above, every corner of the sandy slopes is filled with dusty sword blades, waiting for someone with a destiny. I must have seen you somewhere. Wait for me. Looking at Xiao Chen's back, Yao Fei Fei's heart became more and more certain of the intuition in her heart that she and Xiao Chen had definitely met, and it was not as simple as just having met. After saying that, she surrounded herself with sword intent, and instead of feeling in place like the rest of the people, she utilized her sword intent to wrap herself up and use it to defend herself against the wind and sand along the path ahead of her. Ha! Xiao Chen also noticed the two behind him, and a wisp of sword intent was released from his fingertips. The corners of Xiao Dust's mouth rose slightly and he did not care as he continued to move forward towards the high ground. The higher up he went, the greater the wind and sand became, and the more powerful the sword intent became. However, his pace was always steady, and the dusty heart in his hand continuously emitted a buzzing sound, as if it was resonating with the surrounding sword intent. The two girls, Yao Fei Fei, clenched their teeth and followed behind with difficulty. Boom! Immediately, the sword mound was filled with fierce winds, sand and dust. The sword intent scattered throughout the sky became violent. Xiao Chen's wisp of sword intent seemed like a large hand that stirred the winds and clouds, and the higher one went in the sword mound, the more the crowd felt the pressure multiply. Who dash! A gust of wind came and swept up the yellow sand in the sky. With a shake of his body, Xiao Dust directly disappeared into the wind and sand, leaving behind the two women who were still climbing alone. What's going on? Where are the people? The two women were shocked in their hearts. Their gazes looked towards the front that was enveloped by the sandstorm. Their pupils trembled slightly, and in the wind and sand, Xiao Dust's silhouette appeared and disappeared. His pace was steady, and step by step, he walked towards the green heavenly sword in a very relaxed manner. This kid, when did he become so strong? In the sky above the sword mound, the Qing Xiao sword spirit felt the sword intent released from Xiao Chuan's body, and his eyelids trembled, as he had vaguely sensed a dangerous aura from the other party just now. This also proved in disguise that right now, Xiao Chuan's sword intent was infinitely close to the Emperor realm and was only one step away from breaking through that barrier. Boy, although I don't know what happened during the time you were away, but right now the situation is critical, so the old man will help you. Whether it's a success or a failure, it's all up to you. Buzz. As the words fell, the fingertip of the green sky sword spirit flashed with a bright aura and fell straight into that storm, and in an instant, the sandstorm, which was still fairly stable, abruptly exploded. Swish swish swish. A powerful sword wind blew in like a blizzard. Su Evening Chang and Yao Fei Fei were shocked at the sight and immediately drew their swords to resist, entering a defensive stance. In the center of the storm, the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, who had noticed the change, lifted slightly as he gripped the dusty heart sword in his hand and said with a spirited voice, "It seems that Senior Emperor's sword also believes in us." Clang! The dusty heart sword continuously emitted a trembling sound, and the sword chi was like a rainbow, seemingly expressing the emotions in his heart. Outside the sandstorm, Su Evening Chang and Yao Fei Fei did their best to fend it off, but they were still losing ground, and their figures quickly returned to the position with the most people on the mountainside, looking at the sandstorm blocking the way ahead, and stopping helplessly. Damn it, what the hell is going on? A sword chi that even we can't resist. Why does he act like he's fine? Could it be that this person's strength is still above us? The more the two thought about it, the more confused they became. Their hearts were a bit bored, and they didn't even have the mood to calm down and feel the sword intent. On the contrary, Xiao Chen, at this moment, one step at a time, he finally brought the dusty heart sword to the front of the green sky sword. Holding his breath and taking a deep breath, he slowly reached out to grip the hilt of the sword and pulled it out with force. However, the green sky sword did not move at all. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and increased his strength, but the sword remained firmly planted on the ground. Junior brother, with your current strength, it is indeed a bit difficult to pull out this sword, Peach's voice sounded in his mind. However, since this is an enlightenment test, you might as well use your sword Dao sense to shake it. Senior sister has a point. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan nodded and closed his eyes, discarding distracting thoughts and releasing his sword Dao intent. Sha 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 sha. After the Hongmeng bead nourishment, his sword intent compared to the previous domineering ferocious more than a few points in the heavy, majestic feeling, fast as spring rain, silent, heavy as the earth, virtue, one change at a time. Kazi, the green sky sword trembled slightly. Xiao Chen, who sensed this change, was delighted in his heart and continued to release his sword Dao intent with full force. Boom! In an instant, the entire cultivators on the sword mound all felt a huge pressure pouring down from the top of the mountain, quickly making people a little breathless. The sword chi within the entire sword mound swept in like a storm, and all of it merged into Xiao Chen's body. At the same time, Xiao Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of clarity, and his aura climbed around him as he gripped the hilt of the green sky sword and shouted, "Rise for me!" With his shout, only a clang sound could be heard. The green sky sword came out in response, and the sound of the sword resounded throughout the entire sword graveyard. Swish dash! At this moment, the wind stopped. The 10,000 swords closed their voices in silence, and the sword mound fell into a dead silence, loud and clear. Next, the storm of sword chi within the sword mound became even more violent, coalescing into a huge torrent above Xiao Chuan's head, centering on him and continuously gathering towards the center. As if the endless sword intent had found a vent, it was continuously injected into the green sky sword, which in turn poured into Xiao Chen through the hilt, and the voice of the green sky sword spirit rang out in time. Cross your knees, place the dusty heart with you, absorb this sword intent properly. I will infuse all of the divine body origin and this sword intent into your body. When you incorporate all of this sword intent into your sword Dao domain, it will be the day you multiply your sword Dao and open the heavenly gate with a single sword. Be fast. That group out there has found the end. Yes, Elder Emperor Sword. Don't dare delay. Xiao Chuan immediately followed what the green sky sword spirit had said and began to cultivate in situ with his knees crossed, and sword intent like an ocean rushed through his body, constantly washing over every cell of his body, and his perception of the way of the sword instantly reached a new height. At this moment, Xiao Chuan was as if he had become one with the dusty heart sword, as if it was a sharp sword that was about to open up. Heavenly sword, human sword, and earthly sword. 3 swords in one. This person isn't even some minor cultivator of the refined bottom realm, but a Saint realm powerhouse. The Green Sky Emperor's sword has long been conspiring with this person to take away the divine body origin. His heart is punishable. On the green cloud square, the heavenly sword sage lord spoke out angrily, and it was not until this moment that he realized that he and the others had all been tricked by Xiao Dust and also the Green Sky Emperor sword. How is this? The surrounding Qingyan cultivators were stunned by this scene, somewhat unable to believe the facts. Pass on my order to activate the sect protector formation and blockade Qingyun. P.S. Big battle tomorrow. Come on man. Activate the protector formation. Yes. With old man Qingfeng's shout, Bai Yuanfeng waved his hand, and thousands of disciples echoed in unison, flying into the air and chanting under their breath. Rumble. Only a rumbling sound was heard, and a huge guild-like curtain suddenly appeared in the sky above the Qingyan Holy Land, instantly enveloping the entire clan. Old Ancestor Qingfeng and Bai Yuanfeng stood at the center of the formation, urging their auras and continuously injecting them into the formation. As the former's muddy and ear-piercing voice rang out, Qin Xiao, I order you to expel this bureaucrat from the sword mound space as quickly as possible. Otherwise, just don't blame us for doing it. Old Ancestor is going to make a move against Lord Emperor's sword? Upon hearing this, many of the Qingyan disciples were stunned, knowing that the status of the 2 Emperor's swords in the Holy Land was far above the Old Ancestor and the Holy Lord. And even if the Emperor's swords intended to let the divine body origin go to Xiao Chuan, it would not be their turn to judge what was right and wrong. But right now, old man Qingfeng dared to face Lord Emperor's sword directly. This was simply too crazy. Even Bai Yuanfeng, who was on the side, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. You asked me to make a move. You didn't say that you'd let me make a move against the Emperor's sword. The faces of the rest of the 7 peak masters were no better, not knowing where the other party got their backbone from. The only one in the entire Holy Land that could contend with the Qingxiao Emperor's sword was the Qingyun Emperor's sword, and the 2 were both Emperor armaments of the Qingyun Emperor, with very little difference in strength. Overall, the Qingyun Emperor's sword had been subjected to the containment of Qingyun Peak, and was superior in strength compared to the Qingxiao sword. It won't be. Thinking of this, the crowd's hearts thumped, and a bad premonition rose. At this moment, many of the cultivators in the sword mound also heard old man Qingfeng's voice that penetrated space and looked at Xiao Chen in the sky with a trace of fear in their eyes. Xiao Chuan was deaf to what was happening in the outside world, sitting at the top of the slope with his eyes closed. The sword Dao domain underneath his body flowed on its own, merging with the majestic sword intent, so that even the green sky sword spirit had difficulty noticing it. Hoo. With his black hair whipping, Xiao Chen turned his back to the celestial beings, as if he was a magnificent god, bursting out with a brilliant bright light that could not be looked at directly. This familiar scene seemed to have rattled Yao Fei's somewhat fuzzy memories, and suddenly, a black-shirted silhouette flashed through her mind, which slowly began to overlap with the Xiao Chuan in front of her, and her beautiful eyes widened. This really isn't what you originally looked like. Who the hell are you? Could it be him? Since he's still alive. The Yao Xin. No. Yao Fei lost her mind and took 2 steps back, shaking her head. Her mind kept suggesting to herself, no, this can't be possible. Yao Xin is already dead. Even if she isn't, I've already become the holy maiden of Yao Pond. This is a fact that can't be changed. Fifi, what's wrong with you? Yao Yuan seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with Yao Fei and came forward to inquire as she touched the other party's shivering hand and looked along with her gaze, which happened to be where Xiao Chen was, and said softly, so you do know him? Suddenly, Yao Fei snapped her head up, her ice blue eyes filled with blood, her face somewhat distorted, and as she grabbed Yao Yuan's arm, she stared viciously at Xiao Chen's back and said in a deep voice, Senior sister, kill him, we can't let him leave the Qingyun Holy Land alive. He may know the whereabouts of Yao Xin. What? Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan's face changed, cold as it was visible to the naked eye, confirming once again, is he the mysterious person who stood on Yao Xin's side, as you said in your secret realm? Although the appearance and breath have changed, I can be certain that it is this person. Yao Fei's tone was very firm. I see. Yao Yuan deep thought nodded, although she is the Yao Qi lineage big sister, but now their own cultivation has been 1500 years. Cultivation can reach the saint realm. This life breakthrough great saint has been the limit, no chance of saintess position, and Yao Fei was the one she chose to rely on. Only if she allowed Yao Fei to successfully ascend to the position of Holy Lord would her efforts not be wasted. Don't worry. Listening to the tone of that old ancestor Qingfeng, it seems that he doesn't intend to let this son go either. After all, the divine body origin is a matter of great importance, and the Qingyun sacred land would never give up so easily. Let's just wait for the moment. Good. For a while, the major powers glanced at each other with a clear understanding of each other and stayed close to each other to prevent accidents from happening. Hey, what's coming is coming. The figure of the green sky sword spirit emerged and looked into the void, muttering, Qingyun, do you really want to be obsessed? Qingyun. Upon hearing this, Yao Fei and the others below were greatly shocked. Their minds instantly thought of the Qingyun Emperor sword, and the only thing that could make the Qing Shao sword spirit address it as such was another Emperor sword. Cluck cluck cluck. In the void, a silver bell-like laughter rang out. A delicate figure slowly walked. The visitor's skin was as white as snow, like a jade-carved face exuded a kind of holy radiance. A white long skirt fluttered with the wind, as if a blooming snow lotus. Between the knitted brows and the smile, it was as if there was a strange charm that people couldn't help but fall for. Long time no see. Qing Shao. The woman's vermilion lips gently opened and her voice was gentle, like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. The crowd was shocked at the words, never expecting this woman to be the sword spirit of the Qingyun Emperor sword. You're finally willing to show yourself. The figure of the green sky sword spirit stepped out of the void from the other side, dressed in a green-colored tunic, his sleeves fluttering as if he had fused with the surrounding void, his face handsome and mysterious, his eyes revealing a profound light as if he was able to see through a person's heart. The green cloud sword spirit held his forehead with some pretense of distress at his words and said in a regretful tone, I didn't want to meet with you, but things have come to this point, so I can't just sit back and do nothing. Hand over this brat and there may be room for maneuver between you and me. Humph. A fool's dream. The green sky sword spirit snorted coldly. Staying at Qingyun Peak for all these years, you have completely forgotten your own identity. As his sword spirit, you dared to collude with the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Do you know the cause and effect behind this? Colluding with the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Did I hear it wrong? Was that what the Qing Shao Emperor sword said just now? I heard it too. In the sword graveyard, Su Evening Qing and the others were struck by lightning when they heard the words, as if they had heard the most absurd thing in the world. One by one, their eyes were wide open and their lips trembled slightly, never being able to believe what they had heard. Why would an imperial soldier collude with a foreign race? Some even couldn't help but reach up and rub their ears, thinking they had heard wrong. The words spoken by the Green Sky Emperor's sword were like a heavy hammer that struck their hearts hard. At this moment, the atmosphere in the sword mound became unusually grave. Everyone was in deep thought. This sudden change had caused their originally firm beliefs to begin to waver, and their hearts were filled with uneasiness and confusion. But soon, the words of the Green Cloud Sword Spirit gave them the answer. Karma? Upon hearing the two words, a scowl appeared on the good-looking face of the Green Cloud Sword Spirit. The veins in his neck rippled, and he shrilly shouted, 300,000 years. We've been guarding the Qingyun Holy Land for him for an entire 300,000 years. And what do we get? Damaged origin? Qing Shao, are we still considered to be that lofty imperial soldier nowadays? Why should we be sworn to guard for him with a single word from him? Qingyun? This is not the result I, Qingyun, want. They promised me that if I helped them descend into this world, I would be able to go to the next level. Join me. Just like old times. Slap. The green sky sword spirit raised its hand and slapped it, a crisp sound echoing throughout the sword mound. Chang Xiao, how dare you hit me? Qing Yun's sword spirit's neck crooked to the side. Her delicate body trembled. Since she and Qing Xiao knew each other, there had been 400,000 years. Although the two of them were not like Dao couples, they were a few more than that. She never expected that one day, Qing Xiao would turn against herself for the Dao lineage left behind by Emperor Qing Yun. Qing Xiao's expression remained unchanged. His icy eyes seemed to be looking at a stranger as he coldly said, I just want to remind you that you must not forget the master's instructions back then. If it weren't for him, you and I would be nothing more than a piece of mortal iron. So who are you to say all this? It's true that you have the freedom to pursue a higher realm, but you should never have colluded with the extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Don't you know that back then, Qing Yun? He died precisely because of the sealing of the extraterrestrial heavenly demon. If it wasn't for his final sacrifice, 400,000 years ago, the heavenly pale realm would have been destroyed. You're his imperial soldier, yet you're seeking skin with a tiger with the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Qing Yun, you disappoint me too much. Hearing this news, Su Evening Qing and the others couldn't help but grow their mouths, a flash of surprise appearing on their faces. The Qing Yun emperor actually died that year to seal the extraterrestrial heavenly devil? Throughout history, there had never been a lot of criticism from cultivators about this great emperor. It was once said that he was the shortest reigning great emperor in the history of the heavenly Tsang realm, and it was also said that great emperor Qing Yun was the second super great emperor after the sword emperor to achieve the position of great emperor with the Tao of the sword, and that his strength was unrivaled in the past and present. But there was no denying that Emperor Qing Yun was dead. It wasn't until today that they realized that the other party had actually died 400,000 years ago in order to seal the extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Disappointed? The green cloud sword spirit was silent for a moment. A touch of paranoia surfaced on its face, and it lost its voice in a seizure. Naturally, I have never forgotten, and it was precisely when I was first allowed to see the power of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons that I chose to cooperate with them. Qing Xiao, times have changed. Back then, as strong as Qing Yun also lost, and now that they're making a comeback and there's no more great emperors in the heavenly pale realm, what are you going to block? Ha 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 ha. The green cloud sword spirit laughed insanely, with a hint of insanity on his face that was difficult for normal people to understand. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover earth. This has always been the case for my heavenly Tsang realm cultivators. There is no need for words between you and me today. The only thing left is a battle. The green sky sword spirit had a resolute attitude. Sword come. After saying that, the green sky sword rose up from above the sword mound and transformed into a green light that fell into his hands, emitting a burst of sword sounds. Obsessed. Just as well. Qing Yun shook his head helplessly. Reaching out, the Qing Yun sword emerged, and an icy voice rang out. I hope you don't regret the decision you made today. Green lotus sword open. After saying that, Qing Yun's figure instantly disappeared. Barely. With a sound, the void space was cut through. The green-colored sword aura flourished. The sword aura was like a green lotus blooming, crushing towards Qing Xiao, like wind and rain, facing the incoming attack. Qing Yun looked calm as he raised his hand to point out a few swords in the void, and in the next second, the sky suddenly blew a gale, and the sword intent condensed into rain-sized hilts, meeting them towards the green lotus sword chi. Boom boom boom. The moment the two sword strokes collided, only a loud sound was heard and sparks were splashed everywhere. Each collision contained a tremendous amount of power, and the air around them was agitated and distorted. So strong. Senior sister, what should we do now? The Wuji Holy Land disciples stood behind Su Evening Chang, their small faces white as each collision of the Emperor Realm sword down nearly caused their chi and blood to flow backwards. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid it won't be long before we die a violent death. Su Evening Ching obviously realized this as well, and was not in a good state, turning her head to look at the rest of the power disciples and opening her mouth to match. Everyone, is there a way to break the boundary? No way. Yao Yuan snatched a step ahead of him and replied, this place is a battlefield opened up by two emperor soldiers, and our strength is simply not enough to break it open. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land's eldest senior brother, Bai Wuya, said with some exasperation, are we just going to wait for death? The only way at the moment is for the Green Cloud Holy Land to open up this heaven and earth. Will they agree? Yao Yuan's brows were furrowed as he gazed at the two emperor soldiers at war above him, and in his heart, he had the vague feeling of falling into someone else's trap again. It should be. Su Evening Ching nodded slightly, but there was no absolute certainty in her heart, looking to the side of the examination disciple who was already about to be unable to hold on. Frowning, as far as I know, many of these disciples are the descendants of the various great elders of that Qing Yun Holy Land. They shouldn't be so bad. At the end of her words, Her voice lurched, and in her mind, she could not help but think of the fact that Xiao Chuan had been forced to die, and the words of comfort reached her mouth but never came out. The hearts of the crowd also stuttered for no reason, thinking of something. It couldn't be that. From the very beginning, they were abandoned by the Qingyun Holy Land, right? As soon as this thought came out, the crowd only felt their scalps tingle and their sweaty hairs stood up, and they unanimously turned their gazes to Xiao Chun above them, as if he had become the most crucial person to break the situation at the moment. What time is this? He even has the heart to cultivate. Could this man's heart be made of iron? Meanwhile, on the Green Cloud Square, the representatives of the various forces heard all of the conversations of the two Green Cloud Sword spirits just now, quickly forming a situation of division, and the boundless Saint King frowned and droned. I wonder if the Green Cloud Holy Land can give us an explanation. Boundless Saint King, what more explanation is needed? Wasn't what Senior Green Sky Emperor Sword said just now clear enough? The entirety of this Qingyun Holy Land has long since betrayed the human race and colluded with that extraterrestrial heavenly demon. The Heavenly Sword Sage Lord was somewhat straight, unable to tolerate any sand in his eyes, and recalling the images of the two sects when they had cooperated in these days, he couldn't help but have a cold sweat rise behind his back. Stupid. The boundless Saint King couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing this. This time the enemy is in the dark and I'm in the light. Not to mention that this is still the main field of the Qingyun Holy Land. The time, place, people, and none of them are in me. Qingfeng boy, I need an explanation. Suddenly, a vicissitude old crone voice rang out from the back of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and as the crowd looked around, a white-haired old crone stepped out from the crowd of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and the aura emanating from her body had just reached the level of a half-emperor. I'm afraid the only one who dares to address Qingfeng in this manner is that one. I didn't realize that she wasn't dead. It's you! In front of the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, old ancestor Qingfeng raised his head after a long time, looked straight at that old crone in the void, and laughed. Yao Xiener, I didn't want you old woman to be still alive. It really is her. Hearing the name, the taut heartstrings of the boundless Saint King loosened a little. With a half-emperor sitting in their midst, their pressure would be much less. Giggle. Looks like there's no talk. At those words, a burst of laughter like the rubbing of an old tree branch emanated from Yao Xiener's aging body, her hunched figure recovering youthfully as if it was visible to the naked eye, and her voice gradually recovering its youthfulness as well. Hey, to be honest, the old crone is but a person who will die. I don't care about the extraterrestrial heavenly devil or anything else, but if you kid wants to move these juniors of mine, you have to ask the willow leaf in my hand to promise or not. Blinking feats. Yao Xiener regained her peak state. The willow leaf sword in her hand chopped out with a single stroke. Endless sword intent condensed into willow flakes floating down, falling towards the Qingyun peak below with a great momentum. Old undead, do you Yaoqi really want to tear your face off with me? Qingyun. Qingfeng old ancestor perhaps also did not expect Yao Xiener to strike so viciously. A hint of sulkiness appeared on his furrowed face, and behind him, greenish-black light blazed out, and an evil and sneaky aura poured out. Old ancestor. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the Holy Lord of Qingyun and the others sunk to the bottom. Previously they were able to persuade themselves, but now the truth was right in front of them. They were the devils, the greatest demon in the world. For a moment, the crowd of Qingyun disciples forgot to breathe as their hearts throbbed. Old ancestor colluded with extraterrestrial heavenly demons? My Qingyun Holy Land is the shame of the human race and the traitor of the heavenly Tsong realm. Then what is the matter of senior brother Xiao Chuan previously? Joke. So we're the real joke. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, countless disciples' Tao hearts were broken. The realm on their bodies began to fall. The faith in their hearts completely collapsed, and the Tao under their feet came to an end. Lian Yu was trapped in the formation, her eyes retaining tears of blood as she muttered, "Retribution. This is all retribution. Ha ha ha." P.S. Tomorrow the probability of the end of the Qingyun chapter. The follow-up is the 9 domains chapter. Ask for some gifts. Why? Why did it turn out this way? Compared to the ordinary disciples of Qingyun, the faces of Qingyang Peak Master and the others were embarrassed. The beliefs that they had been holding on to in their hearts were like a building about to fall at this moment, and they were plunged into deep skepticism. Master. Chang Linger's eyes were dark. Her heart didn't feel as strongly about the Qingyun Holy Land as the former, but her entire body was half kneeling on the ground, her hands helplessly propping up the ground. Old ancestor, why are you like this? In front of the Qingyun Hall, the Qingyun Holy Lord who had regained his senses looked down at the crowd of disciples below who looked like walking corpses, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He had worked so hard for so many years, and now his own ancestor had surrendered it all to others. How could he swallow this in his heart? Please give us an explanation for all this. Old ancestor. Ha. Explanation? Before old ancestor Qingfeng could say anything, the sixth elder slowly stepped out from behind him, a sinister smile stacking up on his narrow face as he looked downward at Holy Lord Qingyun and sneered. Bai Yuan Feng, you're nothing but a puppet supported by the old ancestors. Do you really think you're a holy lord? What did you say? The sixth elder's words deeply pierced Bai Yuan Feng's heart, and the latter immediately struck out in a violent rage. Die for me, out of your depth. Looking towards the reappearing Bai Yuan Feng, the sixth elder let out a cold snort as his cultivation at the middle stage of the Sing King realm exploded, and with a wave of his large sleeve, dozens of fire-red spirit talismans floated in front of him. Red spirit talisman. As he recited the words under his breath, these spirit talismans flickered with dazzling light as if they had been given life. Bai Yuan Feng sensed the powerful aura contained in the spirit talisman and didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He took a deep breath, fully operated the spiritual energy in his body and lightly chanted, 9-character sword technique, heavenly character technique. Boom! The spirit sword in his hand turned into white light and stuck into the void above his head, and his hands continuously pinched. And in the next second, the wind and thunder rolled, the sky suddenly changed, and the entire Qingyun Holy Land was enveloped by a cloud of darkness. Underneath the dark clouds, a green-colored halo swung open, and a green-colored spirit sword emerged from everywhere, aiming at the sixth elder below in unison and falling. Swish swish swish, go! The sixth elder let out a furious shout, and dozens of spirit talismans sped towards Bai Yuan Feng like a volcano erupting with blazing flames. Bai Yuan Feng's figure flickered and dodged the frontal attack, but wherever the spirit talisman passed, space was scorched with a black trail. Boom boom boom! The spirit talisman and the sword light kept colliding, and each collision triggered a fluctuation of energy, and the surrounding air was agitated and distorted. So strong, Bai Yuan Feng was secretly shocked. This sixth elder's strength was truly unfathomable. However, he didn't retreat. His figure was like electricity, constantly flashing in the air, while his hands formed all sorts of spell seals and performed his own stunts. For a while, light flashed in the air and sword chi streaked across the air, colliding with the spirit talisman thrown out by the sixth elder. Shit! The sixth elder's face also became grave. He didn't expect Bai Yuan Feng, who was only at the perfection of the great sage realm, to be able to resist his attack. It seems that the trip to the Xian heavenly mysterious realm has yielded you a considerable harvest as well. However, the gap between realms is not something that can be broken through overnight. Give me out. As the words fell, the sixth elder once again increased the output of his spiritual power, and more spiritual talismans flew out from his sleeves like a group of ferocious fiery phoenixes, swooping down on Bai Yuan Feng. I'll help you. The Qingyang Peak Master shouted and flew out with his sword, the fire behind him blazing like a dazzling sun opening up as he shouted sternly, Yin Yang technique. Anon. As his words fell, a fiery spiritual energy roared out like a fire dragon, opening its mouth and pouncing towards the fire phoenix, quickly fighting together. Thanks a lot. There's no need to say much. I'm only striking out for the sake of the Holy Land. Qingyang Peak Master coldly glanced at Bai Yuan Feng. The two of them had never had a good relationship. Not only were their philosophies different, but they were also very different in their ways. Aha! Bai Yuan Feng didn't count on this too much. In a time of danger, he only needed to know that the Qingyang Peak Master belonged to the same side as him. Negative. Seeing this, the sixth elder did not hesitate and another icy cold chi shot out from his hand. Chirp dash. Next, the cold air collided with the fire phoenix and let out a hiss. The fire phoenix, which was still in a weak position, instantly rose up majestically and pecked at the neck of the fire dragon. The cold air in its mouth intertwined with each other, and the air around it was agitated and twisted, forming a strong cold storm air current. Click click click. Immediately after that, the surface of the fire dragon's body began to freeze, and its movements became more and more sluggish. Up. Seeing this, the flame patterns in the center of Qingyang Peak Master's eyebrows lit up with a brilliant red aura, and all of his cultivation at the peak of Saint erupted as the sword in his hand continued to swing, releasing even more blazing sword chi. Let me help you. At this critical moment, Bai Yuan Feng suddenly let out a long whistle as a dazzling light blossomed from his body and a powerful aura surged out from his body. The sword in his hand also became incomparably sharp at this moment, as if it could cut through everything. Break! Bai Yuan Feng shouted as the sword in his hand chopped towards that ice phoenix. Wherever the sword light passed, the spirit talismans shattered, turning into dots of ice crystals that dissipated into the air. Put! Chi and blood backlash. The sixth elder, a mouthful of blood sprayed, staggered down a few steps. Looking at the eyes of Bai Yuan Feng flashed a touch of scorn in the heart. He did not expect the matter to this day. This son even have to hide. White brat! Your mind's eye doesn't look like a disciple taught by a senior brother. Today, I will teach you well what it means to honor your teacher on behalf of your departed senior brother. Heavenly Fire Turtle Armor Formation. As the words fell, a drop of blood flew out of the sixth elder's palm and disappeared into the spirit talisman. And in the next moment, the surface of the spirit talisman lit up with a pattern, and the shadow of a fire turtle appeared on it. Roar! That fire turtle silhouette's 4 feet were like pillars in the sky, stepping on top of the void and causing ripples to form as it shouted angrily up to the sky, and 4 huge flaming shields rose up from under his feet, spinning and slamming towards Bai Yuanfeng. Qing Yang, help me! Bai Yuanfeng didn't dare to be arrogant and hurriedly called for the Qingyang Peak Master. The two of them stood with their swords. Their movements were actually synchronized at this moment, and 2 low voices rang out coincidentally. Qing Yang Yaotian, windswept, boom! A red and a green 2 sword-ons appeared. Sword chi condensed in the tip of the sword. Gently point, a ray pattern emerged. 2 sword chi dragon scroll swept out. Neath the sky fire turtle shield, ruthlessly crashed into it. Clang! The 2 sword chi dragon scrolls merged into one. The wind helped the fire fought against the wind, and the combined strike slashed on top of the heavenly flame turtle shield, sending out a dull roar. Clang clang clang. The heavenly flame turtle shield trembled violently, but it still managed to withstand the duo's joint attack. Seeing this, a trace of surprise flashed through Bai Yuanfeng's eyes, and he and the Qingyang Peak Master exchanged glances, understanding each other like old friends who had worked together for many years. As he took a step, the latter taking his place to continue attacking while he swung his sword once again, attacking towards the 6th elder. Uncle Tam, it's over. Boo! However, just as Bai Yuanfeng wanted to step forward to defeat the 6th elder, a sudden attack directly forced him back. Who is it? He turned his head to look, but he saw that the person who stopped him was actually the Grand Elder, and behind him, apart from the 6th elder, the rest of the elders stood behind him, and he immediately blanched and said in a deep voice, Grand Elder, are you guys going to aid and abet the enemy as well? Yuan Feng. The Grand Elder shook his head slightly and looked at the disciples below, his eyes devoid of joy or sadness as he advised, as you can see, the Qingyan Holy Land can no longer withstand the tossing and turning. With that, he pointed towards the boundless Saint King and the others on the other side and said in a calm tone, as long as we kill the 3 of them, no one will know that our Qingyun Holy Land colluded with the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, and you'll still be the Holy Lord of the Qingyun Holy Land. Isn't that what you've always wanted? At those words, everyone present, whether it was the boundless Saint King side or the Qingyang Peak Master and the others, all changed color, and their gazes couldn't help but look at Bai Yuanfeng, waiting for his reply. Yuanfeng. Yao Qingdao stood in front of the crowd, looking at that familiar face. A bad feeling suddenly surged in her heart. Bai Yuanfeng didn't rush to answer. His eyes fell on the mirror between the 3 parties, and in the picture, as time went by, the Qingshao sword spirit gradually fell into the wind. After a short silence, he slowly spoke. What the Grand Elder said seems to be a good choice. Bai Yuanfeng, you're crazy. Qingyang Peak Master never expected that the other party would defect so simply, and the disappointment in his eyes was extreme. Light dance. Do it. Yao Xiener no longer continued to wait any longer. If they waited for the battle between the 2 great emperor soldiers to end, then they would have no chance of winning. Immediately stabilizing the choices of the Qingyang Peak Master and the others was the top priority. Disciples of the Wuji Holy Land strike. The boundless Saint King and the others also realized the severity of the problem and struck out. Ha! Let the old me meet the boundless Saint King's masterstroke. Green wind sword technique. Out. The scene shifts. In the sword graveyard, the green sky sword spirit was already declining due to the loss of too much origin power, and was being beaten back by the green cloud sword spirit, and could only continue to fend off the other party's attacks as a means of stalling for time. Clang! Between the sword lights and shadows, the 2 of them pulled apart, and the green cloud sword spirit stood tall, a hint of disdain showing on her pretty face as she covered her mouth and snickered. Xing Shao, you really aren't what you used to be. Now it's even willing to tangle with me again for the sake of a junior. The green sky sword spirit was silent, casting a sideways glance at his slightly shaking hands under his sleeve robes, a sense of powerlessness arising. Swish! The Qingyan sword spirit raised his hand and pointed his sword at Qing Shao, reprimanding, Qing Shao, I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to join me in the great cause of dominating the heavenly Tsang? As long as you promise, I can let them. When he said this, the green cloud sword spirit's eyes brought up a trace of reverie, as if he was thinking about the beautiful life that the 2 of them would have thereafter. Qing Yun, just die. Qing Shao, even if I end up in military disintegration and the destruction of my true spirit today, I will never be able to keep company with the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Qing Shao threw down his voice, not half compromising in his words. Yes, great. In that case, I'll kill him first and then see if you agree. When the Qingyun sword spirit saw Qing Shao rejecting himself again, his eyes lit up with a ball of black inflammation, and the aura around him was just like that old man Qingfeng's, green with a touch of depressing blackness, evil and dark, creepy. Extraterrestrial evil chi. It seems that you have completely fallen into the evil path. Today even if I die, I absolutely cannot leave you to plague the world again. Looking at the black chi that surrounded Cheng Yun, Xing Zhao's heart completely sank to the bottom, and his aura around his body began to boil as if it was returning to the light. Jia Jia Jia. Qing Xiao, only now you want to resist me? What are you going to fight me with? Go! This time, the green cloud sword spirit didn't have any fancy movements. It just raised its hand and condensed a sword shadow at its fingertips, and the escaping greenish-black aura knitted into a small flying sword, twisting into a single strand, like a long dragon. Roar! The sword dragon tore through space and lunged towards Qing Xiao. Qing Xiao's eyes turned cold. Sword chi surrounded his hand. The Qing Xiao sword stirred, and he shouted, "Dragon slaying style." The words fell. The long sword in Qing Xiao's hand stabbed out like lightning, the tip of the sword flickering with crimson light, carrying an overpowering aura that caused even the surrounding space to ripple. Roar! Facing Qing Xiao's space, the sword dragon did not pause for a moment as it opened its mouth and spewed out a black flame. The moment the flame collided with the crimson sword awnings, it made a loud sound. There. However, in 3 breaths, the sword awnings were destroyed as much as they could be, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Qing Xiao. But Xiao Chuan was right behind him right now, and there was no way for him to retreat. Kid, this today will be considered compensation for that day when I didn't make a move, but I hope you won't blame me. Don't come back after you leave today. Go to the central state and spread the word about what happened here. As for you guys, Qing Xiao glanced at the crowd, who were already unconscious below the sword mound, and sighed. It's not your destiny to die, so seek your own blessings. After speaking, a flash of deadly determination appeared on Qing Xiao's face. The Qing Xiao sword in his hand crossed in front of his body, and he whispered under his breath, "Blood sword style, burning spirit." Boom! In an instant, a monstrous blood-colored sword aura erupted around Qing Xiao. His body was ignited by spirit fire, and his body was dissipating little by little as he prepared to make a final fight to the death. Crazy! Qing Xiao, you'd rather burn your soul power than join me in the world. Is this kid worth it? Qing Yun went crazy. Her inner paranoia towards Qing Xiao peaked at this moment, and her face gradually distorted. Her originally good-looking pretty face filled with black cracks, emitting a chilling evil aura. Ha! In my heart, Qing Yun died a long time ago. You are just a combination of the resentment in her heart and the evil chi of the domain. You are not her after all. I, Qing Xiao, have lived my life for only one peace of mind. Come on, it's time to end it. Sword chi flowers fall in the spring wind, lonely leaves blowing in the valley of cold wind. I say that there are many hardships on earth, and cut down the yellow spring road of the immortals. Qing Xiao at this moment is into the realm of heavenly beings, his body shape fluttering, hands of the sword flower surging, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, moves change infinitely, each chanting a poem. Hands of the sword will switch a kind of running clouds and flowing water. This sword, his voice was like a flood bell, echoing throughout the entire world, is named Bijia Huangquan, Ka Qing. As his words fell, the single sword flower began to bloom, and the sword chi that escaped destroyed everything along the way. Space began to disintegrate and wither as if it were glass shattering. There, each petal contained endless power, and with just a strand of sword chi slicing through it, the body of the sword dragon was chopped into 2 pieces, heading straight for the green clouds behind it. No good. Realizing that it was not good, Qing Yun sidestepped and raised his hand to swing his sword against it. However, in the next second, there was a bared sound, and her right hand, which was grasping the green cloud sword, was dislodged, and was directly shattered by the sword chi, with blood splattering everywhere, staining her clothes red. No! Reacting, Qing Yun looked at his missing right arm, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his tearing voice exploded. Aya Iwa! Qing Xiao, I want you to not die. Qing Yun hissed. His eyes had been completely covered in black, transforming into an evil weapon, and his broken right arm was regenerating in a bizarre way. Grabbing the fallen Qing Yun sword and charging up with a tearful voice, this sword still didn't kill her. It's all over. Qing Yun secretly screamed in his heart, standing on the principle, powerless to close his eyes. The eyes cannot help but appear in front of the eyes of many people. The experience of a lifetime as a walk in the park is generally reflected. Clang! Boom! The strong wind from the collision of attacks whistled in his ears, temporarily pulling Qing Xiao's attention back, and just as he was curious, a bitchy voice rang in his ears. Senior hasn't brought you to escape yet. You can't just rest like this. How about a peach to replenish the essence? P.S. Qing Yun ending in the next 2 days. The damned will die. Do not worry to see. Do not whitewash. Peaches. Qing Yun slowly opened his eyes. He saw a peach floating in front of him, which exuded abundant vitality, and just by smelling it, He felt that the depleted origin power in his body was recovering little by little. This is peach. Qin Yun was stunned. He had naturally seen the peach, and the petal of peach flesh left in the Holy Land of the Green Clouds was obtained by him and the great Emperor of the Green Clouds in a secret realm at that time. Now that I see you again, I am naturally familiar with you. You're Xiao Chen. He looked through the peach to Xiao Chen, who stood in front of him waving his sword to stop the black sword dragon, and his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, which was replaced by a look of relief. Well, senior, I didn't make you wait much, right? Turning back, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Brat, if you don't come again, old man should really be turned into a pile of scrap metal. The matter is urgent. Qin Yin did not say more nonsense, also did not ask the origin of the peach, took a bite and bit down. Instantly, a rich life force surged into his body. The illusory body also began to slowly solidify. Boom! In a few breaths of time, Qin Zhao's state was restored as before. Although it was far from its peak, it was far from the previous state, and his essence had reached the peak of 300,000 to come. Xiao Chuan, thank you. Qin Yin gratefully glanced at the teenager in front of him. Even he himself did not notice that the teenager who needed his help a month ago had grown into a tree that could stand on its own. Elder Emperor Sword, do you still need to say something between you and me? The dusty heart sword in Xiao Chuan's hand powered up, and the purple golden sword she rose up from the ground, slashing at the dragon head of that sword dragon, forcing it to turn its direction and revert back behind Qin Yun. Seeing this, he took the opportunity to retreat a few dodges back to Qin Zhao's side. Looking at Qin Yun in midair, he lowered his voice and said, right now, the priority is to first cut this old demoness down here. You're right. Now that her cultivation is infinitely close to the first sky of the great emperor after devouring that extraterrestrial evil chi, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to kill her for a while if it's just you and me. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air and did not hold back from taking one more look at Qin Xiao. Looking at this man who bore a few resemblances to the Qin Xiao sage and could not help but feel emotion. Worthy of being an Emperor's Sword Senior? It's really overbearing. Hee Qin Xiao laughed and cursed. It's also thanks to the peaches given by your brat. If it was something else, I might have let you run away with me at this moment. But now well, he said. His eyes narrowed slightly, killing intent hidden in his narrow brows. With you on our side, our chances are a few points better. You and I will join forces to break through this space first. Okay. Xiao Dust nodded. Right now, the space of the sword mound had already ruptured, and if the fight continued, if temporal turbulence appeared, even if they were spared, they wouldn't be able to get out easily, adding to the trouble. Immediately afterward, Xiao Chuan looked at the unconscious Yao Fei below him, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Previously, he had felt a killing intent on him when he was cultivating, and he could not keep her. Miso dash. Wait. With his sword blade sheathed, he was just about to make a move when Qin Xiao reached out to stop him, shaking his head slightly. For the time being, we can't move to take a shot at her. At the moment, the Yaoqi Holy Land is still considered the same camp as us. If we push it, it's a good thing for you and me to count on. I understand. Xiao Chuan withdrew his hand, and Qin Xiao exchanged a glance at Chang Yun, who had already been eroded by the extraterrestrial evil qi, and understood, and struck out at the same time, as the two powerful forces intertwined and chopped fiercely towards the void. Humph, thinking that you can injure me just like that? Qin Yun looked at the decapitating sword blade without the slightest panic on his face. His figure flickered and instantly dodged it. However, as Qin Yun dodged away, the duo's attack landed hard on the void rift in the back. Ka-ching! After the strike, the space that was already somewhat cracked completely shattered, and a passageway connecting to the Qin Yun Holy Land briefly appeared, and the crowd froze, then immediately reacted and shouted, "Help! How dare you all swindle me!" Realizing that he had been swindled, Qin Yun was a bit furious and swung his sword at the rescue elders of the various clans below. Never! Luckily, Qin Xiao had made a timely move, and only then did a few people survive, saving all of the disciples except for the Green Cloud Holy Land. And before they left, a few of them didn't forget to arch their hands and say thank you. Many thanks to Senior Imperial Sword and this senior for rescuing us. Farewell. Ha! I didn't expect that one day you brat would be called a senior. If your master knows that, he would be doubly pleased. Qin Xiao couldn't help but flirt as he looked at the departing backs of several people. Relieved? Perhaps. Xiao Chuan could not speak of sadness or happiness on his face, and in his heart, he communicated with Peach. Senior sister, do you have a way to access this child into the medicinal garden? Naturally. All you need to do is to put him into the longevity ring, and I will be able to transfer him to this medicine garden. Then thank you very much. Go! After receiving Peach's affirmative reply, Xiao Chen flexed his fingers and flicked out a spiritual force. directly yanking Baiyu out of the pile of people below, and directly inhaling it into the everlasting ring under Qing Zhao's dismayed gaze. Organize living things. Kid, this ring of yours, why do I look so familiar? Qing Zhao stared at the longevity ring on Xiao Chen's index finger, a flash of shock flashing through his eyes for a long time. Suddenly, a raspy voice rang out, its tone filled with shock. This is the Eternal Life Ring. Kid, why is this object in your hands? Who the hell are you? And what is the relationship between the Everlasting Emperor and you? On the void, Xingyun looked like he had changed into a different person at the moment, his face twisting strangely for a few moments, and his pair of eyes stared straight at the longevity ring on Xiao Chen's index finger, as if he wanted to see through it. Everlasting Emperor. When these words came out, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but stop their hands to look at the young man standing on the side of the Qingshou Emperor's sword, with curiosity and scorn in their eyes. Rumor has it that the Everlasting Ring is exclusive to the Everlasting Emperor, except for his disciples and the Everlasting Hall Master, yet no third person possesses it. And not long ago there was a rumor that the Jifan was killed by a young cultivator who claimed to be the disciple of the Everlasting Emperor, so it seems that this person is him. The Grand Elder stared at Xiao Chuan's face through the spatial rift, and his expression was a little dazed for a moment. The icy cold eyes gave him a feeling of déjà vu, but he could not recall it for a moment. This man he was bound to have seen. I thought this was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. 100 million years have passed, and that Everlasting Emperor is still alive. Regardless of whether he's an everlasting saint's son or an everlasting disciple, he must die today. The several great elders of Qingyan stood with the void, their backs to the blazing sun, their breath revealed and oppressive. Everlasting life? Bai Yuanfeng gently wiped the sword in his hand, and the light in the bottom of his eyes flickered. I also want to fight for it. Ah. Right at this moment, a hoarse roar resounded throughout the entire Chanyun Holy Land. The crowd looked over in confusion, only to see that in front of the Green Cloud Hall, Lian Yu's limbs were twisted, struggling to climb up from the ground, her eyes bloodshot as she stared at Xiao Chuan, her sharp voice echoing in everyone's ears, like a lonely ghost in the Nine Spectres, chilling the senses. It's you! You're the one who killed Fanner. If it wasn't for you, Ruyan wouldn't have gone crazy. I want you to pay for your life. I want you dead. Demonized? Interesting. Seeing this, the corners of old man Xingfang's mouth hooked up into an evil smile as he gently hooked his finger. Boom! Only to see that the formation that had originally imprisoned Lian Yu dissipate with a bang. The latter staggered to his feet, exuding a demonic aura around his body, as if he had already become a demon, and his eyes transformed into a blood-red color as he staggered towards Xiao Chuan. Every time she took a step out, the aura on her body was a few points stronger, her thwarted bones recovered quickly, and her cultivation at the early stage of the Great Sage Realm skyrocketed at a maddening speed. In less than 10 breaths, Lian Yu's cultivation had returned to Great Sage perfection, only one step away from the Saint King realm. Not good. When the boundless Saint King saw this, his brows furrowed. They were already outnumbered in their situation at the moment. Many disciples had already perished, and the remaining ones were almost all the stalwarts of the sect. If they let the Green Cloud Holy Land add another Saint King cultivator at this moment, it would be a dead end for them. In almost a moment's effort, she and the Heavenly Sword Sage Lord exchanged glances and shouted, "Do it! Absolutely don't let her continue her breakthrough!" Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the side of the Green Cloud Holy Land seemed to have anticipated this, as the three of them, the first elder, the second elder, and the sixth elder, flickered and stopped in front of the two of them, with a few victorious smiles on their faces as they calmly said, "The two of you are in no hurry. This is a feud between my master-nephew and that brat, so please don't disturb. I don't think your clan would want to waste this hard-earned break. Would you? Do you guys think so?" The Grand Elder's eyes were deep. His eyes looked through the two of them to the group of disciples behind them whose spiritual energy was nearly depleted, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes, as if he was watching a farce, the end of which had already been predetermined. You, the Heavenly Sword Sage Lord still wanted to have a fit, but was stopped by the boundless Sage King, who shook his head and silently returned to his original position to grab some time to adjust his breath, seemingly indirectly acquiescing to giving up on Xiao Dust. Hey! The Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord looked at his own disciples behind him, and with an intolerant heart, he eventually returned to the crowd and took pills to regulate his energy, wanting to rush to recover some more strength before the end of Xiao Dust's battlefield. Kid, honestly explain your relationship with the Everlasting Emperor, and maybe I can spare your life. Qingfeng Old Ancestor's figure drifted and landed at the spatial rupture. His palms were churning with extraterrestrial evil chi, and it was obvious that he had also been taken over by extraterrestrial evil chi, and his soul had been replaced by extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Abandoned ship? It's just a pity that this move is useless to me. It's better this way. How about I give you guys time to fix and repair as well? Lest it be said that I'm bullying you bunch of old nobodies. With that said, Xiao Chen ignored Qing Zhao's reminder and sat cross-legged in the void, taking out a white handkerchief from the longevity ring and gently wiping up Dusty Heart's sword body. His movements were not hasty and not slow, as if he did not care at all. Kid, what are you doing? Qing Zhao people stupid. He thought he was all pretentious enough, did not think that his junior is even more pretentious, directly in place on his knees waiting for others to recover to. Elder, don't worry, I have it in my heart that none of the people here today will be able to leave. Qing Zhao was dumbfounded, not knowing what he should say. However, when he recalled the fluctuations under Qing Yun Mountain that day, Qing Zhao's taut heart slowly relaxed. Since that extraterrestrial heavenly demon that occupied Qing Yun's body said that what Xiao Chuan had in his hand was the everlasting ring, then even if the one who had saved Xiao Chuan in the first place was not the everlasting emperor, he was definitely an existence that was far beyond this side of the world. This kind of existence was bound to leave behind a backhand, otherwise Xiao Chen would never have been so conceited. However, it turns out, he's overthinking it. At this moment, Xiao Chuan's consciousness had completely entered the Sea of Qi world, where the flow of time was roughly 100 times that of the outside world. 1 day in the outside world, 100 days here. That's the only thing he's got going for him. Senior sister, if I cultivate the 3 paths to the questioning realm, how confident can I be in killing that extraterrestrial heavenly demon hiding under the holy land of the green clouds? After a moment of silence, Peach replied, less than 50%. This, Xiao Chen admitted that he had been struck by senior sister Peach's words. Although I don't know how this extraterrestrial heavenly demon came to this realm through the holy land of the green clouds, his cultivation is already comparable to the emperor realm, and is far from being comparable to heavenly Song realm cultivators of the same rank. Moreover, he is now occupying the Qing Yun and also the body of old man Qingfeng, and already has a hidden tendency to become a demon, and within half a year, these two will be completely transformed into an outright extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Who knows how many more assimilated extraterrestrial heavenly demons there are below the holy land of the green clouds. Once they come out, it will be a catastrophe of doom for the heavenly Song realm. We only have this one chance. Senior sister, what should I do? Xiao Dust also realized the seriousness of the problem. In this emperor-less era, if 3 half-emperor level extraterrestrial heavenly demons were to join forces, they would have no chance to breathe again. Cultivate the heaven-swallowing demon technique to perfection, or to cultivate the great diffusion divine skill to the 9th layer. Peach gave 2 quick viable answers. Back then, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was observing the extraterrestrial heavenly demons devouring heavenly pale realm cultivators, and realized the Tao overnight, creating the heaven-swallowing demon technique, which is similar to its devouring law. Now your heaven-swallowing devil technique has been refined to the realm of the great completion, although there is some gap from the realm of the perfection, but undoubtedly it is the quickest way at the moment. I see. Xiao Dust nodded his head at the words. As Peach said, the heaven-swallowing devil technique was undoubtedly the fastest and instantly effective method, and the method of cultivation was also the simplest. One word. Swallow. It was just that the pros and cons of the technique depended on each other. And Ao Xing had reminded Xiao Chen before he had fallen asleep that before his great diffusion divine skill had broken through to the 5th layer, the heaven-swallowing devil technique would do more harm than good for him. The consequence behind the rapid increase in cultivation was the growing resentment. Just like the heaven-swallowing demon emperor back then, in order to quickly break through the extreme Tao emperor, he forcefully devoured the heavenly Tao, and the end result was his death. In the other case, it was like the extraterrestrial heavenly devil, which eventually turned into a monster that devoured other living beings and lived. Elder brother, have you thought about it? Peach seemed to be worried about Xiao Chen, whispered and advised. If you give up on this, senior brother, I can still use the longevity ring to save you from leaving. Stay in the green hills, not afraid of no wood to burn. Xiao Dust did not directly agree, but instead asked in return, what about the consequences of doing so? At those words, Peach gave a start, her head buried low, and said in a veiled voice, once you do that, that would also mean that senior brother your examination is over. What about you, elder sister? I will fall into slumber once again until the next person who should be robbed arrives, or maybe I will be guided by the emperor to his side. Don't think about it. With this in mind, Xiao Chen slowly closed his eyes as his consciousness returned to the outside world, leaving only one sentence that said, after I slaughter them all, we will go back together. Kid, have you thought of any countermeasures? Xiao Chen opened his eyes and the dusty heart sword in his hand buzzed. He stood up and glanced at Qing Xiao, who was full of anticipation, and grinned a heartless smile revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Naturally, no. Ha! Qing Xiao froze, quickly reacted, and couldn't help but laugh and scold. You brat! You've never put anyone at ease. Ha 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 ha, seek death. The two men's loud laughter fell into Qing Yun's eyes was so solid that he was furious in his heart. His eyes revealed a light that contained a killing opportunity, and he waved his Qing Yun sword to kill directly. 9 sword styles, killing technique. Swish swish. Qing Yun raised his hand and swung out 2 swords in a row. The brilliant red sword awning shot out, directly pressing into the vitals of the two men. Hiss. Xiao Dust was shocked by the situation. Now his battle power can match that of a half-emperor, but in front of the enchanted Qing Yun Emperor sword, it is not a level at all. Without thinking, he shouted, "Senpai, this place is all yours." In the next second, his figure was like electricity as he dodged and twisted his head to charge towards old man Qingfeng. "You boy." Looking at Xiao Dust's distant back, Qing Zhao's face instantly darkened, and he did not have time to think too much. Immediately swinging his Qing Xiao sword to resist while dodging and pulling away to delay time for Xiao Dust. "Qing Xiao, do you really want to fight me to the death for that kid?" Qing Yun's remaining shred of sanity was still trying to pull Qing Xiao into his side, with a few points of aggravation in his tone. "Get out! Don't talk to me," in her voice. Qing Xiao sniffed his figure and paused for a moment. His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned around and chopped out a black sword on, just like those spatial cracks before, chopping out a shattered trail in all the space along the way. Boom! In just a single glance, Qing Yun's attack was directly split into smithereens by a sword, escaping and bouncing off in all directions as a flash of greed flashed across the latter's eyes. "What kind of sword move is this? Why has great Emperor Qing Yun never taught me what the party has realized?" Qing Xiao replied in an uneven manner, raising his hand and chopping out several more swords, each chopping down towards Qing Yun from all sides, avoiding them. "Shit! Even I have yet to comprehend the spatial sword Dao. How is it possible that you learned it just by looking at it? I don't believe it. Kill you. As long as I devour you, it all still belongs to me. Jia jia jia. Die." As the words fell, Qing Yun resumed his previous stance, his eyes reshrouded in darkness as he fumed towards Qing Xiao. "Hurry! Quickly join forces and kill him." The other side. When the elders saw Xiao Chun charging, they cast their divine abilities in an attempt to kill him in the spatial channel. For a while, all sorts of light flashed and moves came out. Ha! Looking at the flying attack, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and pulled his palms together. A vortex composed of heaven-swallowing demonic chi quickly opened up as he shouted under his breath, "Devour the heavens and the earth." Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a terrifying suction force erupted from the center of the vortex, greedily devouring everything around it. Grass, trees, sand and stones, as well as some Qing Yun disciples with low cultivation levels, all swallowed into it. Ah! The miserable screams were unceasing. In just an instant, all the disciples above the square who were below the refined bottom realm were all refined into blood chi, which was injected into Xiao Chen's body, and together with the hegemonic heavenly divine body origin that he had devoured earlier, his physical cultivation came to the late stage of the sacred king realm in a matter of moments. Who dash? Xiao Dust blew out 2 white mists in his mouth and nose and said with some unfulfilled intention, "Cool. Who the hell are you?" As far as I know, on that trip to the void sky, no one had obtained the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's inheritance at all. So where did you learn this heaven-swallowing demon technique from? Old ancestor Qingfeng's eyes stared leeringly at Xiao Chun, a hint of greed flashing under his eyes. The Grand Elder and the rest of the elders stared closely at Xiao Chan's every move, and in a trance, there was a feeling of déjà vu. Who exactly is this person? And why do I feel so familiar? Above the square below, Holy Lord Qing Yun was protecting Lian Yu's side, his eyes looking up and down at the black-shirt figure, his heart indescribably odd. What has he been through and why is he like this? Not far away from the hilltop of Qingyang Peak, Yi Yao sat on her knees, tears welling up in her eyes, and a gust of cramping pain faintly coming from her heart. "Senior sister Yi Yao, what's wrong with you?" Qing Linger stood at the side and tried to pull her up. Looking at the tears in the former's eyes, she and the Qingyang Peak master glanced at each other and couldn't help but ask, "Yaoer, do you recognize this person?" "Yes, sister. If you know anything at all, tell us." Yi Yao was silent and shook her head, not saying anything. She just turned around and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. "Sister, where are you going?" Qing Linger was furious and wanted to chase after her, but she was stopped by the Qingyang Peak master, who sighed in a deep tone. "The big picture has been decided. The heavenly song realm is finished. Senior, you must have a way to save senior sister Yi Yao, right? Please, save sister." Humph. At those words, the Qingyang Peak master whisked his sleeve away from Qing Linger's hand and said angrily, "Being able to bless all of your disciples down is already the limit of what I can do. Why should she let me save her if she's going to get herself killed?" Qing Linger was silent. The master who had always taken it as his duty to get rid of demons and defend the Tao was now giving up his dignity to protect their lineage of disciples. and his Tao heart was broken. The possibility of a breakthrough had been cut off in this life. Thinking of all sorts of things, Cheng Linger chose to compromise, her gaze looking at Yi Yao who was walking away, always feeling that she had lost something, the most important thing in her life. On one side of the plaza, the boundless Saint King and the others who were recuperating also sensed that something was wrong and gazed at Xiao Chen's figure in a deep voice. Heaven-swallowing devil technique? I did not expect that what this person performed just now was the heaven-swallowing devil technique. When the second elder of the boundless Holy Land felt that demonic aura on Xiao Chen's body, his sweaty hairs stood on end and he was somewhat uncertain. Regardless of whether he is performing the heaven-swallowing devil technique or not, swallowing a living person alive. What is the difference between your behavior and that of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil? The boundless Saint King's good feelings towards Xiao Chen were gone in his heart. Saint King Boundless is right. This person must not be retained. The heavenly sword sage lord also chimed in, recalling, according to my family's ancestors' records, back then, that heaven-swallowing demon emperor was practicing this technique and eventually went off the rails, and he even wanted to directly devour this side of the heavenly Tao, which was simply a fool's dream. If we let this son cultivate for some more days, I'm afraid that no one in the entire heavenly Tsun realm will be his opponent. In your opinions, what should we do? The Divine Flame sect and these first-grade sects had now become completely dependent on the three great holy lands, and were only looking up to them. Kill! Yao Xianer's eyes sank, a hint of ruthlessness in her tone. But, the Myriad Sound sect leader looked a bit embarrassed and analyzed. Right now, he is considered to be on the same side as us, and he has a close relationship with the Emperor's Sword of the Blue Sky, and he also helped us rescue the sect disciples earlier. If we go straight back to the water, won't we become that backstabbing person? Humph. Yao Xianer snorted coldly and lowered her voice. What's the point of having faith when you're in the company of devils? Besides, if they want to go out, they'll have to use our power to do so, and we've never talked about cooperation. At best we're just utilizing each other. Also, this person is a major threat to us. The heavenly destiny descent is imminent. If this son is around, then we will have no chance. Are you willing? When these words came out, the crowd fell silent and a hint of killing intent was added to their eyes as they looked at Xiao Chen. Interesting. Suddenly, Xiao Chen coldly opened his mouth, and his gaze was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the void and shot straight at the crowd, as if he wanted to see through their hearts. Under that sharp gaze, the crowd only felt as if they had nothing to hide, and a trace of fear could not help but arise in their hearts. Who am I, you ask? The corner of Xiao Chen's lips hooked up as he raised his eyes to meet the face of the Grand Elder and laughed coldly. Is it true that Uncle Jiang doesn't even recognize me? Then do you still recognize this move? With that, he pointed out his fingertips and thousands of sword shadows shot out. One could only see the thousands of sword shadows speeding away like meteors, each sword shadow flashing with an icy cold light, carrying an unrivaled might that made people shiver. Wherever the sword shadow passed, the void was torn out with a tiny crack, as if this space was unable to withstand the power of this sword shadow. This is the Starlight Sword technique. How did you know that move? No good. The Grand Elder's face changed drastically. He couldn't think in time. He could feel the terror of this sword move and hurriedly cast his own defense. But under the attack of these thousands of sword shadows, his defense was like paper mache, instantly torn apart. In a single breath of effort, thousands of sword blades penetrated through his body, and the entire Grand Elder was like a kite with broken strings, plunging headfirst into the Green Cloud Plaza, raising skyward clouds of smoke and dust. No! How is this possible? The rest of the crowd looked at Xiao Chuan with horror on their faces and spoke out of turn. One strike? He beat the great elder of Qingyun without the power to fight back with just a single strike. This person's strength has actually reached what kind of level? Previously, the scene where Xiao Chuan had stepped in for Qing Xiao to block Qingyun's attack was vivid in the crowd's minds, but everyone had rightfully attributed it to Xiao Chuan's status as a disciple of the Eternal Life Emperor. From the very beginning, there was no thought that this was Xiao Chen's own strength. Now, when the crowd saw the other party execute such a terrifying sword move, they all reacted to the fact that this person was definitely a superb warrior. The strength might be comparable to a questioning realm powerhouse. Eldest brother. The second elder dashed to the smoke and hurriedly took out an elixir and fed it to him. Eldest brother, are you all right? Cough cough cough. The Grand Elder coughed out several mouthfuls of bruised blood in a row, raised his head with difficulty, looked at the spirited black-shirted teenager, and said with some reluctance, this Starlight Sword technique, the entire Green Cloud Holy Land besides me, I have only passed it on to him. Who the hell are you? Me? As Xiao Dust spoke, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider, and the sword in his hand trembled slightly as if it was cheering in excitement. If you've already guessed, why should I say it again? You. Seeing Xiao Chuan's personal admission, the Grand Elder's eyes widened as if they were about to snatch out of their sockets. His hand that was gripping the second elder trembled violently, and blood continued to seep out from the corner of his mouth as his chi and blood attacked his heart. Shifu, elder brother, what's wrong with you? Elder brother, you tell me. The second elder looked and grew up with their own, like brothers of the eldest, eyes slightly red, mouth kept shouting, but the latter's body is uncontrollable like shaking. The various meridians and orifices actually broke one by one. Blood mist soaked through the lapel seeped out. Aha! Suddenly, a muffled grunt came from the Grand Elder's chest. His eyes widened, his limbs straightened up, and the whole person looked like he had lost his soul. His eyes gradually darkened, and then the whole person looked like a deflated ball of leather, curling up into a ball. Senior! Boom sound! A small purple sword from the Great Elder's brow fled out, turned into a spiritual light to escape, and steadily fell into Xiao Chen's palm. A steady stream of spiritual energy along the small sword did not enter his body, growing his own body. Along with that, the Great Elder's cultivation insights over the years were forcefully poured into his mind, and the Great Diffusion divine skill operated on its own, with the soul infant in the sea of consciousness acting like a busy machine, constantly filtering out the useful information, and busying itself with it. Accordingly, Xiao Chen's entire sea of consciousness space was also expanding at a terrifying speed, and his divine sense cultivation came straight to the perfection of the Great Sage realm, only one elder short of the Saint King realm. Yes, Xiao Chuan felt the surge of power in his body and the slowly melting Gongfu memories. His body trembled. The pleasure from the spiritual level made him unable to hold back a groan. And then he looked at the crowd below. He felt as if he was omnipotent at the moment. Junior brother, are you alright? Peach's worried voice rang in his head. Senior sister, I'm fine. I'm just lamenting that it's no wonder the heaven-swallowing demon emperor momentarily entertained the crazy idea of devouring the heavenly Tao and replacing it in the first place. Now I seem to understand him. Peach reminded. Cultivation refinement is good, but you mustn't be hasty. With your cultivation nowadays, even the original Jin Wuchen is by no means your opponent. Don't lose out on a small amount of money. Sensing the subtleties of the Gongfu therein is what you should do. Aha! Thanks for the reminder. Senior sister. After stabilizing his mood, Xiao Dus looked at the crowd below and could clearly feel a few more points of scorn and fear towards himself in the gazes around him, as well as that killing intent from the second elder. Ha! Want to avenge him? The second elder didn't impulsively step forward. His fists clenched and gritted his teeth. Kid, you won't be able to rampage for much longer. Yes? Miso dash. Suddenly, the sound of a sword light whistled in his ears, and a tragic white sword blade obscured his eyes. Die! Whoosh with a sound. A black-clothed figure quietly landed in front of Xiao Chuan, and with a flash of silver, the tip of the sword stabbed straight at his brow. The Jedi sword? Ha. That's not how this trick works. Just as Lian Yu's attack was about to fall, Xiao Chen's figure turned into a bubble and instantly disappeared. Shadow sword technique. Why do you know the techniques of my lineage? Who the hell are you? After failing to win with a single strike, Lian Yu stood cloaked in the void, shouting frantically towards the surroundings, searching for Xiao Chen's figure. However, the next second, the wind suddenly moved. Below, the Holy Lord of Qin Yun suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the silhouette behind Lian Yu. His expression changed and he shouted with his mouth wide open. Senior sister, be careful. Lian Yu sensed that something was wrong and wanted to turn back, but she heard a familiar voice ringing in her ears, as if it was a whisper from hell. Uncle Lian, long time no see. You are Bear. The moment Lian Yu's pupils contracted, the tip of the sword quietly penetrated her heart. Crimson blood dripped down the tip of the sword, and the disguise on Xiao Chuan's face slowly faded away as he said quietly, how about it, uncle? Do you like this gift I gave you? Bear. Another sound of drawing the sword. Lian Yu's body fell downward. She looked at that once incomparably familiar face. Her heart ached like never before. She raised her hand and tried to grab it, but it was getting farther and farther away, just as it was in the beginning. So you did everything. I know it's wrong. I already know it's wrong. But why did you kill Fanner and the others? Why? Xiao Dust closed his hand and stood in place, looking up at the sky in a brief moment of stagnation. Because, as the words came out, he lowered his head and covered his face with his right hand. The corners of his mouth opened up. His body couldn't stop trembling. His eyes flashed with a strange red aura, and his voice slowly changed from calmness to insanity to hissing laughter. Ha, because I want you to die. Today I return to claim that debt from the beginning. All those who have failed me, all deserve to die. Zoe, Master, I am. As the words fell, a scarlet red bright aura flew out from the eternal life ring. Xiao Rou had already been successfully promoted to a sacred king-level artifact since she had devoured the Ying Beast King's core, and her appearance had also turned into that of a young girl, with an eye-catching and dazzling scarlet red long dress. Formation. Understood. Xiao Rou promised. for black and red streamers emerged in her palm. And with a thought, the 4 10,000 soul streamers flew out, sticking into the top of the Qingyun Holy Land sect protector formation like meteoric spikes. Boom! The 4 10,000 soul streamers were inserted just for a moment, and the original golden light of the patronage formation was just like being wrapped in a blood color, and kept spreading in all directions, gradually covering the patronage formation, with a blood-red head. That's the 10,000 soul streamer. Xiao Chen, what do you want? You stop it. Although the Holy Lord of Qingyun and the others were shocked in their hearts at the news of Xiao Chuan's resurrection from the dead, they also noticed at a glance that something was amiss with the changes in the patriarchal formation, and immediately spoke out to stop it. Not bad, Xiao Chen. The old crone advises you to stop quickly. Yes, it's imperative that we all work together to resolve the Qingyun Holy Land. Yao Xianer and the others also realized that something was wrong. The spiritual energy in their bodies somehow started to be swallowed up little by the blood-colored array in the sky. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. What am I going to do? Xiao Chuan sat down in the blood-colored large formation for a moment, a spring-like smile raised on his face as he spoke in a calm tone. Of course I am prepared to sacrifice everyone. Don't be afraid. Dizziness is normal. It'll be over in a minute. You. The boundless Saint King and the others intuitively felt their scalps shake at the words. Once they had known Xiao Chen, knowing, upright in character, and cynical. Now why could he so calmly say such chilling words? No, you can't. Below, Lian Yu, who had regained a mouthful of breath, lost her voice and cried out, with tears of blood left in her eyes as she said in grief, Dusty, don't be like this, go with me, I don't want to see you fall into the devil's path anymore, I beg of you. Ha, Xiao Chen sneered, it's already too late. Immediately, his hands continuously pinched and his mouth vibrated, and the entire Qingyun Holy Land began to shake violently, with the mountains crumbling and the ground cracking, as if the scene of extinction had arrived. Master, why is this happening? On Qingyang Peak, Cheng Linger was heartbroken and directly fainted. Qingyang Peak Master picked her up and looked at the young figure overhead in the distance. His heart was all complicated. 1,000 words are reduced to one sentence. The wheel of heaven is reincarnated, and everything is just self-eating. Kid, don't you dare. The end of the mediation of the Qingfomold ancestor in situ stormed up, clenching the hands of the long sword directly to kill Xiao Dust. Only, everything has been too late. Silent spirit birth and destruction formation. Rise. Next moment, Xiao Chuan's eyes opened abruptly, and the heaven-swallowing devil qi, as thick as an abyss, erupted with him at the center, and in just an instant, that Qingfomold ancestor was like a headless fly, and was directly slapped by his breath, smashing into the Qingyun Great Hall below. Unconscious. Rumble. The black as ink demonic qi continuously spread towards the Qingyun Holy Land surroundings, covering the sky wherever it went, shielding all divine souls from probing. The aura was extinct, and countless disciples were directly sucked into dry corpses, turning into powder that dissipated in the heavens and earth. Wow! Even the only remaining soul was hooked away by the soul chain, turning into a piece of earthly purgatory. Magic. He, Xiao Chen, is the real devil. A devil who eats people without spitting out bones. P.S. 6,000 words super big chapter. Please beg for gifts. Help me. Somebody help me. In the heaven-swallowing demonic qi, countless wails of the Qingyun disciples rang out, as heartbreaking as ghosts and gods weeping. No, Xiao Chen. You can't do this. They are all innocent. Why are you being so cruel? Above the Green Cloud Square, the Holy Lord of Green Cloud looked at the tragic situation occurring in all corners of the sect, his eyes unprecedentedly helpless, his tone carrying some pleading, tears of blood dripping from the corners of his eyes. Innocent? Xiao Chuan smiled instead of being angry and said in a loud voice word by word. In the past, when I was slandered by the entire clan, when I was wantonly slandering my reputation, have you ever thought about the fact that I was also slandered and planted by that Yifan? You don't deserve to say that to me. Furthermore, this silent spirit birth and destruction formation only takes effect on those who have a grudge against me in their hearts, or those who have a grudge in their hearts, and they deserve to die. And they die no more than they deserve to die. But, instead of caring about them, how about caring about yourself? My good uncles. 9-character sword technique, killing technique, swish. As the words fell, Xiao Chuan's hand holding the dusty heartsword flipped horizontally and vertically, chopping out a strike horizontally at the head of Qingyun Peak. The dark black sword aura came with the characteristics of heaven-swallowing demonic qi, devouring the space along the way together. The chopping range was so wide that even the boundless Saint King and the others on one side were locked together. No good. Qian Yuan Bell. Breaking tripod. Manifestation source life mirror. Golden body buster technique. The several elders of Qingyun shouted in unison. They could feel the terror of this strike and didn't dare to be arrogant. They all sacrificed their own stunts, as well as various magical treasures, in an attempt to ward off this strike. For a while, various colors of light flashed, and various attacks such as sword chi, palm wind, and flames converged towards Xiao Chen's sword awnings. Xiao Chen, don't underestimate us, the boundless Saint King bellowed, and a replica of the emperor-ranked magic weapon Wuji stick appeared in her hand, which she raised above her head and roared angrily. The Wuji stick technique. One word, force. Smash me. Rumble. As the boundless Saint King's words fell, the infinity stick in her hand instantly skyrocketed 100 times in size, resembling a giant pillar in the sky as it blasted down toward Xiao Chun. Humph, kid, today I'll let you see my heavenly sword Holy Land's best technique. The heavenly sword Sacred Lord was equally unwilling to show weakness. The black sword blade in his hand was replaced with a black and white special sword blade, which exuded a faint emperor's Dao aura. He looked solemn. His hands drew circles to form a taiji pattern, and he shouted under his breath, Yin Yang Heaven and Earth Sword, go! Whoosh! The black and white sword blade set off a circle of sonic boom clouds, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through space and stabbed towards Xiao Chen. At the same moment, Yaoqi Holy Land, Yao Qingdao and other elders formed a circle formation. Yao Xianer sitting in the formation eye, hand offering a long sword, whiter than a willow leaf. View its breath is still a half-emperor level magic treasure. Yao Guang sword formation. Rise. Buzz off. The moment the words fell, that willow leaf sword issued a burst of buzzing, and then divided into two into four. In a few breaths of time, thousands of silhouettes appeared in the sword array, swaying in the sword array like willow leaves, as if they were fluttering, containing a terrifying killing intent in their beauty. Stare. Yao Xianer opened her eyes and a hawk-dove-like bad smile appeared on her radiant pretty face. Xiao Chen, go to hell, go! With her hand as a sword pointing, the Yao Guang sword formation, along with Yao Xianer's control, purposely bypassed the place where the sword-on passed through and killed Xiao Chun from the top to the bottom. Ha! I didn't expect you all to be really polite and leave all the killing moves to Xiao. I'm really flattered. Cut the crap. A hint of disappointment appeared in the eyes of the boundless Saint King as he pretended to be pained. Empty of talent but on the wrong path, we will kill you here today. Gentlemen, kill, ha 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 ha. Looking at the crowd of disciples from the various sects who had rekindled their will, the smile on Xiao Dust's face became more and more maniacal. His body bowed slightly, his hands were pinched into grasps, bloodthirsty killing intent surged out of his eyes, and he Jia laughed. It's not polite to come and go. Chaotic sword domain, open. Bear. Next, an endless chaotic aura spread from underneath Xiao Dust's feet, and everything within the realm seemed to be slowed down in time, falling uncontrollably toward the chaotic abyss below. Boom! Boom! What's going on here? Why are my attacks out of control? What kind of law power is that? Looking at the attack that was originally aimed at Xiao Chuan, which kept falling towards in Xiao Chuan's surroundings, the crowd was plunged into deep self-doubt. How had they ever seen such a domineering attack? I don't know. This chaotic sword domain was precisely the new sword domain that Xiao Chuan had formed after absorbing millions of sword intentions and fusing them with the chaotic laws in the sword mount. Compared to the previous single domain of chopping, the chaos domain contained the characteristics of all the sword intent he had absorbed, and he could convert the effects of the chaos sword domain at will whenever he wanted to. For example, what he had performed just now was a special sword intent called the sword intent of heavy, which was similar to his sword intent of chopping, and was able to directly give the sword the characteristic of being heavy, coupled with the infinite amplification of its effect by the chaos domain, which had also led to the scene just now. Within the realm, all existences will be limited by gravity more than 1,000 times their own. Ordinary cultivators, not to mention breaking through the realm, would be enough to burst their bodies just by enduring it. The other side. Boo! The attacks of the second elder of Qin Yun and the others were swallowed up the moment they came into contact with the black sword awnings, and there was no way to stop their advance. The chaotic sword domain that spread out made the crowd as if they were deep in a quagmire, pressing down on their chests and about to gasp for air, an unprecedented sense of suffocation permeating their hearts. Seeing the sword on getting closer and closer, the faces of several elders became extremely ugly. They knew that if they could not withstand this strike, they themselves along with the entire Qinyan peak would be reduced to nothingness. Ancestor, save us. Whoosh! Just in the nick of time, an old man dressed in white suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. He held a long white sword in his hand, and a faint light flickered on the sword. Little friend, be forgiving. You've gone a little too far, only to see the old man gently waving his sword. A white sword chi met towards the sword on. Clang! The two collided with each other with an earth-shattering bang. Sword chi and sword ons intertwined with each other in the air, and it was hard to tell the winner from the loser for a while. Who is this man? Xiao Dust was secretly shocked when he saw this. He did not expect that there was such a powerful character on Qingyun Peak, and this kind of strength had already exceeded the level of a half-emperor. I'll pass you paralyzed. Old undead. I don't care who you are. The Qingyun Holy Land will die today. Kill. He took a deep breath and once again executed the killing technique, pushing the dusty heart sword with all his might, trying to break through the opponent's defense. Hey! And that white-clothed old man did not show any weakness as he continuously waved the longsword in his hand, and a steady stream of white sword chi attacked towards Xiao Chen. The two fought back and forth. The surrounding space also became distorted due to the intense battle between the two, and from time to time, spatial cracks appeared, sucking the unlucky disciples into them and twisting them into smithereens. Xing Yuan. It's not good. He's not even dead yet. Xing Xiao also sensed the difference in the outside world, and looking at the white-haired old man, his heart was immediately startled, and he wanted to send a voice message to Xiao Chuan to explain, but he was detected by Qing Yun on the side, and forcefully interrupted. Qing Xiao, your opponent is me. You'll just have to wait to collect his body for that kid. Ha ha ha. You, facing Cheng Yun's attack, Qing Xiao was already a bit overwhelmed, and all he could do at the moment was to trust Xiao Chen. Junior, where did you learn this sword move from? After a short pause, Qing Yuan stared at the sword in Xiao Chen's hand, a flash of good talent in his eyes. Ha, what? Old piker, this won't work? Want to know? I'll tell you when you're dead. Raising his eyes, Xiao Chen looked as usual, not seeing the slightest bit of fatigue after the great battle. On the contrary, Qing Yuan's chest was already slightly heaving, his nostrils were aggravated, and his face was somewhat flushed. Brat, do you know who this is? How dare you be so rude? When the sixth elder saw Xiao Chen being so unself-conscious, he subconsciously substituted him for his former position and spoke out to question him. Get out! Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned and looked at the sixth elder as the divine sense of the Saint King realm instantly enveloped him, and a mouthful of blood was directly spat out by the latter. You! The sixth elder fell to the ground and opened his mouth to say something when he saw the dusty heart sword raised in Xiao Chen's hand, and in an instant, the blade of the sword flickered with a cold light, as swift as lightning. An icy voice echoed in its ears. There is a road in heaven that you don't take, and there is no door in hell that you have to break through. 9-character sword technique, rain sword technique, sha 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 sha. As Xiao Chuan swung, the sword strokes poured down like a raging wind and rain, each sword carrying a harsh sword aura as if it was going to tear the void. Wherever the sword blade passed, the void rippled, as if this space was unable to withstand this terrifying sword move. Old ancestor save me. The sixth elder looked at the falling rain of swords. His eyes were wide and filled with horror as he struggled to get up, but his body was unable to move as if it was being pressed down by a huge mountain. Looking at Qing Yuan again, at this moment, the latter stood still. The expression on his face was devoid of sadness and joy, as if he was looking at a fool. No! The sixth elder knew that he had been abandoned by the old ancestor and turned his head anxiously to look at Xiao Chuan in the void, closing his eyes and shouting, Xiao Chuan, please, let me go. I'm your Tamshur ancestor. Xiao Chuan's voice was not mixed with any emotion. His eyes were cold and unfeeling, and the sword in his hand did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Don't be afraid, Master Ancestor. I'll send you on your way. Very soon. His voice was as cold as if it came from the 9 hells. Die. As the last word was spat out, all the attacks fell violently, carrying an unrivaled might. Prickle prickle. The sixth elder's body was instantly shredded by the sword chi, turning into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. The whole scene was bloody and horrifying, sending shivers down one's spine. Wow! At the same time, Xiao Rou's figure emerged, and with a wave of her little finger, countless soul-locking chains directly wrapped the sixth elder's corpse, yanking it into the soul-refining space along with his soul, emitting a mournful wail. Shaw Dust. Seeing this scene, the third elder could no longer sit still and said in a deep voice, Killing is not a headache. I understand that you want to take revenge, but old Six, he had at least taught you for a while. Why did he go to such an extent? Oh, Xiao Dust sighed and turned his head coldly, a pair of indifferent eyes staring at the third elder as he questioned. The most disgusting thing in Laozi's life is a moralistic hypocrite like you. You can't fight anymore. You know to honor the old and the young? When I was first slandered, who among you present ever stood up for me? No, because as far as you guys are concerned, I'm just a small cultivator at the Wheel Sea realm with a fair amount of qualifications, and you think that you're so high and mighty that you can easily pin me down, so you don't care at all. It's ridiculous. Xiao Chuan's words were like a slap on the face, and the third elder and the others were silent, only feeling a raw pain on their faces. Ha! Speaking so nicely, Xiao Chuan, what does the grudge between you and the Qingyun Holy Land have to do with my clans? You're nothing more than wanting a grandiose reason to strike us down. In my opinion, you're the real hypocrite. In the direction of the boundless Holy Land, Su Evening Ching had already awakened, and after a brief understanding, she stood up in a self-proclaimed righteous style and pointed at Xiao Chen and began to accuse. Noisy. Without any nonsense, Xiao Chuan raised his hand and clenched it against the void. The majestic aura condensed into a pair of large hands and grabbed it towards Su Evening Ching with a palm, and the boundless Saint King sensed the situation and dodged to stop it. Evening, look out! Boo! With just a casual strike, the boundless Saint King spat out blood and flew backwards on the spot, crashing headfirst into a distant mountain with a loud rumbling sound. Master! Master! Everything happened too fast. Su Evening Ching could not react in time, her eyes staring blankly at Xiao Chen in the distance. The latter's eyes that scorned everything seemed to be telling her, so what if it was right and wrong, black and white? In the face of absolute strength, the fist is the only truth. Think you've learned a few words of learning and really take your own words seriously? Are you calling me a hypocrite? Earlier, if it wasn't for me and Elder Qing Shao breaking the boundary and allowing your division to save you, do each and every one of you think you're qualified to speak to me here? Remember, your lives are given by me. I can kill you if I want to. It's not your turn to teach me what to do. And you. As he said that, Xiao Chen raised his hand and made another sword, and space was torn apart as he chopped straight down towards Yao Xiener. How dare you! Yao Xiener's face changed drastically as she tried to dodge with all her might, but the speed of the sword on ripping through space was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of her. Put! A sword chopped down. Yao Xiener couldn't dodge in time. The lower half of her body was directly sliced away. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth. Her body flew out upside down, lying in a pool of blood. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and her breathing became very weak. Elder Ancestor, Yao Qingdao and the others cried out in shock and rushed over to check her injuries. Only Yao Xiener's lower body was infested by the heaven-swallowing demon Qi. Her vitality was constantly being devoured, and her blood dyed her clothes red. Flee! Take the disciples and flee! Yao Xiener's eyes became dim. Her heart was filled with despair and unwillingness. Now that it was too late to regret, she could only expect Yao Qingdao to escape with a few more disciples. Ah! Worthy of being a half-emperor level powerhouse, it's really a great tonic. Xiao Chuan continued to digest Yao Xiener's cultivation experience, and his divine sense once again leapt to the Saint King Realm Grand Circle, and his sense of the various rule powers was rapidly growing from scratch. You are simply not human, Xiao Chen. I'll fight you. No, no. Yao Qingdao went completely crazy, holding her sword and disregarding the people around her. She got up and killed towards Xiao Chen. When Qingyun Holy Lord Bai Yuanfeng saw this, his eyelids jumped and he moved to block, but it was already too late. Since you're eager to die, I'll fulfill you. Zoe, kill them for me. Yes, master. Swish. In an instant, countless soul-locking chains flung out from the void, stabbing towards Yao Qingdao like a heavenly net. Xiao Chen, I want you to pay in blood. As the words fell, the harness behind her fell, and a head of black, waterfall-like hair instantly turned white, and her longevity began to burn crazily as she went mad and killed towards Xiao Chen. Got it! At the moment when he was about to get his hands on it, Xiao Chen suddenly moved, only to see that he gently raised his hand and the dusty heartsword was slowly handed forward. There's a show. Just as everyone felt that Xiao Chen was deliberately being generous, the front end of the dusty heartsword suddenly disappeared, as if it had not entered space. What the hell? But, in the next second, Yao Qingdao's eyes widened as her body stopped in midair. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth. She lowered her head with some disbelief. At her heart, the tip of the dusty heart sword appeared out of thin air from the void of space, and it straightly did not enter her heart. Dang! Dang! She'd never had a moment where she felt the sound of her heart beating so clearly. It's over. Xiao Chuan's words fell. She felt as if her vitality was being forcibly taken away. Her eyes became more and more drowsy, and her heart also calmed down at this moment, and the memories in her mind disappeared as if she was walking on a horse. So this is what death feels like. Yuan Feng, I'm sorry. Before she died, she took one last look at the kneeling and wailing Holy Lord of Changyun, and then she was completely yanked into the soul-refining space and disappeared. No, Xiao Chen, why are you doing this? The Holy Lord of Qingyun sat on his knees and roared up to the sky, somewhat too anxious. Qi and blood surged up to his heart. A mouthful of heart blood was directly spat out, and his realm began to fall. Why are you guys still asking that question? Xiao Chuan idly shook off the bloodstains on the tip of his sword with nothing to do, wearing a familiar smile on his face that was familiar to all of them, and with a few hints of respect in his tone, he laughed and said, Isn't this what you all want to see? Do you need a reason to slander someone? Well, how about this? Xiao Dust pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, how about the charges called colluding with the extraterrestrial heavenly devils in an attempt to pit the heavenly Tsang realm cultivators? Uncle Bai wouldn't be unclear about his current position, would he? The one you colluded with is the extraterrestrial heavenly demon. This Yao Light Dance had an affair with you. I killed her out of reason, right? Back then. That's what you said to me too. Uncle Bai. What's it called? Oh, right. One and the same. Saying this, Shadust's voice lurched and he suddenly grinned an oozing smile as he flung the dusty heartsword in his hand and said seriously, in that case, I can't leave one of you to walk out of here alive. Xiao Rou. Start sacrificing. He. Understood, Master. P.S. 5,000 words big chapter. Jia. Clattering dash, the words fell. Above the Qingyun Holy Land, the blood-red sky was flooded with dots of light like raindrops, and countless soul-locking chains spread out from it, seemingly searching for a target in general probe. Go! Whoosh whoosh! With Xiao Rou's command, the soul-locking chain was like a poisonous snake that had received an order and sped towards the enemy in front. All disciples, defense! The heavenly sword sacred lord and the others were not idle, and quickly reacted, only to see their figures flicker, quickly dodging the attack of the soul-locking chain. At the same time, their bearings quickly took their seats, chanting the same incantations under their breath, and the formations under their feet were instantly cast. Up, rumble. Next, the heavenly sword formation with the heavenly sword sage lord as the eye of the formation rose up from underneath everyone's feet, on which a sword-shaped shadow emitting a cold light was condensed and attacked towards Xiao Rou. Just let this girl play with you. Xiao Rou was not panicked. She made a magic seal in her hand and mouthed the words. In an instant, a soul-locking chain appeared in front of her body to turn into a shield, blocking the sword shadow's attack. Thingy. The rest of the clans also followed suit, and for a while, both sides fought back and forth. Whoosh whoosh, soul chains kept flying in the air, trying to catch the right moment to sneak attack the disciples of the clans, while the people were struggling to do resistance with their formations, narrowly escaping time and time again. However, under the effect of the sacrificial spirit birth and destruction formation, the speed of the people's spiritual energy consumption was completely unable to match the speed of their recovery, and they gradually became a bit overwhelmed. Not fun anymore. Let's try something new. A hint of cunning flashed in Xiao Rou's eyes as she suddenly stopped attacking and changed the spell seals in her hands. The soul-locking chain looked like it had received a new command, no longer chasing the enemy, but instead intertwining into a large net in the air, enveloping it towards the enemy. This is not good. Retreat. When the heavenly sword Saint Lord and the others saw this, their faces changed drastically, but it was too late for them to escape. The soul-lock chain was like a large hand enveloping heaven and earth, unavoidable, and deadlocked them, unable to move. The corners of Rou's mouth lifted slightly in a triumphant smile. It's over. Swish. Just then, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Xiao Rou. The black shadow held a long sword and stabbed towards Xiao Rou. Xiao Chuan's brows furrowed as he sensed that the situation was not right, but it was already too late for him to strike. Xiao Rou, be careful. Xiao Rou heard Xiao Chuan's reminder and immediately sensed the danger and turned around in a hurry. Swish. The black shadow's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xiao Rou, and a knife fell against her white neck. Clang! Sparks were shooting in all directions. How is this possible? The black shadow's eyes widened as he looked at the soul-locking chain in front of him, an expression of disbelief appearing on his face. How is it possible for you to withstand this strike of mine? Before he could finish his words, Xiao Chuan's figure flashed out from the side, a black shadow rapidly approaching towards his, and when he returned to his senses, the latter's fist had already landed. No good. Seeing this, the black-shadowed man's body surface rediffused a layer of law power, ready to escape, but Xiao Chen simply did not give it a chance. The laws of gravity came from all directions as his fist approached, converging at one point, so that it could not move at all. A scarlet glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes and he lowered his voice like a flood beast about to awaken and angrily rebuked. People of the Shadow Demon clan, die for me. Boo! A punch slammed down. The ground was like a calm lake smashed into a stone ripples, ups and downs, debris flying. Strong airwaves will be surrounded by flowers and trees pressed to topple. Zoe, how are you? Is everything okay? Ignoring the situation below, Xiao Chuan grabbed Xiao Rou's hand with concern and asked seriously. Thanks for your concern, master. I'm fine. Xiao Rou was a little embarrassed by Xiao Chuan and with a blushing face, she whispered. Thanks to master's timely reminder, I was able to block the attack with the soul-locking chain. It's okay. Another guest. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes turned and he looked sideways beyond the large formation, where thousands of figures stood, obviously attracted by the commotion of the fall of the two previous powerhouses, and among them, there were quite a number of faces that he had once been familiar with. Ahem! The black shadow did not die. and with great difficulty, he climbed up from the ground, coughed out 2 mouthfuls of bruised blood, wiped the corners of his mouth, looked at Shao dust above his head, and muttered to himself, the former holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land, now that he has returned from a fake death, his cultivation has broken through the saint exalted realm, not to mention that his strength is comparable to that of a veteran peak questioning powerhouse, and he has slaughtered tens of thousands of disciples in his clan. It's just too much to list. But who the hell are you? Disciple of the Eternal Life Emperor? An Eternal Life Hall heir? Or the reincarnation of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor? Ha ha ha. Xiao Chuan hooked his lips and smiled. His expression was as usual. His indifferent eyes traced over the faces of the people around him as he said in a cold voice, "Want to know? Then show some real skill." Back then, the Shadow Demon Emperor was at least considered a lord of the party. How come his descendants netted some chicken stealing? What are you babbling about? The Black Shadow was furious, but did not impulsively go forward, placed in a short exchange of hands. He knew that he was not its opponent, and at this time Xiao Chen had already made a move. But the target wasn't the Dark Shadow Man. He only saw a flash of his figure. The Heavenly Sword formation was like a void to his heavenly steps, and he appeared behind the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord like a ghost, and the dusty heart sword in his hand violently stabbed out, taking the back of the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord's heart. Holy Lord, be careful. No good. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord sensed the danger behind him. An unprecedented sense of death enveloped him. He wanted to turn around to resist, but it was already too late. Put. Xiao Chuan's speed was too fast. His sword had pierced through the Heavenly Sword Saint Master's chest. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shattered by the sword chi, and there was no more possibility of survival. Vomit. The Heavenly Sword Saint Master stared wide-eyed and opened his mouth as blood flowed out. He could not believe that he had been killed by Xiao Chen just like that. He was the Honorable Heavenly Sword Saint Master, but it is what it is, and his life has come to an end. On the verge of death, the Heavenly Sword Holy Lord exerted his last ounce of energy and grabbed Xiao Chuan's arm as he gasped, "Please, the rest of the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land are innocent, so kill me if you want to." Xiao Chuan did not reply, but only drew his sword and indifferently swept a glance at the crowd present without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "I will not let go of any of the people present today. As for those disciples of your Holy Land, I won't pursue them either, but if anyone is not convinced, they can strike out at me to the point of death." Sizzle! With a fling of the blood on the tip of his sword, Xiao Chuan felt the changes in the realm within his body as the origin of the 4 strongest people, the Grand Elder, the 6th Elder, Yao Xianer, and the Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord, entered his body. At this moment, his 3 paths broke through the Saint Exalted realm in unison, and his critical mana cultivation finally broke through the questioning realm. "Kid, how dare you kill Tianer? Damn you!" Outside the Grand Formation, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land who had rushed here never expected such a scene to happen. His most beloved grandson had died right in front of his eyes like this. His heart was sad. The bottom of his eyes were covered with the color of blood, and he roared, "All Heavenly Sword disciples have orders. Form an Emperor formation for me and invite Emperor soldiers." Yes. As the words fell, the Heavenly Sword Elder Ancestor flew and stood above the Grand Formation. A little bit of essence blood flew out from his fingertips, and all the disciples said in unison, "Please ask the Emperor soldier to show himself." Rumble. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and a purple robber's thunder rolled in the clouds like a giant dragon. Roaring, the sword broke through the clouds, revealing a corner of its sharpness. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen. It seems that heaven wants to make you die, but you have to die. Karma. You killed so many innocent disciples. Today is the time to die, under the heavenly tribulation." Su Evening Ching laughed madly, completely unaware that the attack above their heads had locked them all in place, along with the entire Qingyun Holy Land. These people didn't even want the Green Cloud Holy Land or them to live through today. "Fellow Daoist Thundersword, you passed. Yao Qi Holy Land direction." Another old crone walked out. Looking at the age seems to be a few points older than that Yao Xianer. The age in that Thunder Sword old ancestor is no different. It should be the same period of time of the cultivator. "Yao Bai, I advise you to stay out of this matter." Thundersword did not have the slightest intention of giving in. His eyes flashed with thunderous aura. His voice was like a thunderous tremor, and he said word for word, "You and I both know that there are extraterrestrial heavenly demons descending from below this holy land of the green clouds, and if we let them go it's tantamount to letting a tiger go back to the mountain. And I don't think that this is a scene that you all would want to see. If the Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord had died today, and there were no more than 1 in 10 Heavenly Sword disciples left in the Grand Formation, compared to the other sect sanctuaries, Thundersword had no more worries in his heart. Death to the poor is not death to the friend. Since he, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, had already lost a Saint Lord, then the rest of the forces would never want to feel better. Are you really going to get bent out of shape? Old ancestor Yaobai frowned, her 5 fingers clenching tightly. She naturally understood in her heart what Lei Jian was thinking, but now that her holy land had lost a half-emperor realm ancestor, its underpinnings were shaken. If they were to take on another holy lord and holy maiden, the loss would outweigh the gain. I'll say it again. Let Yao Qingdao and Fei Fei come out. Otherwise, even if our 2 families fight to the death, I'll never let you. Lei Jian, have a good time. Clang. Saying that, a white halo flashed in Yaobai's hand, and a crystal sword with green silk emerged in its hand, which was clearly one of the Yaohai Holy Land's hidden treasures, the Yaoguan Immortal Sword, a broken immortal ranked magic treasure. But despite this, its power was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary emperor soldier. Senior Thunder Sword. What Senior Yaobai said is also what I want to say. The boundless Saint Lord also stepped out from the side at this time, a luscious pagoda hovering in his hands, a faint imperial rhythm spreading out, clearly another imperial weapon. My request is simple, just bring out my mother in Evening Star. You guys? The heavenly sword old ancestor's face was grave. The ceiling movements in his hands stopped, and the thunderclouds above his head seemed to have calmed down. However, just as he was still torn between whether or not to agree, an indifferent voice rang out in an inopportune manner. I say, gentlemen, isn't it a bit too early to be happy? Did you ask my opinion if you wanted to save someone? Rumble. The moment the words fell, the thunderclouds above the heads of the crowd actually began to roll uncontrollably, more terrifying than the previous momentum. Blue and white thunder congealed into the 4 elephants and divine beasts, crashing in the thunderclouds, emitting bursts of roaring sounds. What's going on here? Old ancestor Yaobai and boundless Saint Lord both turned their gazes to Lei Jian, who also looked confused. This has nothing to do with me. It's that voice that stirred up the heavenly Dao's aura just now. Rumble. It's not good. It's someone crossing the threshold. Seeing this, a few people finally reacted, their gazes looking up and down at their surroundings, and eventually their gazes landed on Xiao Chuan below them as they angrily cursed. Have you lost your mind? Crack. The robotic lightning made a crisp pumping sound in the thunderclouds, spreading out and blasting towards the heaven-breaking sword, and the thunder sword ancestor kept trying to control the heaven-breaking sword to defend against the robotic lightning. Buzz. However, the power of the lightning of the calamity was simply too powerful, and as strong as the emperor's soldiers were under the constant bombardment of the lightning of the calamity, they could only emit a gurgling wail. Old ancestor, I won't be able to hold on much longer, a disciple exclaimed. Put. Before the words completely fell, that disciple's figure directly flew backwards, and immediately after, all the disciples received a backlash, choking out a mouthful of blood and fainting on the spot. Dash. The heavenly sword old ancestor's situation wasn't much better. Stifling a grunt as a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, his heart sank as he knew that if the emperor's soldier was once destroyed by the lightning of the calamity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Come back. He took a deep breath, bit the tip of his tongue, and sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood, which transformed into a blood-red light and merged into the emperor's soldier. The imperial soldier immediately looked like it sensed something, and its light was so bright that after chopping out an earth-shattering sword aura, it quickly turned into sword light and disappeared, merging into the sea of chi of the thunder sword to recuperate. Xiao Chen, we will see how you will survive this thunder tribulation. After saying that, the heavenly sword old ancestor and the others turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly, they heard Xiao Chen's voice quietly ringing out. Only now do you want to leave? Isn't it a bit too late? Since they're all here, let's all stay. Robber Thunder, open. What do you mean? Under the gazes of the crowd who were dumbfounded, a strand of the origin of the pillage lightning sprang out from Xiao Chuan's fingertips, twisting and turning like a spiritual snake, flashing with dazzling thunder light. Whoosh! As if it possessed life, it took the initiative to meet the overhead robbery cloud. The moment the two came into contact, a deafening roar was emitted, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. In a flash, the lightning quickly spread out in the midst of the calamity cloud, forming a thick pillar of thunder, which intertwined and entwined with each other like a huge thunder net, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. In just an instant, everyone present, including those hiding in the shadows, was locked by a supreme will, and a terrifying thunderbolt had begun to slowly brew. No! What's going on here? Why is the calamity lightning being manipulated by him? I haven't reached the Saint King realm yet, so why am I locked by the heavenly calamity? Kid, you're not bluffing. I don't believe this heavenly calamity dares to stop me. In the crowd, the Saint Realm man finished his unbelief and flew towards the range of the heavenly tribulation, and countless people moved their gazes over with anticipation in their eyes. Seek your own death. Shoutus never looked at that person from the beginning to the end and walked towards the rotting clouds with a leisurely step, and every time he took a step out, the heaven and earth trembled, and the sound of the great Tao gusted, as if a supreme being of the 9 heavens had descended. Boom! At this exact moment, a robbing thunderbolt rumbled down towards Xiao Chun, who did not hide or avoid it, nor did he exert any protective means, just letting the other party fall like this. Seeing this scene, the crowd was overjoyed in their hearts. The corners of their mouths revealed a hint of complacency, and they couldn't help but whisper, "This Xiao Chen is really headstrong and self-righteous. Does he really think that if he breaks through the questioning realm, he won't be afraid of the power of this tribulation thunder? It's really a fool's errand." Well said. Who here doesn't know that the heavenly Tao is merciless? So what if he has mastered a trace of the power of the calamity lightning? Just wait for it to go up in smoke. Ha 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 ha. Laughter came from the crowd, but Yao Bai and the others were frowning deeper and deeper, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, but they couldn't tell. Boom! Next, thunderbolt. The thunder column that was as thick as a water bucket and contained endless energy within it instantly engulfed Xiao Chen and fell all the way down towards the green cloud holy land below, its power being enough to destroy the sky and the earth. Shit! Everyone, resist with me. The second elder opened his eyes and looked at the falling pale thunder. Veins rippled on both sides of his eyes. Under this terrifying calamity thunder, not to mention the ordinary disciples, even he felt an irresistible pressure. Just looking around, apart from the Holy Lord of Qin Yun and the others, where were the surviving Qin Yun disciples? And the crowd of elders were also heavily killed and injured, with 10 of their battle strength gone. Heaven wants to kill my Qin Yun Holy Land. The second elder fell to his knees with a thud dash, his head buried underneath him as a deep sense of powerlessness came over him. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the figure of old man Qing Yuan appeared above the heads of all the people, and his pale voice fell, "The cause of the past, the fruit of today. I am no longer willing to ask more about all the things in this world, whether you juniors collude with the extraterrestrial heavenly demons or treat your disciples as pawns. It doesn't mean much to me, a person who is about to die. But, the Green Cloud Holy Land is my father's heart and soul, and I don't want to see it overturned, at least until I die. Qing Yang, find a few good seedlings and escape as far as you can. I'm counting on you from now on." As the words fell, old ancestor Qing Yuan held the cloud sea sword and rushed up against that robbing thunder, and in the blink of an eye, the sky lit up with a splash of fish belly white, and everyone's eyes directly lit up, their ears ringing, and they couldn't hear any sound. Ah! Help me! Help me! The four-projectile escape of the robbery thunder is like a ruthless iron hand that tears the earth. Wherever it goes, the mountains and rocks are shattered. Not an inch of grass. The ground is cut out of a deep gully, and the living beings are extinct. When the white light dispersed, the crowd opened their eyes again. Underneath where there is still the immortal atmosphere of the Green Cloud Holy Land, blue water and green mountains, replaced by a barren. A few scattered hills still stand. They're charred and blackened. 3 or 2 remaining houses burning with sparks and white smoke. No! Green Cloud Holy Land. My Green Cloud Holy Land. Bai Yuan Feng, who came back to his senses, immediately withdrew the protective array, got up and let go of Lian Yue's hand, roaring with his heart and lungs torn out, his years of hard work all going down the drain at this moment. Sawdust, with blood tears in his eyes, he looked at Xiao Chuan in the void, full of anger but with nowhere to vent his anger. Now that the momentum has gone, any more struggles would be futile. Senior sister Lian Yu, Wei, with that done, he turned around and tried to escape with Lian Yu, yet he was greeted by a sharp blade. Bear! The white blade passed through the body. Senior sister, you! Bai Yuanfeng lowered his head and looked at his senior sister who was held in his arms, his hand covering his chest, his eyes full of disbelief. Blame you! It's all your fault. If it wasn't for your disciple and Yifan together slandering Dusty, how could I have belittled others? Eldest brother, it's all your fault. I don't want to die. So you die for me. Put! Bai Yuanfeng laughed, a miserable laugh. His hands clamped down on Lian Yu in a death grip. The only remaining spiritual energy in his body began to riot, and he grinned a miserable white smile. Elder brother will take you with him. No! Lian Yu looked horrified and tried hard to break free, but to no avail. Now that she was already seriously injured, if she were to experience another saint-level self-destruct, there would be no possibility of survival. Thinking of this, she became more and more frantic, and pleaded for help towards the surrounding area. I am the eldest daughter of the head of the Han family, a top 10 family in the northern region. Someone of you save me. My father would have appreciated it. You guys save me. While Lian Yu shouted her heart out, the surrounding crowd was half believing. Their eyes fluttered and some of their hearts were moved. However, when they saw that Xiao Chen was still standing intact, the crowd's hearts were in their throats, and a female cultivator screamed in a lost voice. No way! That Qing Yuan was the son of the Qing Yun emperor back then, half imperial strength. Even though he was sealed away for many years, His strength is definitely not weak. Those existences were not spared. He is just a half-step in the questioning realm. How did he survive? Unless he is the heavenly Tao's own son. At this moment, Thundersword Ancestor and the others finally realized that the situation was not right. They had just come before. They had thought that the other party was just an ordinary Saint Exalted Realm demonic cultivator, and that Yao Xiener had all been killed by the Qinshao Emperor's sword, and had not taken it to heart. But right now, the truth was the only quick sword. It also brought home to them a truth. Those people were all killed by Shao Dust, a terrifying demon who could reverse the half-emperor realm at the Saint Exalted Realm, and if he was allowed to break through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Out of hand. They must step in to stop the other side from breaking through. Hiss ah! On the other side, Xiaochun slowly opened his eyes after absorbing Qin Yuan's origin and let out a sigh of relief, feeling the changes in all parts of his body and feeling quite emotional, worthy of being a powerful half-emperor realm practitioner who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know if the other holy places also have this kind of heritage. I really want to suck them in one by one and take a look. With that, his contemptuous gaze fell on the duo below and he sneered. Dog bites dog. Interesting. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you two have met with your own disciples in a long time? Well, why don't you come in and sit in my human emperor's streamer? Woo woo. As the words fell, the landscape of heaven and earth suddenly changed. The gloomy wind gusted and whistled, and blood began to ooze out of the scorched earth, churning in the valley and lapping at the mountain peaks like waves. Woohoo! Scarlet skeletons crawled out of the earth, and grievous souls howled as they flew up from beneath the sea of blood. A blood mist filled the air, and countless whispers rang in his ears. Master, I miss you so much. Master, I'm so lonely, come and keep me company. P.S. 6,000 words, super big chapter. Request for gifts. Heaven and earth changed color. The cries of ghosts and wolves rose up in all directions, and countless grievous souls enveloped the holy land of Qingyun. Heaven and earth were cut. Thunder clouds rolled above it. Roaring sounds were endless, and underneath it, the sea of blood churned, and mountains of corpses and skeletons struggled to rise up, charging toward the surviving cultivators. No, you're not Vanner. Vanner is dead. In the blood-colored mist, Lian Yu looked at Yifan's resentful spirit floating in front of her, her eyes looking around vainly, not daring to look directly at the other party, and she couldn't stop trembling. Master, come down and stay with me. Saying that, Yifan's spiteful spirit opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lian Yu, who palpitated and pushed away by Yuan Feng, who was already about to self-detonate, and hissed as he took out his life-preserving spiritual treasure. It wasn't me who did this to you. It was him. It was him. He's the one who victimized you. If you want revenge, find him. Lian Yu, I want you to die a horrible death. Before dying, Bai Yunfeng stared at Lian Yu's face. The only thing in his eyes was anger, and the spiritual power in his body reached a critical point at this moment, and the surface of his body began to chafe, bursting with brilliant white light. Suck! Yifan grudge spirit didn't care to open his mouth and directly swallowed Bai Yuanfeng into his stomach in one bite. Dang! 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 The next second, its stomach began to expand continuously. The body is like a balloon expansion. Will soon be burst, General. Lian Yu saw the situation, rejoiced, just ready to want to escape. But see the mist, there is a sound and shadow came. Hey! Hey! Found you, master. I found you. He 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 he. The visitor's steps floated, and a strange laughter kept coming out of his mouth. A sound that was particularly abrupt and creepy in this silent mist of blood. Under the reflection of the thunder light, only a figure slowly walked, wearing a long black robe. Unable to see her face, she stood on her tiptoes. Her steps were light, yet with an indescribable strangeness, as if she wasn't walking, but floating. As she approached, a chill came over her, and the air around her seemed to freeze. Suddenly, she stopped and stood not far from Ryuki. Through the darkness, Lian Yu could vaguely see her eyes, which shone with an eerie light, as if they could penetrate one's soul. No, don't you come over here. Stay back. Lian Yu's face turned pale as she attempted to back away, but found herself unable to move her legs as if they were nailed down. The visitor slowly raised his hand and choked towards her neck. Rumble. Thunder flickered, and the ghastly white light shone on the man's face, reflecting a face full of scars. The scab scars were shocking, and there was no semblance of life in his body. You are, Kisame? What happened? How did it come to this? For a moment, Lian Yu unexpectedly forgot to react, staring blankly at the approaching Ruyan Lu, her voice trembling. Ruyan, how did you die? There was fear and doubt in Ryuki's voice. He. Ruyan Lu didn't reply. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an eerie smile, her eyes revealing a hint of madness and killing intent. How did I die? Ha 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 ha. Ruyan Lu laughed, her voice echoing in the air in a creepy way. It was you guys. It was you guys who killed me. I want you all dead. Whoosh. Before the words fell, a black flame suddenly appeared in Ruyan Lu's hand and lunged towards Lian Yu. Ruyan, stop. I'm your master. Lian Yu's eyes widened as she tried to dodge, but her body's spiritual energy was in deficit and it was too late for everything. The black fire engulfed her in an instant and she let out a scream of pain as her face began to distort. Ah! Ha 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 ha! The two of them laughed and cried as if they were insane. And above the void, Xiao Dus looked at this scene, and there was no joy in the bottom of his eyes, so calm that he himself felt a little surprised. The joy of having his revenge avenged was not as painful as he thought it would be. Maybe it's just the obsession of the dead one in his body. Lu Ruyan, in vain I treated you so well. You even harmed me? You deserve to die. Ryuki finally went crazy. She couldn't figure out why one disciple after another had to abandon her and kill herself with enmity. She had already admitted her mistake, so why were they still bitterly pestering her? Die together. Lian Yu used her last ounce of energy to get up and pounced on Lu Ruyan, but the latter did not dodge and let the flames engulf her. Her gaze looked through the flames at Xiao Chen's back. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye and she whispered in a voice that only she could hear. Goodbye, eldest brother. Words fell. She dead hold Lian Yu, together annihilated in the sea of fire. Asshole. In the void space, Xingyan felt more and more that something was not right. Just a short time ago within the burning of an incense, she had already felt multiple familiar auras dissipate, and the anger in her heart was hard to suppress. Fuck off. She repelled Xing Xiao with her sword and turned around, ready to rush towards the soon-to-be-healed spatial passage, wanting to go outside to find out what had changed. Just now, she had clearly sensed Qing Yuan's aura, and with Qing Feng in attendance, how could that Xiao Chen and some of the crooked dates from the three great Holy Lands alone be a match for their Qingyun Holy Lands? There had to be some kind of trickery going on here, and she had to get back up quickly. Ho ho! Play with an old friend a little longer. Qing Xiao naturally would not do as she wished, although he did not know how Xiao Chuan did it, but now this was nothing less than the best outcome. Qing Xiao, are you seriously going to stop me? Xingyan gritted his teeth. Can't talk about it. Qing Xiao let out a self-deprecating laugh, spreading his hands helplessly and smiling. I know I'm not your opponent, but it's still possible to keep you here. Qing Xiao, do you realize what time it is? Can you bear to watch Qingyun fall? Do you want to see his hard work for so many thousands of years just ruined? Xingyan's beautiful eyes were round and filled with anger, attempting to use the Qingyun Emperor to confuse the other party's mind. Green cloud overthrow? However, Qing Xiao only raised his head slightly, a pair of icy eyes staring at Qingyun as he said word for word. From the moment you colluded with the extraterrestrial heavenly devil, Qingyun has already been ruined. You don't even deserve to talk about it. In addition, his legacy will not be broken. I have long since ordered the Green Luan Peak Master to leave with a group of disciples, so just stay here without fear. Don't even think about going there. After saying that, Qing Xiao injected a spiritual energy towards the void crack behind him, and in an instant, the only remaining bit of broken space was repaired and completed, and the sword mound completely lost the connection between the sacred ground of the green clouds and the sacred ground of the green clouds. Qing Xiao, you're crazy. Looking at the spatial barrier that was restored as before, Xingyun's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Nowadays she would never be able to cross the endless void and rejoin the heavenly Tsang realm even if Xingyun killed him. See you around, kid. Outside. Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the location of the spatial passageway and frowned slightly. Senior Qing Zhao's aura has disappeared. This sword and that great Emperor Qingyun are both a respectable cultivator. Peach's voice resounded in Xiao Chuan's mind, and he vaguely guessed something in his heart and could not help but sigh. He probably wanted to reduce some of the burden for you, senior brother, which is why he chose to bring that portion of extraterrestrial heavenly demons with him to roam around in the void space. I understand. Since that's the case, I can't let senior down no matter what. It was also at this moment that the shadowy wind blew, the black fire disappeared, and Lian Yu's body turned into ashes that floated away with the wind, and a trace of her soul was yanked into the soul refining space. Goodbye. Lu Ruyan's soul looked at the scene in front of her. A satisfied smile appeared on her face, and gradually, her soul also began to gradually dissipate, eventually turning into a wisp of black smoke and disappearing into the air. Karma arises. Karma dies, the cause of the past life, the fruit of the present life. The grudge is understood. It's your turn next. Saying that, Xiao Chen raised his eyes, and his entire body was bathed in the thunder light, as the lightning of the calamity kept quenching his body for him, and his flesh cultivation broke through the questioning realm at this moment. Yes, Xiao Chen softly chanted and turned around, looking at the few people in the distance. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he walked towards them step by step, each step carrying an endless pressure. Dun 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 dun. The heavy footsteps were like thunder drums, pounding on everyone's heart. and it was like a big show was about to be staged. All the people's faces were filled with nervousness, and the robbery's clouds above their heads were getting thicker and thicker, and they would fall at any time. Xiao Chen, what do you want? One of the first-grade sect patriarchs said with some alarm. Xiao Chuan did not speak as he stretched out his right hand. A ball of blue-white thunder immediately surged out of his palm, stretching out his index finger, the tip of which condensed the power of thunder. His lips lightly opened and he spat out a word, fall. No good. Run. At those words, the crowd panicked, not knowing who Xiao Chen was targeting, and turned to flee. Boom. Suddenly, thunderclouds as if they had been suppressed for a long time finally found a vent like, as much as possible will be hidden in which the robbery thunder is released. Puff. Thunder arcs flashed. The crowd escaped quickly, but the lightning of the calamity was even faster, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the locked targets of the Sage Realm, and the lightning that was enough to extinguish the questioning realm directly engulfed them. Zip, zip, zip. Help me, help me. In the midst of the blinding thunderbolts that were as blinding as the daytime, a few miserable screams came from time to time, and then calmness was restored after a few breaths. When the thunder dispersed, nothing was left. Beneath the green clouds, the corpses of Su Eveningqing and the others collapsed in a deep charred pit, and Yao Feifei was held in Yao Qingdao's arms, seemingly with a trace of breath still wandering. I'm alive. Before Yao Feifei's words fell, a red-skirted figure drifted down, her slender fingers gently hooked her chin, and a frivolous voice rang out, just now. Yes, now it's not necessarily. He. You. With a bared sound, the soul chain penetrated her heart, her eyes went black, and heaven and earth returned to peace once again. Not far. Xiaodust quietly looked at everything in front of him and murmured in his heart, it was time to draw a conclusion to this journey of revenge. It's time for everything to end. Heavenly tribulation destruction. Rumble. The moment the words fell, the 4 elephant divine beasts appeared in the thunderclouds, perched in the 4 corners of the southeast, west, north and west, and the thunderstorms began to contract in all directions. Xiao Chen sat on his knees underneath the thunderstorms, and his body was baptized by the thunderstorms, and his hands formed seals and his mouth recited words. 3,000 thunder punishments. At my command. The first calamity. The calamity of the 7 passions. Drop. Roar. As his words fell, the 4 elephant divine beasts roared, and in the thunderclouds, robberies representing the different emotions within them coalesced, carrying the power of the heavenly Tao, locking onto the tops of everyone's heads, and falling with a roar. Boom. No. Many Saint Realm cultivators turned pale as they felt the destructive power contained within the robbing thunder. They tried their best to escape, but in front of this terrifying power, everything was futile. No. Desperate cries rang out. Boo. Boo. Many people were unable to withstand the test of the thunderbolt and exploded into a bloody mist on the spot, falling under the thunderbolt. Ahem. Xiao Chen. Don't go too far. Thunder Sword Old Ancestor's face did not look good at the moment. The 7 emotions tribulation was not just the power of the tribulation thunder itself, it also contained the illusory test corresponding to the 7 emotions. Ra was almost too deep to get out of it. Xiao Chuan, we are all from a prestigious sect. How dare you use these crooked ways against us? Aren't you afraid of being reviled by the world? At this time, there were already quite a few cultivators who had detached themselves from the 7 emotions and began to verbally attack Xiao Chen, trying to get the other party to let them off the hook. The second calamity. The heart demon calamity. However, Xiaodust is deaf to, once again control the robbery thunder split. Part of the cultivators have not yet come in recovery state, will once again be the robbery thunder split. Like a dead dog, straight toward the lower blood sea fell, was a blood sea skeleton dragged into the abyss. Stupid. Don't panic. This Xiao Chen needs to cross the tribulation just like us. We've already had one experience. It's him who's asking for trouble, not us. When the thunder tribulation is over, we will take his dog's life, said a questioning realm cultivator in the crowd, gritting his teeth. However, not everyone thinks that way. Old Pipsqueak, you are all questioning realm cultivators, so of course you can boast about it, while we are only in the sacred realm, so how can we cross the thunder tribulation? Saying that, the young cultivator looked at Xiao Chen and arched his hand. Elder, we have no intention of being your enemy since the beginning, and we came here just to watch the fun, so I hope you'll let us go. I beg Senior to spare us. Undisputed fellow. The old man of the questioning realm snorted disdainfully and sneered. If he lets you guys go, I'll swallow this heavenly thunder today. In the next second, he heard Xiao Chuan's voice ringing in his ears. The fact that you were able to survive the first calamity, that proves that you do not have compassion for me in your hearts. However, the death penalty is waived, but the living penalty is not. If you don't want to die, scrap a realm of your own cultivation or die. This Xiao Chuan's tone was not to be questioned, and the faces of the crowd changed uncertainly for a while after hearing this, but when they thought of the miserable state of those people before, they were chagrined in their hearts and at the same time, they slapped their palms to the sea of qi, and their realms fell. You may leave. With a wave of his hand, a gap appeared in the thunderons, signaling several people to pass through. Elder, take your leave. Seeing this, these people did not dare to hesitate, and after arching their hands towards Xiao Chen to bid farewell, they turned around and quickly left. In the crowd, many people secretly made a wink at this time, and their bodies flew out, trying to blend in. However, just a few steps out, the overhead robberies instantly arrived. Those cultivators were defenseless and were directly split into black charcoal. Elder, we also want to go out. And please give it a chance. We've all been forced over here by the three great sacred lands. We're innocent. Seeing that they could really get out, many cultivators moved and started begging for mercy. It's now. In the scorched black deep pit below, a faintly unnoticeable black shadow flashed across the corpse of the Qingfeng old ancestor, which transformed into a thin thread that flew towards Xiao Chen's brow. On the contrary, Xiao Chuan still had his eyes closed, devouring the power of the robbing thunder to his heart's content without making the slightest movement, and the extraterrestrial evil spirit witnessed this scene and was delighted in his heart. Xiao Chuan, you're mine now, yes? Just when that extraterrestrial evil spirit thought that everything was won, Xiao Chuan's eyes that contained brilliant thunder might suddenly open and he reached out to point out a finger. His icy cold voice was like the judgment of the heavenly Tao, and his tone carried the majesty of being unable to be disobeyed. The third calamity, the calamity of life and death. Drop. Boom. Shasta. Xiao Chuan's fingertips condensed black and white thunder. The laws of life and death intertwined with each other, and at this moment, the shadow of death loomed over everyone's head, and their breaths became short, as if in the next second, the blow was going to fall on their heads. Swish. The next instant, such as incandescent shining thunder pouring down, black and white, two colors to obscure the vision of all people, as if the beginning of chaos. Heaven and earth is silent, cannot distinguish between time and space. Sha 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 sha. Wherever the thunder of the life and death calamity passes, all things are disintegrated by the power of the heavenly Tao and turned into flying ash, and the bodies of the evil spirits of the extraterrestrial world are constantly broken and repaired, week after week. Ha ha ha. Underneath the lightning of the calamity, the extraterrestrial evil spirit laughed madly. Xiao Chuan, I am immortal. You can't kill me, not even this side of the heavenly Tao. Yes? As the words fell, the reincarnation seal on Xiao Chen's forehead slowly lit up, and at the same time, a burst of great Tao Brahma sounds resounded in the void, and a huge shadow with some resemblance to him emerged behind him. The shadow's eyes were tightly closed, but the vertical pupil at the center of the brow was open, on which the power of the law of reincarnation flowed, and the breath was incomparably holy. Reincarnation got eyes. No, this can't be possible. That child has obviously been killed by us. How can he still be alive? You're not Xiao Chen. Who the hell are you? The extraterrestrial evil spirit seemed to have seen something unimaginable, and its tone was filled with fear, as if it had seen some heavenly enemy, and desperately wanted to break free from the thunderbolt. It's over. Xiao Chen raised his hand and passed out a finger. The shadows synchronized, and an indifferent voice rang out. Hongmeng reincarnation finger. Boom! A finger fell. Under the shadow, space shattered. The 10,000 paths fell silent, and as far as the naked eye could see, the sky and earth returned to tranquility. The robbing clouds dissipated, the sea of blood sank, and everything was reduced to ruins. It's all over, sister. Under the turquoise blue sky, Xiao Chuan's eyes looked calmly at the ruins below, his face a little pale after he had lost his strength as he murmured, it's just a pity that in the end, I only managed to kill one of the extraterrestrial evil spirits, allowing the other to take advantage of the chaos and escape. Senior brother doesn't have to blame himself. Peach's voice sounded in his mind. Now that we have a way to deal with it, I believe that with your growth rate, senior brother, you will be able to kill that extraterrestrial evil spirit when you see it again. Well, senior sister has a point. Xiao Dus nodded slightly and then said, now that all three of my paths have broken through to questioning, it is time for me to leave the desolate domain and head to the central state. But before that, I also plan to make a trip to the demon race. Is it because of what happened to Qing Hongwan and the girls? Peach asked. Before they came here, the two of them had already inquired about quite a bit of information about a few women, and Cheng Hongwan had returned to the heavenly demon Holy Land after that day to retreat and impact the sacred realm. Xin Ling, on the other hand, took Xiaoling Kite and the great amazing royal family and followed the Tianji pavilion to leave, not knowing where they had gone. The most dangerous situation at the moment was Zxiner. After that day she was brought back to the central state by the Z family and became the holy daughter of the Yin Yang sacred land. only waiting for her to break through to the sacred realm. She would be devoured by the Zhejiao Shao for her origin and die. Aha! Shao Dust first nodded, but immediately afterward, he shook his head and said, in my previous life, I had once explored a mysterious place amongst the demon region, and it was there that I saw one of the 10 great innate chaotic spiritual treasures, the spirit beheading flying dagger, Zanpakuto. In the middle of the medicinal garden, Peach's shocked voice was heard. At this moment, her small face was filled with shock, obviously not anticipating that this junior brother of her own family's fortune would be so heaven-defying. After all, treasures of this level could not be witnessed once in a lifetime even for those cultivators who had already stepped into the divine realm, not to mention a small cultivator like Shao Chun who originated from the lower plane. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Peachy endeavored to calm herself down before opening her mouth and asking, Junior brother, since that's the case, what are your plans for the rest of the day? Revived the teacher. With that said, Shao Chen took out the black dragon egg that Ao Xing had transformed into from his bosom, and after absorbing the power of the robbing thunder, the halo on it was obviously a few points brighter than it was at the beginning. Teacher has already recovered 50% after absorbing the power of this calamity thunder, and in the demon realm, I know there is a treasure place called the Thunder Pond, in which the power of the origin will surely be able to allow teacher to fully recover. As long as we have teacher's help, our certainty will also increase greatly on this trip to the secret realm. But, the place where the Thunder Pool is located is in the Thunder Fury Howling Abyss, one of the 10 Jedi Forbidden Lands, and in order to travel there one must pass through the territory of the Thunder Demon Clan, and this Thunder Demon Clan has been responsible for guarding this Thunder Fury Howling Abyss for generations. In my previous life, I was also chased by that heavenly prince, which is why I accidentally stepped into it. And only after 9 deaths did I find that thunder pool by chance. Now that I think about it, I still have a score to settle with that Shadow Demon Clan. Buzz. As the words fell, the dusty heart sword at Shao Chen's waist trembled slightly, emitting an excited sword chirp. That's good. There's no better arrangement at the moment, so let's follow senior brother's arrangement of you traveling to the demon region first. Aha! It's not too late. The commotion here will soon attract other forces. Let's go. Swish. When the words fell, Xiao Chuan waved his hand and put the residual items into his nascent ring, turned around and used the Hongmeng purple chi to conceal his own breath, and with the treading heavenly steps under his feet, his body transformed into a recluse and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not much longer. Several streams of light in the sky landed above the ruins of the Qingyun Holy Land, and the cultivation emanating from their bodies were all around the Sage Realm, and none of them were the ancestors of the nearby second or third grade clan forces. What is it? Among several people, a middle-aged Taoist man suddenly felt an aura light up in the shadows of the ruins and bent down to reach out to pick it up, but in the next second, a cloud of black gas climbed all the way up along his fingertips and quietly drilled into his nose. So dizzy. Fellow Daoist Wang Mengbai, how is it? I'm fine. The Wang cultivator shook off his dizzy head and forced himself to look fine as he came to the other few people and muttered, This Qingyun Holy Land is good. How can it be? Fellow Daoist Wang, be careful with your words. In the crowd, a yellow-robed Daoist opened his mouth and reminded, Then, according to all of you, this matter, what can be done about it? Upon hearing this, all the old ancestors were silent, and for a moment they couldn't think of a good method. Their faces were full of sorrow. Such a behemoth collapsed in front of their eyes. The existence behind it was self-evident. How could they discuss it? Gentlemen, in my opinion, this matter we will take has never happened. The forces that came here today are intricate and complex. Once the blame comes down, will it be something that we can bear? What fellow Taoist Fong said is very true. It's better for us to leave quickly. If we wait for those great sacred lands to come, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for us to leave again. Yeah. Immortals fight, mortals suffer. These behemoths are far beyond what we can provoke. In that case, then the matter is settled between all of you, so don't turn the other cheek afterward and blame a few old brothers for being undignified. Farewell. After unifying the caliber, a few old foxes are also afraid of the night is long and dreamy. Without any pick up the mind, will be their own breath to cover up, quickly left this as a place of trouble. When the crowd dispersed, that Wang Mengbai went and returned, staring at the direction Xiao Chuan had left, his pupils slowly being taken over by black color, and a sharp voice rang out from his body. Xiao Chen, I'll wait for you in the central state. In the meantime, an undercurrent was sweeping through the great sects of the desolate domain. It's millions of miles away. Northern region, Mirror State. The north wind is harsh and cold. As far as the eye can see there is a scene of ice and snow. Family Master, we're at the interdimensional teleportation formation just ahead. It won't be long before we can see Mississippi. On the deck of the Cold family's immortal boat, Uncle Fu was fully maneuvering the boat towards the West Pass city ahead, and anyone who wanted to travel from the northern domain to the deserted domain would have to head to the city. Very good, Uncle Fu. You remember to turn around and bring something to the western city lord, and forget about it if you act in haste this time. Yes, master. It's no good, master. Madam, she fainted. At that exact moment, the maid ran over in a hurry, screaming and looking panicked. What happened to her good self? Ma'am? Cold Wushwang's complexion tightened. His heartbeat inexplicably missed half a beat. Vaguely having a bad feeling, he once again pursued. I'm asking you, what the hell happened to Madam? What happened to her? Your lordship. It's Mrs. Fate card that's shattered. Ma'am, she's fainted. What? Hearing this, Cold Wushwang staggered backward a few steps, nearly fainted, and said in disbelief, how could this be? How could my son? Check me. My Han family will not rest with this man. By Lan. The Immortal Ascension Conference will be held in this city today, so after breakfast, let's go over and see what's going on. With your qualifications, I'm sure it won't be difficult to worship those first-grade sect powers. Thanks, big brother. Borderland of the wasteland. Miles and miles of majestic passes. Changling Pass Marketplace. In a tea house, Xiao Duan looked at the two siblings across the table and picked up a large chopstick of vegetables and placed it in the bowl of the two of them. The two little ones also ate sweetly and ate with grease all over their faces. Big brother. Halfway through eating, Bai Lan suddenly pouted and stared at Xiao Chuan with big watery eyes, and with a small hand, she jumped off the bench and trotted to Xiao Chuan's front, lying on his knee and pampering herself. What's wrong, Bran? Xiao Chen asked favorably. Can my brother and I ask you for something? Bran squirmed, her little face a little flushed. But there's no harm in saying it. Xiao Chen touched Bai Lan's head. Brother, can you accompany me and my brother to participate in the sect examination? Bai Lan lowered her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Snap. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu hurriedly put down the chopsticks in her hands and pulled her sister in front of her, admonishing, Mei, don't fool around. Senior has other things to do, so I can't be troubling Senior. After saying that, Bai Yu understood and looked towards Xiao Chen, pulled Bai Lan to bow and apologized. I'm sorry, Senior. Mei is still young and doesn't know any better. You don't need to take her words to heart. Nonsense. Bai Lan pouted and muttered in a small voice. Obviously brother also wanted big brother to accompany us. Bai Yu sniffed and her small face flushed, shyly unable to speak, compared to the lively and outgoing Bai Lan. Bai Yu, as the eldest brother, is much more calm and introverted. Hoof. Bran arched her nose and grunted. No more good with brother. Upon hearing the reply, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned and then smiled. No matter. I will always accompany you before you worship the sect. Bai Lan and Bai Yu looked at each other and said excitedly. Really? Brother. Aha. Xiao Dust nodded and continued. During this period of time, the mists are overflowing on the transverse plains, and I am also preparing to leave some more time, just so that I can accompany you guys to participate in the sect examination. Great. Bai Lan jumped headfirst into Xiao Chen's arms and rubbed herself affectionately, saying happily, I knew that big brother you are the best for Bai Lan. He. Alright, hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold, Xiao Chen said softly. Nah. With that said, Bran took the initiative to return to his seat, obediently picking up his bowl and chopsticks, and eating his meal with gusto. Senior, I'm troubling you again. It's fine. Xiao Chen shook his head and raised his hand to indicate. Let's eat first. Aha. Bai Yu also obediently returned to her original position, eating while thoughtfully taking a handkerchief to wipe away the grease stains at the corners of Bai Lan's mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Chuan smiled heartily and inwardly communicated with Peach and asked, Senior sister, what exactly is in this mist? Even my half-emperor realm strength is unable to break through it? Well, I don't know. Peach sat under the peach tree, looked up at the blackness above his head, and muttered. I also only once heard the emperor mention that there is a great horror hidden under this crossplane. In the past years, the emperor had crossed the transverse plains with the seat of the evergreen heavenly cow, accidentally encountered this mist, to come out again. The outside world has been 1,000 years in the past. If not for the fact that both of them are everlasting species, I'm afraid that I would have been lost in it. To this day, emperors don't dare to step into it easily. So perhaps, that's why the extraterrestrial heavenly demons will appear in the heavenly pale realm. It seems that this heavenly Tsang realm is far more complicated than we imagined. Just as well, take one step at a time. Things may change when the teacher recovers. Peach nodded. It'll have to do. Right. Saying that, Peach's words changed, and his face was a bit gloomy. Junior brother, when was the heavenly destiny descending in the previous life? About 500 years back. Xiao Chen remembered clearly that 500 years later, The heavenly Tao mountain shook and heavenly fate erupted. A total of 18 heavenly fates descended from the 9 regions, which birthed 3 9-foot heavenly fates, 6 6-foot heavenly fates, and 9 3-foot heavenly fates. It was the most ever recorded in the Tian-san realm. Similarly, this world was also known to the world as the Golden Great Age, with all the great emperor's sons coming out of nowhere, and people as strong as the Bodhi-sun and the Yin heavenly son were but the second rung of the ladder among them. Those who could compete with him in the later stages of his life were Yi Fan and those few others, and he hadn't suffered many losses at the hands of those people in his previous life. That's weird. Peach smiled with a heavier look on his face, and murmured, "These days I have been observing the fateful signs of the heavenly Tsong realm, and I vaguely feel that there is an inexplicable force in the shadows that is influencing the birth of the heavenly fate." Senior sister, what do you mean by that? Xiao Dust was puzzled. I predict that this heaven's mandate will descend in as long as 200 years, or as short as 100 years, so you have to prepare in advance, Peach said with some seriousness. Thanks for the reminder, senior sister. Xiao Dust did not ask why. His own rebirth and return had affected the original destiny of countless people. It was not strange that the destiny of heaven had changed. It was just that the time was tighter than he thought. Still, it's enough. Let's go. Let's see. Fresh buns. Yo. A quarter of an hour later, the bazaar was crowded and bustling. Yells and bargains were heard. Stall owners were enthusiastically soliciting customers, and the air was filled with the aroma of all kinds of food. After eating, the 3 of them headed to the location of the Immortal Ascension Conference together, Bai Lan and Baiyu looking around excitedly with anticipation in their eyes. Who let you? Our family was here first. Fuck off. Hey, you poor peasant. I don't believe it today. Someone, drag them out for me, so that the young master can enroll first. The 3 of them had just arrived at the site of the Immortal Ascension Conference when they saw a sea of people at the registration desk. A few shouts and curses came from inside from time to time. It was bustling with activity, and quite a number of people were gathered around with a look of watching the show on their faces. This family is miserable. This is the Sun family of Changling Pass. I heard that the old man in the family has already broken through the Divine Bridge realm, and it is considered to be a great family that is more than enough than the next. That big fat kid should be the little grandson that the Sun family's oldest ancestor loves the most. I've heard that this son carries a spiritual body, and in the future, maybe the Sun family will be able to produce a Sage Realm powerhouse as well. Who's to say about that? It's better for us not to invite trouble and stay away. Also, after saying that, the crowd dispersed, afraid of touching the mold of this Sun family. Go! Didn't Our Lady tell you to leave? No, we're not leaving. Why do we have to make room for you if we come first? Is there any king's law in this world? The crowd was in an uproar, looking through the gap, only to see 3 or 2 Sun family guards surrounding a mother and child in patches, teeth and claws, a posture of not stopping until they reach their goal. Ha ha ha, the king's law. That Mrs. Sun's family is a fat woman. Hearing this like she heard a big joke, she said with cold sarcasm, in this Chanling Pass, strength is the king's law. You mortals should be grateful to be here for this Immortal Ascension Conference, and you still want to grab the top spot? You dream on you. Someone, just drag me away. Yes, ma'am. Upon hearing this, the few guards were also energized and rolled up their sleeves, a bad smile on their faces. Will the 2 of you leave on your own, or will we invite you? You're reckless. The young girl in the woman's arms stood up in a fit of rage, stopping in front of the woman, a pair of round eyes glaring defiantly at the several guards without the slightest bit of fear in her eyes, and droned, "You are not allowed to hurt my mother." Although the young girl was wearing hemp clothes, her face was fair and clean, and her pair of good-looking eyes were blinking and blinking, which was charming and pitiful. Ouchie oh, little thing, do you know who my lady is? No. The young girl held her head up stubbornly. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, a few guards couldn't help but burst into laughter, and then their faces turned cold as they angrily rebuked. Where did the bumpkin come from? You haven't even heard of my lady son's name? You're the bumpkin. The young girl was a bit unconvinced. A hint of smugness flashed under her eyes, then asked, and do you know who I am? Ha ha. Hearing this, the smile on the leading guard's face stuttered, and as a few sounds of laughter from the onlookers came from the surroundings, he instantly became annoyed and cursed. Little bastard. You tricked me. Seek death. Speaking up, the guard raised his fist, his forging body realm cultivation exploding as he made a gesture ready to slam towards the young girl. Ice. The woman was horrified at the sight and rushed to take the young girl into her arms for protection. Brother, I'm scared. In the distance, Bai Lan slumped headfirst into Xiao Chen's arms, not daring to look at the next scene. Elder, Baiyu's fists clenched when he saw the situation, but he knew the current situation of Xiao Chen and was not willing to cause trouble for him, and he stiffly suppressed his impulses, his fingertips embedded in his flesh. drilling pain in his heart. Looking at the way the two little ones endured for their own consideration, Xiao Chuan was touched in his heart and gently rubbed the two's heads. Just follow your heart. I understand, elder. Swish. Next, Bayu's figure flashed out as his cultivation at the middle stage of the bone-forging realm exploded. Boom! A loud collision sound rang out, and the crowd around them couldn't help but close their eyes, unable to bear to see the scene that followed. However, the scene that the crowd expected didn't happen, only to see the smoke and dust dispersing. Bayu's tiny body blocked in front of the fist, arms crossed to block the fist's attack, a pair of sharp eyes staring at the person in front of him, verbally attacking him. In broad daylight, how dare a monk bully a mortal? You are in vain. When executed. Boom! Next, an unimaginable strength burst out of Bayu's skinny body, directly shocking that lead guard out of the room. Boss, are you okay? Several other guards directly rushed up and held him in place, looking at Bayu and scolding him. Brat, you dare to fight back? Do you know that we are the guards of the Sun family? Auntie, are you guys okay? Bayu ignored the gazes of several people and turned his head to the woman to help her up from the ground. The latter saw that Bayu was just a small child. A flash of intolerance flashed through her eyes and she said painfully, Child, commiserate. Ice, say thank you to your brother. The women pulled the young girl in front of them, and Binger glanced at Bayu somewhat shyly. Her face flushed, her head lowered, her hands behind her back, and she squirmed a bit. Thanks, brother, for helping. This. Bayu was stunned by the young girl's appearance and froze slightly. Bailan in Xiao Duan's arms snickered when she saw this and leaned down beside Xiao Duan's ear and whispered, He, big brother, my brother, he's shy. It's good to be young. Xiao Dust looked at this scene and felt slightly emotional in his heart, recalling that when he was at Bayu's age, he had already followed Master Qing Xiao to the holy land of Qingyun to cultivate. The days were hard, but with the master's companionship, it was a complete childhood. Brat! The crowd's attention was interrupted by a sharp chortle. Looking up, only to see that the Sun family lady wearing a noble dress, strong like a titan, every step out, the feet of the lapis lazuli slit stirred up dust too. The cultivation has already reached the refining bowels realm. Skin in the sun's illumination vaguely glossy. Clear-eyed people will know that the other party is a physical body. Not good. Bayu also sensed the danger and immediately turned around, conscious in his heart that he was not an opponent. He just wanted to open his mouth to ask Xiao Chuan for help, but the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed them back. I can't trouble Senior anymore. I have to rely on myself. Senior said that as long as I can reasonably utilize the techniques I have learned, it is not difficult to cross the border and kill the enemy in the early stages. Calm down and think about the moves Senior has taught himself during this time. Bayu kept hinting to himself in his mind, and his eyes gradually became sharp as knives. His body took up a stance, and his aura around him changed radically. Ha! Mrs. Sun's family laughed coldly, lifting her hand and launching out with a palm, accompanied by a snort in her mouth. Little brat, don't think that you can be heroic just because you have a bit of strength. Today, I'll let you know what is beyond the sky and beyond the people. Boom! Ah! The strong palm wind blew up the skirts of the surrounding women, startling them with a scream. Look out! Lenger was creeped out and was just about to voice a reminder when she saw that the former's palm was as fast as lightning, straight towards Bayu's heart. Big brother, he. Bailan was tense. Her small hand clutched the corner of Xiao Chuan's coat, fearing that an accident would happen. Don't worry, White, he'll be fine. Xiao Dust had already detected the change in Bayu's aura and was equally curious as to how the latter would resolve this crisis. Alan trusts his brother. Having said that, Bailan's eyes were still filled with worry, and her grip on Xiao Chen's small hand instead became tighter. Suck whoop, White spirit pupil, open. On the other side, Bayu was not panicked, holding his breath and holding his concentration. The light in his eyes flashed, his originally dark eyes turned into a mass of white, and the lightning-fast movements seemed to be slowed down in his eyes, becoming visible to the naked eye. It's now! With a flash of movement in his feet, he sidestepped forward against the palm wind and shouted lowly under his breath. Swimming dragon palm. What? Seeing her moves being dodged so easily, a flash of dismay flashed across Mrs. Sun's face, and when she looked back again, Bayu's small hands were already coming towards her back waist. Bastard! Don't give an inch! Boo! After saying that Mrs. Sun's body is a ball of iron that swells up. Bayu's palm falls to be knocked away in turn, his arm shocked to numbness. No good! In an instant, Bayu lost his balance and his entire body flew backwards. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge black shadow enveloped him, and when he looked up, it was none other than the lady of the Sun family, who had already caught up, and her fist, as big as a sandbag, made a gesture ready to slam down, without the slightest intention of leaving her hand behind. Got it! Boom! Bold! In the nick of time, an old voice suddenly resounded through the entire Immortal Ascension Assembly, and the movements of the Lady of the Sun family were pinned in place by a powerful aura, unable to move. As for Bai Yu, he was yanked up by Binger and detached himself from the spot, walking towards the outside of the crowd. Little brother, are you okay? The woman helped Bai Yu up and carefully looked the latter's body up and down before she spoke in a serious tone. Little brother, this time, it's thanks to your help. Otherwise we mother and daughter really don't know what to do. Said. The woman is ready to kneel down toward the White Jade salute. Ice Child on the side is also followed to do. White Jade see the situation panicked. From childhood to the big which he has received this kind of salute. Some at a loss for words said, Auntie, Ice, make it so. Get up quickly. Bai Yu hurriedly helped the woman up. It's just a show of hands. No need to perform such a great honor. As he looked at the mother and daughter in front of him, his heart couldn't help but recall what had happened to himself and his sister. If he hadn't met Senior Xiao Chen, I'm afraid that his life wouldn't have been any better than the two of them. The woman was grateful. Little brother, hurry up and go. We mother and daughter are mortals. There are rules in Changling Pass. Cultivators are not allowed to kill mortals at will. You don't have to worry about us. Yes, little brother, hurry up and leave. Binger glanced back at the Sun family's wife, who was still in a fixation state, and tugged on Bai Yu in an attempt to get him to hurry up and leave. Seeing this, Bai Yu smiled. Auntie, Binger, you don't have to worry. The people from the Immortal Ascension Conference have already arrived. They will do us justice. This, Binger mother and daughter heartsome bottomless. In their impression, these cultivators are layers of protection, willing to fight for mortals few and far between, mostly mixed with some selfishness. Who? Mrs. Sun's mountain-like body struggled desperately, shouting continuously under her breath. Let go of me. I'm the wife of the Sun family's head. Which one of you dares to touch me? Whoosh whoosh. Steep. Several cracking sounds rang out from above the crowd. The crowd looked up and saw a huge immortal boat rapidly coming. Four silhouettes flew out in unison. The leader was a white-haired old man, wearing a white robe, hands behind his back, standing against the wind, his robe blowing and hunting. Behind the old man there were also three young men with handsome postures, hands than sword fingers, standing on top of the flying swords, condescendingly looking down on Mrs. Sun below, sternly saying, Bold Sun Clan, how dare you bully mortals at the Immortal Ascension Conference organized by my 7 clans? Your Sun Clan really has a lot of guts. You are. Mrs. Sun raised her head with difficulty and looked at the flag on the immortal boat, then her eyes glazed over and she stammered. Qingxian sect. You are from the Qingxian sect. No. It's not like that. You guys, don't listen to this little bitch. It's... Mrs. Sun looked flustered. Qingxian sect is a real first-class clan, far from their small Divine Bridge Realm family can be compared to. If they are caught in the handles, can not eat and walk. Immediately, Mrs. Sun's 2 eyes turned and slipped, staring at Binger and the girls and shouting, It's them! They were the ones who sat on their hands first and tried to get us to pay a high price for their spot, and when I didn't want to, they got someone to beat me up. So that's why this happened. Ask them if you don't believe me. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Upon hearing this, the crowd of people lining up were silent. Most of them came from small towns and villages near Changling Pass. Knowing that they couldn't afford to mess with either side, they simply buried their heads and didn't speak. Indeed, the Baiyan Taoist at the head of the group gazed at Bai Yu in the crowd with a frown, and the latter understood and arched his hand, reporting back to Senior. It was clearly this person who tried to forcefully take this Binger girl in the first place. When Miss Binger didn't agree, she arranged for someone to do it, and I couldn't see past that, which is why I helped the mother and daughter. The latecomer dares to swear by the heart of the Tao that what I said just now was never a joke. I still hope that Senior will be clear about it. Taoist White Cloud sank as he listened. As the leading elder of the Qingxian sect for this Immortal Ascension Conference, he naturally would not allow such a situation to occur. Then, he turned his head to look at Mrs. Sun family and said in a cold voice, Mrs. Sun family, do you have anything else to explain? If you dare to deceive old me again, there is no need for your Sun family to exist. Humph. As the words fell, the White Cloud Taoist Sage Realm aura flowed out, frightening the lady of the Sun family's face and trembling. She knew that today's matter could not be easily understood. Next, she fell to her knees with a plop and kowtowed. Wrong, Taoist White Cloud. It's my slave that's wrong. I just want to find a way out for my son and have no other thoughts. I still hope that the Taoist will spare my slave for the sake of my father-in-law. However, Taoist White Cloud was unmoved. He said in a loud voice, Son's bullying of mortals is a bad behavior. So today, his cultivation will be abolished as a warning to others. As the words fell, he casually waved his hand and a white light shot towards Mrs. Sun. No, no, Mrs. Sun screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Hiss. Seeing this tragic situation, The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, silenced, and did not dare to come out of the atmosphere. Only, Mrs. Sun's screams echoed through the crowd, and everyone looked at the scene in horror, lamenting in their hearts. Self-eating. Thank you, immortal, for doing right by us, mother and son. Mother and daughter Binger embraced each other and bowed deeply to Taoist Baiyun, their hearts filled with gratitude for Baiyu. No harm done. He sons bullying and insulting mortals. This is the retribution he deserves. You and others go back and tell that Sun Changqing that if he feels tired of living, he can come to Lao Fu for revenge. Get out of here. Yes, yes, yes. After hearing this, the lower Sun family guards did not dare to stay, turned around and carried Mrs. Sun as well as the young master, and disappeared into the crowd. After the Sun family crowd left, the young cultivator on the side of Baiyun Taoist asked in a low voice, Master, this Sun family has a very shallow relationship with the Vajra sect. Will this move provoke that Vajra sect as a result? Wan Ming, Wan Cheng, Wan Lia, disciples are present. The youth and the two senior brothers and sisters sniffed and hurriedly arched their hands in greeting. Taoist White Cloud said in a serious tone, all cultivators of my generation started from the smallest of beginnings, and we must not act because of the smallest of wrongs, or because of the smallest of goodnesses. Even as a teacher, we are not mayflies in front of those giants of cultivation. Today, if you do not stand up for the weak, in the coming day, if you are behind bars, who will stand up for you? Make more good karma, and maybe one day he can save your life. Disciples understand. The three of them, Wan Ming, responded in unison, all of them having a glimmer of clarity in their hearts. After saying that, Taoist White Cloud turned to look at Baiyu, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes as he smiled and said, Junior boy, you're very good. What happened today? You did very well. Baiyu bowed his head in fear and arched his hand. Thank you senior for the compliment. This is what the junior should do. Taoist White Cloud laughed. No harm done. Would you like to join my Qingxian sect? This, Baiyu froze and subconsciously looked at Xiao Chun, who saw this and nodded his head faintly. Then a look of determination appeared on his face as he took a step back and once again arched his hand in salute. The junior is naturally willing. It's just that there's a little sister at home, and I want to join the Qingxian sect based on my skills. Ha 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 ha. Taoist White Cloud was confused by Baiyu's remark, then burst out laughing. Fine, fine, young man. What's your name? It's been a long time since the old man met a young man as interesting as you, with guts, commitment, and a heart of sincerity in your heart. The old man is very satisfied with you. The third disciple of Wan Ming on the side also nodded slightly, very satisfied with the teenager in front of him. Reporting back to senior, disciple's name is Baiyu. This is my sibling, Bai Lan. This time we are both here for the 7 Sects Immortal Ascension Conference. Baiyu pulled over Bai Lan's hand and introduced himself without being overbearing. Surname White? When Taoist White Cloud heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he immediately asked after him, Are you from the White family of Qingzhou? Seeing how excited the other party was, Baiyu was a bit bewildered, but still answered truthfully, Well, my sister and I did come from Qingzhou. As for whether it's the Bai family that senior was talking about, I don't know. Ever since Baiyu understood, he had been living with his sister in the middle of the Green Cloud marketplace, begging for a living. If he hadn't run into Xiao Chen, who had returned to the clan, and obtained a book of qi refining methods, and accidentally opened up the path of cultivation, there wouldn't have been the current him. You guys? Taoist White Cloud seemed to have sensed something, but hid it well, then took out 2 jade tags from his arms and handed them to Baiyu Bailan, smiling like a kind old grandfather as he opened his mouth. This item is called the Xian Crystal Amulet. It is considered a gift from me to you 2 siblings. With it you can be kept safe. This, Baiyu received the jade token and felt the spiritual energy contained within it. Although his heart was joyful, he did not dare to gladly agree. Just as he was hesitating, Xiao Chen's voice sounded in his mind. The elders grant not to resign. You and Alan just take it. Hearing this, Baiyu had no more unnecessary thoughts in his mind, and pulling Bai Lan's hand, he respectfully bowed to Taoist Baiyun to say thank you. Many thanks to senior for giving us the treasure. Taoist White Cloud waved his hand. The conference is about to begin. Don't fail me in my expectations of you. After saying that, he turned around and left, settling on top of one of the directions on the round platform of the Immortal Ascension Conference, closing his eyes and waiting for the opening. Cheer up. After Wan Ming and the others cast an affirmative look at Baiyu and the 2 of them, they also turned and followed, heading to the venue and waiting. Everyone, the registration for this Immortal Ascension Conference has begun. Please come forward in order to register for the examination. With an order, the long enrollment line began to walk, and Binger, mother and daughter, came forward, took Baiyu's hand, and said gratefully, Little brother, thank you for saving us. Mother and daughter, if it wasn't for you, we don't know what would have happened. Binger also said with a red face, brother, from now on, you are Binger's great benefactor. At these words, Baiyu scratched his head in some embarrassment. This is all what I should do. No need to be so polite. Moreover, I've gained the appreciation of the Qingxian sect's elder because of this. So to put it mildly, it's the two of us siblings who have earned a great deal. Little brother, you're welcome. The woman smiled and said, that's also the chance you got for being kind and brave. In the future, if there is fate, but also please Baiyu little brother for me to take care of Binger. Her nature is fierce, cynical, and I do not know whether it is right or wrong to send her to cultivate. Mother. Binger took her mother's hand, seemingly a bit reluctant to part with it. Upon hearing this, Baiyu nodded heavily and said with certainty, Auntie, don't worry, if both Binger and I were to worship in the Qingxian sect, I will definitely try my best to protect her, as if she were my sister. Who wants to be your sister? Binger buried her head. Her tone was a bit grumpy, but Baiyu didn't notice it in the slightest. Only the delicate-minded Bai Lan and Binger's mother, who could see through everything, hid their mouths and snickered. Lower yellow rank qualification. Eliminated. Next, not long after, the number of appraisals arrived at Baiyu and the three of them went up and started to sign up and register, preparing for the appraisal in turn. Even Baiyu, who had experienced the Qingyun examination once, still looked a bit nervous, but on the contrary, Bai Lan and Binger were slightly more relaxed and managed to have a smile on their faces. Little master, is it alright? What does senior sister mean? These two little guys are obviously being used by that Binger's mother, Peach said with some dissatisfaction. I know. Xiao Dust looked at the slightly inconspicuous back shadow in the crowd and nodded his head indifferently. Then why don't we warn Baiyu so that we don't get counted out later without even realizing it? No need. Xiao Chen shook his head and laughed. Baiyu, he actually knew the other party's intentions from the start. So, why doesn't the boy push off? Peaches wondered. Perhaps it is from the other party that I thought of myself back then. Xiao Dust murmured softly as his memory flashed back to the day he met Baiyu. A beggar boy pulled himself up and said he wanted to cultivate and protect his sister. Let him be. We will leave one day. These things are right or wrong, still need him to feel it himself. If we are judged by our words, how meaningless life is. Furthermore, this White Cloud Taoist should still be involved with them, thinking that perhaps he is an elder of the clan, and with him around, we can also leave without worry. Really? Aha. No more goodbyes? No. Okay then. Boom. When Xiao Chen and the others walked away, a pillar of light rose steeply in the direction of the Immortal Ascension Conference. Someone's qualifications were too heaven-defying and caused the test stone monument to react. This is the upper-class qualification of the Holy Order. Qualified. Oh my god. Sacred rank upper qualification. What kind of demon is this? If this son doesn't die in the future, he will at least be a sacred king realm powerhouse, the founding ancestor of a party. In the past, there were two emperor-ranked heavenly prides, and now there is a saint-ranked demon. In the next 1,000 years, there will be a place for the Qingxian sect in the desolate region. Seniors, under the test stone monument. Baiyu looked around for Xiao Chen's figure, but unfortunately, the latter had long since left, and Bai Lan stood somewhat forlornly and choked. Brother, big brother, he's gone. Baiyu heartbreakingly held Aimei in her arms and patted her back. I know. Then will big brother come to see Alan again in the future? Crystalline teardrops swirled in Bran's eyes, thinking of Xiao Chen's strength that warped the heavens and the earth. Baiyu nodded her head firmly. It will be. In the meantime, the other side. Just out of the Qianling Pass, Xiao Dust encountered a group of people. The number of people is not a lot. 20 to 30. The leader is a slant-eyed scar-faced strongman, arrogant and domineering road. Stop. Fight. Robbery. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass this way, leave the money behind. Xiao Dust observed that the breath on the burly man was inexplicably somewhat familiar through the great diffusion divine skill and mused for a moment. You are Thief 1?